On a quiet night under a sky full of stars, a faint cry echoed from a small cabin deep in the mountains. The narrator wonders aloud, could that really be a baby crying all the way out here? Inside, a rugged man grabs his axe, assuming it's just a rat sneaking in. As he stands by the door, he mutters to himself that whoever's come must be unlucky to stumble into a hunter's den. He surveys the area and notes that whoever managed to slip past every trap and mask their presence. Clearly not some ordinary thief. But no matter how quiet they were, he says, they can't fool his ears. He steps into the stable, axe in hand, ready to strike, but stops, sighing. There's no one. He mutters to himself again. Ever since he and his wife learned they couldn't have kids, he's been hearing things that aren't there. But just then, something catches his eye. Wrapped in a white blanket, a baby lies there. Startled, he bends down, lifting the child gently and bringing him close. The moment is silent. Then his wife's voice cuts in. She asks what's going on and why the noise. She calls him by name, Vincent. He calls back to her, Alina. Alina peers at the bundle in his arms and questions him, confused. Vincent hesitates, but then replies with shaky certainty, it's their child. And in that moment, something extraordinary unfolded. The baby opened his eyes and waved a tiny hand. Instantly, the clouds above began to shift, wind sweeping through the skies. Rain poured down over the parched earth. The dry, cracked land turned green again, and joy returned to the villagers. They sang, laughed, and celebrated. With his powers, the boy shielded the village from every threat. The people no longer went hungry or thirsty. Yet even then, he didn't stop. He kept studying, kept seeking more, for the sake of everyone around him. To the villagers, what he could do was nothing short of magic. So they gave him a name. They called him a mage. Years passed. One day, a young blond boy gently shut a book he was reading. Vincent approached and asked what he was reading. The boy, now 12, looked up and answered. His name was Chiron, and he called Vincent Dad. Vincent, now 40, lifts Chiron into the air with a grin, gently cradling him and saying how cute he is. He tells him he's finished chopping wood and suggests they head home for a good meal. As he plants a kiss on Chiron's cheek, the boy looks up and says he has a question. How does someone use magic? Vincent thinks for a moment. Was that the kind of book he gave him to read? Then, with a chuckle, he replies, magic isn't all that complicated. If you could take down a bear with just one arrow, or chop down a tree in a single swing, that's magic too. Nearby, two boys are whispering as they watch the pair. One with glasses points out, hey, that's Mr. Vincent. The other nods. And there's Chiron. He's always buried in a book, even when we ask him to play. They had a large book he's carrying. Does he even know how to read that thing? One of them scoffs. It doesn't even look like Mr. Vincent. The other chimes in, my mom said they found him somewhere. Probably dumped. He's super weird. Vincent hears it. His fist tightens, rage simmering inside. But he keeps it in. Chiron just laughs and turns to Vincent, asking, so cutting down a tree in one swing, that's magic? Vincent smiles and changes the subject. Since Chiron helped out with the chores today, he says they'll head to the city together, and he'll treat him to his favorite fruits. In his heart, he silently apologizes, thinking he's lacking as a father. Chiron's eyes light up. Really? I can't wait. Vincent pats him on the head, quietly vowing that no matter what anyone says, Chiron is his son. As they arrive at a small city tucked in the countryside of the Toma kingdom, craze, Chiron's eyes widen with excitement. So if this is a city, the car comes to a stop. Vincent kneels beside Chiron and tells him to wait at Grandpa Martin's store while he takes care of some business. He warns him not to wander into any dark alleys or mess with nobles. Got it, he asks. Don't worry, Chiron replies confidently. Vincent hops back onto the cart, glancing back at his son. Nearby, someone picks up a paper with Chiron's writing on it and remarks, he really does know how to write. Grandpa Martin smiles and thanks. Chiron softly says he didn't really do much, but Grandpa smiles and replies that he's happy to help out. As he looks at the boy fondly, he thinks Chiron's a bright kid for his age, a far cry from his own grandson, little Martin, who's known around town for getting into trouble. Curious, Chiron asks Grandpa if he knows anything about magic. Grandpa changes the subject, casually mentioning the traffic, but Chiron isn't letting it go. He holds up a book and asks again, how does someone actually use magic? Grandpa chuckles. Oh, so you meant that kind of magic. Glancing at the book's title, Grandpa admits he doesn't know much himself. Then he points toward a bookstore across the street. John Sandos. He says that place is filled with books about magic and suggests Chiron take a look. He adds, but come right back when you're done, all right? Got it, Chiron says, already dashing off. Grandpa laughs as he flips open the book Chiron left behind. Fairy tales, huh? I used to read stuff like this too when I was a kid. But his smile slowly faded as he read the pages. Something felt strange. It wasn't just a normal story. He frowned, unsure what the book really was. Meanwhile, at the bookstore, a stern voice stops Chiron. Hey boy, do you think you could just grab things with your dirty hands? Chiron looks up, startled. He asks if it's wrong to just peek at the books. A short-haired woman with an orange tint to her hair scoffs. These aren't cheap storybooks from the general store, kid. These are real books, valuable ones. Not something for peasants to smudge up. She scolds him, saying she won't let a used book sit on the shelf just because he couldn't keep his hands clean. Chiron thinks to himself, where does Dad buy his books from then? Suddenly, the woman notices a man in a hat stepping into the shop. She immediately straightens up and addresses him respectfully as the head butler. He asks if the books he ordered have arrived. As the shopkeeper confirms his order, the butler glances at Chiron, flipping through a book. They've arrived, he says, and then asks the shopkeeper to ring them up. Chiron flips a few more pages, but finds nothing particularly special. So even this one's the same, he mutters to himself. Then, walking out of the store, he sniffs his hand and sighs. Who knew reading books could be so hard? Just then, he catches sight of the man in the hat passing by, carrying a box of books. Without hesitation, Chiron starts running after him. Is he a noble? He wonders. Chiron follows the man in the hat, curious where he's taking the books. But then, to his shock, he watches the man casually toss the entire box right into a pile of garbage. Eyes wide, Chiron rushes over. He pulls out a book with a green cover and whispers, so this is where Dad's been getting his books. Nearby, he spots two well-dressed women laughing and chatting. Their refined appearance makes him instantly think. They must be nobles. He looks at himself, comparing the gap between their worlds and his. But then his father's voice echoes in his mind. Stay away from nobles. Chiron turns around, his thoughts churning. Why is it okay for them, but not for me? As he walks, a guard steps in front of him. Hey kid, this isn't a place you should be wandering around. Past that door's restricted. Nobles only. The guard eyes him suspiciously. Where are your parents? Chiron nervously replies. They're nearby. Another guard joins in, frowning. He doesn't look like he belongs around here. Probably an orphan. Could be working for bandits. The first guard grabs Chiron's arm. You're coming with us. But just as he's about to pull him away, the guard looks down. Chiron's coat is lying empty on the ground. Where did he go? He shouts. Don't tell me you let a kid slip past you, the second one mutters. Meanwhile, Chiron crouches silently in the bushes. Holding his breath, he waits. After a moment, he exhales and peeks out. Are they gone? He climbs out carefully, brushing off his clothes. Dad's definitely going to scold me for this. He spots one of his shoes by a nearby wall, slips it on, and as he stands, he hears something. A voice, clear and commanding. So, what is magic? That will be today's topic. Chiron freezes, eyes snapping toward the wall. Voices continue. Master, show us fire magic, someone calls out excitedly. Chiron's eyes widen. Is this a magic academy? The voices keep drifting over. If you use magic indoors, you'll get in trouble, someone says. But if you answer his question correctly, he'll show you a spell. The instructor asks his students, what's the most important trait for learning magic? One answers knowledge. Another says, hard work. You have to study it all your life. A third laughs. It's money, of course. You need tons of it to buy magical gear. Their teacher chuckles. None of you are right. Chiron listens closely, eyes shining with wonder. What could the answer be? It's not about brains, effort, or even wealth, and it definitely doesn't require noble blood. According to the master, the key to mastering magic is something else entirely. Insight. A curious child raises a hand, asking what exactly insight is. Instead of a direct answer, the old master poses a question. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 + 1 is? The child scoffs. It's clearly 2. The master nods, then challenges them again. Can someone explain why it's 2? He goes on to say that the odd feelings stirring inside them now. That's what insight is. Long ago, people didn't know 1 + 1 = 2. Scholars spent years trying to prove it. Even without solid proof, they just knew. That's because this truth has always existed, part of the world's natural laws. And just like numbers, magic is one of those laws, something you don't need to memorize to understand. If you have insight, you just feel it. That's why insight beats raw knowledge and even surpasses hard work. The child asks, "So, does that make someone a genius?" The master chuckles. "Exactly. And if you nurture that spark, you could become a true mage." Meanwhile, Chiron wonderly is lost in thought, wondering if he'll ever get a shot at becoming a mage himself. The master suddenly glances over and says, "You, behind the wall, care to share what you're thinking?" Caught off guard, Chiron freezes. Should he run? Answer? He's a mess and terrified of what might happen. But just then, a powerful thought hits him. Chiron steps up onto the wall, thinking, if I don't do this now, I'll regret it forever. He climbs over and finds himself face to face with the master and a small group of students. The old man is none other than Meyer Alpheus, headmaster of Alpheus Magic Academy and a certified grade 4 mage. Meyer smiles and asks, "Did you come to keep us company?" Chiron silently leaps down, his eyes locked on the group. One student sneers, pointing out that Chiron isn't a noble, he's just a commoner. Others chime in, telling him he doesn't belong there. Chiron watched anxiously as the headmaster, still smiling, called out to Chiron, "Come here. Were you curious about what I said earlier?" Chiron stepped forward and replied, "I want to see magic." The headmaster chuckled. "You've never seen magic before?" "I've read about it," Chiron admitted, "but I've never actually seen it happen." The students scoffed, one of them snapping, "What kind of commoner even reads books?" Chiron bowed respectfully, his voice trembling as he responded, "It doesn't matter who does. Please just show me." The headmaster burst out laughing. "That's easy enough. I'll show you a simple wind spell." But before the spell was cast, Chiron unexpectedly clenched his fists, focusing on the thought of wind itself. He suddenly felt a powerful gust sweep past him. There it is, he thought in awe, the wind. As the spell lifted everyone into the air, the students laughed joyfully, floating around the courtyard. Chiron, now airborne, looked down in panic. The ground seemed impossibly far away. When the magic wore off, they began to descend slowly. Chiron, still tense, let out a terrified scream, drawing more laughter from the group. As he landed and sat on the ground, he stared up, dazed. "That was magic," he said. He turned to the headmaster and asked, "What is magic?" With a kind smile, the headmaster answered, "That was just an example." But Chiron snapped, his voice rising. "I don't care if I don't get it. Just tell me the truth." The students gasped. How can he speak to the headmaster like that? Even teachers wouldn't dare. The headmaster's expression turned serious before he broke into a soft chuckle. "Then let me explain it another way." He leaned forward. "Magic operates beyond common sense. It's like a mental process that breaks through the boundaries of reality." Chiron suddenly interrupted. "So, an irrational reality? Maybe that's why it feels closer to the truth." The headmaster's eyes widened. Then he laughed again. "Did you read that in a book?" "No," Chiron replied. "But I noticed a pattern in the books I read. So many brilliant thinkers were called irrational in their time. People dismissed their ideas until they became new truths. So maybe the truth hides within what we think is nonsense." "Maybe." The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. Chiron then asked, "What do I need to do to learn magic?" The headmaster's eyes gleamed. This boy, he's truly gifted. Even if the path is hard, he's already seeking the right questions, ready to find the answers himself. Chiron silently braced himself, deep in thought. If Chiron truly believed in himself, then maybe, just maybe, he could do it. The headmaster, watching him closely, thought, he's just a commoner. "Still," he said, "rather than explaining, let me show you." He called out, "Shumin, enter the spirit zone." The purple-haired girl, named Shumin, nodded. Understood. As Chiron silently repeated the words spirit zone in his mind, Shumin's eyes began to glow faintly. "I'm in," she said calmly. The headmaster held up his hand. "Can you tell me how many coins I'm holding?" "6," she answered instantly. The students chuckled until the headmaster said, "Correct." Everyone fell silent, stunned. The headmaster explained, when a mage focuses their mind, they become hypersensitive to their surroundings. The best of them can count the number of leaves on a tree from across a field. That level of awareness is what we call the spirit zone. Shumin spoke again. "Now, there are 3. The headmaster continued. "Entering the zone means reaching a state where you're attuned to the world in a supernatural way. It's not about counting coins. It's about feeling everything that's happening at once." Chiron couldn't help but wonder, could I do that? As if reading his thoughts, the headmaster said, "Anyone can." He turned to Chiron. "Find a quiet place to train." Your first step is to sense yourself, and then let go of yourself. But in his mind, the headmaster thought, while anyone can try, not everyone succeeds. He told Chiron, when you do, you'll discover a world far beyond the one you know. Do you understand what I'm saying? He asked. Chiron replied, if I can't sense myself, then I won't be able to let go of myself either. The headmaster stared at him, silently impressed again. Then he asked, want to try it now? He thought to himself, if he can't enter the spirit zone, he won't be able to learn magic at all. Chiron closed his eyes. Sense me, he whispered inwardly. He began questioning himself. What am I? A voice in his mind answered back. Just a brain, a simple organ. But Chiron kept pushing. What I feel, what I perceive, does that all stop at the brain? It's not about defining, it's about sensing. One by one, everything he identified as himself faded away. It wasn't his existence that became sharper. It was just his awareness, stripped down to nothing but pure sensitivity. Chiron opened his eyes. The headmaster asked what it was like and what he had felt. Chiron replied, I heard everything. The kids nearby laughed, teasing, of course you did. You're just standing there. The headmaster stood, quietly disappointed. He's not ready, he thought. What happens inside the spirit zone belongs to another realm entirely. He remembered synthesai, sensing sense, hearing light, tasting the air, and feeling the world with his skin. As he gently patted Chiron's head, the headmaster said, with more practice, you'll hear so much more. He turned to leave, telling the students the special lesson was over and it was time to head back. Still, as he walked, the headmaster couldn't help but feel regret. Chiron had real talent. If he'd been born and noble and trained from childhood, his potential would have far surpassed this. There are so many gifted children in the world. Some simply didn't get the chance. Chiron climbed over the wall and dropped into the street below, drenched in sweat. It worked, he whispered, stunned. He'd heard a thunderous sound. Was that really the spirit zone? It felt like he'd been torn apart, scattered across the world. No, like he was the world itself. As he ran down the street, he couldn't shake the feeling. The vastness had overwhelmed him. For just a moment, his body had disappeared, and he became infinite. Suddenly, he collided with a man and hit the ground hard. Sorry, Chiron said quickly. The man, with fiery hair, glared at him. What's your problem? You bump into me and think that's it. He grabbed Chiron by the collar, demanding, you think sorry's enough? What? Are you part of the wolf gang or something? Did you come here to kill me? Before the tension escalated, someone else stepped in. A voice called out, asking if something was going on. The fiery-haired man turned and said, Miss Amy? You again? What are you doing here, bored already? Chiron looked at her, thinking he should ask for help, but stopped himself. Then he saw. Chiron looked up and saw her, Amy Wonderly. Young, elegant, and clearly a noble. He wondered if someone like her would even care. The red-haired man scoffed, saying to Amy, I was just teaching him a lesson. Nearly had to kill him. That's not what happened. Chiron quickly cut in. It was just an accident. I bumped into him, that's all. Without warning, the man slammed his knee into Chiron's stomach, silencing him. Shut it. You think anyone's going to believe you? Chiron collapsed, shaking. The man sneered. You better compensate us. What about your mother, huh? Chiron froze, shocked as the man mocked. Go fetch your mom. Where's she hiding after dumping out trash like you? He turned to the others, spitting. Look at this kid. His eyes are crazy. What's wrong with him? He kicked Chiron hard in the head. Say that again. I dare you. More kicks followed, one after another, targeting his body. Amy finally spoke up. Don't bruise his face, she said coldly, before ordering them to stop. At this rate, you're going to kill him. She knelt beside Chiron, asking softly, Are you okay? Through a trembling voice, Chiron replied, I didn't do anything. Tears ran down his cheeks as he looked up at her. Amy turned to the men, asking, Aren't you tired of this already? Don't you have something better to do? Chiron's eyes widened as he realized what they were planning. They're going to beat me, then sell me to the southern village, he thought. Because I'm just a commoner, so it doesn't matter. He silently called out to his mother and father in his thoughts. Amy studied him. A slave shouldn't have any defects, she said flatly. So why not confirm it? The men laughed. What? You want to inspect him now? One jeered. She's saying you should strip, kid. One of them stepped in front of Chiron, grinning. You want another beating? Amy watched, confused. What is it they're trying to strip off? She wondered. I just want to see his face. Why is he acting like this? I'll let him go after we mess with him a bit. He better not lose it. The laughter grew louder. Then, A single fly buzzed into view, right in front of the red-haired man. He blinked, startled. Time froze as the fly hovered midair. Chiron turned his gaze, bewildered. Suddenly, a crack of intense electric light slammed into a tree nearby. His eyes widened. This wasn't real. He was inside a memory. From above his head, light poured out in streaks. The red-haired man barked at him, cursing. Hey, are you deaf? But Chiron's mind was somewhere else, far away. Wait, Amy shouted, tried to snap him out of it. Then, in a flash, a violent gust of wind exploded outward, flinging the attackers into the air. Chiron stood there, stunned, watching them soar. The red-haired man crashed down hard, grabbing his shoulder in pain. Another one hit the ground and screamed. His leg was clearly broken. The rest fell unconscious on impact. Chiron stared in horror. Amy called out to him, asking, What are you? Her eyes narrowed. Where'd you learn that kind of magic? How's a commoner? She stopped mid-sentence, her attention shifting. 3 figures appeared, shouting, Over there! We heard something. Amy jumped, vaulting high into the air and vanishing in an instant. Chiron blinked. How did she move like that? One of the men said, Someone's been knocked out over there. Chiron looked down at the bodies, knowing full well no one would believe a word he said. He turned and bolted. As he ran, one of the men shouted for help, but Chiron just kept going, thinking only of his father. The narrator cut in. This world is harsh, far away. Inside the noble house of Karmas, someone scoffed. You're telling me that kid beat them? The man speaking was Karmas Shakura, head of the household. Beside him, Amy arrived. You're back early, he noted. Skipped class again? I already learned everything they had to teach, Amy said casually. It's boring. Shakur sighed. You're a genius, sure, but reckless. Keep going like that, and you're going to get blindsided someday. Amy suddenly went quiet. Shakur gave her a look. What's with you today? She didn't answer at first, then said softly, Magic. Her eyes flicked to him with suspicion. He raised an eyebrow. What about it? But before he could finish, Amy cut in. Do you know anyone working at a magic academy? Can you introduce me? Just then, someone called out, Vincent, calling for Chiron. While knitting a sweater, Vincent casually mentions that Chiron went to the logging area for wood. He pauses, concerned, realizing it's still snowing. You want to chop wood in this weather? He mutters, worried, and quickly decides to go after him. As Vincent trudges through the snow, he remembers the spring when he first brought Chiron to the city. Back then, Chiron disappeared into the forest. He had said he got lost, but Vincent always felt something else happened that day. Deep in the snow-covered woods, Chiron stands by a tree, coughing, an axe in hand. He recalls the magic he accidentally triggered back then, the one he hasn't been able to replicate since. He'd unconsciously cast a spell, one he didn't understand. Due to his insight, he grasped the result, but not the process. The entire middle step was a mystery to him, since he had no formal magic knowledge. But now, he's entering the spirit zone. As he steps in, he focuses on the tree. In the spirit zone, every part of it becomes tangible. He can feel its texture, shape, even the scent. It's as if the tree's essence surrounds him. Suddenly, a light pulses from its trunk. He doesn't know what it means, but he can feel it. He lifts his axe and strikes the glowing spot. The tree shatters instantly, blown apart in one swing. Stunned, Chiron looks at what he's done. Magic, he says, his eyes lighting up. From a hidden spot, Vincent watches in disbelief. What did I just witness? He whispers, recalling the thunderous impact of that strike. He slowly approaches. Chiron, now using a saw, calmly continues cutting wood. In his mind, he reflects. It's the first time he's ever managed to do that. Out of countless attempts, this was the one. Just like back then. Vincent, overwhelmed, grips a red-covered book as tears well in his eyes. Chiron, however, is focused. He doesn't want luck. He wants real, grounded knowledge. Starting tomorrow, and every day after, he'll keep repeating this, waiting for the opportunity he knows will come. 3 years later, Chiron, now older, sits on a tree stump. A petal drifts beside him. He rises and cuts into the wood. As his hands touch it, he no longer needs to see. He simply feels it. He pauses, then raises his axe again. Another strike. Another tree. He doesn't just sense the magic, he sees it. Lights flicker across the bark, guiding him. And once again, they fall. Sitting on the ground and staring at a tree, Chiron murmurs that he almost went home after spending the whole time meditating and exploring the spirit zone. It's already been 5 hours. He thinks to himself, Out here, it's like becoming one with nature. The rustle of the bushes, the worms moving beneath the soil, even the faint sound of trees drinking through their roots. 5 hours isn't enough to take it all in. If this really is possible, it's like stepping into another world. With a stack of chopped wood slung over his shoulder, Chiron walks off, thinking to himself, another world. Yeah, that's the perfect way to describe it. He says aloud that it's time to head home. Arriving back, he sees white horses and a carriage outside. Noticing the unfamiliar scene, he puts the wood down and wonders if guests have arrived. Walking inside, he announces his return and asks if Vincent is already back. Vincent, already aware, tells him to come meet an old man seated across from him, the assistant butler of the House of Ogent. The old man greets Chiron with a smile and asks him to call him Temurin. Vincent warns Chiron sternly, no wandering into shady alleys, no crossing paths with nobles. Chiron nods, telling him not to worry. As Temurin studies him, Chiron quietly wonders why someone working under a noble family is so interested in him. He recalls that the House of Ogent are second-tier nobles in the kingdom. Temurin then steps closer, covering his mouth thoughtfully, and asks, "Can you read?" Chiron answers that he's read a bit here and there since he was young. Temurin turns him around, observing him carefully. Curious, Chiron asks what he's doing. Temurin explains that Chiron seems to have a solid reputation. A woodsman's son who knows how to read and is well-mannered. Chiron steps aside for a moment, but before he can go far, Temurin asks if he's willing to work for the House of Ogent. Chiron pauses, surprised. Temurin continues. They'll be relocating books from the family's great library. Nearly 10,000 in total. Among them, some are rare and important. The job will last 2 years, but the heavy lifting? That's for someone else. But the real task, sorting all those books, will be left to just the two of them. Chiron thinks to himself, if this is the House of Ogent's library, then it must be filled with magical knowledge, priceless to any mage. Temurin lowers his voice and tells him, only my family knows about this. If even one book leaks, or word of this spreads, it'll cost me and my family our lives. Looking at his parents, Chiron realizes why they both seemed so uneasy earlier. Temurin adds, our lives are on the line here, but we'll pay you well, far more than anything you'd earn from hunting. He smiles slightly, implying that raising Chiron right is finally paying off. But Vincent snaps. He angrily says it was never about the money. I didn't raise him just to make a profit. I wanted him to follow his dreams. Temurin bursts into laughter, mocking him. Dreams? What? You think this job will magically lead to a career? He presses further, asking Vincent why he came to him in the first place. If it wasn't for the money, then why ask me to use your son? Vincent fires back. It was because Temurin said Chiron could read books. Temurin nods, but counters that even if he can read, it's not like they can keep an eye on him all the time. You say you want him to chase dreams. Have you been lying to your son this whole time? That stings. Vincent goes quiet, caught off guard by the question. Memories flood in. He remembers asking Chiron if he was reading again. Olina had only taught him a few words for fun, but once Chiron turned 6, he started reading seriously, all on his own. Sure, he was cute and looked sharp, but more than that, he was smart. Maybe even too smart. Vincent wonders if Chiron could have noble blood in him. He taps his own head, frustrated by the thought. If nobles had raised him, he could have gone to school. But shaking off that idea, he reminds himself, Chiron is his son. And if he's the son of a woodsman, then it's only right that he learns through hard work, just like his father did. Vincent reflects. He taught Chiron how to survive in the mountains. But when Chiron first started working out there, he was scared. Deep down, Vincent thinks bitterly. He truly raised his son to become a woodsman's child. Swallowing his pride, Vincent falls to his knees before Temurin. He pleads, if all he needs is a commoner who can read, then let it be his son. He's been reading since he was young, Vincent says, voice trembling. He's smart, really smart. Just let him read some of the books. His body shakes with regret. He confesses, if he had known things would turn out this way, he never would have begged like he did. Yelling, he tells Temurin to get out of his house. Are you mocking my family just because we're poor? Temurin quietly puts his hat on, thinking to himself, some people just don't know their place. But then, Chiron speaks up. I'll do it. Temurin freezes in surprise, while Vincent yells his name, furious. Temurin turns to Chiron, asking if he's serious. This isn't to scare you, he says gravely. Even the tiniest rumor in your life is over. Chiron answers calmly, it's fine. He promises he won't say a word. And even if something goes wrong, he won't blame them. Let me do this. Temirin nods. If you're really interested, I'll come pick you up in a week. But if you change your mind, that's fine. Just remember, once you step into the manor, there's no turning back until it's finished. Later, Vincent confronts Chiron again. Why would you agree to that? They're just looking for someone to die in their place. It's my fault, Vincent growls. So, I'll take responsibility. Say no to this. But Chiron calls out to him, tears rolling down his cheeks. Thank you for giving me something so big. Tears well up in Vincent's eyes as he pulls Chiron into a hug. Don't worry, he says through choked words. You think your father won't protect you? I'll make sure no one lays a hand on this family. Just come back. Come back safe. Olina wipes her tears, silently wondering, did I really raise this boy well? Chiron, crying, holds his father tightly. A week later, Temirin's assistant arrives. Holding out a contract, he tells Vincent, sign here. It's done. Just as Vincent notices, he snatches the paper from the assistant's hands. But Temirin simply says, time's ticking. Let's go. Chiron is led to the carriage. This way, the assistant says, taking a small bag and placing it inside. The door closes behind him. As the carriage begins to move, Chiron sits quietly, his expression solemn. He closes his eyes and enters the spirit zone. There, he sees his parents crying. He reaches out his hand toward them, whispering to himself not to waver. This is the chance of a lifetime, but also a double-edged sword. If he can survive in the middle of all these powerful people for just 2 years, the narration begins. The Ogent family's estate lies within the city of Thormia, a kingdom known for its warriors. This family often raises official swordsmen. Temirin's colleague tells Chiron that the former head of the family was a certified third-class swordsman, while the current head, Bishop Ogent, is a fourth-class knight. They hold a lot of power in this city, he adds, pointing outside. That's the Ogent family's famous walkway. As the carriage pulls up, Chiron steps out wide-eyed. Wow, already scared, one of the men teases. This family's full of monsters. But another sharply warns the orange-haired one. You want your neck hang? Turning to Chiron, the orange-haired man gestures. Come on, we're heading down this way. Walking along the grand path, Chiron's thoughts settle. It's all becoming real now. Looking around, he notes, so this is what a second-class noble family's estate looks like. They stop before a large building. This is where you'll stay, they tell him. It's the office and living quarters for the butlers. Inside, a bespectacled man stands and asks, has he arrived? Temirin nods and turns to Chiron. I'll explain your duties. Follow me. I'll do my best, Chiron replies. They enter a massive room. Chiron's eyes widened in shock. It's the great library of the Ogent family. Temirin explains, all the books here are being moved to the new library. Your job is to organize them. You'll get a list each week. Locate those books and prepare them. He adds, work hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. After that, you're free, but you're not allowed outside, and the manor is off limits without special permission. Showing him the documents, he says, the common butler will teach you the rules. Any questions? Chiron thinks to himself, this is worth risking everything. When do I start? He asks. Tomorrow, Temirin answers. Chiron changes into the butler uniform and prepares himself for what's ahead. The sheet of paper resting on the table seemed to understand why this massive task of organizing books had fallen on just one person. Chiron glanced at it thoughtfully, realizing that consistency was key. If each person had their own way of sorting, chaos would follow. Take a book like the History of Swordsmanship. Some might place it under sword techniques, while others might see it as part of a broader historical record. As he dove deeper into the system behind the organization, Chiron activated his spirit zone skill, scanning through the documents. Everything's connected through history, he murmured. Knowledge builds upon itself, layer by layer, with history as its foundation. Once you fully grasp history, other fields start to fall into place more easily. Among the 10,000 books, about 850 were on history, and he was determined to read every last one during the 2 years he had here. This was all part of his goal to become a true mage. As he reflected, the sudden voice of a butler snapped him out of it. He quickly shut the book he wasn't supposed to be reading. It wasn't officially approved. Temirin appeared and asked if Chiron was still sorting books, working overtime again. Chiron admitted he was. With a sigh, Temirin turned to leave, warning him not to push himself too hard and to take responsibility for his health. Shiro nodded, promising he'd take care of himself. But Temirin lingered, stepped closer, and placed a hand on Chiron's shoulder. Chiron wondered, had he been caught reading off hours? Temirin brushed some dust from his uniform and reminded him that this wasn't just any library. Even a family head and young master came here. He needed to keep his appearance sharp and considered doing something about his long hair. Don't bring down the reputation of the Ogent family, Temirin said. Chiron, voice unsteady, quietly wished him good night, thinking that was all it had been. Still, he knew he had to stay sharp for the next 2 years and avoid any kind of trouble. Later, seated alone in the quiet night, Chiron read under the dim light. The real challenge wasn't the workload, it was the content. The 3 emperors, the 7 kingdoms. Even understanding just the Thoria kingdom was overwhelming. He questioned if he truly understood enough, or if he'd need to memorize it all. To access this knowledge anytime, he had to know every event, every detail, inside and out. But then, Chiron's vision began to blur, and before he knew it, he had dozed off at the table. Temirin quietly approached, slipped the book from under Chiron's arm, and held up the lamp. He muttered, "You plan to hold on to this for an entire moon cycle? Do you really think studying alone is enough to succeed?" He scoffed, adding that if Chiron had been reading hands-on, practical texts, he would have banned him from staying past work hours. But thankfully, you're just a fool with big dreams. 3 months had gone by since Chiron started working at the Ogent family's great library. Someone asked if the stack of books nearby was the set he had organized that day. Chiron nodded and said he could take the whole pile. Narration followed, explaining how Chiron had slowly adjusted to the classified work and had also picked up bits and pieces of information from male servants. One day, a butler informed him he was taking a book, and Chiron asked if the second young master was borrowing it again. Looking through some notes, Chiron was surprised. They hadn't returned the book they borrowed last time. If he lost it, that could get awkward, he said. The butler agreed, saying he kept asking about it, but the noble always brushed it off. They don't really care if a book goes missing. It's just us butlers who have to clean up after them. The narrator explained. What shocked Chiron the most was realizing the nobles didn't even mind if books leaked outside. Chiron thought to himself, maybe it was because nothing in this library was truly vital. The butler quickly warned him not to repeat what he had just said, but Chiron knew it didn't matter. That kind of thinking didn't mean he was any less at risk. He quietly bowed his head as the butler reassured him, "I'll handle it," the narrator added. An aristocrat could afford to be relaxed only when backed by loyal commoners. Meanwhile, commoners had to put their lives on the line for things the nobles wouldn't even remember. Servants had to be flawless, because one small mistake could cost everything. Chiron quietly resolved. It didn't matter whether nobles cared or not. The safest path was to live quietly and unnoticed. Just then, a blue-haired boy burst into the library, yelling rudely at an old man. Chiron turned, startled by the scene. Chiron blinked, confused by the sudden commotion. The blue-haired boy, trembling slightly, mumbled, "Come on, what's the big deal about taking a little break today?" Chiron recognized him instantly. He was the youngest son of the Lord, Rian Ogent. An older man's voice thundered through the library, calling out Rian's name and shouting that once he caught him, he'd be running another 100 laps. Rian leaned on Chiron's shoulder and whispered, "Don't tell him I'm here." Then he quickly ducked under a bookshelf. Moments later, a bald, bearded man stormed in, clearly out of breath from running. "Rian, I know you're in here," he growled. He glared at Chiron. "You saw a blue-haired kid, small as a peanut, come through here?" Chiron thought, if that boy's a peanut to him, what must I look like in his eyes? Out loud, he said, "From what I saw, he looked like the youngest young master." "And who are you, sir?" The man snapped. "I'm the swordsmanship instructor, and I've got every right to discipline that little brat." He clenched his fists. "So, speak up. No jokes, unless you want a taste of what he's getting." Pointing toward the bookshelf, Chiron replied, "The youngest master is hiding under there." Rian's voice came from under the shelf. "Are you trying to get me killed?" The instructor yanked Rian out by the collar. Rian stammered, "This is all a big misunderstanding." But it was no use. The instructor dragged him off, muttering about needing to rebuild his mental fortitude from scratch. As Rian was pulled away, he shot a furious glare at Chiron. "You'll regret this." Chiron watched, thinking the instructor's influence might even outweigh the family heads. "I didn't have a choice." According to what he'd heard, Rian ended up being taken to the mountains for an entire month as punishment. Narration resumed. It had taken Chiron 2 full days to finish reading his first book, but after fully grasping its content, he managed to complete 80 more in just 4 days. As he flipped through another volume, he realized, just like he suspected, the beginning was the hardest part. None of the books contained totally unfamiliar material. If he could build a solid foundation with the first 200, the remaining 650 would be much easier to absorb. But as he continued reading through the histories, doubts slowly started creeping in. Was studying history really the right path at this moment? Am I really making the right call? Chiron wondered, reflecting on the history of mages. The more he studied their past, the more confident he became in his choice. If scholars create theories, then mages are the ones who bring those theories to life. That realization cemented his belief. Scholars and mages are essentially the same. But not every scholar qualifies as a mage. Only those who can reach the elusive state known as the spirit zone. Closing the book, Chiron thought, if I can combine this spirit zone with vast knowledge, maybe I can truly become a real mage. Just then, Rian stormed into the library, shouting at Chiron with rage. He barked that he had suffered endlessly, waiting for this moment. Chiron, noting Rian's relentless nature, asked if this was really what he came for. Rian snapped back, demanding if Chiron understood the hell he went through, climbing that cliff over and over, his grip failing, feeling like death was near. But every time, revenge kept him going. Chiron was taken aback. This was far worse than he had imagined. Rian's fury had clearly hit its limit. Rian pressed him, asking if he had nothing to say. Did Chiron think all this anger was just because of a few hardships? Rian reminded him of the favor he had asked, the trust he placed in him, and how Chiron betrayed that trust by snitching. He admitted he pitted someone so weak. Chiron replied simply. He only spoke the truth. Rian fired back, saying he should have just refused a favor instead of pretending to help. Chiron thought, it's always easy for the strong to twist logic in their favor. So what am I supposed to do now? Rian, looking at him, recognized a man who had clawed his way through life like a butler who'd known nothing but work. But this calm, unshaken demeanor, was he mocking him too? Rian scoffed, accusing him of arrogance, and dragged Chiron out of the library. I'll show you who I really am, Rian growled. Chiron looked around. The training ground, he realized. So this is where Rian planned to take things next. To make himself feel better, Rian clearly planned to beat Chiron down, and Chiron knew it. But taking the hits was still better than losing the chance his parents fought to give him. He couldn't afford to throw it all away. Rian tossed him a wooden sword. Pick it up, he said, pointing his own steel blade at him. This is a duel. I'm not some loser who lets things slide when someone disrespects me. I'm going to be the greatest swordsman. You'll take my strikes. Chiron shot back, furious. Is this how you handle things? So weakly, but Rian wasn't done. I serve the house of Ogent. I protect the Ogents. You betrayed me to the master because you were scared of a beating. Someone else was in trouble, and you threw them under the bus. Chiron's heart pounded. Rian's eyes looked different now. There was no hesitation. No matter how much my family ignores me, Rian growled, I won't let someone like you look down on me. Come at me. I'll give you 3 shots. After that, it's my turn. Chiron froze. Those eyes, unmistakably Ogent blood. He glanced at the wooden sword. It was solid, but one wrong move, and he'd break something. He'd be sent home. What can I do? He asked himself. That's it. I'll just go for it. He had 3 tries. No more hesitation. He charged. Rian blocked the strike effortlessly. 1. Chiron was stunned by his strength, but he gathered himself and went again, aiming at the shoulder. 2. Rian said, deflecting it again. He laughed. Have you even held a sword before? Chiron was drenched in sweat. One last chance. He closed his eyes and entered the spirit zone. Everything around him sharpened. He locked eyes on Rian's sword. Rian saw the stance and raised an eyebrow. That one's going to be tricky. Chiron lunged. Their blades collided. A crack formed on Rian's sword. Rian stepped back, unfazed. My turn. But then he noticed it. His sword had snapped in half, clean from the center. Chiron looked at the broken weapon and thought, it worked. First hit, I felled him out. Second hit, I read his rhythm. And the third sealed it. The technique he just used, Thunder Strike, was something he trained for 3 long years. As Rian stared at his broken sword, he finally turned to Chiron and asked, where did you learn to fight like that? Chiron replied calmly, that's not swordsmanship. It's called Thunder Strike. He explained how his father worked deep in the mountains, and he used to follow him there to chop wood. But he lacked the strength for it, so he had to find a way to make up for it. Among the lumberjacks, they taught him a technique called Thunder Strike to help boost power despite a weak build. Rian stared blankly, trying to process what he'd just heard. Thunder Strike, from chopping wood? He was visibly irritated. I trained with the sword for 15 years, and he learned that by splitting logs? The words echoed in his mind, but then he recalled something. Someone once praised a boy named Rai for mastering sword smash. An orange-haired man beside, Rai said proudly. He's only 12, but he's already learned the Ojent family's secret technique. His skills are far beyond others his age. There's nothing more I can teach him. Their father, a black-haired man, added, he's inherited our brilliance. Let's hold a banquet in his honor. Young Rian had watched that moment, holding back tears, unable to accept how far behind he was. Chiron, piecing it together, looked at Rian with shock. You're the young master? Rian interrupted. Don't call me that. His voice shook with emotion. I won't accept this. Chiron asked softly. Did I offend you somehow? Be quiet, Rian snapped, sheathing his sword. He tossed it toward Chiron. Take it. Both our weapons broke, so the match isn't finished. He continued. If you really learn sword smash from chopping wood, then I'll acknowledge you. Let's settle this in a real duel, with real swords. 1 month from now. Chiron stared at the weapon in disbelief. If it's a real sword, I might not survive. But Rian cut him off. That's why I'm giving you time. If you're gifted enough to learn a sword technique just from chopping trees, then you'll figure this out too. But don't even think about running. I will surpass you. Later, in the library, Chiron sat slumped over the table, head in hands. I get it now, he muttered to himself. What's unique about the House of Ojent is its mix of black and blue hair, a trait passed through the family line. The head of the family, Bishop Ojent, has black hair and 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The narrator explains, the eldest son, with black hair, is already a certified grade 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter, with blue hair, also showed incredible promise but chose the path of music instead. She now performs as a palace pianist. The second son, Rogent, also black-haired, is considered a true genius. But when it comes to the third child, Rian, the narrator suddenly stops short. A butler fills in the rest. They even brought in a private tutor for Rian, but he was eventually labeled talentless. Everyone working in the mansion knows that story. Chiron, voice trembling, murmurs to himself, what have I done? I should have just let him hit me. He now realized. He had wounded the pride of someone who'd lived his whole life in the shadow of gifted siblings. Staring down at the table, his eyes filled with tears, Chiron thought, nobles are all exceptional. If it wasn't for these books, I wouldn't even have a reason to keep going. He pictured his parents. If I die here, there's no time for this, he told himself, grabbing books off the shelves. I have to think this through. He decided he would become a mage. Growing up in the mountains gave him confidence in his physical endurance. If he could just find a way to survive, maybe learn a defensive technique, there was still a chance. Meanwhile, Rian was sprinting with everything he had. The instructor, surprised, cheered him on. You just passed 100 laps. You broke your record. But Rian didn't slow down. How? Was this even training? He shouted. I'm still on my feet. Don't you have something tougher? The instructor paused, concerned. Something must have happened, he thought. Is this about Rai again? Or is he trying to learn another new technique? But he reminded himself. Rian had already awakened his schema. If he dies out here, the instructor muttered, it won't be my fault. The narrator explained. A schema is both a mental blueprint and a structural image of one's body. Just as a mage relies on the spirit zone, a swordsman relies on the schema. All humans carry a mental image of their own body. A schema is the human body's image, taken to its absolute limit. Masters of schema are said to understand their bodies so well that they can even control the movement of their cells. As Chiron shut the book, he thought, isn't this the complete opposite of the spirit zone? Then he closed his eyes. Let's give it a try. The first step was to feel his own existence. That part came easily, just like entering the spirit zone. But unlike the spirit zone, which required erasing one's presence, schema demanded the opposite, diving deep into every aspect of oneself. If he could peel back that layer, even a little, he'd complete the first page of his schema. Suddenly, he recalled Amy's incredible long jump. Trying schema now might be inefficient, he thought. It's the exact opposite of what I've trained for. Could that girl from 3 years ago have already awakened her schema at that age? Back in the library, Chiron decided it was smarter to build sword skills using the spirit zone as a foundation. He began practicing blade movements, cutting in 8 directions, and then raised his sword. First strike, downward, he said to himself, swinging. Elsewhere, Rian was relentlessly striking a tree. His instructor, exasperated, yelled at him to stop. You'll tear your muscles. Rian hit again. They haven't torn yet. He slammed the tree over and over, shouting, Why are my muscles tearing? Why are my arms falling off? The instructor stood in silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Rian, tears running down his face, screamed, Why can't I use schema? Then, the instructor stepped in and caught Rian's sword barehanded. That's enough, he said, choking up. We're done for today. Rian tossed the sword aside. Fine. Later, the instructor placed an ice pack on Rian's shoulder. So, how do you feel? My arms are killing me, Rian muttered. I've never once written that you have talent, the instructor admitted. And that's exactly why I push myself like this, Rian snapped. The instructor paused, then asked, Have you ever stopped to think about what you're actually good at? Rian glared away. No, but I sure as hell know what I suck at. That's why you're not a genius, the instructor said gently. I already know that, Rian replied, frustrated. And the instructor quietly continued. Geniuses always know they're geniuses. They understand their strengths, and that's why, when they work hard, success in those areas is almost a given. But what really rattles them is putting an effort towards something outside their grasp, pursuing what doesn't come naturally. That's the true challenge, the one thing that can shake a genius to the core. Rian lets out a deep sigh, muttering that this was the most honest comfort he's ever received. As he stares at his trembling hands, he acknowledges it's a skill he wasn't born with. But if he pushes himself beyond his limits, he can earn it. With full confidence in himself, he's sure he's going to win. Meanwhile, Chiron reflects on the essence of swordsmanship. It's more than just a deadly art. It's psychological warfare at its peak. Imagine an opponent who seems to have endless options to strike. But in truth, there are only 8 main attack directions. For a full month, he trained to slash and block in exactly those 8 paths. Nothing more. Fighting a phantom foe, he'd block one strike and counter from a new angle, sharpening his instincts. Looking at the trees around him, Chiron bursts into laughter. So, this is the way of the sword, he muses. It's boundless, just like magic. Unsheathing his blade, he quietly apologizes to his parents, unsure if he'll ever return. Still, he has no regrets. This journey teeters between life and death, but it's opened his eyes to something incredible. Out in the clearing, Rian approaches with his sword drawn. Let's begin, he says. Watching him, Chiron is stunned. Just a month ago, Rian was clumsy, lacking both form and balance. He hadn't even touched real swordsmanship. And yet, here he is, steady, focused, fearless with a real blade in hand. If he's got Rise talent, Rian tells himself, then I have to beat him. Charging forward, Rian calls out to Chiron. As they clash, Chiron realizes Rian's technique is on a whole different level, but he senses something deeper. Rian watches Chiron in disbelief. He's watching the sword, he thinks. He's not afraid of it. He can't overcome his fear of death, but death itself. The root of that fear lies in the future. And the future? It's nothing more than a fleeting illusion, something that doesn't actually exist. No one imagines the next second before leaping off a cliff. It's not just about being ready to die. It's like being completely consumed by raw emotion. He isn't even afraid of death anymore. Rian charges again. Chiron lifts his sword and blocks a strike from the right. But even that move reveals a wall he can't get past with simple tricks. Rian keeps switching up his angles, attacking relentlessly. Chiron holds his ground, but the blows are fast and powerful, too fast. The pace is now pushing past the speed at which his ability to sense and track the sword's path can keep up. Then Rian lands a clean hit across Chiron's chest. A flicker of blue energy flashes in Chiron's eyes as the thought hits. He might lose this. Rian pushes forward, every strike forcing Chiron backward. Chiron, overwhelmed, questions what's going wrong. How is this happening? Sitting on the ground, Chiron blocks another swing, and Rian stands over him, convinced it's over. He's done, Rian thinks smugly. Looking at the wounds, Rian mutters to himself. This is what elite swordsmanship is. It's built to forge top-tier warriors. There's no way Chiron can stand up to these blows. Every slash carries the weight of Rian's relentless, bone-deep effort. I'll crush him, Rian growls, launching another powerful attack. But Chiron is confused. If Rian had followed through with an upward slash after cutting his abdomen, it would have ended right there. His side would have been wide open. So why isn't Rian finishing it? Why is he sticking to these big, exaggerated swings? Then it clicks. Rian's grasp of swordsmanship isn't as deep as Chiron had assumed. He's skilled, no doubt, but his understanding of how to truly use those skills is still shallow. If that's the case, then all Chiron has to do is downgrade Rian's projected combat level. He halts his defense and pivots. Time for a new strategy. Chiron goes on the offensive. Rian's eyes widen. He didn't expect this sudden change. He's attacking again? How is he not exhausted? Even though the strikes are basic, they're coming in fast and sharp. Why are they suddenly so hard to block? Chiron spots it. Rian's stamina is clearly dipping. His breathing is ragged, chest rising and falling too fast. Chiron knows now. The key is to hold the rhythm. If he can control the pace, he can conserve his own strength, while Rian wears himself out. This isn't right. This can't be real, Rian thinks, confused and shaken. A memory flashes, his childhood. His father praised Rai, and Rian standing off to the side, confidence slowly crumbling. Rai glances over, smirking arrogantly, fully aware. Back in the present, Rian sprints forward, yelling that he'll become the world's greatest swordsman. Chiron halts his assault, puzzled. Did Rian just give up? Or is this another stubborn tactic? Is he thinking clearly right now? Chiron taps into the spirit zone, trying to read the sword's path, but there's too much chaos. Too many unpredictable elements. A sword slips from someone's hand and crashes to the ground. Both fighters are breathing heavily, bodies worn down. Rian questions whether this moment is even real. As Rian nears with another strike, Chiron makes a small but crucial shift. He changes his grip and sends his blade upward. Even Chiron is taken aback. He didn't expect to win. But whatever is about to unfold next, it's unpredictable. If this had been an official duel, Rian is a noble, and this fight has crushed his pride. Chiron can't even guess what he'll do now. He raises his sword toward Rian. Rian quietly says, "I lost." Then, with a half-hearted laugh, lost again, he admits defeat. And if Chiron chose to kill him now, he says he wouldn't protest. It would be fair. Chiron stares at him and coldly asks, "You think I'm joking?" Then adds, "If I killed you, do you really think you'd still be standing here?" Rian's voice trembles. He reminds him that they fought with their lives on the line, and he accepted the outcome. Chiron cuts him off. "You were the only one who treated this like life or death. I was just trying to survive." He scoffs this duel. It was meaningless from the start. And why would you blame me when you were the one hiding, avoiding training? Rian snaps. Who's blaming who? If that was our first meeting, maybe you should have acted with some dignity. Chiron lunges in, shutting him down mid-sentence. But Rian's words linger, buried under the silence. "Did you ever stop to think how that situation made me feel? Caught between the patriarch's son and his sword master. He had no space to move, no freedom to choose." The words never make it past his lips. But if he doesn't believe that someone honorable would stand and face their swordsmanship instructor directly, then maybe he never really saw it that way. Rian reflects. Each of them saw things from completely different perspectives. To him, this duel meant risking it all. But for Chiron, it was a fight where, once it was over, no one would even come looking for him. Chiron collapses onto the ground, gasping, "I thought I was dead for sure." Rian watches silently, wondering, don't people usually exchange warm words after a fight like this? He looks at Chiron, now crying, and thinks about the man before him. The same cold warrior who met him head-on with everything he had. He's definitely a genius, but unlike Rai, he never laughed or looked down on him. He faced him directly, without holding back. Siren steps forward, asking for Rian's name. He gives his full name, then turns to introduce himself to Chiron, also using his full name. Chiron stares in disbelief. Did he just properly introduce himself? Rian reaches out his hand, saying, "Let's be friends." Then he asks what Chiron thought of the library earlier. Meanwhile, butlers begin loading crates of books into a carriage outside the library. Temiran reports they've categorized 728 books out of the 10,453 in total. Tan gives Chiron a nod of approval, impressed by his work. The narrator chimes in, "It's been a full year since Chiron began working at the Great Ojent Library. As the number of books needing classification dropped, his efficiency grew. From the 850 history books he set as his personal goal, only 200 remain. Reading 3 a day, he's close to finishing. Soon, he'll reach the core knowledge he's always aimed for. That year wasn't just about books. He experienced real swordsmanship, stared down fear, and emerged stronger. His spirit zone feels more durable now. He remembers thinking he'd die back then, but now he knows even if you start slow, as long as you don't quit, you'll eventually get there. But more than anything, what mattered most was gaining a true friend. As Rian flips through a book, he blurts, "There's so many books here. Has your family read all these?" Chiron casually replies, "The head and the second eldest young master visit the library a lot." Over time, Chiron noticed the real Rian, affectionate, endearing in his own way, even with his tall frame. Actually, it suited him. He really was the youngest. Tossing a book aside, Rian groans, "So much to read." The narrator adds, "He acted every bit like the youngest sibling." He says it's because he'll be the one to die, then questions how a book could ever matter more than a person's life. Giving a thumbs up, he adds that if he burned the library down, he'd still protect him. No need to stress about it. Chiron, clutching his head, mutters that he wouldn't be so annoyed if he just stopped talking. He adds that Rian would be a lot safer doing nothing at all, then demands to know why he even showed up today and what kind of training he did. Rian casually shrugs it off, saying it was just the basics. He came to the library to do a bit of reading. Chiron snaps, telling him to hurry up and actually study. Rian yawns, saying he's already bored. Chiron thinks to himself that it's not like Rian suddenly became a scholar or anything. The narrator chimes in. Rian is like fire. Once he ignites, there's no stopping him. Give him the smallest spark, and he'll burn with it again and again. 10 minutes later, both are at a table, flipping through books. Chiron asks if Rian really came here to study. Rian replies that it's not like he wants to be a magician anyway. Why read so much? Chiron tells him he's way behind. He never had the chance to study before arriving here. But now, he's gone through 600 history books. He's got the basics down. Rian watches in disbelief as Chiron speeds through the pages, amazed every time. They're the same age, but Chiron just seems so much more grown up. Clearing his throat, Rian says the book he picked is kind of interesting. Reading the preface aloud, he mentions a question he's sure everyone's wondered at least once. If a swordsman fought a magician, who would win? Chiron pauses. He remembers scouring the world to answer that question. Even now, when he closes his eyes, he can picture the towering peaks of Mount Artusna, 6,000 meters high. In those mountains, there's even a man-eating tree that feeds on birds. Rian groans, calling the book boring. Chiron bursts out, insisting it's actually good. Marching over to him, he points out there aren't any illustrations and definitely nothing about sword techniques. Chiron challenges him. How can he judge the book when he hasn't even read a single page? Then asks, so, who wins according to the author? Rian, annoyed, mutters about a fight between a swordsman and a magician, when suddenly Rai appears and declares confidently, obviously, the swordsman wins. Chiron stands up and greets him. Rian, irritated, snaps back. How would he know? Then grumbles, calling him big brother. Ri picks up the book from the table, and Chiron stiffens, worried. Did he overhear their earlier conversation? But Rai stays silent, just watching them, thinking to himself that a steward daring to speak openly to a noble's child wouldn't just get scolded. It'd be a serious offense. Meanwhile, Rian questions Rai. How can he be so sure? Isn't he just taking the swordsman's side because he's one himself? Rai says he didn't think Rian would actually go there. He points out that the answer should be obvious. Just look at the rankings of swordsmen and magicians across the continent. But Rian scoffs. Rankings? Are they seriously basing a battlefield match on some kind of military status? He says that's not how fights work. Turning to Chiron, Rai asks for his opinion. Chiron feels a sudden tension. Rai's hard to read, even on normal days, but right now, there's something deeper going on. Still, he knows he needs to answer carefully. Chiron responds that if both fighters are on the same level, it'd be tough for a swordsman to win once the magician activates their spirit zone. But if the swordsman strikes fast before the magic is cast, then maybe they'd stand a chance. Ri immediately cuts in, saying he's wrong. The magician loses. Chiron suddenly remembers something, while Rian fumes silently. It had always been like this. Whenever Rai didn't like someone, he'd make it a point to crush whatever mattered to them. Ri then shifts gears, saying Chiron seems to enjoy history. He brings up the legendary 5 Dogs armor set and an artifact known to disrupt a mage's spirit zone. He's talking about anti-magic. The narrator explains, a mage's spirit zone is their innate advantage. Entering that space is like stepping into a shark's domain in the ocean. But anti-magic? It stirs those waters, blinding the shark. It strips away the mage's edge entirely. If even a spirit zone can't make contact with it, then technically anyone equipped with an artifact carrying that kind of ability should be able to stand against it. But that's just a theory. Anti-magic, after all, originates from the mana in a dragon's heart, an incredibly rare and special power. It also works more like a wave, and no matter how much you pour into it, the results barely budge. Even Yakra, the one who mastered the wave equation, could only draw out about 65% of the power that the Five Gods armor set was capable of. Rai cuts in, pointing out that each piece of that armor costs more than what an entire kingdom earns in a year. Rian, clearly confused, asks how a swordsman could be more powerful in all this. Ri, sounding full of himself, explains that the problem lies in the fact that mages were the ones who invented anti-magic in the first place. Rian shoots back. Why would a mage create something that undermines their own power? Ri laughs it off. He says there's a huge market for anti-magic. It's a gold mine. Mages are lining up, begging to be the test subject for this stuff. So why spend a fortune on some rare artifact when the source itself is willing? He leans in and tells them flat out, mages are a pitiful bunch, selling out their own kind just to make money. Rian snaps, saying he's going too far. But Chiron chimes in coldly, saying that's exactly what a mage is, then turns to Rai to continue. Just like Rai said, anti-magic was invented by mages themselves. Originally, it was developed to restrict magic use in forbidden zones, and it's still used effectively in magic academies as a training tool. Sure, it can be turned against mages, but it was created as a gift of intellect, willingly given up for the greater good. Chapter 10. That's why Chiron argues it's unfair to claim swordsmen are superior based on that alone. Rian can't help but chuckle quietly. Rai catches it and, just before leaving, throws one last line, ideals are nice, but reality doesn't care. A mage still loses to a swordsman in a real fight. Once Rai gone, Chiron casually drops to the ground, muttering he thought he was a goner. Rian wraps an arm around him and laughs, saying he's incredible. It's the first time he's ever seen his brother with that kind of expression, and if words were blades, he'd be the strongest swordsman alive. Rian breathes out, saying he feels completely refreshed. Chiron quietly reflects. Rai might be right that ideals and reality don't always align. But having a mind brave enough to test even one's own flaws, that's something else. 6 months later, someone is finishing a report in the library, sipping tea. Timur notes that it wrapped up sooner than expected. A gray-haired butler agrees. It's a relief the relocation was moved up by 6 months, and even more so that the dusty archives of the last 2 decades have finally been sorted. He then hesitates, wondering aloud if it's a waste to let go of someone so capable. Maybe they could find a reason to extend the contract. But Timurin cuts him off, telling him to stop rambling and just focus on the report. The butler bows and addresses him formally as deputy butler. Timurin quietly sips his tea. Meanwhile, Chiron flips the final page of a thick book. He muses, turning a book over is easy, but flipping it after reading every page. Now that feels like something out of a dream. Just then, Rian bursts into the library, shouting for Chiron. He hears the job's done and asks if he hasn't gone home yet. Rian, surprised, asks if he really finished. Chiron answers simply, there's nothing left to read here. At least, not on this side. As Rian pulls him into a hug, he thanks him deeply. Rian praises Chiron, calling him amazing. Before leaving, Chiron asks if he can come over to Rian's house sometime. Rian stares at him, surprised, and asks if he's being serious. Chiron wonders aloud if it's really that shocking. Rian tears up, admitting he always kept a friendship under wraps, and it made him feel a bit down. So hearing Chiron say that caught him off guard. Chiron, pressing a finger to his cheek, thinks maybe he regrets that too. He figures the place they spend the most time together is the school library. Rian, suddenly thrilled, calls out to Chiron, and the butlers come to greet them. Rian compliments them on their work and reflects on how little personal time he and Chiron actually get together. They've been living like this all year, and lately, he's gotten curious about Chiron's everyday life too. Rian tells Chiron it's a good day to visit because no one from his family is home right now. As they walk up, Chiron is struck by the sheer size of the own family estate and mutters that it's kind of intimidating. He asks Rian if it's really okay to just walk through the front door like this. Rian reassures him. His family won't be back until later this afternoon. Looking around, Chiron notes how quiet and massive the place is. Rian casually tells him that only the staff is here right now. As they pass a huge door, Chiron wonders if that's just a room entrance, or if one room here might be bigger than his entire house. It's clear to him that Rian really is from a rich family, even though he never acts like it. Rian then leads him to his room. Chiron is stunned. It's the smallest room in a long hallway, but still incredibly spacious. Rian opens the door, welcoming Chiron in. Chiron takes one look and jokingly asks if this is some kind of training center. As he surveys the cluttered room, he thinks it reminds him of the kind of lodge he'd crash at after an intense training session. Yet this is where Rian actually lives. Music plays in the background, annoying Rian. Frustrated, he tosses a deck of cards in the air, declaring that he's done playing. He lost again. Chiron asks for another round. Rian eyes him, suspicious, and accuses him of using some kind of spirit zone trick. Chiron shoots back, asking what Rian thinks he is. Then he casually mentions that he tends to move his card outward whenever he draws an ace, and Rian always takes a little longer to place his bets when that happens. It's pretty easy to tell if it's a pair or not, Chiron says casually, making Rian stare at him in disbelief. How do you even notice stuff like that? Rian asks. Chiron shrugs and replies that sometimes just observing without overthinking leads to better results. Instead of zoning in on one tiny habit, he watches everything a person does. That's how he figures out their next move. Rian, clutching his head in frustration, says he's trying to do exactly that. Look at the big picture, not the little stuff. He wonders aloud if that kind of awareness could help him awaken his schema. Chiron answers that it's what helped him enter the spirit zone. Even now, he says he kind of gets it, but at the same time, he kind of doesn't. Looking out the window, Chiron smiles and says, "This is fun." He grabs a book from a nearby shelf and asks Rian if he can borrow it. Lately, he's been tired of nothing but history books, and it's been a while since he's touched any fiction. But before he can finish his thought, he sees Rian, already asleep at the table. Chiron glances toward him, then pauses. Didn't he say his family wouldn't be back until the late afternoon? Just then, the sound of a piano drifts through the mansion. He stiffens. There's only one person who could be playing that piano, Rian's older sister, Reina Ogent, the court pianist. Suddenly, she appears, catching sight of Chiron hiding behind the door. "How was the sonata?" she asks. Chiron freezes, realizing he's been spotted. He nervously answers, "It was really good." His mind races, trying to figure out what to do next. Reina steps closer, eyeing him with curiosity. "First time seeing you here. Are you one of the new hires?" Chiron quickly replies that he's been in charge of organizing the library. Says he's been at it for a year now. She raises an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're that guy? I heard not just anyone can organize the books there. You must be pretty sharp." Then she asks, "Have you ever played piano?" Chiron immediately thinks he needs to stay alert. She's a pro, and she uses schema when she plays. "No, not at all," he replies, keeping his tone even. He also recalls something Rian said. The person with the worst personality in the entire mansion is his sister. Reina gestures to the spot beside her. "Come on, sit here. I'll teach you." Chiron hesitates, wondering if he should go along with it. But she smiles and says, "It's fine. No one's going to scold you. I gave you permission." He watches her carefully, thinking, Reina won't take no for an answer, and Chiron knows he's in no position to refuse. He sits beside her, thinking this might be the only time he ever gets to sit in front of a piano like this. She starts explaining the basics, introducing him to the keys, the music sheet, and how to read the symbols. Then, guiding his fingers over the keys, she tells him to try pressing these three together. As he follows along, Chiron thinks the reverb feels nice. He tentatively asks if he can try actually playing something, quickly adding an apology like he's overstepping. "It probably won't sound very good," he says. "That's how everyone starts," she replies calmly. Curious, she watches as he begins to play. Chiron tries a few chords beyond what she just showed him, and her eyes widen. He's getting every single note wrong, yet there's not a shred of hesitation in how he presses the keys. It's strange. He's completely off, but in a way that still mirrors the feeling of the piece she played earlier. It's almost like he's imitating the essence of her performance. Then something shifts. Chiron's eyes gleam with a different hue as he slips into the spirit zone. Symbols, musical terms, and notes begin to fall into place in his vision, matching the chords he's playing. He adjusts instinctively, and now the music starts to sound accurate. Reina stares at him, astonished. "What was that?" she whispers to herself. This isn't a performance, but he's tapping into something deeper. Insight that hits the core. Why is he a butler? Chiron finishes playing and quietly apologizes. Before anything else can be said, a loud voice breaks the moment. Do you two have to be this loud? It's Rian, storming in. He tells his sister to take a break if she's home, and then turns to Chiron. Why are you being noisy? Reina looks between them. Wait, do you two know each other? Chiron quickly shakes his head. No, he says, worried their friendship might get exposed. But Rian doesn't hold back. He's my friend, he declares. Chiron stumbles backward, panicked. What are you doing? Rian just shrugs. Gremlin or not, she's got a rotten personality, but she doesn't care about this kind of thing. That logic doesn't make any sense to Chiron, and he's not convinced at all that she wouldn't care. Reina turns to Chiron. So your name is Chiron, huh? She gently places a hand on his shoulder. If Rian says you're his friend, then that's good enough for me. He can be a bit of a mess, but he owns what he says. Reina turns to Chiron and asks softly, what were you thinking about while playing? She genuinely wants to know. Rian chimes in, half joking. Were you doing it just because you thought she was losing her mind? Chiron, overwhelmed, thinks all his logic built over 16 years is falling apart. She doesn't even care that she's become friends with someone like him. A peasant. Pointing both hands toward Reina, Chiron turns to Rian and says, why did you lie? Your sister is actually really nice and kind. Rian is stunned. Don't be fooled, he warns. She could snap any second and swallow you whole. Reina leans close to Chiron and whispers, my little brother's so childish. I'm just glad he has a friend like you. Chiron quickly replies, I'm the one who owes him. Reina giggles, calling Chiron cute. Rian groans. If you think he's so cute, why not just keep him? Make him part of the family while you're at it. Reina raises an eyebrow. Oh, so you're that close to him that you wouldn't mind handing him your sister? Rian crosses his arms. She's not exactly a prize. But before he can react, both Chiron and Reina grab him by the collar. She wrestles him to the ground while berating him, and Chiron just watches, thinking, every time I think I understand nobles, they become even more confusing. Lying on the floor, Rian looks up and groans. Why did you even come home anyway? Didn't you just take a break? While drying her hands, Reina answers, Ree's taking his certification test, so I came to pick him up. We leave tomorrow. Grandpa went to visit an old friend and won't be back until later. Rian's eyes widen. Wait, the gap between us is that big. Narrator. The certification license is a continental standard for both mages and swordsmen. It's not just recognized in the kingdom. It holds value across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 people apply, but fewer than 30 ever pass. Those who graduate from special institutions like the Althea's Magic Academy can still become grade 10 non-certified mages. By earning achievement points through associations or guilds, they can work their way up the ranks. But where money and prestige exist, people always follow. Despite the non-certified route, the certification test remains in high demand. And now, Rian is set to take that elite test at just 18 years old. Back in the room, Rian sighs. Geniuses really are different. They've got the whole family behind them. Reina gently pats his head and says, top of form. She's getting ready to cook dinner. It's a seafood dish straight from the royal castle, and she insists on preparing it herself. As she glances at Chiron, she softly says it was nice meeting him and hopes they can see each other again. Chiron wishes her a pleasant day, wondering to himself if he'll ever get the chance to see her again. After all, she's leaving the mansion tomorrow. Curious, Chiron turns to Rian and asks if his older sister has a boyfriend. Rian stares at him, stunned. Grinning mischievously, Chiron laughs and says he was just asking for fun, then quickly tells Rian to forget he said anything. But Rian takes off, yelling for his sister. Chiron realizes too late that he let his emotions slip out, feeling a pang of regret. Rian, now shouting, announces to Reina that Chiron wants to know if she has a boyfriend. The nearby maids freeze, surprised by the outburst. Chiron rushes over and clamps his hand over Rian's mouth, trying to shut him up. Embarrassed, Reina tells the maids to ignore them. They're just fooling around. Meanwhile, a brown-haired man wearing glasses peeks out from behind a corner, watching. He tells the maids the poison has been fully removed, so it's time to start steaming. He then speaks to the black-haired man standing behind him, Hannes, asking if the young master has a visitor. Hannes, the head butler, replies there wasn't anything scheduled, but now that he sees him, the guest seems familiar. Suddenly, recognition strikes him. The head butler then orders Hannes to find Temurin and bring him to his office immediately. Deep in the jungle, Rian is training hard. His instructor tells him to take a 10-minute break, noting how fired up Rian has gotten lately. It's been a year since he last showed this kind of energy. The instructor figures things will change once Rian enters the royal palace. But there's a problem: schema. Just then, Rian hears someone calling out to him. A butler approaches, telling him that Lady Reyna has summoned him back to the mansion. Rian casually lifts his water bottle, saying if it's about his brother, he's not interested. She can do what she wants. But when the temporary butler says Chiron's in danger and could actually die, Rian chokes on his water, eyes wide. Alarmed, he jumps to his feet, demanding to know why. He thought Chiron was supposed to be leaving today. The butler explains that head Butler Lewis filed a report to the family head, and whatever's happening, it's because of Chiron's connection to Rian. Rian quickly throws on his jacket, urgency written all over him. He says he's heading to see his father. When asked why, he answers plainly. The butler named Chiron as his friend, and it looks like his father somehow found out. Rian believes if he speaks up for him, their father might let it go. He promises to resume training later, but the instructor, with a serious tone, says he might not get the chance. Rian looks back, confused, until the instructor hands him a sword. Back at the mansion, Chiron stands before the powerful head of the Ogent family. The verdict? Execution. Whispers spread among the maids. How could this have happened? A commoner daring to get close to a noble? Even without knowing much, he should have known better. The family head reviews a document while Reyna calls out to him, asking to speak. But he cuts her off, asking if there's really more to say. He reads aloud from the paper, testimonies from multiple staff members, all stating how irresponsibly Chiron treated Rian. Turning to Chiron, he reminds him of the contract he signed and asks if he has anything to add. Chiron, visibly nervous, says he has one question. What will happen to the young master if they truly are friends? Another butler scoffs, saying Chiron doesn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. He should be begging for mercy. Reyna watches silently, surprised that even now, Chiron's worried about Rian. The family head demands to know how Chiron dares to ask such a thing. Foolishness, he says. That's what you get from a commoner. Did he really think his connection with a noble would mean anything? With a deep breath, Chiron replies, it's true. He and Rian are friends. They've been close for a year, and nothing will change that. The other butlers are outraged. One of them shouts, asking why Chiron isn't afraid. The family head eyes him suspiciously. Maybe this kid doesn't take the Ogent name seriously after all. He orders the head butler to handle the matter immediately, but to keep everything quiet. Reyna steps forward again, pleading for her father to listen. But he shuts her down, shouting that Chiron has already confessed. He's made his choice, and so has the head of the family. As the family head declares his final decision, he warns, once it's made, there's no turning back. One orange-haired butler, uneasy, hesitantly asks if this isn't going too far. The gray-haired butler beside him answers coldly, no need for everyone to fall because of one person. This household is their entire world, and to protect it, even the smallest signs of trouble must be eliminated. Someday, he says, Rian will understand and thank them for this decision. Just then, Rian bursts through the doors, shouting that he won't allow it. Reyna calls out his name in relief. Rian storms in, voice sharp, demanding to know who dared to try executing one of his friends, with his supposed permission. His father calmly replies, it was him. Rian pushes back hard, saying Chiron didn't do anything worth dying for. All he did was become his friend. But his father answers sternly, he doesn't need to commit a crime to be sentenced. The lives of nobles are tangled in responsibilities Rian can't even begin to understand. Their family is managing delicate affairs, and Rian, as a noble son, enjoys privileges born from that complexity. Rian fires back. What good are those privileges if he has to sacrifice a friend? His father asks if he really wants to know why someone like Chiron must die. Being friends with a noble implies equality. And does Rian truly believe that a commoner sees him as an equal? He continues, this world is full of people looking to exploit nobles. That's why he can't trust just anyone. So, if Rian insists they're truly friends, prove it. Chiron stands frozen, struggling to find words. If he fails to prove it, everything ends here. With a trembling voice, he says his feelings. But how does one prove that? Words feel empty. Rian thinks, if he were in Chiron's place, he would have crushed the opposition without hesitation. But when he meets Chiron's eyes, something shifts. That gaze, it's sharp, absorbing everything, just like when they sparred. He remembers what Chiron once said, Sometimes focusing too much on the details makes you miss the bigger picture. Chiron never just targets the little things. He sees the opponent as a whole. And when he shows his hand, he reveals the truth of their intentions. Rian refocuses. He needs to see the full picture. This person in front of him, standing before him, is not just his father. It's the second-class noble and head of the House of Ogent. A black-haired man of noble blood, a certified grade 4 knight. This isn't some simple argument between a father and his son. It's a formal clash, one where titles, power, and principles are on the line. Chiron grips his sword tightly. This isn't just tension, it's a duel. 30 minutes earlier, back at the training grounds, Rian had told his instructor that his friend's life was in danger. The instructor, confused at first, realized he meant the boy from the library. A commoner. Rian, surprised, admitted he never knew what kind of person Chiron really was. But that didn't matter. He said if he could connect with someone through a clash of swords, then that person could be his friend, noble or not. The instructor asked if he even understood what mattered most to a noble. That anything threatening the family's place in society had to be eliminated. No questions asked. Did Rian ever consider the burden Chiron carried, being treated like a bug, after he casually befriended him? He warned Rian not to move forward, but Rian wouldn't back down. He wasn't going to sit there and do nothing. After all, he was the one who asked Chiron to be friends first. He wasn't going to run. He didn't want to be the kind of person who gives up and hides. The instructor, watching him closely, thought Rian had heart. He was full of fire, honest and brave. But those qualities alone wouldn't make him a master swordsman. Still, he believed in him. Quietly, he rooted for him. He held out a sword to Rian, saying if he was ready to carry it home, then he would let him go. But if he couldn't handle it, if he wasn't prepared to fight, then he wasn't going anywhere. Rian accepted it without hesitation. He promised never to forget this favor. And he asked the instructor to remember something too, that giving up on a friend is like giving up a part of yourself. Back in the present, Rian stands firm. This is more than a clash. It's a sword fight with everything at stake. He laughs to himself, impressed. It had to be his father. He almost got him there. Now he declares he'll prove it. But they are friends, because he truly believes in Chiron, in who he is, in his existence. Rian declares that he is Chiron's friend, and that alone proves Chiron is truly his. But his father's patience wears thin. This isn't just a spat between father and son, he says. The honor of countless nobles is on the line. And if cutting off his own son is the only way to prevent the downfall of their house, then so be it. Reyna tries to intervene, calling out to her father, urging him to stop. But Rian steps forward, calm and resolute. If that's what it takes to protect his friend, he says, then he'll leave this place proudly. His father tells him to draw his sword. If he really believes in Chiron, then he should be ready to stake his life on it. Without hesitation, Rian unsheathes his blade. His father stares at him, stunned. He would even raise his sword against his own blood. But Rian calmly lifts it, not in attack, but in front of his eyes. This sword, he says, isn't raised at his father. It's a symbol of his conviction. How can he claim to form bonds with other nobles if he can't even treat a true friend with respect? Or maybe, he wonders aloud, he only keeps people beneath him around to feel superior? His father accuses him of being blinded, manipulated. He turns to Chiron, asking, was it you? Did you poison his mind into thinking a noble and a commoner could be equals? Chiron steps forward. No, he answers. He didn't twist anything. Rian tells Chiron to stay back. He'll protect him. But Chiron cuts in sharply. He's not hiding behind anyone. He's not responsible for everything. But he'll take responsibility for what he must. He says he knew, from a moment he chose to be Rian's friend, that there would come a day where he'd have to make a choice. Between his life and that friendship. And if this is where he dies, then so be it. He has no regrets. Rian, now in tears, yells back. That's exactly what he means. Even if the world turns its back on them, even if he's cast out, they'll still be friends. Reyna watches them, eyes brimming. Maybe others see them as immature, but they're still human. They have hearts. They feel. And a friend like that, a friend who stands firm, no matter what, everyone deserves at least one like that. Or deep down, they wish they had a friend like that. Head Butler Lewis stares at the scene, seething. Meanwhile, Reyna and Rian are both caught off guard when their grandfather suddenly lets out a chuckle. He calls the whole situation fantastic. Never expected such a spectacle at his age. But, he adds, being young truly is a blessing. Reyna glances at her grandfather, relief washing over her. If it's Grandpa, then maybe everything will be okay. Their father turns to him, surprised. Reyna had said he wouldn't be arriving for a few more days. But the old man, Clump Ogent, the previous family head, laughs again and says he came early. His friend ran off with a maiden, after all. Hearing that, Chiron's eyes go wide. That friend, he realizes, is Thormia's general, a grade 3 swordsman. Clump, now seated, looks around and says this house hasn't changed. It's still full of noise and passion. Youth, he repeats, is a wonderful thing. Their father grumbles that it's not so wonderful right now. The family's reputation is in shambles. But Clump waves it off. No need to jump to conclusions, he says. He's been observing quietly for a while, and it's clear that everyone here has something they need to express. So before judging if the family has lost face or not, they should hear each other out. First witness, Reyna Ogent. She steps forward and states that she only met Chiron yesterday. But from that brief encounter, it was clear he's bright and capable. He completed all the terms of his contract and was due to leave today. Given how things unfolded, she doesn't believe he approached Rian with any sort of ill intent. And in her view, nothing he did has brought shame to the family. Next, Clump turns to the second witness, his second grandson, Rai Ogent. Rai groans and glares at his grandfather. I don't like you, he mutters. Their father watches proudly. He knows Rai won't let him down. But then Rai casually shrugs and says the issue doesn't concern him. His father stares, dumbfounded, as Rai continues. Yeah, doesn't like the kid, but who Rian chooses to befriend. That's his own business. He just wants all this wrapped up so they can head to the royal palace. Clump chuckles, saying this is exactly why there's no place like home. Then he suggests they hear from someone who's observed Chiron the longest, the third witness. Deputy Butler Tamura. Timiran glances at the head butler, reading his thoughts. He knows the head butler is well aware. They aren't people who usually voice opinions, but rather people who act, who simply carry out their master's will. Timiran calmly states that Chiron completed every task given to him with perfection, and even finished his assignment 6 months ahead of schedule. Head butler Louis leans in, whispering, asking what Timiran thinks he's doing. But Clump interrupts, asking Timiran directly, did he know Chiron and Rian were friends? Timiran replies that he only knew Chiron spent a lot of time around the young master, but didn't realize they were friends. Still, he adds, if Chiron had been an ordinary boy, there's no way he could have handled sorting through 10,000 books the way he did. Chiron looks at Tamura, surprised. Reyna watches with hope in her eyes. The mood in the room is shifting. Now, the only one still trying to punish Chiron is their father. Clump firmly says he cannot approve this relationship. Their father reacts immediately, calling out to him in frustration. Reyna, just as upset, shouts for her grandfather to stop. Clump continues. He acknowledges that Rian and Chiron see each other as friends, but that has to end here. If their bond continues, rumors will spread. In time, Chiron could become a target, used as a weak point by their political rivals. Their family holds high positions in the kingdom. Rian's own certification test is just around the corner. With so many households depending on him, Clump says his hands are tied. Still, he turns to Chiron with respect. He calls him a clever young man and says he believes Chiron will understand what needs to be done. Reyna watches him with concern. Rian grips his sword tightly, staring furiously at his grandfather. Clump observes Rian's fierce spirit, but wonders why he can't grasp the gravity of his words. He knows, behind all this is the burden of countless lives tied to their name. Finally, he asks Chiron directly, what does he think? Chiron quietly closes his eyes, then responds. He thanks Clump for showing his naive grandson what real friendship is. But he says he can't end it here. His words catch everyone off guard. Clump, Rai, Reyna, even their father, are stunned. Chiron looks up. He says that if he's ever a burden to Rian, he's fine with never seeing him again. But even then, Rian will still be his friend. That fact won't change. And if Clump can respect that much, he'll follow any command given to him. Rian, burning with emotion, clenches his sword. He feels ashamed. Deep down, part of him had felt relieved that Chiron might not be executed. But Chiron understood something much deeper. Turning your back on a friend is the same as turning your back on yourself. Rian lifts his sword again. This was never up for debate. With conviction, he shouts, I hereby declare. But before he can finish, Reyna rushes in, calling out to him. She doesn't understand what Rian is up to, but chooses not to intervene. Rian slams his sword into the ground, sits down with it, and declares that from this moment on, the third son of the Ogent family will become Chiron's sword. His father trembles with fury and yells at him, calling him a fool. The narrator chimes in, explaining the roots of the Knight's Oath. Back when the Kingdom of Thoria was born in a time of endless war and fractured lands, it was Adolf I, the mightiest of all, who unified them and founded Thormia. Yet, with mighty neighboring nations still a threat, he made a strategic move. Instead of wiping out the defeated rulers, he let them keep their territories. In this compromise, the Knight's Oath was born. Knights pledged themselves as a single sword to their chosen master, and in return, they were given noble titles. That was the beginning of the knightly code and the rise of nobility. Breaking that vow meant losing all honor, falling lower than even a wild dog. Rian turns to his parents and asks what they think. He knows there's no one doing this choice now. Nearby, Lu tells his instructor that it seems he's made quite a dramatic entrance this time. Chiron sits beside Rian, holding his hands, asking softly what he's doing. Clump bursts in, thrilled, saying if Rian's claiming to be someone's sword, then surely that someone must be incredibly worthy. Isn't that right? Could it be that the boy truly shines with brilliance? Rian and Chiron give him a long, silent look. Clump asks if they see that glow too, because he's not sure he sees it in himself. Rian chuckles and gets to his feet. A sword doesn't judge, he says. It only protects. The butlers glance at Clump, stunned into silence as he laughs. He shrugs and says he has to act at least this boldly if he's aiming for the top. Amused, Clump stands, teasing Rian that for someone with such lousy sword skills, he sure talks a big game. Then he turns to Chiron, rests a hand on his shoulder, and says everything's settled now. He adds that although he's still a rough-edged blade, he'll never turn against him. He entrusts Rian to Chiron's care. Chiron nods, thanking him for his trust. Turning to the head butler, Clump says that since these two have become sworn sword brothers, he can't let him walk away like this, and tells him to prepare the carriage. That same carriage, meant to take Chiron home, is now sent to fetch his parents instead. The two butlers bring them over, sharing a pleased glance. Chiron, watching all, thinks to himself how impossible it is to ever guess what nobles are truly thinking. Rian bursts out laughing, feeling relieved. He asks Chiron if he caught a glimpse of his family's reactions. Chiron responds by bringing up the Knight's Oath, saying there was no need to go that far for him. Getting to his feet, Rian tells him it wasn't because they were friends. He says Chiron isn't like his older brother. He has a presence, a way of drawing people in. And that's the kind of person worth staking his life on. Chiron, bewildered, asks why he's saying all this again. It's only making him feel more pressured. But if Rian really wants to protect him, then he'll need to work a whole lot harder. At that, Rian suddenly throws up and groans, saying Chiron hit him right where it hurts. Just then, Reyna enters the room and asks if it's true that Rian swore a knight's oath to become Chiron's sword. She looks over at Rian, who's now sprawled on the floor, and asks why he's like this. Rian tells her to leave. Chiron speaks up, saying she actually helped a lot earlier and asks her to stay. She agrees and says she's brought intel from the opposition. He asks what their father and grandfather are doing now. Sitting down on the bed, she tells them that they're furious, that pulling the Knight's Oath card has them scrambling to revise their plans. She says their father is now seriously considering enrolling both Rian and Chiron in the Raisen Swordsmanship Academy. She turns to Chiron and asks if he told them he had ridiculous talent with the sword. Chiron stammers, surprised, and says, not to that extent. Reyna tells him straight. Now that he's part of the family, she let them know about his talent. If there's any chance they'll invest in someone, it's going to be him. They're likely counting on his success to secure Rian's future. Rian, boiling, yells at whoever decided to send him off to school without even asking. When is he supposed to get to play with Chiron again? Reyna drives her heel into his back, scolding him for causing such a mess in the first place. Rian mutters that it's pointless anyway. Chiron wouldn't attend a sword academy. He's a mage, and he's already opened his spirit zone. Reyna raises an eyebrow and asks if Chiron really did it, if he actually swore a knight's oath to a future partner. She says there's got to be a limit to how pathetic he can be. Rian snaps, yelling at her to get out. Unbothered, Reyna continues. She points out that Chiron used sthesia, a technique where he synced with his spirit zone to read Rian's movements and gain the upper hand. Chiron nods, confirming it. Surprised, Reyna admits that's some clever thinking. She adds that he must have a pretty dense spirit zone to pull that off. Chiron, caught off guard, quietly asks if that's really true. Reina explains that, at least from what she's learned in school, the more focused you are, the denser your spirit zone becomes. What's really impressive, though, is keeping that level of concentration while wielding a sword. Chiron looks down Chironly while Rian watches him, thinking that with how timid he is, he'll never manage to get a girlfriend like this. Reina tells Rian she's going to talk to Grandpa about Chiron's future and about him possibly attending the Sword Academy. She leaves the room after him. Rian, still frustrated, asks what's going to happen to his teacher. Reina casually tells him that Kite already knows about everything. He ended the contract yesterday and plans to say his goodbyes in the morning. Rian looks at his teacher's sword, deep in thought, already feeling the loss. Just then, a butler enters and respectfully addresses Chiron as young master, saying his parents have arrived and are waiting in the reception room. The family head has given permission for Chiron to meet them first if he'd like. Reina gently asks what he wants to do. Chiron replies that he'll go right away. As he rushes down the stairs, the gray-haired butler warns him to be careful. The steps are steep. Chiron says there's no need for all this formal treatment. They can talk to his parents just like before. He hasn't suddenly become noble. The older butler insists he shouldn't say things like that. The orange-haired one jokes that if they did, their heads would be on the line. Chiron laughs softly and promises he won't tell a soul. He pushes open the door to the reception room and sees his mother and father. Immediately, he runs to them. Looking at them, he realizes how thin they've gotten. They must have spent countless sleepless nights, terrified they'd never see him again. Alina breaks into tears and tells him not to worry. They've been eating and doing fine. Vincent begins to cry as well and chokes out. Vincent, overwhelmed, asks why Chiron called him in the first place. He should have just come home after finishing his job. He nervously wonders if the nobles are keeping him here against his will. Chiron quickly assures him it's nothing like that. He's been given a really good opportunity. When they ask what he means, Chiron explains everything. Their jaws drop in disbelief. They burst out laughing, not out of mockery, but from sheer disbelief. So you're telling us, they say, that while working at a noble's library, you somehow became friends with the young master, and he made a knight's oath with you, and now you've even gotten permission to stay close to him. Vincent, eyes welling with tears, tells him to be honest. He says a smart kid like Chiron would never be delusional on his own. Someone must be taking advantage of him. Chiron calmly says it's all true. He reminds them how people always say that once someone enters a noble house, they never come back. He wanted to prove otherwise. Just then, an announcement rings out. The family head has arrived. Bishop Ogent steps into the room and introduces himself formally. Rian announces proudly, "This is Chiron, my sword." Reina steps forward and adds, "And I'm the eldest daughter of the Ogent family. I've heard a great deal about you." Chiron's parents are stunned, quickly bowing their heads and introducing themselves as his mother and father, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of such high-ranking nobles. Reina, noticing their surprise, gently asks if Chiron didn't explain things to them already. Vincent, still shaken, quietly asks if everything Chiron said is actually true. Later, seated at the dining table, Vincent stares into space while Olina whispers in awe about all the different forks in front of her. Everyone seated around the sofa, sipping tea. Vincent's hand trembles as he holds his cup, his mind racing. He wonders if he truly understands what a knight's oath means. There's no way nobles would show this much kindness to the family of a woodsman, unless something very serious was going on. Finally, voice trembling, Vincent speaks up. He says he's grateful the young master thinks so highly of his son, but he's also scared. He can't believe someone from a noble family like the Ogents would really take such a vow for Chiron. Bishop calmly responds, "I'll admit, it is unusual, but for the Ogent family, one that holds military values above all, a knight's oath is absolute. To reject it over status would stain Rian's pride, not Chiron's." He assures them that from now on, their family will speak with honorifics and ask them not to feel uneasy. The Ogents will do everything they can to support Chiron. Kump remarks that it's rare to hear Bishop say anything kind. Bishop shrugs it off, calling him loud. Chiron, watching the exchange, reflects on how someone could make such a calm decision for the sake of their family, being seen as proud and full of conviction, even if it meant taking in a commoner. Yet, fear clearly wasn't something Bishop struggled with. Then, cutting straight to the point, Bishop reveals something surprising. Chiron's son can use a spirit zone. That's not something one can achieve through effort alone. It's a gift granted only to those born with true talent. From what he's gathered, the boy wants to become a mage. If that's the goal, the fastest path to an unofficial mage license would be through Alpheus's Magic Academy, one of the top 5 elite institutions in the kingdom. He clarifies he's not insisting that attending a magic school is the only way to become a mage, but skipping it is generally an option for those without resources, and he wouldn't recommend that route. To meet the standards of the House of Ogent, Chiron would need to attend a place like Alpheus Academy. Clumph narrows his eyes and accuses Bishop of having no sympathy for commoners. Bishop, however, turns to Vincent and explains that if Chiron completes his education at the academy, he will officially become a mage. Vincent, stunned, asks if that means their son could really become one. Then, looking over at Chiron, he admits it feels like a dream. But Bishop quickly shifts to the biggest obstacle, Chiron's identity. Magic schools only accept noble-born children. No exceptions. That's when Clump steps in. He tells them there's only one solution. They want to adopt Chiron into their family. Vincent reacts with visible tension, but Clump explains this was the only idea that came out of their family meeting. His cousin, who is still unmarried and has no children, can add Chiron to his family register. Just a name on paper. Nothing more. They have no intention of taking Chiron away. This would officially make Chiron a noble. Vincent is shaken, replaying those words in his head. His son, becoming nobility. If they go through with this, Chiron would be granted a new identity. Vincent watches Chiron, torn, as if the decision has already been made for him. When Chiron gently places his hands over his parents, he speaks firmly. There's no way he could accept becoming someone else's adoptive son. He's his father's child. That won't change. Raina steps in, trying to reassure him. It would only be a name on paper, she says. His real parents would always remain the same, and this path would help him chase his dream without changing anything else. Clump explains again, this isn't an everyday chance. Becoming a noble is something most could never hope for. But Chiron doesn't hesitate. If it means switching fathers, he'd rather stay a commoner. Clump warns him that without noble status, he won't be accepted into any magic school. Chiron simply replies, then he won't go. Clump fires back, then he can't become a mage. Chiron answers, then so be it. Frustrated, Clump stands up, asking why Chiron's being so stubborn. The world isn't that simple. To move forward, sacrifices are necessary. If he can't give something up, then maybe his dream wasn't that meaningful to begin with. Maybe so, Chiron replies. Vincent's eyes well up. Chiron turns to him, calm and steady. No matter how grand his dream may be, it's a dream rooted in the life his parents gave him. If they're the roots, then his dream is the fruit that grows from them. Everything, his education, his position, the chance to work at the house, came from them. Compared to those countless gifts, this one opportunity is small. To deny his roots now, Chiron says, will be like letting himself wither away. He thanks them for the offer, but to him, he only has 2 parents, those standing before him now. Clump is left speechless, a mix of guilt and a strange admiration running through him. Vincent, overwhelmed, bows his head and pleads for them to take Chiron as their adoptive son. Clump begins to reply, saying he understands, but emphasizes that what Chiron wants also matters in this decision. But Vincent cuts him off. He quietly confesses, Chiron isn't their biological child. Alina gasps, stunned, and asks what he means. Vincent continues. Vincent, with a heavy voice, continues. Though Chiron isn't their biological son, he's certain the boy comes from noble blood. He's simply too remarkable to be anything else. Raina and Clump stare in disbelief as Vincent explains that if Chiron becomes part of a noble house, he's not abandoning his roots. He's returning to where he truly belongs. Bishop watches quietly, questioning if that's really the case. Deep down, it seems everyone had suspected it. Chiron doesn't resemble his parents at all. But if this isn't a moment of emotional collapse, it certainly feels like a father surrendering his son. Chiron turns to Vincent, shocked. What are you doing? How can you say that? The adults begin to speak, but Vincent cuts through the noise, looking away as he says that Chiron is old enough to learn the truth. Suddenly, Vincent turns back to Chiron and asks if he truly believed he didn't already know. The only reason he never said anything is because a person only gets one real mother and father in this world. He wanted that to stay true for both of them. Were you trying to give me 6 parents? Chiron fires back, frustration rising. Vincent says he just doesn't want his son to throw away his future because of him. Chiron explodes. Who said I'm giving up on anything? He insists that if he keeps pushing forward, his moment will come. He's not letting go of his dream. But has his father ever stopped to think about how he feels? How could he ask him to be abandoned by his parents not once, but twice? Through tears, Vincent begs for forgiveness, telling him he's his whole world. Bishop sighs, saying that sometimes the sacrifices made for a child end up hurting the parent the most. Clump agrees. Raising a child isn't easy, especially doing it alone. He asks Bishop if he hadn't endured the same struggle. Bishop runs a hand over his face, staring at the crying boy before him. Then, almost hesitantly, he brings up something he's heard. Althea's academy offers special consideration cases. Maybe there's another way in. Vincent, defeated, questions what someone like him could possibly do. Althea's is famously rigid, but Bishop presses him. Isn't there still someone he knows there? Someone who owes him favor? Vincent scoffs, saying the man in charge is the kind who clings to rules like a lifeline. Could he really be convinced? Bishop just grins and says, well, stubbornness isn't always a weakness. I used it too. Clump remarks how Bishop once used that same stubborn streak to force the position of family head onto him. Bishop just shrugs, saying it was all for his own good. 3 days later, Chiron reflects on how, thanks to the family head support, his family has been allowed to stay at the Ojin estate. Rian is set to leave for the Swordsmanship Academy, and while his father still seems burdened with guilt, Chiron worries how long he can keep pushing through. For the first time, he and Rian have a quiet moment to themselves. That morning, Chiron sees Rian crying uncontrollably. He tells him to stop, but Rian sobs even harder, saying he can't help it. Once he gets on that carriage, he'll be gone to the Swordsmanship Academy. He pleads to wait another year, just like Chiron. But Chiron reminds him, there's no guarantee he'll even get accepted through the special admission. They should meet up during breaks and promise to write to each other every day. Rian wipes his tears and makes Chiron promise he has to become a mage, and Rian will become the strongest knight. He swears to protect Chiron and be the sword that defends his path. Before the moment gets too sentimental, Reyna whacks Rian on the back of his head, scolding him to focus on graduating first. She admits she's actually most worried about him and tells Chiron not to stress too much. Just enjoy the time he has left with his family. Her grandfather will make sure he gets into the academy. Chiron thanks her quietly, grateful. Reyna watches him and thinks to herself, he's an unusual kid. At first, she just saw him as a sweet younger brother, but now she realizes how deeply thoughtful he is. That unshakable belief he held onto in front of all those adults, it was admirable. She starts to say something about when he graduates, but stops herself, smiling. There's no point saying it now. He's still a child stepping into a brand new world, the world of magic. Reyna gives him a bright smile and tells him they'll both do their best. He will become a mage. Chiron nods, then asks her to take care of Rian. As Rian climbs into the carriage, still crying, he turns to wave. Chiron waves back. A short while later, Chiron rides away in a different carriage, sitting beside his parents. As the wheels begin to turn, he looks out the window and catches one last glimpse of Rian. As the carriage pulls away, Rian shouts out through his tears, when you get into the Magic Academy, destroy them all. Chiron laughs and calls back, you too. The narrator cuts in, stating that this moment, this fateful meeting between two fiery-hearted boys, would later be remembered as the spark that shattered the structure of the world. Their carriages speed off in different directions, while nearby, a sparrow glances at her nest one last time before flying into the sky. Meanwhile, at Althea's Magic Academy, Clump places his teacup and saucer gently on the table. After 30 minutes of silence, he finally speaks, saying the long pause must mean there's a good chance of a yes. The headmaster, seated across from him, sighs. Despite being close friends for over 50 years, he admits he just can't grant the request. Clump leans forward, irritated, reminding him of all the trouble he went through because of him back in their youth. The headmaster chuckles, noting that if Clump's throwing around empty praise like this, it must be something serious. As he pours tea into his own cup, he explains that special admissions weren't designed to be backdoors for nobles. They get flooded with requests every year, and even these slots come with strict requirements. Clump scowls silently, thinking about the half hour he wasted waiting. But he breaks into a grin, telling him this case is different. This boy is something else. The headmaster studies him, surprised. It's been a long time since he's seen Clump with that kind of expression. Clump leans in, saying he's not asking for a favor on behalf of some underachiever. This boy is a friend of his youngest grandson, and he's incredible. Then he asks, "Do you know what I thought when I first saw him?" The headmaster sips his tea and waits. Clump answers, "I thought I was looking at a younger version of myself." The headmaster pauses, amused. If the kid is really that gifted, then it's strange he's not applying through the regular channels. That alone suggests there's some kind of issue. Clump nods. There is. A big one. He's not a noble. The headmaster's eyes narrow. Is it the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy? Clump recalls Chiron's words, that even if it cost him his life, he'd never regret becoming friends with Rian. That was his first impression. And the way he spoke, so precise, so composed, Clump had assumed the boy was just manipulating the adults around him. But when he made his offer, when Clump had offered him adoption, the boy had responded, "Rejecting my origins now is like asking me to die." He chuckles to himself, then turns to the headmaster and asks, "Tell me, does that even make sense to you, turning down the chance to become a noble?" The headmaster calmly replies that he understands the law of cause and effect. Clump nods. Right, no cause, no effect. But not everyone gets that. They lose their way. Opportunities might show up out of nowhere, but the moment someone denies their foundation, they lose everything. This kid, he never wavers from what he believes is right. He looks the headmaster in the eye and asks, "Doesn't that remind you of someone?" The headmaster responds quietly. When someone refuses to compromise, it means people will see them clearly, judge them clearly. And that's the danger. Clump sighs, watching his friend. You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You did your part. You trained so many gifted students. Isn't it time to let it go? The headmaster lets out a dry laugh. Forgive myself? That would be arrogant. I teach children to make sure no one turns out like me. He gazes out the window. But if that boy really is like I was, there's no telling if he'll follow the same dark path. Clump speaks softly now. Alpheus, you were a genius. One born maybe once in a century. They called you the light of the Milch family. Sure, you stumbled, maybe nearly lost everything. But you came back. And now here you are, headmaster of an academy tucked away in the countryside. Alpheus smiles faintly. Heaven must have lent a hand. And somehow, the fool with no talent ended up as an official class 3 swordsman. Clump chuckles. Now you're just worried about the future of the Thoria kingdom. Alpheus stands, walking to the window. If there's no cause, there's no effect, he says again. Clump raises a brow. Wait, are you telling me this is fate? You, knowing that boy, the same one who was driven out 4 years ago, meeting him again now. Alpheus laughs. I don't believe in fate, but maybe the talent that was once pushed away by the wall of status simply found another path. And 4 years later, here he is. He turns to Clump. If this is fate, then I'll admit him. Chiron Arian. He'll start in spring. 3 months from now. 3 months later, Chiron steps out of the house, calling for his mom and dad. Chiron, now 17 years old. Chiron hugged his mom tightly, promising he'd be back soon. She called him her sweet boy and said she'd miss him dearly. He smiled and assured her he'd write often. Then, fussing over his appearance, he asked if his hair looked all right. It felt weird since it had never been cut like this before. She chuckled, telling him that Miss Reyna said short hair was now all the rage among the nobles. Just then, Vincent approached, clearing his throat. Aren't you forgetting something? He asked. Chiron groaned, brushing him off. I'm 17 now. A kiss is too much. Vincent raised an eyebrow and said if Chiron wouldn't do it, then he would. He leaned in, kissed Chiron's forehead, and pulled him into a hug. I'm proud of you, son. As they walked together, Chiron asked his father if it was really okay for him to have a house in the city like the family said. Vincent replied, I'm a hunter. Hunters belong in the mountains and forests. Vincent and Olena continued walking with him. Vincent casually mentioned how, no matter how many times they turned down the Ogent family's money, it still kept coming. Chiron thought to himself, everyone's celebrating because I'm going to the Magic Academy, but Dad didn't tell a soul. He figured it was his father's way of protecting him, making sure no one could use him against their family. Temirin. Soon, Temirin told him it was time to board the carriage. They'd escort him to the academy. Standing at the door, Chiron waved goodbye. That's how it all began, my first day at the Magic Academy. Inside the carriage, he and Temirin sat awkwardly. When they arrived, Temirin opened the door. Chiron stepped out, eyes wide in amazement. Urin stood nearby and told him, Welcome to Alfeo Wizard School. He added that all material costs would be covered. Chiron just needed to focus on studying. Chiron bowed slightly, thanking him and calling him Associate Butler. He admitted he hadn't said it enough, but he truly appreciated all Yurin had done for him. I wouldn't be here without your support, he said earnestly. Yurin looked at him, voice steady. A commoner, no matter how gifted, is still just that, a commoner. You'll never outshine a noble. But remember, not everyone gets a chance like this. As Chiron stepped through the school gates, he already sensed it. Many nobles weren't going to welcome him. But he reminded himself of Yurin's words. He has to endure. If he can push through to the end will come. He looked at Yurin and said with determination, I'll become a mage, no matter what. Temurin then stepped in, asking if he was ready. Follow me. We need to get a registration done. Chiron glanced around, thinking about the reputation of Alpheus's wizard school, known as the Cradle of Geniuses. What will I learn here? Who will I meet? At the academy gate, soldiers stood proudly, announcing in unison to the incoming students that they would serve them with honor. Temurin led Chiron to one of the academy's halls and said, I'll be heading off now. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to reach out. Left alone, Chiron glanced around. Someone's supposed to come for me. Should I look around in the meantime? He wandered over to the notice board. Alpheus's wizard school has 10 class levels, he read. There are 420 students in total, and only 30 are in the final graduating class. Only 10 make it each year. The numbers hit him. Just how tough was this place? Just then, a voice called his name. He turned in surprise. Headmaster, he greeted with excitement. The headmaster laughed. We've met before, haven't we? Do you remember? Chiron gave a respectful bow. Thank you for your help back then. No rush. We'll have plenty of time to talk, the headmaster said warmly. Let's walk first. As they walked, the headmaster mentioned the entrance test. Chiron admitted he didn't know anything about it. Don't worry, the headmaster reassured him. It's just a basic evaluation to place you in the right class. Can you enter the spirit zone? Yes, I can, Chiron replied. Incredible, the headmaster said, a bit surprised. He could open the spirit zone on his own. If only we had started his training earlier. Though it was late, he decided he'd teach Chiron the fundamentals himself. But be warned, he added, you'll be taking the test with kids half your age. If we're too early, it might be embarrassing. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed nearby. This place is just as noisy as I remember. It was Clumphogent, the former head of Chiron's family. He offered to give Chiron a quick tour, and together they stepped into a wide hallway. As they walked, Chiron noticed a young student reading a book. The boy glanced up for a moment, raising an eyebrow at Chiron, as if something unusual had just passed by. Meanwhile, the headmaster said. The headmaster gestured toward a classroom. This is where the beginner-level students, from class 10 to 8, have their lessons. Chiron watched in amazement as students zipped through the air, using magic with ease. Some are practicing, others just goofing around. They're all using magic, Chiron muttered, stunned. The headmaster nodded, but said, We're headed somewhere a little different. As they continued down the corridor, they passed by classrooms for higher-ranked students, class 7 to 4. Chiron glanced at two boys around his age deep in discussion. The vibe here is totally different, he thought. They're all about the same age as me, but what are they even talking about? The black-haired student said to the orange-haired one. If you compress enough energy, the ambient temperature can drop below freezing. But wouldn't creating a refrigerant be more efficient? Maybe, the orange-haired boy replied, but that would trigger a faster reverse reaction. How about adjusting the item's scale instead of the energy input? The first boy suggested. Chiron nervously stared at them. Why can't I understand a word of this? We're literally speaking the same language. Suddenly, a small explosion went off nearby. A girl coughed from the smoke and greeted the headmaster. Something happened? He asked. I was experimenting with amplifying sound, she replied, but the output went haywire. The headmaster calmly said, It sounds like your input-output ratio is off. Check the current. Is the electricity balanced? The girl's face lit up. Got it. I'll try again. Thanks. She gave him a thumbs up and hurried back to her experiment. Chiron blinked. He's just letting her try again. Even after that, as more students walked by, he took it all in. This place doesn't even feel real. It's like I've stepped into another world. Passing through another hallway, a large notice board caught his eye. It listed the current rankings for the intermediate class. At the top of the board, A. Karmas. She's not even a first-class noble, Chiron noted, but she's ranked number 1. Everyone listed here has the same magic talent level as me, but she's ahead of all of them. His fist tightened. I want to go for it too. I want to climb to the top. From the very beginning, right here, I'll start over. I'll fight for that top spot. Just then, someone called out a name, Amy. He turned sharply. Did they mean Amy Karmas? He looked toward the voice and saw her, the top-ranked student of the intermediate class. Memories flooded back. The past, the trouble with those thugs, and her voice echoing in his mind. Asking, Chiron recalled where he had first learned magic, and how someone like him, a commoner, could even dream of being here. Just then, Amy turned as a tall girl with long orange hair ran up beside her, grabbing her arm in a Piyu Chiron way. Let's go together, she said cheerfully. Chiron swallowed hard and quickly looked away, hoping Amy hadn't noticed him. The orange-haired girl, still clinging to Amy, asked, Did you see that guy we just passed? He was gorgeous. You think he's new? Oh, he looked kind of old. Maybe he's a transfer. Amy furrowed her brows slightly. Where have I seen him before? She wondered. The girl nudged her. Oh, don't tell me you're interested in him. Amy replied calmly. I'm not into guys, remember? It's not that. He just seemed familiar, that's all. Around them, a few students glanced over curiously. It wasn't every day Amy showed interest in anything or anyone. The narrator added, as the most admired girl in the intermediate class, Amy had turned down more confessions than anyone, from upperclassmen, underclassmen, and even classmates. She was the gold standard. But the only person who knew her buried past was now entering the academy's third testing chamber. Inside the room, the headmaster turned to Chiron. The test isn't over yet, he said. Then, pointing toward a student in the middle of the room, he told Chiron, watch closely. Pay attention to how that student interacts with the spirit zone. He explained, when you enter the spirit zone, the symbols you see on the floor will feel different. That sensation, how you perceive them, helps us understand the size, power, flexibility, and alignment of your spirit zone. Just answer the examiners truthfully. Chiron leaned in, intrigued. This is actually kind of exciting. In the testing area, a blonde man, one of the judges, called out, Kemi, can you use magic? The student stepped forward. I can levitate objects. The judge nodded. Enter the spirit zone. Kemi closed his eyes, took a breath, and then said, I'm in. What's the number farthest from you? The judge asked. 6, Kemi replied. The headmaster turned to Chiron. That means the diameter of his spirit zone is 6 meters. Beside the blonde judge, an older man with brown hair scribbled notes and asked, What color stands out the most to you? Red, Kemi answered. It's like the entire place is glowing red. The older judge nodded. Divergent type, that explains the larger zone for his age. Another examiner, a gray-haired woman, leaned forward. Do you see a tower? Kemi focused. Yes, it's to my left. Then, a fourth judge, a lady with purple hair, began to speak. The purple-haired judge leaned forward and asked Kemi, What temperature do you feel? It's a little hot, Kemi replied. I'm sweating a bit. Kemi stepped down from the platform, beaming with pride. The judge nodded approvingly. Good work. This year's first years are really something. The blonde-haired judge added. His spirit zone measured 12 meters. Impressive. The quality of students keeps rising. The purple-haired judge scribbled a note. Excellent control of spirit zone, though endurance is lacking. She looked up. Next, Chiron Aaron. The headmaster leaned in and told Chiron, Don't feel pressured. Just show them what you've got. I'll do my best, Chiron replied firmly. The blonde-haired judge observed him with interest. So this is the student in the special screening the principal mentioned. Meanwhile, the purple-haired judge scanned his profile. Strange pick. He's older than most first years. Looks like he borrowed a house under the Ogent family name. His background isn't notable either. Probably discovered late. He may seem impressive outside, but here, he'll vanish fast. Can you use magic? The blonde-haired judge asked. Chiron shook his head. I haven't learned any yet. Well, even without formal training, you might be able to do something, the judge replied. The headmaster silently reflected. That's exactly what they'll expect. But magic is just drawing out what already exists in your mind. Noble children are raised surrounded by it. They learn instinctively. But this boy, he started from nothing. Step into the circle, the judge instructed. Try entering your spirit zone. Can you do that? Chiron nodded slowly. I'll try. The judges watched him carefully. At least it doesn't look like nepotism, one of them thought. Chiron closed his eyes and stepped into the zone. After a moment, he whispered, So this is what it's like. Tell us the number farthest from you, the blonde judge asked. Chiron didn't respond. Chiron, the old brown-haired judge, called again. Are you embarrassed? The headmaster spoke gently. It's all right. You're not being graded. We just want to know the best way to guide your growth. Chiron hesitated, then said, I see a number, but it's really long. I can't even read it properly. The blonde judge corrected him. You're not supposed to see it. It's something you feel. No, Chiron replied. That's not what I meant. He could feel it, long, stretching endlessly, and it kept growing. Then the judge told him to begin with the first digit he could make out. Inside his spirit zone, Chiron spotted the massive value as it moved closer. He focused and spoke. It's 3.14. The others turned to him, startled. The purple-haired judge stared at him and said, There's no 3.14 in the sequence we set. Are you sure? Chiron nodded. That's what I see. The purple-haired judge's eyes narrowed. She thought to herself, it's rare for the pi ratio to appear. If it has, that could only mean his zone size has gone beyond the system's limits. Meanwhile, the old lady with brown hair wondered aloud. Did he really exceed 30 meters? She asked Chiron, What's the dominant color you sense? Blue, Chiron answered. It's completely covered in blue. The judges murmured among themselves. Blue? Then it's not a convergent type, but the zone's still this big. The headmaster glanced at a distant spot, muttering Clump's name. So that's why you were so insistent. But this isn't just decent talent. One judge scribbled convergent on a paper, while another noted both hemispheres. Then the gray-haired judge turned to Chiron. How many spheres are around you right now? Chiron glanced around, his thoughts swirling. Are they asking about these? He realized he didn't need to count them one by one. He could feel them. There are 867, he stated. The gray-haired judge reeled in shock. The principal, now clearly uneasy, muttered, This might be dangerous. Adjusting her glasses, the purple-haired judge fixed her gaze on him. You say you're cold right now. How cold exactly? I see, Chiron replied plainly. Really icy. As expected, she muttered. The brown-haired judge stood up. We need to discuss his class placement. New students, wait outside. Chiron and the others exited the room. Inside, the brown-haired judge still looked stunned. What an unusual student. The purple-haired judge asked, How could a student his age have a spirit zone that's over 30 meters wide? She added, Normally, the bigger the zone, the weaker the density. But his is still at 86.7%. The white-haired judge raised an eyebrow. Is he some monk who's been training in seclusion for years? The blonde-haired judge spoke up. Could he be lying? But another answered, 30-meter zone with 90% density from a 17-year-old? That's no lie. But he doesn't even know magic. It just doesn't add up, Mr. Thad argued. Isn't it possible he faked the numbers before reporting them? The purple-haired judge, Sina Alifer, turned to him. Mr. Thad, have you forgotten? There's no reason for a student to lie. Getting into a top class sounds great, but if they can't keep up with the lessons or pass the exams, it'll only set them back. Why bluff when they've come here to learn? She glanced at the others. It seems even the teachers forgot. When pi shows up, it's an error code. No ordinary student could just throw that out to get attention. The headmaster looked thoughtful. So, where should we place him? Sina, a certified rank 6, responded, Class 6 focuses on spirit zone theory and development. Class 5 begins actual magic training. And from what I can tell, that student spirit zone is nearly complete. I recommend Class 5. Mr. Thad quickly objected. I disagree. He's a 17-year-old who doesn't even know basic magic. He could disrupt the class, or worse, let it get to his head. He needs to start with the fundamentals. Sina countered, That might be true, but not every student is like you, Thad. Thad's voice rose. You just want him in Class 5, because that's your class. You're trying to claim him for yourself. And what's wrong with wanting to teach someone with actual talent? Sina snapped back. As the two argued, the brown-haired male judge turned to the headmaster. Thad does have a point. He's clearly gifted, but still young. Maybe starting from Class 10 and building up step by step isn't the worst idea. The brown-haired lady chimed in. But what if that kills his motivation? The age gap in Class 10 might throw him off completely. What if we just hold off on assigning him a class for now? Observe and evaluate. Then the white-haired judge added, Class 7 might be the right fit. It's still high-ranking, just not as intense as Class 5. That includes the foundational lessons on spirit zones as well, the white-haired judge added. If he's truly gifted, we can always consider letting him skip ahead later. The principal nodded thoughtfully. As expected, that makes sense. Then he stood and declared, Chiron will be placed in Class 7. Narration followed. Students at Althea's Academy are sorted into 10 different class levels based on their evaluations. These classes are grouped into 3 main categories. Classes 10 to 8 are elementary, focusing on developing spirit zones from the ground up. Classes 7 to 4 are considered high-ranking, where students begin learning how to apply magic and properly use their spirit zones. The top classes, 3 through 1, are the graduation classes where students undergo intense training to become professional mages. Back at the academy, whispers filled the classroom. Eyes turned toward the new face. Hey, looks like we got someone new in Class 7. Seriously? Straight into an intermediate class? He must be good. He looks kind of old, though, but still not bad looking. Chiron stood at the front of the class. I'm Chiron Arian. Let's get along. The class burst into laughter. Even the teacher looked a bit thrown off, and Chiron felt the sting of embarrassment. So, this is it. I finally made it to a magic school, he thought. Narration resumed. The Althea's magic school runs on a full schedule, 7 days a week, except for weekends. But that's hardly an issue, since most of the campus facilities are conveniently within reach. Classes end at 5 o'clock, and students are free to spend the rest of the day as they wish. Some head to the 24-hour library. Others form research associations based on shared interests. This thirst for knowledge is what fuels the spirit of the academy and gives it its elite reputation. Chiron, flipping through books, felt the pressure. These classes are tough. There's so many subjects and everything's so advanced. But he knew this was expected. After all, many of the nobles here had been studying since childhood. Why they're applauding, and his confidence takes a hit. Narrator continues. The nobles here had been training since they were young, and even they struggled to keep up. So for someone like Chiron, using every tool at his disposal to follow along was essential. As knowledge began to sink in, Chiron felt it unfold in him like a timeline, centuries of learning gradually building inside him. Morning classes wrapped up as the gray-haired teacher announced the end of the session. Chiron's eyes widened when he checked his schedule. Spirit Zone practical this afternoon, but there's no location listed. Scanning the classroom, he wondered who he could ask. His gaze landed on a purple-haired girl. Finally, someone around his age. He approached her. Hey, do you know where the Spirit Zone practical is happening? She blinked at him, caught off guard. You're talking to me? Isn't she a classmate? Chiron thought. She handed him a paper. It's at the 2nd Combined Training Center. He asked for more details, and she added, all intermediate classes train together there twice a week. At the training center, students were filing in and exchanging greetings. A group of younger students eagerly called out to Amy, waving her over to sit with them. Others gathered quickly around her. Chiron observed the scene, a bit stunned. That level of popularity, she's someone I should probably avoid if I can. But with only 2 group training sessions each week, and all levels mixing together, he wondered if staying unnoticed was even possible. The instructor arrived, Romy Atella, a Spirit Zone specialist and certified rank 6. Welcome, she said warmly. I'll be leading your Spirit Zone practicals again this year. Looks like we've got mostly familiar faces and one new student joining us today. Everyone turned to Chiron. This could go badly, he thought. Atella spoke up. Why don't you stand and introduce yourself? Nervously, Chiron stood. His throat tightened. Amy's orange-haired friend scanned the room as he began. I'm Chiron Arian. I just joined Class 7. I hope we can get along. Suddenly, the room broke into polite applause. Chiron froze. Why are they clapping? He wondered, his confidence starting to crumble. Unpleasant. Amy's orange-haired friend leaned in with interest. Hey, is that the boy from yesterday? Looks like his name's Chiron. Amy blinked. Chiron. That's the first time I've heard his name. But he did seem familiar. Strange. I remember almost every face I've ever seen with my red eye. The brown-haired girl beside her, a senior, asked, Do you know him? Amy shook her head. Well, the teachers seem to be watching him closely, the senior continued. They say his stats during the entrance test were unreal. The senior grinned. That just makes me like him more. I wonder which noble family he comes from. Amy froze. Her mind lit up, memories crashing into place. Chiron magic, that boy. She suddenly turned to Chiron. Hey, about your magic. Before she could finish, Chiron flinched. He looked at her, eyes wide, and broke down. Tears welled up as he trembled, then blurted out a curse. Narrator. The House of Karmas has long been revered for producing genius after genius. Their trademark ability, red eyes, is exclusive to their bloodline. With it, they can perfectly recall any moment they've experienced. Studying or reviewing becomes unnecessary. Amy, as the youngest daughter of the House of Karmas, had been praised endlessly. Amy has the strongest talent of them all, her maid once said fondly. Her father, with pride, responded, "Of course. She is my daughter, born with the brilliance of our blood." At the manor, the maid called to Amy, who was rising from her chair. Amy looked bored. "This is no fun," she muttered. "This house, everything about it," she thought. "The support, the pressure, none of it matters. I've worked hard on my own. I'll achieve what I want when I want." Narrator. The moment that changed her path, the one that pulled her back from rebellion, was her unexpected encounter with a commoner boy in a back alley. Now, in the classroom, Chiron stood frozen, overwhelmed. Amy's orange-haired and brown-haired friends looked at her, visibly unsettled, after hearing her snap with harsh words. Amy mumbled, "His hair looks like a duck's," then crossed her arms, annoyed. "There's no way I'm wrong. My red, I doesn't make mistakes." She had assumed he was a noble. But that means he's that same peasant boy? And he made it into the academy? Narrator. For Amy, those buried memories were anything but pleasant, even from a distance. Narrator. Amy sat at her desk, burying her face in a book, absolutely mortified. "I want to die," she thought. "I erased every trace of my past. There shouldn't be a single mark left." She clenched her teeth. There's no way he remembers that day. But then what if he did? That boy, 5 years ago, he told me I wasn't who everyone thought I was, that I used to hang out with back alley thugs. And now, here I am, the so-called cold-hearted elite of the Magic Academy. She pictured what he might be thinking. She's not so serious. She's had a thing for guys. She even tried to take my clothes off. Amy snapped. She tore the page from her book violently. "No, I won't let this spiral out of control. I have to fix this." Meanwhile, Chiron sat stiffly in his seat. Why do I feel like someone's trying to kill me with their eyes? On the training field, Romy stood with the class. Itella raised her hand to ask a question. "What exactly is a spirit zone?" she asked. One student replied, "It's based on the mage's mental state, right?" Itella stepped toward the magic circle. "It's a manifestation of the mage's mental condition, their awareness. The most basic form is a sphere because it's the easiest to stabilize and control." She continued, "But in real battles, the sphere isn't always ideal. I'll show you an image zone." Chiron watched in awe. "I can actually see it. I can see her spirit zone with my eyes." One of the students expanded her image zone into a 10-meter wide sphere. "This is the standard form," she said. "But like I mentioned, it's rarely used in actual combat. To demonstrate, I'll use a simple spell, Fireball. My spirit zone is 10 meters in diameter. The target is 20 meters away." Chiron leaned forward, eyes shining. "Finally, real magic." Itella formed the fireball. "I'll keep it small. Let's see if I can land the hit." She hurled the spell, but it fizzled out before reaching the target. "It disappeared," someone gasped. Itella explained, "Most magic can't travel outside your spirit zone." But she stepped forward, extending her spirit zone toward the target. "If you expand your zone in the right direction, like this, you can still reach it." The junior students stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to hide their amazement. Nearby, one of the seniors chuckled and nudged her friend. "Look at those class 7 kids. Those stunned little faces. They're adorable." Chiron, still trying to process what he saw, thought to himself, "I had no idea you could do that." She changed the shape of her spirit zone. Just then, Itella stepped forward and pointed something out. "There's a major drawback to this method." Itella reformed her spirit zone into a small square and nodded. "Exactly. Reshaping your spirit zone like this eats up a ton of concentration. In a real fight, where even seconds matter, constantly adjusting your zone shape just isn't practical." She explained further, "That's why mages typically rely on 4 core formations. These are the spirit zone's 4 main combat patterns." She held out her hand. First, defense form. A shimmering geometric field took shape. This is the octant. It's stable and resists collapse, even under spirit zone interference. The more faces it has, the better its defense. Next, attack form. Her zone shifted again, this time into a sharp star-like shape. This form is excellent when facing multiple targets. The edges make it easy to locate enemies. It's aggressive and quick. The third is target form. She gestured toward a glowing, long-range cross shape. Best for distance attacks, though not great for hitting fast-moving opponents. The real trick here is how fast you can spin it for precision. Students around the field whispered to one another. She didn't even blink while doing that, One said in awe. Does she really expect us to pull that off? Another asked. Chiron silently reflected. If I can master something like that, I could actually use a 1-meter spirit zone in real combat. Itella's voice cut in again. The last form, deviated form. This one's notorious. Even students in class 5 struggle to control it. She began forming it slowly, preparing to demonstrate. The girl sitting behind Chiron leaned over. Hey, if we manage to use that form, do we automatically qualify for the advanced classes? She smirked. I got a perfect spirit zone score back in class 8. This should be easy. But she stopped mid-sentence. Everyone stared in silence as the spirit zone floated next to Itella, no longer surrounding her body. Gasps broke out across the training field. It left her body. Chiron froze in place, mind racing. How is that possible? The spirit zone is supposed to be a reflection of a mage's mental state, and yet, he couldn't understand it at all. He starts wondering, can the mind exist apart from the body? What lies at the core of the spirit zone? Itella speaks up, explaining that the deviate form is extremely advanced. It's so complex that only specialized mages can handle it. The real edge of this form? The mage doesn't have to stand in the center of the spirit zone. That means the zone isn't anchored. It can shift freely. With that, instantaneous casting isn't just possible, it becomes a powerful tool. The range? Practically limitless. Chiron catches sight of a brown-haired student staring at their teacher in disbelief, marveling at how she controls the deviate form so effortlessly, like it's second nature. Just stepping into a spirit zone is hard enough. The red-haired student beside him says flatly, that's the gap between us and a certified grade 6 mage. Chiron turns to look at his teacher, realizing that her gentle appearance conceals extraordinary talent. Itella continues, warning that anyone skipping training on the first day would regret it. She then announces that the student who tops the target form speed gun test will earn a reward. The mood lifts as excitement ripples through the class. Itella calls out Class 4's very own, Amy Carries, to begin the demo. One of the junior boys with brown hair lights up, saying Amy is seriously cool. She's ranked number 1 in their club. Her orange-haired friend chimes in, adding that Amy is the pride of the class, and the moment she steps up, every male student becomes an instant fan. But Amy, standing under the spotlight, thinks to herself that she really doesn't want all this attention right now. Among the 4 forms of the spirit zone, the target form excels at long-distance attacks. Its flaw? It struggles with quick or multiple targets. But pair it with a mage who has top-tier focus and control at high speeds. Suddenly, that weakness vanishes. Amy makes her move. A loud, powerful strike echoes across the field. The narrator continues. When executed at this level, the target form becomes an unbreakable barrier, perfect against threats from afar. A Class 7 student beside Chiron watches in awe. Senior Amy's on another level, he says. Most mages switch forms during the speed gun test. Not her. She always sticks with the target form. And yet, she always comes out on top. He wonders quietly, could he ever reach that level? Chiron watches intently, admitting to himself that he's still just an amateur. But even so, he can tell this is an advanced technique. Not only is Amy keeping the spirit zone spinning while standing completely still, she's also hitting everything the zone sweeps across. It's a full-range strike in one effortless move. And judging by her calm expression, she's not even close to her limit. There's a certain grace to the way she moves, almost like a dance. It's refined, beautiful. Nearby, a boy with a buzz cut size, saying if he had a chance to date someone like Amy, his whole school life would be a dream. The girl next to him laughs, brushing it off, saying Amy doesn't even give guys the time of day, doesn't matter where they come from. Chiron overhears and thinks to himself, yeah, now he gets why all the boys are smitten with her. And why it's not Amy. Amy's a top-tier noble, yet there's nothing she lacks. Skill, presence, everything about her stands out. Still, why was someone like her hanging around delinquents? The crowd cheers as Amy's demonstration wraps up. Chiron glances her way and blinks in surprise. Her juniors gasp. Did you see that? She just looked at the new guy. Amy quickly turns away, flustered. She didn't mean to look. It just happened. Something about him irritates her, and she can't ignore it. But now it's settled. Her suspicions were right. Someone nearby asks if they know each other. After all, she just enrolled yesterday. Meanwhile, Chiron starts to panic inside. It's clear now. Amy remembers him. Amy thinks fast. If he brings up anything about her past, it could be a problem. A big one. but she tells herself to stay calm. She's this academy's top student, the pride of the school. Even if he speaks out, who would believe him? She can't afford to act suspicious. If she reacts poorly, she might make things worse. But then her orange-haired friend catches her off guard, asking if something happened in the image zone, because her face is turning bright red. Amy stammers, trying to sound normal. It's nothing. The narrator cuts in. After the demo, training is divided by class. The students scatter into formation. Surrounded by her class, Itella speaks again. Class 7 will be starting with a defense form. At the very least, they need to learn to hold it, because staying focused is the only way to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Chiron stands still, feeling like this whole thing is meant to test more than just magic. He focuses, narrowing his awareness. Bit by bit, he compresses his consciousness, condensing the spirit zone into a solid structure. He raises the framework to keep it from falling apart, then opens his eyes, relieved. It worked. Chiron stares at the image zone, frustrated. He can't see his spirit zone through it. If only he could visualize it, things would be a lot simpler. So, he walks up to Itella and asks if he can give it a try. Itella glances away, saying the upperclassmen are supposed to go first. But Chiron thinks to himself, why should that matter? When it comes to magic, waiting your turn means missing chances to grow. You don't always get second shots. After a moment, Itella relents. The zone is free, so she allows him to experience it ahead of time. Off to the side, some students are whispering, gushing about how cute the new student is. Amy's friend nudges her, telling her to look. Chiron just stepped into the image zone. Amy, startled, spills the water she was holding. What is he doing? She blurts out. Her friend raises an eyebrow. What's with you? You've been acting strange ever since earlier. Everyone starts gathering, curious. Chiron stands right at the center of the image zone. Inside, he connects with his spirit zone. So this is my spirit zone, he says aloud. Gasps ripple through the crowd. His spirit zone size is clearly 16 meters. Chiron eyes the readout and thinks back. If they told him the size during the entrance exam, he'd know what to expect. But now, it's expanded to 20 meters in diameter. The onlookers are buzzing with questions. Is he really in Class 7? That's way beyond the average. A Class 5 student watching him closely mutters, if he didn't artificially inflate the size, then this is the real deal. But if he did, the density would drop so low, it'd look like a soap bubble. Meanwhile, Chiron pushes himself to stabilize the form. He barely manages it. Lucky, really. Now, time to shape the defense form. He stares at the sphere, confused. Something's wrong. It's not holding together. It's crumbling instead of taking shape. But everything was going fine earlier. Amy, watching from Class 4, shakes her head in disbelief. There's no way things would work perfectly during the first try. Chiron watches the collapse unfold and wonders, did the visual throw him off? Did he panic because he could actually see it this time? And he quietly tells himself, Chiron doesn't lose focus that easily. He starts analyzing the difference between being inside and outside the mage zone. There has to be a reason behind it. He realizes he misjudged things, probably because instructor Itella made it all look so effortless. He recalls her words, any alteration to the spirit zone drains focus. That means if he's been deliberately shrinking his zone, that would explain the drop in his focus. If the problem lies in compressing it too much, he needs to let it return to its normal size. Chiron expands his spirit zone. Its reach climbs all the way up to the ceiling. The high-class students are taken aback. It got even bigger, someone says. The zone now spans 28 meters. Class 4 and 5 watch as it spreads out further. Soon, its diameter hits 40 meters. To stabilize it and avoid any imbalance, Chiron reshapes the zone midair. It transforms into a jewel-like structure. A student stares in disbelief. He really pulled off one of the 4 forms on his first day. As Chiron lightly brushes the inner surface of his zone, he thinks to himself, it really does feel like he's inside a giant gem. Itella watches with amazement. Maybe the convergent type naturally leans toward defensive forms, but pulling this off on day 1, that's still impressive. She remembers hearing how he stunned the instructors during the entrance exam. Nearby, Amy's friend glances over. So it's true. He's got the teacher's full attention. What do you think? Amy doesn't answer right away. Deep down, she's still reeling from the embarrassment he caused her before. Seeing him now, it's obvious he didn't get here by luck. Someone's backing him. It's only a matter of time before he closes the gap between classes. His influence will keep rising. She's already switching gears and planning to approach him from the shadows. Inside Chiron's zone, Itella steps in and instantly picks up on something. His omnipotence trait stands out. It's like he spent his whole life honing this in the wilderness. Chiron notices her presence and casually mentions that the zone size has dropped. She nods and explains. As the size goes down, the density shoots up. At this level, most physical attacks won't be able to break through. She adds that the high density will even give him some protection against mental-type spells. Then, after a short pause, she gives him a word of genuine praise. Now able to dissolve his spirit zone, Chiron nods and thanks Itella. His classmates gather around to congratulate him, clearly impressed. As they praise him, Chiron glances around in surprise. Why is everyone looking at him like that? Embarrassed, he awkwardly turns away, mumbling his thanks. Itella silently acknowledges his accomplishment. Completing the defense form, especially as a convergent type with such an expansive spirit zone, was almost inevitable. Still, it's worth keeping an eye on him. The narrator cuts in. Countless eyes were locked on Chiron, but not everyone was looking at him the same way. Some admired him, some were drawn to him, and others felt threatened. There was curiosity, admiration, envy, and even a strangely unsettling stare. The next day, another pair of unusual eyes fixated on Chiron. A teacher with purple hair entered the room. Students immediately recognized her. "It's Professor Sa Alifer," they whispered excitedly. Some teased, asking if she'd tell them about her first love. Chiron's eyes narrowed. He remembered her. This was the intimidating professor present at the entrance exam. What he didn't know, the narrator explains, is that she's actually the one in charge of Class 5. And the reason she showed up to teach Class 7 was because of him. As the students buzzed with gossip about getting to attend her lecture despite being in Class 7, the narrator reveals her true intention. She wanted to personally teach Chiron. She had every plan to get him promoted. In her mind, he belonged in her class all along. Privately, Sienna Alifer was fuming. Professor Thad is such a pain. If he keeps a student like this stuck in Class 7, he's just going to make a name for himself anyway. Chiron notices her gaze and wonders if she's staring at him, but brushes it off. Meanwhile, the students beg her to tell a story and ask if it's true she's dating Professor Thad. She reacts instantly. Blowing out a cold breath, she forms a solid stone in her hand. She cuts through the chatter with a question. Can anyone explain the theory behind this spell? And what exactly is cold air? As Chiron gazes out the window, she continues. What is refrigeration? The temperature in the room drops fast. Students start to shiver. She turns to them sharply. If you're cold, it means your body's losing energy. There's no such thing as cold energy in this world. She explains further. While temperature can rise without limit, there is a bottom line. It can't fall forever. Then in that chilling atmosphere, when energy drops to zero, that's what we call absolute zero, Alifer continues. If you take even a tiny bit of energy from a space like this room, you can easily form ice. But imagine breaking that down into countless particles and creating a convection current. What do you think would happen? She tosses out a handful of small stones as she speaks. The answer, temperature's cold enough to kill. And from the looks on the students' faces, most of them felt like they just narrowly escaped that fate. Turning to the board, she keeps going. Now tell me, how does a mage absorb all that energy? How do they manage it without gear, devices, or casting some elaborate spell? As she circles a symbol on the board, she explains, a mage controls the reality within their spirit zone. And inside that space, however small, they're like a god. She elaborates, a mage can shape everything within their zone. Sight, smell, touch. It's a complete sensory world under their command. This unique sensitivity gives them power over perception, the power to define reality. But even with all that godlike control, she pauses. If you don't understand what you're doing, what good is it? She answers herself. To cast magic, a mage needs two things, omniscience and omnipotence. You need both. Without knowledge, power alone is useless. That's why mages, despite their incredible sensitivity, study the world as deeply as scholars. Chiron hears her words and reflects. That's why he struggled with magic before. He never understood omniscience. All he ever did was build up his power. No wonder nothing worked. Back in the classroom, Alifer concludes, at this school, you'll study all kinds of things. The spirit zone is just one half of magic. If you don't study hard, you'll never become real mages. With that, She announces the start of their basic chemistry lectures. The students groan in protest, shouting for mercy. Amid the chaos, Chiron quietly sets his resolve. He's going to become a mage, no matter what. Elsewhere, a girl with a small bun sits reading. Someone asks if she's heading to the library. She nods. There's an exam coming up. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, a boy leans across the table to ask his friend about their research topic. The friend replies simply, "I've got something I need to invent first." After class ends, the narrator explains that most students either hit the library or dive into research projects. Meanwhile, Chiron thinks to himself, he lives in a library every single day. Even with all that effort, it's still hard for him to keep up with the nobles during lectures. He's exhausted, barely getting any sleep these days. But despite the fatigue, learning magic gives him a strange sense of peace. It feels like he's finally chasing the dream he's always had. He starts to wonder, has anyone ever created a spell that completely replaces sleep? Just then his feet lift off the ground. Confused, he questions why his body is getting lighter and lighter. When he looks down, his eyes widen. He's floating. Before he can process it, he glances behind him, startled. Something's happening, something strange, and the next moment he's thrown through the air and crashes hard into the middle of a jungle. Dazed, Chiron's shock only deepens when he sees Amy standing there. He had a feeling they'd run into each other again someday, just not like this. He stares at her, wondering if she's really the same girl from 5 years ago. Amy looks him over and smirks, saying she knew he'd remember her face. Without warning, she forms a massive fireball in her hand. Chiron stares in disbelief as she casually announces that she'll handle everything right here. The narrator cuts in to explain. Omniscience is the deep understanding of magical knowledge, knowing the source, the theory, and the inner workings of spell. It's something that can be sharpened through intense study. Omnipotence, on the other hand, is the ability to actually activate that magic using omniscience. It enhances the strength of spells and can be trained mentally. Some even equate it to entering the spirit zone. Back in the present, Amy remembers the time Chiron got beaten up. At first, she considered just sending him home. But when she saw his tearful face, something about it made her want to watch him just a little longer. Now, standing in front of him, she wonders, is he really the same boy from all those years ago? Chiron confirms that he remembers everything. He even brings up how, back then, she told the delinquents to strip off his clothes. Flustered, Amy quickly tells him to cut it out. Of course he remembers, but he's got the story all wrong. There's a major misunderstanding somewhere in those memories. I'm not some pervert, she snaps. Those thugs were acting on their own. I never told them to do that. But Chiron isn't convinced. He mutters that he definitely remembers hearing her say she wanted to see it. Amy, still a bit thrown off, mutters something vague, something like, wasn't that either okay? Then she blurts out that, honestly, she has zero interest in men. Chiron blinks. Wait, did you seriously drag me out here just to tell me that? Amy pauses, realizing she's standing here, making excuses. Why is she even doing this? Meanwhile, Chiron figures she's just worried he'll go around spreading stories. Honestly, the whole situation is already uncomfortable for both of them. He brushes himself off and stands. Look, if you're that bothered, just apologize. That memory? I get it. It's probably something you'd rather erase. You're top of the intermediate class. Everyone knows your name. But you can't undo what happened. So instead of dodging it, just say sorry and move on. That's what decent people do. Amy stares at him, caught off guard by the suggestion. Apologize? Seriously? She tells herself to snap out of it. This guy's got a silver tongue, playing the noble act, try to guilt trip her. She thinks he's using some reverse strategy to make her feel ashamed so he can come out on top. Does he really think she's that easy to manipulate? She glares at him. What exactly do I gain by apologizing to you? Chiron raises a brow. What did you just say? I'm saying, she replies, let's just say I apologized. What's stopping you from turning around and throwing that in my face later? Why should I believe you wouldn't twist it to your advantage? If I admit fault now, I'm giving you ammo to use against me. She looks at him closely, suspicious. You want me to say I'm sorry? That's the same as admitting I did something wrong. Who says you won't turn that around and use it to corner me later? Chiron responds calmly. Do you really think apologies are some kind of transaction? That they're only worth making if there's something in it for you? Saying sorry isn't about profit. It's the bare minimum when you've hurt someone. That's just basic decency. Amy bursts out laughing. Wow, you really have no clue how the world works, do you? She thinks to herself, There he goes again, trying to win with logic and moral high ground. But she's not falling for it. Not this time. If there's nothing to gain from it, she says sharply, then why should I bother? I'm not going to waste effort just to look like a good person. She scoffs, realizing something. Even if she walked away and left him alone, life probably wouldn't be kind to someone like him anyway. At the Magic Academy, Chiron starts to piece things together. This model student act of Amy's? Yeah, it's just a front. Her twisted personality hasn't gone anywhere. Amy, on the other hand, feels like she's already won. She leans in and asks, "Want to know what the scariest thing in this academy is?" Chiron answers hesitantly, "The upperclassmen?" Amy smiles knowingly. Chiron's eyes widen as she explains, "If an upperclassman targets you, it's not just them. All the senior students will turn against you. And worse, even your own classmates will back off. If word gets out that you're a commoner on top of that, yeah, you're basically paving your own road to expulsion." Chiron stares at her in disbelief. "You're that scared of me spreading rumors? You go as far as getting me kicked out." Amy mocks him with a grin. "Oh, I didn't say that. I'm just saying I'll be watching closely. I'll see how trustworthy you really are." Then she lays it out. "From now on, bring me coffee. Every single day. Think of it as a test." Chiron, clearly anxious, asks, "Why would I do that?" Amy shrugs. "I heard you got in through special admissions. For someone from your background, making it here must have been quite the uphill climb. Wouldn't it be tragic to get expelled so soon?" Cornered, Chiron mutters that if doing errands builds trust, then fine. He'll do it. Amy pulls her cloak hood over her head and smirks. "Then be good, won't you? Your future's hanging by a thread. But hey, if you so much as breathe a word of this to a teacher, we're both going down." With that, she walks off with a dramatic leap. Left behind, Chiron quietly picks up his bag, thinking this might be better than getting expelled. Maybe, he has to admit, her ability to manipulate people is still top-notch. Still, it feels unfair to be stuck doing whatever she wants right from the start. The next day at the main library, students are taken aback to see Chiron delivering a coffee cup straight to Amy. One of Amy's friends gapes at the sight and whispers, "Wait, what is going on here?" Amy casually reaches out and grabs the drink. "He spilled a lot of it," she says without care. Her friend raises an eyebrow, but turns to leave. Amy, noticing, calls out, "Where are you going?" "We really need to hit the books," her friend replies. "No time to waste." Meanwhile, Chiron just stands there awkwardly while whispers float around him. Some students are saying he must have confessed to Amy, and she left him hanging without a single word. Amy's friend turns back and asks, "Don't you think that new kid has a thing for you?" Amy calmly responds, "It's not like that. I'm just educating my junior." She turns away, giggling quietly to herself. The mighty Amy has crushed him completely, reduced him in nothing more than a low-ranking student with an obvious, one-sided crush. No matter what he says, no one will believe his side of the story. And if revenge had a flavor, this would be it. It's like all the bitterness of the last 5 years has melted away. This moment feels perfect. Chiron, staring down in silence, sees it differently. To him, it's nothing short of humiliation. Clenching his right fist in frustration, he tries to block out the negativity. If he gets trapped in these thoughts, he knows he'll only end up losing. He tells himself he has no choice. He must push through. His outcome depends entirely on how he faces it. 10 days later, whispers fly through the school. The girls buzz with excitement. He's here again. They're talking about the Academy's so-called hopeless romantic. For 10 straight days, Chiron has shown up, never missing a single one, to confess his feelings. All eyes turn to him as he walks forward. Amy notices the growing crowd. It's getting ridiculous. Surely everyone knows what's going on by now. She wonders if it's time to put an end to this circus. Her friend, Sariel, side-eyes her suspiciously and asks when she plans to finally accept Chiron's feelings. Amy looks at her in disbelief. Accept him? Has Sariel forgotten who she's talking to? Sariel shoots back that the rumors are everywhere. Amy never even acknowledges the other guys. But with Chiron, she always takes the coffee. The whole school's watching, ready for the legendary couple to finally become real. The mention of that makes Amy visibly uneasy. Meanwhile, Chiron approaches and offers her the usual coffee. Everyone watches closely. He proudly says he didn't spill a drop this time, silently hoping she'll just take it already. He needs to get back to the library. But Amy glares at him. Is this a joke? She isn't amused. Chiron, confused, wonders why she's hesitating. Then suddenly, Amy knocks the cup out of his hand. Gasps ripple through the crowd. She coldly asks if he really believes that constantly bringing her coffee will somehow win her over. She tells him he should focus on studying instead of chasing girls, and makes it crystal clear. Stop bringing her anything, especially coffee. Later, at Amy's place, Sariel apologizes to Chiron and turns to Amy, demanding to know why she did that. She's always like this, Sariel says, frustrated. But what will you do if strange rumors start spreading now? Amy fires back with a question of her own. What can she possibly do if Chiron was never really involved in the first place? Besides, once she advances to the higher class, this whole thing will be behind her. Meanwhile, the crowd watches Chiron silently picking up the fallen cup. Whispers float around. That was brutal. Wasn't that too much? They call him pitiful. But to everyone's surprise, Chiron doesn't look defeated. In fact, he suddenly feels like he doesn't have to keep this up anymore. Onlookers say he must have been emotionally crushed. How tragic. Yet there he is, leaping away with unexpected energy, thinking to himself, I'm free. Later that evening, in the first library, Amy is buried in her work. She tells herself she only did all of this to stop some clueless freshman from stirring up unnecessary drama. But in trying to prevent rumors, she may have sparked them herself. Sure, she ended it before things spiraled further, but that wasn't the real issue now. The narrator explains that the red eye of Caries is the academic term for a mental ability called perfect self-memory. When triggered, it allows the user to recall everything exactly as they experienced it at a specific moment in time. For 10 days straight, Amy had been recording every single moment of Chiron's coffee offerings. On the first day, she thought his expressions were amusing. She even had fun with it. But starting from day 2, something changed. From the 2nd to the 10th day, his eyes didn't waver once. Not a blink. His gaze stayed fixed, almost unnaturally so. She wonders what that could mean. No matter how well he hid his emotions on the outside, that glint in his eyes couldn't lie. It was something no one can control, an involuntary response from the nervous system. Unless he had trained himself to control that too. If that were true, then he could suppress his emotions completely like a machine. Back in the library, Sariel softly asks, heading out already? Amy, packing her things, nods. Yeah, I'm feeling a little worn out today. Sariel offers to come with her, but Amy stops her. No need. I'm fine going alone. Sariel looks at her knowingly. You sure this isn't about not accepting Chiron's coffee today? It's not like that, Amy insists. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm here, Sariel replies gently. As Amy walks through the library hallway, she thinks to herself, today really didn't go how I wanted. Amy's thoughts spiral. Her mind is a tangled mess. I need to rest, she tells herself. But as she opens the door, she's met with an unexpected voice. Oh, you're done early, the boy says casually. She blinks, recognizing him. Jake? Yeah, that's his name. Jake smirks. I thought I'd be stuck waiting till midnight. Amy narrows her eyes. And why would you be waiting for me? Don't tell me you're that free. He waves her attitude off. Come on, don't be like that. I heard some kid named Chiron's been glued to your side lately. Her patience thins. Did you seriously come all the way here just to mock me over that? Jake opens the lid of a steaming drink, unbothered. Don't be ridiculous. This is CET's finest coffee. You won't find better anywhere in the academy. A girl of your stature should be drinking nothing less. Amy glares. What do you think you're doing? He smiles. What does it look like? I'm courting you. Then, smugly, he adds, after all, I'll be inheriting the Royal Finance Office. I'm far more suited for you, don't you think? Her expression darkens. I'm not in the mood for your disgusting games. Who said we were close enough to be having this conversation? Your little research group has done nothing but try to drag me down. Don't act like I wouldn't notice. Jake chuckles, unfazed. You got it all wrong. But regardless of what you think, your tone is the issue here. Disrespecting me is disrespecting my entire household. His voice turns cold. An attitude like that, looking down on my family's name, I won't tolerate it. Amy's reply is sharp. Good, because I feel the same way. I'm from the House of Karmas, remember? She doesn't hold back. You've let a bit of popularity go to your head. You're just a powerless little leech who can't do a thing without his family status. She sneers, a guy like you, who forms some ridiculous group just to bully others, dares talk about honor? Jake sneers back. You walk around acting like a big deal just because you're in the top class. But answer me this. Does anyone in Karmis actually have real authority? He eyes her coldly. Sure, your name might be high on the list. But what good is it if you have no real power? With my family's resources, we could crush a household like yours overnight. He leans in slightly, voice laced with threat. You get that now, don't you? Amy studies him. Her thoughts are steady. Yeah, I get it. She realizes only arrogant fools have eyes like his. Not like Chiron. His eyes were alive. Jake scoffs. So now you're saying I'm worse than that guy? He sneers. Wow, got my priorities all wrong, didn't I? Should have gotten rid of the nuisance first, then gone after you. He steps forward, his voice full of menace. It wouldn't take much. I could make sure he loses the ability to use magic within a day. Amy just stares at him silent. Jake lifts his chin. You'll see. I'll crash. Amy flings the coffee straight to the ground, the cup shattering at his feet. Jake's face twists in rage. He opens his mouth to lash out, but suddenly freezes. His eyes go wide. A spirit zone begins to form around Amy. She coldly asks, and who exactly were you planning to do what to? Jake starts to tremble. A four-way formation? That fast? Is she insane? He stammers. Why you do realize using magic here breaks academy policy, right? Amy bursts out laughing. And what's a weakling like you going to do about it? She glares at him. At least Chiron's not some spineless brat hiding behind his family name. He owns up to his actions. Someone like you won't even be able to catch up to his shadow in 6 months. Jake gulps, realizing what she's doing. She's enriching the air with oxygen. If I try to form a spirit zone, she'll ignite it instantly. There's no way he can stand up to the top-ranked student in the intermediate class. Panicked, he scrambles back toward the staircase, using the rail for support. I'll get her for this humiliation. I swear it, he thinks, fleeing in shame. Amy leans calmly against the wall, letting out a deep breath. It's been a long time since I got that worked up, she reflects. Why did I even react like that? Was it because he threatened him? Or was I scared of something being exposed? She remembers Chiron's quiet determination, his words echoing. If building trust means running errands, then I'll do it. Her gaze drifts down to the shattered cup. He probably won't show up anymore. But oddly, her head feels clearer than it has in days. A few days later, Sariel tearfully hands a letter to Chiron, her hand shaking. You're saying, Senior Amy went there for me? He asks quietly. The narrator speaks. A single ripple from Amy's actions was now returning to her as a crashing wave. The school bell rings. Students head toward the new building. Chiron walks among them, reading as he goes, but the murmurs don't stop. Some girls whisper behind cupped hands. That's him, the one who was flirting with a senior. Chiron sighs, weary. After what happened, how am I supposed to walk around like nothing happened? He covers his face with his book, thinking something like this. So this is how it ends, Chiron thinks. It wrapped up faster than he expected, and he figured the teasing would stop by now. Judging by how people act around him, the rumors seem to have finally died down. He spots a girl nearby, Sariel. He thinks, though she looks like senior Sariel. He remembers her apology and how she was always at Amy's side. If something really happened, just as he's about to speak, Sariel turns, stunned to see him. Her eyes widen, and in a flash, she grabs him by the collar. What are you doing here? She demands. Where's Amy? Chiron stammers, caught off guard. WH, what are you talking about? Sariel holds up a sheet of paper. You mean you don't know about this? Chiron reads the note. His name is written clearly. The message says he's been kidnapped, and something about a black magician. 30 minutes earlier, a boy approached Amy. You still doing okay? He asked with a smirk. Amy turned on him instantly, eyes blazing. You've got some nerve showing in your face. Didn't I already tell you to disappear? The blonde-haired boy just chuckled, smug as ever. He held up a folded note. You should drop the attitude. The boss wants to see you. Amy and Sariel walked past him, uninterested, but Sariel whispered, ignore guys like that. Amy scoffed. Exactly why he's still stuck in class 5. But the boy wasn't done. He told me if I deliver the message like this, you come running. If you don't want your little guy to get ruined, you'd better say yes. Sariel stopped in her tracks. What are you even talking about? Let's just go to the library. Before they could move, Amy yanked the paper out of his hand. Her eyes scanned the note, and her whole body tensed. Chiron kidnapped, and the name at the bottom, Jake Arias. She crushed the note in her fist, fury radiating off her. This has nothing to do with me. The boy shrugged. I'm just a messenger. As he walked off, Sariel bent down and picked up the crumpled note. Reading it again, she muttered, aren't these guys part of the bad circle? They're the ones who target good students. She looked at Amy. Why would they take Chiron? What does this have to do with you? Amy clenched her jaw. I can't hold back this time. Later that night, Sariel confronted her again. We should tell the professors. This is bigger than just Chiron. If they're going after him, they could come for you too. Amy stayed quiet, deep in thought. She's right, that's the proper thing to do. But it wasn't that simple. If the council gets involved, they'll start digging. And if they dig too deep, I'll have to explain everything. My connection to Chiron and the past I've tried to leave behind. Revealing everything. If it came to that, they'd discover the truth. Chiron is just a commoner. Amy's mind flashes back to the jungle, to the day she met him. She remembers his childhood, the way he stood even then. Handing her bag to Sariel, she says firmly, I'm going. If I don't return by 7, tell the professors. Sariel grabs her arm. What do you expect to do alone? You don't even know how many of them there are. Amy gives a small, apologetic smile. About my reasons. And don't worry, even if there are 10 more losers like Jake, they won't touch me. Back in the present, Chiron is stunned. You're telling me she went alone? Sariel nods. She said she couldn't ignore it. It was the first time she ever asked me for anything. Told me to wait until 7. Chiron glances at his watch. She gave herself a 1-hour buffer, just in case. So that's why she didn't want the professors involved. She's trying to protect the truth, protect me. He throws his bag onto a nearby bench. Then I'm going too. Sariel steps forward. Wait for the time she asked. I can't, Chiron says. She's doing this for me. I can't just sit here. He starts running toward the mountain path. The 4th training hall is that way. I just hope I'm not too late. Then, without warning, he's airborne. Whoa! Sariel lifts him with her magic, floating beside him. If I let you run, you'd never make it. I'm coming with you. She holds out her hand. We'll use photon IC. Hold on tight. Chiron grabs her hand, then blinks in shock. My hands, they're glowing. From the school building, students glance outside, murmuring, who's using magic out there? Looking down at the jungle, Sariel warns, if we teleport directly, we might hit the trees. Let's descend from here. They leap down. Chiron grabs a tree for support, his thoughts spinning. No time to prepare, just go. Sariel charges ahead. Amy, where are you? They reach the 14th training hall. It's empty. Sariel bites her lip. No one's here, but we came 10 minutes early. Chiron, catching his breath, scans the area. They must have changed the location. If that note got out, they'd expect the teachers to find out. They're being careful. This isn't just some trap. They've planned this down to the last detail. They were growing more anxious. If Chiron's identity was exposed, the danger could escalate far beyond what they'd anticipated. Chiron urged her to head back and report to the professor. She could move faster on her own, but Amy didn't budge. She told him she had her reasons and asked him to wait until 7. Chiron cut in, guessing her reason was him. He insisted that if he got involved, everything would be fine, and urged her to go quickly. But she stopped him with a stunned expression, asking if he was the reason that mattered. She demanded to know what their relationship was. Were the rumors true? Were they secretly together? Why didn't she know about it? Frustrated, Chiron snapped. There wasn't time for this. The longer they stood around, the more dangerous things would get. But Amy shot back that if it was dangerous for him, then he should be the one staying behind. Chiron sighed, his tone calm now. He'd faced mountains before. This was nothing new. Activating his spirit zone, he scanned the area. Maybe he could catch a trace, some faint footsteps. It looked like 2 boys had passed through not long ago, but their trail cut off. Either they stopped or took flight. Just then, he looked up, a strange noise catching his attention. A sudden blast echoed across the mountain ridge. Has something gone wrong? The narrator cuts in. Teleportation magic uses the light element, specifically photon type. It's passive magic based on photoionization. It lets users teleport within a 10-meter radius. Mages consider it basic magic due to its simplicity, though it carries fatal risk if a user collides with something mid-jump. Meanwhile, flight magic uses air as its element. A mix of passive and blow-type spells, equally balanced. Air magic is generally easier to master, making it more popular among mages. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired boy launched a gleaming, explosive spell right at Amy, one he'd clearly been saving for a grand entrance. She dodged without a word, while students from other classes gathered. Mistress Amy's here, one of them exclaimed. Only she could reel in a catch like this. Just like the boss, Jake Arias stepped forward. She's a special guest. Show some respect. Amy glanced around, unimpressed. Seems like there's a whole lot of bored kids with way too much free time. Jake smirked. So what brings you here? Jake Arias taunted Amy, wondering aloud if she was acting on her own or if Chiron meant that much to her that she'd blindly follow orders. Amy coolly replied. No need to burn down the whole house just to catch a few rats. Jake laughed, smug. With all these eyes watching, don't think you'll have your way this time. I didn't come unprepared. Amy, unfazed, dismissed his so-called plan. I didn't come to entertain your schemes. Where's Chiron? Jake and his crew laughed among themselves. Probably off in a library somewhere licking his precious books, one of them joked. Not like he knows what his girl's dealing with. Another added mockingly. He loves his books, right? Just licking. They waved off her question. None of them cared where Chiron was. They were all focused on her. Each of them wanted a piece of revenge for what she'd done. Jake stepped forward, clearly irritated. You ticked me off last night. I'll be sure to return the favor. Be ready. Amy smiled faintly. Well, without Chiron here, that just makes this simpler. Then, with a playful laugh, she added, though things might get messy with all of you watching. Without another word, she activated her mage zone. I suppose I just need to clear the field. Jake looked at her, taken aback. You're kidding. She wasn't. In an instant, Amy hurled a fireball straight at the blonde-haired boy. It exploded on contact. He yelped, hot, clutching his burned arm. The group froze in shock. Jake barked out a warning. Target form's weak against numbers. Keep moving, but don't break formation. Amy's voice cut through, sharp and confident. Who said you could move? She let loose a barrage of fireballs. Chaos broke out. A brown-haired student cried out nervously. Jake, didn't you say she was using target form? How is she spinning so fast? Jake's eyes narrowed. This was nothing like what he'd seen during training. Was she hiding real combat experience? Still, every technique had a flaw. Target form used horizontal rotation. The key was to strike from above. Jake gathered air magic into a massive wind sphere and launched it using the wind cutter technique. He was sure it hit. But Amy, she had already taken control. Amy deflected the incoming blast with ease. Jake stared, stunned. Ow! She let out a smug giggle. Ever heard of schema? Without waiting for his reply, she launched her fire strike. A searing blast erupted in the air, hitting Jake Arias head-on. He was thrown back, tumbling hard across the ground. Groaning, he shouted at her with rage. But Amy calmly walked over to him. This is exactly why your grades suck. You waste your time on trash like this. Jake barked back. Don't look down on me. Amy just stared. Then what are you doing crawling there? Stop pretending. I'm not letting you off easy. She paused. Her voice cut off mid-sentence. Her eyes widened in alarm. Something was wrong. A strange distortion blurred her vision. Her own magic was emitting back at her. She gasped. Jake shouted to his crew. Put some effort in. She's not easy to catch. Then he laughed cruelly. You wild little freak. You'll lose your mind if you don't drop your spirit zone. What you're feeling right now. That's anti-magic. Amy's eyes turned crimson. You really used forbidden spells? Even our eye can't fix what this'll do. She looked down. Her hands and feet were shackled by magical binds. Jake grinned wickedly. Finally caught you. He stepped closer. Remember what I offered you yesterday? How about reconsider it? Drawing a knife, he held it up. Might be smart to answer properly. I'm feeling criminal today. Amy warned through gritted teeth. If you touch me, I'll kill you. She struggled, but schema wasn't enough to break free. This is too much. I stopped training when I was 12. I need to think. Jake leaned in. You don't get it, do you? You're tired of guys? I'll help you with that. He turned the knife, exposing the blade. If I mess up that pretty face, maybe they'll stop chasing after you. Amy's eyes followed the knife, helplessly. Jake laughed again, hot breath laced with satisfaction. This is what I've been waiting for. You should have been terrified from the start. He loomed closer. Now beg me for a second chance. Amy's eyes closed, her strength draining. In the darkness, a memory appeared. Young Chiron's face, the look he had when he felt powerless. Then, stop! Chiron's voice rang out, furious. Amy and the boys whipped their heads toward him, startled. The narrator returns. Fire Strike belongs to the Heat Magic Flare series. It's a fusion spell combining fire and air elements, active-type magic. Despite its explosive power, it has low mass and inherits fire's drawback, slow casting speed. That's why air magic is added, increasing physical force. Any such spell combining air will include the word strike. Meanwhile, Wind Cutter uses air magic and blow-type traits. A sharp blade of wind magic cut through the air as the group turned, stunned. Chiron stood there, breathing heavily, gripping a wooden staff. Jake Arias sneered. Well, look who decided to show up. The little prince himself. Amy snapped. Why would you come here alone? Chiron's mind raced. If they had the numbers, they could overpower even a top-ranked student in the intermediate class. But Senior Serial should have alerted the teachers by now. All he had to do was stall. I beat Rian before with just swordsmanship. I can handle this. Activating his spirit zone, he stepped forward. Let Senior Amy go. Now, Jake raised a brow. And if we do, what? The two of you won't attack us. Chiron charged. Jake's lackey blinked. Is he really running at us? Jake shouted, open up. But something was off. Chiron noticed it too. Their eyes glowed green. No, he felt it. The anti-magic was closing in fast. Grabbing his head, Chiron stumbled. The staff slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground. The group chuckled darkly. As expected of the prince, at least he put on a good show. Now what, mage boy? Amy yelled, Chiron, dispel your spirit zone. It's anti-magic. You could lose your magic forever. Chiron staggered. Her voice seemed far away. His thoughts blurred, his senses spinning out of control. Everything feels like it's slipping away. Then, he remembered. Itella's lecture during class. In chaos, focus is your lifeline. Defense form protects your spirit zone from collapse, even against mental attacks. It doesn't shatter under pressure. Anti-magic and spirit zones are just waves. If your frequency's denser, theirs can't pierce through. I just need to push the density, make it impenetrable. Digging his heels into the ground, Chiron summoned his spirit zone again, this time anchoring it with full force. The blonde-haired boy watched in disbelief. What's he trying to do? Jake narrowed his eyes. What's this? Trying to act like the top student, huh? He scowled and shouted, everyone, ramp it up. Amy looked at Chiron, her voice trembling. There's too many of them. You have to stop. You can't hold out forever. But then her words caught in her throat. She froze. Right in front of her, Chiron was forming a defense zone, and not just any zone. He was holding it steady as the enemy's anti-magic began pouring into it. Chiron rose to his feet, his thoughts sharp. I need more structural layers, more frames. The attackers, watching in disbelief, hesitated. A brown-haired student whispered, it's bouncing off of him. Jake growled, don't fall apart now. You're letting your emotions disrupt the waves. You want anti-magic eating through your zone next. Then, they all noticed it. Chiron was moving. He slammed his foot into the ground. The impact echoed, and his defense zone flared even stronger. The anti-magic that was aimed at him began to reverse, redirecting right back at them. Their noses bled instantly, and panic spread through the group. Amy, still restrained, stared at her hands. Her spirit zone wouldn't activate. She had no idea what was happening. But suddenly, her bindings vanished. She gasped. It's gone. The anti-magic is gone. Looking up, she saw Chiron's defense zone standing firm and cold, immovable. I didn't even know something like this was possible. Meanwhile, Chiron looked down, confused. He could feel something faint, like a worm squirming underfoot. Jake Arias was pale, shaking. This doesn't make sense. We had 6 people. How could we lose to him? Chiron answered calmly. He's probably a specialist. Anti-magic type. That must be how he got into the academy on special recommendation. Jake snapped. You think you can beat me in a magic duel? Chiron watched him, noting the huge air spheres forming around his arms. This is bad. I don't even know how to use magic. But before Jake could strike, Amy suddenly lunged forward. Her fist landed hard. Jake hit the ground, stunned. Before he could react, she slammed another punch right in his face. It's over, she said coldly. Punch after punch followed. What were you planning to do to me, huh? Chiron rushed in, grabbing her shoulders. Stop. You'll kill him if you keep using schema like that. He pulled her back, wrapping his arms around her. Are you okay? But Amy collapsed against him, unconscious. Amy? Amy, wake up. The narrator returns. Anti-magic belongs to the rare, non-magic type. The narrator continues. Anti-magic is derived from a rare energy wave discovered within the heart of a dragon. This peculiar wave disrupts a mage's spirit zone, effectively disabling their ability to cast magic. If it pierces through the zone completely, the mage's mind can suffer serious damage. To wield anti-magic properly, the caster must regulate their emotions tightly, creating a calm, unshakable wave. In short, to master anti-magic, a person must become emotionally numb, like stone. Because of this, anti-magic specialists are incredibly rare. Back in the clearing, everyone was sprawled out unconscious. Chiron glanced down at Amy, wondering if she'd passed out or just collapsed from the effort. He murmured quietly, "Thanks for coming to save me." To his surprise, Amy's eyes snapped open. She sat up quickly and stretched. "Ah, actually, I feel refreshed." Then she turned to him. "But seriously, what were you thinking? You came here alone when you're this weak?" Chiron grumbled to himself as he pushed himself off the ground. As expected, not a single compliment. Amy cleared her throat and extended her hand. "Let's go. If we get caught by the teachers now, we're in trouble." Grabbing her hand, Chiron replied, "Sariel probably already called them." Amy's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" "I told Sariel not to tell anyone." Chiron blinked. "Well, what else were we supposed to do?" "It was an emergency." Amy groaned, clutching her head. "You don't know how things work around here. If the school gets involved, it just makes everything worse. Mages need logic to accept anything. They don't just let things go." Then she stared at him, dead serious. "You trying to spill all our secrets? We almost died, and you want to start confessing?" A short distance away, Jake Arias, half-conscious, mumbled something about a secret. Amy's eyes darted toward him. "Let's just run. We'll figure everything out later." Just as they turned to flee, a searing light dropped down beside them. Amy paused. Hopefully it's some easygoing old teacher who'll overlook things. She turned and froze. It was Thad of Flames and Alifer of the Ice, two of the most ruthless instructors in the academy. Sariel sprinted toward Amy, panic on her face. "Amy, are you okay?" She cupped Amy's face, searching for injuries. "I'm fine," Amy answered quickly. "How'd you even get here so fast?" In the background, Thad raised a hand and launched a fireball high into the sky. Chiron looked up in awe. "That's Fire's Sun, one of the hardest fire spells to cast." Thad scanned the scene and caught sight of Jake and his gang sprawled out on the ground. His gaze then locked onto Amy and Chiron, burning with fury. They looked away awkwardly, dread settling in. "How could someone as smart as you end up like this? Are you hurt anywhere?" Alifer steps in, walking up to Chiron. "We came as soon as we heard something might have happened. Mind explaining what's going on?" Jake stands and says, "I can explain it all." He admits he wants to be honest, but also says there's a personal grudge involved, which is why he asked for a duel. "It's not unusual at our age," he adds. Alifer gives him a skeptical look. "A duel? That's not what I heard. Weren't there threats in a letter? And I saw you use anti-magic. You do realize that's against the school rules, right?" Jake shrugs it off. "Amy was too powerful. That was the only way we could level the playing field. But we're the ones who got hurt in the end." He claims Amy was the first to break the rules, attacking him in the library, which is what led him to challenge her. "I was furious. And isn't it weird she never reported it to the teachers?" Amy shouts back, "You're the one who threatened me first, in the library, and then you wrote that you'd kidnapped Chiron." Jake interrupts coldly. "Did we actually kidnap him, though? Even today, she made the first move, and Chiron didn't report anything to the teachers. Instead, he ran here. That tells me they're hiding something." Thad eyes Jake, then glances toward Chiron. Amy snaps, calling Jake out harshly, while Jake just smirks and says, "If you won't come clean now, do you even understand what the Black Magician is capable of?" He threatens to blow everything up, says he'll uncover her biggest secret no matter the cost. He vows to expose it to the newspapers, the authorities, even the church. He'll make sure the whole world hears. Sienna, furious, tells Jake to shut it. "You and your friends used anti-magic as a weapon. You went way beyond just defense. You knew full well that Amy or Chiron could have lost their minds from that." Sienna looks at Jake and declares this is more than enough reason to have him expelled. Jake just laughs smugly. "And what? A mere instructor like you thinks she can expel me?" Thad quietly leans towards Sienna. The Arya household basically keeps this academy afloat. Without their support, But Sienna cuts him off. "Isn't it our job as instructors to guide students down the right path? If we can't even do that, then maybe this academy needs to take that role seriously. Frankly, the school might be better off without him." Jake lets out another arrogant laugh. "Then go ahead. Kick me out. The world runs on money anyway. Everyone bows their heads to it, including you. Might as well start learning how things really work." Sienna's mana flares up intensely, her anger barely contained. "Seems to me you're the one who still has a lot to learn." Amy watches, reflecting on how it all spiraled to this point. But to her surprise, Chiron thinks the scene is kind of cool. Thad quickly tells Sienna, "You can't kill a student." Alifer steps in, forming a razor-sharp wall of ice around Jake. Chiron, watching closely, is impressed. Not a single shred of his clothing is touched. Her spell control is flawless. No wonder she's called a genius of ice magic. Alifer turns to Jake. Do you really think money can get you everything? Jake snaps, ordering her to take the spell down. She calmly pinches her fingers and shatters the ice wall. Jake coughs, dropping to the ground. Alifer speaks firmly. We've known for a while that you've hurt other students. The only reason you haven't been punished yet is because of your family's influence. Jake says as much himself, that it's all thanks to money. But Alifer doesn't let it slide. Don't get it twisted. This school doesn't trade knowledge for money. We teach something far more valuable, something you can't buy. She asks him, isn't this about what you once dreamed of? Didn't you want to become a mage? Jake stays quiet, flashes of memories flooding his mind. Old dreams, friends he trained with, the path he once walked. Then, almost pleading, he says, if you promote me to class 5, I'll become a great mage. I swear I'll repay you. Alifer reminds him of the dream he once shared with his friends, the goal they all had when they studied together. Isn't that the reason you've come this far? Jake, lost in thought, recalls the faces of those childhood friends. Alifer looks him in the eye and asks. Alifer asks Jake one final question. Do you really want to trample over something precious with your own 2 feet? Jake suddenly snaps out of it. Lowering his head, he sincerely apologizes to Alifer. The narrator explains that Jake and the other members of the Black Magician eventually came to regret their actions and once again pursued the path of becoming mages. But that part of the story would unfold later. For now, after receiving treatment for their injuries, they had to face the consequences in the Academy's punishment room. And soon, the moment everyone was waiting for arrived. An instructor turns to Chiron. Why didn't you report this right away? Something like this should have been told to a teacher first. Fat adds. You went off on your own to rescue an upperclassman, someone way beyond your level. That's not something we can accept as a reasonable excuse. Chiron and Amy exchange a silent glance. Then Amy steps forward. I'll just tell you the truth. Chiron knows they couldn't keep this hidden forever. He still doesn't know who the headmaster might have informed. Amy twirls her hair nervously, then says it clearly. Chiron is my boyfriend. Alifer, Thad, and Sariel are all stunned. The narrator shifts to explain. The Ice Tornado spell combines heat magic, ice-type air magic, and the Furon class. It's an active class spell, executed by casting a wind spell like Tornado, lowering the air temperature and freezing the vapor, making it one of the hardest spells to pull off. Fire Sun is made up of heat magic from the Flare series, light magic from the Photon series, and Fear magic. It also belongs to the active class. The spell forms a miniature sun that glows brighter and lasts longer than standard light spells, another extremely difficult spell to control. Elsewhere, Amy's hands are tied with vines as she screams for help. Her captors mock her, saying no one's coming to the middle of the mountain to rescue her. They sneer that this wouldn't have happened if she'd just accepted their feelings. Just then, a horse appears. They demand to know who it is. But in a flash, Chiron shows up and knocks them all out. Amy sees him and immediately runs into his arms. Watching this, a group of love-struck girls gush about how romantic it is. Sariel points at them, saying it's not just a fantasy. She saw it with her own eyes. Amy walks in, placing a hand firmly on Sariel's shoulder, shouting, "What kind of rumors are you spreading on the notice board?" There, plastered across the board, are flyers about Chiron and Amy being a couple. Girls are whispering excitedly. It's so amazing. Boys, meanwhile, grumble enviously. Amy clenches her fist and asks. Amy clenches her fist and growls. Do you want to die? You didn't even see anything. Sariel, fluster, mumbles, do I have to see it? Then adds with pauses, they were dating, and even if they did kiss, so what? She shrugs it off. Worked out well either way. Now, those annoying guys will stop bothering her. Amy just replies nonchalantly. Guess it did turn out okay. A few days before the incident, Thad slams a paper down on the table, glaring. This is a lie. The Amy I know doesn't care about dating. And Chiron? He's a freshman who just got here. Amy simply says, we met when we were kids. Meeting again here? You could call it fate. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she turns to Chiron. Isn't that right? Chiron, caught off guard, slowly nods. All right. He nervously sips a cold drink. Amy thinks to herself, pretending to date is way better than having the truth come out. Sariel, watching from the side, beams. I knew something felt off. Amy's acting weird. It has to be love. Amy brushes it off. Today's a combined class. We'll see Chiron again there. Sariel teases. Are you meeting him after class too? Dinner date? Library date? Amy rolls her eyes. We're just going to study like usual. Sariel sighs, disappointed. That's so boring. Amy laughs, thinking there's way too much going on to waste time pretending to date. Meanwhile, Chiron is settling into school life just fine. At the second advanced class, combined training hall, Sariel calls out to Chiron. Hey, how are you feeling today? Missed Amy much? Chiron gives a nervous chuckle. Amy watches him, thinking, what is he even thinking? I'm playing along like we're dating, but he keeps acting so distant. Chiron looks over just as Amy clears her throat. She tells him, you don't have to be so formal when it's just us. It's weird. Sariel is stunned. It's the first time she's ever heard Amy talk like that. Is this the power of love? Amy states plainly, we're in a relationship. Chiron responds, it's fine. You're my senior, after all. Then adds, I'll be heading. As the students file into class, Amy glances back at Sariel. Meanwhile, Chiron walks in from the opposite direction, taking a seat without saying a word. Whispers ripple through the classroom. Everyone's talking. He only got in because of his looks, one student mutters. Yeah, he's just here to date instead of study. No wonder he can't use magic, another chimes in. Chiron sits quietly, clenching his left fist under the table as the judgment rains down. The narrator cuts in. 2 days earlier, the rumors had only just begun to spread. In front of Class 7's door, a crowd gathers around the notice board. Gossip is in full swing. Did you hear? Senior Amy's dating a freshman, someone says in shock. They even confessed in front of the professors, another adds. One of the boys breaks into tears. Amy was supposed to be mine. Does anyone even like me? The other sobs. Let's cry together. Nearby, a girl with black hair scoffs. I'm jealous they're the talk of the academy now. I called dibs on the freshman first. She shakes her head. Guess birds of a feather really do flock together. Another girl shrugs. Well, I guess we should congratulate them. Just then, the purple-haired girl freezes in surprise as a classmate stands up and places a sheet of paper on the table. Hey, doesn't this seem a little off? He asks, eyeing the others. The gray-haired boy glances at the paper and narrows his eyes. Wait, is this the midterm evaluation? Everyone leans in, stunned. Chiron's name sits at the very bottom. 30 points. Across every subject. Wasn't he supposed to be an honor student? Someone says. Come to think of it, he doesn't even know how to use magic, another points out. The brown-haired boy scoffs. It's obvious. He got in through special connections. His family's got money. Probably started the genius rumor himself, just to snag a girl from a good family. He sighs. A rich kid who's done nothing but play his whole life, walks into the academy, and walks out with a girlfriend. The white-haired boy slams his hand down. So he really did get in through connections? The purple-haired girl yells. Doesn't it seem shady to anyone else? We're all working our asses off here. The brown-haired boy adds. Why does the academy keep turning a blind eye to something so obviously unfair? Just then, the door creaks open. Chiron freezes in place, eyes locked on the room ahead. Something's off. He's sure of it. It was so noisy just moments ago. He walks to his seat, leans over, and casually asks the boy beside him what the next class is. But the boy stands up and walks off without a word. Chiron stares after him, stunned. He doesn't even need an explanation anymore. The answer's obvious. They were talking that loud on purpose, wanting him to hear every word. And now, Amy might get dragged into this. Fast forward to the present, inside the combined classroom hall where all 7 classes are practicing their spirit zones. Chiron activates his zone, and a girl nearby glares at him, annoyed that his spirit zone is brushing up against hers. She grumbles to herself. Why is he even here? And why is his zone so ridiculously huge if it's that useless? Itella walks over and checks in. How's it going? Chiron sighs. This deviating form is tough. Every time I try to separate my spirit zone, it feels like my consciousness is being pulled out of me. Itella nods. It should. Your zone is the convergent type. It mirrors natural logic, anchored around a circular consciousness. It's not made for deviation, so it needs to be forced into it. She then asks, what about the other forms? No problem with those, he replies. Then let's have you show them in the image zone, she says. Chiron glances at the zone. Right now, if you're not feeling up to it, we can wait, Itella assures him. But you're the only one in class who can use all 4 forms. I think it's time the others saw that. She recalls how eager he was to try the image zone on day 1, but also how careful he's been ever since. Understandable. Emotions run high at this age. Still, those who truly believe in themselves won't be shaken by that. I'll give it a shot, Chiron says, stepping forward. Please let me know what you think. Around him, classmates shoot irritated glances. One of them mutters, bet he's just trying to impress his girlfriend. It's the only thing he's even good at. Chiron takes his place in the center of the image zone. Itella addresses the class. Let's take a look at each form, one at a time. Chiron, whenever you're ready. Chiron steadies his breathing and thinks. Mastering all 4 forms smoothly is a key requirement for advancement. If Chiron can pull it off early, he might just get bumped up, far away from Class 7 and all the chaos that comes with it. He shuts his eyes and focuses. First, the defense form. Instantly, his spirit zone materializes, solid and unyielding. Amy watches in disbelief. It's even stronger than when they fought the Dark Magician. From the sidelines, a black-haired student observes, there are 44 layers. That's top tier. With defense like that, it's like he's fully armored. Next, Chiron switches to the star form, then the 4-corner zone. Itella nods to herself. He's got a solid foundation. His transitions are smoother than even Class 6 students. Advancing him wouldn't be an issue at all. But now comes the tricky part. Chiron's chest rises and falls quickly. The deviated form. He's never managed to pull it off, and showing it in front of everyone is a risk. Still, if he wants real feedback, he has to go through with it. Even if it fails, he summons a blurry, unstable spirit zone. Class 5 students whisper among themselves, stunned. Wait, is he trying the deviated form? You have to be at least Class 5 for that. The key is to shrink the zone and shift its core before it collapses. Chiron tries. Just like in practice, it starts well enough. When it's close to him, he can move the center point. But the moment it drifts further away, it's like his mind is being yanked along with it. He pushes for one more attempt, only to hear stifled laughter around him. The students are mocking him, sneering at his failure. There goes the so-called genius, acting all high and mighty. What a joke. The deviated form flickers and begins to unravel. Amy watches, confused and worried. Why is he losing control? He was doing fine. Is it because of all the attention? Is something else going on? It's enough to throw anyone off. Chiron's thoughts spiral. Why do people enjoy watching others fail? Why is everyone so quick to tear someone down? He doesn't belong here. That much is clear. Then, suddenly, someone's voice cuts through his thoughts. You're thinking about way too much nonsense, says a brown-haired boy, calmly but firmly. Stop hesitating, the brown-haired boy says. If you're going to do something, then do it. You came here to become a mage, right? That jolts Chiron back to focus. He shakes off the noise in his head, closes his eyes, and reminds himself, I'm here to become a mage. His spirit zone bursts outward, massive and detached from his body. Class 4 and 5 students gasp. The zone had left his body completely. Inside, Chiron wonders, will it break free first, or will it collapse first? Meanwhile, Alifa reviews some reports. She's thinking back to the time Chiron resisted anti-magic with just his defense form. Anti-magic alone is so dangerous that even trained specialists need artifacts to handle it. There's no way those students used it properly. Still, he held his own against 6 of them. That means one of 2 things. Either Chiron's mental strength outweighs all 6 of theirs, or his talent is just that rare. Just then, Itella calls out to her. Did he manage the deviated form? Alifa asks. It's only been a month since he began training in the 4 forms, Itella replies. But his detached spirit zone held stable for a moment before disappearing. It lasted several seconds. Alifa quietly sips from her cup, thoughts lining up. So, my instincts were right after all. Itella continues to motivate the others. I'd like to ask for your help with something. Alifa adjusts her glasses. I was just thinking the same. A few days later, during Class 7's chemistry class, Sina lowers her hand from the board. That's it for today's lesson. The class buzzes with excitement. Something's clearly up. Alifa steps forward. I ended class early for a reason. I have a special announcement. She turns toward Chiron. Stand up. Chiron rises from his seat, and the room quiets. It has been decided, Alifa says. Student Chiron is officially promoted to Class 5. Starting tomorrow, he'll join their schedule. A girl with light purple hair blinks in shock. Did she just say he skipped 2 classes? That's not even possible, someone else whispers. It takes 2 whole years to move up 1 class. She narrows her eyes. Maybe his family pulled strings to get him promoted. Alifa addresses the room again. I hope this inspires everyone to put even more effort into their studies. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl shoots up from her seat. Excuse me, professor. I have an objection. Her voice trembles with frustration. It's extremely rare for anyone to skip 2 classes. How can a student who doesn't even know? He doesn't even know any magic commands, and yet he gets to advance? Alifer blinks, puzzled. Professor Atella never mentioned that. She turns to Chiron. Is that true? Caught off guard, Chiron stammers. Wait, I can't use any magic yet, but I thought I could just learn the basics if I got curious. Alifer calmly replies, Class 6 doesn't include magic evaluations, so I didn't see that as an issue for advancement. But the brown-haired student slams the desk in anger. I won't accept this. This is clear favoritism. He glares at her. Didn't you say a spirit zone isn't everything in magic? If that's the case, what else is he good at? If he can use even one magic spell, I'll acknowledge this. Another student joins in. He can't even keep up with theory class. Our grades are better. We could beat him easily. If you go ahead with this, we'll take it to the student association. Alifer feels a sudden wave of concern. Was there something I missed? She looks at them and says carefully, I understand where everyone is coming from. It seems I may have overlooked something important. I'll call for an official staff meeting and announce the decision again after that. Later, alone in her room, Alifer reflects on what happened. The students weren't just upset. It felt deeply personal. This wasn't about fairness alone. There was something more going on. Just then a knock. It's a student, Maria. I wanted to talk to you about earlier, she says. She begins to explain. This didn't start today. A week ago, they were ignoring Chiron completely. Then a few days back, they started gossiping out loud. She watched as they disrupted his study sessions and spread false rumors, turning the whole class against him. Tears well up in Maria's eyes. It's gotten so bad. It's bullying, and it's not fair. Alifer listens quietly, heart heavy. So that's what's really been going on. She thanks Maria gently. Leave the rest to me. I'm your teacher. I'll handle it. It's already this late. The brown-haired girl glances at Chiron and gives a small smile as he heads out. Walking alone through the dim streets, Chiron's thoughts drift. The Teenan swords. He remembers what he once told himself. Once inside the Magic Academy, the nobles would never look at him kindly. That meant he had to endure. Keep pushing forward, no matter what. If I can hold out until the end, my goal will be within reach. He comes to a halt in front of the advanced class hall, Professor Steelgate's domain. No matter who tries to stop me, he thinks I will become a mage. Back at the dorm, steam drifts out from the bathroom as Chiron finishes his shower. He steps out and hears a sudden knock at the door. At this hour? He checks the time, tense. Could be those students again. But when he opens the door, he's surprised to see Alifer standing there. Do you have a moment? She asks softly. Can I come in? He nods and lets her in. Would you like some tea? He offers. I actually wanted to speak with you earlier, she says, looking around. But you weren't in. She glances at his desk. Back when she first reviewed his academic record, something had caught her attention. His grades were low, yes, but oddly consistent across every subject. It didn't look like failure. It looked like someone spreading their focus evenly, building up knowledge across the board, not rushing for quick results. He wasn't failing to learn magic. He was choosing not to, for now. Why would he do that? She wonders. Was it a lack of early education? Chiron quietly sits across from her, looking a little unsure. Alifer thinks back to how he behaves in class. During lessons, he always stares straight at her, focused, but maybe that was just his way of hiding how Chiron he really is. She gently asks, Is school life hard for you? He shakes his head and replies, Not at all. I enjoy studying. It's fun. She hesitates for a moment. I've heard your classmates have been giving you a hard time. He lowers his eyes. You don't need to worry about me. But she leans in slightly and says, Can you be honest with me, Chiron? This isn't something you need to hide or be embarrassed about. He said it was a shame he couldn't form friendships, but there was something he could do about the hatred others had for him. When she asked if he felt bitter toward his classmates, he admitted he did. Still, he reminded her that he was human. While he got along with them to some extent, he wasn't going to lose himself just to fit in. Even if all 7 of his classmates thought he was in the wrong. If you consider it, that's only about 40 people. Somewhere out there, someone would understand him. She smiled, saying she understood what he meant and would remember that during the teacher's meeting. She also sensed that Chiron was eager for early promotion. Holding a book in her hands, Alifer concluded the announcement with her opinion. Chiron should move up ahead of schedule. As the other instructors flipped through the pages in front of them, they questioned whether it made any sense. An entire class bullying one student just because he couldn't use magic? In the Magic Academy's meeting room, The teachers discussed how this kind of thing could easily happen in the lower classes. Many of the kids lacked talent, and older were often mixed in, creating a massive skill gap. An older, brown-haired teacher spoke up, saying promoting Chiron early was the right move. If it were up to him, Chiron could graduate within 4 years, and for the academy, the sooner he graduates, the better. Alifer was about to take her seat when Thad cut in, saying he had some objections. When the principal asked him to explain, Thad said he didn't doubt Chiron's talent, but the fact remained the boy couldn't use magic. Student backlash couldn't just be brushed off. Alifer reminded everyone that Chiron's goal was to master knowledge across all fields at once. His delay in learning magic was part of that. A teacher shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning method, but Thad interrupted her, saying that wasn't the issue. He wasn't questioning Chiron's methods. What concerned him was how much favoritism she was showing. Even if Chiron surpassed the others in overall ability, he still lagged behind in magical expertise. Promoting him now could make the rest of the class feel alienated and, worse, kill their motivation to study. A teacher shouldn't give everything to just one student. They accused the academy of turning everything into a race to crown a single genius. Alifer shot back, saying not only was Thad trying to block a gifted student's path, but he also couldn't see the childish jealousy behind the student's actions. Thad and Alifer immediately clashed, practically leaping from their benches to argue. The rest of the teachers sat in silence, wondering how two people with such opposite personalities ever managed to become mages in the first place. At last, Alpheus raised his hand and told them to stop. He instructed them to sit down. Both Alifer and Thad remained standing, but fell quiet. Alpheus acknowledged that both sides had valid points. Alifer's argument held weight, but Thad's concerns about the school's balance were equally important. His objections weren't rooted in bias, but in genuine care for the academy. The sense of favoritism among students needed to be considered too. Thad agreed. Those were the exact words he'd been trying to say. Alifer turned to glance at him silently, then looked to the headmaster, who posed a new idea. The following morning, students gathered in front of the advanced class notice board. A new announcement had been posted. There would be a test to determine who would receive early promotion. Only one student would advance, straight to Class 5. The subject of the test would be magic, with teleportation chosen as the evaluation spell. The issue raised earlier, using the spirit zone as the sole evaluation, had been addressed. To resolve it, the academy selected Class 5's assigned spell, teleportation. Excitement and tension buzzed through the crowd. The students were stunned to learn that everyone from Class 7 could now take the promotion exam. A gray-haired boy commented that if someone passed, they'd skip 2 whole classes and land directly in Class 5. He turned to his green-haired friend and asked if he could use teleportation. The green-haired student shook his head. That's Class 5 material. I know the theory, but casting it is another story. Nearby, a black-haired girl turned to her brown-haired friend. You think it's simple? One of the upperclassmen I know got hurt so badly while practicing it, they were hospitalized for a year. The purple-haired boy looked uneasy. So what? You think no one's going to get promoted now because we complained? Then Chiron arrived. As he read the notice about teleportation, his classmates glared at him. He stared at the board deep in thought. The so-called Class 7 outcast situation had spread so far that even students from higher classes were talking about it. After class, students gathered around the intermediate class bulletin board, murmuring that stuff like this still happened. One of them pointed toward the commotion below and asked if it was Class 7 again. Someone replied, "Yeah, I heard it's 'cause he can't use magic. But they don't even teach magic in Class 7, so what's the big deal?" Another added, "They're just picking on him because he's dating Amy. Pure jealousy." Hearing all the whispers, Amy realized people thought Chiron was being bullied, and that he was avoiding her just to keep her out of it. Sariel chimed in thoughtfully, saying Class 7 was known for being immature, and incidents like this weren't unheard of. She'd been through something similar herself. Even so, she advanced quickly, and nothing serious came of it. Then she noticed Amy heading off and asked where she was going. To see Chiron, Amy replied. "What are you going to do?" Sariel asked. Amy snapped. "He better not try to act clueless. I'm going to make sure he remembers this, and I'll put every one of those Class 7 brats in their place." As Sariel picked up her coat, she asked if Amy was somehow part of the bullying too. "If I were being picked on, I wouldn't want the person I like to find out," she said. Amy paused at that. If she stepped in now, would it just crush his pride more? She couldn't understand. If she was someone he truly cared about, why hadn't he told her? Sariel shifted the topic. Teleportation isn't something you can pick up easily. It's a big leap, even for students in the higher classes. Amy thought to herself, if it were only about difficulty, that'd be one thing. But for someone who's never used magic before, it's dangerously reckless. Sariel asked, what if you taught him? It could be your way of making peace. Amy scoffed, as if he'd accept my help. Besides, I've got my own exams to prepare for. Then she added sharply, if he can't even handle this alone, maybe he shouldn't be my boyfriend. At the academy, something leapt swiftly through the trees, landing on a branch outside Chiron's dorm. It was Amy, perched like a storm waiting to hit, shouting that she definitely wasn't doing this because she had feelings for him. She was helping, period. Feeling partly responsible, Amy launched herself over the building and landed near Chiron's room. Her mind was set. He needed to apologize, and she wouldn't leave until he did. Inside, Chiron was quietly reading when he looked up, startled, just in time to see Amy burst through the window. Before he could speak, she pounced on him and clamped a hand over his mouth. I'm the one who's going to make sure you never forget this, she growled. And don't you dare keep this from me again. But then her eyes widened. Miss Alifer was sitting right there in the room. Alifer narrowed her gaze. You must be Amy. Have you been sneaking into the boys' dorm like this every night? Caught between panic and embarrassment, Amy stammered. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Alifer motioned her inside. You should come in before the neighbors start talking. She added, I always thought it was odd that you two didn't spend much time together and kept so quiet about it. Amy insisted. This is seriously the first time I've ever come here like this. Chiron said it'd be weird if we met during the day, so I came in secret. As she removed her cloak, Alifer raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, why are you here so late at night? I'm here to help him prepare for the promotion exam, Amy said firmly. Class 7 is already tense enough. Chiron handed her a cup. Here, have some tea. Amy took a sniff. Smells good. Where'd you learn to make tea like this? But her mood shifted fast. Slamming the cup down, she snapped. Whose fault do you think it is that you're being humiliated like this? Chiron hesitantly muttered an apology. Why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? She pressed. Alifer stepped in. Let's all sit down. We can talk about the exam first. Chiron, clearly uneasy, took a slow sip and wondered what exactly was going on anymore. Breaking the silence, Amy turned to Alifer. Don't you think teleportation's a bit too dangerous for someone who can't even use magic? Alifer admitted the headmaster had made the decision himself. While she was concerned, she trusted there was a reason behind it. Amy frowned. Of course, the eccentric headmaster had something to do with this. Chiron glanced at her. Is it really that dangerous? Amy nodded. Teleportation relies on the element of light. His eyes widened. I've read something about photonization before. She explained, light has a fixed speed. Nothing in this world can surpass it. Teleportation uses that very speed to bend the limits of space and time. Chiron listened, taking it all in. Chiron wondered aloud. Was Amy saying teleportation worked by converting the body into light? Alifer jumped in, explaining that while it sounded complicated, surprisingly, even beginner students could use teleportation. In photonization theory, the speed of light was divided into 4 levels: ultralight speed, light speed, sublight speed, and semi-light speed. The level required for teleportation was semi-light speed. If a student could understand even just 1% of that speed, they could use the spell. However, the downside was that if the process wasn't complete, some of the body's mass might not fully convert, leaving behind physical remnants. Chiron responded thoughtfully. So, it's easy to learn, but if you're not careful, there's the risk of crashing. No wonder it's banned on campus. Alifer smiled in approval. As expected, you catch on fast. Amy, on the other hand, looked off to the side, quietly wondering if this kind of warmth was normal between Chiron and Alifer, or if they were just unusually close. Chiron then asked, how can they base an exam on such a risky spell? Alifer was about to explain when Amy cut in, clearing her throat. They'll have to use a space with absolutely no obstacles. When Chiron asked where that would be, Amy pointed upward. The roof. Chiron looked up, stunned. In the sky, the narrator explained, the designated teleportation training area was 10,000 meters above sea level, a bridge stretching 700 meters across between 2 peaks. A place where no one could run, only teleport. Alifer confirmed it. Honestly, that's probably the only location that makes sense. The rules were simple. Race from one mountain peak to the other. Chiron was impressed. That's incredible. And yet, if it's up there, no obstacles would get in the way. Then he asked the obvious question. If someone fell, would they survive? Amy answered directly. The first person to make it across wins. But at Class 7's level, it might be hard for anyone to even finish. Alifer added, if no one makes it, whoever gets the furthest will be declared the winner. And yes, there'll be safety devices in place, but the real danger lies in the students themselves. She explained that when competition got too intense, accidents could happen, especially when teleporting bodies collided midair. Amy pointed out that with those rules in place, it was obvious Chiron would become the prime target for everyone else. Chiron, already anxious, questioned whether he could really pull this off. It wasn't even the difficulty that got to him. It was the fact that he had to take on the entire class by himself. What bothered him more was the idea that someone might get hurt because of it. Was taking this exam truly the right thing to do? Noticing his silence, Alifer softly apologized. She admitted that from the very first entrance exam, she'd wanted him placed in Class 5. But in hindsight, that selfishness might have made things harder for him. Chiron quickly said it wasn't her fault, but she cut him off. That's why, starting today, I'll personally take charge of your training. Amy frowned. Why go that far? Alifer replied, it was because she felt responsible for how complicated the promotion exam had become. Helping him now was the least she could do. Amy didn't agree. She warned that Alifer's involvement could backfire. If word spread that a judge was personally training one of the examinees, Chiron's credibility, and the result of the exam could be questioned. I'll teach him instead, Amy said firmly. It's a level 1 spell, there aren't any obstacles, and I can handle it. Chiron looked at her, surprised. Weren't you just mad at me? Alifer acknowledged Amy had a point, but she also mentioned something interesting. Amy had recently requested a promotion to the advanced class. Turning to her, she asked, so, do you really have the time to focus on Chiron right now? Chiron was stunned. The advanced class? The narrator explained. The advanced class was every aspiring mage's ultimate goal. The students in that group were recognized as semi-pros. Being accepted into a famous academy's advanced class meant making headlines in the kingdom's magic magazines. Once inside, there was no more leisurely school life. Just endless competition, high-pressure training, and barely any rest. Amy was aiming to get into that kind of world before anyone else in her year. Chiron asked in disbelief, why so fast? Isn't this early for people our age? Amy, visibly annoyed, muttered to herself, it's your fault. Your ridiculous improvement speed is throwing everything off. The only place left for her to escape now is the advanced class. Chiron's sure of one thing. She's not planning to settle for being number 1 in the intermediate division. She's unfazed about her chances. In fact, she's confident enough to be the first in her year to apply for the advanced class. And even though this is a crucial time for her, she still made the effort to come all the way here just to help him. Amy insists that no matter how hectic things get, something like this shouldn't be her concern. She tells her to let it go. But Chiron responds calmly. She gets where Amy's coming from. Still, as his girlfriend, it's okay to trust his training to a teacher. Alifer steps in, adding that this is Chiron's first exposure to magic. Having an experienced professor guide him would be much more effective. Hearing this, Amy suddenly feels lightheaded. She turns to Chiron, demanding he choose her or Alifer. Chiron, who's been quietly observing, suddenly reacts in surprise. Amy presses on, saying that obviously, a boyfriend would rather be taught by his girlfriend. Shinor, clearly nervous, tries to settle it with a simple answer. He'll handle it by himself. Both Alifer and Amy stare at him in shock. Meanwhile, the narrator explains. The teleportation training grounds, known as the bridge that cannot be crossed, are located high in the twin peaks of the Academy's mountain range. The design allows students to train in midair, free of obstacles. And thanks to safety gear installed for higher-ranked students, there's no danger of falling. Difficulty levels range from 1 to 10, with customizable obstacle challenges. Time mages have defined 4 distinct tiers of light speed training. First is semi-light speed, not quite sublight, but faster than sound. To the average eye, it looks as fast as light. This is the base level speed needed to cast a basic teleportation spell. Next is sublight speed, 90% the speed of light. At this level, space-time begins to distort. It's the threshold needed to use spatial warp spells. Then there's light speed. Only a handful of mages have ever reached it. This is the level required to perform the stop spell, which halts time itself. Finally, there's ultralight speed. Faster than light, only theoretical. No mage in recorded history has ever reached this state. In truth, ultralight speed would be the level of omnipotence required to use the time leap spell. A spell that, in theory, would allow a mage to move through time itself. Amy, clearly concerned, asks Chiron if he really doesn't see what a huge opportunity this is. Chiron responds quietly. He doesn't want to be a burden, not to her or to the professor. He knows how important her upcoming exam is, and that she'll be among the examiners. Amy points out that everyone else is hiring top-tier tutors just to master this one spell. No one's taking it lightly. On top of that, his classmates are already against him. This isn't something he can handle alone. But Chiron calmly replies, that's exactly why she's pushing ahead and joining the graduating class early. She can't afford to linger when she's focused on bigger dreams. To her, Class 5 is just a stepping stone to becoming a mage at her level. Amy looks away, struggling to respond. Chiron turns to Alifer and asks her to believe in him. He won't make promises he can't keep, but he'll do his best, and he won't regret the path he's chosen. Sina, who had been silently putting away a chair, speaks up. If that's what her student truly wants, then she'll respect it. But if he has questions later, he's free to come to her, just like any other student. For now, he should wrap things up and commit to his decision. As she opens the door, Alifer turns to Amy and says she'll let her off this time. But if she tries climbing through the boys' dorm window again, she knows what'll happen. Amy bows slightly and mutters a quiet yes. Taking a deep breath, Amy sits down on the bed. An awkward silence settles between them. She eventually stands, walks toward the window, and tells Chiron she'll be heading out. He thanks her, respectfully calling her senior, and appreciates her for coming. But Amy doesn't move just yet. She turns around and asks him, why did he really avoid her? She wants the truth. Was it because the others are bullying him? Because this doesn't just affect him, it affects her too. She demands to know if it hurt his pride. Chiron glances away, clearly uncomfortable. He says it wasn't like that. He just didn't want to drift apart from her. Amy doesn't buy it. She coughs, frustrated, suspecting her instincts were right. Finally, Chiron speaks up. He tells her it's because she's his goal. He remembers the day he arrived at the academy and saw her name at the top of the rankings. From that moment, he decided he wanted to catch up no matter what. Chiron never expected things to turn out this way. Things between them were already tense. If he'd told her about the bullying, it would have only made things worse. Amy quietly reflects on his words, his goal, and sadly, she realizes he's already surpassed her. Her thoughts drift to her past, and she wonders if he knows anyone else at the academy. If he does, maybe he can introduce them to her. It's a strange twist of fate. She looks at him and asks if he's joking. Smiling warmly, she accuses him of pretending to chase after her like some secret admirer, but doing it behind her back like a coward. Chiron bristles and fires back. How is that the same thing? Amy opens the window and challenges him directly. Are you planning to surpass me? She tells him to stop calling her senior. Instead, they should compete head-on where she can see him. And if he doesn't manage to catch up soon, he'll have to keep calling her senior for the rest of his life. Chiron, now fired up, calls out her name, Amy, and tells her to wait for him. He'll catch up in no time. Amy grins. If that's the case, he better study like his life depends on it. As she climbs out the window, she reminds him, by the time he gets there, she'll already have graduated. Watching her disappear, Chiron thinks to himself, she's already out of sight. It's a shame he can't rely on her help anymore. But he knows the bullies are watching. Every move he makes has to be his own. He gives himself a deadline, 1 month until the early advancement exam. The next day, the academy is buzzing. After class, students chat in the hallways. One student asks another if he's prepping for the early exam. The other says, yeah, his private tutoring starts today. But teleportation in a month? That's cutting it close. Around 20 students have applied already. The omniscience part of the test isn't too hard, as long as you know how to use the equations. But the gray-haired student remarks that omnipotence is where it gets tough. He glances over at Chiron. Meanwhile, Chiron is buried in books in the library, surrounded by thick stacks. He promised himself he'd learn this alone, but the challenge lies in applying the spell in real-world conditions. A mage's surroundings are always shifting, and that unpredictability makes all the difference. In teleportation magic, knowledge of the terrain is absolutely critical. The moment the situation unfolds, the mage must instantly calibrate omnipotence and determine the exact light value. But that calculation alone can stretch across 10 to 20 formula squares. Chiron ties a rope around his forehead, steeling himself he won't give up. If the exam were truly impossible, they wouldn't have assigned it. He remembers what Professor Alifer once said: teleportation is relatively easy to learn. But what if that's not the case for someone like him? Someone who's never studied magic before. His thoughts drift back to the headmaster's words. Class 7 students, raised in elite conditions, were practically destined to succeed. They were trained from childhood, had access to expensive private tutors, and were far ahead in magical theory and practice. Can he really close that gap? That question lingers, but deep down he knows he's already been given the answer. Meanwhile, at the teleportation field, a student is performing a successful teleport. The gray-haired instructor claps in approval, calling the demonstration flawless. He praises the student, recognizing him as the son of the famed Sir Slider, the Magic Association's renowned advisor. The student is introduced. Mark Slider, 15 years old, currently in Class 7. Mark humbly replies that he's being taught by a certified Class 9 instructor. Wiping away sweat with a towel, he admits he was nervous at first, but teleportation turned out to be surprisingly simple. The instructor nods, explaining that while full mastery is impossible in such a short time, if Mark can handle the key components for the exam and spend the rest of his time refining them, he has a good shot at completing the course. Mark laughs, wondering aloud if he just has a natural parachute for fast progress. After all, he's managed to jump ahead 2 levels in record time. Taking a drink, he casually asks what Chiron is up to. The instructor says they're keeping watch, just as Mark ordered. Apparently, Chiron is studying alone, relying entirely on books. Mark smirks. He figures Chiron would have used some connection to hire a top-tier teacher. Still, he tells them to keep watching. They can't afford to get careless. After all, nobody can master magic just by reading books. Back in the library, Chiron pauses, thinking he's done enough for now. Chiron has done everything he possibly can. He's poured countless hours into understanding omniscience, committing every essential theory to memory. Even if he's not completely confident, time is running out. At the Class 7 exclusive training grounds, Chiron warms up, mentally preparing himself. He knows he has to demonstrate real magic now. There's no other way. He can only hope the spell responds the way he's visualized. Stepping into his spirit zone, he focuses hard. He needs to integrate the theory of photoionization into the zone. The biggest obstacle standing between omniscience and omnipotence is himself. That mental block must be destroyed. Looking at the faint glow starting to cover his body, Chiron mutters, "It's working. Now it's time to teleport." No normal human could possibly calculate the value of light instantly. But he remembers a vital lesson. When a mage's concentration reaches its peak, even the wind around them becomes part of their senses. The most skilled can detect the number of leaves scattered across the ground without ever seeing them. This hyper-focused state is the spirit zone. Mages within it don't rely on logic alone. They perceive the world through heightened awareness. And from that awareness, they manipulate reality itself. Instead of calculating values, he chooses to sense everything at once. The countdown continues. 13 days remain before the teleportation exam. By the 9th day, students in the classroom are shocked to see Chiron walk in with a bruised and battered face. They whisper, wondering if he's training without any safety gear. Chiron, unfazed, scribbles away on a sheet of paper. His first teleportation attempt had failed hard. To fix his mistakes, there's only one way forward: trial and error. He remembers crashing painfully to the ground, knees buckling from the impact. Now, 8 days in, he's been furiously writing formulas nonstop. He notes that if his margin of error is just plus or minus 0.02 microc, it's absurdly small, but his body is learning through repetition. It remembers. Day 7, day 6, they race by. On day 1, Chiron exhales deeply, sweat dripping onto the ground. With the test tomorrow, he thinks hard. What else can he do? For every error he fixes, a new one appears. He raises his hand, as if to stop the doubt. There's nothing more to adjust. This has to be it. He glances at his hand, then covers his ears, forcing himself to focus. Get it together, he tells himself. I'll make it. Then he starts to run. As his momentum builds, he wills the teleportation spell to activate. In a flash, he vanishes, reappearing elsewhere. He crashes to the ground hard. But this time, he grins through the pain. It doesn't hurt. He did it. There's no room for breaks now. No time to slack off. If he wants to get anywhere, He'll have to keep pushing, sharpening his control, mastering the art of linking Shinor and sleep. But his thoughts trail off. Morning arrives. Mark stands by his window. Behind him, his gray-haired tutor asks how he's feeling. Fantastic, Mark replies confidently. Today's the day. I'm hitting class 5. That 700-meter mark? I'll crush it. Meanwhile, over at the academy, Maria pauses at the classroom entrance when someone calls out to her. Giving up already? It's Mark. She frowns. Aren't you supposed to be training? Studying, maybe? Mark smirks. Do I look like some pathetic bookworm? Don't insult me. He eyes her. And what about you? Slacking off again? No wonder your grades suck. Maria turns back to the classroom, but Mark doesn't stop. You should be out there, watching real talent. Learn from us. You might actually improve. Her voice trembles as she mutters, good luck. Mark lets out a loud, mocking laugh. Wishing me luck now? Wow, you really are something. You know that. He suddenly leans in. You didn't snitch, did you? Maria gasps, covering her mouth in shock. How could you even? Mark cuts her off coldly, just checking if it was really you. As her bag slips from her hand, Mark stares down at her. I have my ways of finding things out. Bit odd, though, for someone like you to wander into the teacher's office. He steps closer. I've been civil, cause we're classmates. But once I'm above you, you really think I'll stay nice? Maria's legs buckle as fear grips her. Mark just stares, thinking she's nothing more than a pathetic dreamer trying to become a mage. For years older, and still in the same class. What a joke. He strides off with a smirk, leaving her behind, curled up by the wall, sobbing silently. A moment later, Mark pushes open the classroom door. For boys are waiting. We all set? He asks. The one with black hair nods. Yeah, 2 of us will tail Chiron once it starts. The other 2 will cover the outside. We'll have exactly 2 shots to take him down. Mark nods. His first turn range is 10 meters. Make sure he's out by the 10th turn. The gray-haired one chimes in. So, you really keep your word if we pull this off? Mark smirks. Mark promises them everything, private tutors, job security, even if they flunk out of school. My dad's the technical advisor at the Magic Association, he says. Help me today, and I'll owe you. Big time. He's certain no surprises are coming. Geniuses don't slip up, not if they stay sharp. Elsewhere, Class 7's unregistered students gather. A girl with black hair glances around. Is this really the final? The pink-haired girl beside her scans the crowd. Way more people than I thought. Even Class 5 showed up. The Class 5 students stand with smug faces, clearly looking down on the rest. Class 4 and 6 enjoy the show, waiting for things to heat up. Judges are already in place. Suddenly, a light flickers near a tree. Itella steps forward and announces, 10 minutes till we begin. The front row starts stretching and warming up. 2 students peer down the steep drop ahead. Where's the bridge? One asks. The other scoffs, this is the bridge. We're jumping from here, genius. Up on a hill. Sariel looks through binoculars. The view's perfect from here. Amy groans. Why are you even watching Class 7? Waste of time. Sariel shrugs. Gotta cheer for my boyfriend. Might earn me some points. Amy waves her off. Whatever. The strong will pass. The rest? Who karmas? But she can't help but wonder. Did he even master teleportation? Just then, someone rushes over to Mark. Did you find Shinor? Mark asks. He's not here. Cut to Shinor, lying flat on the ground, asleep. An ant crawls across his face, bites him, then scurries off. Shinor jerks awake. What time is it? Back on the hill. Amy yanks the binoculars from Sariel. What do you mean he's not there? Sariel panics. I've looked everywhere. I can't find him. Amy stares through the lens. No way. Did he mess up the spell? Learning teleportation alone isn't easy. It's almost impossible. Down by the cliff, students at the front stretch and chat, wondering what lies below. Is there even anything down there? Someone mutters. Itella steps forward again. Listen up. Rules are simple. When a signal's given, run. Whoever teleports the farthest wins. The crowd freezes. They all glance at the edge. Wait, we're jumping off that? There's no choice now. The only path left is down. If that safety mechanism is real, it's not obvious. Thad glares at the students and tells them bluntly, if they're afraid, they should just quit now. At the Magic Academy, every lesson carries the risk of death. This is an early promotion exam. Only those with real ability will advance to Class 5. If they can't even protect themselves, they shouldn't be here. He warns them, if their determination isn't firm, now's the time to walk away. The students hold their gazes steady, staring back at him. But Thad keeps a stern look, convinced they're all frozen in fear. To prevent a disaster, he thinks it's best to keep them on edge. The real danger, he muses, lies in those boys too eager to charge in without a second thought. Mark glances over at his peers and scoffs inwardly. Why are these people, who couldn't even finish the course, trying to take the exam? Either they're delusional, or they'll be nothing in the real world. And if the rumors were true that someone tried to master everything solo, it must have ended in disaster. Regardless, he's already plotting his next move. Up on the platform, it telecalls for the frontliners to assemble. The exam is about to start. But then, all heads turn as Chiron suddenly dashes up, gasping for air. The students stare in disbelief. Chiron, drenched in sweat, quickly apologizes and asks if he can still take part. Charel looks to Attila, who rushes to Chiron's side. Before anything more is said, Amy snatches the binoculars from Charel in frustration, snapping at why Chiron showed up so late. Biting her lip, she glares at him, wondering why he's battered and bruised. Had he been training without safety gear? Alifer turns to the headmaster and asks if Attila is signaling for a delay, hoping they can stall the exam for the late arrival. But the headmaster simply replies that survival is each student's responsibility. The test must begin on schedule. Attila looks toward the flash and addresses the group. It's time to prepare. The test will proceed as planned. She tells Chiron that if he wants to back out, he can still speak up. A green-haired boy calls Chiron over and motions him to stand next to him. Thinking silently, let's begin. One's bound for success, but they're determined to make sure Chiron fails before that can happen. Panting, Chiron steels himself, muttering that he has to give it everything he's got. Attila announces that Class 7's early promotion exam is about to begin. On your marks, get set. She raises her hand, finger hovering over the timer. The students take their positions. Mark eyes the student next to him and assumes he's got a plan, so he decides to stick close. Attila shoots a flash of light into the sky, the signal. The exam begins. Everyone surges forward. Two students are stunned as Chiron sprints past them with surprising speed. Time elapsed, 1 second. The narrator explains, these students have come this far through intense training, but this is their first time stepping onto the sky path, where nothing but open sky lies beneath them. What would that feel like? The rush that begins at the tips of their toes. Was it thrill or fear? They didn't know. All they could do was move forward with the one plan they all shared. Run. An orange-haired boy pushes ahead, thinking he just needs to stay in front. As long as he keeps going, things should be fine. Time elapsed. 2 seconds. Distance to the cliff, 20 meters. Mark sprints forward, but he knows speed alone won't win this. What really matters is where he casts his teleportation spell. It's all about timing. Picking the perfect spot to launch from will decide who comes out on top. Repeating that gap would be impossible unless he's brave enough to take the risk. The orange-haired student reaches the edge and teleports. A black-haired boy mutters, "Me too," and follows. One by one, the lead group blinks out of sight. Time elapsed, 3 seconds. Just 5 meters left to the cliff's edge. The front runners continue to teleport away. One of Mark's teammates yells that he can't go any further. Mark snaps at him. What's he supposed to do if the supposed guard squad backs out first? As he reaches the cliff's edge, Mark calculates. If he falls and then teleports at just 2 meters down, time ticks to 3.5 seconds. Chiron is still running at full speed. The green-haired boy watching him wonders, why is he still running? The gray-haired one thinks to himself that they're the only ones left now. If they keep this up, they're going to fall. At the 3.7-second mark, 2 boys teleport away, barely a meter from the edge. Chiron, hearing the time, mutters, and not yet. He reaches the cliff's edge, determined to catch up here and now. Class 4 students, including Alifer and Attila, are stunned. As the timer rolls on, they watch in disbelief. Chiron hasn't teleported. He just jumped straight off. No light, no magic, just a leap. 2 meters beyond the cliff, at the exact 4-second mark, Chiron dives into open air. Flashback. 1 year ago, inside the Ogent mansion, Rian's room. Rian stares at Chiron and asks, shocked, "Weren't you scared?" Chiron answers nervously, "I read in a book. Fear comes from imagination." He explains, imagination makes us think we'll die in a situation. Like when someone jumps off a cliff, they don't die until they hit the ground. That's why he focuses only on the present. No thinking ahead. Only act when he can clearly see the solution. Rian's eyes widen as Chiron throws the question back. Isn't that obvious? Rian insists, you'll die if you fall. But Chiron calmly replies, that's not the point. He tells Rina to think about it. The fall isn't death. The moment of death is when you hit the bottom. Back in the present, Chiron plunges downward. He looks down, staying alert. He reminds himself, it's over the moment his spirit zone breaks. With laser focus, he activates it and teleports, landing with the others near a tree. Mark sees him flash ahead and is stunned. He jumped late and still passed all of us at once. The judges and students on the sidelines erupt in excitement. It started, they cheer. Class 5 students look at each other in disbelief. Did you see that? That new guy just jumped. Sariel turns to Amy, surprised. That was his first time using magic. Amy narrows her eyes. His star was delayed, but he's bouncing back. If he keeps this up, he'll be first. Mark grits his teeth, furious. What's my team doing? Watching Chiron push ahead, he sees, I gave it my all. And he's still ahead. Meanwhile, Maria walks silently through the jungle, lost in thought. I wasn't always talentless. She remembers a time in her past. A teacher asked her why her grades were slipping. Holding back tears, she told him the other kids were cruel. I just couldn't handle it. The teacher coldly tells Maria that competition is part of life. Everyone else faces the same pressure and still manages to improve. If she can't handle that, how does she expect to become a mage? The narrator explains, Maria remained in class 7 for 6 whole years. Maria stops in her tracks. I don't like competing, she mutters, but I hate being pushed around even more. Covering her face, she whispers, I can't let Mark move ahead. At the end of the third teleportation round, the students are now split into 3 groups. Up front are Chiron, Mark, and their teammates. The second group trails about 3 meters behind. The last group, those who panicked early, used magic too soon, afraid to take the leap. One student from the rear group admits he can't use flight magic and, believing he'll survive the fall, jumps down. Others scream in panic, calling for help and begging to quit the exam altogether. Classes 5 and 7 chuckle to themselves. The ones who overcame fear ended up being the first to drop. The judges note each student's fall and distance from the cliff as more drop down to the ground below. Where's the safety mechanism? One yells mid-fall. How far am I going? Suddenly, large fans activate beneath them, slowing their descent and letting them land softly. The orange-haired student grumbles, so cruel. They could have warned us about this. The judges, their images projected for all to see, grin. Just a little gift for our junior students. The ones who dropped in the last group, every single one, failed the exam. Meanwhile, those in the middle group lost momentum and also fell, calling out for help. They too failed. Mark keeps moving, seething. They shouldn't have even tried. They were doomed from the start. He glances at his teammates lagging behind. I wasn't wrong. The gap just keeps growing. He doesn't care how it looks, dead or not. Chiron is now leading the teleportation phase. Itella observes closely. Chiron, he's incredible, she says. He's using compulsion magic in perfect rhythm. His moves are so precise, so consistent. It's almost mechanical. One of the judges, the brown-haired man, notes, Mark's rhythm is falling apart. The white-haired woman adds, he's stronger than the rest, no doubt, but he's pushing too hard. All the while, they quietly commend Itella for how she's handled the test so far. From far away, she senses synesthesia. Thad glances smugly at the headmaster, thinking to himself, Chiron's talent is no joke. Sariel, watching intently, murmurs that he's forcing compulsion. But where did he learn something that advanced? Amy, recalling her time serving coffee to mages, thinks to herself, most mages learn to convert subconscious impulses into conscious control. But Chiron, he's different. She wonders if he's not converting anything at all. Maybe he is raw subconscious. And that's not something you could teach. Mark grits his teeth, frustration boiling over. He's gonna burn out soon. Then, out loud, he yells, start. The black-haired boy hesitates, thinking it's too risky to act now. But if he spends the last of his mental energy, he might be able to pull it off once. Chiron, mid-run, hears a strange sound. Something's off. Someone's broken formation. A blur passes him. He's stunned, watching a student veer toward him with reckless speed. The student's thoughts are clear. If we go down together. Chiron realizes, is he seriously trying to crash into me? All the students in the front group fall, except for Mark. Chiron's rhythm collapses, and the exhaustion hits all at once. Breathing heavily, he tells himself, don't black out. Focus. He enters spirit zone again and launches into a long leap. The watching students scoff at him. Meanwhile, Class 5 murmurs about the weird movements just now. Did we mess up the direction? One asks as Chiron nearly crashes into someone ahead. A brown-haired student speaks up. He did it on purpose. Everyone turns to him in disbelief. How can you be sure? He calls out, Iruki. Iruki steps forward, raising a hand in a punching stance. Simple. One person stops. Another charges. That combo, paired with instant teleportation and space jumping, can cause total chaos. He says if Chiron hadn't stepped out of his regular pattern, the outcome could have been disastrous. But if it were me, Iruki adds, I'd have dodged it easily with motion equations. The two boys in question look away, annoyed, and now suspicious of each other. The gray-haired student nods. Just like Iruki said, the brown-haired boy agrees. No way the professors didn't catch that. They probably already have something in place. Meanwhile, Mark is hyped. I'm first, he grins cocky. Everyone's just jealous of this idiot, huh? The students from class 6, soon to become juniors, are watching closely. Chiron keeps his eyes on Mark. His pace is solid. If I want to win this, I have to pass him fast. But he knows, if he recklessly extends his teleportation distance, he'll mess up his rhythm. Instead, he tightens his focus and speeds up his timing, half a beat faster than Mark. The class 7 students start buzzing. Chiron's gaining on him. Only those two are left now. A girl nearby calls out nervously to Mark, You've got to move faster. Amy watches with growing concern. His body's not ready to handle this much magic. Sariel, eyes brimming with tears, begs Amy, Let me see. Just once. Amy is startled, but then suddenly, so is Mark. A rope snaps out of nowhere, right his path. He narrowly dodges it, a shock running through him. I could have died. Chiron also notices the hazard and stares, alarmed. The judges look panicked as a warning flashes. The bridge's engine system, classified level 10, is activating. And once it starts, the bridge can't be crossed. From afar, Chiron and Mark watch as ropes start spreading and coiling rapidly in the distance. Alifer urgently calls out to Thad. He responds that he's heading to the engine room and takes a massive leap, vanishing into thin air. Alifer anxiously turns to the headmaster. We need to halt the test now. Another judge counters. This exam determines a 2-grade advancement. If we cancel it, the backlash from the families will be enormous. He asks the headmaster, So what do we do? The headmaster, silent until now, suddenly snaps. You're asking me that now? He slams his hand down. Send the signal. Stop the exam immediately. Up above, a yellow flare rises high into the sky. Chiron and Mark both see it. The message is clear. Exam terminated. Thad watches the signal flare and mutters to himself. They really called it off. He can already imagine the flood of complaints rolling in. Frustrated, he storms toward a small building and bangs on the door. Brad, he yells. Did you seriously drink yourself into a coma again? I told you this exam was critical. He grabs the doorknob, locked. Thad summons his magic, a fireball flickering beneath his palm. Peering through a gap, he sees someone slumped behind the door. His voice turns furious. You better open up right now, or else. He's ready to blow the door apart, and the man behind it. On someone else's orders, since no one would care even if a guy like that died. Hearing the voice, Thad freezes, recognizing it. He asks if it's Maria, then slams his fist on the door, demanding she open up. He accuses her of causing a serious problem, warning that this won't just be brushed off with a slap on the wrist. Inside, Maria cries out, saying everything's already over. If Mark succeeds, she'll just be dragged back into a miserable life. What difference does it make if she dies now? Maria trembles, her voice thatting. Thad sighs softly. He tells her he understands. If she doesn't want to come out, fine, there's no need to. The exam's over, just like she wanted. Nearby, Mark watches the flickering yellow fire, irritated. The trial's been halted. He was so close to advancing. His eyes shift to Chiron. He knows he has to win now. If they don't do it here, they might never get another chance to take him out. Without a word, both Mark and Chiron dash forward, aiming for the final stage. Elsewhere, the judges urgently inform the headmaster that Mark and Chiron are entering the maze. Furious, the headmaster slams his desk and hurls insults. Alifer questions why they aren't being stopped. Are they too proud to intervene? He insists they act now before it's too late and yells at the headmaster again. The headmaster reflects on Chiron. He thought the boy was different, but if he lets Mark's ambition cloud his judgment, he'll lose sight of the future entirely. As Mark and Chiron push deeper into the maze, Class 4 watches anxiously. unsure if they should do something. Amy voices her concern. The 10th level is for specialists. This is too much. Iron ropes lash out from the mountain walls, slamming into the ground. The pressure boxes close in on Chiron, but he narrowly dodges them. The traps are fast, too fast. If he takes time to dodge one and analyze the next, it'll drain his mind quickly. Meanwhile, Mark pushes through the maze, thinking it doesn't matter. They're getting disqualified anyway. The one who gets the furthest wins. As he tackles the next challenge, Mark tells himself if he can impress the observers, they'll finally recognize him. He breaks through the barrier, questioning his own technique. Then his thoughts drift back to Chiron. He mutters to himself, Chiron, always second place. Always will be. Mark gets dragged back, yanked away just in time. Meanwhile, deep in the engine room, an alert flashes on the screen. Maria, staring at it, turns to Thad and asks what this competition is even supposed to be. She says it's just a game of deception, where students break each other down with lies until only one is left standing. Is that really what the school wants? Thad, sitting against the closed door, tells her it's all just a misunderstanding. But Maria cuts him off. No sugarcoating. If even the professors already know who gets praised as a genius, then what's the point? Tears stream down her face. She says she's always followed instructions. If they say endure, she endures. But the school only notices the gifted. The rest, students like her, are invisible. Thad leans his head against the door. He asks if she ever knew. He once walked these same halls. He was a senior when she was just starting out. Maria looks at the door, surprised. Thad brings up a memory. Does she remember hearing about a so-called genius named Thad? She says she's never heard the name. He smirks bitterly. Exactly. He was dead last, stuck in class 5 for 5 straight years. And as the friends around him advanced, he started getting angry. Maria says that's hard to believe. Thad laughs quietly. Then he recalls the moment everything changed. One day, the headmaster caught him slacking off and tore into him. The headmaster asked what was eating at him. Thad replied, saying the school usually didn't bother with students like him. So why now? But the headmaster interrupted. Do you know the one thing a mage should never do? He asked. Then answered himself, never compare yourself to others. Thad looked away, unimpressed. He thought it would just be another long lecture. But the headmaster's voice turned sharp. A mage must vanish, erase everything but themselves. Only then can they truly grow. If you're always chasing the person beside you, you'll lose your path completely. Back in the maze, Mark arrives at the net and realizes too late that it's a dead end. Panic hits. He looks down at his hands. Is this it? Am I really going to die like this? He yells, pleading for help. The judges shout frantically, no. Then, Chiron's hand bursts through the haze, grabbing Mark's collar and yanking him back from the edge. Class 7 stares in disbelief. Someone shouts, Chiron saved him. One of the brown-haired students stammers. Why would he help him? This is still a test. A blonde classmate answers calmly. Because what's the point of winning if someone dies in the process? Right beside her, the short-haired girl brushes it off, saying that's not the point. They're more impressed by how he pulled off those moves. Mark, trembling, begs to be saved. But Chiron, dragging him back, tells him to stay put. He's thinking. Chiron suspects the traps are illusions. To break free, he needs to decode the patterns forming in the distance. As traps snap around them, Chiron keeps pulling Mark clear. Class 5 students shout that vertical teleportation won't work. They have to dodge instead. Chiron, staring into the illusion, realizes gaining height is useless. He needs to retreat. Iruki cheers, saying moving forward isn't always the answer. Sometimes turning back is a valid choice. One of the Class 7 students is shocked, wondering if it's true he trained all on his own in just a month. Another says she thought he was just some guy who got in with connections. The blonde girl starts to worry they were wrong about him, while the pink-haired one cheers him on, saying he's got this. Class 5 keeps yelling for him to dodge, while Amy quietly says his training wasn't just about passing some exam. Recalling Chiron's words, she remembers. All he ever wanted was to master magic. Thad tells Maria that competition is just a tool, just something to help you reach the finish line faster. He says it's okay to take it slow, because in the end, everyone becomes a mage. Maria hesitantly asks if it won't be too late, and Thad reassures her. He promises to help and urges her to find her courage again. She breaks down in tears, unable to respond. The headmaster declares that the exam must go on, and says he'll take full responsibility. Chiron, still holding Mark, scans the brutal terrain ahead. He realizes the trap is alive, shifting. His position is risky. He's too focused on protecting Mark. Mark screams that he doesn't want to die. Chiron enters his spirit zone, analyzing the treacherous maze and the illusions cloaking it. He decides to feel out the structure, sensing the real paths. As the layout becomes clear, he tells himself to focus. He's almost there. Just like before, it's that moment again, when he veered off the path and suddenly crossed it in an instant. Class 7 stares, stunned, while Mark stands frozen in fear. Amy, Sariel, and even the judges watch Chiron in disbelief. Alpheus reflects that danger sharpens ability, but most people hit their ceiling once they're satisfied. Yet, that child, he doesn't seem to feel pride or resentment. Maybe that's why he has no limits. Chiron moves through the hurdles, eyes fixed straight ahead. Itella watches him in awe. He has no stray thoughts, no obsession holding him back. His spirit zone density is nearing 99.9%, and he's tracing out the route with precision. She admits his talent is undeniable, but this time, he could truly be at risk. The mirage boxes start spinning. Chiron notes the gaps between the obstacles are now only a meter apart. That's too narrow for a 10-meter teleport. As he approaches the boxes, he decides to split his teleportation, just 10% at a time. Left, right. He follows that rhythm and makes it through. But ahead of him now is a wall of nets, layered thick with illusions. He realizes the next trap is locking down the forward path, and the space left to move is shrinking rapidly. Spotting a small gap, he slides through, planning to break his movement into even smaller segments. Iruki watches in shock, calling out that he's about to pull off a rainbow drop. His classmates question why the light is curving. Doesn't it only move straight? Iruki chuckles, telling them they're thinking too literally. If you differentiate a circle, you get infinite straight lines. If you split teleportation distance into 1/1000ths. Surprised, they ask how he can possibly measure that. Iruki replies, it's not math. It's something he senses. Call it instinct or maybe insight. Either he's got divine precision, or he's just a genius wired in reverse. Iron ropes lash toward Chiron. He glances up and mutters, they're massive. The judges exchange nervous glances, realizing that's a dragon mage. Alifer charges in with a furious leap, yelling about whatever Professor Thad is pulling. Mark, disoriented, slowly blinks his eyes open and gasps at the sight. A monster, he screams, pointing at the dragon mage. Chiron watches closely, thinking he has to memorize every move, every pattern. But first, he needs to shift left and enter the circle. Mark, still terrified, mutters helplessly beside him. Mark, desperate, pleads with Chiron to save him, promising he'll be nice. Meanwhile, Alifer uses teleportation to rush to the engine room, confronting Thad and demanding to know what's going on. Thad replies calmly that there's a situation, but Alifer yells at him to shut it down immediately. They're out of time. Thad, surprised, asks what's wrong, since as far as he knows, the exam was already called off. Alifer shouts that it wasn't. Chiron and Mark are still inside. Realizing the gravity of it, Thad bolts toward the control device. Just then, Alifer sees Itella appear and calls out to her, warning that Chiron is inside the mouth of the dragon maze. The maze snaps shut. Sariel hides her face in fear, while Amy, Class 7, and the judges look on, shaken. The timer hits 0. A minute before Itella arrived, Chiron, soaked in sweat, had been calming himself. He told himself to stay focused. He was still alive. Every 10th of a second mattered. Every 100th. There were 6 pivot points and 9 total teleportations, including the escape route. But now, Chiron sees he can't get out with Mark the way they came in. He needs another way. Alpheus watches anxiously, until suddenly, Chiron emerges from the dragon maze. Gasps erupt from both Class 5 and Class 7. They can't believe it. Some whisper if he's even real, or if they're seeing ghosts. Itella is stunned and backs away in disbelief. Chiron, breathing heavily, stumbles forward. Mark looks around, confused, asking where he is. He doesn't remember anything. The engine controlling the bridge, once uncrossable, has been disarmed and reset to 0. A gray-haired boy from Class 5 remarks that Chiron just cleared a level 10 zone and officially passed into the advanced class. He's now specialist level. Chiron breaks down in tears, saying he really thought he was going to die. Sariel cries, overjoyed. Amy, letting out a breath, admits he was actually kind of cool. She reflects that those who give their all don't need to brag. They just show it. Students gather around Chiron, congratulating him. He's heading straight to Class 5 now, and Class 6 is going to be jealous for sure. Thad and Attila return just in time. Alifer demands to know if Chiron really passed. She missed the crucial moment because of Thad. Flustered, Thad says he'll explain everything later, insisting he did his best. Alifer, clearly not buying it, fires back that he was absolutely no help, then adds that in the end, both of them made it through. They reached the finish line at the same time, and now everyone waits for confirmation. Someone urges the headmaster to make the final announcement, but stops mid-sentence as the headmaster unexpectedly closes his eyes. In that moment of silence, the headmaster reflects. Was he worried for nothing? A quiet gratitude stirs within him, grateful to have witnessed such brilliance. Thad watches him, deep in thought, recalling the title Milch Family's Light, a name once given to the one who redefined the nature of photons. But he breaks from his thoughts as Alifer questions the headmaster's strange behavior. Thad wonders if maybe, for just a moment, a flicker of greed had sparked inside him, fueled by Chiron's incredible talent and the admiration he holds for the headmaster. He silently pleads with him to say something. He thinks someone who could brighten the academy's future has finally arrived. The headmaster suddenly lets out a laugh and admits maybe he's lost his mind. Thad realizes he's reminiscing, triggered by seeing such a gifted student. As the headmaster stands, he reflects on Chiron's pure passion for magic and remembers a meeting with Rian's grandfather, saying he never believed in fate. Clutching the necklace around his neck, the headmaster acknowledges it's been a long time since his heart pounded like this. Then, he declares, only one person will pass. He praises all the students, saying their courage today will shape the future of the world. And the one who passes today's exam, he announces, is Arian Chiron. Mark slowly rises to his feet, legs trembling. The headmaster calls to him, asking if he wants to stay silent. After all, he entered the test beside Chiron, but it was Chiron who saved him. And the way things happened, especially the collision, left a lot of questions. Mark stares at Chiron, stunned. He'd seen it with his own eyes. This wasn't luck. Chiron was the real deal. Bowing deeply, Mark admits he was wrong all along. He calls Chiron a true genius and offers a sincere apology, promising as a fellow mage, he'll take full responsibility. Chiron's classmates follow, lowering their heads in shame. They apologize, accepting any punishment. Chiron, glaring at them, gives a flat okay, hoping they mean it. In his mind, all he wants now is to sleep. The narrator adds, Chiron is absolutely drained. He's not even thinking straight anymore. Amy turns to Sariel, saying they should leave. But Sariel insists. Today, of all days, they should stay by Chiron's side. Amy disagrees. There's no time to rest. Chiron has proven himself, and now it's her turn. As Amy begins to walk away, Chiron notices. He calls out to her and lifts his hand, pointing straight at her. Chiron tells Amy he kept his promise, and that he's coming after her soon. Both Amy and Sariel stare at him, completely stunned. Sariel giggles, saying just hearing Amy's name felt like some kind of signal. The whispers start again. Everyone's buzzing that Chiron must be jealous of his girlfriend, and that he's just ridiculously cool. Amy, caught off guard, looks away nervously. The narrator cuts in. Chiron wouldn't remember a thing about this moment when he woke up later. But from that point on, he was officially placed in Class 5. Elsewhere, Attila feels uneasy. Something doesn't sit right. She's sure the Sthesia had been chasing Chiron, or maybe it missed him inside the dragon maze. Either way, something was off. A disciplinary committee is called. Maria, standing before them, calmly admits her wrongdoing and accepts her punishment without protest. But Mark, Chiron, and Brad, still groggy from sleep magic, step forward to say they don't want Maria punished. Their unexpected defense shakes the room. Other students, feeling ashamed, begin confessing one after another. One by one, they reveal the schemes they used to sabotage Chiron during the test. The entire scandal unravels. Chiron watches Mark take the stand and quietly thinks, Mark really meant it when he said he'd take responsibility. The headmaster, setting down his pen, states that Maria's case is unfortunate. She didn't tamper with the machine to harm anyone directly. Still, according to school rules, consequences must follow. Chiron steps up too. He admits he disobeyed the test pause signal and entered the maze anyway. He says he knowingly took Mark through a dangerous zone. and will accept the consequences. From his seat, Thad silently reflects. Things turned out just the way the headmaster had hoped. The students were once blind, clouded by pride, rivalry, and jealousy. But now, they're finally seeing clearly. Thad believes this is how real education works. The headmaster had taught them something far deeper. With a loud bang, the headmaster brings the gavel down. Tears fall in Class 7. Mark turns to Maria and offers a heartfelt apology. Alifer, reviewing the final report, thinks to herself, this is the first time in the school's history a verdict like this has ever been handed down. Everyone involved is getting punished. Mark and Maria receive a 2-month suspension. The others, 1 month each. Then she turns to Chiron, asking why he went into the maze even after seeing the signal. He replies simply, he didn't want to lose. But all he could think about was solving a maze. Honestly, he doesn't even remember much. Alifer sighs, noting quietly, he really does have a reckless side. She hadn't expected it from him. Maybe because of how he looked, or maybe just because he was a boy. Chiron lies on his bed, snoring softly as he drifts into a dream. He finds himself back in the dragon's maze, back in his childhood, when he met the headmaster alongside a group of young students. He sees the moment he first tapped into magic. Everything froze, mirrors shattered around him, and a voice echoed that he had become infinite. The sound of the piano pulls Chiron back to reality. His eyes flick open. Is it morning already? He wonders aloud. He puts on his Class 5 uniform, feeling unfamiliar in it. He doesn't remember much, but if it showed up in his dream, it must have meant something. On his desk lies a green book. He picks it up, realizing it's the notebook Amy lent him. It had helped him a lot with understanding magic rules. He makes a note to return it during today's joint class, and maybe find a way to thank her properly for supporting him back in the second training hall. At the training ground, Sariel greets him. Hey, Chiron. How are you feeling? Carrying a bucket of apples, Chiron walks over to Amy. I wanted to thank you, he says simply. Amy takes the bucket, her eyes dropping to the book in her hand. I actually like cherries, she says with a smile. Chiron scratches his head. Sorry. I didn't mean to snoop. I just thought you liked apples. Amy opens the book and spots a doodle of an apple next to a note he wrote to himself. Her face changes, and suddenly she runs off. Sariel calls after her. Where are you going? Class is about to start. Chiron stands there, puzzled. Why did she run off like that? The narrator chimes in. After that, Amy had no trouble passing the exam and moved up to the graduating class. But even the brightest minds face problems they can't quite figure out. 1 month later, Class 7 students returned. They offered Chiron a seat as soon as they walked in. You don't have to keep doing this, he tells them, feeling awkward. Still, it's become a regular thing. At every combined class, Class 7 offers him a seat like he's some intimidating upperclassman. Then he notices Sariel. Got a seat for me? She asks. You're looking pretty low energy today. Missing your girlfriend? Chiron shoots back. You're the clingy one. You're always hanging around. That's why I'm heading to the graduating class too, she says without missing a beat. I was planning on finishing school and just living a simple life, but watching you and Amy lit a fire under me. I wasn't about to let my youth slip by like that. Amy casually mentions that she's aiming to become a soldier. Chiron stares at her in shock. Wait, are you saying you're actually going to war? Then, narrowing his eyes, he asks suspiciously, Hold on, are you two really dating? He quickly changes the subject. Isn't that kind of dangerous? Thoria might be peaceful now, but what if a real war breaks out? Amy answers without hesitation. If it does, every mage is required to serve. That's why we receive so many perks and support. It's part of the deal. She adds that her specialty is sniping magic, and she'll mostly be involved in intelligence warfare. Pretty cool, right? She says with a grin. You can call me the beautiful intel agent. Chiron falls into thought. Why am I getting so worked up about her ranking? The narrator steps in. Starting from Class 5, every student has to think seriously about their future path as a mage. Finding something you're good at can give you a major edge. After class, Sariel waves goodbye as she heads off. Just then, a boy with light green hair walks up. Training again? He asks. Chiron nods. He calls the boy Nade, thinking how sociable he is. Despite being awkward himself, Chiron appreciates Nade. He's the only one who really talks to him. If anything's tough, just ask me, Nade says with a smile. Chiron knows Nade's grades are only average, but there's something special about him. He can control lightning, which makes him stand out. As Nade demonstrates a breathing technique, Chiron reflects that everyone has their own strengths. Class 5 feels different from Class 7. More grounded, more mature, since everyone here is around the same age. Just then, two boys with long brown and gray hair call out to them. Chiron, hey, come over here. Chiron walks up cautiously, thinking if they want to argue again, it's going to get awkward. I don't want to end up isolated again, just because I can't keep up. The gray-haired boy speaks first. Who do you like more, Professor Attila or Professor Alifer? The narrator explains. Students in Class 5 start learning advanced magic. To use specific types, they need to score over 60 in targeted subject evaluations. To move on to the graduating class, they must choose a specialty, and every student works hard to discover their aptitude. Nade snorts at the question. Seriously? You're really asking that? Of course I'm Team Professor Alifer. What about you? Nade grins and says, Professor Alifer's got brains and looks. But the brown-haired student shakes his head. Professor Attila has that hidden charm. Makes you want to protect her, you know? Then they both turn to Chiron. What about you? What's your take? Caught off guard, Chiron freezes. What do I think? He sees them waiting eagerly and starts to panic. If I want to get along with people here, I gotta learn how to blend in. But these two, they're experts at this. Just as he's about to speak, both students suddenly back off. We'll talk later, one of them says. Chiron stares, stunned. Was it because I didn't give an answer? Nade, waving casually, says, nah, it's because of him. Chiron turns to see a new figure approaching. It's a rookie. What are you guys talking about so seriously? A rookie asked with a curious grin. Nade answers right away. Just debating which professor is prettier. You know, the important stuff. Anyway, Chiron, meet a rookie. Chiron notes the sudden shift in mood and demeanor. Nade adds, this is the first time we're officially meeting. Iruki's kind of an outsider, still part Class 5, though. Iruki extends his hand confidently. Nice to meet you. But let's be real. Who doesn't know you? Chiron hesitates, then clasps his hand, and a jolt of recognition hits. That voice, it's him. The one who had once told him to stop hesitating, to act if he wanted something, to go all in if he really wanted to become a mage. Eyes wide, Chiron grips his hand tighter. Thank you. It's because of what you said that I could finally master the deviate form. Iruki gives him a smug look. Man, you're kind of boring. Chiron is left speechless, not sure what to make of the guy. Nade steps in quickly. Don't mind him, he always talks like that. Then, glaring at Iruki, he adds, you ever consider that your tone's kind of messed up? Iruki shrugs. That was a compliment. Then he turns to leave. Watch your back in Class 5, he calls over his shoulder. This place is full of weirdos. Where are you even going? Nade asks. Class is starting. Iruki waves him off. Can't be bothered. Chiron watches him go, thinking, did he just say he can't be bothered to attend a magic class? Nade sighs. Sorry, man. He always talks like that. But once you get to know him, he's actually okay. Chiron chuckles softly. He's definitely unique. Trying to understand someone like that would be exhausting. He pauses. Though honestly, he is a genius, just in the strangest way possible. As Chiron wonders more about Iruki, nearby students suddenly whisper, hey look, it's a rookie. Why is he coming out of the image zone? Again, someone jokes if a rookie's about to strip and lie down in the middle of the training area. Nade, clearly concerned, whispers, what's he planning this time? Suddenly, Nade forms a deviate zone, fast and smooth. The nearby students stop and stare. Chiron watches in awe. That's the deviate form. And at that speed, one student mutters, it's insane every time I see it. Honestly, I don't think anyone else in the kingdom can pull that off. Iruki snaps his fingers, and flying targets appear around him in midair. Just as everyone watches from the sidelines, Professor Attila calls out from the front of the class. That's enough, Iruki. Stop now. But Iruki stays focused. In the next second, he ignites the targets. Everyone get down, Attila shouts. Students scatter in panic as one of the targets morphs into a terrifying purple monster. Most students freeze, terrified, but Chiron stares at it with pure excitement. As Iruki turns to leave, Attila grabs him by the ear. It hasn't even been that long since your last suspension, and you're already causing chaos again. Iruki shrugs. I didn't break the machine. 3 more days, Attila says firmly. You're suspended. Chiron stands there in shock. He's mastered both the deviated spirit zone and igniting type magic. The narrator chimes in. Iruki is Class 5's top eccentric. His social skills? Practically non-existent. Personality? Average at best. But when it comes to his specialty, That's where his genius shines. He's a master of extreme calculation. Whether it's how materials react at minus 200 degrees or temperatures over 100 million, he can predict it. Ask him to calculate a date 40,000 years from now. He'll remember it forever. But when it comes to other subjects, cut to a classroom. The literature professor slams her hand on the table. Are you mocking a professor's authority? Rookie, this is literature, not a math test. Her voice shakes with fury as she glares at him. You think being a genius means you can ignore the point of this class? You can't explain things like emotion or imagination with math. Iruki, bored, sticks a finger in his ear. There's nothing in this world that can't be broken down into numbers, he says flatly. If you couldn't explain the world logically, it'd be a terrifying place to live in. He glances at her. Take your face right now. That rage? Just a chemical chain reaction in your body. Your hormones are out of balance. Your autonomic nerves are stressed. That's it. The professor's pulse spikes. Her face twitches in fury as Iruki continues without flinching. When your blood vessels expand, your face turns red, he explains calmly. But when the veins overcontract, they pop and turn bluish. Her face grows even darker. Finally, through gritted teeth, she snaps out. Now, and just like that, 0 marks. Watching it all unfold, Chiron is stunned. He speaks with so much confidence. And he's the same age as me? Nade, looking away awkwardly, mutters, back then, the professors tried really hard with a rookie. Everyone gave up eventually. He sighs. Who would have thought you'd be the one to get curious about him? That's new. Chiron admits to himself he is curious. But Nade seems to know everything already. Just then, a blonde-haired girl approaches them. Nade, Chiron, she calls out. Both turn to look at her, surprised. She turns to Chiron. Would you like to join our research project? She explains that they're working on material teleportation magic. And with someone like Chiron, who's strong in photon magic, their research could accelerate quickly. If you submit a paper, you'll skip holiday evaluations, she adds. And with the time left, we could even study together. Chiron hesitates. I haven't done well in my current classes. I should probably focus on those first. She smiles politely. No problem. But if you change your mind, you're welcome to join us anytime. After she leaves, Nade shakes his head. What a shame. That research group's no joke. But with Amy as your senior, I guess you're already getting attention. Chiron groans, thinking back to his disappointing midterm scores. It's frustrating. I've still got a long way to go. Just keeping my grades up is hard enough. Joining a research group? Out of the question. He turns to Nade. Don't you have a research group? If anyone's in one, it's gotta be you. Nade laughs awkwardly. Actually, I'm the president of mine, but it's kind of embarrassing. We've only got 2 members, and our funding got cut. What happened? All the seniors graduated. That's how I ended up in charge. Chiron's eyes widen. Wait, seniors from the graduating class? That means it used to be a top-tier group with serious potential. Do you mind if I take a look at your lab? Chiron asks, genuinely curious. Nade nods. Sure. Follow me. He leads him deep into the jungle area on campus. He answers that he thought research wasn't really his thing, but Chiron quickly corrects him. He's actually super into it. He even jokes that joining would basically make them brothers. As he eyes the massive cuboid structure, Chiron explains that research groups aren't what they sound like. They have fun, learn a lot. And this place? It's their lab. When asked about it, Chiron calls it the Magic Storage Room Estes, a training aid vault for the entire school. It's a high-tech space where you can store school supplies inside a cube, and it'll automatically deliver them to whatever room you're in. Nade adds that while it may not look like much, it's incredibly solid on the inside, and Chiron will be blown away once he steps in. Nade says it's a place that's been guarded carefully by their seniors, and when Chiron asks if he's excited, someone nearby scribbles something on the blackboard. Nade continues, hinting at surprises waiting inside. The narrator chimes in. Ignite's attribute is explosion magic, a trigger type that sets off blasts on impact. Since explosions spread outward from a central point and weaken with distance, it's best used in a spirit zone. Still, it's hard to control, so stepping into one could be dangerous. Nade says other research teams were after this room too, but their seniors fought hard to claim it. Now, everything inside is theirs to use freely, and every time they locate something they need, the entire structure reconfigures itself. Chiron asks if that's even legal. As they walk deeper in, Nade tells him no one else can find this place. He wonders aloud if it's like a secret base, hidden from the world. Then, pointing to a door labeled Science of Supernatural Spirit Research Room. He declares it's their main lab. Chiron hears that name and hesitates. Supernatural spirits? In a magic academy? Nade, clearly excited, asks if it isn't awesome. He starts listing topics they explore: ghosts, souls, the afterlife, aliens, hell, even gods. At that, Chiron begins to question his life choices. He's not exactly against it, but this is way beyond what he expected. Suddenly caught off guard, he throws up his arm to cover his mouth, visibly stunned. As they arrive, Nade glances around. It's dusty, but you'll get used to it. Chiron raises an eyebrow. Why should I get used to the mess instead of just cleaning it? Inside, he's surprised to see Iruki scribbling calculations across a blackboard. Nade leans in. Our research group's kind of notorious. That's why I didn't say anything earlier. We keep our members under wraps. Chiron stares at Iruki. Is he actually interested in the supernatural? Nade chuckles. Actually, it's the opposite. He joins because he disapproves of it. It's perfect bait for someone who thinks everything has to be logical. Iruki suddenly turns, eyes gleaming. He grabs Chiron's hand. So, what brings you to this humble little cave? He asks with an unsettling grin. It's good you came. Now listen carefully. He doesn't wait for a reply. When we break matter down, the atoms stay behind, right? Chiron blinks, caught off guard. Why is he jumping into this out of nowhere? Iruki presses on. But what if I told you I could break those atoms down even further? What do you think is inside them? Chiron hesitates. I'm not sure, but maybe there's a huge amount of hidden energy. Iruki's eyes light up as he shakes Chiron's hand harder. Yes, you get it. There is energy. So much that it could wipe out a whole city. He leans closer. So, what do you think would happen? Chiron replies, people would get hurt. Iruki sticks a finger in his nose and sighs. Man, what are you even talking about? He flicks the finger clean and continues. There's that much power just sitting inside. Why waste time worrying? Chiron stares at him, wondering if Iruki even understands what he's saying. Didn't the headmaster say we, as mages, have to consider how our magic affects the earth? He tries to explain. It's not about power. The headmaster told us. We can't ignore the impact magic has on the world. Iruki waves him off. If your desire is strong enough, it's okay to sacrifice a few things along the way. He picks up a cherry from a glass nearby and takes a bite. You're so boring, he mutters. You think other mages know how to do this stuff and just choose not to? No, they can't. That's why. Popping the cherry into his mouth, he continues. This genius brain of mine wasn't given for nothing. It's here to do something. Chiron calmly answers, doesn't matter if you're a genius. Instead of becoming a genius who hurts others, he'd rather be called an idiot. Iruki scoffs, his gaze sharp, saying only a rare few geniuses are meant to lead the masses. And history backs that up. The world runs on logic, not dreams. Idealism? He can't stand it. Chiron fires back, saying Iruki's logic reeks of someone who's already given up. He insists that turning ideas into reality isn't hard at all. Nade tries to defuse the tension, calling it an interesting debate and urging them to sit and talk it out calmly. But Chiron pulls away, saying he's done talking. Tearing up, admits he doesn't even know how to leave. 2, barely glancing over, tells Chiron to just go back the way he came. And if he can't figure that out, maybe he really is an idiot. Nade lashes out at 2, demanding to know why he did that. If it were him, he could have just explained things better. Sitting casually on the sofa, Iruki shrugs and says he lost his cool because Chiron is his rival. Nade's taken aback. Did he just say rival? From someone who only karmas about numbers? Iruki brushes his hair back and says that's exactly why, because numbers are all he knows. He saw Chiron's advancement exam. But Nade counters, saying he's seen it too. That's why they're all in the same grade. Iruki isn't convinced. He brings up teleportation, asks if Chiron even knows how fast you have to be to get through level 10, especially the Dragon's Maze. He says it's not something you can clear by just splitting time casually. In fact, he says the time division needed might have been as precise as 10,000 ths of a second. Nade stares at him, stunned. 10,000th of a second. Iruki grins, hugging his knees. That's the magic of intuition. It's sharper than effort, more exact than knowledge. No conscious ability can match the raw speed of instinct. Then, giving Nade a curious glance, he asks if he's the one. Nade confirms it's a duel now, calculation versus instinct, and they'll settle it in tomorrow's speed gun test. But a rumor spreads, it's actually in 2 weeks. Someone points out that if Chiron fails again, he won't be able to move forward. As Chiron packs his things into his bag, someone nearby says he's great at practicals and wonders what insane score he'll pull off this time. The narrator cuts in. The speed gun test involves using active magic to hit moving targets and rack up points. Even those without offensive, healing, or support magic can participate, so long as they can clear all the targets. To move to the next stage, you need to hit the targets with fast, accurate magic. No exceptions. Chiron turns to his professor, concerned. I still can't control active magic properly. How am I supposed to pass the speed gun test? She answers calmly. To use magic at the omniscient level, you need to score at least 60. Professor Alifer, his homeroom teacher in class 5, adds with a nod. Your chemistry score is climbing faster than any other subject I teach. And no, I'm not just being nice. You're actually grasping the concepts and applying your full understanding all at once. She pauses. But there's one more area, the kind of knowledge you'll need to become a true specialist. Chiron blinks. Wait, are you talking about the photoionization theory? His thoughts race. Teleportation magic is based on the photoionization theory. It's passive magic that turns your body into photons. He stares at her. You can use that theory for active magic? Professor Alifer smiles. A new form of it was recently approved by the Magic Association. Chiron glances down at the book in his hand and thinks of Amy. Photon magic. It sounds incredible. I've never used active magic like this before. He flips through the pages, skimming a section on a new breakthrough in the theory. Are you sure you recommended this to me? He asks. Even if I take the exam, I'm not confident I can pull this off. Alifa responds, it may not look impressive at first glance, but photon output magic has huge potential. Light is the fastest thing in existence, and anything linear is easier to control. She continues, in the Ivory Tower, the center of advanced magical research. They believe photon output will revolutionize information and communication magic. If you stick with this, it'll become a powerful specialty when you graduate. Chiron studies the book again, deep in thought. If this really is the future, learning it early wouldn't be such a bad idea. He decides to go for it. At training ground number 32, Class 5 gathers for a hands-on lesson. The narrator explains, magic doesn't come directly from your hand. It comes from your spirit zone. But when learning, imagining the magic flowing from your hand can help with control, especially with something as abstract as a photon. Chiron stares at his palm. Generating photons. This isn't easy. Is it because my spirit zone is convergent type? Miss Attella enters in a brand new outfit, smiling brightly at Class 5. Nice to see you all again, she says cheerfully. Shall we begin? For a moment, the students just stare in shock, not recognizing her. Wait, where are her glasses? Someone blurts out. Chiron glances up, stunned. Is there something off with her outfit? The brown-haired boy whispers. She probably came straight from training. Still confused, Chiron asks, Professor Attella, is she really that famous bishop from the Karsus order? Another student answers before anyone else can. She's not just any bishop. She's one of the 12 around the world. They're the ones who protect the sacred relics. The gray-haired boy nods. Yep, Professor Attella holds the title of Jonah, given by the kingdom itself for her mental strength. She's seriously high-ranking. He turns to Nade. Now do you get it? Nade, completely captivated, replies, from today on, I'm officially Team Attella. Melting from admiration, he adds, if she's the one teaching, I'll accept any lesson, even a test. Chiron thinks to himself, we've been learning magic from someone that incredible this whole time. Professor Attella regains their attention. Are you all preparing for the upcoming speed gun test? She asks. Until then, each class will have its own practical sessions, just like today. She pauses, then adds, for today's class, I've invited a guest. A senior from the graduating class will demonstrate a technique that boosts omnipotence. The room buzzes instantly. Wait, someone from the graduating class? Students whisper to each other. Attella continues. Please welcome Samuel, a Kodadama mage. Samuel steps forward, greeting everyone politely. I'm here at Professor Attella's request. I know this isn't my usual place, but I hope I can be of some help to you today. Attella smiles. Samuel specializes in Kodadama magic, which ties directly into today's topic. I ask that you all pay attention closely. Some students mumble skeptically. A senior? Isn't this out of our league? Samuel doesn't respond to the murmurs. Calmly, he begins. Kodadama magic strengthens spells through the power of words. But instead of explaining, I'll show you. He steps into his spirit zone. Let's begin with a standard tornado spell, he says, as a small blue sphere begins to form in the air. Chiron's eyes widen. That's the same magic the headmaster showed me when I was a kid. The air around them starts to shift. Explosions erupt around them, and the students quickly realize this is no joke. Samuel flips open a small notebook and warns them to remember the force behind this spell. He's about to amplify it using Kodadama magic. He begins to chant, calling upon the wild Mother Earth to lend him her strength. He raises his hands to the sky, channeling the weight of countless generations in a single moment. The shrine of nature beats in his chest, and he pours his will into the earth, singing words of praise and reverence. An ashen spark could ignite a blaze, and a searing gust could summon a storm. Some of the girls whisper, captivated by the sound of his voice. 3 minutes pass. Samuel, still immersed in the chant, reads about a soul being bound to a vessel. The students call out to him, but he presses on. A mage fears no lion's might, he reads. The sun holds the sea holds H, the earth holds the wind, and the wind, older than time, births endless devotion. Class 5 begins to lose focus, growing lightheaded. When's this going to end? Someone mutters. Snapping at them, Samuel shouts not to fall asleep. He unleashes a blast of tornado magic, making Shinor stare in disbelief. This isn't your average spell, Samuel declares. I'm not just reading. I'm pouring my will into every word. It's the will, he says, that fuels Kodadama's true essence. The process is long and too slow for combat, but what comes next is something special, the Saponic technique. Closing the notebook, he begins again, his voice loud and unwavering. As he channels his magic, a massive tornado forms, sweeping across the area. The force is so intense that every student hits the ground without even realizing it. Itella steps forward. I hope you all paid attention to your senior's display, she says, while Chiron is left stunned by the sheer power. If this is what a graduating mage can do, what kind of strength does someone like Professor Itella, an official 6th class mage, possess? Samuel respectfully bows to Itella, offering his assistance whenever needed. She thanks him, and then May nervously asks if they'll also have to perform Kodadama magic. Itella reassures them it's a specialized field. They won't be learning it. Instead, she introduces a new technique, sequencing. This method boosts their magical potential by sharpening focus through number counting. Curious, Chiron asks if just counting alone can really make them stronger. Itella steps into her spirit zone and explains, numbers aren't just digits. They're symbolic and follow universal laws, making them deeply compatible with spirit zones. Like Kodadama magic, they gain power by assigning meaning to what they say. She begins a demonstration, enhancing her spirit zone with sequencing. Starting with a 10-step count, she calls out 100. The students watch, wondering if she's simply counting to 100. As they observe, her spirit zone visibly expands, now reaching a 12-meter radius. Then Itella pushes further. 1,700, 2,400. Chiron watches stunned, questioning how anyone could count that fast. She stops at 10,000. Her spirit zone now stretches to a massive 40 meters, covering a large portion of the area. The students gasp. Just through sequencing, her power has multiplied 4 times over. Itella turns to them. Kodadama magic reflects images. Sequencing, on the other hand, is about thought and reflection. She explains that the faster they count, the more their spirit zone amplifies, not just in size, but also in power, precision, and control. Chiron thinks to himself that with this, he might even be able to produce a photon. But Itella gives a warning. Sequencing isn't all-powerful. If their mental endurance isn't strong enough, the technique loses its edge. Discipline and deep understanding are key to unlocking its full potential. She asks if they're ready. The students nod and spread out into position. Chiron reflects. He managed to count up to 1,000 in just 1 minute. But doing it without moving? That's much tougher than it sounds. If not for his relentless training during lessons, he wouldn't have lasted. Then a realization hits him. When he used teleportation before, he had relied on sequencing without realizing it, breaking numbers into hundreds, categorizing them, and processing them in one burst, all in about 10 seconds. Raising his hand, he wonders, should he fire toward the tree? He focuses on photon output. His palm begins to glow. A bright, concentrated beam of yellow light shoots forward and hits the target. His classmates stare in shock. What was that just now? Chiron quietly thinks that was a bit showy. His friends gather around. Wait, was that photon output? One asks. Did you actually learn that for the speed gun test? They all look at him in disbelief. The light was incredibly fast. Because it wasn't a bullet. It was pure light. Because it's just for a test, the photon output doesn't actually have any attack power. Itella watches Chiron in amazement. He's a defense specialist, yet he's already managed to use an active magic technique. Chiron quickly glances at Itella as she speaks. Looks like your sequencing was successful. Caught off guard, he nervously admits, yeah, I think it was. She offers him a chance to practice inside the image zone. The other students whisper among themselves. Speed gun practice is starting already? Itella, now standing at the front, instructs Chiron to complete his sequencing and call for a target. Chiron closes his eyes, entering his spirit zone. Enhancing spirit zone through sequencing, he says to himself, then pinches his fingers to summon the targets. Multiple targets shoot into the air. The timer begins. 1 minute on the clock, 0 score to start. Chiron focuses on the center of the target, lifts his hand, and fires using the photon output technique. The target shatters instantly. Even he's surprised. It's the speed, he thinks. It's almost like aiming and shooting happens all at once. 5 seconds in, his score hits 11. The students start buzzing. He doesn't even aim. He just hits instantly. It's like a spell that activates the moment you think of it. Itella watches intently. He's grouping large sets of numbers and counting them off together. That's a modular sequencing technique used in intelligence magic. She suspects Chiron learned this from the mysterious bridge that can't be crossed, a place few ever master. By the time his minute ends, the screen displays a final score, 342. His classmates surround him, shouting, "Isn't that a perfect score?" One student wonders if they should try using photon output too, but another warns against it. Chiron's result is only possible because he understands the rainbow drop principle. Chiron quietly thinks to himself, at least I don't have to worry about the speed gun test anymore. He remembers how he struggled with magic before. Yet now, after just understanding the core concept, he nailed 342 points. Even A is impressed. You weren't getting it before, but now you're acing it. That's insane. Iruki stands up. Sloppy score, he says with a smirk. Chiron shrugs. Not bad for a first try. It's still sloppy, Iruki insists, but interesting. He raises his hand. Professor, can I give a shot too? Itella hesitates. Just don't cause any trouble. While Chiron wipes his mouth, he overhears someone asking if he wants another round of practice. He casually brushes off the method, not liking how it works, but deep down he's still intrigued. Iruki steps into the image zone, calmly entering his spirit zone. He pulls his hands from his pockets, and a radiant beam shoots skyward. Observers murmur that the speed gun looks different. It's not the usual setup. But Iruki has a different strategy in mind. He's aiming not with Synthesia's help, but by focusing directly on the targets. Chiron notices the targets are smaller now and wonders how Iruki plans to manage it. Iruki makes his move. One strike, lights flash, and the airborne targets shatter like firecrackers in 3 seconds. His score flashes, 13. Chiron is stunned. He doesn't even need to keep his eyes locked on the targets. Worse, he's on track to beat Chiron's record with ease. Iruki throws a smug glance at Chiron, silently thinking that this is just the beginning. He continues blasting more targets apart. The others start whispering, his speed is climbing. Was Iruki always this powerful? Chiron stares, astonished. Looking closer, he realizes Iruki isn't tracking the targets. He's predicting them using equations of motion. But even if he's doing that, Chiron believes he can still keep up using a modified form. Chiron turns and asks how Iruki's spirit zone is moving so quickly. Could it be that he's using 2 sequences at once? Mage chimes in, saying Iruki isn't counting in the hundreds or thousands. He's counting in the millions. Chiron falls silent, eyes fixed on Iruki's final score, 548. Time's up. Applause follows. Everyone's in awe. People begin asking why Iruki hid such talent, and if hitting targets with a slightly altered form is even possible for a human. Itella walks over to Chiron, smiling. She's impressed, thinking how clever Iruki is. She asks Chiron what he thought. Was it worth seeing? He replies that he never realized deviate form could be used like that. Iruki joins in, a little let down. He admits it's impressive, especially the idea of modularization. Chiron stares at him with intensity. Iruki gives him a side glance, asking if he's curious about how he manages to count in the millions. Chiron doesn't back down. He says he is, but only if Iruki's willing to share. Clearly, he sees Iruki as a rival. Iruki shrugs. Doesn't matter. Even if I tell you, it's not like you could pull it off. The crowd watches them, stunned. Still looking away, Iruki adds, I used logarithms, scale the numbers down. Chiron is floored. That's not just a technique, it's a whole new way of thinking. Using logs, he can sense massive values without even calculating. If sequencing, just a basic counting method, makes things that complex, then Iruki must be bordering on savant level. With a finger resting under his nose, Iruki casually wonders aloud what Chiron is thinking and whether he still believes he can beat him. Chiron responds coolly. He's not doing this to win against anyone. It's just a test. Iruki scoffs, looking away. That's something only the weak say. If you don't have the skills, drop the idealistic act. Stop pretending you're the best. If there's anything else I can help with, just ask. Fuming, Chiron fires back. So, if I beat you, that means you're wrong? Iruki flicks his finger and says confidently, I already know. No matter how sharp your insight is, compared to my calculations, it's like crawling in the dirt. Chiron's stance hardens, his energy turning aggressive. Nade, watching with excitement, grins and mutters, this is getting good. The narrator cuts in, explaining the speed gun test rules. It's about how many targets you hit within a 1-minute limit. Each level brings more targets. Miss even one, and you can't move to the next. And as the levels climb, the targets speed up. Fail to hit them fast enough, and no new ones spawn. Your score tanks. Chiron reviews his current score. For Class 5, the average is 400. No one's ever hit 700. To do it, he need to clear every target perfectly and reach level 30, all within 60 seconds. Now standing in the image zone, Chiron calculates. Each level has to be completed in under 5 seconds. Targets appear, he locks in. They burst apart and regenerate instantly. A brown-haired classmate watches and comments. He's the real deal. Doesn't even move his head when he shoots. When time runs out, Chiron finishes with a score of 567 at level 25. Around him, murmurs rise. He's jumped 200 points in just 1 week. His shots are heavier now, and when he locks onto a target, he doesn't miss. Another student notes that his rhythm is sharper, and it feels like he's firing 4 bullets per second. Descending from the image zone and straightening his jacket, Chiron walks up to Iruki and asks. In his thoughts, Chiron wonders how close he really is. He's nearly caught up to Iruki's score. Then Iruki steps forward and asks if it's his turn now. Chiron and the rest of the class glance at him in surprise. Iruki condenses his deviated form even further, and targets start dropping fast. The others watch, stunned. His spirit zone is smaller than before, but his speed has clearly gone up. Without much fuss, Iruki turns away and says he's done. His score flashes on the screen. 568 at level 25, all within 60 seconds. The class starts murmuring. Iruki's score also improved. But this time, it's just a single point higher than Chiron's. So close, yet not enough. Still, with how fast Chiron's scores have been rising, they believe he'll catch up in no time. Chiron, staring blankly, can't shake off the weight of that 1-point gap. If it wasn't random, then it had to be calculated deliberately. The next day, Chiron's score jumps to 571. The day after that, 586. But Iruki stops at 594. Applause follows Iruki wherever he goes, but Chiron just stands there, frozen. That 1-point lead now makes sense. Iruki had probably calculated it down to the decimal, keeping just enough of a lead without going all in. As if to say, he could beat Chiron anytime, without even trying. Back in the classroom, a brown-haired boy comments that Chiron is incredible for breaking 600. A girl beside him replies that Iruki's strength is still on another level, but Chiron might be overdoing it. Some students approach Iruki, asking if he'd join their research group and teach them his methods, curious about what his maximum score could be. Chiron watches silently, feeling the gap. Unlike him, who's pushing himself to the limit, Iruki hasn't even gone full power. If Iruki doesn't recognize that, then all of Chiron's strategies mean nothing. Nade pats Chiron on the shoulder. He says he's rooting for him. Regardless of who wins, they're both his friends. Chiron responds seriously. This isn't a game. I can't even tell if he's chewing food or crunching equations when he eats. Nade laughs. I almost feel bad for the spectators. This is too fun to watch. If it's the two of you, you might actually break the highest score. Chiron pauses. There's a top score? Wait, you don't know. Nate asks, shocked. It's your girlfriend's score, Amy. She got 980. Elsewhere, Amy sits on a bench. She looks up, alarmed, as she spots Sariel running toward her in a rush. Sariel notices how much thinner Amy has become since they last met. It's obvious the graduating class has been intense. Amy hands over some papers, saying she brought everything Sariel asked for, then jokingly adds that Sariel might turn into her son at this rate. They both sip on cool drinks as Sariel asks if the advancement test is really that hard. Amy replies it's not difficult in itself, but the bar is set high. Even scoring well doesn't guarantee a pass. They're evaluating everything a student has done so far. That's terrifying, Sariel mutters. Amy reassures her. Don't worry. The graduating class is just another version of the elite class 4. With your skills, you'll be fine. Sariel silently observes the shift in Amy's presence. There's something different about her now. She seems more focused, mentally sharper. Amy suddenly asks how Chiron's doing. Sariel, a bit irritated, asks if they haven't seen each other at all lately. Then she smirks and says, something interesting's going on right now. Amy, still sipping her drink, casually guesses, is a rookie messing with Chiron? She then remembers, back when she was in class 5, he challenged her, too. He's strange, she adds. Acts like he doesn't care about others, but he knows how to use people's emotions after he defeats them. Sariel nods. He's like some genius predator. Shouldn't you help him, though? She asks. Amy shakes her head. He doesn't need my help. You're so mean, Sariel pouts. Aren't you being a little cold to your own boyfriend? That's not what I mean, Amy replies. Chiron knows exactly what he has to do, and he proves it. Chiron reaches level 30 in under 1 minute. His score hits 700. The classroom buzzes. A brown-haired student gasps. He never thought he'd see someone in class 5 hit 700. It means clearing 10 levels in 10 seconds. Unthinkable, yet here it is. As Chiron walks past, a rookie congratulates him on the score. Chiron just says, I had to prove something. Meanwhile, Amy, still drinking, comments, what's so special about winning? It's just a test. Sariel raises an eyebrow. Didn't you brag about being undefeated just the other day? Amy shrugs. Sure, I beat a rookie who held the top score of 987, but I never actually competed with him. I just ignored all his provocations. If they'd actually gone head-to-head, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Sariel just stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, a rookie racked up a staggering 701 points in under a minute. People were buzzing about another 1-point gap, but a rookie stayed completely unfazed, even after breaking the 700 mark. He casually asked what his limit might be. Chiron looked over at the score and felt the weight of defeat sinking in. It was clear he knew he couldn't win. He flung his bag onto the desk, slumped onto the bed, and stared blankly out the window. Exams would start right after the holidays, and he only had 3 days left. That wasn't nearly enough time to come up with a way to surpass a rookie. Was it even worth trying anymore? It was just a test, right? Then a rookie's words echoed in his mind. That's the kind of excuse the weak always make. The memory hit hard. His father pleading with the Timurin family for a position in the library, then humbling himself in front of the Ogent family, asking them to take Chiron in. No one had believed a word his father said. Chiron lit a candle and sat silently on the bed. Maybe he was losing touch with reality. Being surrounded by nobles for too long was starting to mess with his head. Still, what a rookie said wasn't wrong. The powerless don't get hurt. But that didn't mean he backed down. He stepped into his spirit zone. If he wanted to surpass a rookie, there had to be another way, something beyond just numbers. He asked himself what those numbers even meant. What was the pattern? What was their true nature? He tossed a glowing orb into the air and told himself to stop overthinking. Getting lost in thoughts would only cloud the bigger picture. He just had to feel it. How far could he count? How far could he push? Chiron reached out and touched the flowing waves of energy. Was this the limit of numbers? It couldn't be. Numbers had no end. As he peered closer, the surface shimmered like a mirror. When he stepped forward, the reflection cracked and fell apart. Suddenly, he was back in reality, gasping for breath. Had he been counting? Was it real? Or just a stress-induced hallucination? It felt surreal, like something had pulled him in. Numbers, maybe they weren't just for counting after all. Later, he'd realize something shocking. 40 hours had passed since he'd last opened his eyes. The next day, at the first combined training ground, Class 5 speed gun test was underway. Two students stood inside the image zones, both starting with 0 points and just 1 minute on the clock. Watching from the sidelines, a long-haired, gray-haired boy named Wonderly questioned why underclassmen were even attending Class 5's exam. His brown-haired friend responded with irritation, saying they were probably just curious, just like they'd been when they were younger. Among the underclassmen, murmurs spread as they watched Class 5 students line up. One of the Class 5 students noticed the presence of Class 4 seniors and asked why they were even there. Wonderly, feeling the weight of the moment, muttered that the pressure was getting intense. His friend reminded him that everyone was gathered for one reason: to witness the showdown between Chiron and a rookie. Nearby, Sariel politely thanked a student sitting in chair. The test structure was clearly displayed on the board. A student from Class 4, watching the match unfold, said this was today's main event. Wonderly asked who people thought would win. A pink-haired girl mentioned that a rookie had been leading the scores up to now, but Sariel countered, saying it was too early to judge. This test was done in pairs, and a direct match could shift the outcome. If the simulation mirrored a real-life scenario, she believed Chiron might have the upper hand. The minute ended, signaling the conclusion of the test. A brown-haired boy jumped up, celebrating his win. His companion, annoyed, acknowledged the victory but grumbled that it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Sariel watched silently, trying to stay composed despite her nerves. Nade, feeling at ease, thought he had done well, and Itella praised him for his effort. Then Itella, flipping the papers, announced the final group. Group 20 was up next. Excitement spread through the crowd. Chiron was stepping into the image zone. Nade, eyes fixed, noted how focused Chiron looked. His two friends urged him to be quiet, while Itella explained the rules. They had 1 minute. Students held their breath as all eyes turned toward Chiron and a rookie. Itella hoped both of them would push beyond their limits in this test. She gave a signal to begin. As the machines beeped, both Chiron and a rookie instantly activated their spirit zones. Targets began forming, and then shattered in rapid succession. Classmates stared, stunned. Every target was exploding the moment the test started. They were unstoppable. Someone pointed out that a rookie's spirit zone was beginning to shrink. A pink-haired girl sitting beside Sariel gasped. It was a rookie's deviated form she was seeing. Sariel responds that it makes sense Amy called her a strong opponent. But then she notices Chiron's score and blurts out, it's actually higher. She quickly questions whether a rookie is messing around again or pulling some stunt just to flip the game at the last second. Itella looks at Chiron's spirit zone and reflects. When you take a path for the first time, it feels long, but once you've walked it before, getting to the end is faster. Same applies to counting. Still, he's covered an impressive distance. The rookie watches in disbelief, muttering that Chiron has gone completely off the rails. Chiron's energy suddenly spikes as he activates modularity. Itella, caught off guard, realizes he's now grouping numbers and running calculations, a method used when someone hits their mental counting limit. To pull this off, he must have slipped into a state of intense focus even before entering the test. Inside, Chiron knows that missing even one matrix will ruin the entire sequence. He tells himself to stay locked in, no matter what. Right now, he's trailing a rookie by 28 points. The pink-haired girl next to Sariel gasps. The gap in their scores is getting wider. Students all around start shouting, urging them to go faster. A rookie stares at his crackers, thinking this is his version of mental doping. He's abandoned his usual method and is going all in. He concedes that Chiron might be just as mentally intense as he is, but their gambles are on completely different levels. Suddenly, everyone notices something odd. IOI's scores have shot up. The brown-haired boy standing near says he doesn't think Chiron slowed down. His gray-haired friend adds that even the rhythm of a rookie's explosive pattern sounds different. A red-haired boy from Class 4 asks if anyone else noticed how Rucky's spirit zone's afterimage looks like it's twisting, and Sariel, startled, says that's no afterimage. He's using 2 spirit zones. Itella stares in stunned silence. A double spirit zone? She thinks the deviate form's rare trait is that it splits time so precisely, and now someone's actually using it. And more than that, he's running 2 sequences and logging them at the same time. Only someone with savant syndrome could even attempt that. That kind of ability is incredibly rare. Who would have thought this kid was hiding something so powerful? Back at the academy, another unexpected shift unfolds. Sariel mutters that Amy was right. Iruki really is insane. He's destroying targets using 2 spirit zones at once. But the gap between Chiron and Iruki's scores is just too massive now. Itella steps forward and declares, it's over. The brown-haired student agrees, saying it's clear how this ends. Chiron was just unlucky. In his thoughts, Chiron admits defeat. He gave it everything he had. Yet it wasn't even close to what Iruki could do. Even after putting his heart into it, it still wasn't enough. Chiron clenches his fist, fear creeping in. He still doesn't know if he can keep going down this road. Frustrated, he slams his fist into the wall, cracking it. Raising his hand again, he tells himself he's pushing beyond the numbers. But suddenly, a blinding surge of light floods the room. Ithella watches in disbelief as Chiron's targets begin striking themselves, completely surrounded by light. Class 4 gasps as the glow intensifies. A fierce white radiance now pulses around Chiron, and his scores start shooting up at an unbelievable rate. Iruki watches with prideful eyes, convinced that no matter how fast Chiron gets, he'll still calculate faster. In his mind, he boasts that he can process every number there is. Meanwhile, Iruki is fighting hard, thinking he's winning. He's going to win. But with just 1 second left, he screams internally, frustrated by how slowly time seems to pass. The match finally ends. Iruki collapses to the floor, looks at his score, and sighs. It's not bad. He looks over at Chiron and asks if he won. Then he stares curiously, trying to understand what Chiron is doing. Chiron doesn't respond until Sariel gently shakes him back to reality. Concerned, she asks if he's all right. Still dazed, he asks her about the test. Sariel checks the results. He won. Not only that, he just set a new record. Level 40, score 1253. Cheers erupt around them as students rush to congratulate Chiron. All eyes turn to Iruki, who calls out to him. He jokes that wide-range magic is banned in a speed gun test. Chiron silently recalls how the entire testing area was flooded with light. Iruki offers him a hand, smirking. He says photon output isn't technically photon magic, clearly teasing, then congratulates him. Everyone from Class 5 is stunned. Iruki actually admitted defeat. Someone even jokes, asking if the sun rose from the west. Chiron stands up, takes Iruki's hand, and asks, do you finally acknowledge me now? Iruki replies, yes. Life matters more than research. You're absolutely right to question him, and Chiron challenges Iruki's perspective. Iruki tells him he's got all wrong. Explosions aren't inherently violent. They're just concentrated energy. Violence, he explains, only comes into play when there's intent to harm. Chiron quickly counters. Even if someone controls the energy, that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Iruki responds that handling that level of energy will be up to someone in the research division. Then, almost out of nowhere, he shifts the conversation. He tells Chiron that from this moment on, he's putting his trust in him. He's placing responsibility for himself in Chiron's hands. Iruki reiterates, explosions are just raw energy, something he can't control. But if someone can, that energy could be used to save 100,000 lives. It could usher in a new era, one where they stop fighting nature and start working within its limits. Still, he admits, he doesn't cling to some grand, noble ideal. Chiron replies that if Iruki had just said that from the beginning, there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding. But Iruki had a reason. He wanted to see where Chiron stood, whether he was someone who sought power or someone who understood fear. Chiron looks at him, puzzled. Deep down, he starts to think maybe Iruki is afraid of what he could become, afraid he might lose control and become something destructive. Iruki continues. By defeating him, Chiron has shown that his conviction shapes reality. And only someone with that kind of resolve can stop him if the time comes. If Chiron can carry that responsibility, then he won't take another step from here. A silver-haired boy nearby, unsure and tense, asks if Iruki means he's standing still out of fear of his own power. Chiron finds himself lost in the conversation. He's not even sure what Iruki is anymore, an idealist, a realist. But one thing is clear, that fear in his eyes, it's real. So Chiron promises him. If that time ever comes, he'll be the one to stop him. He reaches out, offering his hand. Nearby, Class 4 watches nervously, and Nade, tears in his eyes, throws his arms around Chiron and Nade, proud to call them his friends. One by one, the rest of the students quietly walk away. Itella walks over and calls Chiron, asking if he can come with her for a moment. He follows her, only to go silent when she suddenly places her hands on his shoulders. She looks him in the eye and asks if he's planning to leave. Then she warns him where he went during the test. If he ever goes there again, he may not come back the same. Worried, Chiron apologizes, saying he had no idea it was that dangerous. Itella explains that the domain he stepped into isn't just beyond numbers. It's called the infinite domain. Among mages, it's known as the immortal function. The more ordinary people have another name for it, nirvana. Chiron is stunned. Humans can reach infinity? But those who do end up becoming nothing. Beyond the numbers, what he saw was a massive, empty void, and it dragged him in. That vision suddenly flashes through his mind again, jolting him awake. Gasping, he clutches his head, shaken. Standing at his desk, he realizes it's the same dream again, the one that's haunted him every night since entering that place. And that eerie sensation that comes and goes ever since. Staring down at his reflection in the water on the table, he thinks about how he consulted with Professor Itella. Yet nothing seemed wrong with his body or what he was experiencing. Back at Istis, Chiron tells his friends. He feels like a ghost has been chasing him lately. Nade and Iruki freeze, stunned. Nade nervously jokes that Chiron sounded way too serious, and it threw him off for a second. But Chiron doesn't laugh. He is serious. He reminds them, this research group is about studying supernatural spirits, isn't it? Iruki comments that the troubles of the genius who beat him really are on a different scale. Nade wonders why they're treating it like a real concern. Chiron asks if he said something weird. Iruki, thinking back, brings up the dream Chiron once described, a black, hollow space, stars being pulled into it, and at the far end of the thread, a trembling light. Chiron nods, saying the light was pulsing, like a heartbeat. Iruki explains that based on the size and rhythm, it's something no one on the continent could ever calculate. And if they assume it's a real location, that kind of phenomenon happens in outer space. Both Nade and Chiron are taken aback. Chiron stares at him and slowly repeats, outer space. The same outer space from the books? How could he be dreaming of something he's never even seen before? Nade answers with full confidence. He's heard whispers of this before, an old case from 200 years ago. A death row inmate had been part of a controversial soul transfer experiment. The theory went like this. If a person's soul could be turned into a physical substance, then in theory, electricity could break it down. Nade explains further. The test involved placing a person inside a sealed metal box, a conductor, and flooding it with electricity. The process was so brutal, so inhumane, that the experiments were shut down. But the shocking part? The criminals survived. After an entire month, their consciousness returned. And when they came back, they knew things. Details about distant countries they'd never even heard of, places they couldn't have possibly known. Chiron asks, stunned, if that actually happened. Nate confirms it. Investigators cross-checked everything the criminals said, and it all matched. Nate continues. The electricity had decomposed the soul, ionizing it and triggering electromagnetic effects. He wonders aloud, couldn't that kind of power pull in knowledge from the world itself? That strange tingling sensation death row inmates reportedly experience. Nate calls that a supernatural reaction. At that moment, Chiron starts to feel those very tingles, a creeping unease settling in. Iruki steps in, telling him that sensation is the same thing that allowed Chiron to witness outer space. If his soul really was ionized by electricity, it could have caused a quantum reaction, something beyond conventional science. Chiron, rattled, asks what that means. Does he really mean transcending time and space? Iruki makes a small gesture with his fingers and explains. In a quantum world, smaller than even electrons, reality behaves differently. Events defy logic. You can't observe and measure at once. It's all governed by probability. If a soul weighed less than an electron, then the boundaries of time and space wouldn't apply anymore. And in that state, it might be possible to experience outer space directly. Nade, visibly excited, tells Chiron this explains everything about what he's been going through. Chiron stares, wide-eyed. Did they just break this whole thing down for real? Despite their appearance, Nade says they're basically a research team. Iruki casually chimes in. It's still just a theory, and if they want to prove it, they'll need more data. So why not be straight about it now? Iruki brings it back to something important. During the speed gun test, something strange happened with Chiron's photon output. He also started having nightmares around that time. He asks Chiron directly, Can he explain what happened? Chiron lowers his gaze and says Professor Atella once told him something about immortal function. Need slowly turns to Iruki and asks if he knows what that means. Iruki suddenly breaks into giggles, then bursts into full-on laughter. Iruki tells Chiron he recognized it, the immortal function. He heard about it from his father before. It's known as a mathematician's dream domain, a function believed to be the key to unlocking everything in the world. But Chiron, still uneasy, recalls what the professor told him. It's dangerous. Iruki agrees, saying of course it is, because in that domain, everything becomes nothing. And if Chiron wants to surpass him, he'll need to master that immortal function. Watching them joke around, Chiron can't help but feel a little relief. He then announces his decision. He's officially joining the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Nade and Iruki light up with excitement. Chiron adds, he doesn't want to run from this anymore. He wants to study it himself and face it head on. He jumps to his feet, fired up, saying that with them by his side, he's sure they'll uncover something big. Nade cheers. They're going to take on the immortal function together. And now that they have enough members, the group can finally be made official again. That means funding too. Iruki teases, asking if the professors actually approved Chiron's membership, considering their group isn't exactly held in high regard. But Nate grins and pulls out the paperwork. He's planning to submit it without the professors knowing. Chiron and Iruki look at each other in surprise, wondering if that's even allowed. Nate hugs them both, declaring they should celebrate right now, with a welcome party in the cafeteria. It's on him. As Chiron glances around the room, he thinks to himself, this is his research group now, and the first thing they need to do is a proper cleanup. But the narrator interjects. Unlike Nade's hopeful vision, something else is already in motion. The most dangerous professor has already discovered them. The narrator goes on to describe a mysterious phenomenon, something far beyond what the human body or limited experience can comprehend. Only those who've truly learned how to perceive it can sense its presence. Nothing has ever been proven about how to reach infinity or the true identity of anyone who's made it there. Meanwhile, Thad drops a stack of papers labeled Research Group Member Applications. He mutters that this always happens near the holidays. Students form temporary groups just to earn performance marks, and then dissolve them right after. He tells Alifer they should wrap up this paperwork quickly. But as Alifer bends down, he notices a page that's slipped away. Both Thad and Alifer glance at it, and their eyes narrow. It's that group, the infamous Science of Supernatural Spirits. And listed right there on the paper is Chiron's name. Thad wonders aloud. Isn't that the student? Alifer just stares at the paper in silence. Someone approaches Professor Atella and apologizes for interrupting her training. Atella, still composed, says if they came all the way out here, it must not be a small matter. As they sit together sipping tea, Alifer gently places her cup down and tells Atella that Chiron has joined a research group. Atella raises an eyebrow. He finally joined a group? She asks which one. Alifer hesitantly replies, it's the Science of Supernatural Spirits. Atella is so surprised her tea spills. Alifer quickly adds that as she knows, that group has a long, complicated history, even before they were professors. Just thinking about all the student and parent complaints they still get is enough to make anyone nervous. Alifer anxiously asks why that group. Chiron is one of the school's top prospects. This is the time he should be focused more than ever on his studies. But Atella wonders if things might be different now. Nade is the current group president, and he's a respectful student with a good reputation among his peers. She doesn't expect any problems. Besides, all the notorious members from before have already graduated. Even the current president of the Thormia Magic Association, Mikia Jailed, used to be a member of that very same group. Atella smiles calmly and says she's sure they'll end up learning something valuable and walking a good path. Back in the lab, Nade casually asks if Chiron's around. Chiron, brushing dust off a chair, says he's right there. Nade teases, asking if he's not going to class or even bothering to study anymore. Iruki adds that he's always skipping. Meanwhile, Iruki lazily stares at a checkmate board and suggests playing another round. Chiron looks around and mutters that he did clean the place, but it's a mess again. He sighs and says none of them are studying, researching, or even showing up to class. Nade jokes that he already regrets joining, but now he can't quit either. With a deep sigh, Chiron shrugs off his cloak and says fine, he'll go study. Suddenly, Iruki and Nade go quiet, joking that he's such a model student. Then a rookie turns to Nade and asks if he finished that new invention. Nade nods. Chiron overhears and perks up. What invention? Nade proudly reveals it's a cloak of invisibility. Chiron's eyes widen. Seriously? That's awesome. Nade explains it lasts for about an hour, and if he adds a power source like this, Chiron jumps to his feet, excited. He wants to see it too. Meanwhile, Alifa remarks that Nade might be fine, but the others in the group are a different story. Iruki, for example. He's from class 5 and pretends to be clueless, but that couldn't be further from the truth. She turns to Atella and asks, didn't she notice his true abilities? And Chiron. That monster was defeated, but once the current seniors graduate, they could shape the future of the academy itself. There's a concern. If Chiron keeps hanging around someone like a rookie, what if he ends up just like him? He might become the academy's biggest ticking time bomb. Atella hears the word bomb and chuckles softly, saying someone's clearly overthinking it. Meanwhile, Chiron is eyeing various colorful gadgets. Wearing the invisibility cloak, he picks one up and nervously asks if these aren't a bit too dangerous. Nade proudly says he's been saving them, planning one massive magic show. Iruki, flipping through a book, adds that Nade's dream is to become a magic engineer. That's why he's constantly tinkering and studying. Chiron turns to Iruki in amazement. He makes everything using electromagnetism. Then Chiron picks up a red book and curiously asks what it is. Iruki glances over and casually says it's from the Human Body Research Group. Chiron flips through it and instantly regrets it. The book is filled with sketchy drawings of girls. Embarrassed, he covers his face and asks, aren't these students from their school? Nade laughs, explaining it's kind of like a secret info booklet compiled by a shady underground group. Sure, the drawings are rough, but it's packed with rumors and school gossip. Iruki shrugs and says it's just entertainment for students with nothing better to do. Chiron, baffled, asks if the school's doing nothing about this. Then he spots a sketch of Amy and freezes. He stays silent as the others glance at him. Iruki grins and asks if he's really dating a senior. Chiron turns red and yells. He can't look at this garbage. He demands to know who's behind a group like this. Iruki explains that it's an anonymous group, but since most of the content is about seniors, odds are the creators are seniors themselves. Chiron is stunned. Seniors made this. Alifer, elsewhere, says the RSSS group is shady too. Compared to them, even the so-called Black Magician group is child's play. The real issue, she says, is that jokes pulled off by the school's smartest students are always on a different level. They can dodge any school investigation. The only reason the Academy tolerated the RSSS group, so far, was because they were stripped of their official group status. But now, top-performing students are trying to revive it. Alifer declares she's going to shut down the RSSS group, once and for all. As she pours another cup of tea, Atella nods and says she understands her concerns, especially when it comes to the students' futures. There's a reason why. The school deliberately stays hands-off when it comes to research groups, believing it helps students grow more independent and responsible. These groups are treated as fully autonomous, each one owning the consequences of its decisions. If adults step in and start making choices for them, students might grow up afraid to make any choices at all. One of the instructors questions this hands-off approach, asking why they don't at least give the kids a chance. Her colleague hesitantly admits the point is valid, but insists that guiding gifted students and keeping them from going astray is also the duty of an adult. Atella senses how much she cares about Chiron. She understands the desire to give him enough space to figure out his own path and skills in his own time. But she also doesn't want Sina's drive and determination to be brushed aside. Atella apologizes for not mentioning something earlier and says she has something important to share about Chiron. She reveals that in a recent speed gun test, Chiron actually reached Nirvana. Alifer is visibly stunned. Suddenly, the light begins to flicker rapidly. Chiron, unsettled, asks if it's an earthquake. As Innie quickly tosses a cover over some items, she says it's bad, really bad, and urges everyone to hide the evidence fast. Iruki nervously says it's a professor doing a surprise inspection. She warns Chiron to sit still and wait it out. Outside the storage room, Alifer places her hand on the door, silently noting it takes 3 minutes to summon the storage room they want. Plenty of time to cover up anything suspicious. Inside, Nade and Iruki push Chiron onto a sofa. When he panics, saying the professor is definitely coming, they tell him to just stay calm. Nade assures him everything will be fine, and Iruki warns that if they get caught, probation will be the least of their worries. Nade reminds Chiron that this research room is their turf, and if he loses his nerve, they're finished. Alifer suddenly walks in and sees the three of them. Nade and Iruki pretend to be nonchalant while Chiron avoids looking at her altogether, trying to act cool. Alifer watches them silently, already thinking, this group might need to be disbanded before it's too late. She takes a seat and coolly asks why they haven't even greeted their teacher. In her mind, she reflects on how these groups are built on full student autonomy and how teachers are supposed to follow protocol when expressing concerns. That's why she expected this kind of cold welcome. Nade offers a polite apology, explaining that they were deep in a discussion. If she had submitted an official request before visiting, they absolutely would have welcomed her properly. Alifer says nothing, but her eyes settle on Chiron, full of doubt. The most frustrating part is that Chiron ended up dying under their banner. Meanwhile, Chiron sits uncomfortably, wondering if it's really okay for him to be so relaxed in this situation. He hesitates, then says that regardless of the circumstances, since they have a guest, maybe he should at least serve some tea. Nade scoffs and throws a sharp question. Does she really trust him enough to drink anything they offer? Adjusting her glasses, Alifer cuts straight to the point. She says she'll keep it brief before heading out. She's here to return the research group's room. That statement stuns Chiron, Nade, and Iruki. Nai quickly asks why. Flipping a page in her file, Alifer explains. After reviewing their records, it's actually harder to justify keeping their group active. They haven't delivered any results in over 4 years. For over a semester, they've been short on members, and just that alone is enough to justify a shutdown. Plus, their funding was pulled some time ago. Per the rules, if the group doesn't produce something within the next month, they'll be officially disbanded. Nade slams his head down on the table, desperate, and pleads for a chance to hold a research presentation. He insists that supernatural science covers phenomena beyond measurable proof. Is she really okay with dissolving the only group that dares to question the Magic Society's blind devotion to science and logic? They'll do anything but give up. Alifer pauses, then offers an alternative. If he feels that strongly, there's one condition. Without hesitation, he agrees whatever it is. She drops the bomb. Chiron must be removed from the group. The three of them are left speechless. Alifer then asks if they even realize how serious the immortal function is, far beyond what this school can control. It's far too dangerous for a student to handle, and Chiron could have vanished completely. Chiron admits he knew the risks and had no intention of repeating it. But Alifer steps in, saying that's not the whole issue. The real danger is what comes after, the overflow. Chiron, confused, asks what the overflow is. At the same time, Iruki, still processing everything, asks, maybe you should just say it, like it's some cursed genius syndrome he picked up when he was 8. Nothing too serious. Iruki rolls her eyes and snaps. You're already crazy, so deal with it. Nade chimes in, admitting he doesn't even know what it is. Alifer sighs, clearly frustrated. This is exactly the problem. He keeps making it sound like a joke. She explains that an overflow happens when someone suddenly awakens and their mind just can't handle the flood of information. It's like a dam bursting under pressure. The result? A total mental collapse. But because people confuse it with this so-called diseased genius contract, some kids miss the window for treatment and end up suffering for the rest of their lives. They assume it's all because of the immortal function, and even their teacher doesn't want to imagine how dangerous that really is. Chiron sits silently, his thoughts spiraling. A mental breakdown, could that be it? That dream, his nightmare every night. What if it was a warning? What if he really is losing it? Alifer makes a decision. She's putting Chiron under focused psychological therapy. He'll only do the bare minimum for his academics, and she'll oversee everything personally to make sure it doesn't leave lasting trauma. So if they really care about him, she says they should let him go. She casts a suspicious glare at Nade, but Nade's clearly annoyed and denies it. He doesn't agree at all. Alifer's patience snaps. Is now really the time to throw a tantrum? Iruki cuts in, arguing that this isn't a decision Chiron should be excluded from. She gets that Alifer is worried and skeptical, but isn't this a little extreme? Nade throws in his own theory. Maybe she's going this far because she has feelings for Chiron. Alifer replies coldly that there's nothing inappropriate going on. Nade slams the table and yells. A teacher into a student? That's something you can calculate. Diz jumps in, half joking. Then maybe there's a chance you like me, too? Alifer immediately shuts that down. Zero chance. Not even worth considering. Nade collapses dramatically onto the table. Alifer stays firm. She tells them to drop the black and white thinking. It's time to face reality. Iruki speaks up. If Chiron can't handle the overflow, then maybe that just shows how far his limits go. It's not like he'll actually die. But Alifer disagrees. She thought Iruki, of all people, would understand. He's gone through overflow himself. This isn't some ordinary event, especially not with the immortal function involved. Iruki counters, saying that the immortal function itself is still a mystery. It's uncharted territory. And, looking at the state Chiron was in, Alifer asks if maybe they should just trust him and wait. But she can't shake the fear that he might cross a line. That kind of fixation they call obsession. Chiron's mind flashes back to his childhood. Someone once told him to leave that place. But now, he says, this is something he has to decide for himself. He admits he's scared. Just like she said, there were moments he really thought he'd lose his mind. But right now, he feels alive. Alifer gazes at him, clearly worried. She silently thinks this isn't something that could happen to just anyone. Only someone like him. What truly scares Chiron is the idea that the nightmare might stop. Because if it ends, then he'll lose his only lead. The only thing pushing him to uncover the secrets buried inside him. If this is a question meant for him alone, then he wants to be the one to answer it. He's not trying to escape anymore. He wants to face it. Alifer reflects quietly. He reminds her of someone, a blonde-haired boy from her past, who once told her not to run away, to keep moving forward. Chiron is just like him. She finally says she'll respect his choice. She won't insist on his dismissal anymore. They're back to the original agreement. If they can produce results within the month, the research group stays. Nade sits there in stunned silence. Later, the three, Chiron, Na, and Iruki, are on a bench. This still hasn't moved an inch. Chiron, worried, asks what their plan is. They only have a month to pull off a research presentation. Did they even have any records of previous ones? Iruki thinks about it. As far as he knows, the SBSR has never done a presentation. If they had, then supernatural psychic science would already be listed in science textbooks. There's no proven way to demonstrate the soul's existence. No lowers his head and apologizes to all the previous presidents. It looks like their research group might end with their generation. Chiron tells him to pull himself together. Just then, Iruki glances at a girl nearby and mutters, "Pretty woman." Chiron immediately scolds him. This isn't the time for that. Nade, eyes sparkling like he's using imaginary binoculars, snaps out of it and asks where. They all turn to see Alifer in her formal dress. No, wide-eyed asks, "Wait, who is that woman?" Nade guesses she might be from one of the advanced classes, but Iruki, narrowing his eyes, says there's no one like that currently enrolled. Chiron raises an eyebrow. Has Iruki memorized the faces of every girl in the advanced class? But when Chiron gets a proper look at her, his eyes widen. Wait, that's teacher Alifer. Nade can't believe it. How does someone change that much? Iruki stares, stunned. You got a sharp eye, Chiron. Chiron, still puzzled, asks where she's headed all dressed up like that, especially on a weekend. Iruki casually throws in, she's probably on a date. I mean, she is at that age. Nade suddenly jumps up, determined. This is it. Our chance. If we follow her and find some kind of weakness, we can use it to stop the research group from being shut down. Iruki looks uneasy. You do know tailing a certified grade 6 mage isn't exactly a beginner mission, right? Do we even have the invisibility cloak? Without waiting for an answer, Iruki dashes off. I'll go first and track the teacher. Nade, still in sync with Iruki's mindset, says he'll grab the cloak from the research room. He knows how to keep a proper distance from the target. Chiron stares at them both in disbelief. If only you used this much energy for actual research. Meanwhile, Alifer glances over her shoulder suspiciously. Under the invisibility cloak, Iruki whispers that her awareness is incredibly sharp. They were nearly caught a few times. Chiron, completely exasperated, asks again why they're even doing this. And responds confidently. Come on, you can feel something's up. Who is she meeting? Why so cautious? Chiron looks away, mumbling that something's definitely strange. Nobles usually avoid commoner areas when they're out on dates. The narrator cuts in. The invisibility cloak is an item Nade developed using magical engineering. It uses electromagnetic-based magic. Although its quality and usability are slightly below the commercial standard, its effectiveness is nearly identical to the real thing. Alifer glances behind her once more, wary, then walks to a nearby shop. From under the cloak, Iruki quietly mutters, "It's suspicious. She's way too alert." No wonders allowed if the teacher might be selling shady items for extra cash. Chiron cuts him off, unimpressed. "Do you really think she's like you?" Alifer glances back again, just to be sure. As Alifer walks inside, the door opens, and a blonde-haired man warmly greets her with a hug. Nade smirks arrogantly. A man? So, is it a secret romance with a commoner boyfriend? Classic forbidden love scenario. Family disapproves. They meet in secret. Chiron, trying to keep some dignity, says she's already gone inside. They should just let it go. But Nade takes off running. "What are you talking about? This is our chance. We need proof if we want to save the research group." Chiron and Iruki stare at him, stunned as he eyes the door. Nade signals to Iruki. "Now!" With that, he activates his spirit zone, breaking the lock with a soft click. The door creaks open, and Nade grins. I knew the basement lock would be weak. He quickly instructs Iruki to use his deviated form to scout the hallway. Chiron can't believe it. If only they used half this energy for actual research. Sneaking through the corridor, they reach a door. From inside, they hear a woman's voice. Chiron urges them again, "We should really go back." But Nade counters, "She's the one who started this war. We don't have a choice anymore." From inside, they hear the man ask if she needs to change. She replies she's fine just like this. Then he asks if he should take something off, or if they should stay dressed, because she looks beautiful as she is. Chiron, red-faced and sweating, tells them they have to stop listening. Then she asks when his wife will be back. He casually answers, "About 2 hours." That's when it hits them. Chiron, Iruki, and Nade freeze. The man is married. The man says it's perfect. They should get started. Iruki, stunned, says this is already more than enough of a weak point. But Nade shakes his head, grabbing the doorknob. "No, we can't let this happen." Twisting the knob, they burst in together. "Teacher, that's a crime." They stop dead in their tracks. Alifer is sitting calmly on the bed. The blonde-haired man is across from her, painting. He glares at them. "What do you think you're doing?" All three of them drop to their knees, hands raised in surrender, completely embarrassed. Nade stammers, We thought you were committing adultery." Alifer stares at them, utterly shocked. "You seriously think I'd do something like that?" Her voice sharpens. "Wait until we get back to school." Try to deflect, Iruki shrugs. "Well, if there's going to be punishment, Nade should definitely take the fall." Nade angrily demands to know who's been following him, without anyone arguing. Chiron lifts the invisible cloak. "That would also be you, Nade." The blonde-haired man calmly tells Alifer to let it go. He's fine. The door's been fixed, and her students only followed her out of concern. Alifer, clearly still annoyed, says if she was followed, it was because he wasn't careful enough. And let's not forget, trespassing into someone's home is a serious offense. But the man just smiles and reassures her. They came in because it's you. They didn't even hesitate. He offers to bring them some tea so they can sit and talk for a bit. The three students awkwardly thank him. Minds blown. Internally, they're all thinking this guy is a saint. Chiron, still staring, feels a strange heaviness in his head. What is this feeling? Could it be connected to what I felt this morning? Alifer, meanwhile, thinks to herself how lucky it is that Armin, the blonde-haired man, is so understanding. Chiron asks about Armin. Walnut, true to form, demands to know what kind of relationship she's hiding that requires all this secrecy. Alifer answers plainly. Armin is her upperclassman from the Magic Academy days. Iruki, curious, asks how Armin lost his eyesight. Alifer's expression shifts. With a heavy sigh, she says it was because of her. Back when she was young, she also suffered from overflow, and all she could do was run away during those difficult days. In a flashback, Armin is seen chasing after her. It's dangerous over there. The water's rising too fast. She begs him not to follow her, but then she slips, falling into the water. Without hesitation, Armin leaps in after her. Grabbing a large wooden stick, he cries out to her, "Hold on. If we can make it further downriver, we'll be rescued." But then Armin sees debris, shattered wood pieces, rushing straight toward them. He tells her, "We need to dive under. Can you do it?" She panics and says she can't. Armin doesn't hesitate. He pushes her under and holds her down, making sure she doesn't float back up too soon. "Just hold on. We'll survive." Looking at the oncoming wreckage, Armin thinks, as long as she lives, that's enough. A moment later, the debris slams straight into his eyes. Just like that, Armin, the once celebrated prodigy of the Magic Academy, lost his sight and let go of his dream to become a mage. Still, both he and Alifer made it through. So when she heard he'd taken up painting, she couldn't believe it. Iruki points out that's exactly why she's been so on edge about the overflow lately. Then Armin walks in, carrying 5 glasses. Alifer just likes a lecture a lot, he says casually. Chiron thanks him, adding that even if she nags, it's clear she cares about everyone. She's always thinking of her students. Nate agrees, saying they all have great respect for their teacher. As Armin sets up his canvas, Chiron quietly asks if it's really okay to watch him paint. Nate also expresses curiosity. Iruki, less tactful, blurts out, "How are you even able to paint?" before being told to cut it out. Armin assures them it's fine. With not much time left, he wants to keep painting. He turns to Alifer and asks if she's comfortable. A bit flustered, she nods, saying it's a little embarrassing, but she's okay. Alifer sits, and Armin begins sketching her. Nade watches in awe and wonders how Armin does it. Iruki mutters that Armin must be using his spirit zone. Nade confirms that if that's true, Armin's at least at the zoner level. Using his own spirit zone, Chiron steps forward and asks Armin directly, "Can he see?" Armin pauses, then smiles. Slowly, he removes the band from his eyes. "I've been waiting for you," he says. Chiron is stunned. Light isn't just glowing from Armin's eyes. It's radiating from his entire body. He wonders if anyone else can see it. He taps Nate on the head, telling him to look at Armin's eyes, but stops mid-sentence. Something's wrong. Nade, Iruki, and even Alifer are all completely still. "What is this?" Chiron asks in disbelief. Armin calmly answers, "It's a spell. Time magic. It's called Stop." Chiron reels. "Someone who can wield time magic that fast? It's beyond belief." "Come," Armin says, motioning for him to sit. "Let's talk properly. We've got all the time in the world." Chiron laughs awkwardly. Armin grins. "You've always been a nervous one. I figured you'd catch on eventually." "You knew?" Chiron asks. Armin points to his own eyes. Normal people receive light through their eyes, turn it into images. But mine were light. I saw it, and I know you did too. Chiron stares. "You mean that moment?" Armin nods. "Yes, we both saw it. That's the immortal function." Chiron narrows his eyes, cautious. "Can I ask what that really is?" "The immortal function," Armin says, "is the gateway to infinity. And those who open that gateway, we call them unlockers." He continues, "Once that door opens, your consciousness begins to overflow into the infinite. You start to feel overwhelming power and a strange sense of freedom." Chiron stares at Armin in silence. "But," Armin adds, "as long as you don't cross the threshold, your mind won't collapse." Chiron hesitantly asks if that's truly okay. He confesses, every night, he dreams of the universe. He's never told his friends, but it feels like something inside him is unraveling. These supernatural sensations are starting to mess with his head. "It feels dangerous," he admits. Armin smiles. "Then it sounds like magic has chosen you." He explains that the symptoms Chiron's feeling are unavoidable. He's approaching what they call the infinite domain, the cosmos itself. When someone stares into that vast, endless space, they're hit by a fear so deep it shakes their soul. But that fear, it leads to awakening. Most unlockers, Armin says, gain control over space itself. But the fear you're feeling, it's not about space. It's something else entirely. And once you understand what that something is, the fear will vanish. Chiron, overwhelmed, asks how he's supposed to know what it is. "That part," Armin replies, "I can't say. It could happen tomorrow, or it might take your entire life." "My whole life?" Chiron echoes in disbelief. "Don't be afraid," Armin assures him, "because that's something, it's already within you. You just don't have a name for it yet." Chiron pauses, thinking out loud. "So, it hasn't been discovered yet. The universe exists inside me, but I don't even know what it is. Maybe it's connected to the light speed threads I see in my dreams." Armin nods. "It could be tied to something called gauge symmetry." "Gauge symmetry?" Chiron asks. Armin explains, "Some scholars once believed this world was perfect, that its physics were flawless. Everything could be measured, explained, just like the constant speed of light. It was too precise, as if the universe had been designed by will. But," he goes on, "the deeper they dug, the more they found cracks. That symmetry, they discovered it was broken." Chiron glances at Iruki. He remembers. Once, Iruki had spoken of a mysterious realm governed by probability. And Armin finishes, this universe we live in, it's not perfect, because we still don't truly understand it. What broke the symmetry? Armin muses, it might be something without a name, but if it is you, then you'll find the answer. Chiron lights up. Thank you, he says with conviction. I think I can do this. He admits he used to follow his professor's path, but meeting Armin changed something in him. Armin glances over at Alifer and gently says, look after her, will you? She's much more tender-hearted than you realize. Chiron hesitates. Why keep your magic a secret from her? You could just tell her. But Armin shakes his head. She's still carrying guilt for what happened to me. I didn't regain my sight, not truly. I don't want her to hold herself back on my account. As the world slowly returns to normal, Chiron reflects on Armin's words. He's already moved on, already built a life, and now he just wants to help Alifer move on too. Armin then makes Chiron promise to keep everything secret. Once the painting is done, Armin thanks Alifer, and she responds with a smile. We're close, after all. Later, Alifer steps out with the other three. Armin turns to her and says, today's the last day, right? Will you write once I'm settled somewhere new? I'll hold you to that, she says with a wave. Make sure you stay in touch. He smiles and tells the three students to study hard and promises they'll see each other again. Just as she's about to leave, a red-haired woman appears, bags in hand, cheerfully calling out, honey, I'm back. The others freeze in shock. She looks at Armin's painting and asks if it's finished, then turns to Alifer. You heading out already? Want to eat something before you go? Chiron stands there speechless, thinking, Armin's married? Didn't see that coming. The red-haired woman walks up to Alifer. Why's your face all red? Are you okay? Flustered, Alifer and the others quickly excuse themselves, saying they're busy and need to leave. As they go, the woman watches them with a raised brow. You think the higher-ups would believe Armin, the eyes of light, ever looked so stunned. Armin sighs. Enough nagging. Give me the report. She shifts gears. We gotta move. From Craze to Kelbera. Lots of pests in the way, but for Armin, the eyes of light, it's nothing. Then she grins. Maybe we should start calling you the soul searcher of eternity. Ignoring the title, Armin walks back inside. I'll hold up my end of the contract. Stop with the nonsense. She stops in the doorway. You didn't tell Alifer, did you? Her voice drops. Don't forget, those you love, their lives are still at stake. Armin turns back, calm and steady. You don't need to worry about Alifer. Nade, Iruki, and Chiron instinctively step in front of Alifer, shielding her from view. This is bad, Nade mutters, turning to Chiron. Her mood's really off. He reminds him, once they're back at the academy, they're definitely in trouble. Following her here and trespassing, that's a rule breakers list. And worse, their entire research group could be shut down. Trying to ease the tension, Nade asks Alifer if she wants to eat before they head back. Chiron joins in. We're finally out. Let's eat properly. Sina encourages them too. We've all been up to something wild today. Might as well eat until our stomachs burst. Nade nods to the others, whispering that cheering Alifer up is their best shot at dodging any serious punishment. Iruki says he's going to order something pricey. Chiron quietly adds, she's upset because she's going to be apart from Armin. We should try to lift her spirits. 2 hours later, at a bustling restaurant, Nade, Chiron, and Iruki all shout in unison, Alifer, stop drinking already, as she loudly demands, one more bottle of wine. The narrator cuts in, describing the spell stop. A legendary passive light magic, photon type. It halts time itself, but only someone who has achieved the omnipotent sensitivity to perceive the speed of light can control it. As things move closer to light speed, their mass increases, space compresses, but within the spirit zone, this law bends. That's where materialization can happen, though only within its boundaries. Back at the restaurant, 2 hours in, the table is overflowing with food. They ask Alifer again if she's really planning to drink more. She raises her glass, hesitates. We barged into a stranger's home today. Drinking feels wrong. Nade waves it off. It's your day off. Just one drink. Chiron is fully immersed in the food. This is amazing. Iruki eyes his dish and says, pretty sure this is my first time eating something like this. Nade, trying to keep her cheerful, offers to pour the drink. Alifer chuckles. You kids shouldn't even be near this stuff. Still, she pours a glass. Nade thinks to himself, just gotta keep her happy. Maybe I'll get something out of this. Chiron holds up a chunk of meat to Iruki. Try this. Iruki replies flatly, I'm already bored of eating it. Nade watches Alifer carefully, arrogance flickering in his eyes. I'm going to find her weak spot, eventually. An hour later, with flushed cheeks and tipsy sway, Alifer leans over, pinching Nade's face. Why are your cheeks always so soft? Every time I see them, Chiron and Iruki exchange horrified glances, completely unsure how to handle what's coming next. Alifer, clearly drunk and emotional, suddenly bursts into tears. You two were top scorers during the speed gun test. So talented. So why are you slacking off in school? Tears stream down her face. Do you know how many people never get to chase their dreams? And do you think I'm just some evil professor? Chiron quickly speaks up, nervous. No, we don't think that at all. You're not terrible. But Alifer, still crying, collapses onto the table mid-sob. Iruki watches silently, picking food from his teeth. We finished everything, and she's still not waking up. Chiron leans over, gently shaking her. She hasn't even paid yet. He tries to rouse Sina when a brown-haired man appears, eyeing them with a smirk. She looks real out of it, he says casually. How about I take her back in my carriage? Just the lady, of course. He laughs. Nate steps up, voice cold. No thanks. But the man doesn't back off. Placing a hand on a chair, he sneers. Kids like you should step aside. Leave it to the adults. He reaches for Alifer. Look at her up close. She's got a fine body. Before he can finish, Chiron grabs his wrist. Why don't you take your hand off our professor? The man glares and steps forward angrily. So you're all students, huh? Doing this sort of thing at night? Kids like you should be sleeping in their mommy's arms. I could get you expelled with a single word. Suddenly, a crackle of light snaps through the air. An electric orb hovers between them. Nade, controlling the glowing ball, warns, if you don't want to wet yourself in front of everyone, I suggest you back off quietly. The gray-haired man blinks. Magic. The brown-haired man squints. Wait, are you from Alpheus's Magic Academy? Iruki narrows his eyes, scanning the man's ID. CRE Administrative Official. Douglas Silver. Douglas frantically pats his pockets. My wallet. Iruki tosses it at him. You want to expel someone? Go ahead and try. Look up Mercane Iruki. I'll be waiting. The wallet hits him square in the face. Mercane, he mutters, stunned. The narrator cuts in. First-class nobles. Those who serve as royal advisors for 3 generations. And that name is from the Maradan family. Douglas and his companion quickly retreat. Iruki watches them scurry off. Cowards couldn't even start a real fight. What's the point of flexing if you've got nothing to back it up? Nate turns to Iruki. Why'd you bring up your family? Iruki shrugs. Losers like them, they always fold when you do. Most people don't have much faith in their support system, but for this group, that makes them the exception. When they try to encourage someone to leave, it ends with a foul mood. Nade, meanwhile, spots Alifer sleeping and snaps a picture of her, thrilled. He starts dancing and singing, hyping up the fact that the ever-serious perfectionist got drunk and passed out. This is huge. He even thinks this might be the break they need to keep their group from falling apart. In stark contrast, Chiron is quietly carrying Alifer on his back. He remarks with a sigh that he's the only one stuck doing it. Nade teases him for it, asking if he's jealous. Iruki chimes in, saying Chiron's just the strongest among them. But after walking only 10 steps, Nade gives up. Iruki? He doesn't even bother trying. Iruki walks over to Chiron and suggests he try using schema. Chiron asks if that's something he can just tap into whenever, and Iruki tells him that if he can access the spirit zone, then yes, he's got what it takes. Mi adds that even the kingdom has magic swordsmen, and Iruki says Chiron definitely has the skill for it. Chiron nods, saying he wants to learn. Iruki then instructs him to close his eyes and focus inward. He tells Chiron to follow his voice, that he'll guide him with a question. Chiron listens and tries to concentrate. Iruki suddenly asks where he and Amy had their first kiss. Chiron's eyes snap open in irritation, while Nade cracks up laughing, shouting that Chiron totally fell for it in the dead of night. Later, Chiron, Nade, and Iruki are walking when Alifer calls out to them. She says they shouldn't be using Alifer's vulnerability as leverage. Nade retorts by asking why they went through all that effort then. Chiron replies that it's been a draining and sorrowful day. Iruki adds that she wouldn't want them to endure the same pain she once did. Nade, flustered, admits the former president left everything in his hands, and he's just hoping for the best. The three, Nade, Chiron, and Iruki, stand side by side, agreeing to do whatever they can. Suddenly, they jump in surprise when Alifer wakes up and asks what's going on. Chiron checks if she's sober now. Alifer says she owes them and promises to keep their actions quiet. No school report, no consequences. Pointing a finger at them, she grants them 1 more month, starting now. Alifer tells them bluntly, if they really believe in their research group, then they should stop hiding and boldly convince the school. If they want something, they need to go out and earn it. Nade grins, rubbing his nose, and casually replies that whether it's in a formal presentation or not, they'll prove their group's worth with full confidence and pride. Iruki, half joking, wonders if maybe it's time they start using their brains. Alifer encourages them to give it their best shot, and not to be surprised by what they're capable of. Chiron watches quietly, thinking that nothing has really changed, but somehow, he feels a bit more at ease. Later, as they cross the bridge, they ask Alifer when she actually woke up and if a maid should really lose her composure over a few drops of alcohol. A few days pass, and back at the academy, students gather around the notice board in shock. They spot a new announcement about an upcoming research presentation titled The Science of Supernatural Spirits. They're even more surprised to see that Chiron is one of the presenters, along with Nade and Iruki. The poster boldly claims it will uncover a secret the school has long tried to bury. Flashback to 10 days before at Istis. Nade throws his hands up in frustration, shouting that he can't think of a single idea. The three of them slump onto the sofas, exhausted. Iruki, half-dazed and poking at his nose, complains that they've discussed everything they could think of during their sleepless nights, but still haven't landed on a decent topic. Nade shuffles through a stack of cards, each with different ideas written on them, and mutters that most of these things couldn't possibly be recreated for a live presentation. Chiron thinks back. It's already been 3 days since they promised Professor Alifer they'd make this happen. Telling her they'd win was easy. Actually figuring out how to explain the science behind invisible spirits? That's the hard part. He grumbles about the absurdity of trying to sew together something the eye can't even see. Nade, meanwhile, seems to have snapped under the pressure. Iruki says he's always been a little crazy. Chiron, exhausted, yawns and mumbles that they're at their limit. He turns to Nade, only to freak out and fall backward at the sight of a glowing hologram. Nade bursts into laughter, asking how realistic it looked and what if they claimed this was a spirit. Iruki identifies it as a lightning shadow, while Chiron stammers that it looked at him, and it scared the life out of him. He insists that real mages wouldn't fall for such a trick. Nade grins and says, well, you did. Then he asks if it still counts as being fooled if it only lasted 2 seconds. Chiron tells them firmly that there's no point in arguing or proving it. It's not worth confirming. But Nade's already shifted gears, saying they should dig into Professor Alifer's weakness next. Iruki nods along. Iruki, deep in thought, says he believes Chiron just came up with something brilliant. He clarifies that it wasn't the trick that scared him. It was a deeper fear buried inside. Instead of trying to convince people with solid evidence, he suggests they trigger that same fear in others. Iruki asks if he's suggesting a shift in strategy. Not proving the supernatural first, but making people believe it first, and only then giving proof. Chiron nods. It's psychological warfare, he says. Nade, fired up, shouts that Chiron's going to save their group. But Chiron immediately backs away, saying Nade needs to keep his distance. He hasn't showered in 3 days. Iruki, more composed, calls the plan a clever inversion of logic, pointing at Nade's spear hologram. Iruki says the real issue is if they present it like this, too obviously staged. It could make even true believers start doubting the supernatural. He asks if Nade can tweak it to look more otherworldly. Nade replies confidently that he can, and even more so if he uses his lightning shadow technique properly. Suddenly, several holograms appear behind him. He starts posing with them, explaining that if he animates at 24 frames per second, the movement will be fluid. Chiron just sighs, thinking Nade clearly hasn't slept in days. Iruki then asks if they could build a machine instead. Nade says he's already thought of that. But there's a hitch. He can program the machine to move the hologram, but without a human reaction, no one will buy it. Chiron, processing that, admits he's right. The thing that got him was the eye contact. It felt too real. Iruki, flipping his hand lazily around his neck, says he can handle that part. He proposes a system that reacts based on predictive behavior. Using complex system theory, they'll analyze common patterns, program those reactions, and run simulations. He gives a quick example. If Chiron tends to look left, then a spirit on the left will stare back. The next move could either be chasing him or simply holding the stare. Chiron looks at him, amazed, and asks if that's even doable. Iruki says it is. School routines don't vary much, so reactions are predictable. What they need now is a lot of data. They'll also need major storage capacity. But more importantly, they need a way to transmit the program across multiple machines. Nade jumps in, admitting that his lightning energy alone won't cut it. Suddenly, he turns to Chiron and asks if he can handle photon output. Before Chiron can answer, Nade adds, because Alifer told me you can. In the ivory tower, the heart of cutting-edge magic, It's long been predicted that photon output would revolutionize information transmission. Shiro nods, saying that's exactly what Professor Alifer told him. He can use it as a channel for data transfer. Nade lights up with excitement, saying they can now use it to craft the ultimate spirit illusion. But a rookie isn't convinced scaring the audience with just a spirit is enough. He turns to Chiron and asks if he has a deeper plan. Chiron responds by outlining a psychological approach, one that taps into fear on a more instinctive level. As Nade and a rookie read through what he's written, they pause in thought. Chiron hesitates, asking if the idea is bad. He offers to change the key phrase if needed. Nade immediately says it's brilliant. He never imagined they could apply the concept that way during a live presentation. Iruki adds that if it works, the entire school will flip their opinion overnight. Excited, Chiron and Nade look at each other. Nade declares it's settled. He'll build the machine, Iruki will code the program, and Chiron will focus on amplifying the photon output. Nade practically shouts that they're really going to save their group. Iruki, more measured, reminds them that he did a quick calculation earlier. He turns to Chiron and says the photon output required is 3 times what he can currently manage, and he has to hold it for 10 straight minutes. Then he asks if that's even possible. Chiron hesitates, clearly unsure, and says 10 minutes with a nervous look. 10 days later at Istis, Nade bursts through the door, arms full of papers, announcing he just finished hanging up the presentation posters. Iruki's been glued to the board all day working on movement pattern equations, while Chiron has been training nonstop to push his photon output limits. Nade excitedly shares the news. Everyone said they'll be attending. Chiron agrees. They'll definitely show up after seeing that kind of poster. Iruki raises an eyebrow, asking if it's because they put their names on it. If too many people come, it could turn chaotic. More people means more work. He asks how many Nade thinks will attend. Nade shrugs and says he's not sure, but probably more than half the school. The narrator chimes in. The long-awaited presentation from the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group is approaching. Elsewhere, Maria walks down a hallway, passing students whispering to one another. One asks if the presentation is going to be that, and his friend confirms. Both upperclassmen Chiron and a rookie will be on stage. She hears someone nearby, wondering aloud what they'll reveal. As she turns into an alley, a voice from behind a pillar whispers, "Is it true that the Supernatural Spirits Group is really going to present something?" She replies that the group's revival isn't confirmed yet, but according to her sources, if their presentation fails, the school will reclaim their research room. The man hiding behind the pillar scoffs, saying it's obvious the group's finished. Whatever reputation they had is long gone. But the short-haired girl standing beside him isn't so sure. She points out that a rookie has savant syndrome, and Chiron is a black magician. Plus, Nade's not someone you can underestimate either. The man just laughs arrogantly. In his eyes, they're still bottom-rung students. He says what they really need to be worrying about is what comes after, because the shady research groups are already fighting to become Istis' new top contender. The narrator cuts in, explaining, light shadow magic is a form of electric illusion that leaves behind a static afterimage. It's used widely across all fields in Istis. Meanwhile, Chiron trains relentlessly. Eventually, his body gives out and he slumps to the ground, drained. The narrator describes it as a mental rebound, a brutal method to rapidly boost magic output. When his willpower maxes out, it takes him about 20 minutes to recover. Then he does it all over again. Each spell eats up about 40 minutes worth of mental focus. It's dangerous, borderline reckless. If he keeps pushing, it could cost him his life. Stopping his stopwatch, Chiron reflects that if the professor knew he was doing this, she'd never allow it. But the toll on his mind has gotten him halfway there. He can now maintain photon output for 5 minutes. 7 days before the presentation, Chiron sits again on the ground, gripping his stopwatch. He knows the only way to hit 10 minutes is to keep going, even if it destroys his consciousness. Suddenly, Nate appears and asks how things are going. Chiron forces a smile and says he'll make the deadline. Nate, tearing up, wonders aloud if they've set the bar too high. It's beyond what even a Class 5 magician can handle. But if they can't pull this off, it's over for the group. Chiron cuts him off. "I told you not to worry," he says. Then he asks how Nade's progress is coming along. Nade says he's almost ready and asks Chiron to follow him. They head over, and Chiron freezes in shock at the sight of a rookie racing around at insane speeds. He taps him on the shoulder, asking if he's okay, and if he's even slept. Iruki just says calmly, "I'll make the deadline." Chiron thinks to himself he can't stop him. He's just as crazy. Nade calls out to him. Here it is. Chiron turns and stares in amazement at a massive machine covered in different components and systems. Chiron asks if the machine is just a prototype. Nade nods, explaining that the final test will be with Chiron's photon output. They also need to test the performance of the light cable, something Iruki's father sent over. Nade hands Chiron an orb and tells him to pour his magic into it. Chiron closes his eyes. The orb glows brightly, and the light surges through the pipes. Nade watches it closely and asks how it feels. Not bad, right? Moments later, a hologram emerges from the machine. In the pouring rain, someone steps through the mist toward Istis. It's Nade, pulling off his invisibility cloak. He opens a door and calls out for Chiron to get ready for the presentation, but his voice slows as he notices something. A stopwatch drops through the air, and Nade catches it. Did you do it? He asks. Chiron flashes a confident thumbs up. Let's do this. On the day of the presentation, a huge crowd gathers outside the academy. The students are buzzing with excitement. Some are selling snacks, while others are handing out presentation posters. One student asks why it feels like a festival. Mark arrives, puzzled by the crowd. He grabs a poster and is told to wait in line. Looking at it, he frowns at the childlike drawing and reads the names on it. His eyes land on Chiron's name. I can't forget this name, he murmurs. Then he wonders out loud what this childish poster is even about and who's really showing up to see it. Right then, Maria appears beside him. Let's go see it, she says, taking his arm. When he hesitates, she grabs his sleeve, dragging him along as she points toward the line. It's this way. Mark agrees reluctantly, thinking maybe he'll learn something after all. The narrator cuts in. During their suspension, both Maria and Mark were trained under Thad using special techniques. And somehow, Mark had gotten caught in the complicated dynamic between Thad and Maria. Back in line, some students start pointing and whispering. They spot Amy and Sariel. A graduating senior, one student says, "Why is she even here for an advanced class presentation?" Amy hears the murmurs, embarrassed but trying to stay composed. Sariel casually offers her a snack and tells her to open her mouth. Amy explodes, yelling at her for making them come in the first place. "How long are you going to keep saying that?" Sariel replies, grinning. "It's obviously because of your boyfriend's presentation." Amy covers her face, red with embarrassment. This is so humiliating. A new voice rises in the crowd. Someone says a Class 1 senior just showed up. Whispers ripple through the line. "Wait, he's here. What's Fermi doing at a presentation like this?" All eyes turn to the elite student as he approaches, looking ahead intently. The blue-haired girl is identified as Senior Hershey. The blonde boy is Raiken, nicknamed the Electric Monster. There's also Richard, the white-haired boy Richard with glasses from Alchemy, and the red-haired boy named Caden. Seeing them all together, Sariel is stunned, wondering why students from Class 1 are even attending this presentation. Amy leans in, asking Sariel what these elite students might have in common. Sariel explains there's a rumor floating around. They're all allegedly part of a secretive research group known as Gold Run. Inside the presentation hall, everyone is seated as Alifer adjusts his glasses at the judge's table. He notices the headmaster entering and curiously asks what brought him here. The headmaster replies that he heard the students put genuine effort into preparing this event, and he wanted to see it firsthand. Alifer gestures for him to sit and quietly looks forward to what's about to unfold. As the crowd waits, a tense atmosphere hangs in the air, students shifting in their seats, casting suspicious glances at one another. Amy's mind drifts to the upcoming presentation. Maria, meanwhile, sips from her cup and shows a poster to Mark. The anticipation grows. Then, suddenly, the lights dim, spotlights flicker on, and Nade takes the stage. He welcomes the crowd and announces the beginning of the Science of Supernatural Spirits presentation. The narrator chimes in, noting the bold presentation from this mysterious science group kicks off. But 30 minutes in, chaos erupts. Students are flinging their popcorn in outrage. One student mocks them, asking what they even expected from Class 5, while another sneers that they should be studying instead of wasting time. Clearly, they'd all been misled. Sariel glances at Amy, who's frozen in disbelief. The narrator provides more insight. This so-called research group looks official on the surface, but the term shady fits because they often break rules and operate in secrecy. Their member list is usually falsified, making it nearly impossible to track who's actually involved. Nade thanks the audience for attending. He introduces himself as today's MC and the president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits group. Today's main focus? Spirits. Mark mentions something about souls, and Nade warns that the visuals they're about to see might be unsettling. It varies from person to person. He advises them to brace themselves. As the screen lights up, the headmaster observes that the students have clearly put in a great deal of work. Alifer quietly nods, impressed by the holographic background they've used. The screen lights up, showing the main building of Alphea's academy. Nade turns to the audience and asks if anyone knows the story of what happened before the school was even built. With a snap of his fingers, he launches into the tale. It dates back 200 years. This area used to be nothing more than a quiet farming village. At that time, the world was caught in the middle of the infamous War of Conquest. Civilians and soldiers alike fled to the mountains to escape the chaos. As the story unfolds, the stage lights begin to flicker and eerie, non-human figures appear. The students nervously glance around, whispering if something creepy might suddenly jump out. Suddenly, a man steps into view, his movements unsettling. Iruki bursts out, shouting that the man is clearly possessed by a malevolent spirit. Laughter erupts from the crowd as they recognize it's Iruki in costume. As Iruki, the student playing the possessed man, walks off stage, Sariel munches on snacks, chuckling at how funny the whole thing is. Amy, on the other hand, frowns and mutters if this is supposed to be a serious presentation or just a play. Nade continues, reenacting another part of the story. He stumbles onto the stage, calling out lovingly for someone named Olea. He says he escaped the war to find her. Maria, caught up in the drama, whispers that he must have been separated from his lover while running away. Meanwhile, Mark glares in annoyance, thinking this whole thing has gone off the rails. Then a voice calls out, "She's over here." Mark turns, stunned. It's Chiron, playing the role of Olea in full costume. Nade immediately runs toward the stage, completely shocked. Junior, wide-eyed, exclaims, "That's Senior Chiron." Alifer's jaw hits the floor, and Sariel turns to Amy in disbelief. Chiron's cross-dressing. But what surprises her even more is the embarrassed look on Amy's face. "Get a grip," Sariel mutters. Back on stage, Nade and Chiron dramatically embrace. "We'll never be apart again," Nade says, as they slowly lean in for a kiss. Maria hides her face in embarrassment while two students explode their mouths full of popcorn in shock. Amy gasps. They're actually going to kiss in a play. Just as the two get closer, Iruki bursts in again, grabbing Nade by the neck and sinking his teeth into his shoulder. The crowd stiffens. Nade shoves him off, yelling for help as the lights suddenly go black. Maria, clearly spooked, clutches Mark's arm. "This is kind of scary," she whispers. Mark screams in response. When the lights snap back on, Nade stands holding an old book. He explains that 6 months ago, this diary was discovered during their research into the Academy's past, and that discovery sparked the beginning of their investigation. Their investigation led to a startling revelation. Spirits that had once been pure had turned malevolent, twisted after being consumed by evil entities. These corrupted souls now roamed the underworld, endlessly searching for human vessels to inhabit. Nade pauses for effect, then says, "Even now, they're still searching." Suddenly, a loud, chilling bell rings out. Students flinch and murmur nervously. "Wait, isn't that the midnight bell?" someone whispers. Nade nods solemnly. "Yes. When midnight comes and light vanishes, the evil spirits awaken. No one has ever seen what appears at that time. Not because they're hidden, but because only those tuned to their presence can perceive them." He continues, "After watching this presentation, I'm sure you've all become just a bit curious about these spirits. That curiosity, it's already begun to align you with their frequency." He looks out over the crowd. "So tonight, when that bell strikes midnight, look around. You just might catch a glimpse of one." Gasps ripple through the room. Students mutter that it must be a prank, saying they're stuck at the library until midnight anyway. Still, the unease is clear. Nade adds with a sly smile, "If you're lucky, that is." And with that, our presentation ends. The lights snap back on. Everyone stares at him in stunned silence. Then Amy bolts from her seat, storming out. "This is humiliating," she shouts. "I knew something like this would happen once he started hanging around those weirdos." Sariel runs after her, calling out for her to wait. The Class 1 students follow, equally shaken. Back inside, Alifer stands and bows apologetically to the headmaster. "I'll make sure these students are properly disciplined," she promises. The headmaster simply smiles and replies, "This is exactly what I expected from a group that study spirits. No need to worry." Still flustered, Alifer wonders aloud, "Was I wrong to trust them?" The headmaster, eyes lingering on the bell, mutters to himself, "They wouldn't have started all this just to end it like that." Meanwhile, Nate lets out a quiet laugh. Iruki turns to him, asking if he's sure. Nate says he can tell just by looking into their eyes. "The seed's been planted," he says. Looking toward Chiron, he adds, "The strange one was a success. Now let's show them what a spirit really is at this academy." It's 11:30 p.m. Nate walks into a room and finds Chiron. "It's time," he says. "Are you done with the sequencing meditation?" Chiron silently nods and follows him out. The narrator explains, the day before, Nate had set up hundreds of holographic projectors all across the campus, synchronized with Iruki's spirit tracking algorithm. The signals are ready to be transmitted to the projectors. As Nate walks along a pipe, he warns Chiron to watch his step. Meanwhile, Iruki checks the stopwatch and announces that there are exactly 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. Timing is everything. They can't be early or late. The whole point is to reveal the ghost at the stroke of midnight. Raising his hand, Iruki gives the signal that the operation will begin on his mark. Nate turns to Chiron and says it's his turn now. Everything is in his hands. Chiron grips an orb tightly as Iruki watches closely, confirming that everything is ready. They take their positions. Chiron immediately shifts into his spirit zone. A surge of brilliant light bursts out, flooding the room. Nate is in awe. "That's some insane output," he says. Iruki nods, stunned. They boosted his magic to this level in just a month. As expected from Chiron, Nate adds. Chiron, eyes closed, murmurs that something feels off. It's like pouring water into a bowl that has no bottom. Nate quickly turns to the machine, inspecting it. "Is something wrong?" he mutters. Iruki asks him directly, and with teary eyes, Nate admits the output isn't rising at all. "Can you fix it?" Iruki presses. "I don't know," Nate replies. "The calculations were perfect, but the energy is getting stuck in the pipes." Iruki looks up. "It's over," she says flatly. "We failed." Nate's voice cracks. "It's my fault. I'm useless. I couldn't even build the equipment right." He wipes his face, trembling. "I dragged all of you into this. I'll take full responsibility." He turns to Chiron and begs him to stop. But Chiron shakes his head. "No, we all worked for this. Sacrificed sleep, gave it everything we had. I won't let it end like this." Iruki shouts to Nate, "Stop him. He's going to activate the immortal function." Chiron steps forward, entering deeper into his spirit zone. Before him, a dark void swirls. Iruki stares, worried. Why isn't the magic flow stopping? Nate rushes to him. "Chiron, please. Stop. If you go any further, you'll disappear." "We can give up the group," Nate pleads. "Just don't risk yourself. I don't want to lose you." But Chiron meets his gaze, unflinching. "I'm not afraid anymore." In his mind, the void begins to crack apart under pressure. Light flares around him. He remembers Armin's words. "You won't disappear." Even as his body starts to fade, piece by piece, Chiron tells himself, "I have to remember. I have to remember who I am." Chiron thinks to himself, "So I won't run away again." Need rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Chiron only responds with one word, "Output." Iruki yells for Nade to check the gauge. Spinning into action, Nade twists a dial, yanks the gauge out, and shouts, "Now." Iruki immediately flips the switch on the remote. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Maria closes her book with a sigh. "Too bad," she says. "But I should sleep. Class starts early tomorrow." Just as she's about to settle in, she shivers, remembering the story from the presentation. Midnight is close. She nervously mutters, "If spirits really do appear at midnight," and glances toward the window. And then, she sees it, a ghost staring straight at her through the glass. Terrified, Maria screams and hurls a flower pot through the window, shattering it. Over in Amy's room, a ghost has already appeared. She glares at it. "How did you even get in here?" The ghost silently smiles at her. Amy recoils. "Did it just smile?" Screaming, she bolts out of her room and bumps into Sariel. A spirit appeared. Amy yells, "Same here," Sariel replies in panic. The two girls take off running through the halls, shouting, "It's a spirit." The ghosts chase them, and the noise quickly spreads across the entire dorm. Soon, spirits are appearing everywhere, in the streets, in the library, in every corner of the school. Girls flood out of their rooms, panicked. Members of Class 4 rush in, activating their magic. They're everywhere, one shouts. The ghosts glide forward silently, and then, one by one, begin to vanish. Screams echo throughout the campus. Then silence. Class 4 watches, stunned, as every last spirit disappears. Elsewhere, a gray-haired Class 5 student notices figures on the rooftop. It's Nade, standing proudly beside Chiron. Iruki claps his hands loudly, addressing the crowd. Thank you for coming to our late-night presentation. Below, Alifer stomps out, holding up a strange yellow device. Come down this instant, she snaps. What is going on in the middle of the night? She shoves the device in Nede's face. You shocked me while I was washing up. Nade casually waves. Good evening. Voices rise all at once. A holographic projector? So it was fake. Alifer turns and sees the headmaster laughing heartily. When did you get here? She asks, stunned. The headmaster chuckles. I don't think the presentation's over yet. Let's hear the rest. Nade steps forward, his voice clear and firm. Spirits exist. According to our research, yes, they're real. So, do you believe in the supernatural? The Class 4 students erupt again. You're still going on about that? One shouts. A brown-haired student scoffs. Everything you showed was fake. Cheap tricks that even a 3-year-old could pull off. How did you even do it? The student next to her narrows their eyes and replies. They used it somehow, one student mutters. Another chimes in. It's strange. The holograms didn't move the same way. Something's off. The girls around them whisper. She's been talking about it ever since we found out they were fakes, but even she has no clue how it was done. I think they edited the holograms directly from the machine, another guesses. Suddenly, the headmaster casually conjures a small, magical hologram in his palm. Well, how does this look? He grins, then turns to Alifer. Care to explain the trick they used? Alifer folds her arms and sighs. The level of their joke is unusually advanced. Chiron watches the crowd, thinking to himself, mages treasure knowledge above all else. Once curiosity is sparked, they can't ignore it. One Class 4 student with black hair seats. We got played by Class 5. His brown-haired friend clenches his fists, glaring. I still can't figure out the mechanism they used. Alifer adds, it was a difficult trick, yes, but not enough to validate their research group. The headmaster finishes his hologram and softly responds, the trick itself isn't what matters. Alifer stares at him, speechless. Students shout out in frustration. They're still fake. There's no such thing as spirits. Then, a Class 4 student steps up and demands answers. If those ghosts were fakes, what's the point? How does this connect to the study of the supernatural? He glares at Nade. Do you really expect us to believe in ghosts after that? Nade doesn't flinch. Instead, he calmly asks, then tell me, why are all of you here? What exactly were you running from, trembling in fear? A sudden hush falls over the crowd. Amy and Sariel exchange a glance, silently listening. Nade continues, the emotion you all felt tonight, that fear, that's the core of what the science of supernatural spirits group studies. He pauses, then says, none of you believed in spirits. But the moment one appeared, you were afraid. He points at the crowd. That fear came from the smallest, most fragile idea, the possibility that spirits might be real. Chiron and Iruki glance at each other with quiet pride. Nade smiles slightly. We didn't prove that spirits exist. What we did was plant a single seed of doubt. And that doubt is what we're researching. From the back, a Class 6 student speaks up. There were times when things we know as truth today were considered lies in the past. Nade nods. Exactly. And today, thanks to all of you, we've proven that our research group matters. With that, he says, bowing alongside his group, we officially conclude the presentation of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Thank you. 5 Class 4 students stare at each other, stunned and speechless. The crowd of students erupts in excitement. Cheers ring out as they shout their approval. If it's always going to be this incredible, we don't mind falling for his tricks again and again. The headmaster smiles, asking aloud, so, where did they come from, and where are they headed next? He pauses, then says thoughtfully, there are those who explore doubt, who reveal things once invisible. He turns to Alifer. What do you think? I admit, it was a significant presentation, she replies. Thad steps forward with a nod. No objections from me. Alifer lets out a deep sigh. Then, raising her voice so everyone can hear, she announces, the professors have agreed to recognize the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group's presentation. The crowd holds its breath, and as punishment for the chaos you caused, she shouts, "You're suspended for 3 days." Nade, Chiron, and Iruki throw their arms in the air, grinning. "We did it. It was a success." Alifer scowls. "Are you 3 even listening? You're suspended," but it's drowned out by the crowd. Students swarm them with congratulations and well wishes. Maria proudly says, "Chiron really is something else," and Mark nods. "He's cool and a genius." Sariel grins. "Honestly, that was amazing. Who doesn't want to do something like that once in their life? To shake up the world?" Amy stands quietly, watching them. "I can't believe this," she thinks. "Here I am, struggling just to graduate, and they're throwing themselves into something like this." But even as she thinks that, a little pride slips through. Need, Chiron, and Iruki are crying, tears of relief and joy. Amy glances at them, folding her fingers slightly. "Maybe I'm a little jealous," she admits silently. Meanwhile, in another corner, a group of boys murmur bitterly. "An old eagle's still better than a cow," one growls. They handed their group off to those reckless kids, another sneers. "Forget about taking ICEs for ourselves. My language research group is pulling out. They're still class 5, one says with disdain. Look at him, running scared. They'll be in a graduating class soon, another warns. If you don't want to go up against them next year, better graduate now." Someone scoffs. "You should tell that to the doll collecting research group. They've got no business talking." Fermi cuts in, clearly annoyed. "Enough. You're just going to draw attention to yourselves. This'll only backfire. Let go for now. Wait for the right time." Alifer overhears and groans. "Grow up, all of you." On the Sidel zines, the headmaster strokes his beard with amusement. "Even someone like me, who's specialized in the light arts. I was caught off guard. They used it in ways I never expected." He watches Chiron quietly. He's accomplished something truly difficult, and I will pretend I didn't see it. At that moment, the headmaster watches with quiet admiration. That child, he didn't just pull off a bold stunt. He proved he has what it takes to chase his dream. Out on the grass, Chiron lies flat, gazing up at the sky. "That was seriously fun," he murmurs. Need waves a hand in front of his face. "Are you okay? You sure you're not broken?" Iruki bursts out laughing. "He must be crazy. Who risks their life over a research group ranking?" Then, grinning, he adds, "But you're still the best." Chiron chuckles. Need looks at him seriously. "If you hadn't used the immortal function, it all would have been for nothing." Iruki kneels beside them. "To handle the immortal function, I had to switch into defense form, just in case." "You're really out of your mind, Chiron." Chiron smiles and shakes his head. "You guys are underselling yourselves." Iruki predicted the entire school's behavior down to the second, and Need created a whole fleet of machines. "You're all geniuses." Iruki raises a brow. "Is this the thing they call a frog in a well?" Nate blinks. "Wait, you know that phrase?" Chiron groans. "Stop. You're making me feel embarrassed." He lifts his hand toward the sky, staring at it. "I want to keep going higher, like that star up there." Iruki smirks. "So, you played around enough. Shouldn't you be moving up to the advanced class?" Neat sits up. "Let's graduate together, the 3 of us. Once we hit the real world, there'll be even more amazing things waiting for us." Iruki crosses his arms. "Is it time to take off our limiters?" Neat stretches out his hand. "Then let's make a promise. That we're making it all the way," Chiron finishes, reaching out. "We'll be the best," he says. "What are we going to do with our careers?" Iruki asks, laughing. They raise their hands to the sky. "Supernatural science forever. We graduate together." Chiron laughs, so heart hurts. "Together, we'll become the best mages in the world." The next morning, in Chiron's room, voices echo. "Wake up already, will you?" It's Need and Iruki. They're hovering over his bed. "Gonna spend your golden suspension like this?" Need asks, nudging him. "Let's go out and celebrate." Iruki leans over. He's totally out. Must have hit his limit. They try again to wake him, but Chiron doesn't respond. Inside, Chiron is trapped. "I can't move," he thinks. It's like sleep paralysis. A creeping dread washes over him. Am I in another nightmare? Heading toward that place again. Infinity? The stars twist and turn above him. And at the end of it all, a blinding, massive light begins to writhe. Something feels off this time. Chiron usually wakes up at this exact moment, but not today. Something's different. As the glass teeters on the edge of shattering, Chiron jolts awake. Sean's body flickers, as if fatting. Stunned, Chiron wonders, has the dream changed? He checks the clock. questioning if yesterday's events had anything to do with this shift. Glittering star-like particles float in front of him, catching his eye. You find a note left behind by NE and a rookie. They've headed to the casino, claiming that with IOI's behavior prediction data, they're guaranteed to strike it rich. Chiron, reading it, just mutters that they'll probably return empty-handed. 3 days of suspension. What now? He asks himself. His thoughts drift to his parents. Maybe this is a good time to visit home? But no, he shakes off the idea. He stares at his reflection in the mirror, getting ready. Something stirs in his memory. A task he suddenly remembers he wanted to do. Turning away from the mirror, he feels his heart racing for no clear reason. Behind him, his shadow remains frozen in the glass. Chiron finds himself standing in front of that old John bookshop. He presses the doorknob, thinking about how he's been studying nonstop these past few years. Now, he just wants to buy a novel for himself. He remembers the last time he reached for a book here, and the shopkeeper stopped him. What if they refused to let him touch anything again? Still, he opens the door. The shopkeeper greets him warmly, saying it's an honor to have him in her humble store. She asks if he's delivering something today. Nervously, Chiron says he's just here by a book. She smiles and tells him to enjoy browsing. Chiron thinks to himself, has it really been 5 years? She doesn't recognize him. Has he changed that much? He picks up a book, hand her 2 gold coins. She comments sweetly on his generosity. The title catches his eye, Raising a Dragon to Wreck Demon Land. Chiron lights up. He's finally bought one. His very first novel. He dances in excitement, while others glance over in surprise. Thanks to saving up the subsidy the own family sent him, he could finally afford it. But his joy halts when someone calls out. A girl grabs his arm and asks, "Wait, are you really Shinor?" The girl asks, surprised. Chiron stares at her, taken aback. "Who are you?" he asks cautiously. She turns to her group and says with a grin, "It's him. It's really Shinor." Hearing that name, a rush of memories slams into Chiron. Before he can respond, a group of older boys approaches. One of them, now taller with brown hair, squints and asks, "Reading again, huh?" Chiron freezes as the recognition clicks. "Althor," he says, stunned, then turns to the girl. "Wait, are you Lumina?" She raises an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you forgot what I look like." Chiron quickly shakes his head. "No, I just didn't recognize you at first. You've changed. You're really pretty now." Lumina smirks. "So you're saying I wasn't pretty before?" He laughs nervously. "That's not what I meant." The boys gather around him, eyeing his tidy clothes. One with green hair comments, "Look at you, dressed like some kind of noble now." Althor steps forward, arms crossed. "It's been years, Shinor. What have you been up to?" I asked Vincent, but he's keeping quiet. Chiron hesitates, heart pounding. What should I say? He wonders. If I lie, they'll be disappointed anyway. Taking a deep breath, he says, "I've been attending a magic academy." Everyone falls silent. Eyes widen. Shock ripples through the group. Chiron's thoughts drift back to his childhood. How Althor always had a strong build and a kind nature. Naturally, he'd become the leader of the village kids before even turning 10. He remembers one day vividly. He was quietly reading when Althor came over. Chiron had glanced up, startled. Althor always had that confident air about him, but pride, that was his one little flaw. Looking down at the book, Althor frowned. "So many words. I don't get any of this," he muttered. The other kids chimed in. They couldn't read either. "I'm not going to school," Althor had said. "What's the point of reading anyway?" He grabbed the book from Chiron's hands. We need strength, not pages. In their small mountain village, danger was always around. One rule mattered above all: follow the leader. Chiron had smiled and nodded. "I get it." With a sigh, Althor handed the book back. "Fine, as long as you understand." Chiron remembered thinking, the leader protects the village. The others follow. That's how we survive here. Althor had then shouted, "Let's go kick the ball around," and ran off. Just then, a shrill voice cried out, "Althor!" Lumina came running, a stick in hand, nose runny. "Didn't I tell you not to bully Chiron?" She whacked Althor with the stick. "Ow! Who's bullying who now?" he protested. "You know he just got over a cold." Lumina yelled. "If you keep acting like this," Althor began, dodging another swing. "No one's going to want to marry her acting like that." Althor jokes. Chiron chuckles to himself. That's all in the past now. Althor turns to him. "So you're really attending school?" Lumina chimes in, eyes wide. "You know how to use magic?" One of their friends leans in eagerly. "Can you show us something?" Chiron shakes his head. "I've only just started, and we're not allowed to use magic outside the academy." Ah, that's a shame, the friend sighs. Althor eyes the book in Chiron's hand. Still carrying a book around like the old days. Huh? He reaches for it. So what kind of stuff do they make you read at a magic academy? Chiron panics a little. It's just a novel he picked up for fun. He doesn't let go, but the book slips from their hands and falls. As Chiron bends down to grab it, a wave of memory hits him. The time the headmaster lifted the children with a flash of magic, electric fields sparking all around. He catches the book, but loses his balance and tumbles to the ground. Why'd you suddenly collapse like that? Lumina asks, rushing over. She glares at Althor. Are you messing with him again? Althor holds up his hands. Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Still on the ground, Chiron says softly, it just happens sometimes. Lumina kneels beside him, worried. And you think I wouldn't be concerned if you keep collapsing? Althor looks away, speechless. Then Lumina says, why don't you come with us instead of hanging out here alone? Clearing his throat, Althor steps in, resting a hand on her shoulder. To celebrate selling everything off, we plan a party at Lumina's place. Come hang out with us. Chiron nods. Sure, I've got nothing else going on anyway. Two of them roll over a cart, and Althor lifts Chiron easily into the seat. Hey, you just lifted me. Althor smirks. What's the point of being light if I can't toss you around? Sitting beside him, Chiron stares, shocked. He's a beast now, he thinks. Even if we lost touch, I bet he's well on his way to becoming the next village chief. By nightfall, they reach the shop. An older woman greets them at the door. Is that Chiron? You're growing more handsome by the day. Lumina must be thrilled. Embarrassed, Lumina waves her off. Don't say weird stuff. Inside, drinks are poured, cheers ring out, and cups are raised in celebration of Chiron. Lumina pushes food toward him with a smile. Eat up. Thanks, he says. I'll dig in. One of the pink-haired boys squints at his cup. Wait, could this drink be? The blonde-haired boy cuts in. It's just a carbonated drink, the blonde-haired boy says with a laugh. Althor watches quietly while the pink-haired boy turns to Chiron. So, tell me more about the academy. I bet you're top of your class, right? Chiron nearly chokes on his drink, coughing. The pink-haired boy leans closer. Come on, I'm dying to know. Are you really becoming a mage? Then the blonde one adds, I heard only nobles can get into that school. The black-haired boy jumps in. So you're studying with nobles? Chiron glances nervously at Althor. Please stop hyping me up, he thinks. Especially in front of him. The black-haired boy grins. Bet the school's full of beautiful noble girls, huh? Chiron waves his hands. No, it's not like that. I've got enough trouble just keeping up with the classes. Lumina sighs softly, trying not to smile. Althor sets his cup down, expression serious. It's great that you're studying, he says. But have you thought about what's next? Chiron blinks. Next, think about Vincent, Althor continues. He's already running things for the family. At some point, you'll need to take on that role too. Get married, settle down. Can you do that after school ends? The words hit Chiron hard. There's no guarantee I'll even graduate. Althor takes another sip. I'm just saying, you should be realistic. Chiron thinks back. He's been so consumed with school that he never considered the bigger picture. His friends are already helping with family work, while his father is still out there struggling alone. Lumina watches him, her eyes full of concern. Althor raises a hand to break the tension. Hey, enough of that. Let's have an arm wrestling match. It's been forever. I used to be pretty good. Remember? Chiron looks up, surprised. The blonde-haired boy nods. Yeah, you two were evenly matched back in the day. Looking away, Chiron remembers beating Althor once long ago. They used to go at it all the time. But now, if I win, it could mess with the balance around here. So he puts on a confident face, raises his arm, and smirks. Are we betting on this match? Althor grins. Loser pays the bill. Their friends cheer. It's warrior versus mage. Chiron braces himself. I'll lose, but I need to drag it out. Give him some face. They lock hands. The table shakes. Items jump. But then, bam, Chiron loses. Hard. As Chiron reels from the crushing loss, his friends crowd around him, asking if he's okay. But he's too stunned, thinking what just happened. Lumina, visibly angry, snaps at Althor. Why'd you go so hard? I didn't think it'd turn out like that. Althor replies, flustered. He wasn't this weak before. Looking down, Althor sighs and apologizes. I'll cover the food tonight. Chiron shakes his head. I'm the one who lost. You've gotten way stronger. He opens his coin pouch, and suddenly, all his gold spills onto the floor. Everyone stares. Some friends scoop up the coins. Wait, you got 5 of these? Why are you carrying so much cash? Lumina's eyes go wide. 5 gold coins. That's like a month's worth of store sales. Althor narrows his eyes, glaring at the others. Chiron zones out, heart sinking. I'm done for. Why are you all fussing over some gold coins? Althor snaps. His voice booms. The group flinches, falling silent. Althor always gets edgy when it comes to Chiron, Lumina thinks quietly. Clearing his throat, Althor sits back down while the blonde-haired boy claps his hands. Hey, did you guys hear? A beast's been spotted in the mountains. The red-haired boy nods. I heard something too, but the wild animals are all supposed to be gone, right? Lumina turns to them. Brett, Martin, what exactly did you hear? The green-haired boy chimes in. My dad says it might be a cow bear. They say it doesn't attack humans, just eats stuff. Chiron adds, yeah, my father told me about that too. But aren't they from the north? What are they doing down here? Maybe it's breeding season, Lumina wonders. Still, every time hunters go out, they come back with nothing. It's like the thing's hiding deep in the mountains. Althor crosses his arms. Then why are we out there catching it? We be helping the village. You all know I've got the skills. Martin chimes in. Didn't you take down a red bear on your own? Cow bear should be easy. Chiron stares at him. Wait, you fought a red bear? Yeah, Althor says proudly. We'll head out tomorrow morning. He turns to look at Chiron, eyes full of unspoken challenge. Are you tagging along or not? Lumina snaps, demanding to know if Chiron's even up for it. Althor steps in, reminding them that Chiron's always been with them in the past. I'll help out whenever I can, Chiron responds firmly. Of course I'm coming. Althor nods and says they'll meet outside Lumina's place first thing in the morning. Everyone lifts their drinks in a cheer, fired up about hunting a cow bear. Chiron takes a sip, thinking to himself, this wasn't in the plan, but it might actually be fun. At Lumina's house the next day, she walks up and asks if Chiron slept well, ready to head out. Chiron finishes adjusting his knife and says he's good to go. They step outside, and Lumina calls out that they're ready to leave. Althor smirks at Chiron, warning him not to fall behind just because he's rusty. Deep in the mountains, a black-haired boy tells Martin to hold position. Martin replies that it's time to cover things up. One of the boys ties the wooden trap, gives a thumbs up to a green-haired kid. Chiron watches in awe. That was fast. You guys are amazing. The green-haired boy humbly says they only set the basic trap. Althor handles the harder stuff. Althor, examining a tree with a claw mark, says the bear came this way. He tells the team to scout around, but warns them, if they spot it, no engaging. Just report back. Chiron's jaw nearly drops. He really knows his stuff now. Althor glances at Lumina with a smile, humming a tune as he moves ahead. Chiron thinks to himself, if it's about locating things, his spirit zone could be useful. Time to pitch in. He activates the spirit zone, scanning the surroundings, until he spots a large, monster-like shape. Nervously, he checks behind him, then activates Sthesia, immediately noticing Althor's foot resting on something. His eyes dart to the nearby bushes, tension rising. But then Althor storms over, grabs Chiron's shoulder, and demands to know why he moved out of sight. Do you realize what kind of risk you just took? You could have put everyone in danger. Chiron looks away, guilt washing over him. Suddenly, Althor's face twists in shock. His gaze locks onto something nearby. A massive beast lay near Althor's feet. Chiron and Althor scan the area, and suddenly realize, dead cow beasts, other creatures too, all wiped out. On the other side, the rest of the group spot the same horrific scene from up in a tree. What happened here? One of them asks, turning to Althor. This isn't the work of a cow bear, Althor replies grimly. Holding Chiron's arm, he says, we need to get the adults. Lock down the mountain. We may have to ask the city for backup. Chiron interrupts, insisting they can't wait. They don't even know what this thing is. Althor snaps. What are you talking about? Chiron argues. You've seen all this. You really think we can handle that thing? This isn't something we can take on. Althor explodes. And what do you know? I'm the leader here. I give the orders. You're doing it again, Chiron shoots back. Same as before. That's why I never saw you as a real leader. Don't treat me like a fool. Althor yells. Suddenly, Chiron freezes. Something rustles in the bushes behind him. Brett points, voice shaking. Do you see that? It's crouching there. Without missing a beat, Althor readies his bow. The others follow suit. Martin starts trembling. What they're seeing now, it's not just any beast. Chiron stares at it, recognizing something terrible. This thing doesn't follow nature's laws. It's in the book. Wolk. Suddenly, the monster moves fast. Alton hurls an arrow, but it slips away. Martin cries out, it dodged it. Chiron's thoughts race. Wolk is one of the intelligent monsters. Narration kicks in. Monsters like this surpass normal beasts in strength, speed, and cunning. Their origins are still under study, possibly evolving from entirely foreign life forms. Wolk charges, snapping a tree in half like its twig. Run! Alpha yells. Martin panics. Where to? Brett warns. If we run down, it'll head straight up to the summit. Chiron draws an arrow, steadying it in his bow, eyes locked on Wall. Alpha watches in horror. Chiron, what are you doing? Is he trying to act as bait? He releases. The arrow hits, but shatters on impact. Wolk lunges. The bow splinters in its claws, but Chiron teleports out just in time. Wolk roars, locked onto him. Chiron catches his breath. It's fast. Too fast. And its skin, nothing's piercing it. He looks back. If anyone's going to make it out alive, this is the only way. I've got to lead it away. Wolk strikes again. Chiron braces. Chiron teleports away. Wolk silently locks eyes with him, then turns its back and walks off without a care. What? Chiron's eyes widen. It's just leaving? Back with the others. Althor orders everyone to ditch their gear and keep moving forward. Lumina stares at him, worried. What are you doing? Althor, trembling with emotion, yells back. I can't leave him. I won't. Lumina falls silent, watching him. Suddenly, Wolk leaps toward Althor. Time seems to slow. Althor's mind races. Chiron. He only came because I asked him to. If I just listened and turned back. A blinding light flashes, hitting Wolk right in the eyes. Lumina steps forward, smiling in disbelief. It's dead? Was that magic? But it's not over. Chiron appears again, still chasing Wall. Run! Get out of here, he shouts. Wolk wipes his eyes and lets out a low chuckle. Lumina, now trembling, says, Maybe it was just a light. Wolk leaps again, closing in fast. Althor realizes too late. His body won't move. Wolk swings a claw straight at Lumina, but she falls back just in time, caught by Chiron, who grabs Wolk from behind midair. Chiron! Althor screams. Wolk turns its head, locking eyes with Chiron again. Chiron activates his teleportation zone, holding Wolk tightly as they vanish. They reappear high above the mountains. What I do now? Chiron thinks. If I release photoionization, I can drop him, but his claws will rip me apart. I can't let him go in this state, either. Neither of us are photonic right now. He tries to calculate how to throw Wall, make him fall with enough force. It would take triggering photoionization and manipulating gravity, a move that disrupts symmetry. His mind drifts. He sees a vision, a reflection of himself, a handshake with his own image. He thinks of omniscience, a mass and anchor. He locks onto a precise point, drops Wolk there, and vanishes into the deep mountains below. The narrator chimes in. Mass, a property unique to every object, constant no matter its form or surroundings. It defines inertia and energy when at rest. And photons have no mass. Chiron, falling through space and thought, wonders, why does the world exist? What gives anything the right to be? Why does matter have mass? The emptiness from my dream, that cracked, broken symmetry, and if that resembles the birth of the universe, could that be the true beginning of existence? Chiron's thoughts spiral until his fingers touch the image of a cracked glass. He stops. If I've shattered symmetry, he thinks, then I can infuse photons with mass. Landing hard on the mountainside, Chiron pants heavily, catching his breath. Looking at the lifeless Wall, he exclaims, It's dead. He calls out, shouting, Armin, I figured it out. This is wisdom born from a universe where symmetry broke. That broken law, that is what gives physical matter its mass. His eyes gleam. If I use that principle, I can give light real weight. Looking down at Wolk again, his excitement dims. But why was something this dangerous here? A scream behind him cuts through his thoughts. He turns. Of course. Why didn't I think of it? Wolk never travel alone. Across the cliff, Althor stands with the others, facing a whole swarm of WS. Brett stammers Althor's name in fear. Lumina sobs uncontrollably. Althor stands firm, then turns to them. I'll run the other way. Use that to climb up. What? Martin shouts. Are you insane? That's suicide. Althor clenches his fists. It's the only way. You have to survive. Tell the adults what happened. If we don't, everything we've lost means nothing. Suddenly, something streaks through the sky. Chiron leaps in, landing beside them. Everyone rushes to him in shock. You're alive. Lumina bursts into tears, unable to hold it in. I'm sorry, Chiron says softly. Althor, choking back emotion, calls his name. Chiron walks to him, apologizing again. I didn't mean to make you worry. But it's fine now. Leave the rest to me. No, Althor says. You should run too. I'm not breaking any rules, Chiron answers. The WS let out a thunderous roar and start moving toward them. One wolf breaks ahead, charging straight at Chiron. He focuses, activating his spirit zone. A glowing orb forms in his hand. Lumina watches, stunned. Martin says, wait. If he uses the same method as last time, it won't. But Chiron's forehead flares with light. Add mass to the photon output. He tells himself. The light in his hand thickens, dense, blinding. He raises his arm and hurls it straight at the charging wall. The creature's eyes widen in confusion, right before impact. The light sphere slams into the wall's neck, dropping it instantly. Everyone stares, stunned. Chiron narrows his eyes. This is it. This is my magic. I can do this. But the other WS roar in fury and start charging together. One swings its claws dangerously close. Chiron smirks and vanishes, teleporting into the air. The wolves look up, startled. From above, Chiron shapes another dense mass of light, tilting the angle just right. He hurls it. 5 wolves are obliterated on impact. Althor watches, speechless. That's a mage. Chiron steps forward slowly. This magic, it takes intense focus, he thinks. Through the mist, another wolf emerges. Chiron doesn't hesitate. He fires again, and the beast convulses. The wolf locks eyes with him. Chiron can tell. It's weaker now. More WS rush forward. From the crowd, Looter shouts, Chiron, it's too dangerous. Lumina pleads, please run. But Chiron stands firm, eyes fixed on the horde. There's still one way, he thinks. Can I do it? He activates his immortal function. From within a black hole, glowing light begins to radiate, slow, steady. Chiron's form starts to take Ada as his body channels the energy. He raises his hand and unleashes more mass-infused light balls. Multiple wolves go down in an instant. Those that survive stagger back, dragging Lumina, Brett, and Althor with their eyes, stunned. Althor's mind reels. What is this? How is something like this even possible? Chiron keeps attacking, hitting every wolf that dares to approach. But the power takes its toll. I can't keep this up. My thoughts, they're unraveling. Memories of when he used this much energy to summon ghosts flicker in his mind. I need to release this. I need to ground it. He pushes it all out. A massive flash of light erupts, tearing across the battlefield. It carves into the earth, then vanishes into silence. The 3 remaining WS, shaking, stare at the aftermath, then turn their eyes toward Chiron. He stands tall, glaring at them. Leave, and never come back, he says coldly. Terrified, they turn and flee. Chiron gasps, body trembling. He's on the edge of collapse. Just as he begins to fall, Althor rushes in and catches him. Everyone looks at him quietly, sadness settling in. Althor speaks gently. Let's go home. This childish hunt is over. Later that night, Chiron sits alone in the grass, staring silently at the stars above. Chiron gazes up at the stars. Althor walks over. When did you get here? Just now, Chiron replies. Slept so deeply, then suddenly felt like watching the sky. It's really been a long time, Chiron thinks. Since I've slept without being haunted, no visions, no nightmares. Just peace. The memory shifts. He wakes up in bed, surrounded by everyone in tears. Lumina, wiping her eyes, says through sobs, I thought you'd never wake up. Was I that deep asleep? Like I was gone, he wonders. No one left his side. Not until he finally opened his eyes. Chiron turns to Althor. What's everyone up to? Busy in the kitchen, Althor says. But it's a relief. No one else got hurt. Well, Lumina took a fall. Scared us half to death. He continues. Tomorrow, I'm heading out with the adults to clean things up. And hey, those monster pelts and fangs? They'll sell for a good price. What did you say to those monsters, anyway? Chiron shrugs. Just mention how expensive wars and their canines are. Althor chuckles, then unexpectedly goes quiet. I'm sorry, he says. Chiron looks over, caught off guard. Althor looks away. Truth is, I've been jealous of you. Chiron says nothing, just listens. His mind flickers to the past. Back when he used to sit with books, axe resting nearby, buried in study. Martin once asked, is it just me? Or is Chiron not actually that cool? Now, in the present, Althor watches him quietly. He speaks again, softly. I had a dream I wanted to chase. Still do. Chiron smiles, then turns back to the stars. At Lumina's house the next day, they ask him to stay another night. Why the rush? Lumina asks. Chiron gives a handshake. Althor answers for him. He'd love to, but he's got research. He's heading back to the academy. Yeah, Chiron nods. I'll come visit again. Althor smirks. You better. And make sure you become a proper man this time. Wearing his formal clothes, Chiron smiles. I will. Count on it. Lumina suddenly runs up and hugs him tight. You have to come back, she says. And if you start acting like a stranger, just cause you're a mage now. I'm punching you. Chiron laughs gently. I hear you. Take care, all of you. He starts to walk away as they wave him off. Althor glances at Lumina and taps her on the shoulder. Do you feel bad? Althor asks, nudging Lumina. Wanted to go drag him back. Lumina shakes her head through quiet tears. It's not like he's gone forever, and Chiron's always calmest when he's chasing his dream. Chiron arrives at Istis, notebook in hand, stepping through its familiar gates. His thoughts drift to the time he first came here, with Need. He had asked, how do you even find your way to the research group's room? There are 89 blocks here. Need had smiled and said, you're one of us now. I'll show you. In front of room 19, Chiron remembered being told, see that number on the ceiling corner? Yeah, it says 19, Nade. Exactly. Now look at the door. Chiron, scribbling into his notebook, glanced at the yellow door. Room 19 has a yellow door. That's 5. Walking forward, more of Need's words came back. 3 paths here, Chiron had asked. So, 3 blocks are connected? Need had simply shaken his head. As they climbed the stairs, Need explained how to map the directions. Label them X, Y, and Z. Then plug them into the equation. That's what we call Istis Master Key. Chiron had asked, who came up with this? Need told him one of Istis founders had Savant Syndrome. He created the whole thing. He showed it to a rookie once. Need had said, as Chiron opened the purple door, room 19, the Supernatural Psychic Science Research Group. It really is a beautiful equation, Chiron thought. From inside the room, he hears voices. That's why I said it, no. I told you there's a 57% chance it's a spade. I've lost count of how many times I listened to you. A familiar debate, heated, but full of energy. Chiron opens the door, smiling to himself. To find a right path here, you need all the pieces, just like the equation. As he closes the door behind him, he reflects. Istis isn't just a place. It's where I need to bring my roots, my bonds, all the moments that shaped me. He looks at a rookie and Need's still arguing, and quietly thinks this is what allows me. Why he's taking it one step at a time. Chiron looks at them. We came back after losing everything. Need turns serious. Chiron, listen to what I'm about to say. Iruki cuts in. Why are you acting all dramatic again? Chiron just smiles, warm and quiet. Thanks. I'm back. He brings them to the 48th training round. Raising his hand, Chiron forms a glowing mass of light. Need squints. Wait, is that what you wanted to show us? You've increased the photon output. Iruk narrows his eyes. Something's off. Photons are supposed to scatter outward. But it's pulling inward, he says, suspicious. Suddenly, Chiron hurls the light mass straight into the wall. Iruki and NID stare wide-eyed. Need runs over, inspecting the wall. He made a hole, using light. He turns to Chiron, stunned. This is magic. Real magic. This isn't even a high-tier joke. It's off the scale. Iruki points. Wait, were those spells you used back there fake? Chiron shakes his head. No, I developed this one myself. He pauses. I call it the photon cannon. Iruki thinks it over. Photon fusion. Isn't that near impossible? That kind of reaction requires ridiculous precision. What kind of spell even is this? I'll explain, Chiron says. But can we go somewhere quieter? I've got more to tell you. At a small restaurant just outside the academy, Iruki stares at his untouched noodles. You're serious? Need chopsticks frozen midair, asks, did you really add mass to photons? That's like asking if you can do the same thing to electricity. Iruki slowly sets down his fork, giving mass to a massless particle. Need rubs his forehead. You're saying you used that nameless wisdom? Chiron nods. Thanks to it, the morning sickness I always felt, the heaviness, it's gone. I understand now. The nightmares I kept having, I know what they meant. Need looks amazed. This is insane. If you can organize that into a theory and publish it, it'll shake the entire magical world. Iruki adds, no, the whole world. But even if you know the theory, he continues, actually using a photon cannon, that's a different level entirely. Even with omniscience, pulling off omnipotence is another story. Need's voice lowers, worried. This could be way more incredible than we even imagined. And Chiron replies, That's why I want to make a request. Chiron says quietly. He looks at them seriously. I want to keep researching this, but with school on break, I can't access the library, and I can't get into the noble library alone. He looks at Need. I was hoping you could take me. Need shrugs, easygoing. Sure, no problem. But why can't you get in? Chiron hesitates. If I tell them the truth, will they still see me the same way? But if I keep hiding it, we'll never truly be friends. He takes a breath. I won't run. I'm not a noble. I'm a commoner. When I was a baby, I was abandoned in a stable. The people I call my parents now, my father's just a regular hunter. They took me in and raised me. The table falls quiet. Need breaks the silence. That explains it. Why you always looked a bit distant. That's what you wanted to tell us, huh? Iruki scoffs. You think that even matters? Need glares at him furiously, while Iruki folds his arms. Do you even get what you just said? Iruki asks. You're talking about status, noble or not. But what about everything you've done? Started magic this year, and in 3 months, you're in class 5. You beat me in front of the whole school. Chiron and Need are both stunned. Not to mention, Iruki adds, you're dating that genius girl from the medical department. Need suddenly slaps a hand over Iruki's mouth. He turns to Chiron with a nervous smile. Look, none of that noble stuff matters to us. He forms a finger heart and says with a grin, You're my one and only precious Massachusetts. Chiron's eyes well up. Thanks, really. Iruki groans. Ugh. Does Amy already know you're a commoner? Need perks up. Wait, how long have you two known each other anyway? Chiron scratches his head. Not long, really. It started off a little rocky. Need leans forward, totally serious now. Tell me everything. Start from the beginning. Narration. The photon cannon belongs to the photon series. Its nameless knowledge is fusion. It's classified as an active spell, one that draws on the omniscience of photon manipulation. By granting mass to light and firing it at near light speeds, it creates a devastating physical force. It's expected that as the casters control their omnipotence, over light improves, the photon speed and output will only continue to grow. Though the spell boasts immense power like most fusion magic, its toll on the mind and the intense focus it demands is overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the Thormia Kingdom's capital, a boy races through the crowded alleys of Bashukacid. The scene flashes back to 5 years earlier. A scrappy young boy named Canis sprints through narrow streets, clutching a scrap of food tightly as he pants for breath. Behind him, several thugs armed with knives close in. One sneers, looks like the brat's asking to die. Canis darts through piles of garbage and slips into a small room, where a sick girl named Erin lies on the floor, groaning weakly. Canis rushes to her side, asking if it hurts badly. Holding up the bread with trembling hands, he says, It's real bread. I got it. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The thugs have found him. Their shadows loom large. Canis turns, frightened, as one of the men sneers, Finally caught you, rat. A brutal punch sends Canis sprawling across the floor. The narrator cuts in. This is the start of it all. A hidden place that was never meant to be found, now completely exposed. The beating continues. One thug demands to know how long Canis planned on running. Another snatches the bread from his hand, laughing mockingly. You really thought you'd hide something this good? This little piece of meat? He sneers, then crushes Canis' face under his boot. Canis screams in rage, warning them to stay away from Erin. Touch her and I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you, he yells. The man laughs, amused by the threat. You hear that? He thinks he can kill us, maybe in his next life. The brown-haired man turns to his blonde companion. Kill him, he says coldly, casting a glance at Erin's weak form. Just as he raises his hand, a thick black fog suddenly materializes and engulfs them. In an instant, the attackers are slain. Canis stares in disbelief. The fog gently cradles Erin and lays her down with care. A mysterious voice emerges from the darkness, asking, So what do you think? Isn't magic fun? As Canis looks up, awestruck, a faint smile crosses his face. Back in present-day Bashuka, at the heart of the Thormia Kingdom, a figure sits quietly atop a building, scanning the one across from him. Security's tight, he mutters. Never seen this many relics in one place, and each one's priceless. Next to him, a boy asks, "So what exactly are we here for?" He responds calmly, "We're after the heart of the mana control system." The legendary artifact, known as the Dragon Heart, sits deep inside the secured chamber on the third floor of the STE building. 15 guards are stationed around it. But before anyone can lay hands on the artifact, there's a critical catch. Spirit zones are completely disabled inside the structure. With no other option, Canis decides to go by himself. His partner warns him to be careful, but Canis simply smirks, then takes a daring leap. As he dives toward the building, he hurls his black fog ahead, shattering the window. The moment he crashes inside, guards begin shouting, "Intruder!" Canis wastes no time. He takes them down in a flash, leaving the stunned guards gasping. How is he using magic? Without breaking pace, he pushes deeper into the building. Up ahead, 3 more guards spot him. "He's a mage," one of them shouts, as the other prepares to intercept. But Canis flings them aside with a wave of his black mist. He reaches the iron room, kicks the door open, and steps inside. His eyes lock onto a glowing stone in the center. There it is, he mutters, the Mona control system's core. He grabs the artifact, but before he can leave, more guards flood in. His black mist lashes out again, draining their energy instantly. Just then, footsteps echo behind him. Canis glances over his shoulder. "Perfect timing," he says with a grin. "Aaron." Aaron steps into view. Without turning, Canis asks, "You saw? I didn't kill anyone, right?" He jerks a thumb toward the unconscious guards. "Relax. Just knock them out." Suddenly, an explosion rocks the building. Outside, a brown-haired man watches the smoke swirl. I don't know how they bypassed the Mona control system and used magic inside, but this ends here. As the dust settles, he catches sight of Canis and Aaron. His eyes widen, dark magic. They launch their attack, but he quickly raises a defense, shielding himself from the blow. "They vanished," he mutters, scanning the space. He calls in to report, "Commander, the Mona core is gone. No teleportation signature detected. They're still close." His mind races. They were just kids. How did they get past the control system? How did they take the core? He descends to the ground, shielding his eyes from the sunlight. That power, darkness magic. There's only one mage I know who could possibly control something like that. A darkness that even light cannot dispel. A rare force whose shadow lingers, untouched by illumination. This bringer of chaos, feared across the kingdom, is none other than the Archmage, Victor Arkin. The man watching trembles. Victor Arkin. He was supposed to have died in an accident 4 decades ago. But now, someone else wields his exact magic. Deep beneath the capital city of Bashuka, hidden in the subterranean mountains, Canis and Aaron step into a hidden chamber. Before them stands a tube holding a glowing bottle, the core they retrieved. Canis steps forward. "We've secured the final component." Inside the tube lies Arkin, unmoving. Aaron swallows hard. With this, he can finally reclaim his title as the true Archmage. She carefully connects the bottle to the device. Energy surges. The entire chamber shakes as the machine roars to life. Canis watches with satisfaction as Arcane rises within the tube. 40 years, Arcane mutters. "It's taken me this long to meet the one who stole everything from me, Milch." The memory returns. 40 years ago, amidst a raging storm, Arcane confronted Alpheus, telling him, "This magic was never just mine. It's my life's work." But Alpheus only smirked, turned his back, and walked away, leaving Arcane to burn in the inferno he ignited. Now, Arcane stares at his hands. 40 years to recover, he growls. "Alpheus, do you think you'll walk free after crossing the Great Arcane?" He takes a seat, regal and commanding. Canis and Aaron bow before him. "Master," they say in unison. Canis adds, "You saved us when we were dead. You gave us power. Please use us however you see fit." Arcane looks at them with rare softness. "You're more than followers. You're my beloved disciples." Aaron flinches slightly, still shaken by his presence. But Canis meets Arcane's eyes without fear. "Be cautious," Arcane warns. Alpheus wasn't just power-hungry. He was a lunatic, a murderer consumed by greed. Elsewhere, in the heart of the capital, within the sleek office of Alpheus, the man himself stares out the window, lost in thought. He rises, walks to a tall bookshelf, pulls out a hidden volume, but leaves it behind. Instead, He exits the room with a single object, a lamp. He places it on his desk, then draws out a stopwatch. The thunder, he whispers. Just like that day, he sets the stopwatch down and glances at a framed photo. Don't forgive him. Back at Bashuka, in the bustling halls of an academic conference hosted by the Kingdom's Teachers Association, a man named Thad nervously runs his fingers through his hair, a realization dawning in his mind. Now I get it. The teachers continued to grumble, protesting how exhausting it was to sit through 3 full days of nonstop discussion. Thad, clearly fed up, slurped his drink with a sigh, thinking to himself how badly he wanted to go home. He glanced at the group, still huddled together in deep conversation. Seriously? The conference ended hours ago, and they're still at it, even during the evening party. He couldn't figure out why he was still there, except maybe for one reason. His gaze drifted to a woman surrounded by admirers. He tried to remember her name. Was it Ojent Rin? An elite artist from the renowned 99 Artists Association, the court's official pianist, and a direct disciple of the legendary Melodies Merchant. Despite the crowd pressing in, she remained composed. If only Professor Alifer had even half her grace, Thad thought. Just then, Rin's eyes met his. He stiffened, flustered, and quickly looked away, nearly choking on his water. Did she just look at me? To his surprise, she began walking toward him. Flustered, Thad blurted out, "Do you know me?" She replied with a polite smile, "You're Professor Thad, from Alpheus's Magic Academy, correct?" She also mentioned that her estate was based in Cray. Thad let out a nervous laugh. No way I can hold a conversation with someone like her, he thought. His mind wandered again. Is she the one? What if we get married, have a child? His daydreams were interrupted when Raina suddenly asked, "How's Chiron doing?" Snapped back to reality. Thad remembered the student. Raina had been like a guardian to Chiron, and she'd personally recommended him, a rising star at their academy. She's incredibly talented, Thad replied. Top of her class, actually, and she's getting along great, popular with everyone. The moment he mentioned Chiron having a girlfriend, rumored to be the prettiest student in the academy, Raina froze. Her expression shifted, as if struck by lightning. "Oh, I'm so glad," she said with a shaky voice. Thad, sensing the awkwardness, asked if there was anything she wanted to pass on to Chiron, but she just smiled and replied, "I'm just happy he's doing well." Trying to reassure her, Thad added, "You don't need to worry. Alpheus is one of the kingdom's top academies. We'll take great care of him. You have my word." Raina gave him a warm smile. "Then I'll leave Chiron in your hands." At that moment, Ren clapped her hands cheerfully. "It must be fate we ran into each other tonight. Are you traveling to Sis tomorrow?" Thad nodded quickly. "Yes, and I was hoping to treat you to a nice lunch too." "I'd love that," she said, "though I have a concert in Bashuka first." Thad hesitated, then asked Chironly, "Would it be all right if I came to watch?" She smiled. "It would be a pleasure." Thad lit up with excitement, until Raina leaned in and said something ominous. Raina's voice dropped as she explained her concern. Something serious had happened in the capital. She worried that her concert might be nearly empty. Thad raised an eyebrow. "Something happened?" Raina continued, her tone more hushed. "Last night I heard Inferno was ambushed. A B-class criminal managed to escape." Thad's expression tensed. "Who was it?" She hesitated, then said quietly, "They're calling him an unidentified dark mage." His eyes widened. "A dark mage?" She nodded gravely. "Because of that, the entire capital's been placed under martial law." Thad froze in place, then leaned in urgently. "Tell me everything, please." Raina sighed. "They said he was an old man with white hair. That was all it took." Thad's heart dropped. In a flash, he bowed to Run. "I'm sorry. I have to leave." Before she could respond, he turned and ran. "Thad, where are you going?" she called after him. But he was already gone, sprinting through the party. A dark mage escaped. White hair. There's no doubt. It's him. This is exactly his style. And it had to happen while I was away. The night before, inside the high-security prison known as Inferno, chaos erupted. Criminals screamed as black fog slithered through the corridors, suffocating everything in its path. Bodies flew through the air as the darkness consumed them. Arcane walked calmly through the facility, flanked by Canis and Aaron, leaving devastation in their wake. Dark magic holds 2 terrifying traits: absorption and assimilation, the narrator explained. It absorbs energy and reshapes it. And though darkness may strike physically under strong willpower, it cannot overcome light on its own. Arcane placed a hand on Canis's shoulder in approval. Canis, looking up at him with admiration, thought, "This is the man who pulled us from hell." "Archmage Arkan, you're getting better," Arcane said. "Keep going, and soon, even the light will fall." Canis looked over the scene, bodies piled and crushed. His eyes burned with pride. "They're nothing but insects." Aaron, uneasy, stepped forward. "Master, this place isn't part of your revenge. Isn't this too much?" Canis cut in. "All we need to do is trust the master. You know he doesn't act without purpose." Aaron looked at Canis for a moment, then smiled. "You're right. I understand." The three reached Inferno's main hall, blowing through doors as if they were paper. A voice echoed from inside. "Breaking through the door like that. Impressive." One of the criminals, still alive, looked up at them. "You a mage?" he asked, eyes fixed on Canis. Aaron watched silently as another man stepped forward, amused. "What's this? Bringing kids along? What is this, a field trip?" He extended a hand with a smirk. "Still a pleasure to meet you." "He's not Cat Kren," someone whispers. "He already knows who we are." Arcane glances at Kren, expression unreadable. Then, with a cold smirk, he finally speaks. "So you've come to fish in this place, but it's only filled with minnows." Kren and his crew bristle with anger. "Who are you calling small fry?" With a roar, they charge at Arkan. But within seconds, they freeze mid-step. "Where did he go?" "It's dark. I can't see anything." Suddenly, the walls start to close in. "What's happening?" "The walls. They're crushing us." Their screams echo through the prison halls before being silenced. Blood trickling down as their bodies are trapped and crushed between stone. Aaron glares down in disgust. Red splatters drip away from the ledge. Meanwhile, behind a massive stone pillar, another presence stirs. "Is that Schema?" Aaron asks, narrowing his eyes. He's masking his presence well. The man behind the pillar steps out, chains rattling as his muscled arms flex and swell. His eyes burn with fury. "You caught me," he growls. "But tell me, what are you after? Are you trying to rebel against the kingdom?" Canis and Aaron watch him with quiet contempt. "I've heard that line before," Canis mutters. The man grits his teeth and lifts his arms. The chains wrap around iron balls as he launches a strike straight at Arkan's face, slamming into him with raw force. But his eyes widen in disbelief. That hit barely landed, and the impact, it's being swallowed. The side of Arkan's face begins to dissolve, melting into black mist. "You pass," Arcane says calmly. The brown-haired prisoner scoffs, tossing the ball aside. "Pass? What are you even talking about? I didn't audition for anything." Arcane takes a step forward. The mist creeps closer. The man quickly shields himself, thinking this isn't good. He rips off the chains with a violent jerk. "I know what drives you," Arcane says. "Money. So here's a deal. I'll free you, and in return, I'll offer you work, profitable work." The man's eyes light up. "Now you're speaking my language." Canis observes silently as the deal is sealed. Far from the carnage, in a dense jungle, a cart rattles down a dirt road. "Can't this thing go any faster?" a passenger growls. "I paid you enough gold to fly." The driver grunts. "No matter how fast we go, we'll reach Cuss by morning. What's got you rushing around this late, anyway?" In the back of the cart, Thad lies on his back, staring blankly at the night sky. Last night, Arcane ambushed Inferno. If that was just the beginning, then next. Revenge for what happened 40 years ago. Thad thought grimly. "I need to warn the master, fast." Meanwhile, at Alphea's magic academy, heavy rain soaked the grounds. A brown-haired man with a tattoo on his arm pulled his coat tighter. "It's freezing," he muttered. "This downpour's insane. Do we really have to do this?" Kenny's, walking beside him, snapped, "Quit whining, Lucas. You signed a contract. Do your part." Lucas grumbled. "If I'd known the job meant raiding a magic academy, I'd have charged triple." Still, he followed, muttering to himself. "Why am I even mixed up in this?" They had promised a handsome payout, so he tagged along. But this was looking more like treason than mercenary work. He glanced over at Aaron. She looks like she's done this kind of thing before. Too pretty to be a high-profile criminal. Before he could say more, Kenny's turned on him. "Your job is simple. Watch the hostages. Follow the damn contract." Lucas lazily asked, "Where are they anyway?" "You'll see them in the morning," Kenny's replied, brushing past him with clear irritation. Why did Master even bring this guy? He thought. Lucas shrugged, watching Canis walk away. Whatever. Everything's falling into place, just as planned. Across the academy, Arcane cast his magic, spreading a dense black fog that began to engulf Alpheus's academy like a growing storm. Within the academy, in one of the library's deep corners, Chiron was immersed in his spirit zone. He spoke softly. When mass first formed, the symmetry of the universe broke, and from that, an event began. All the interconnected results led to the world we live in now. Nearby, under a pile of books, Need suddenly sat up. Wait, so if there's no mass, does that mean this world disappears? He paused, confused. More importantly, how was mass created in the first place? It just happened, he asked, looking around. Iruki, sprawled under another stack of books, gave a lazy response. Maybe someone just said, "Let there be mass," or something. Need stared at him. Are you seriously suggesting God made it? Hooky picked his nose, uninterested. I only said it because I'm out of ideas. I read every scrap of research in this library during my suspension. But let's be real. There are limits to what humans can understand. Standing up, he dusted himself off. I think you're trying to comprehend mass from an all-knowing perspective. Then, he turned to Chiron. Since you're lying there like a prophet, what does mass feel like with that omnipotent brain of yours? The narrator cut in. A mage's omniscience forms the foundation of their objectivity. But their omnipotence, that's always subjective. Chiron lowered the book from his face and answered, thoughtful and calm. It's hard to explain with numbers, Chiron said quietly. In his mind's eye, broken shards of mirror floated through the vastness of space. They slowly assembled into tiny orbs of light, each pulsing gently. It feels like existence itself, he added. When the others asked what he meant, Chiron reached toward the lights and touched one. It's like something fiercely trying to prove it exists. A will to be. Iruki nodded thoughtfully. So, it's a plunge into the essence of existence. Need turned to Iruki. What about Chiron's omnipotence? How would you define it? Iruki scratched his head, then said, what if we call it the God particle? Need's eyes widened. Not bad. It does spark the imagination. Chiron's eyes lit up. That's it. That's exactly what it feels like, he said excitedly. Need added. And since omnipotence gets stronger when you can picture it clearly. Chiron clenched his fist. Then I'll refine that image. God particle. I'll focus everything on it. Later, as the three walked through Alpheus's magic academy, Nate sighed. Guess vacation's over. Iruki rolled his eyes. Since when is suspension a vacation? Chiron smiled. You guys haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Need and Iruki blinked, staring off. Right? We need to make it a class for this semester, one mumbled. To graduate together, the other added with a sigh. Chiron crossed his arms. It's only been a day since you two got all fired up about it. Their voices trembled. You think we'll be stuck in class 5 alone? Iruki joked. Wouldn't you want to stay an extra year? No, Chiron replied bluntly. Your grades are better than mine. If anyone's at risk, it's me. As they strolled on, Nate said, it's our last free day. Want to chill in the research room? Chiron shook his head. I've got something to do. You guys go on ahead. Iruki called after him. Don't forget to swing by after. As Chiron walked alone, memories rushed in. How clueless he'd been when he first arrived, how much he'd changed since discovering the God particle, and how many valuable friends he'd made. He remembered Amy, visiting Thad's office, meeting Professor Alifer, bringing apples as an offering, presenting their work. Amy walking out after the presentation, annoyed that he still called her senior. Now, in the graduating class building, the steel door creaked open as students filed in. Amy and Sariel strolled through the corridor, only to stop, startled. There stood Chiron, holding out 2 cups of coffee. Sorry, he said with an awkward smile. Didn't mean to scare you. Just wanted to surprise you. Amy stared. Chiron bowed his head. Thanks, Amy, for everything. But instead of responding warmly, Amy asked sharply, since when do you talk to me so casually? Terrell storms up and demands if he even knows where he is. She scolds him, sarcastically praising his guts for showing up at the graduation class. But then snaps. If he's just here to play games, he should be more focused on schoolwork. Without waiting for a reply, she brushes past him, casually telling Amy she thought things would calm down for a bit. Chiron watches, confused, and calls out, asking if they're messing with him. It's been a while. Suddenly, they shove him down and splash coffee on him. Terrell sneers that she was going to ignore this, but following someone around like this? That's stalking. She asks if he knows Shirley and then coldly tells him to get lost. If he doesn't want to get into serious trouble, he should disappear. Chiron, trembling and shaken, wonders why they're treating him like this all of a sudden. Amy grabs Terrell's arm and says that's enough, reminding her they're almost out of lunchtime anyway. Chiron picks himself up, humiliated and overwhelmed, and bolts away, thinking everything they said was a lie. As he runs, Sariel watches him go, muttering that he's a strange guy. Seems innocent, but way too stubborn. She glances at Amy and says not to worry about it too much, adding that Amy already has someone good-looking, but then suddenly cuts herself off. Amy turns to her, confused, and asks, "Who again?" Meanwhile, Chiron runs straight into Mark. Mark glares at him, furious, demanding what he's doing. But as he sees Chiron's class tag, his expression changes. He stiffly bows and apologizes. Chiron, still trying to catch his breath, asks if Mark doesn't recognize him. He reminds him about the teleportation test they did together. Mark hesitates, squints at him, then nervously glances away, muttering he's not sure. Chiron, stunned, asks again if he seriously doesn't remember him. Just then, S shows up, asking what's going on. Chiron turns to speak, but freezes when Alifer appears beside her. Alifer looks Chiron up and down, confused. She asks if he's new. She's never seen him around. "What's your name?" she asks. Chiron just stares at her, speechless. Around them, whispers start. Students begin murmuring that they've never seen him before. Someone wonders if he's a thief. The tension builds until Chiron panics and dashes off. The students yell after him to stop, calling him suspicious. Running hard, Chiron tells himself none of this is real. It has to be fake. He flings open a door and finds Nade and a rookie inside. They freeze, stunned to see him. "Nade, you're rookie," Chiron calls out, stepping into the room. "Do you guys know me?" Nade immediately snaps, demanding how he got in. Both of them close in, questioning who he is. Chiron just stands there, overwhelmed, thinking just for a second, "I really thought." From the very start, he questions whether he ever truly belonged at this school. Confused, he wonders if he's just dreaming. He's asked how someone from outside could possibly know the master key to Istis, and whether another faction sent him here. Again, they press him for answers. Who exactly is he? Chiron's eyes start to well up, while Nade and Iruki, still awake, can't help but laugh. Iruki chuckles, asking how long he's been doing this, and Nade jokes about how great his acting was. Nade even starts repeating Chiron's words mockingly. Suddenly, Chiron drops to his knees, tears streaming down as he pleads. Do they really not remember him? He sobs uncontrollably. Nade, now serious, apologizes for teasing him. After a few moments, Nade gently asks if truly no one else remembers him. Iruki comments that it's strange. Professor Alifer didn't recognize him either. Still crying, Chiron says he saw it in her eyes. She genuinely had no idea who he was. Nade says they need to be sure. Worried, Chiron shouts, asking what they'll do if everyone forgets. Iruki suggests they come up with a sign. Iruki then scribbles something on N's hand, a starlight-shaped tattoo. NID calmly says he thinks they'll be fine, even if their memories disappear. Looking at the tattoo, Chiron wonders if something might have happened before, specifically with the Supernatural Spirits group. Mage says he isn't sure, but to his knowledge, nothing unusual occurred. Iruki insists they need confirmation from the academy. When they reach the academy, they're shocked. Students are moving in formation, heading somewhere as if in a trance. It's even stranger than Chiron had described. They decide to get closer. Chiron nervously asks if they'll end up like the others. Iruki says it's unlikely, since he's already interacted with them directly. As Chiron tries to make sense of things, Mi suddenly spots a gray-haired boy, Gabe, and calls out to him. Gabe looks stunned. "Do I know you?" he asks. Nade storms over, confirming they do know him and demands to know where he's going. Gabe stares back, confused. "Who am I to you? And what is this sound I keep hearing?" Just as he mentions it, the sound becomes overwhelming. He starts screaming. Eni urgently asks him about it. Strangely, Iruki says he's already forgotten what Gabe's voice and language even sounded like. As Gabe continues screaming, Iruki whispers. He's losing his memories right in front of them. And Chiron. Chiron suddenly gasps. He stopped moving. The three of them glance around, startled. Students, juniors, and others from different buildings are all quietly heading in the same direction. An old professor walks among them, his steps unnaturally guided by a dark fog drifting around him. Aaron stands nearby, manipulating it. Aaron turns to Canis and says everyone's gathered. It's time to move. She admits it's giving her chills. Canis gives a quick nod. Lucas watches the students blankly, commenting that they're like zombies now. Their minds are shut off, but their bodies still respond. That means whatever we do doesn't matter. Suddenly, Amy points out someone nearby, saying they're kind of pretty. Canis snaps at her target, warning that if he does anything out of line while following his master's sacred orders, he won't let it slide. Lucas, amused, asks if they're allowed to have this much fun. But Canis shoots him a glare, his tone sharp. If Lucas keeps ignoring his warnings, he'll kill him right here. Lucas rolls his eyes, thinking Canis is an arrogant brat. He hates guys like him. Truthfully, he wants to kill him now, but he's not foolish enough to fight inside a mage spirit zone. Slowly pulling his hand away from Amy, he silently vows to strike first when the moment comes. Out loud, Lucas just mutters that if he doesn't get paid, it's his loss. Canis says nothing, simply turning his back. Meanwhile, Chiron, Iruki, and Nate are quietly watching. Their eyes are fixed on the group, and they begin to suspect that this group is behind everything. Nate, furious, says they need to act now and stop them, but Iruki stops him. No, Iruki replies firmly. They used high-level memory wipe magic on over 500 people. That kind of spell isn't easy. He explains that among those affected are not just students, but some of the Academy's brightest minds, people with mental strength trained at elite magic schools. That includes a certified Class 6 mage, Professor Alifer, and other high-ranking professionals. Chiron adds that the enemy they're dealing with isn't just strong, it's someone far more powerful than any of them expected. Iruki suggests they follow them for now. If things go south, they can still intervene before it's too late. Nate stares at him, surprised by his calm. Chiron then mutters that they have no support. Neither the headmaster nor Professor Itella are around. Somewhere else, Itella is alone in a quiet place, deep in meditation. She sits still, trying to maintain her focus, but the constant chirping of birds and buzzing of flies finally irritates her. With a swift motion, she flies off. Elsewhere, Itella suddenly opens her eyes, breathing hard. Her heart pounds. Was that a mind demon? She wonders, remembering the disturbance from the night. She adjusts her glasses and hurries to the gallery. It's long past class hours, but no one's come to inform her of anything. As she reaches the academy grounds, her expression changes. An intense beam of light catches her attention. She scans the area, deeply concerned. Seeing no one around, she glances up and spots a sudden burst of light in the sky. Just then, Thad leaps into the academy grounds and rushes toward Itella, urgently asking if she's okay. Itella, surprised, asks how he even got here. Thad tells her they've been ambushed, again emphasizing that the academy has come under attack. He says it's dark magic at work. Itella quickly asks if it's the mind demon that infiltrated the night before. But Thad shakes his head. He thinks the entire academy was targeted. Even the entrance guards have lost their memories. Then he reveals the name behind it all. Victor Arkan, the archmage who once plunged the world into chaos. Stunned, Itella repeats the word. Archmage? Thad explains that he's classified as Class 3, and anyone ranked Class 3 or higher is officially granted the title of Archmage. The narrator breaks in. A mage's class is based on a combination of achievements and reputation. For instance, defeating an A-class monster earns 500 achievement points. Gaining an audience with the King awards 100 reputation points. To advance from Class 10 to 9 requires 1,000 points. From Class 4 to Class 3, it takes 28,000. Half a century ago, a legend achieved Class 3 through mastery of dark magic, a form considered non-mainstream. Still reeling, Itella asks why someone of Victor's caliber would even be here. Thad hesitates, debating whether he should tell her the full story. He recalls, years ago, someone researching her background asked if she was connected to the bishop of the Crisis Order. The scene shifts to a memory. The headmaster speaks, explaining that a bishop is one of the capital's most powerful figures, a certified Class 6 zoner. He asked Itella why she wanted to teach at their school. Itella answered, under Bishop Carsis Young's guidance, she wished to live a life that balances light and discipline. She knew that T Academy focused on molding strong magicians, while Headmaster Alpheus emphasized the freedom and responsibility that come with power. She respected that philosophy, and that's why she applied to be a professor. Back in the present, Thad stares at her, then gathers his energy, opens his eyes, and says quietly, he hopes she'll hear him out without prejudice. He reveals that Victor Arkan was the headmaster's mentor. Itella freezes, stunned. Then her face hardens. Without another word, She activates her spirit zone, declaring that no matter who Victor was to the headmaster, anyone who threatens the students is the enemy. The first priority is saving them. She looks ahead and says the students are all heading toward the mountains, specifically in the direction of the bridge that no one is supposed to cross. She adds that 3 figures are leading the group, and then, to her surprise, notices 3 more bringing up the rear. Thad, listening, asks if she can tell who they are. She squints, saying their faces aren't clear, but she can make out their genders. And then suddenly, she spots Chiron. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chiron, Nade, and Iruki are silently tailing the group, hidden from view. Nade whispers, asking why they're being led to the bridge no one could cross. Are they planning to throw them off? He asks, horrified. Iruki narrows his eyes at the ones up front. If they really were going to do that, he says cautiously, it'd be a waste. Those people are too valuable as hostages. Nade clenches his fists and says he's going back to report this, but Chiron stops him. Wait, look at who's being controlled, he says. He points out that the headmaster, Professor Thad, and Professor Attila are all missing. Any of them should have sensed what's going on and called for backup. But if the enemy harms the hostages before help arrives, they may be forced to fight. Both Iruki and Nade nervously swallow. Iruki quietly admits that if a battle breaks out now, the odds are stacked against them. Nade agrees. They might not have a choice but to stay hidden and observe. But Chiron says he doesn't believe the plan is to push them off the cliff. They're waiting for someone, he says, watching closely. At that moment, Ken's eyes flick to Lucas, who's angrily shouting, "Where's the leader? Don't they realize timing is everything? Do they want us all executed?" Ken snaps back, telling him they can't do anything until Alphea's is drawn out. Stick to the plan. Think about your contract, she warns. Aaron walks over, telling him it's been a while since their master left to recover. Why isn't he back yet, she asks. Lucas shrugs. I don't know, he replies, but he's already past the time he said he'd return. Kes frowns. She doesn't doubt him, but she's struggling to understand why their master, who's waited for this moment more than anyone, still hasn't arrived. Lucas scoffs. Then at least let me enjoy myself a little. What's the point if I can't even do that? Canis, clearly irritated now, wonders why he ever brought Lucas along. Canis's stare sharpens into a death glare, calling Lucas a string of insults. Lucas snarls back, asking if Canis is trying to provoke him. You're really pushing it, he growls. Think I won't snap? A dark aura begins radiating from Lucas, tense and dangerous. Aaron watches quietly, thinking. He activates his red eyes, powerful enough to paralyze the central nervous system. It's an IE-level skill, something only acquired by committing countless wicked acts. Canis, with smug arrogance, remarks that back in London where he was raised, the weak were treated like food, and he's no different. In fact, London is full of people just like him. Lucas lets out a scornful laugh, saying now he understands why he hated him from the beginning. He asks if Canis really thinks he's different, that he isn't just another useless follower pretending to be important. Nearby, a student collapses to the ground. Lucas coldly observes that although these zombie-like students have lost all memory, their bodies and nerves are still functioning. They can't eat, sleep, or drink, and eventually they'll die, even without being pushed off the cliff. Lucas grabs Alifer by the neck, squeezing hard. So in the end, you're just planning to kill them slowly, he says. Alifer screams, trembling from the pain. Canis yells furiously. They weren't brought here to be killed. They're prisoners. Lucas lifts Alifer higher and says coldly that thinning their numbers now makes it easier later, because once this is all over, they'll all be murderers anyway. Aaron watches Alifer with concern. Canis glares at Lucas and demands to know if he's defying orders. Lucas replies that killing this woman would be pointless. Suddenly, he notices Canis's mage field overlapping with his own. A violent burst erupts between them, leaving Canis and Aaron speechless. Off in the distance, Iruki pinches his fingers together. That was way too close, he mutters. Cain glares, seething at the thought that they're really about to start tossing people off cliffs. Iruki says his plan was just to blow out their legs. Lucas begins to drag the others away, demanding to know who they are. Then, a flash of yellow light descends. Chiron lands, cradling Alifer in his arms. His voice sharp and furious. He declares that he won't forgive any of them. Canis stares at them in disbelief and asks how they managed to break free from the mind control in the deep mountains. Meanwhile, Arcane steps out a small cave and spots Attila. He asks if she's alone. Just before this, Thad had told Atella that they're clever. He's confident they can stall for time. Atella asked, "What about you?" Thad replied that he would go search for the headmaster, saying his role is done now. Atella, resolute, says her path is already clear. Thad nods and leaves it in her hands, telling her to go find Arkan. Now face to face with him, Arcane notes her religious nature. Atella greets him with respectful calm. He introduces himself with a smirk, saying she must be Atella, a bishop of the Karsus order. An honor to meet a living legend, he adds. Arcane stares at her, surprised. Just standing there, she radiates power. He can already tell. She's a seeker, someone who's surpassed the level of Abyss Nova. Most bishops he's met were old and slow, but not her. She's something else. Atella has already crossed beyond the 8 immortals and reached the realm of Azion. Arcane smiles to himself, intrigued. As expected, this world is turning out to be quite entertaining. Then he looks at her with arrogant interest. "Where's Alpheus?" he asks. Atella calmly replies that there's no point dragging this out. He used heavy magic last night. His energy must be drained. All you can do now is wait for the darkness to come. Arcane says nothing at first, simply watching her. Atella continues. "Lift the spell you cast on the students. If you do that, I'll create a space where you can face the headmaster in a proper duel." Arcane bursts out laughing. "You think I'm stalling?" he scoffs. Just then, Atella's eyes dart to the trees. Branches are creeping toward her. Her body tenses as they lunge. Arcane calls her a foolish girl, saying it's a shame, but she should die now. The branches wrap around her and slam her into the ground. On the other side, Lucas leans back and asks Canis and Aaron if this isn't a perfect setup. Meanwhile, Chiron, Iruki, and Nate are quietly watching from a distance. Lucas continues, ignoring everyone else. "Now I've got 3 witnesses. And this whole plan? Sloppy as hell," he says, annoyed. "If I charge more, I'll handle them myself. So what do you say?" Canis glares at him, clearly irritated. Aaron calls out to Canis, but he cuts her off, saying he'll take care of it. She should focus on controlling the hostages. He can handle this alone. Lucas relaxes on a rock, muttering to himself, "Let the kids fight it out." Kin suddenly steps forward, looking at the 3 of them. "So, how did you break the mind control?" Nate steps up confidently. "We shattered that dark spell with our own power." Kins laughs arrogantly. "If it were that simple, none of you would even be standing here." His aura flares as he opens his spirit zone. "Come, I've got time to waste." Nate immediately notices it. "It didn't work," he mutters. Iruki feels it too. That energy, it's overflowing. Way too strong. Chiron turns to Nate. "Support Alifer," he says firmly. Then he walks forward. "If this is dark magic," Chiron says, eyes locked on Kin's, "then my magic has the edge." He steps into the spirit zone. "I'll take him on." After dealing with the swordsman, Inni suggests they should probably fight together. He doesn't think the swordsman will get involved, but tells Chiron to let him know if he needs backup. Chiron warns them not to trust him. He just threw someone off a cliff, and he's incredibly powerful. Lucas stays silent, eyeing Chiron. Inwardly, he admits the kid's sharp and annoyingly observant. Iruki quietly agrees with Chiron's judgment. Though he usually stays calm, Chiron turns into someone else entirely during real combat. As Chiron and Canis step forward, their magical auras flare. Chiron eyes Canis with suspicion. His gaze is so blank, it sends chills down his spine. There's no reading that face. Canis suddenly unleashes waves of thick black fog at Chiron. Instantly, Chiron counters with a glowing orb, using photon output. The light explodes, but feels wrong. Even after getting hit, Canis's form twists into a shadow. Unfazed, Chiron summons another photon orb and fires it again. The light crashes into him. Yet Canis's shadowy form stays intact. Nate is stunned. He took a direct hit from the light, yet still managed to hold his shadow together. Canis smirks in response. Chiron, gritting his teeth, wonders if this guy is defying the laws of nature. Does this mean the gap between them is just that massive? Canis looks at him curiously, asking if he's relying on compatibility alone. Deciding to match him with pure technique, Chiron channels his energy and throws a concentrated mass of light at him. Canis senses something's off. This one's different. Before he can react, the ball of light slams into his abdomen. He screams in pain, caught off guard by the sudden strike. Aaron's eyes go wide as he watches Canis reel from the blow. Canis shouts, still shaken that the light managed to hit and knock him back. Nade, Iruki, and Lucas all turn a look. Lucas narrows his eyes, deep in thought about Chiron. Far away, a tree trembles from the force. Birds scatter. Underground, in her spirit zone, Itella looks away, haunted by the memory of Arkan's mocking voice telling her to die. She turns back and spots Arkan's shadow, so black it seems bottomless. Still, if this is truly Sthesia, she's ready. Activating her teleportation zone, Itella dodges the shadow attacks like hurdles in an obstacle course. Arcane acknowledges her skill, but tells her that no matter how fast she is, she will never escape her shadow. Itella watches as the shadow takes the shape of fists rushing toward her. She realizes if she teleports now, her legs might be torn apart. And then, Itella, refusing to go down, begins teleporting her upper body in rapid bursts, dodging the tangled branches just in time. She breaks free of the trap and slams her fist into the ground with such force that the terrain trembles. Arcane watches her with sharp interest. As expected of a crisis bishop, he mutters. If she wasn't stuck here as a professor, she would have become a legend. Then his expression darkens. But Althea's, he stayed silent, stole her brilliance, and claimed all her achievements as his own. Arcane suddenly raises his voice, shouting Althea's name with arrogant disdain. Itella yells back, demanding to know what he wants. But before she can react, Arcane's attack strikes her directly. Blood spills from her lips. Her glasses shatter. Elsewhere, in the headmaster's quarters at Althea's Magic Academy, Thad searches the room, calling out for the headmaster. He looks around carefully. I know he's here somewhere. I've heard he built a hidden chamber in this room, he thinks. Then he spots it, a black book with a strange title sitting near a dark pad. He lifts the lamp, and as it glows, a hidden door opens. Stepping through, Thad sets the lamp down on a desk and calls out again. His eyes land on a painting of a young girl hanging on the wall. His thoughts flicker to the past. Suddenly, a voice answers, Althea's. Who's there, he asks. Thad, surprised, asks if he's okay. Althea's stares at him, stunned. Wait, do I know you? Thad's heart sinks. Don't tell me. Did you lose your memories? He studies Althea's more closely. Unlike everyone else affected, something is off. He hasn't completely lost himself. Althea's, frowning, touches his face. So I didn't travel through time after all. I just became an old, wrinkly man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old face go? Thad stands frozen. 40 years of memories gone. He realizes in disbelief. This is him, the infamous, arrogant Althea's. Althea's, now sitting casually in a chair, gestures for Thad to come closer. So, what happened to me? Thad explains he was struck by dark magic and lost his memories. Not just him. Everyone's in danger. Teachers, professors, even the students. But before he can continue, Althea's cuts him off with a booming laugh. I'm a professor now, and I'm respected. Althea's bursts out laughing. Suddenly, he grabs Thad by the collar and pulls him close. What class am I teaching? Thad gulps. C Class 4. Althea's laughs even louder, shaking the room. Class 4. Not even Class 1. He slams his fist into the bookshelf. Me, the continent's greatest genius. Reduced to teaching Class 4, despite being nearly 60 years old, he's still just a headmaster. Thad could only stare in silence. Althea's glances at the girl's portrait, scoffs, and tosses it to the floor. You're keeping a ridiculous painting like that in your room? He says coldly. And you call yourself my student? He demands that Thad restore his memories using phonation magic. Immediately. He needs to know what kind of pathetic life he's lived for the past 40 years. Thad, eyes wide and filled with fear, pleads, You really can't remember any of it? But Althea's, glaring at him, replies, If you truly are my student, then you're expelled. I have no use for someone this week. Do you really think the great Althea's would break down over a few bad memories? Thad trembles, trying to hold back his tears. A thought flashes through his mind. If someone relives the same memories twice, their personality usually reverts to what it was back then. Gripping his head, panic creeps in. What if he doesn't return to who he used to be? What if I can't trust him like this? Still, Thad steels himself and says, I'll use phonation magic to lift the seal on your memories, but after that, it's all on you. Althea's scoffs. Worried? Save your worries for yourself. As Thad casts the spell, he reflects. These last 40 years have been nothing but a nightmare. Meanwhile, Althea's is surrounded by a group of beautiful girls calling out to him. One of them, a girl with brown skin, playfully asks how he manages to shine so brightly. Althea's eyes his drink and mutters, "Stop whining already." Lifting his glass, he declares, "Tonight doesn't end." The narrator cuts in. If there's any place where death is always a breath away, it's the battlefield. And they've lived on it for as long as they can remember. To survive, they became weapons. For those who only studied to land a job, there was never any chance of standing against them. That's what the master once said. Ken's body trembles as he lies on the ground. The narrator adds, "He developed dark skin magic on pure instinct." Ken slowly lifts his gaze and thinks, "If I'd been even half a second slower." Someone approaches and warns him, "That was close." "What hit me?" Ken asks. The response is immediate. "Massachusetts. You got struck in the abdomen by a light infused with mass." Ken grits his teeth and begins to rise. Confused, Canis frowns. "What are you even saying? Light doesn't have mass." The other guy replies, "It can if there's a medium that can convert light energy into mass." Canis raises an eyebrow. "That's not any kind of physics I've ever heard of." "You have," the man replies. "You just didn't realize it." Canis stares at him, completely stunned. "I'm just telling you the facts," the man adds with a shrug. "Chiron's different. He's strong. Having that kind of ability as a regular Magic Academy student, that's no small thing." Canis cuts to the point. "Can I beat him?" "You can," the man says calmly. "If you're working together, definitely." Dark mist begins pouring from Canis as he steps forward. Aaron spots him and calls out with excitement, but Nade yells in disbelief, "No way. He actually tanked that hit?" Canis lets out a cocky laugh. "That was nothing. If that's all he's got, I thought this would be more interesting." Chiron keeps his head low, silent. Canis grins. "Come on, can you make this a little more exciting?" Chiron steps forward, gathering energy into a dense mass ball. "I'm holding back," Chiron mutters. "People are still trapped. But if you want to fight..." Canis sighs casually, not even standing up straight. "Your magic doesn't work on me anymore." Chiron launches at him, shouting, "Block this!" But Canis stays seated, one hand pressed against the ground. The attack deflects. Chiron vanishes, reappearing and launching strike after strike, but each one rebounds, turned back on him. From the Citadel zines, Nade, Iruki, and Aaron watch in growing alarm. The narrator cuts in. Magic falls into two categories, those you can dodge and those you can't. Lucas watches intently. "That flash. I need to take him out first." Chiron stares, wide-eyed, at the empty space where Canis just sat. He'd vanished. Looking around in confusion, Chiron finally spots him, perched casually on a tree branch behind him. Suddenly, two sharp shadow blades slice through the air toward Chiron. He teleports just in time. "He's right behind me," Chiron thinks. A flurry of attacks erupts between the two as they clash from all angles. Nade shouts. He's moving through the shadows. Meanwhile, Canis begins stepping in precise patterns, creating strange lines across the field. Nade turns to Iruki. "Isn't that way too op? He can teleport wherever he wants." Iruki shakes his head. "There's a catch. He can only move to places that are linked by shadows." "Still," Nade mutters, "how do you predict where he'll appear unless you can analyze every shadow?" Iruki narrows his eyes. "Did you forget?" Chiron, yes, the same Chiron who once cracked the infamous dragon's maze, wasn't going in blind this time. Activating his spirit zone, he locked onto the coordinates Canis might jump to next. Analyzing the terrain, he charged up a massive fireball. "This time, I've got you." He hurled a blazing beam of light deep into the forest. Meanwhile, Canis sat calmly on the ground. From his Citadel zines, Nade and Iruki both spotted it. Yes, there's a huge shadow forming. Suddenly, laughter echoed from within. Canis let out a smug chuckle as thick black fog began spiraling around the light-based mass ball and devoured it completely. Chiron froze, staring in disbelief. A mysterious figure, now appearing in full human form, looked at Chiron and grinned. "Glowing stuff always tastes the best." Flashback, 40 years ago, in a bar located in the capital city of Bashuka. A brown-haired man raised his glass and gave a cheerful nod to another. "Great job, Sharav." A black-haired man across the table responded, "Light magic isn't easy. But lately, my thesis has been gaining some attention in the field." The long-haired brown man, Sharav, well known for his work in light-based magic, added, "I had a hand in that, too. If it works out, dinner's on me." The narrator cuts in. Back then, Sharav was seen as one of the most promising talents in light magic. at least if Alas hadn't existed. Suddenly, a hand rested on Sharav's. He turned, startled, and there stood Alpheus. Alpheus nodded. I heard you published a new thesis recently. Sharav blinked, surprised. You actually read it? I did. You put in some serious work. I respect that, Alpheus replied, then casually added. But the wave theory you quoted? It's flawed. Sharav's face stiffened. What? That theory's backed by countless experiments. Alpheus calmly countered. It's old. How long are you going to cling to outdated results? Looking him in the eye, he said, I've defined light's true nature. It behaves more like a particle. Sharav's eyes dropped in humiliation. Angrily, he stood and stormed off. Don't ever talk to me again. Alpheus watched him go, then turned to the girls beside him, amused. Why is he so mad? I just told the truth. One of the girls giggled. But everything you said was actually right. Just then, Alpheus noticed someone nearby. Ogent Clumph? 23, right? He asked curiously. Aren't you the one they've been calling Chihuahua behind your back? Back in the present, Canis turns to Chiron and says flatly, This is ultimate darkness magic. That thing is Havi. Havi, the magical entity, turns to Canis with a twisted grin. Look at them, they're seething. Chiron stared in shock. It can talk. Iruki nodded, equally stunned. It's a magical being. I've seen it mentioned in a book once, but I've never heard of one being this intelligent. Chiron's gaze locked on a Havi, eyes wide. A magical being. The narrator cuts in. Alchemy and magical engineering can create physical objects, but they've never managed to solve the mystery of creating life. That domain belongs to magic biology, and its complexity is beyond imagination. It's smart. Way too smart, Chiron murmured. Havi let out a twisted giggle. Nice backside, too. Can't wait to show you what I've got for it. Nade and Iruki winced. This guy's got no filter. Canis, voice firm, added, Yeah, he's intelligent all right. Havi inherited the brain of the Archmage Arcane. Now do you get it? Chiron's eyes darted toward Havi's next attack, but he reacted just in time, vanishing in a blink. I get it, he muttered while falling to the ground. Even if I got strange magic, I'm still just a student. Rolling as he hit the dirt, he fired off a diversion spell to redirect Havi's relentless attacks. At the same time, Canis activated his own strongest magic, muttering, My magic still won't work on that thing. All around them, darkness was creeping in. Chiron's eyes scanned the battlefield as Nade and Iruki rushed toward him. He caught sight of Canis' shadow blades slicing the air toward him and hesitated. What do I do? One of the attacks grazed his arm. I'm not afraid to die, Chiron said through clenched teeth. But if I fall now, they lose everything too. Images of Amy, Sariel, Swift, and the other students flashed through his mind. From a distance, Lucas laughed mockingly, watching the chaos unfold. But Nade and Iruki weren't standing by anymore. They sprinted toward Chiron. I need everything I've got just to keep up with him, Chiron thought. Even my photon cannon's useless. He shouted toward Canis. Then what do we do about that magical being? Looking at Havi, who was tightening the dark mist around him, Chiron clenched his fists and summoned every ounce of power he had left, breaking free in one massive surge. Canis blinked, stunned. Bent light. Chiron landed hard on the ground. Havi licked his lips and grinned. He's got a trick called Rainbow Drop, huh? Nade and Iruki, watching closely, froze in place. NID. Iruki. Look. Chiron raised his hand, a mass of energy forming again. Turning to Canis, he shouted, Magical beings can't function without a power source, right? Is it feeding off our willpower? Havi didn't respond, only stared, unblinking. Canis nodded. They're connected. Chiron exhaled. Good. That means the shadow monster. Canis let out a surprised laugh. Are you seriously saying my willpower has limits? Chiron stood firm. That's what I'm here to find out. Canis suddenly noticed the growing intensity of the light. It was swelling fast. Just before unleashing his next strike, Chiron muttered, Let's see which gives out first, your willpower or mine. Havi spotted the massive light orb forming. Instantly, he moved to shield Canis. We should fall back into the forest, he said calmly. More shadows there. Canis whipped his head around. What are you talking about? We can handle this. But Havi cut him off. I thought you were smarter. Turns out, you're just dense. He pointed toward Chiron. His plan is to keep hitting you non-stop to burn through your willpower. Canis stared in disbelief. What? He's trying to smash a boulder with an egg. It's a reckless tactic, Havi admitted. But we don't have to play along. Lure him in. We'll finish him there. I'll catch up. A wicked grin spread across Kana's face. You're right. I like that. He took off, sprinting into the deep, shadow-covered jungle, trusting that with Havi, who carried the Archmage's mind, they were unstoppable. Chiron gave chase immediately, teleporting after them. Chiron, wait, don't go into that jungle. Nade shouted, panic rising in his voice. But Chiron raised his hand mid-run, hurling wave after wave of energy at them. Iruki could only watch. There's nothing we can do now. This fight's his. As Chiron slipped into his spirit zone, his eyes shifted toward Lucas. He turned to Nade. Let's focus. We got our own mission. Lucas smirked and unsheathed his twin blades. Is it finally my time to shine? Elsewhere, Clump approached the girl and extended a hand. Care to dance? She bolted. Althea's sighed. I told you to find a partner, not terrify one. Clump grumbled. Maybe the back of my head's more attractive than the front. Althea's glanced over and said, grow your hair out. Style it right. You'll manage. The narrator added, back then, long hair was all the rage. Irritated, Clump raised his drink, but paused when he noticed someone. A girl introduced herself as Irina. The man next to her left quietly. Clump leaned over and whispered, she's the eldest daughter of today's host, the Batad family. But she's got a reputation. Wait, Althea said, puzzled. You seriously came here without knowing anything? Clump scoffed. She's not the brightest. There was this incident. She was still young. So young, in fact, her mind was like that of a 10-year-old. Normally, the head of the family kept her confined to her room. But today, he let her out. Staring at Irina with cold disapproval, the old man called her a disgrace to their name. Clump stepped in, trying to calm the situation, saying Irina just enjoys parties and asking the old man to go easy. Althea's watched, thinking they were no different from the elders in his own family. He brought up the topic of nobles, then boldly declared he'd restore her reputation himself. Clump, now clearly anxious, warned him not to go overboard, saying reckless kindness could end up hurting her more. But Althea's brushed it off, confident that no woman had ever pretended with him. He approached Irina with a polite greeting, saying the night was as lovely as she was. She nervously muttered her name in return. Althea's was caught off guard. That wasn't the reaction he expected. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the guests, all speculating about what he was really up to with this poor girl. Trying to keep things light, Althea's asked if it was too forward to invite such a beautiful lady to be his partner. But instead of responding, Irina broke down in tears, crying out for her mother. The scene shifts as the narrator reveals that Althea's is now in serious danger at Althea's academy. Heavy rain pours down. Iruki turns to Nade and asks what he's doing. Why isn't he fighting? But Nade stays silent, eyes on the ground. Iruki notices something. Nade doesn't want to force Iruki into battle if he can help it. Sweat beads down Nade's face. Iruki finally speaks up, saying he understands. He asks Nade if he's warning him to be careful. Iruki quietly meets his gaze and confirms it with a nod. Then Lucas storms forward, shouting insults. With a huge leap, he attacks, mocking their caution, saying being careful won't change anything. Iruki and Nade quickly activate their spirit zones, blocking Lucas's slashes. The narrator explains, in theory, a schema lets someone power up their whole body, but if someone strengthens the wrong part, it can throw off their balance entirely. So, schema users stick to tested power routes, called builds. One common example is the mitochondria build. It boosts the energy output of the body by enhancing the mitochondria, known as the cell's powerhouse, and is also the fastest method. Nade, using lightning, warns Iruki to be careful where he throws the electricity. Iruki responds with a detonation attack, targeting Lucas. But Lucas manages to evade. He glares at Iruki and Nade, clearly reassessing them as he prepares for what comes next. They were just inexperienced kids, never having faced a real schema user before. But their coordination was solid. Nade shot an irritated glance, while Iruki, frustrated, couldn't understand why Lucas was so hard to land a hit on. This was nothing like the speed gun test. This was on a completely different level. Lucas lunged forward with full force. His strikes hit hard, but he knew it. His mitochondria build drained stamina way too fast. He needed to wrap this up quickly. As Nade and Iruki launched mitochondrial-based attacks at him, Lucas dodged every single one and sprinted ahead, planning to push his metabolism even further. Out of nowhere, he appeared behind Iruki. Iruki barely sensed it, but too late. He was struck in an instant. Meanwhile, Itella was caught in a swirling black spell. Arkin, watching her struggle, admitted she had grit, but as he flung a poisonous spell at her, he coldly said it was time for her to die. Itella stared at the incoming spell. She recognized it, definitely poison. One it would mean death. Thinking fast, she sucked in air and let out a piercing scream that blasted the spell away. Arcane watched in surprise, realizing she'd unleashed a shockwave strong enough to disturb the spirit zone itself. That power, he recognized it. It was the mark of the wave demon. A hole ripped through the wall behind her. Itella vanished into it and reappeared underground. As she looked up from the forest floor, she admitted she couldn't win with spells alone. She needed to switch to schema. Suddenly, light glowed from the hole behind her, and a magical entity emerged, the creature Arcane had summoned. Arcane chuckled with smug confidence as the being raised its massive fist toward Itella. "If that's how you want to do this," Arcane said, "then I'll meet you with power too." Itella didn't say a word. She charged forward, meeting the creature's fist with her own energy-charged hand. The scene flashed back to 40 years ago at a grand ball held by the Bothad family. All eyes were on Irina, who stood crying and calling out for her mother. Alpheus stepped forward, confused, and asked her why she was acting this way. Looking away, Irina explained. Her mother had told her that anyone who tried to talk to her was a bad person. That's why she wanted to leave. Alpheus, trying to comfort her, asked her to look into his eyes. He softly told her he wasn't a bad person, but Sharav stepped in, furious. He demanded to know if Alpheus was bothering the daughter of the family head. The whispers began to spread, people now claiming Alpheus was the one causing trouble. Irina cried out, begging someone to stop him. But even then, she refused to run. "I can't," she whispered, shaking with fear. "If I don't do what Mommy says, she'll get mad. I need to go back. I have to go now." Alpheus watched her carefully, realizing it wasn't him she was scared of. It was the trouble she feared she'd get into. Clumph looked over at him with regret, then lashed out, telling Alpheus to back off. "Why are you meddling in someone else's problems? Just apologize and leave before this turns into something worse." But Alpheus gently turned Irina toward him. "You're finally looking at me," he said softly. "You're afraid, but not of me, right?" He told her nobody gets punished for dancing at a party. She'd done nothing wrong. Then he asked, "Don't you want to try dancing? Just once." He reached out his hand, inviting her. "What do you think? Shall we?" Irina slowly lifted her trembling hand, then grasped his tightly. At that very moment, elsewhere, a powerful explosion erupted as Arcane and Itella clashed. Both were pulled back by magical beings and thrown hard to the ground. Itella landed first, catching herself mid-fall, wondering if this truly was the dark magic she'd heard of. She launched a flurry of punches at Arkin, not holding back. He watched her silently, impressed by the sheer force of her hits. The magical being next to him reared up, both fists raised, slamming them down, but Itella was already gone. Arcane gestured with a fist and a wave, commanding the magical creature forward. It charged, but again, Itella slipped away. She leapt to the side, telling herself not to overthink it. Just destroy it. With that, she pounded her fists in a magical being like falling rain, sending shockwaves rippling through its body. Arcane smirked. That kind of strike didn't break the outside. It crushed what was within. The narrator explained. These internal shockwaves bypassed surface defenses. They disrupted everything inside, amplifying the damage 10, even 100 times over. Arkin, feeling the force now vibrating through his own body, muttered in disbelief. "This is insane." Then, with a mocking grin, he added, "You could have stood at the top of the world if you'd focused that talent. But you wasted it, chasing some meaningless truth." As Itella stumbled toward the crawling magical ants below, the magical being stood again, backed by Arkin, ready for more. Arcane looked at her and said, "It's all meaningless," Arcane said, his voice cold. "What can a single human struggle do in the vast design of the world?" He raised his fist once more and slammed it down on Itella with overwhelming force, shattering everything around her. He hovered above, watching in silence. Itella, bruised but still conscious, thought grimly. If someone like him ever got into the academy or the city, it would be catastrophic. She had to stop him, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Channeling all her energy into a schema attack, she struck Arcane straight in the head, amplifying the internal shockwaves from before. Then she teleported back as the wave detonated inside him. Arcane held in pain. Itella, watching carefully, realized the truth. Every previous strike had been leading to this moment. It was all set up for one final decisive blow. Arcane's hand trembled violently, but he managed to pull himself together. He gritted his teeth, thinking how much he'd missed this rush. Memories of clashing with the geniuses of his time flashed in his mind. The magical being beside him began to merge and transform. Itella, clearly frustrated, glared at the grotesque fusion. Arcane let out a maniacal laugh. Stretching his arms as shadows surged around him at full force. Itella stood her ground, straining under the pressure. The shock waves weren't enough. She clenched her fists, refusing to back down, knowing she had more to give. A massive explosion erupted. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's edge, Nate called out to Iruki through his Mage link, asking if he was okay. Iruki, holding a minor wound, brushed it off. It's just a scratch. He then chuckled as Lucas was caught in a web of electrical currents. Nice one, Nate. Lucas, trapped in the energy field, cursed internally. He realized the green-haired kid wasn't just aiming to hit him. He'd used the attack to lock the entire area in a magnetic field to slow him down. Furious, Lucas tried to break free. Nate grabbed hold of him, while Iruki snapped his fingers and gave a mocking bow. Lucas seethed, thinking there was no way he could lose to a bunch of kids. Suddenly, black fog curled around Nade's legs. He noticed it immediately and cut off his magic, eyes narrowing. He looked up and whispered, "It can't be. That girl?" Iruki swept his hand to the side, causing an explosion. But Lucas dodged it and went straight for Nade. The blow landed, but Nade withstood it. Iruki shouted in anger, blaming himself. Then Lucas froze, stunned. Nade stared in disbelief. Lucas's sword was stuck in a block of ice. "Ice magic?" Iruki murmured. He turned to look toward the Alifer and saw her stirring, awakening with her magic. Flashback, 40 years earlier at the same party. A brown-haired man turned to his wife and said something about their daughter, but the words caught in his throat. He never finished the sentence. The atmosphere at the party was warm and lively. Guests watched with admiration as the musicians played joyfully, the sound of instruments filling the air. Clumph stood to the side, smiling quietly, wondering what exactly he was supposed to do about Alpheus. Out on the floor, Alpheus danced with Arena, clearly enjoying the moment. Back to present, Canis rushed up to Javi, asking if something was wrong. Javi, still focused, replied that he'd felt a powerful tremor coming from the mountain. Looking away, he informed Canis that Arcane had used Dark Authority. "That's the Master's strongest technique," Canis said, concerned. "Did Alpheus show up?" Javi nodded slightly. "That'll make sense. If Arcane's headed this way, we'd better wrap things up fast." Meanwhile, Chiron and Kess were engaged in a tense battle. Chiron lunged forward, but Kess didn't flinch. "He's not even being touched by the darkness," Chiron observed. "He's shutting down everything we throw at him." Javi compared the fight to playing chess against a mirror. Each move reflected and countered. "We need to introduce a variable," he said. Now splitting across multiple black holes, Javi told Canis that he was going to head up to the mountain himself. Back in the fight, Lucas asked if someone had broken the man's magic, but Aaron doubted it. Stopping the Master's Abyss Nova? That's impossible. Only a high-ranking or archmage could pull that off. She looked toward Alifer and questioned whether a professor from a standard academy could really be capable of that. Just then, Nilly noticed Alifer stirring and called it a relief, but his tone changed when he glanced at his hand. It was turning pale. "It's cold," he whispered, trembling. Iruki stepped forward, sensing something was off. "She's not awake," he warned. The students around them started shaking in fear. A single ice cube fell from the sky, then smashed directly into Lucas, hitting him hard. He screamed in pain and shouted at Alifer, begging her to stop. "Are you trying to kill your own students?" Lucas stared at her, shaken. He knew there were rare individuals like her. Those who had brushed death so many times, their instincts alone could kill. Murderers in their sleep. He eyed her carefully, thinking she wasn't thinking at all, just acting. Panicking, Lucas abandoned his sword and bolted. "1,000,000 gold coins mean nothing now," he muttered, teleporting away. But mid-jump, he looked down and froze in shock. His legs were locked in place by Alifer's magic. "She's only 20, he thought, stunned. A Class 6 mage with complete omniscience over ice magic and control of absolute zero. Suddenly, Cena conjured a tornado. Ice rapidly crawled up Lucas's body, first his feet, then his legs, until he was fully frozen. Lucas crashed to the ground, completely immobilized. Arcane scoffs at the school, calling it terrible, just as massive chunks of glaciers begin crashing down the mountain. Ice is raining from every direction, some shards hurtling straight toward Aaron. Suddenly, Need leaps across a wide gap, reaching him just in time. Aaron, startled, demands to know what Need is doing. Tearfully, Need urges her to break the mind control, warning that if she doesn't, they're all going to die. But Aaron insists there's not enough time. That's when a rookie steps forward. Calmly, he says he'll handle it. Staring up at the descending glaciers, he quickly calculates. Each block weighs 15 to 20 tons. He needs to anticipate the trajectory, then shatter them into thousands of tiny pieces. One mistake, and it's over. Iruki activates his deviation form. Ne and Aaron watch, stunned, as Iruki launches himself into action, pulverizing the glaciers into harmless fragments. Aaron, wide-eyed, thinks to herself, how could monsters like this exist at a magic academy? She suddenly lashes out, throwing Need aside. Nade steps in, saying he just saved her and that she hasn't done anything yet. Aaron snarls, calling them animals and demanding to know who Nade is even trying to protect. Nade yells back, begging her to end the mind control, asking if she's really ready to let them all die. But Aaron coldly replies she doesn't care. His words hit something deep inside her. She remembers Canis shielding her in the pouring rain. Tears fall. She repeats, she doesn't care about the rest. Need watches her, unsure what she's thinking. Then, boom, a sudden explosion erupts behind Aaron. They all turn in shock. Canis emerges from the rubble, wounded but standing. The scene shifts to a memory. It was a quiet, star-filled night under a bright moon. Alpheus sat with Arena in a field of flowers. He asked her if she remembered that man's face. She said it was beautiful, and they smiled together. Alpheus began talking about the prism experiment, how it suggests light behaves like a particle. But recently, wave-like interference had been observed in the double spirit experiment. He thought light was a particle, but now he wasn't so sure. He apologized, thinking he was boring her, but suddenly looked at her when she softly said, "You're a good person," embarrassed. He laughed nervously, wondering what he was even doing there. He admitted he was a mage, but had no idea what to write for his thesis. He asked for her opinion. Was light a wave or a particle? She smiled and simply answered, "Light is beautiful." Shinor quietly listened as he read. Chiron flips open a book on mass and energy, then calls out to Ne and Iruki, telling them to take a look. Ne studies it, curiously asking if it means mass and energy are interchangeable. Ne confirms it. Mass can indeed be converted into energy. Iruki jumps in, wondering if that also means energy can be turned back into mass. If that's true, he says they could massively upgrade the photon cannon. Chiron, meanwhile, stares in shock at the author's name on the formula. He recognizes it. It's the professor's. Back in the heat of battle, Javi shouts that he's putting more force into his strikes. Canis chimes in, saying he's gotten stronger through this fight. Chiron chases after them, hurling spheres of condensed mass light. Javi admits it's impressive, but insists Chiron still has a long way to go. Chiron grins, replying this was only a warm-up. Then a massive blast rips through the field. Javi stares silently as the powerful attack lands. He turns to Canis, warning him they can't stop that one. They need to fall back. But Canis refuses. If they retreat now, they'll lose their momentum. He tells Canis to burn through his willpower, then lets out a roar, blocking the blow head-on. Need's eyes widen. That's a photon cannon, he mutters in disbelief. Iruki watches Chiron teleport and realizes he's already integrated the formula from the book into his spell. Chiron reappears nearby, clearly exhausted. Need and Iruki rush over. Need stares at him, worried, and asks if he's all right. Chiron gives a sheepish smile, apologizing. He admits he didn't think he could actually win. Nade, confused, asks why he's suddenly acting like he's lost all his confidence. Chiron quietly answers, it's because their opponent is on another level. Iruki steps in, saying this fight won't be easy. Chiron looks down, frustrated. Even after upgrading the photon cannon, he still couldn't beat him. Iruki observes Chiron silently, thinking about the pressure he must have carried. The only reason Chiron can even speak now is because they managed to make it through. Iruki nods to him, acknowledging that he did a good job, and now they stand together. Iruki walks forward, challenging them. He asks if they really think the two of them can take on all three of his team. He tells them to give up and release the students. But Need answers firmly, no one's dead yet, and it's not too late to stop. Canis, unshaken, declares the war isn't over. His master will bring punishment to everyone. Iruki, standing tall, responds. Iruki presses Canis, demanding if he even understands the damage they've caused. But Kes cuts in coldly, telling him to ask Alpheus when they meet him in hell. He says this entire nightmare started when the school was stolen from his master. Everything that's happened since was taken from them. Chiron stares at him in stunned silence. Iruki steps forward, telling Kes that even if what he's saying is true, it doesn't justify any of this. He asks, what did the students here ever do wrong? Canis doesn't even blink. He says those kinds of questions are meaningless. He's just his master's agent, acting on belief alone. Need shouts in frustration, saying they're not getting through to him. Iruki, burning with rage, asks if Canis is suggesting they should just let this end here. Suddenly, both Iruki and Need freeze in surprise. Chiron steps forward, summoning a massive sphere of concentrated mass and light. Kes scoffs, laughing arrogantly. You think fighting will change anything? Words didn't. This won't either. But then, his expression changes. He sees Javi stepping forward and is visibly alarmed. He tells him there's no need to be afraid, but Javi looks straight at the attack. Something's off. That thing's dangerous, he warns. Ken asks if Chiron really intends to go through with it. Canis, furious, yells that if they just burn enough willpower, they can hold it off. Then he stops mid-sentence. His eyes widen. The light sphere hangs in the air, ominous and glowing. Chiron looks directly at them. This is your last chance. Release the students. Iruki and Need exchange startled glances. Aaron, too, is visibly taken aback. Canis steps forward, shouting that Chiron is the apprentice of an archmage. He can die, but his will won't break. But Chiron stays firm. I don't want to kill you, but if your beliefs lead to more deaths, I have no choice. His voice echoes with quiet resolve. A memory flickers. Irina once told Alpheus, light is beautiful. He looked at her, surprised. She spoke of starlight, fireflies, how all of it was beautiful. But, she added, what he was talking about wasn't. Alpheus, caught off guard, asked why. Wasn't light beautiful? She looked up at the night sky. Light lets us see the dark. That's why we can even witness the stars. Using his magic, Alpheus stared into the darkness, and for the first time, it made sense. The darkness wasn't a contradiction. It was part of the beauty. He smiled. I get it now, he said, his voice quiet with wonder. Light really is beautiful. He sat in front of her and asked. Alpheus reflects quietly. He wants to be her light. He knows he'll never forget that night. The cool stillness in the air, the gentle breeze, the scent of the grass, and Irina. No matter what happens in the world, that memory will stay with him forever. Meanwhile, Thad breathes heavily, unlocking a new level of consciousness using his photon light. He marvels at his resistance to light, pushing himself further. Across the battlefield, Victor Arcane watches in disbelief, stunned that someone could cast a spell like that. He calls out for his master to return. Suddenly, Shinor halts, sensing something. Chiron and Canis both snap their attention toward Arcane. Canis gasps, whispering, Master. Arcane looks down at Lucas, who lies unmoving on the ground. Canis apologizes softly. Arcane snarls, calling him an idiot, then shifts his gaze to Chiron, asking if he's the cause of this. Chiron steps forward, demanding answers. So, you're the one behind all of this? Need and Iruki stand silently, watching. Arcane laughs coldly, calling Chiron insolent. What's your name, boy? Chiron shouts back, refusing to give his name to a murderer. He tells Arcane to drop the mind control and leave the school at once. But Arcane chuckles, straightening his beard. All of Alpheus's students deserve punishment, he says calmly. That includes you. Suddenly, Arcane's aura flares. Chiron's eyes widen. He's never felt pressure like this. He launches an attack, but Arcane vanishes on the spot. From behind, Arcane's voice echoes. My spirit zone spans 52.7 meters, quite large for someone my age. Need mutters in disbelief. He dodged that with ease. Chiron prepares to attack again, but before he can move, Itella appears, limping into view. Chiron freezes. Itella, Arcane sneers. A loser like you still breathing? You should be ashamed to even show your face. Itella glares at him, I don't care about winning or losing. I'm here to protect the students. Chiron turns to her. Why is he doing this? Who is he? Itella locks eyes with Arcane. His name is Shinor Arcane, a Class 3 Archmage. He has a grudge against the headmaster. Arcane scoffs. How rude, teaching students to whine. But Itella steps forward, cold fury in her eyes. You're not in a position to relax. He narrows his eyes, suddenly wary of her. Canis, watching closely, realizes something. His master only has about 10% of his willpower left. But Harris quickly adds, that's still 10% of an Archmage, more than enough to wipe us all out. Canis quietly says they still haven't captured Alpheus. He's about to speak again, but Aaron interrupts him. Canis steps forward, facing Arcane. Master Arcane, he says firmly. Please. Canis steps forward and calmly tells Arcane to leave this battle to him. Arcane turns to him, amused. You? He asks, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Aaron seethes, thinking of Canis and wondering why he's pushing himself into a corner like this. Arcane smirks and looks back at Chiron. Did you say you're one of Alpheus' students? Chiron stares him down. Don't speak the headmaster's name so lightly. He recalls his time with Alpheus and shouts, someone like you doesn't even deserve to be called a mage. Arcane bursts into laughter, deep, mocking, and unhinged. He laughs again, louder this time, as if all the pride and lies of the last 40 years have crumbled in a single moment. Nade and Iruki stand still, stunned by his outburst. But Arcane waves it off. It's fine. Let Canis fight instead. Canis steps forward, grateful. Thank you, Master. Itella watches anxiously, turning to Chiron. Don't do it. Tell him no. But it's already set. Chiron and Canis stand opposite each other once again. Heavy calls out to Canis, urging him to think one last time. Let Arcane handle this. But Canis shakes his head. I've already failed him once. Even if I die, I have to win this. He looks to Javi. We're fighting together. Javi doesn't answer. Canis asks why, but Javi just scowls silently and shifts into position. Chiron, already prepared, leaps from the cliff, aiming to fight midair. Canis scoffs, thinking he can't use shadow magic up there, but then looks up in shock. The entire night sky above them, one massive shadow. Lights begin to form all around Chiron in the air. He knows that if he can't keep up with Canis' speed, he'll strike the entire spirit zone. Canis' attacks come flying toward him, but they're met with Chiron's light-based counters. The air lights up with chaos. Suddenly, Javi appears between them, conjuring a barrier to shield Canis. The magic spheres crash against it, but Chiron's force is overwhelming. His lights tear through Javi's defenses. Canis watches in disbelief as dozens, hundreds, of glowing magic balls shoot past the broken shield. He runs, desperately trying to escape. They're not illusions. Every one of them is real, he thinks, horrified. How can a kid create this? Chiron pours every ounce of his power into the attack, pressing Canis down with sheer force. Itella watches in amazement. When did he learn that? Iruki, eyes on Chiron, answers quietly. He went into the infinite domain again. Both Itella and Iruki stare at him, stunned. Itella turns. Wait, what did you just say? She stares at them in disbelief. Are they seriously saying Chiron has entered the immortal function before? She's left speechless. Itella quietly takes it all in, thinking so this is how it ends up. Meanwhile, Chiron keeps hurling orbs of light, smashing through the safety barrier like it's nothing. Kin shouts into the comms, calling for Javi. At this rate, we're all going to die. A beam of light flashes right past Canis. He flinches, but nothing happens. No injury. He stares, confused. Chiron isn't aiming for him. He's targeting the shadows. The darkness Canis uses to move. Is he erasing my path? Canis mutters, stunned. That's insane. Then it hits him. Does this lunatic have unlimited willpower? The thought makes his blood boil. He glances at Arcane and scowls. He refuses to die in front of his master. His body begins to alter, and for a moment, it feels like the end. Then Javi arrives, annoyed. Ugh, Arcane is such a pain. That safety shield's absorbing everything Chiron throws. Canis turns to Javi, frustrated. Then why does he have so much willpower? Javi snaps, get your head straight and focus. Suddenly, Chiron notices something strange. His own attacks are shifting, morphing into a form of his opponent's technique. His eyes narrow. What's going on? He bolts. Canis is right on his heels, striking, but Chiron evades, confident he's gained the upper hand. Then pain sears through him. He winces, glancing at a fresh wound on his arm. Looks like the tide's turning, he thinks, landing briefly on the ground, only to teleport again the instant Javi slams down hard nearby. Chiron clutches his arm. I can't keep a mortal function going much longer. Unless I've got some freak-level endurance, I'm not withstanding another photon cannon. High intelligence, brutal close-range attacks, speed from agility. Why didn't I fight like this from the start? Then it clicks. Javi, he's been draining my willpower. Chiron remembers Javi's words. We are one. From a distance, Itella eyes Arcane. Such a ruthless man. Aaron watches Canis throw up, worried. Is he just a battery for that monster? Canis stumbles, vision spinning, breath quick and shallow. Javi, he gasps. Chiron turns to Javi. If the enemy has changed, there's no point in using photon cannon anymore. Time for something else. He channels energy, photon output. A fierce light erupts toward Javi. The blast hits, and his body starts to unravel. But the shadows, those don't disappear. They begin to swell and spread outward. Chiron stares. Even with endless willpower, this won't be easy. I still have to face what's inside me. If his omnipotence has limits, then he has no choice. He has to boost his omniscience instead. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. This time, he's converting all mass, everything, into pure energy. Javi suddenly feels it. The light, it's growing heavier, more intense. His body flushes red. What is this? Some kind of cursed pulse. Aaron and Arcane both freeze, stunned. Is that? Nate starts. It's a laser. Iruki answers grimly. Chiron unleashes it, pure laser light tearing into Javi. Javi's body begins to break apart. He screams inside his own head, I'm burning. Canis grabs his own skull, crying out in agony. Aaron watches, eyes wide. Javi's pain, it's flowing straight into Canis. Javi is at his breaking point. Chiron isn't just attacking anymore. He's dismantling him. His form starts swelling, unstable. If this keeps up, he gasps, we're all going to die. Javi trembles violently. Itella and Arcane stay still, watching. Itella, anxious, pleads, Chiron, stop the spell. Chiron turns toward her, unaware he even responded. Javi chuckles weakly. Too late. His body erupts into flames, consumed completely, and explodes. In the beginning, he was known as Harvest, floating in a tank of water. A very young Canis clutched the tube and asked, be my subordinate. Javi stared in silence. Why? Arcane cut in. Don't you want Canis? That's not what I meant, Javi replied. It's more efficient if I go to Aaron. Aaron, she lived in Latham for 10 years. No one besides Canis ever met her, but that isolation gave her heightened mental sensitivity. She saw what others couldn't. Arcane narrowed his eyes. I'm talking about the first sutra. Javi continued. I felt Aaron's resonance. That's how I tracked her and brought her here, along with Canis. Arcane frowned. Aaron is too soft. You should have gone with Canis. And at that moment, Javi understood. Arcane had given Canis to him for a reason. From the very beginning, it was all planned. 1 minute before the explosion on the mountain, Javi's body soared into the sky. He turned to Canis. I'm about to blow. When I do, our contract ends. Canis shouted at the top of his lungs, not even realizing it. Javi, were you always alone? Back then, in the past. Canis asked him, why do you want power? And told him, Aaron, she's the only light he's ever known. And he vowed to protect her from the world itself. Javi remembers that moment and laughs to himself. What a strange kid. Then he looks at Canis. Live, Canis screams his name, Javi. Arcane watches silently as Javi's body erupts, bursting into brilliant sparks that scatter across the sky. Chiron turns to Arcane, demanding, what have you done? Itella is stunned, glaring at Chiron. Are you trying to kill us all? Aaron cradles Cana's head on her lap, gently laying him down. Cana stares up at Chiron, confused. There's something familiar. You look just like Alpheus 40 years ago, he murmurs. Chiron bristles. Shut up. Alpheus chuckles with a smug grin. That maniac Alpheus took you in? Huh? So, you inherited light omnipotence. No wonder I knew something twisted was coming. Chiron narrows his eyes. And what exactly do you know? Arcane speaks up, calm but sharp. The Alpheus you all admire was my student. Chiron stares at him in stunned silence. Arcane continues. He was brilliant, joyful even when he taught me. He used to look at his hands, full of wonder. His voice hardens. But he was blind and selfish. He threw me into the inferno and destroyed everything I built. I gave him everything. And in the end, my wife died for nothing. Itella steps forward. Then tell us, what really happened 40 years ago? Arcane looks at her, then begins. Before those 40 years passed, it was the golden era of Alpheus. Milch Alpheus won the year's prestigious Golden Circle Award. A voice narrates. This award honors the mage whose work defined the era. The Golden Circle. The crowd praised Alpheus as a genius. Who else would have figured out that light exists as both particles and waves? He's changed everything. Clumph affectionately kissed Alpheus on the head. I thought you'd be a troublemaker, but you surprised us all. We have to celebrate. Alpheus smiled. We will, after I go home. He burst through the door, holding his award proudly. Irina. She turned, surprised, then beamed at him. You're back. Alpheus placed the medal around her neck. It's yours. The Golden Circle. Look, it's stamped with the Empire's seal. It means the entire world. The table, silencing everyone. Irina, startled, turns to see Alpheus standing in the doorway. He walks over without a word and grabs one of the guys by the collar. The room tenses up as Alpheus tells them to get out. Sharav tries to ease the tension, saying they didn't mean any harm. They just wanted to talk. Alpheus doesn't flinch and repeats, firmer this time, that they should leave. The black-haired guy mutters under his breath about Alpheus having changed, but Sharav pulls him back, telling him to stop. They all eventually leave, glancing back at Irina before stepping outside. Irina stands there awkwardly, still holding the mic. Alpheus doesn't say anything at first, then quietly asks why she let them in. She hesitates, saying they claim to be his friends. He doesn't press further. Instead, he walks over, takes her hand, and says softly, "Let's clean this up." Irina nods. The next morning, the city is buzzing with news of Alpheus again. Offers from noble houses, letters from distant lands, all wanting a piece of the young mage. But Alpheus, unmoved, reviews everything with a calm detachment. To him, none of it matters unless Irina is by his side. In the back of a moving cart, Alpheus watches the road ahead and thinks, just a little more. Once I stand at the very top, no one can stop us from being together. Back at his home, Irina folds laundry while thinking about how far Alpheus has come. She smiles, unaware that new visitors might arrive once again. Sharav's face slams into the table from Alpheus's punch. Irina stares in disbelief. Sharav groans and stands up slowly, wiping blood from his lip. He mutters an apology, saying he lost control, then quickly heads for the door, saying he won't show his face again. Alpheus turns sharply to Irina, his voice raised, demanding why she let them in. She stammers, saying they claim to be his friends. Friends, he snaps. What kind of friend insults their friend's wife like that? Do you even know what my friends look like? His voice rises again. Are you really that? He suddenly stops himself, clamping his hand over his mouth. Irina, hurt and overwhelmed, turns away as tears begin to fall. She avoids his eyes. I didn't mean that, Alpheus says, voice softer now. Irina says nothing. She thinks to herself, maybe she's not that clever, but she's not a child either. She quietly apologizes, promising it won't happen again. Alpheus looks down, filled with regret. Irina reflects. It's always the weaker one who tries harder to understand the other. Alpheus turns and walks off, saying he needs air. She stays behind in silence. Outside, Alpheus slams a cup on a table and curses under his breath. She married me, just because it was me. Clumph, sitting nearby, tells him arguments happen, brushing it off. Then, with a smirk, asks, "Why not just have a kid?" Althea sighs. "We've thought about it, but the doctor said, with her mental state, she wouldn't be able to handle childbirth." Clump frowns, clearly frustrated. "Look, maybe it's not my place, but you knew this when you married her." "I don't regret it," Althea says firmly. Clump grins. "Then quit overthinking. A smart guy like you? There's always a way." Meanwhile, a quill scribbles across parchment. "Not bad." The narrator speaks. 48 hours have passed since someone entered Archmage Arcane's dungeon. Inside, Arcane, now middle-aged, stands in surprise. "You made it all the way here?" he asks. Althea's, holding a bleeding arm, steps forward. "Are you Arcane?" Arcane eyes him closely. "Did you get through all those traps and monsters alone?" Arcane looks at him curiously and asks who he is. Althea's introduces himself in full, handing over a paper. "I read your thesis on memory storage," he adds. Arcane raises an eyebrow. "Interesting, the genius from a Milch family, the one who proposed the quantum light theory, diving into dark magic." Althea's responds plainly. He wants to give his wife his memories. Mid-sentence, he collapses to the ground. Suddenly, Althea's jolts awake inside a healing chamber, noticing his fully restored body. Arcane stands nearby. "I saw your notes," Arcane says. "Quite impressive." He continues, explaining Althea's concept, using dark magic to store memories, then building a mind realm through light magic, an entire memory system transferred via photons. A fascinating idea, Arcane admits. But transferring an entire life, that's not something simple. The person's personality, their essence, could be affected. Althea's bows his head. "Please, take me as your student. I'll make this work. I want to protect her from this world." Arcane raises one question before deciding. "Does your wife agree to this?" Althea's falls silent. Outside, Clump bursts out angrily. "Are you insane? Is this even legal? You're talking about implanting memories into someone's brain." Althea's begins to explain. Arcane is the top dark magic scholar, and if anyone can help, it's him. But Clump cuts him off. "You're throwing away your position, your family, your future. For this?" Althea's answers calmly. "I don't need any of that. If Irina smiles, then I'm happy." Irina, overhearing everything, steps forward. "I'll do it," she says. Clump slaps his forehead in disbelief, but Irina goes on. "I trust my husband. Althea's will make me happy." Althea smiles and tells her, "I'm a mage who reached the golden circle. I can fix this. You'll never have to face those pitying stares again." Clump stands silently, worry etched on his face as he watches them. The narrator concludes. The couple sold everything they owned and moved into Arcane's dungeon. The dungeon was equipped with a custom lab where Irina could live in comfort. Clump stopped by once a week to bring them food. Irina lay peacefully on the bed, wires gently connecting her to the machine. Arcane glanced at Althea's, who gave a firm nod. Irina smiled warmly at him. Clump, however, stood off to the side, his face full of concern. 2 years passed this way. On this day, Irina remained lying down, still hooked to the machine. Clump stood beside her and chuckled. "After this, you'll have all of Althea's memories, even the one where he wet himself as a kid. Don't forget to remember if he ever stared at another woman too." Irina laughed. Althea's gently cupped her face. "You've done so well. It's time to start." Irina smiled. "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" Althea's asked softly. "We're going to live happily. We'll have a child." Arcane, standing by, prepared the system. Althea's head was now fully connected to the neural interface. Thoughts raced through his mind. Magic, engineering, biology, alchemy, photonics, dark arts, all coming together at the highest level. He recalled the previous human trial having no issues. He believed this one would succeed too. Arcane pulled the lever. A beam of monolight streamed from Althea's mind, channeling into the machine, then flowing directly into Irina's consciousness. Irina closed her eyes. She could feel it. The emotions entering her were pure, unfiltered. No lies, no judgments, no noise. Memories of their life together filled her mind, from their first meeting to their wedding. She felt overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Althea," she thought. "You gave me everything." Just as the moment reached its peak, the machine let out a sharp beep. Althea sprang up. "What's happening?" Arcane replied. The trial succeeded. Everything transferred flawlessly. But Althea's relief turned to panic when he saw Irina, drenched in sweat and trembling. "Are you okay?" Irina slowly opened her eyes. The transfer, it worked. But my body, my nerves, rejected it. Tears rolled down her face. It's not like the animal trials. There's something different in humans. Something we missed. Clump stood frozen, his face wet with tears. Irina looked at Alpheus. Can you keep her searching? But Alpheus stopped her. Don't say anything. I'll fix this. Arcane turned away, silently covering his eyes. Irina whispered, I'm sorry. Alpheus broke down. Why are you apologizing? I'm useless, she said faintly. No, Alpheus shouted, crying. You're not. I'm the stupid one. Irina remained silent, her eyes closing slowly. In her final thoughts, she thanked Alpheus for letting her be a part of his world, even if it was fleeting. A world so strange, yet so full of wonder. It had given her a reason to let go, even after learning the full truth. Overwhelmed, Alpheus broke down, his cries echoing her name again and again. Her funeral took place quietly, attended only by family. Despite everything, Alpheus was barred from being there. With no legal marriage and no children, her relatives treated him as if he had no right to mourn, as if they were never anything more than strangers. On the day Irina died due to the failed experiment, Alpheus slammed his head into a wall again and again. He later found himself lying on Clump's lap, lost in disbelief. His mind drifted back to Irina's words, how light reveals the darkness, how she had shown him the truth of the world. Why did he ever try to change her? Why did he call her arrogant for accepting who she was? Just then, Arcane walked in and asked if he was finally back. He expressed his condolences for Irina and reminded Alpheus to take care of himself. But they both suddenly froze. The sharp scent of petrol filled the air. Arcane watched as Alpheus poured it over his books and notes. Shocked, he asked what Alpheus was doing. Alpheus, coldly tossing the empty bottle aside, said they had crossed a line. They had stepped into territory meant only for gods. Arcane urged him to think it through, reminding him that the experiment had actually worked. It wasn't just for Irina. Countless people with mysterious mental conditions could still be helped. Was he really going to let her sacrifice amount to nothing? But Alpheus simply smirked, lit a match, and muttered, sacrifice, huh? He tossed the flame onto the petrol-soaked floor, igniting a blaze. As the fire grew, he laughed mockingly and threw his research into the air like confetti. Arcane desperately grabbed at the flying papers, yelling that this work wasn't Alpheus's alone. It was his life's research, too. Chasing after him as he walked out, Arcane demanded how Alpheus could do this to him. As the fire consumed the lab, Arcane cried out. Alpheus had thrown the one person who supported him in every way into the fire and left. Worse, he let Irina die and turned his back on tens of thousands who might have been saved. Mage, stunned, turned to the others and asked the headmaster, really did all that? Iruki and Chiron stood frozen in disbelief. Arcane admitted he understood the pain Alpheus had gone through, but that didn't excuse his actions. What he did was unbecoming of a true mage. Then, with a grave expression, he told them the real reason he came today. Not just for revenge, but to ensure that no mage following Alpheus's twisted ideology would ever rise again. He looked at them with a strange seriousness, then asked softly, almost bitterly, if they truly saw him as a great master. Nade and Iruki stood stunned, unable to answer. Arcane scoffed, calling Alpheus reckless, disrespectful, and utterly insane. He shouted that Alpheus responded to goodwill with betrayal. Before he could continue, Chiron suddenly stepped forward, cutting him off. Nade, alarmed, tried to rush to him, but Atella stopped him. Chiron calmly said that while Arcane had every right to feel betrayed, that didn't justify everything he had done. He acknowledged that Alpheus had made mistakes, but that didn't mean his entire path was wrong. He asked, as someone who once reached the level of Archmage, was this truly all Arcane was capable of now? Arcane chuckled arrogantly, the wind stirring around him. He answered that power gives him the right. He had earned the right to pass judgment. With a flick of his hand, he revealed his mage and unleashed a beam of energy that grazed Chiron's cheek. But Chiron didn't flinch. He asked if someone as powerful as Arcane had really spent 40 years trapped in the past. He shouted that for all his talk, all his grandeur, Arcane was just clinging to memories of a time long gone. The words hit Arcane hard. He fell silent, his mind suddenly flashing back to his younger days, his dungeon, where he had welcomed Irina. She had arrived smiling and asked him to look after her husband. Arcane had welcomed her kindly, telling her to make herself at home. But he was taken aback when she looked around and asked if he lived there all alone. Alpheus had tried to explain who Arcane was, but Irina didn't seem to hear him. She only asked again, almost innocently, if he was truly alone. In that moment, Arcane remembered the first time he looked into her eyes. Eyes so bright, so untouched by darkness, yet so unafraid of it. They radiated something he couldn't explain, purity that didn't Chiron away from the world's shadows. Now, in the present, Alpheus felt those same eyes staring through him again. He trembled, then burst into arrogant laughter. Watching him, Itella thought quietly to herself, understanding and compassion. Those are deeply human qualities. But when taken to their extreme, they surpass humanity. That kind of superhuman insight, true perception, goes beyond good or evil. And she wondered, could Chiron really see the full chain of cause and effect? Arcane stood there, gripping tightly, with a hollow laugh. Arcane said it was clear now they would never understand each other. He claimed he didn't belong in this world. Lifting his hand, dark fog swirled around him, coalescing into a black hole. Chiron, stunned, demanded how he bypassed the law of equivalent exchange. Arcane only smirked, asking if that surprised him. Raising his fist, he vanished into the swirling darkness, leaving behind the words, "Magic is full of mystery." Just then, Iruki noticed a massive stone above the cliffside and gasped. If it fell, the entire ridge could collapse. Aaron followed her gaze in disbelief, but before the danger could strike, a burst of golden light crashed down from above, scattering the black fog. Everyone turned in shock. Itella, Nade, and Chiron couldn't believe their eyes. Standing there was the headmaster alongside Thad. Arcane narrowed his eyes at Alpheus, who returned the stare with calm defiance. Arcane taunted him, saying he looked older than expected and mocking him for falling so easily to memory-sealing magic. But Alpheus calmly replied that revisiting old memories wasn't so bad. He glanced at Irina's picture hanging in his mind and said he was grateful. Turning to the students, he thanked them for protecting each other. He said it wasn't easy being immortal, and he was especially relieved Itella had been there. Itella bowed her head and apologized for not being able to save more students. Chiron rushed to Alpheus, clearly worried. The headmaster asked if his willpower had fully returned. Surprised, Chiron asked how he knew. Alpheus explained. Arcane's greatest creation was Abyss Magic, a spell that manipulates memories. Every time Arcane erased his memory of casting magic, his willpower temporarily returned. He told Chiron to remember this. Any mage who called himself a warrior must always have one move, one secret card, capable of flipping the tide of any battle. Then, looking to Arcane, Alpheus told him to stop this madness and release the students. Arcane smirked and said it was a simple matter now that his former student had asked. But he added bitterly that he could no longer serve as headmaster after all that had happened. Alpheus glared at him silently, rage simmering beneath the surface. Arcane went on. Hundreds of students had just heard the truth of his violent past. Nade, however, stepped forward and said he was the one who revealed it. Iruki added that everything had been calculated from start. Arcane's eyes glowed with power. With a twisted grin, he mockingly asked Alpheus if he felt like burning everything down again, just like in the old days. But Alpheus, deadly serious, replied, this wasn't a joke. Then, looking at the students and the crumbling situation, he asked them. Alpheus looked out over the crowd, voice firm. He asked them all if they still trusted him to follow him. Together, they would complete the research on memory implantation. He had already succeeded. His own memories had been fully transferred. Then he pointed to Javi, its shadow stretching across the ground, and said it was only possible because of Irina's sacrifice. With a familiar, cold gaze, Alpheus repeated the word, sacrifice. In the past, he said, this research had always been part of a bigger plan. Holding up his notes, he demanded to know what Arcane had truly intended by taking Irina and stealing his memories. Voice cracking, he cried out, asking what kind of world Arcane hoped to create by producing hundreds of magical organisms. Was it conquest? Arcane, still wearing that arrogant grin, asked back, what if it was? Was that really such a terrible thing? Chiron finally understood. That's why Alpheus had burned the research. Alpheus turned to Arcane and asked if Javi carried both his and Irina's memories. Was he right? Aaron looked on, stunned, unable to tear her eyes from Javi. Arcane stared at Alpheus with growing fury. Then Alpheus added, Javi had defied its orders. The fact that it left and exploded meant it had a will of its own. It reminded him too much of himself. Aaron looked down at her hand, wondering, was that why it felt so familiar? Suddenly, Arcane raised his arm and hurled a blast of black fog at her, declaring that he had ordered Javi to self-destruct. Aaron's eyes widened in horror. Was he planning to kill them all, including Canis? Tapping his forehead in frustration, Arcane sighed that no one seemed capable of listening. Lifting a massive rock overhead, he threatened to bring it down. The students and professors watched in terror as it loomed above them. The conscious one screamed for the headmaster. Arcane mocked the moment, telling Alpheus that now was the time to run or abandon everything. Alpheus stood frozen. In a memory, Clumph once sat with Alpheus as he quietly ate. He asked if Alpheus really meant to die here. He reminded him of the 10 long years he had spent searching, traveling the world, spending a fortune. Eventually, he had received intel that led him here. Alpheus asked why he bothered coming to see someone so useless. Clumph, hand reaching into his coat, replied he had something to deliver. And after that, he planned to disappear. What he pulled out shocked Alpheus. It was a letter from Irina. As he began to read, tears welled in his eyes. Her words filled the page. She wrote that if something were to happen to her, he must not blame himself. She had chosen this experiment willingly. His hands trembled as he brought the letter close, reading her final wish, her one last request. Irina's letter ended with one final request, that Alpheus not be sad. She urged him to keep pursuing the research he loved. To her, he was her everlasting light, and she wanted him to shine that light for the world to see. Back in the memory, Alpheus wiped his tears and turned to Clumph, asking if he could lend him some money. He declared that he would build a school, a place where no one else would end up like him. He vowed to dedicate his life to that dream. Clumph simply sighed and smiled, comforted by the resolve in Alpheus's voice. In the present, Alpheus raised his hand. A small sun formed above his palm, glowing steadily. As the bright orb hovered in the air, he thought of her, the life that gave her the will to live, and swore that he would live for her, now and always. He lifted the sun higher, its radiance intensifying. This was his vow, to protect the school and every student within it, even if it cost him everything. The leaves around them stopped in midair. Nade, Iruki, and Itella collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Even the insects were frozen in place. Chiron felt time slow to a crawl. The light spread across the cliff, bathing everything in its powerful glow. As the blinding brightness began to fade, Chiron, Nade, Iruki, and Aaron stared up at the shrinking sun, watching as it dimmed and finally vanished. Arcane looked up, confused, and asked what that spell was. Alpheus calmly replied that it was called Big Bang. It was simple magic, just a burst of intense light, but he admitted it was too embarrassing to ever present to the association. Still, he said, it made a decent parting gift. Arcane turned toward him, smiling as if he'd been expecting this. He asked if Alpheus had prepared a counterspell, and then, all at once, dropped to his knees, coughing up blood from his mouth and nose. Alpheus told him the memory-restoring potion had only revived a false version of his mind. It was just an illusion, and if he pushed any further, it would destroy both his brain and his life. Panting, Arcane replied that perhaps Alpheus hadn't been wasting his time these past 40 years. He said that defeating an archmage like himself would surely boost Alpheus's reputation. But Alpheus stared him down and said coldly, "You still don't get it, do you?" He told Arcane that he was no longer an archmage. Not anymore. That title belonged to the past. Now, even a rookie at Class 10 could climb to Class 2 in no time. The world had changed. They had aged. How long? Alpheus asked. Are you going to cling to the dreams of your youth? Arcane coughed again, then laughed, arrogantly, bitterly. He muttered that someone who had never been an archmage wouldn't understand. He wasn't a genius. To him, Alpheus's words were nothing but a pompous lecture. With a mocking grin, Arcane stepped into his magical zone and marched forward. Alpheus looked on, concern deep in his eyes, and said, he starts to summon his will once more, asking himself, Does he truly wish to die? Suddenly, to his shock, the students and professors begin levitating, suspended mid-air by his black magic. Arcane declares with conviction that he'll stop him no matter what. Alas pleads with him to put an end to this pointless bloodshed. He questions if clinging to pride and ambition is really worth all this, urging him to abandon his youthful delusions. Arcane ignores him, instead warning that this will be his final lesson. A mage never grows old. Aaron stares in disbelief as the crowd hovers helplessly in the sky. At that moment, Alpheus teleports in with the remaining conscious students and professors, commanding them to rescue the others immediately. Nade, Thad, Iruki, and Shinor are sent to help. Dad rushes forward, conjuring a large shield as some students start falling. He teleports again, catching others before they hit the ground. Iruki spots his literature professor and recalls moments from the past. Memories of frustration, anger, and unspoken words. Nade, in tears, clutches his unconscious friends, terrified as they plummet toward the freezing earth. Chiron breaks into a run, crying out as he sees Amy falling, reaching toward her and calling her name. In that moment, Amy's eyes snap open, glowing red. She hears a voice, one she knows. It's calling her back. Recognizing the voice, she stares at Chiron. He reaches out, takes her hand, and she finally awakens, asking shakily why he's crying. Chiron recalls her words, that they'd fight fair, side by side, and tells her he'll catch up to her, no matter what. But then he admits he might not be able to keep that promise. Confused, she asks what he means, crying as she begs him to tell her what he plans to do. Chiron closes his eyes and thanks her. Amy grabs him in a hug, pleading with him not to go. But Chiron's body starts to fade. In his final thoughts, he bids farewell to everyone. A light bursts forth, spreading across the mountains like a wave. Alpheus watches in stunned silence as Arcane collapses to the ground, coughing blood. Staring at the falling lights, like stars, he wonders aloud, is this sacrifice? He calls the world fascinating, shameful even, despite devoting his entire life to it. Turning to Alpheus, he asks if he doesn't feel the same, then falls silent, still watching the lights. Meanwhile, Nade, Iruki, Chiron, and the professors finish teleporting the students safely onto the mountainside. Canis kneels beside Arcane's body, tears streaming down her face. She asks quietly, "Do you really think it's over?" Canis stares at Arcane's lifeless body and wonders aloud, is he really gone? And what about the rest of them? Aaron turns to him, stunned, then yells. He says he doesn't care if he was just a pawn, but what hurts is being discarded. Still, he admits it's his fault. All of it. Aaron cuts him off, shouting that none of this is on him. You didn't cause this, he says. You're not to blame. Suddenly, Javi interrupts, agreeing. No, it really is all his fault. Aaron glares at Javi, furious. He claims that if Canis hadn't messed up, Arcane would have made it. He could have saved them. But now he's gone, and they're all going to die. Then Aaron snaps, demanding, so what if it is your fault? Will anything change by saying it out loud? He tells him Arcane lived on his own terms. He fulfilled his purpose. He died happy. He's gone now. The only thing left to decide is what Canis wants to do. Tears stream down Canis's face as he recalls Javi's old question. What do you really want? He stands, steadying himself. I told you, he says. I want power to protect Aaron. I can't die here. He agrees to the pact, master and servant. Aaron protests, warning him he doesn't have the strength left to handle it. But Javi firmly refuses, declaring that his master is Canis. As Javi begins merging with Canis's body, he issues a warning. Betray me again, and I won't forgive you. Canis accepts it, smirking slightly. I'll keep that in mind, he says. I kind of like that pride. His body collapses from the strain, but Aaron catches him. Holding him up, Aaron says softly, let's create our own path. Nearby, Alpheus watches. He turns to Atella and says, I'm a sinner. She responds, acknowledging your sins is where atonement begins. Are you proud right now? Alpheus smiles. No, I'll take whatever punishment comes. But more importantly, I know where our hero is. He glances back, having just teleported over 400 people, and is about to speak when a sudden scream echoes through the air. It's Amy, crying out for help. Nade and her rookie sprint toward her. Amy is kneeling next to Chiron, her voice trembling as she says he isn't breathing. The narrator explains that after Arcane's body was handled, It took 8 hours to bring all the students safely back to the dorms. The memories they've lost will return, but until then, the school will remain shut down. Nade and Iruki stay by Chiron's side. Amy, weeping uncontrollably, clutches his hand, while Nade sits silently, deeply worried. Amy sobs, blaming herself, calling herself a fool for not realizing who Chiron was the day he came to see her. Memories rush back. Their childhood, the day of their presentation, and those apples he'd drawn in her notebook. Through her tears, she admits she never even apologized. Nade watches her break down and gently tells her she needs to rest or she'll make herself sick. But Amy, still crying, says a spell that kills the caster won't even work if the caster is already dying. She wonders aloud if Chiron's mass teleportation cost him everything. Amy insists something's not right with Chiron. Nade hopes he'll come back, but deep down, she fears the worst. If he doesn't wake up, it could mean the spell did take his life. Iruki mentions Arcane died after casting powerful magic too. But Amy quickly responds. Arcane died because of the damage to his brain. Chiron's situation is different. He triggered the full immortal function. Iruki says it doesn't matter what caused it. Whether it was brain overload or immortality activation, it doesn't change anything. What matters is that Chiron is already gone. Amy stands up, snapping at him for being so cold. She marches toward Iruki and asks if he's really decided that Chiron is dead. Without hesitation, Iruki answers, he has. Because he is. Furious, Amy grabs his shoulder, yanks him up, and shouts that Chiron ended up like this because he saved them. She raises her fist to punch him, but stops herself. Iruki looks at her indifferently and says it's a relief because he knew she wouldn't do it. Amy glares at him, asking if he knows why she didn't strike. Because people like you don't deserve friends. Nade stares at her in shock. Iruki snaps, yelling at her to use her brain. His heart's not beating. He's not breathing. If you want him back, figure out a way to bring the dead to life. Nade quietly says it's impossible. Magic can't bring back the dead. Iruki turns sharply to her as Amy calls his name. His clenched fist loosens. She says, is that where your limits lie? Nade tells her she could have hit him. She could have taken it. Amy shakes her head. How could I? He's Chiron's friend. Meanwhile, Iruki walks alone through the halls, muttering that everyone's lost their minds. Then suddenly, he spots Canis and Aaron. His eyes narrow. Aaron demands to know how they dare show their faces here. Canis answers softly. They came to pay their respects. He didn't die because he fought us. Canis looks down at Chiron and says it's a shame. He died saving them all. But now that it's done, there's nothing more he can do. Iruki stares at him in disbelief as Canis continues, calling them all insane for obsessing over whether Chiron is dead or not. Iruki steps forward, eyes locked on Canis. You better hope Chiron is still alive, he warns, because he's the only one in this world who can stop what's coming. In an instant, Iruki marks a target on Canis's forehead. A spirit zone forms beneath his feet. Javi speaks up, telling Canis he's locked on. Canis urges him to stop. This is dangerous. Iruki's calculation speed is off the charts. If he unleashes that spell, the entire area could be obliterated. How fast are you calculating? Canis asks Javi. Javi answers coolly, fast enough to analyze everything happening in this entire city in just 3 seconds. Canis stares, stunned. Do you have Savant Syndrome? How is that even possible? Javi responds, it won't last. His brain cells can't hold out for long. Iruki glares at Canis. If Chiron really dies like this, I will kill you. Javi urges Canis to back off. One step into the spirit zone, and he's setting it off. Aaron speaks up from behind, asking if Iruki truly doesn't believe Chiron is still alive. Iruki raises a hand, warning her to choose her words carefully. But Aaron steps forward anyway, saying that while she can't see someone's condition, she knows when something's not right. Canis holds her back, but Iruki speaks up. I can see what's inside people. She turns to him. Then, what is it? She asks. But Iruki just stares back, pride in his gaze. Aaron trembles. Her voice shakes as she says, there's no way someone would cry, while wearing such a terrifying expression. Iruki says nothing, just keeps watching. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Nade sleeps slouched against the wall, the night stretching on. Amy lies on the table, motionless. Iruki stands silently by Chiron's bedside. In a few days, this school will fall apart, he says. If we wait for a funeral, it'll be too late. Yoki quietly pulls out a knife. If I don't do this, will never move forward. He recalls Chiron's words, his promise. If it ever comes to that, stop me. I will save you, Yoki whispers, bringing the blade toward his arm. The narrator explains. At Alphea's Magic Academy, students must live in dormitories. This is where the children of the kingdom's high-ranking nobles are raised. The academy's security is paramount. A black-haired man steps forward, reporting that 4 unidentified assailants managed to infiltrate the grounds. Though they were ultimately neutralized and the students and staff were saved, tragedy still struck. The academy's rising star, and Chiron, have died. If word gets out, he warns, the academy won't escape the consequences of this disaster. Just then, a light blonde-haired man shouts at someone named Lu, insisting they must hold Chiron's funeral immediately and notify the parents. A gray-haired man rises in anger, demanding if the others think they're unaware of the situation. He explains that Chiron's friends have begged to delay the funeral. His body remains in the infirmary, not the morgue, and they still don't understand their reasoning. A white-haired teacher stands up, raising her voice. She claims they're stalling to protect the school's image. The room erupts in arguments. One teacher claims they need time to think, while another counters that delaying will only worsen the public's view. Someone else insists the school's reputation is meaningless if the institution collapses. Voices rise. Accusations fly. They argue that they don't even know Arcane's whereabouts. The white-haired teacher turns to the headmaster, demanding he make a decision. The student council has been summoned, and this isn't just any council. These are the children of the kingdom's most powerful noble families. If they accuse the school of negligence or corruption, the academy's hands will be tied. The headmaster remains calm, finally speaking. He says they must wait. He listens to the protests, understanding their urgency, but believes acting too fast could put the academy in a worse position. Still, he admits, there's a far more important question than the school's survival. He thinks back to the moment Chiron saved all those students, teleporting them to safety. He wonders, did Chiron truly die? He's asked himself this more than once. Was it rational thinking, or something deeper? Something he feels? That lingering belief won't disappear. Chiron had activated the immortal function, a power they know almost nothing about. Then Ela stands up. She explains that in this battle, Chiron made the ultimate choice. He released his immortal function, and by the Order's classification, what he triggered is called nirvana. Nirvana, she says, is a state beyond life. Reaching it doesn't necessarily mean death. A teacher with orange hair frowns. He doesn't get it. A brown-haired teacher reminds them, this is a magic academy. The white-haired teacher finally says, I understand. The headmaster continues, saying that yes, there's a chance Chiron, as an unlocker, is still alive. He fully understands that possibility, but he also cautions that there's no guarantee the boy will ever wake up. And if they wait endlessly without knowing when or if he'll return, they may face an even worse outcome. Alpheus asks what that would be. He answers quietly, the school shutting down. Alpheus shakes her head. That's not the real worst-case scenario, she says. The true disaster would have been the annihilation of every student and staff member here. If Chiron hadn't acted, none of us would have made it. They ask, if there's even less than a 1% chance, didn't that child still choose to throw his life away for them? And as professors of this academy, shouldn't they honor that? Shouldn't they be willing to shoulder some of the burden and make sacrifices for him? They ask if the headmaster is willing to accept punishment for this, if it could prevent the academy from collapsing. For Chiron, would he take that risk? Just then, students start entering the building. In the infirmary, Amy sits quietly beside Chiron, clutching his hand. Nate stands silently by the wall. Amy softly calls out to him, promising she'll wait, even if it takes years or decades. She begs him to say something, anything. Tears fall as she cries out again, pleading with Chiron to respond. He lies still, but then his eyes snap open. He slowly sits up, completely naked, glancing around, disoriented. Where am I? He mutters. He begins to walk, trying to remember what happened. He recalls unleashing the immortal function at full capacity to save everyone. Looking down at his own hand, he wonders, is this the afterlife? He still has his memories. But why? Everything around him is swallowed by pure white. An endless void without form or direction. No matter how far he walks, nothing changes. The scene stays the same. His senses blur, as though the very fabric of reality is slipping away. With each step, It feels like he's climbing stairs, but nothing changes. He suddenly stops. He looks away, and a thought hits him. He knows this place. No matter how far he walks, there's no real movement. There's no distance, because distance requires a point of reference. In a place of nothingness, space doesn't exist. Turning around, he realizes that here, he never moved at all. Then, a voice echoes, so you grasp the concept of space. That means you had the right to enter. Chiron looks toward the source and asks, "What are you?" Chiron stares into the vast whiteness and quietly asks the space itself, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, light bursts across the void. Pillars of radiant energy shoot up, forming around him. From that brilliance, a figure steps forth, a human-like fairy, glowing with divine light. She approaches and greets him, saying she's been waiting. Still in awe, Chiron asks again, "Who are you?" She smiles and answers simply, "I am God." On the 5th day since Chiron's death, the aftermath of the tragedy still looms large. The professors, hesitant yet hopeful, decide to postpone any immediate action. But the students don't agree. Inside the student council chamber, tension crackles in the air. The council heads and their members are seated, faces grim. Many students feel deeply betrayed by the headmaster, someone they once trusted. A black-haired student slams the table and stands, shouting that everything started with a mistake the headmaster made 40 years ago. And now, instead of accountability, they were dodging the truth, claiming Chiron didn't really die. Chiron's funeral and the charges against the headmaster keep getting delayed. "They're just making excuses," the student yells. Amira, the fiery student president of Class 2, rises sharply and declares that the council must intervene. Students around her erupt in agreement, demanding the headmaster face responsibility and face the consequences. Then, Ila stands up from Class 5. She cuts through the noise, stating calmly that everyone is assuming Chiron is dead, but that's not the full truth. She explains that although Chiron's heart has stopped, his body shows no signs of decay. A wave of whispers spreads through the room. Could it be true? Amira turns to Ila, demanding answers. Then why has his heart stopped? Tell us everything. Sariel speaks up, answering that the cause is the result of unlocking the immortal function. She explains that this phenomenon doesn't equate to actual death. It's still under review by scholars at the Ivory Tower, an area of study so new, even they haven't fully defined it yet. The room falls into hushed murmurs again. "I don't get it," one student says. "Isn't that the highest level a mage can reach?" asks another. "But magic is based on what we know." Sariel stands nervously, sweat forming on her brow. Why are they all reacting like this? Meanwhile, Amira stares ahead, her mind blank. She questions herself. Even if it's an unknown field, isn't it in a mage's nature to think deeply and decide carefully? Sariel's thoughts race. She realizes now, they aren't mages, just students. The younger ones only believe what they can see or touch. The older students are clouded by resentment toward the headmaster and can't think clearly anymore. And with things spiraling, the headmaster storms toward Chiron's funeral. Her thoughts are racing. Chiron's about to be buried, and she still has no solution. Suddenly, Mark stands and raises his hand. He announces he's from Class 7. He speaks up, saying the school's reputation depends on the integrity of its students. If rumors spread that the professors can't be trusted, then faith in both the teachers and students will crumble. But he reminds them all, they know who showed them what being a real mage means. The room falls silent, all attention drawn to the voices speaking. He recalls fragments of his childhood. A student with brown hair quietly admits that it was those very people who shaped them into who they are today. Mark follows, saying that even if the headmaster had his faults, it doesn't justify betraying the teachers they've always held in respect. Sariel watches and thinks, if logic won't work, maybe emotion will. She gives a subtle thumbs up. Amira taps her fingers, calculating. If Chu votes, the count will be 5-5. Meanwhile, the younger students break down in tears, pleading for forgiveness for the headmaster. Amira knows it's unreasonable to expect the beginner-level students to support a rebellion. If this keeps up, the charges might not even stick. She asks herself, what would she do? Just then, Arden from Class 1 raises his hand and gets to his feet. Itella wonders why. Arden speaks. He reminds them of something crucial. They owe their lives to Chiron. How can anyone not feel pain over his sacrifice? That's why, instead of rebellion, they should be honoring Chiron's legacy. Suddenly, Cheryl jumps up, shouting, Chiron isn't dead. Fermi steps in, saying as far as he knows, Chiron's body is being preserved. If he's still alive, why are they doing that? Amira quickly turns to Fermi. Is that true? She then asks Sariel directly if she knows anything. Everyone waits. Sariel stays silent, her anger barely contained. Then she says she pleads the fifth and quietly apologizes to Amira. That's when Amira, raising her voice, declares, it's time to begin the vote. The statement is going on the board. The statement is written. If the students reject the professor's passive countermeasures, they'll protest, demanding Althea's resign and face investigation. They're also calling for Chiron's funeral to proceed, and for the act of creation, using the deceased body of Amy to be stopped. As protests swell, Amy and Need look out at the massive crowd of students. Meanwhile, the headmaster begins casting a spell. It becomes clear they've realized slow magic was used, and now time is running out. Elsewhere, God speaks to Chiron, asking if he doubts her. She says, just as human-made objects reflect human thoughts and form, everything she creates mirrors her essence. That means Chiron reflects her more than anything else. Chiron says nothing, just staring. She raises her hand, asking if he'll help her build a world. Chiron nervously asks if she's truly with him. Then he glances down at his body and awkwardly apologizes. This is all too sudden, and he's not that kind of person. He tries to speak, but the words won't come. God laughs gently. With a wave of her divine power, she clothes Chiron, telling him not to be embarrassed. This isn't her world. His body still exists in his world. Chiron's expression turns serious. Is this the afterlife? He asks. She chuckles and tells him no. This is somewhere else entirely. She shows him a dot, explaining that from the outside, it seems like nothing. But in truth, it's an infinitely compressed space. As Chiron looks at his hands, he notices the space between them. His body has depth. He realizes it's three-dimensional. That means there's a three-dimensional world inside that single dot. God praises his sharp mind. She tells him that's the core of time and space. A universe that looks like a speck from afar, but up close, it's endless. And she is the one who crafts such worlds. Then she asks, what does he think of it all? Chiron hesitates, asking if he can't go back. She confirms he can't, then asks, didn't he choose to give up his life on his own? She wonders if he regrets it. But Chiron says no, he knew what he was doing. Then he asks one more thing. Why is she lying? She's taken aback. God doesn't lie, she insists. There's no need to. If I say something doesn't exist, then it simply doesn't. But Chiron narrows his eyes, not convinced. She's lying again, and this time, Chiron can see it. God looks at him in silence. He cautiously asks if she's truly God. She replies calmly, there's a misunderstanding. Their definitions of God aren't the same. She offers to show him what she means. A vision appears. Farmlands, crops being harvested, women delivering goods to homes, and two boys chasing flies. Chiron watches, stunned, as a man kneels in the soil, working the fields. God says this world is just a replica. Then, she lifts her hand toward a glowing sphere and gently touches it with her fingers. To Chiron's amazement, the man's body rises, lifted by her fingertip. The scene shifts. He realizes, if space changed, then time must exist here. She confirms, space and time are one. She explains that something similar exists in his own world. When he plays a game of chess through the night, he's actually controlling a subdimensional space-time. Chess itself is a lower dimension. She tells him, God isn't some grand and unreachable being. A god is just someone who creates a dimension one level beneath their own. As she walks past the farmer, she continues, their creations believe they're divine only because they wield power beyond comprehension. The farmer, for example, doesn't know he moved, or that his entire world is just a replica. She says there's only one way for someone like him to truly understand. Chiron's eyes widen. The immortal function, he mutters. She touches the farmer's shoulder, and a brilliant light flares. His body begins to vanish, rising like a constellation of stars. God gazes up, explaining that the immortal function is a sense that completes an entire world. The stars drift across the sky, but the farmer's existence is still trapped inside the glass orb. He'll never be able to perceive anything from a higher dimension. God turns to Chiron and asks if he understands now. She explains, he's the one who unlocked the immortal function, nearly destroyed in the process. That's why she brought him here. Chiron eyes her warily. What do you want from me? He asks. Without answering, she reveals a glowing spot, radiating light. She tells him, go inside. She explains within the space-time she's created, another space-time can be built, and then another inside that, and another. Repeating this infinitely would form a flawless universe. She calls it the space matrix. Chiron shakes his head. I can't. She challenges him. Does he truly have no reason? Or is he just searching for justification to refuse? Do you not like the offer? She asks. He answers honestly, it's not bad. The idea of becoming a god in a new world is appealing. Her plan sounds ideal. But, he adds, if she enters that space-time, someone like him would have to be sacrificed again. God narrows her eyes, suspicious. I'm not asking you to choose, she says coldly. Refuse, and I'll have no choice but to let you be torn apart. But Chiron doesn't back down. That won't happen. She hurls a blast of light at him. You'll see. Then she freezes in shock. Chiron suddenly realizes it. The spot in the space-time matrix, it's a spirit zone. He lifts his hand, conjuring a red light. This is your spirit zone, he says, which means you're a mage. Chad steps toward him, calling his name, warning him not to do something he'll regret. Entering her spirit zone, she asks if he truly believes he can beat her. Chiron knows the truth. There's no way he can. She's reached the peak, calling herself God. She might even be stronger than Arkan. And this isn't where he belongs anyway. His body was erased when a farmer triggered the immortal function. But she points out his body still exists, just in a different world. Can I return? He asks. She nods. You can, but you won't succeed. All that waits is death. Even so, Chiron answers, I'll try. She isn't worried. To her, capturing him is easy. But as she eyes his hand, something shifts. There's something powerful, dangerous. His energy alone could harm this space. She lifts her hand and forms a black hole. This domain, she says, is a point that passes through space-time. The moment you step in, you'll retrace every step you took to reach this place, in reverse. Chiron asks cautiously, Are you really going to let me return? God looks at him and replies, On one condition. If you fail to return to your original world, you'll come back here and follow through with what I asked. He gazes at the glowing spot, then peers inside it, trying to make sense of what lies ahead. God repeats her warning, You won't succeed. Chiron nods slowly. Thank you for letting me try. But she cuts him off. Don't thank me yet. Returning to a physical body, especially a human one, isn't easy for a pure, spiritual being like you. That body is full of filth and impurities. If you can't overcome that, you won't be human when you return. If you change your mind, she adds, just come back. Chiron doesn't hesitate. I won't give up. He steps toward the glowing spot, preparing to leave. Goodbye, he says. God gives a soft farewell. Safe travels. Chiron enters the spot, thinking, if he just pushes forward, he can make it back. But as he walks, he suddenly freezes. Something feels off. His eyes shift. The space, it's the same. The white void he saw before. He glances nervously toward God. She's watching him. Fear creeps in. It's all too familiar. The way she let him go, too easy. He turns around and realizes he's trapped. The space-time prison has closed in. Then, a memory hits him. 2 months ago, in Sir Armin's home, Armin looked at him, eyes glowing, and said, This stops magic. Chiron had asked, shocked, Are we moving at the speed of light? Armin had smiled. You're clever. That's why it looks like space and time are frozen. Then he explained, light is strange. When a mage becomes fast enough, they can catch up to time itself. That's how stop magic works. Now, in the present, Chiron finally understands. This place, this trap, exists within the domain of light speed. But maybe he can escape, if he can go beyond the speed of light. Superluminal speed, a concept that exists only in theory, never reality. He recalls God's words. Once he enters, everything he did to reach this point will unfold in reverse. As Chiron steps forward, he places his hand on the ground and suddenly exclaims in awe. He can see an immortal function. Its presence travels across the universe instantly. But in this moment, he's nothing more than a spirit without a physical form. He wonders if it's even possible to surpass the speed of light in this state. Even so, he refuses to back down. With resolve, he taps into the annihilation and starts running, crossing great distances. He declares that he's done it. Up ahead, he sees his own body lying still on a bed. He's finally making his way back to his friends. Meanwhile, Alpheus is trying to heal him, but suddenly halts. Other professors stand nearby, silent. 8 days after Chiron was declared dead, Sariel tells Amy to look over. A student holding a document steps forward. As the student representative of Alphea's Magic Academy, Amira announces they've submitted a petition to all professors, demanding Headmaster Alpheus surrender himself. She says the Magic Society must step in and conduct an investigation. Just then, Class 5 students arrive and urge everyone to stay calm. Alifer throws open a window in frustration and questions whether it's the student council's job to stir unrest and throw the school into chaos. Amira holds up the petition and replies firmly, no one was incited. She says this wasn't their first choice, but it's been 8 days since Chiron's passing, and there's still been no public statement. Alifer responds, saying Chiron is in a coma. Amira shoots back, only if his heart still beats. She says no one's buying the excuse that his body hasn't started decaying. Couldn't the headmaster easily fake that with magic? She admits they're mourning too, but their loyalty to the academy doesn't mean they'll stand by and let it crumble. Alifer apologizes. She insists this is the best decision the professors could make, and they're taking full responsibility. But Amira stares her down, challenging whether they truly can. In her mind, Amira knows exactly why Alifer is saying all this. She's read the entire report, cover to cover. If anything was overlooked, she'd know. As she lowers her hand, Fermi watches carefully. He realizes she's about to disrupt everything. If she doesn't back off, things could get very messy. Fermi realizes that if Amira presses on, it could seriously jeopardize his business. He wants no part of the mess and suggests a compromise. Let them see Chiron for themselves. Once they witness his condition, they can make up their minds. But Alifer explodes, yelling that she can't make such a promise. She insists they wait until everything is finalized. The students grow restless. They argue they have every right to know what's happening and shouldn't sit back. They should fight for their school. Suddenly, Maria shouts for them to stop, but in the commotion, she and someone else are shoved to the ground. Mark catches her and asks in disbelief if things haven't already gone too far. He says this isn't just about Chiron. Another student's life is now at stake. Right then, everyone turns as a window shatters. Someone crashes down from above. It's Need. The crowd stares in silence as Need calmly says, "Fine, go in if you want, but you'll die." Gasps ripple through the students. Amir steps forward, asking if he's being shown special treatment just because he's skilled. Is this how he speaks to his seniors? Need smirks, then asks if he should say it again. Electricity crackles around him. The students reel back in shock. Plasma magic? That's supposed to be far beyond his level. He's just a Class 5 student, and yet. Amy confirms it. It's real. Lethal magic. Sariel adds that he's been hiding his true strength all along. Iruki watches, stunned. Need knows full well the consequences of using magic like this. Yet he's doing it anyway. With fury in his eyes, Need charges up a sphere of electricity, shouting that Chiron is dead, and he'll kill anyone who dares touch him again. Meanwhile, inside that strange realm, Chiron suddenly feels a prickling sensation. Small, red amia-like orbs are attaching to his hand. He stares, puzzled. They're crawling all over his body. Then, a voice rings in his mind. Consume. Multiply. The sound grows louder, more persistent. Chiron clutches his ears in frustration, trying to block it out. What is this voice? He wonders. The voice answers coldly. Reincarnation is the lowest form of existence. Mortals always claw for life. Then, Chiron recalls God's warning. For a pure, spiritual being to return to a tangled, flawed human form, it's nearly impossible. The body is filled with impurities. It won't be easy. Chiron suddenly stops, his mind echoing with the voice's words. But he shakes it off, shouting back, he's going home. The voice coldly asks, where? It warns him that no place will take him back. All that awaits is death. Chiron yells at it to shut up. He pushes forward, insisting that he will return to his world. He tells it to get out of his way. Back at the school, Amira turns to Need, asking why he refuses to accept that Chiron is gone. She steps into his magical zone, noting it's a weather-based field that absorbs everything. Can he really stand against all of them on his own? Iruki walks in, shaking his head. He can't believe Need jumped into a fight he clearly can't win. He asks if Need wants help. Need stares at him in disbelief. Does Iruki actually believe Chiron is dead? Is he not on her side? Iruki calmly replies that he's not. He's not here to take sides. He just won't stand by and let them do whatever they want with Chiron. Amira glares at them in frustration. Meanwhile, Chiron's body lies still. Alpheus observes him and solemnly says, "This might be the end." Amy, alarmed, asks what he means. Is he saying they should bury Chiron? Alifer and Atella stand silently nearby. Looking out the window, Alpheus tells Amy to see for herself. Those students outside have resorted to lethal magic. If it escalates, another tragedy is certain. Amy grabs his arm, pleading. Chiron isn't dead. He knows it. Tears fall as she bows deeply before him. Across the field, Fermi smirks arrogantly, finding the chaos amusing. In his mind, he already sees himself rising above the rest. Amira watches, uncertain. If these students are really about to throw deadly spells at each other, is this all over that same guy? She turns to Iruki, asking if he's the one known for savant syndrome, the coldest, most logical mind around. And yet, is he seriously making decisions based on emotion now? Does he truly believe Chiron's still alive? Iruki responds without hesitation, yes. Chiron is not dead. Need narrows his eyes, watching him carefully. Amira, surprised, asks if that's so. Then she snaps. If he's that confident, he must have a flawless, logical reason to convince them all. Iruki says he does. He has proof. Amira demands to see it. What exactly makes him so sure? With a simple swipe of his hand, Iruki checks the time. It's 4 o'clock, he says. Then he adds, let them see for themselves. Everyone stares upward, tense and quiet. One student murmurs, it's just like that supernatural demonstration from before. Need glares at Iruki, realizing now he was counting all along. Something strange is unfolding. Amira, frustrated, says it's finally clear to her. They're all out of their minds. Still, they're going to confirm Chiron's condition themselves, no matter what. Suddenly, a flame forms in Iruki's hand, handed to him by Kess. Canis steps forward, smirking, and asks if he can join the fun too. Amira's eyes widen. She snaps at Kess, demanding how he dares show up without a hint of fear. She warns him. This time, she's catching him, and she means it. Canis just grins and tells her she's welcome to try, if she thinks she can. Meanwhile, Iruki pulls out a set of documents. He tells Canis he's late. He told him to be here at exactly 4. Iruki, flipping through the pages, calmly adds that he's exactly 27 seconds behind. Canis shrugs and mutters that he's already repaid his debt to Chiron. Need, still trying to understand, asks Iruki what this is all about. Iruki responds, holding up a paper. It's from Dragonbolt. Need stares in disbelief. Iruki explains. They performed a biopsy on Chiron and sent the sample for testing. Need, overwhelmed, demands to know when that happened. How could they have done this in just 5 days from the capital? He falls silent, stunned. Amira steps in, accusing them of playing tricks. She scoffs at the mention of the Mercane name. Does he really think flashing a powerful name changes anything? Iruki replies evenly. He used an ALPHS's. If he used his real name, his father would have made it a bigger issue. But that's not what matters here. The real question is what's written in this document. Amira scoffs again. What's next? A resurrection spell? Iruki flips through the report and reads aloud. The analysis shows that Chiron's cells, even 24 hours after clinical death, showed no structural breakdown. His state is classified as suspended animation. There are no signs of decay or deterioration typical of organic death. The students begin whispering among themselves. One asks, so what does that mean? Is Chiron not dead? Iruki cuts in. According to Dragonbolt, there are 3 recognized types of cardiac arrest. 1. Complete cessation of heart function. 2. Temporary stoppage. 3. A state where the heart hasn't actually stopped, but appears to have. Amira frowns, confused. She mutters that the third one doesn't make any sense. Iruki flips another page and tells Amira to pay close attention. This part is even more critical. He reads aloud. While cardiac arrest is typically seen as clinical death, in the context of the immortal function, 2 new scenarios are possible. Case 1. If a subject's willpower expansion is delayed due to their unique nature, the body may temporarily cease all vital functions until the mind completes its process. Case 2. Even if the willpower expansion is complete, the flow of time as perceived by observers may differ. In this case, although the body is functioning normally, a space-time barrier may prevent anyone from detecting those functions externally. He flips to the final page and continues. Based on the current mythological findings, the subject currently lying in bed, Arian Chiron, cannot be declared dead. He closes the file and glances up. So, he says, looks like Dragon Bolt found a way to revive someone believed to be dead. Amira looks away, flustered. Deep down, she realizes what this means. The student council was wrong, and the nation's top magic research institute has just confirmed that the faculty council made the right call. The other students glance at each other, guilt creeping in as they absorb the truth. Suddenly, they notice the headmaster approaching. Amira immediately bows her head, ashamed. She says they never meant to cause trouble. They just couldn't accept a cover-up. They thought if nothing changed, the school would crumble. The headmaster gently places his hand on her head. He apologizes, not for what she did, but for putting her in that position in the first place. Amira looks up in surprise. He tells her, this might be out of line, but if she can still trust him just one more time, he'll see this through. Once the matter with Chiron is resolved, he'll take full responsibility for everything. He refuses to lose the respect of the students he loves. Tears stream down Amira's face as she asks, can she believe that he's still the same headmaster she always looked up to? He answers with a vow. By everything he has, he promises. Amira wipes her tears, her right eye covered, overwhelmed. The crowd slowly disperses, but Fermi remains, watching. He mutters, having the headmaster show up. That's cheating. The headmaster glances over and says, you're becoming a problem. You should graduate already. You're 22 this year. Fermi salutes, unfazed. He smirks and replies, I've found a job. I can make all the money I want right here. He turns away, and the headmaster can only sigh, defeated. Elsewhere, Need and Iruki walk down the hallway. Need turns to him, visibly upset. You really didn't think to tell me about any of this. Yukai casually picks his nose and scoffs, wondering how anyone drowning in self-pity could pull off a plan. If word ever got out, everything would have been for nothing. And he mutters under his breath, calling himself an idiot. Iruki mocks him, agreeing wholeheartedly and asking if he even saw the face he made earlier. Annoyed, and he presses his hand against the wall, brushing it off. No time to think about that, he says. Iruki just grins and says Any looks so cool no one would even remember someone like him. Any glares and asks if he actually planned it like that. Iruki shrugs, saying if any wants to crawl back to him, he won't stop him. Just then, they spot Amy standing by the door. Yoki quickly tells her that they managed to protect Chiron, only to freeze when Amy suddenly bursts into tears and thanks him. Iruki, getting goosebumps and clearly wanting none of the drama, turns away and opens the door. Sariel throws herself at him, crying, but he dodges out of her grip. Amy, Nade, and Sariel embrace each other, relieved that Chiron is safe. Yukai stares blankly, muttering that this is exactly why he can't deal with them. He glances over at Chiron, thinking they barely managed to stop him from being classified as dead. It's not like some miracle happened, but Amy calls out to him anyway, telling him to come back. No matter how long it takes, they'll wait. Meanwhile, inside space-time, Chiron trembles, wondering if he's completely lost his mind, or if this madness might somehow bring him back to clarity. A strange voice echoes, reminding him he was just picked off the streets, that his parents would have been content with just one kid. It didn't have to be him. Chiron yells back, that's not true, but the voice keeps going, saying he wasn't really their son, that anyone could have adopted him. Those people weren't his family. Angrily, Chiron screams, but the voice doesn't stop. It calls him a predator, someone who crushes others simply by being better. His success always leads to others' failures. No one in this world actually needs him. Feeling completely drained, Chiron gives in. He feels himself slipping away, his body fatting. But just before everything disappears, something inside him holds on. In the chaos of contradictions, a small core remains. Some call it the origin. Others say it's the yin-yang. Magicians call it infinity. And as that final spark lights up, Chiron surges forward, moving at the speed of light. Only after losing everything does Chiron finally begin to see it clearly. Every piece of it is him. Even the voices that tore his heart apart, the ones that rejected him, they're all part of him too. Every contradiction, every clash within, that's who he truly is. And now he knows. He has to embrace all of it. Chiron steps into a glowing crystal-like sphere. As he passes through it, he emerges into a vast, white space. There he sees his body, still lifeless, lying on a bed. A voice, calm and divine, speaks. God tells him he's made his choice. He's truly decided to return. She speaks of a transcendent being, one who gave up that status to return to a human form, despite the paradox. Vadriana. She admits she never thought he'd make it through the event horizon. But he did. He's worthy. Chiron asks if she's ever felt lonely. God smiles, saying it's kind of him to ask. But no, Lonelziness is not something God can feel. Still, she admits, perhaps just a little, she'll miss him. Chiron bows his head, thankful. All he wanted was to say goodbye properly. God reminds him, there won't be a second chance. He's the one who reached Vadriana. He won't be offered another invitation. He nods silently, turns, and walks forward. He passes through the swirling mist, until suddenly her voice calls out again. She asks him to give her regards to Headmaster Alpheus. Chiron freezes for a moment, shocked. How does she know him? Back in the world, it's the morning of the 11th day since Chiron's death. Need and her rookie are asleep on the floor. Amy wakes, lying beside Chiron. She stretches and yawns, murmuring that she must have dozed off again. After brushing her teeth, she steps into the room, talking softly. Did you sleep okay? She opens the window, letting the light spill in. Feeling any better today? Chiron's eyes are open, but she hasn't noticed yet. Amy picks up a vase, humming as she trims the flowers. You know, I'd really love it if you'd wake up today, she says. Still tending the flowers, she reminisces about the day she fell from that cliff. He was the first to come searching for her. It's been so long since then, she whispers. She sets the vase down and sits beside him, lost in memories. She says her goodbyes, remembering how she once left everything behind. Tears spill down her cheeks as she thinks of those moments. The apples, the drawings in her notebook, all the things she never got to say. With a trembling voice, she wipes her eyes and asks quietly, do you know how much has happened since then? There's so much she wants to tell him. And as she looks at him, Amy leans in and quietly asks him to come back. Then she freezes. Chiron's eyes are open. A jolt of shock runs through her like lightning. Her voice catches in her throat, and she instinctively calls out, NID, Chiron, but she stops herself, realizing they're still asleep. Suddenly, she lets out a scream so loud it echoes through the entire building. The headmaster rushes in, placing a hand gently near Chiron's face. Looks like his eyes have been open all night. Nade stammers, asking, is he alive? Alifer steps forward, explaining it's because a slow magic was cast on him. The headmaster lifts his hand and uses light magic to dissolve the spell. Nade and her rookie lean in close, eyes locked on Chiron's face. Slowly, his pupils shift, his eyes begin to move. Startled by their closeness, Chiron bolts upright with a gasp. Breathing heavily, he looks around. Did something happen? I just saw this strange vortex of light. Everyone stares at him, completely stunned. He notices the headmaster and gulps, stammering, even you're here. Then he sees Amy crying. Nervously, he says hi. Amy's response is immediate. She pinches his cheek hard. What do you mean, hi? She growls, tugging his face with full force. She leans in and asks, do you even know how worried I was? Chiron mutters an awkward sorry, thinking to himself that the journey through another dimension and crossing the event horizon felt like only a day, but so much had happened while he was gone. Just as he's about to speak again, NID and Iruki suddenly leap toward him. Chiron's back. They nearly crash into him, but he quickly sidesteps, leaving Amy flustered and blushing. The professors nearby smile, relieved. Nate exclaims, you were dead. Like, actually dead, for 10 whole days. Chiron's eyes go wide. Wait, I was dead. Iruki confirms it with a grin. No heartbeat. You tell me what that means. Then he presses, now start explaining yourself. Chiron, still processing, asks about Arcane and the others. At that moment, Itella and Thad walk into the room. They pause, seeing Chiron awake. NID, Yukai, and Amy all tumble off the bed in surprise. Itella rushes forward, throws her arms around Chiron, and bursts into tears. Thank you for coming back to us. Alifer watches quietly, thinking about how deeply worried Itella had been. After all, she was the one who entrusted him with the immortal function. Everyone's eyes are on them. Itella finally lets go and calls Chiron's name one more time. In that moment, as Chiron breathes and feels the world around him, he realizes he's really back. He asks himself if air has ever felt this precious before. He could have lost it all, but he didn't. I'm finally back, he whispers. NID, Yukai and Amy immediately fix their eyes on him, intense, emotional, and ready to let him have it. As Amy looks at him tearfully, she asks if she really meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, Need and the others are busy pummeling Chiron. Iruki joins in, yelling, "Hit him harder!" NID keeps throwing punches. "Knock him out for real," he growls. The headmaster watches the chaos for a moment, smiling softly. Then he steps out of the room and quietly shuts the door behind him. Walking down the hallway, he exhales. What a relief. Now it's his turn. Behind him, the door creaks open. Chiron steps out. "Headmaster." The headmaster turns to him. "A lot's happened," he says, "and the school's closed for now. I've been trying to wrap my head around it all." Chiron nods. "Thanks for all you've done." Then he adds, "But there's something I need to ask you." He tells the headmaster about how he traveled to another dimension through the immortal function. The headmaster's expression shifts. Another dimension? Chiron begins to explain everything. How he passed the event horizon and what he saw. The headmaster listens quietly at first until Chiron mentions her. "The woman," he says. "She told me to give you her regards." The headmaster's eyes widen. "She knows who I am?" Chiron hesitates. "Her memories are kind of fuzzy, but I remember her face. I'm sure she meant it." The headmaster stands still for a moment, deep in thought. "I knew her," he says softly. Chiron looks up. "You did? How?" Alpheus pauses, then speaks. "I've never been one for fate, but maybe your meeting her wasn't coincidence. Maybe it was meant to happen." Then he tells him, "Her name is Moreau. Most know her as Moreau of Space-Time. She was my disciple, specialized in scale magic." Chiron listens closely. The headmaster continues. "Have you ever heard the term unlocker?" Chiron nods. "That's what the Magic Society calls those who've activated the immortal function." "Exactly," the headmaster replies. "We tend to move fast when it comes to these things." Moreau is also an unlocker. Scale magic, he explains, is a rare kind. Only those who've awakened to the infinite nature of space-time can wield it. Chiron's eyes go wide. "Wait, are all these powers just different forms of existing magic?" The headmaster shakes his head. "Moreau doesn't concern herself with what's real. There are things out there no knowledge can explain. That's why she and her peers created a research group." Chiron perks up. "Where?" "In Istis." The narration cuts in. From this point on, everything is classified. The headmaster continues. "Moreau was the first president of the Supernatural Spirits Science Research Group." Cut to the infirmary. Chiron, now resting, looks around. "Feels like it's my first real day here." He smiles at Amy and Sariel. "Thanks for coming." Sariel shrugs. "School's closed. Might as well hang out with everyone." "As a graduating student," she adds, "I needed the break. All that studying was draining me." Iruki, completely unfazed, blurts out, "Tired already? You just started your break." Sariel rolls her eyes and responds. Sariel crosses her arms and fires back. "Just because I'm taking a break doesn't mean all my competition is." Amy snaps at Iruki, furious. "Why are you always so polite to Sariel, but speak so casually to me?" And he changes the subject and turns to Sariel. "How's the headmaster doing?" She nods. "He said he'll take full responsibility. Whatever punishment comes his way, he'll accept it. Even though the Bureau could have just investigated him. He's going straight to the Magic Association's headquarters in the capital for a formal inspection." Amy chimes in. "Sounds like the 3rd Investigation Division summoned him. Special Prosecution is handling it. They're ignoring all personal ties and following the law to the letter. If it's Headmaster Alpheus, there's a good chance he won't avoid disciplinary action this time." Chiron doesn't say anything. He's just staring out the window, quiet. A few days earlier, Chiron had one last question for the headmaster. He brought up Moreau, how she said she was waiting for him. She was the founder of the Supernatural Spirits Research Group, decades ago. "How does she still know who she is?" Chiron asked. The headmaster tilted his head and asked, "Do you know how many students are currently enrolled in this school?" Chiron blinked. "No. The number changes all the time," Alpheus explained. "Some graduate, some are expelled, but there's always a rumor. Students say this school is always short by one." He looked Chiron in the eye. "Moreau never graduated. She's still enrolled here. Forever." Chiron was stunned. "Wait, could that be scale magic?" The headmaster nodded slowly. "She's an Istis, but not the one you know. She's in a higher dimension built using scale magic, what we call the higher layer of Istis." Placing his hands on Chiron's shoulders, the headmaster continued. "This truth is a tightly guarded secret. Even most longtime staff members don't know it. I need you to promise, don't tell anyone. Anything related to the higher layer must stay hidden. The consequences would be catastrophic. Chiron gulped and replied, I'll keep that in mind. He paused, then added, Honestly, this is a bit terrifying. I still can't believe she's at Istis. The headmaster's expression hardened. Chiron muttered, I don't think I'll be able to sleep at the research group again. The headmaster replied seriously, As long as you don't enter the immortal function again, Moreau can't see you. She'll never leave the space she built. He turned toward the window. For Moreau, this world is just too painful to live in. Chiron turned and looked at his friends laughing and talking nearby. He thought to himself, there's a cozy calmness in the air, soothing enough to push back those harsh realities he faced on the event horizon, and the deeper, more chilling truth waiting in Istis. It feels like here in this moment, those thoughts are tucked away somewhere distant. Amy quickly hides her book, blushing, telling Sariel not to peek. That's when his mind drifts again, to strange terms like scale magic unlocker and higher layer of Istis. He doesn't know why they echo in his thoughts, but it's like they're calling to him, urging him forward. Back at the association, a voice reads off a warning. His testimony could be used in court. With that, the investigation wraps up. The headmaster strides down the hall, flanked by soldiers. He hears someone call out, summoning Canis and Aaron. They're brought over, and Alpheus, walking just behind, asks the soldier if he can have a moment with the kids. The soldier agrees, but warns that time is limited. Canis notices something odd. Despite both parties being under investigation, the soldiers speak formally to Alpheus, but casually to him and Aaron. Alpheus steps forward, assuring them there's no need to be tense. He just has a few things he'd like to ask. But Canis brushes it off, replying with a careless edge, warning him not to treat him like one of his usual disciples. Alpheus admits that's exactly why he wanted this talk. He tells them that once everything's settled, they'll be heading to the Magic Academy. Canis is stunned. He shouts in disbelief, asking if that means they're going to be under his command. He's ready to demand more answers, but Alpheus cuts him off, saying not to twist it. This isn't about winning or losing. Still fuming, Canis fires back, claiming that if it had been a real fight, his teacher would have taken Alpheus down in one move. But again, Alpheus interrupts, agreeing, but adding that if it weren't for that, Canis would have already been begging for mercy. That, he says, is what evil is. No matter how you justify it, it draws hatred. Still, because they once studied under the same master, he wants to offer them a chance, a path out of the shadows and into something better. A soldier knocks on the door marked Interrogation Room B and opens it. Canis steps through, thinking to himself that the only thing, all he's ever known is how to fight. For someone like him, the only path ahead is the battlefield. A soldier approaches a man at his desk and informs him that Canis and Aaron have arrived. The white-haired man looks up and motions for them to sit. They take their seats as he introduces himself, an inspector from the 3rd Investigation Department, named Sakari. Then he asks if they're really Canis and Aaron. Canis nods, saying yeah, that's them, and wonders if something's wrong. At the same time, Aaron can barely speak, her voice trembling. She whispers that she can't read him at all. Canis glances at her, confused. What could she have seen that rattled her like this? Sakari comments that she seemed quite startled, asking if she referred to it as the First Sutra. Aaron sees him differently now, like his entire body is made of crystal. He explains that within the association's walls, the use of magic is restricted, but one's inherent traits can't be sealed. This is his way of blocking her ability to read minds. As his crystal form shifts again, Aaron thinks it must be a trick, but it's too precise. He's completely masking his thoughts. Sakari politely asks that they not disturb Aaron further. A gust of wind blows by, brushing something against Aaron's forehead. He turns to her and says they're still in the middle of an official inquiry, and then asks for her full name. Aaron stares, stunned, as the image of the crystal echoes in her mind. Sakari then says that person was right, before turning to Canis. He simply asks if they'll behave. Canis narrows his eyes at him, replying with caution. This guy is unbelievably strong. 30 minutes pass. Canis is now holding a sealed envelope, turning over the master's will in his mind. Sakari instructs him to open it and read for himself. Apparently, Arcane had this prepared and arranged for it to be delivered to him. The legal team on the other end has already notarized it. Canis studies the documents, thinking, if this really came from Master, there's no way. He reads the line again. All belongings to be inherited by my disciple, Canis. 4.8 billion gold. His hands shake. He stares at the wall, thoughts swirling. What was Arcane thinking? He can't even ask him now. Whether Canis lived or died never seemed to matter to him. And yet now he calls him disciple. Sakari breaks the silence. He says there's just one thing he needs to confirm. It appears Arcane indeed left his will in Canis' hands. Sakari says the will was left to him because Arcane truly saw him as a disciple. But then he questions, wasn't Arcane a dark magic user who manipulated others? Didn't they too grow up under his control? Canis slams back, furious. What is he even suggesting? Sakari calmly continues. He says that, in truth, it doesn't even take magic to brainwash a child. Save one from the edge of death, and you become something divine in their eyes. Then, simply tell them you need something, and that child will dedicate their entire life to fulfilling it. Before he can say more, Canis cuts him off sharply. He warns Sakari not to twist things. His master never forced anything on him. Everything he did, every step he took, was by his own choice. He even made that clear in his testimony. Aaron then asks, her voice low, what's the point of accusing them of being brainwashed? Sakari, looking smug, answers that if they were brainwashed, they'd be judged innocent. That catches Canis off guard. Judged innocent? What kind of game is this? Sakari lays it out. From the association's standpoint, Arcane manipulated young minds. That's the angle they're pushing in this trial. Because if that's not true, then Canis and Aaron would have committed their crimes of their own free will. And if that happens, Canis finishes the sentence in his head. He wouldn't receive the inheritance. He wouldn't even be considered Arcane's disciple. Sakari leans in, saying exactly that. If Canis admits to being brainwashed, he forfeits the title of disciple. The fortune, 4.8 billion gold, would then be declared illegal and seized by the association. He hands the contract over and tells Canis to sign. That's all it takes to be cleared. Canis stares down at the paper, thoughts swirling. This place is just like Leyden. They hide it better, dress it up nicely, but the stench is the same. It reeks worse than the bloody noise of Lum ever did. He looks again at the contract. This world, soaked in blood and lies, is nothing more than a giant battlefield. Sakari rises, telling him he has 1 hour. Take his time. Canis nods. I'll do it. Sakari thanks him, calling it a smart decision. Canis signs the document. He asks what comes next. Sakari calmly tucks the papers back into the envelope and says they're free to go. Aaron, voice trembling, asks if there's some kind of release procedure. He shakes his head. There's nothing like that. They were free to leave from the beginning. Canis, clearly irritated, thinks to himself, everyone just wants the master's fortune. Canis slams his fist on the desk, anger boiling over. Are they really seen as so insignificant that the association can just let them walk free without a second thought? No fear, no consequences? And now he understands. He finally sees just how powerful his master truly was. Not a single nation across the continent could touch him. Canis stands abruptly and turns to Sakari. What's your rank, he demands. There's a pause before Sakari answers. Officially, he's 5th class. Canis doesn't say much, just that he's backing off for now. But one day, he promises he'll make Sakari kneel before him. Sakari nervously rubs his head, pretending to stay cool. He admits it wasn't easy for him to make it this far either. Still, with a smug smile, he says he's looking forward to that day. Later, Chiron takes a seat while Aaron tells Canis he made the right call. Better this than rotting away in a prison cell. But Canis cuts her off, voice sharp. We need to get stronger. Aaron agrees without hesitation. Back at the 3rd Investigation Department, someone tells the inspector everything was wrapped up neatly. Thanks, in no small part, to Arcane's death. The inspector instructs Sakari to leave the documents on his desk. As Sakari complies, he brings up Alpheus's case. The inspector turns the question back on him. Does he really think this would stir public outrage? Sakari says he's just unsure if a 6-month license suspension is enough. It might have happened 40 years ago, but the man still took part in an illegal experiment. Yes, he was a victim in the school attack, but he still holds some responsibility. He adds that if the 4.8 billion gold is treated as bail, maybe that's enough. The inspector cuts him off, voice tight. Are you suggesting I make an unjust ruling? Sakari immediately backtracks, apologizing, saying it was just a poor choice of words. The inspector dismisses him. Once alone, he rustles the papers on his desk and rubs his face. The pain's still there, right where he was punched. That memory flashes back. Cher is standing in front of him, Alpheus's fist striking him hard, the insult that followed. Shame and anger, all tangled together. Now, Cher scribbles something down on paper. He mutters that he should have brought a gift sooner. But late or not, this one's for celebrating a Golden Circle Award at Alphea's Magic Academy. Meanwhile, Chiron, Iruki, and Ney approach the headmaster, who is calmly trimming flowers. They try to correct themselves. He's not a headmaster anymore. But Nade refuses. Once a headmaster, always a headmaster. Chiron rolls up his sleeves with a grin and asks if he should give him a hand. The headmaster chuckles and says if Chiron helps him with the gardening, there'll be nothing left for him to do. Then he casually asks how things are going at school. They all groan. The reopening's killing us, Chiron mutters, drained. Ney stares blankly into the distance. How am I supposed to score 80 points with the time we have left? The headmaster raises an eyebrow. Wait, are all of you aiming to get promoted next semester? Chiron nods. Yeah, a month ago, after we wrapped up our research presentation, we made a promise. We'd all get into 4th class together before graduating. But right after that, Arcane, the Archmage, launched his attack on the academy. Since then, none of them have been able to study properly. It's a disaster, Nade says. How am I supposed to double my score? Iruki shrugs. Well, I'm only good at math. You might actually have the best shot. Nade sighs. You're the best at everything in practice. I'm probably the worst off. As they walk, each one lists their academic weaknesses. Chiron sighs, saying he just can't focus on studies right now. Nade bursts out. Of course you can't. Who could after all that? Let's just enjoy today and start fresh tomorrow, he adds. Chiron thinks about it, then nods. You know what? That actually makes sense. Just then, he points ahead. Hey, look over there. Ney and Iruki stop in their tracks, stunned to see Canis and Aaron casually walking toward the academy. Canis glances their way, a bit surprised. Class is already out. Chiron steps forward. What are you still doing here? Got business at the school? Canis responds plainly. We're staying here now. Just came to take a look around. Nade glares at them. Chiron turns to him, confused. What's that look for? Canis answers before Nade can. I'm not thrilled about it either. But if I want to move forward, the Magic Academy is the fastest route. Nade bristles. So what? You think you're above this place? He demands to know who even allowed them in. Canis lifts his hand and points upward. A senior. He smirks. You've heard we're in class 5, right? Then, flashing a cocky grin, he adds, I'm in class 4. That makes me your senior. The others scoff. No way. That's ought to be a lie. Those strict instructors would have never let him into class 4 from day one. But Canis just raises an eyebrow. Isn't that exactly what happened? It was because they'd spent 10 years under the guidance of an Archmage. The basics? They'd mastered those ages ago. Nade, voice trembling, mutters that he actually lost to Chiron. Then he turns to Canis and asks, Wait, weren't your grades terrible? Canis shrugs. Honestly, I was a little let down. One guy's a dropout, and the other, just average in practicals. He glances at Chiron. Hard to believe you struggled with them. Then, without another word, he walks off. Good luck, he calls back over his shoulder. I'll make sure to treat my cute little seniors with care. Chiron, Iruki, and Nade stand there in stunned silence. Finally, Chiron clenches his fists. Day off's canceled. Nade groans. I'd rather quit magic than let those guys be my seniors. Iruki, puzzled, asks why that even matters. They're not even officially enrolled until next semester. That's exactly why, Chiron snaps. We're graduating before next semester, no matter what. His thoughts race. 1 month. That's all the time they have. But it's enough if they use every second wisely. The first step? Maximize their schedule. They'll split every hour into 10-minute blocks. That way, they cut down on wasted time and maintain peak focus through the day. Next up, a study group. Lucky for them, each of them excels in different subjects. That means they can cover each other's weak spots perfectly. I'm done, Iruki declares, holding up his paper. Chiron grabs it. Let me see. He freezes. On the page is a sentence. He eats pasta, and he'll be eating it. Chiron stares at it, baffled. What? What even is this? He glares at Iruki. Did I not just explain auxiliary postpositional particles to you? Iruki shrugs. Why doesn't it work? The sentence clearly shows independence between the subjects. You don't need any extra phrasing. Chiron's jaw drops. You seriously believe that? He sighs. Maybe their struggles weren't because they were lazy. Maybe they were just completely mismatched with these subjects. He turns to Iruki. Language isn't math. You can't just prove grammar. Iruki rolls his eyes. Whatever. I don't know anything about all that. Math's still the best. Chiron narrows his eyes. Wait, are you even planning to graduate? Iruki looks genuinely confused for a second, and then, without answering, aggressively dives back into his studies. Chiron watches, thinking they decided to put academics on hold, choosing instead to concentrate entirely on graduating. What really got under their skin was the idea of being ranked below Canis. Meanwhile, Need watched them and assumed their concern was about the upcoming practical exam, his weakest area. He pushed the thought aside, telling himself everything would be fine as long as he placed in the top 10. On the day of the practical, someone's frequency hits 887 beats, sending a ripple of shock through Class 5. Everyone is stunned to see Need giving it his all. Watching him demonstrate real skill, someone remarks that hanging out with a rookie and Chiron must have really boosted his progress. With the way he's improved, there's no doubt he'll land a top rank. Whispers spread about a rookie's recent absence from class. Meanwhile, Need clocks in at 173 beats, proudly claiming he secured his spot. Itella gives him a nod of approval. Then Iruki enters. His frequency pulses throughout the room, 210 beats. A gray-haired boy glares at Iruki and demands to know if he's using some secret formula again. Another scoffs, saying there's no way he achieved that through normal training. Class 5 students overhear Canis dismissing the importance of test scores. They're left speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. A teacher urges them to explore the campus quietly. Canis chimes in, saying it's all just pulse training. They were doing it out of boredom. Aaron adds that their master insisted they mention it no matter what, to help ease them into the spirit zone. They had been training constantly, refining their pulse expansion and contraction. Canis brings up Aaron's record and asks Aaron if she can beat it. Aaron just stares and asks if that's supposed to be a joke. The gray-haired boy, still fuming, claims they have a secret weapon too. That's when Chiron enters the scene. Class 5 rallies around him, urging him to dominate again. Chiron sighs, while Canis and Aaron look on, intrigued. The test begins. Chiron steps into the spirit zone. He inhales deeply, holds it, and then releases it. His frequency spreads across the room. Class 5 is stunned. The reading? 120 beats in just 10 seconds, an average of 12 beats per second. Canis and Aaron are visibly shaken. Aaron thinks there's no way that's real. Such intensity should have caused a mental breakdown. But Itella watches calmly, analyzing him. She suspects that Chiron's power traces back to the immortal function, likely a trait he preserved upon returning. Initially, teachers expected Chiron, a convergence-type magician, to develop into a purely defensive class. But his thread durability has surpassed all expectations, crossing into the realm of the truly elite. The power that lets Chiron survive the immortal function. Itella wonders just how deep this kid's potential goes. Then the timer hits 0. Everyone is stunned. Chiron just shattered Rucky's record, setting a new one at 410 beats. The crowd can't believe it. They're in awe, wondering how anyone could be this powerful. Meanwhile, Iron notices Canis and Aaron sitting calmly on the stairs. Aaron mutters that Chiron is truly something else. Canis agrees, saying Chiron has to be this good just to keep up. Then he adds, they've seen all they needed to. A black-haired boy laughs mockingly, questioning if Arch's disciple is really that impressive. The long gray-haired boy scoffs too, asking if they're seriously underestimating Class 5 of Magic Academy. Can sits silently, reflecting. Back during their match, he blamed his loss on the differences in their natural talents. But now he realizes that was just an excuse. If it came down to pure power, he can't say for sure he'd win. And if he wants to be the best, then he'll have to take Chiron down. A student suddenly speaks up, asking how Class 4 dares speak so casually to an advanced-level teacher. But midway through, he stops, catching Canis' intense stare. He and his group glare back, but Cans respond with a single question. Do you even know who Chiron is, or what he's really capable of? Canis remembers that one of the first things he did upon entering the academy was investigate those three, Chiron, Iruki, and Itella. He grabs a drawer handle and pulls it open. Their grades weren't anything special, barely above average, but that wasn't the real surprise. What caught his attention was their network, their personal ties. Other students didn't treat them lightly. On the contrary, they were viewed as threats. Contenders. People who could rise to the top at any time. Unlock her. Massachusetts, full light. Excellent. Those were the kinds of phrases associated with them. Canis grins. If he sticks close to Chiron, he'll figure him out. And next time, he's not losing. He'll beat him. He'll become someone powerful, just like the master. Aaron nods, munching on a snack. Yeah, she says casually, still chewing. Then suggests they should go get something more filling. Kes tells her to slow down and stop inhaling her food. Night falls over the academy. Students fill the library, grouped together, helping one another with their work. Among them, a cat watches as someone sets a cherry cake in front of a stone owl statue. The narrator quietly remarks, "There's a rumor. Offering cherry cakes to the owl statue will help you pass your exams." Adist, Chiron, Iruki, and Need are huddled together, deep in study. Yuruki Diz stands before them, murmuring terms like literature, verbs, and expressive intent. Chiron and Iruki are completely focused, diving into their material with clear purpose. The narrator notes that a whole month flew by in the blink of an eye, and now, the final exams have arrived. As Chiron walks through campus, a group of upperclassmen calls out to him. He greets them politely. A brown-haired senior tells Chiron that next year, he'll be moving up to Class 4. Another Class 4 student says they've heard the trio has been working hard lately. A girl among them adds that she has high hopes for them and appreciates how they stood up for others. She says it'd be great if they could share classes next year. Chiron and Need laugh nervously, thanking them. Once the seniors leave, Chiron quietly panics. If he messes up even one subject, he's finished. Need, feeling the pressure too, asks what he plans to do. Both he and Iruki look drained. Iruki, trying to stay level-headed, reminds them that entering a tiger's den means keeping your cool. Panic only makes things worse. Iruki gestures toward exam room B with a thumb, saying all three of them got placed in different rooms. Still, under the night sky, they've made a quiet vow. They'll stick together no matter what. Chiron suddenly asks if there's something off with Iruki today, and Need shoots back a surprise question. What? Did he eat something weird? That's when Need and Iruki realize the exam has already started. Chiron reminds them they'll meet again in 12 hours, and confidently says they'll pass. Iruki gives him a calm, "Good luck." Later that evening, Iruki sits slumped in a chair at Istis. Exhausted, Chiron reflects. Thankfully, Iruki had managed to memorize every exam question. The narrator explains that Need is scribbling down the questions as Iruki recites them, while Chiron pieces together the answer sheets using the textbooks. Chiron believes they can rebuild the questions and answers for every subject right there at Istis. Need groans, admitting he bombed a few subjects. Chiron echoes the misery. It's looking bad. In contrast, Iruki keeps a straight face. He reminds them, if they score below 80 on even one subject, they're out. Then he delivers it flatly. There's no point crying over spilled milk. What's done is done. No use trying to scoop it back up. Grading finally wraps up, and both Need and Chiron share the same thought. They'll never get used to this tension. Suddenly, Need bursts out, eyes lighting up. "I did it. Got over 82 points." He jumps up, shouting that his promotion to Class 4 is guaranteed. Then he freezes, eyes locked on Iruki, who's visibly trembling. But in the next second, Iruki shouts with joy. He scored 80 in every subject. Grinning ear to ear, he proudly explains how he raised his language score just by mimicking their teacher's speech patterns during the exam. Need watches Iruki bounce around, cheering that he made it. Even one wrong answer would have cost him. Then he turns to Chiron and asks about his result. Chiron stands there, spaced out. Need blinks, alarmed, and asks again, "What did you get?" With a slightly shaky voice, Chiron replies, "My total average, 86. Iruki, overhearing, is amazed. A commoner breaking 80 points in just one semester? Isn't that amazing? He says. So what's the issue? Chiron, still trembling, scribbles a math problem onto a paper. This one was at multiple choice. Iruki nods. Yeah, that one. It was tough. Long solution too. Chiron gulps, sweat forming. He says the answer he picked, but can't quite remember what number it was assigned to. Need quickly jumps in, urging him to think. It was 1.5, right? Iruki leans in, asking what Chiron's math grade would be if that answer was wrong. Chiron hesitates, then mutters, 79. The group freezes. Chiron adds, I think I picked option 3, but I can't remember if 1.5 was 2 or 3. Everyone has the same dreadful thought. If he's wrong, he might be stuck in class 5 for another half year. Chiron groans, realizing it was a 2-point question. Just 2 points separating him from moving up. He yells out in frustration. Need and Dookie quickly grab him and break into a run. Let's just go ask the teacher. Chiron doesn't resist. Yeah, let's do that. They call out to Alifer, who turns around, confused. Didn't Class 5's exams end yesterday? Chiron blurts out the last math question, the multiple choice. What was the correct answer? She blinks. Where's this coming from? Need presses her. Just tell us. We're in a hurry. Alifer thinks for a moment, then says, it was number 2. Chiron goes blank. He slowly collapses, muttering 2 numbers. Need catches him mid-fall, and Iruki comments, tough body, huh? That adamant trait's showing now. Still stunned, Chiron stares into space. Why'd it have to be number 2? Need sighs, turning to Alifer. We're done for the day. Taking him back. The group starts dragging the dazed Chiron off as he mumbles nonsense. While the others chat excitedly, Alifer sits quietly in the teacher's office, flipping through exam papers. Looking at one in particular, she chuckles awkwardly. They even asked me about the exam, especially the last multiple-choice question. Glancing at the page again, she lets out a soft laugh. Turns out, the correct answer was number 3 all along. The scene shifts. The narrator confirms Aryan Chiron from Class 4 is officially advancing to the next level. In the capital of the Kingdom of Thormia, at Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, a girl ties her hair as she swiftly climbs the stairs to the classroom. She calls out to someone, an instructor named Rian. He never showed up to class. Not even once the whole semester, she says aloud, and still nailed the practical sessions. She approaches Rian and asks if he really thinks he's going to do well. With a grin, she points out that all those things in the practical exam weren't even covered in class. Rian glances at her and warns, sit down before the instructor sees you, or you're in trouble. She laughs and teases, what? Is the mighty Rian afraid of the instructor now? Then casually takes a seat beside him. Rian sighs, not amused. I just don't need more stress with exams around the corner. Why'd you move next to me anyway? Maybe to calm down a nervous friend? She replies, smirking. Rian scoffs. Since when have I ever needed calming down? You're already at rock bottom, she says cheerfully. No pressure anymore. Being dead last has its perks. Rian looks away, clearly irritated. The narrator steps in again. Rian currently ranks 303rd in Raisin Swordsmanship Academy's first-year class. Yet he calmly mentions, I unlocked my schema a month ago. You knew that, right? She smiles without answering. The narrator notes, if it were any other guy, she'd be furious, but Rian's different. No matter the odds, he never flinches. Despite the lowest rank, he's enduring the harshest training Raisin offers. Do you even remember? She asks. You were ranked number 1 when we all got in. Rian shrugs and avoids eye contact. The narrator continues. Just 6 months ago, Rian entered Raisin at the top of his class. It was winter. In its 200-year history, Raisin Swordsmanship Academy has produced 10 certified first-class swordsmen. Among them was a legend, titled the greatest swordsman of all time. With unwavering resolve and bravery, he became the ideal every knight aspired to be. Each semester, over 300 hopefuls compete to follow in his footsteps. Yet most don't even make it past the top 30. Those who fail the month-long probation period are immediately cut from the academy. At that moment, a man is riding on the back of a blonde-haired trainee. He urges the trainee to keep moving, mocking his pace. It's Richard Figure from Group 1, pushing the blonde trainee to go faster. Is that all you've got? He taunts. Nearby, a yellow-haired man shouts to the crowd. If you haven't placed your bets yet, better hurry up. The narrator explains. The schema users are all in Group 1. A few onlookers approach, placing their bets. I'm putting mine on silver, one says. Me too. Another chimes in. Meanwhile, the narrator breaks down the groupings. Those without schema, but with exceptional physical talent, are assigned to Group 2. Group 3, they're the ones who didn't qualify for anything, dragged here by their family's influence, lacking both skill and drive. Watching from the Sidel zines, 2 girls observe the scene. A short black-haired girl and a tall blonde-haired one, Elzine from Group 1. She glances at the chaos below and sighs, thinking to herself, this is just how the world works. If someone can't be trusted to guard your back in a fight, they're not a comrade. They're just cannon fodder. On the field, the blonde-haired trainee strains forward, but Fair, riding on his back, smugly declares he's winning again, until Rian suddenly appears out of nowhere. With a sharp kick, he knocks Fair off the trainee's back, stunning everyone. This isn't a playground. Knock it off, Rian says coldly. Figure glares and steps forward. Rian, he shouts furiously. You're dead. He storms toward him. From the Elzines. Elzine glances at the short black-haired girl and says, looks like it's finally happening. Rian, huh? You know him. The black-haired girl replies, yeah. But don't get the wrong idea. He's not strong or anything. She then explains Figure was squeezing money out of Group 2 students, saying it was for his birthday. Rian's group refused, so now they're marked by Group 1. Still, didn't expect Rian to throw the first punch. Looks like he's got a short fuse. Back in the confrontation, Rian tells Fair they should settle this outside. If the instructors catch wind of this, it'll hurt our records. Figure smirks, fine by me, then signals to his crew to follow. As they head out of the academy, Fair throws out more insults. Group 3 members watch closely, tension building. Fair snarls, let's see what happens when someone like you messes with us. Then, turning to his group, he says, give him one chance. 3 members from Group 1 charge over to Fur's side without hesitation. Watching them, Fair bursts into laughter. You see that, Rian? He mocks. You've got no one on your side. What now? Rian stares back, unfazed. What are you even saying? Do you only fight when the odds are in your favor? Fair is momentarily speechless. Rian clenches his fists. I fight because I have to. That's what being a knight means. Fair scoffs, a knight? You think you have the right to be one? Then, grinning wickedly, he steps forward. Fine. I'll go one-on-one like a real knight. Come on, let's see what you've got. Figure gestures toward himself, smirking. I'll even give you a free shot. Rian doesn't hesitate. He charges straight in for a punch. But Figure sidesteps at the last second and counters with a crushing blow to Rian's stomach. Why would I let you land a hit? He sneers. Rian doubles over in pain, gasping. So this is the power of schema? He thinks, trying to steady himself. Fair launches another punch. Why aren't you down yet? He growls, then unleashes a barrage of strikes. Were you overconfident? Rian grits his teeth, then strikes back with all his might, landing a solid punch to Fur's gut. Fair stares at him in disbelief. This guy, he can't even use schema. Is he seriously trying to fight me? The onlookers are stunned. Snarling, Fair slams his elbow down onto Rian's back, making blood spray from Rian's mouth. Fair keeps going, relentless and brutal, shouting, die. Just die already. Rian collapses, blood staining the ground beneath him. His classmates shout for Fair to stop, horrified. Are you trying to kill him? But suddenly, they go quiet. Next scene, Rian is tied upside down to a tree, naked. Laughter erupts from Fur's group. Haha, look at him. He's like bait on a fishing hook. What's he even thinking now? As they continue to mock him, Rian's eyes shift toward Elzine. Elzine meets his gaze, her thoughts dark. This isn't a fight anymore. This is humiliation. This is something a person doesn't come back from. Rian, battered and bleeding, manages a bitter smile. Sorry, he mutters to Elzine. Didn't expect a lady to see me like this. The others roar with laughter. What's wrong with this guy? Is he trying to show off now? They keep hurling insults, mocking Rian's pain. Do you really think acting tough when you're weak will make you look important? Someone jeers. Rian stands tall and answers with calm defiance. Say whatever you want. I won't care tomorrow, and soon, I won't even remember this moment. He says he fought with everything he had, holding fast to what he believed was right. He's not ashamed of that. Not even a little. But what about you? He asks, staring them down. You came to this school dreaming of becoming knights, and yet, you ran without even trying to fight. He tells them this. What they did today will never leave them. Their school days will always remind them of time they were too scared to speak, too afraid to act. You can't reclaim the past. Failing 100 times means nothing if the fight was real. But abandoning what you believe in, that's the kind of regret that never fades. He warns them. If they ever do earn honor as knights, they'll still remember the day they turned away from injustice. For a knight, your creed is your life, he shouts. If you want to be proud of who you are someday, then fight. In it here, he says everyone in that room, deep down, feels the same hunger to carve their name into legend. To be feared like a ghost on the battlefield. To be remembered as the greatest swordsman. As an Iron Knight, the student's eyes light up, burning with a fiery anger. Fair notices it, panic creeping in. He scoffs, trying to hold his ground. What? You want to fight? Go ahead. See if you end up like me. Suddenly, he spots Elzine spring into action. She leaps forward and slices through the rope binding Rian's legs. Rian crashes to the floor, his head slamming hard against the ground. Elzine steps forward, hand outstretched. I made up my mind, she says. What's your name? Then, with a smile, she introduces herself. Let's fight together. Rian stares at her silently. His hands are still tied. From the crowd, a blonde-haired student blurts out, "Wait, isn't Elzine Tess insanely strong?" Another boy turns to Rian. "You gonna sit there? If you call yourself a man, you can't stay down." The students begin stepping up, facing Fair and his group. "You think we're just gonna let you push us around like that?" One of them growls. Fair clenches his fist. "You're really gonna go this far?" He says, raising it. "You think I'll back down?" With a shout, the students rush in. "This is war," one yells. "You think that schema's all it takes?" Fair takes a beating, calling out for the instructor. Meanwhile, Elzine casually mentions, "I only threw a fork into the table. That's all." Rian shakes his head. "It's fine. I never wanted to be some hero anyway. That's why I brought us here, where there wouldn't be any instructors around." But Elzine just looks at him, puzzled. "You really didn't get it, huh? There's no way the instructors would let us be. Even now, we're being watched from all sides." Rian turns to her in stunned silence. The narrator cuts in. Despite their impressive grades, Fair and his group were denied admission. Rian, on the other hand, had ranked first out of 300. Now, though in class, Elzine can't help but tease. And to think, that same Rian is dead last. Flustered, Rian mutters, "I never asked to be at the top in the first place." Elzine grins. "How do you even train every single day without a break?" "I would have burned out ages ago. I got over that a long time ago," he replies. She tilts her head. "Aren't you even worried? You need to graduate, don't you? You have to make a name for yourself as a swordsman." Elsewhere, two students walk together, one warning the other, if he finishes last in this exam, he'll definitely be held back. Back with Elzine, Rian answers calmly, "It doesn't matter." She presses again. "Then tell me, what is it? What drives you? I need to know." Rian looks at her and says, "There's something more important than graduating or fame. I want to become stronger for my lord." Elzine's eyes narrow. "Wait, have you already pledged a knight's oath?" She sounds almost in disbelief. "You only get to do that once in your life, and you've already used it." Then she asks, "Are they someone famous?" Rian glances at Elzine. "Why are you so interested? You're making this all about pride." Elzine shrugs. "Because I'm curious. You're already committed. You've basically got a job. So why are you still studying here? Who is this person you've entrusted your whole life to?" "It's Shinor," Rian answers. Elzine hesitates. "And what does this person do?" "He's my friend. He's studying at a magic academy back in our hometown." Elzine freezes as if hit by a jolt. "Did I hear that right?" She wonders. "He didn't say a magician. He said a student? A knight's oath, made to someone unknown with no achievements or recognition. Wait, if he made the oath to a girl?" She suddenly stops walking. "Is that friend?" But Rian cuts her off. "The exam's about to start. Let's go." They both hurry toward the examination hall. Elzine, thinking to herself, "Fine, I'll ask him later." Everyone gathers in the CQB training hall. An instructor stands on an elevated platform, his voice loud and sharp. "Today's test is a practical," he announces. "It's all about movement, and especially how well you manage your center of gravity." The instructor, Parka Ken of Class 6, points to a black-haired student. "Where's a swordsman's center of gravity?" The boy replies, "The belly button." "Wrong," Parka snaps. He points to another. "You, the soles of the feet." "Wrong again." Parka rolls his eyes and asks a gray-haired student. "The belly be." "Stop. We've been through this." Parka barks. "All three of you down. Give me 200 push-ups." The students drop down with a groan. "The real answer," Parka declares, "is outside your body." The students freeze mid-rep. "In schema terms, we call this external gravity." "Say it." "External gravity," the class shouts in unison. One of the black-haired students mutters to himself, "This is the first I've heard of that." Parka, drawing his sword, says coldly, "Of course you haven't. I never bothered explaining it before." He lifts the blade. "I'll show you just once. Pay attention. This is what you'll be tested on." The moment Parka moves, the gray-haired student frowns. "He's seriously testing us without even teaching us first?" Another boy is just as confused. "Wait, is this the lesson?" We're already in the middle of the exam. Parka begins, stepping forward, slicing, then stepping back with another slash. The students watch in stunned silence. One of the black-haired boys thinks nervously, "That was just a swing. But what was that pressure?" "This," Parka explains, "is the core of swordsmanship. You shift your body, lean into the movement to change your center of mass. That momentum boosts the power of your strikes. He goes on, now, if you apply schema to that movement, the power multiplies. Judging by the blank looks around him, he smirks. You think that's obvious? Then let me tell you why every one of you would die in under 3 seconds in a real fight. He lifts his foot. In battle, movement is more important than strength. A true swordsman shifts their center of mass outside their body. With that, he slams his foot down and dashes forward, declaring, right now my center is behind my back. Parka bends, balances, and then launches into the air, sticking to the ceiling like it's the floor. One student gasps. He's walking on a ceiling. Then Parka leaps, twisting midair, flipping effortlessly, before landing back on the ground with flawless control. The students can only mutter in awe. Whoa, how's anyone spin that fast? Elzine watches closely, mind racing. There's no way to defend against that. That wasn't about raw strength. It was pure inertia. So this is the swordsmanship of the man they once called the Mage of Death. Parka calmly sheathes his sword and says, he wasn't actually manipulating gravity. What he did was enhance his physical power using schema, which created overwhelming inertia. As he steps forward, he explains that he only amplified the effect so they could grasp the concept more easily. And this, he adds, is exactly what today's lesson is about. He then calls out to everyone who reacted with a whoa during the demonstration and orders them to drop and give him 200 push-ups. The students quickly obey, dropping to the ground to begin their punishment. The narrator explains, external gravity is a technique where the user shifts their center of gravity by reinforcing their body with schema. This reinforcement produces incredible inertia, allowing for balance and movement that seem to defy gravity itself. It's this exaggerated shift in gravitational control that gives the technique its name, external gravity. The foundation of the move starts with what's known as first impact, the initial action needed to activate external gravity. One of the basic methods is muscle vibration, where the user contracts muscles to create internal tremors. In early training, this is often triggered by stomping the ground, but that method is far from practical in real combat. The man, sweating profusely, continued doing push-ups while the instructor shouted that they should listen to him during practice. Folding his arms, the man explained that the main topic for passing the center of gravity control exam would be overcoming horizontal obstacles. The rules were elementary. When different barriers started moving toward them, they had to dodge quickly. He pictured a diagram in his head and added that the obstacles would be very different, and at the final stage, there would be practically no room for dodging. Imagining the end of the route in his mind, he concluded by stating that they would not pass without using external gravity. The instructor then pointed toward the obstacles, explaining that they were made of the sharpest blades, so any mistake would result in death, and they should remember this well. The students, gritting their teeth, continued doing push-ups. The instructor received something from a student and stated that he was sure there were no cowards among them who would refuse to complete the task out of fear for their lives. And even if they lost a couple of pieces of flesh, Instructor Kana, a surgeon, would quickly patch them up, so there's no need to worry. The group was finishing their push-ups when the instructor suddenly shouted that if they were done, they should approach the numbers. Elzine wiped the sweat from her face and remarked that even though they had already mastered the scheme, which was the special ability, was he not overdoing it with these push-ups? Rian leaned toward his friend and told her to remain silent. Otherwise, he would add another 50 push-ups to their count. She grinned, noting that the instructor was already busy with the exam and was not even looking at them. The others, with tears in their eyes, wondered why their blonde goddess only spoke to him. The girl suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked if Chiron was Rian's girlfriend. Rian looked at his girlfriend in surprise, then furrowed his eyebrows in rage, stating that she had gone crazy. He added that, although he could not boast of his brains, he would never take such an oath in his life. Elzine looked at him with some surprise and asked if that was true. Rian closed his eyes and, still shouting, declared that his friend would become the strongest, so he swore his own life to him. Calming down, he added that his girlfriend should not make such strange assumptions. She thought to herself that he had changed since high school when he spoke about him, and apparently he could only talk so much about his friend, even with a hint of envy. With these thoughts, she brought her hand to her mouth. Elzine then pointed at herself and asked if Rian could introduce her to Chiron. He asked in shock why she needed that, and she replied that, since he spoke so highly of him, she was also interested. Besides, she was now jealous that he already had his own master. The student with the first number was preparing to take the exam, and Rian noted that it was still unexpected, especially since Chiron was currently in craze, far from there. The others present were warming up, and Elzine remarked that she would just go to craze since the holidays were approaching. She then smiled widely, mentioning that they had a small island in the south, a famous landmark, and it would be really enjoyable if they could go there together. Surprise appeared in Rian's eyes at the thought, and he questioned internally whether she should have fun with Chiron. He suddenly remembered how they had spent time together before Chiron left and thought about how they had not seen each other for half a year since becoming friends. Tears welled in his eyes, and he said that he wanted to see him. Leaving his memories, he brought his hand to his mouth, wondering how Chiron would take it, given that he was a rather modest person. Hearing this, Elzine smiled in satisfaction, thinking that this was a great answer. She then raised her index finger and told Rain to ask Chiron to bring a girlfriend as well, and questioned if he had no girlfriends at the Magic Academy, suggesting that they could then arrange a double date during the holidays. Rian turned abruptly, visibly confused and shocked by Elzine's suggestion, then turned away, stating that he would think about it. Elzine, overjoyed, closed her eyes, saying that before the holidays began, she first had to pass a practical exam. After a short while, she approached the instructor and announced her readiness. The man looked down at his tablet, and as soon as he gave the signal, Elzine rushed forward. The first obstacle appeared not far in front of her, and she overcame it with ease. Spinning in the air, she leapt over the second obstacle. While airborne, she looked ahead, telling herself that her flexibility would no longer help, as the final obstacle was enormous, completely blocking the path except for a small gap at the bottom. Quickly approaching it, she acknowledged that without external gravity, she would be cut like a cabbage. With burning determination in her eyes, her feet hit the floor, and she bent down, telling herself she needed to determine the center of gravity and move it outward. She slid under the last obstacle, gritting her teeth, and a moment later emerged on the other side. Rising to her feet, she heard the instructor shout that she had passed. Spreading her arms slightly, she thought that it was the first time she had done something like this, yet everything had gone smoothly. She then wondered if all the previous physical training had truly prepared them for this test, and concluded that even if he had a bad character, he was indeed a good instructor. The instructor looked thoughtfully at the document, holding a pen, and wrote Elzine's name in first place. Directing his menacing gaze forward, he called Rian to take his position. Placing his hands on the floor, Rian stared ahead with confidence. Moments later, he pushed off with all his might, making a strong forward jerk. The others opened their mouths in surprise, calling him very fast. He confidently leapt upward, looking carefully ahead, and decided that now he should use external gravity. Frowning, he thought of using the ability to move the center of gravity outward. As he jumped, the floor suddenly cracked under his foot, but he still jumped high. The instructor frowned in confusion. Pressing himself to the floor, Rian tried to slip past, but suddenly a sharp blade appeared right in front of him. At that very moment, he felt a strong impact, bounced off the floor, and crashed into the wall with full force. Breathing heavily, the instructor asked sternly why Rian had put his head under the blades. Coming closer, he demanded to know why he had not used the ability. Rian frowned, insisting that he had used it. The instructor, hands on his hips, shouted that he had not used anything, then asked who had said before the start that weaklings without the ability were not allowed to take the exam. Rian's expression changed, and he shouted that a month ago, during the commission, they told him he was allowed to take the exam. The man frowned, saying he would believe it, and pointed to a nearby boulder, telling him to lift it, as the commission required candidates to move objects several times heavier than their bodies. Rian approached, thinking that he had barely passed it before. Veins bulged on his neck and arms as he exerted strength and immediately lifted the stone. Shaking under its weight, he asked if the instructor was satisfied now. Beads of sweat appeared on the instructor's face in surprise and frowning. He wondered how it was even possible. Lowering his gaze in confusion, he remarked that the student had never used the diagram before. Rian, irritated, demanded to know what that meant and whether the instructor had even seen the rock he lifted. The instructor studied his surprised expression closely and said that Rian was simply very strong and had passed all the tests purely through brute force. Still holding the boulder, Rian stood for a moment before letting it drop. According to the exam results, he took last place. The panel indicates that a swordsman's techniques rely on strategy. Therefore, if one cannot use strategy, they will be exempt from all practical examinations and will not earn any points from practicals. The clear blue sky stretched above the academy. Rian was holding the report card, shaking hands and greeting, and wondering if he had been given the last place simply because he could not use the schema. He thought about how, if he told his father about his situation and then asked for time off to relax with his friends, his father would be furious. While he was reflecting on this, Elzine waved her hand at him and asked if he remembered about the vacation, adding that he should bring his friend. Frowning tensely, he turned around and assured her that he remembered everything, then wondered what the protagonist was doing at that very moment. Meanwhile, at the academy, the protagonist stood alone near the wall, his eyes suddenly lighting up. In the same instant, he became enveloped in magical energy and rushed from his place, using teleportation to move from a distance. During this time, he also employed quick movements on the patrol plane, making sharp turns. His bright blonde hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, leaving a luminous trail behind him. He used rainbow splashes to break on the ground. Immediately afterward, he stretched his hand forward and, using a photon cannon, created a powerful explosion. Smoke rose from the ground as Chiron continued to stand with his hand outstretched. Suddenly, a red light began to emanate from it. In the same moment, he used a laser, knowing that no matter how strong the material, after the shock wave reached it, it would be destroyed by the subsequent powerful spell. The laser struck the crack created by the photon cannon's explosion, and within seconds, it became several times stronger. Upon hitting the target, the protagonist sighed with relief. He looked at the hole in the rock and noted to himself that the photon cannon possessed a higher impact force, but the damage from the laser could be inflicted continuously. In this way, he realized that he had made great progress in magic in a short period. However, with these thoughts still in mind, Chiron used the wind rip with a single motion of his hand. The magical attack sliced an apple from a tree, and the spinning fruit fell to the ground. The protagonist understood that simply memorizing spells would lead to nothing. Looking at the apple in his hand, he acknowledged that he still had a long journey ahead. He remembered how he had fought before and noted that, while the enemy had not yet tested the strength of his magic, he could catch him off guard. The lack of accuracy, however, blocked the formulas of immortality. He recalled a powerful archmage and admitted that he had been helpless against such a truly strong opponent. That day, he had merely hidden behind the backs of stronger comrades. Thinking back, he remembered how people had died before his eyes and how his comrades had fallen. He had been unable to do anything. He thought of everyone dear to him and decided that if one day they were in danger, he did not want to remain an incapable weakling. From these thoughts, he squeezed the apple angrily, but before he could finish his reflection, someone called him from behind. Turning around, he saw a rookie and Nade walking toward him. Seeing his friends, the protagonist smiled, and suddenly his eyes lit up again. In the same moment, he altered the state of his mind. The others, witnessing the magical energy emanating from him, froze in surprise. In the very next instant, Chiron appeared in front of them. Nade raised his fists in fear, exclaiming in shock about what had just happened and wondering if it had truly been teleportation. Iruki observed and asked if he had already mastered it. The protagonist replied modestly that he had succeeded in moving almost at the speed of light, although the distance had been very small and of limited use. Iruki frowned and questioned what he meant by its limited usefulness, pointing out that even graduates had difficulty with such magic, and in addition, he had scared Nade. Nade then placed his hand on his chest in excitement, declaring that he also had something to surprise them with, before asking if the protagonist had seen plasma magic in action. Iruki turned to Chiron, wondering if he had been indulging in self-admiration on an empty training ground. The protagonist denied it with a smile, lowering his head and adding that he still had room to grow. Iruki then placed a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that everything was fine. Smiling warmly, Iruki remarked that the protagonist's laser magic, in which he used a stream of monochrome light, was truly remarkable, and that learning such magic would take anyone 10 years of hard training and study. Chiron widened his eyes in surprise as Iruki explained that he had understood the principle almost immediately by relying on the laws of physics used in the photon cannon. Therefore, Iruki saw no harm in him feeling proud of himself, and with a grin, added that the boy had grown greatly over the past semester. Chiron nodded with a smile, while birds flew over the building. Looking at their teachers, the boys expressed gratitude for teaching them throughout the semester. One of the teachers, smiling, admitted surprise at hearing such words from the three biggest troublemakers. Sienna folded her arms and advised them not to forget what they had learned during the holidays. The literature teacher patted Iruki's head, praising his progress from 0 points in the humanities to an excellent grade. Suddenly, Thad appeared behind Athela and addressed her, suggesting that they have dinner together during the holidays when free time allowed. The group looked greatly surprised. Athela replied that she needed to keep order in the council. Thad clenched his fists, remarking that she was so strong and that it would be wonderful if she allowed him to participate in training. Sienna smiled and teased Thad, asking if he had decided to join the council, since if he shaved, he would lose his title of ladies' man. Thad replied confidently that some hair was no obstacle to true love, and besides, Sienna would not know such a feeling, as she had never experienced it. Turning to Sienna, he asked if she had ever been in a relationship. She adjusted her glasses, replying that she had been in a relationship long ago. The teachers were surprised, wondering why they were even listening to this conversation. Thad's face changed, and he loudly accused her joking, then asked for the name of her chosen one. Sienna adjusted her glasses again, opened her eyes, and declared that she had been in a relationship with Magic. Thad and Chiron widened their eyes in astonishment and opened their mouths in disbelief. Altogether, they spread their arms to the sides as the headmaster entered the room, asking what they were doing. The principal followed, announcing that a temporary replacement principal would arrive next semester and requesting that they treat him as they had treated him. Nade frowned and protested that they did not need another principal. The old man then turned to Chiron, asking if he could spare a minute before leaving. Iruki and Nade told the boy they would wait outside. Left alone with the headmaster, Chiron listened as he asked if he truly wished to get to the bottom of it, his eyes sparkling as he referred to Moreau. Chiron's pupils narrowed in surprise. Exhaling heavily, Chiron admitted that nothing could be hidden from the old man. The principal stroked his beard, explaining that after 40 years of watching over children, he could recognize such things in their eyes. Lowering his head, the protagonist apologized, but he interrupted, advising him to begin by exploring the ruins of Kurgo. Chiron raised his head in surprise, and the principal, grinning, told him that if he went there, he could roughly determine where Moreau was currently living. Chiron's eyes widened as he realized the location of the ruins of Kurgo. Elzine looked out the window and asked if Rian remembered where they were going. Rian, stepping out of the carriage, declared with determination that he did, but when pressed for their destination, both Chiron and Rian, frowning, replied together that it was on Galleon Island. The director of the academy regarded the protagonist and declared that he would permit him to explore the ruins of Kurgo, a decision that signified complete trust in him and reliance on his judgment. He cautioned him not to lower his guard under any circumstances. Chiron responded with a warm smile, expressing gratitude to the elderly man and assuring him that he would not cause any trouble. After a brief pause, he inquired about Chiron's reason for wanting to learn about Moreau. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. The director smiled at him, and after another moment of silence, Chiron explained that he had heard a voice when returning from another dimension. The old man, raising his hand, sought confirmation, and the boy affirmed that the voice belonged to him. Chiron's thoughts wandered to the moment before he had returned to his body, when a monster in his mind had told him that his parents were better off without him, that he was illegitimate, that they were not his real parents, and that he was unnecessary to the world. This voice had spoken of truths buried so deeply in his memory that he had nearly forgotten them. Hearing this, the headmaster's gaze lowered in disappointment. He reflected that all he knew about Chiron had come from Clump. When he looked back up, Chiron remarked that it was only because he had been able to accept these facts as part of himself that he had attained an adamantite body. Yet, he still had much to learn and a strong desire to grow. Chiron looked back at him with resolve, stating that to achieve this, he needed to understand himself better and resolve the contradictions within. The headmaster was surprised by this declaration. Chiron admitted that it had first been only a guess, but perhaps, by learning more about her, he could uncover something important. He envisioned Moreau in his mind, one who had created countless dimensions and chosen her solitude, and reasoned that she might be able to find answers to her questions. With furrowed brows, he concluded that this was why he wished to proceed. The wide window illuminated the room, and the headmaster stood directly before him. As the protagonist departed, the old man reflected that children his age often lost their way at least once. Closing his eyes, he mused that all people were but travelers abandoned on a vast, lonely land. Seagulls soared above the bustling city. The headmaster watched Chiron go, lifting his hand and quietly wishing that the boy would find a way to understand and accept himself and a means to protect those dear to him. Gazing at a photograph of his loved ones, he murmured that it was interesting. He remembered when Clump had approached him with shining eyes, remarking that Chiron reminded him of a younger version of himself. That day, the director had stared out the same window, wondering how they could ensure the boy did not follow the same terrible path as he once had, if indeed the resemblance was true. He recalled the time when a young man had stood with an outstretched arm, proclaiming the wave theory, which had been proven through experiments, yet was met only with ridicule. He remembered when the protagonist had saved that boy during an examination, noting that despite his talent, he was neither arrogant nor without good friends. This memory led him to reflect on his youth and to draw parallels between himself and Chiron's companions. The director remembered how he had once rebelled against his teacher, then thought of Chiron leaving toward a bright future. In his mind, he saw both images side by side and realized that Chiron had chosen understanding over anger, acting as if doing everything the old man himself had been unable to do. Perhaps, in a way, Chiron was doing it on his behalf. The headmaster imagined resting a hand on the boy's shoulder. Looking at a general photograph with his beloved, he admitted that he had failed to protect Moreau. Yet, because this matter concerned Chiron, he wondered if, just this once, he might be selfish. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Iruki was surprised to learn that the protagonist had told the director about Moreau. Chiron mentioned that the old man had instructed him to investigate the ruins of Kurgo, adding that he had not expected such easy approval. Nade, waving his arms, remarked that the ruins were a famous resort and asked if he truly planned to visit. Chiron confirmed with determination, adding that he intended to go during the holidays. Students departed the academy for the break, bidding farewell to their friends. Iruki remarked that it would be pleasant if they could all travel together, though he added with a sigh that his father would never allow it. Nade exhaled heavily, admitting that his own family was much the same, albeit in a slightly different way, which still posed a problem. He then commented that it was unusual for Chiron to have met the first president of the research group for supernatural spirit studies, and even Maikia jailed president of the Magic Association, who had been a founding member. Iruki, hands in pockets, noted that the creator of the Istis equation was also a founding member. They agreed that it must have been an extraordinary era with so many remarkable people. Nade smiled and asked if Chiron would share his research findings at school later. Chiron nodded, assuring that he would share everything. As the carriage wheels began to turn, Nade looked out the window, bidding farewell to his friends and suggesting they write letters. Iruki extended a thumbs up from the window. Chiron asked them to take care of themselves, saying they would meet again in a month. In the capital of Bashuka, sunlight fell brightly upon the Ogent Reina's mansion. Inside the mansion, we saw clothes were scattered across the stairs, and in the center of the room stood a large piano. The girl, seated before it, was deeply absorbed, her eyes glittering. Rian, peering in, thought of how noisy it was and that it was beginning again. To him, the once troublesome girl seemed to be turning into a true witch. Realizing she was in a trance, he decided it would be best not to disturb her focus and instead to quietly leave. Just as he began to turn away, a high-heeled shoe flew through the air toward his head. Adjusting the hem of her dress, the girl stepped forward, suspicious of the intruder. Approaching Rian, she demanded to see his report card. He protested that he was no longer a child and could take care of himself. Placing her foot upon her injured brother, she reminded him that he should have complied earlier and managed to get the report card. Her gaze fell upon the sheet, and her expression shifted from curiosity to horror. With trembling hands, she realized that her brother had ranked last. She angrily questioned his judgment and accused him of presenting a farce. Rian hastily stuffed items into his bag, insisting that he had no choice if things had gone poorly. Turning to leave, he announced his departure, but she seized him by the shirt, demanding to know where he was headed, as they were meant to go to their grandfather together. He retorted that he already had plans, but she crossed her arms and pressed to know with whom. Standing on his head, she accused him of lying, claiming that he had no friends. Rian looked aside, deciding to choose his words carefully, wondering if he revealed that he was going on a double date with Chiron, then her jealousy might kill him. He asked if she knew the Elzine family, mentioning that their only daughter was named Tez Elzine. She scowled, accusing him of ridiculous lies, doubting that a girl of such noble birth would travel with him. Rian shoved her leg away and dashed toward the exit, while she called after him from the railing. He ran faster, ignoring her demands to stop. She muttered about his poor lying skills and glanced again at the exam paper, confident that he would never get past her scrutiny. Smiling, she takes a carriage and challenges him, eager to see who reaches Craze first. The carriage rolled steadily along the country road as the protagonist inquired whether young Master Rai had finally received his certificate. The butler, seated opposite him, replied that Rai had graduated 10th in his class and was currently working diligently on the front lines. He then informed him that the young Lady Reina had recently become the lead composer of the Seventh State Orchestra. With a faint smile, the butler added that the head of the family was as busy as ever, and the elder had retired and returned to Craze. Chiron raised his index finger, remarking that he had heard his older brother Rian would be present as well, and wondered aloud how he was doing. Timurin answered that, unfortunately, he could not say for certain, as he only knew he had been promoted to the rank of 6th class swordsman. It would be best to avoid mentioning him at the main estate. At this, the protagonist's brows lifted in surprise. He considered it strange that, despite the head of the family's deep affection for his children, something had occurred to create such distance, perhaps a matter of political intrigue. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he asked if Rian was well, noting that he had not seen him for a long time. The butler replied that Rian had not written for over 6 months. The carriage continued down the road, and the protagonist, with a light laugh, remarked that this was just like him. Later, he arrived and pushed open the door to his home, where mugs of beer and plates of food lay spread across the table. Rian and Chiron's father was clinking glasses before drinking. Chiron's eyebrows rose in shock at the scene, and he demanded to know what was happening. His father rushed to embrace him warmly, asking how he had been, but the son flinched in horror, catching the scent of alcohol. The father kissed his son repeatedly, while the boy stood bewildered, wondering what was going on. He had long anticipated this reunion, imagining his parents greeting him with open arms after 6 months apart. Snapping back to the present, he asked why Rian was there. His father explained that Rian had been waiting for 2 days, chopping firewood and joining him on hunting trips. Rian pounded his chest and declared that a true man should be a provider. Olina appeared from around the corner, and the protagonist joyfully rushed into her arms, asking if it had been difficult for them without him. Stroking his head, she replied that the Ogent family had helped them greatly in his absence. She then looked toward her drunken husband and chided him for drinking when their son had just arrived, though he quickly turned away. Moments later, Chiron turned to his friend and confronted him about the claim that he had not written to his family for 6 months, asking if he had been staying at the main estate. Rian, resting his hands behind his head, replied that he did not need to. Home was home. Chiron disagreed, demanding to know what he had done, but Rian merely looked aside in discomfort before cheerfully suggesting to Vincent that they chop wood. Chiron mused to himself that it was not that Rian did not want to return home, but that he could not. Vincent proudly flexed his bicep, declaring that men should not remain idle. The protagonist sighed heavily, reflecting that it had been far too long since he had been home. Removing his vest, he assured his mother that everything would be fine and they would return soon, though she warned that climbing the mountains in such a state was dangerous. He tightened his belt and reassured her, his unwavering gaze meeting hers, promising he would be with them. Olina raised her brows in surprise at his certainty, questioning inwardly whether she truly should not worry. All three left the house smiling, while she watched them go, thinking that though only 6 months had passed, her son seemed entirely different. Rian slung the axe over his shoulder and challenged his friend to a wager. Whoever felled a tree in the fewest strikes would win, and the loser would grant the winner a wish. Chiron recalled that he had once made a similar bet with his father. A few minutes later, a tree trembled under a powerful blow. The protagonist stared, mouth agape, recognizing what Rian was doing. Rian laughed, stating that this was not some special trick for felling trees. He was merely warming up. With a grin, he hefted the axe behind his head and swung it with a loud cry. Father and son watched in astonishment as a bolt of lightning erupted from the strike, toppling the tree in one blow. The protagonist exclaimed at the display, realizing Rian had mastered the sword killer strike. Rian tossed the axe over his shoulder, boasting that he was no longer a boy but a man. Smiling, he admitted inwardly that he had considered what to do if it failed. Memories of using the lightning bolt before, breaking a sword, and mastering a secret technique flashed in the protagonist's mind, along with Vincent's earlier question about his training. Vincent scratched his beard, thinking that Chiron had a great friend, one who, despite his origins, remained humble, polite, and persistent enough to train without giving up. Folding his arms, Vincent asked Chiron if he truly believed he could defeat Rian. Chiron admitted he was unsure, as winning would require felling the tree in a single blow. Rian offered him the axe, but Chiron declined, saying it was unnecessary. Placing his hand upon the tree's bark, he closed his eyes as leaves swirled around him. Vincent and Rian stared in astonishment, feeling the wind gather. Mana wrapped the bark, and with a sharp crack, the tree split in two. Chiron raised his hand triumphantly, declaring victory. Rian frowned, questioning what kind of sorcery this was, and the protagonist replied that it was the wind cutter. Vincent ran to the tree, marveling at the magic, and laughed, declaring that they need not worry about firewood for winter. Chiron assured his father he could rely on him. Rian smiled, thinking he had been right all along. The protagonist then told Rian to haul the firewood, and Rian, hanging his head, admitted he had planned to do it anyway. That night, the family sat together at the dinner table, all smiling warmly. Rian watched from the side, grinning. After a while, as they were lying in the room, Rian asked if his friend wanted to travel to Galleon Island as well. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, the protagonist explained that he needed to explore the ruins of Kurgos. Rian asked if this was truly necessary for his studies. Chiron replied that it would also be a good chance to relax, as the island was famous among tourists. Rian furrowed his brows, setting one condition. Chiron must bring a girlfriend along. The protagonist wondered aloud if this was some kind of double date, noting that Rian must have found someone at the Swordsman Academy. He then asked Rian if he was studying properly. Also, he was suspicious that he had come here first instead of going straight home. Rian scratched the back of his head, asking to drop such dull topics, before awkwardly asking if Chiron would bring someone or not. Rian thought to himself that Chiron was so shy he could barely look a girl in the eye, and he doubted Chiron knew how to speak to the girls. If needed, he would simply tell Elzine the truth. Before Rian could say further, Chiron agreed, adding that he would bring a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Rian's expression changed drastically in surprise as his mouth opened in awe, while the parents, standing behind the door, were left wide-mouthed in shock. The moonlight shone through the wide window as Rian asked if his friend was popular with girls. He added that their witch would probably be very upset if she found out. After a short pause, the protagonist, looking at the ceiling, wondered aloud how Reina was doing, noting that it must be wonderful to have such a kind older sister, although he had grown up alone. Rian, looking at his friend, did not answer anything about his sister and instead asked if his friend's girlfriend was pretty. Chiron glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and admitted that she was very pretty. Turning to his friend, he warned him not to get his hopes up too much, since she might not agree, which caused Rian to jump up and declare that he had to make her agree. A few days later, the protagonist's house was illuminated by the rays of the bright sun. Rian had to return home to prepare for the journey and persuade his girlfriend to go with them, so they set off for Craze. The boys stood in front of the house, saying that they would be back soon, when Olina suddenly stepped forward and handed her son a 4-leaf clover charm. Taking it, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise as his mother reminded him of the time she had gone to bed with a fever. Chiron's mind drifted to that memory. His mother lay in bed with a rag on her forehead, suddenly sitting up in surprise upon seeing her son beside her. On her bed were all the 4-leaf clovers he had collected from the mountains. Returning to reality, Chiron looked at the charm with a smile, recalling how he had even used his spiritual zone to find and gather them all. His parents hugged him, telling him that since he was going to Craze for the first time, he should take care of himself and return safe and sound. Rian looked at his friend with a smile, while Chiron remarked that they would simply go to his house now and depart on the trip tomorrow. He thought to himself that Chiron's character was very similar to his parents. Suddenly, Olina handed Rian the same amulet, which he accepted with gratitude. With great confidence, he assured them not to worry. As Chiron's knight, he promised to protect his friend. The woman, smiling warmly, thought to herself that she could entrust her son to this friend. The Karmas family was considered the first noble family in the kingdom of Thormia. Their descendants had inherited a special ability, scarlet eyes associated with memory. This gift granted them the capacity to absorb information 10 times faster than others. Yet they did not seek power. Instead, they favored a more carefree life, as the family valued individuality above all else. All members were exceptional in some specific field, and the glowing red eyes of each family member had earned them the title of Star of the Continent. The protagonist stood in front of the gate to the Karmas family's estate, noting that he had arrived without making an appointment. He wondered what he should do if she was not home. While contemplating this and gazing at the towering mansion, the guards at the gate noticed him. Less than a minute later, Chiron approached and introduced himself, explaining that he was Amy's friend from the Magic Academy. An older guard chuckled, thinking that many people flocked here like flies to honey when she began her vacation, and that royal blood would mean little in this case. The guard's companion was sent to check, riding off to the estate with trembling hands. The older guard studied Chiron, wondering if he belonged to some notable family. Before Chiron could answer a question about his lineage, the other guard returned at full speed, leaping from his horse to announce that Amy had ordered him to be brought inside. The older guard, shocked, realized this was true just as a carriage drawn by 2 white horses approached. The man accompanying it declared that the young Miss Amy herself had given the order to escort him. Chiron was admitted into the estate, and the guards saluted him in welcome. A plump man emerged from the carriage, introducing himself as Adele, the head butler. After greeting him, Adele explained that before escorting him further, he needed to confirm his identity, since the miss had instructed that only Chiron be brought in. Chiron, surprised, wondered at her style of communication and the butler's strict interpretation. Adele smiled, closing his eyes, and declared it his duty to verify anyone entering the estate. Suddenly, Chiron's eyes glowed and his hair began to flutter as if underwater. He felt as though every organ in his body was clenched into a fist. The sensation resembled a disruption of nerve endings, and he recognized it as a technique using eye pressure, transmitting compressed emotions directly to another person. The other butlers whispered in horror, wondering if this was the same punishment technique Adele often used on them. Despite beads of sweat forming on his face, Chiron remained calm and composed, resisting the pressure. Adele was astonished that he could withstand such force. Narrowing his eyes, the butler pondered what was hidden inside this boy. As the carriage continued forward, Adele apologized deeply, asking for punishment for his excessive caution and admitting that it had been his own decision. He explained that this was the first time Amy had allowed a young man to enter the house, and he had wanted to see it for himself. Chiron understood, likening Adele's concern to that of a grandfather doting on his granddaughter. Adele assured him there was no need to be nervous, hinting that the meeting might exceed expectations. Chiron exhaled heavily as the carriage rolled on. The girl's hair shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, and she suddenly looked out the window in surprise, wondering if he was here. The carriage passed by a fountain, and the protagonist, smiling, remarked inwardly on how beautiful the place was. He glanced around, noting that their garden was simply splendid. The butler explained that the fountain's design had been created by Miss Amy herself, and added that each member of the family had their assigned area decorated to their taste. Chiron noticed an inscription indicating that this part of the garden belonged to Amy, and with bright eyes, he found it an impressive sight. Observing further, he thought about how the fountain had been crafted to reflect light upon the water, something very much like Amy. Adele, closing her eyes, mentioned that every member of the Karmas family possessed the gift of scarlet eyes. With a wide smile, he reflected that this allowed them to excel in vastly different fields, which was why they rarely interacted. Even during the attack on their academy, the family head had only ensured Amy's safety, leaving the rest to the academy's discretion. The protagonist, startled by this, considered how Amy had been in mortal danger at the time. Before he could dwell on it, the butler clarified that this was not due to a lack of parental love, but rather a family custom. Their lady had endured much at a young age because of such traditions. Chiron chuckled and looked away, doubting the sentiment. Adele then opened her eyes, sharing that she had recently undergone changes and now took pleasure in continuing the family business, believing it was thanks to him, for which she felt heartfelt gratitude. From this, our boy felt both surprised and embarrassed. While they conversed, the carriage arrived at a luxurious palace. Minutes later, they stepped inside. The protagonist glanced around, feeling slightly uneasy, hoping they would not turn him away once the butler announced that Lady Amy's friend had arrived. A girl in a green dress lifted her hem and cried out loudly, startling Chiron into stillness. Amy's mother, Isis, the lady of the house, leaned toward him with flushed cheeks and joyful exclamations, saying she could hardly believe she was seeing a man. The protagonist awkwardly extended his hand and introduced himself, silently noting how closely she resembled Amy. Without hesitation, the woman seized his hand, dismissing etiquette, and pulled him toward a sofa. She then loudly declared that Amy's boyfriend had arrived. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he noticed a man with a shiny ring on his little finger seated before him. It was Shakora Karmas, head of the clan, who lowered his newspaper and asked if this was his daughter's boyfriend. Chiron, nervous, attempted to deny the misunderstanding, but his words halted when he saw Dien, the eldest son, and Aless, the second son, approaching. With bright eyes, they expressed a desire to examine the one who had stolen their sister's heart. Cold sweat broke across the protagonist's skin, and his heartbeat quickened. He felt like an insect under scrutiny, believing their stares were meant to etch his face into memory. When Isis asked if she was correct in thinking he and Amy attended the same school, he replied that he was still in the 5th year, though he would move to the 4th next semester. This brought silent stares, followed by grins from the men, who laughed heartily, assuming it was a quirk of the academy system. Chiron, bewildered, questioned what was happening. Amy suddenly appeared, frowning in anger, demanding to know if her family intended to mock her guest. Her expression remained stern as she ushered them toward her room. Inside, her room was lined with bookshelves and adorned with plush toys. Her brothers remarked on her abrupt behavior, though to them she would always be their beloved little sister. Amy sipped her tea irritably as Dien questioned how the protagonist had won her over. Aless added with a grin that he must have taken responsibility like a true man. Isis approached to ask if they were dating, prompting Amy to declare sharply that they were indeed dating, before forcing her family out of the room. From the couch, Shakora calmly observed the scene. Chiron, uneasy, asked if it was all right for her to say such a thing, pointing out that although they pretended to be a couple at the academy, it was not necessary to lie to her family. Amy dismissed his concern, saying her family did not mind, and placed her hand on her stomach, remarking that this would ensure they left her alone. Chiron apologized for causing trouble and admitted he should have warned her in advance. She then asked why he had truly come, suspecting he was not there merely for tea. After some thought, the protagonist revealed that he had a favor to ask. He wanted her to accompany him to Galliamd Island. She questioned whether they would be going together, and he explained that his close friend Rian had suggested the trip. Rian had mentioned bringing a companion, so Chiron decided to invite Amy. Hearing Rian's name, Amy suspected it was a ploy for a double date. Beads of sweat formed on her neck as she wondered why Chiron had chosen her so suddenly. She recalled how, during their pretend relationship, he had shown no signs of interest. Amy asked why he had not chosen one of his other female friends from different classes. Looking at her tea, she remarked that she was a senior and that everyone else was currently busy with training, so no one else was available. Despite this, he still asked her. Lowering his head, Chiron admitted she was the only one for him, causing Amy to choke on her tea and spit at him. With a towel thrown in his direction, she told him to clean himself up, clearly disgusted by his expression. Amy's thoughts drifted to past events, wondering about his expression when they fell and why he had saved her first. She questioned whether he was ashamed of failing to keep a promise and whether she had feelings for him, and if so, since when. Chiron then brought up their earlier conversation about a man named Moreau. Amy, recalling that this was the first head of the scientific department who had traveled to other dimensions. The protagonist explained his recent theory, that the formula for immortality might be closely tied to superliminal speed. He wanted to learn more about Moreau and had been told by the director that the ruins of Kurgo might hold more information. When Rian proposed a trip there, he had agreed. Amy sat with her hands on her knees, mouth agape, in surprise. Thick clouds floated across the blue sky as the conversation between Amy and the protagonist continued. Amy explained that Kurgo was a historical landmark, but it was not part of the kingdom of Thormia. These ruins belonged to the autonomous government of Galliant. She regarded her guest intently, adding that if he ever needed someone capable of coping with unforeseen dangers at a moment's notice, then he had indeed come to the right place. The protagonist, somewhat confused, admitted that she was partly correct. Amy silently concluded that the real reason he had chosen her was because, despite their rocky start, she remembered everything that had happened between them. Thanks to these shared experiences, they had begun to understand each other much better. She recalled the first time she had declared him her boyfriend, how she had worried about him during the exam, and how sincerely she had supported him. She remembered every moment connected to him, convinced that they had always tried to protect one another. All those countless situations from the past had created a bond of trust between them. As the puzzle in Amy's mind fell into place, she continued to watch the protagonist, who stood gazing at the floor in quiet confusion. After a brief pause, she rose, deciding that such measures were necessary, for this investigation was not merely to satisfy her curiosity. Stepping toward the balcony, she thought that perhaps he could finally obtain answers to the questions that had plagued him since crossing the dimension. Her thoughts drifted to the moment she had noticed him upon waking up that day. Chiron had been staring thoughtfully at the clear sky. Pulling herself from the memory, Amy glanced at him from the corner of her eye, wondering what troubles he was trying to face alone, for she could no longer pretend ignorance. Who else, she thought, would worry about him so deeply if not her? The protagonist stared at the mug full of tea, confusion still clouding his mind, when he heard Amy's voice offering to accompany him. A warm smile appeared on her face as she declared her intention to travel with him to Galleon Island. The next day, under a clear blue sky, at the Ogent family mansion, Elzine arrived and greeted Bischoff with a hand pressed to her chest. Bishop approached with a wide smile, remarking on her family's fame as diplomats and inquiring about her father. Rian, observing with a sly smile, thought to himself that everything was proceeding according to plan. His eyes glimmered with cunning, for he had been hiding in Chiron's house for several days, using Elzine as cover. Soon, the travel permit would be in his possession. Elzine admitted that although her father remained in occupied territory, he had never neglected sword training. In truth, she had no idea of his current whereabouts. Closing her eyes, she silently admitted she knew nothing and spoke only because she wished to travel. Bischoff lowered his head, noting that a man who built a family with a sword was unlike the rest. If the fencing style of her family was known for its directness and firmness, then the swordsmanship of Elzine's family was famed for its sharpness. Crossing his arms, Bischoff regarded his son and remarked that dating such a wonderful girl was unlike him. Rian quickly denied it, insisting she was merely a friend, while Elzine's angry gaze burned into him. Rian then requested permission for them to take a trip, noting that academy life was strenuous and they needed rest. Bischoff examined a document and acknowledged their hard work, commenting on Rian's muscle mass improvement and noting that he had opened the diagram. Cold sweat broke on Rian's face as he considered that the certificate was proof of muscle enhancement, yet if the false diagram was discovered, it would be worthless. Still, it was necessary to deceive his father for now. Bischoff's expression softened unexpectedly as he acknowledged his son's effort, a reaction Rian had never seen before. After a pause, Bischoff inquired about his report card. Rian replied that his sister had taken it to show their grandfather, then reminded his father of the promise to give him his grandfather's sword if he opened the diagram. Not long after Bischoff agreed that Rian should also learn the great sword techniques of the Ogent family, Rian ascended the stairs and opened the massive doors of the library. A bright light spilled into the room, revealing a massive sword mounted on the wall. Approaching reverently, Rian recognized it as the great sword he had dreamed of since childhood, the symbol of steadfastness and the pride of the Ogent family. Slowly, he lifted it from its mount, feeling its weight. Though heavy for those without mastery of the diagram, it was not so for him. He swung it with ease before placing it on his back. Several days earlier, the protagonist had told Rian he could not spend the entire vacation together, for he had to investigate the historical ruins of Kurgo, and it would be safer to go alone. Rian, frowning, considered that this was more reason to accompany him, for a knight should protect his master. He resolved that this would be his first mission as Chiron's knight. Soon after, Butler announces that the young master has arrived at the mansion. The protagonist greeted everyone warmly, and Bischoff congratulated him on his academic success. Chiron modestly attributed his transfer to the 4th grade to the patriarch's support. Bischoff, though surprised, recognized his talent. His gaze shifted to Amy, and he wondered if she was the protagonist's girlfriend. Amy politely introduced herself, her composure hiding the surprise she caused among the onlookers. Bischoff's mind darkened as he recognized her resemblance to a member of the most prestigious aristocratic family, recalling the potential burdens this could bring. Nevertheless, he felt pride that Rian had opened the system and built ties with great noble houses. Rian, clenching his fists, declared their departure, knowing the trip would take at least 10 days. Bischoff tossed him a small bag of travel funds, prompting Rian to hasten their departure. Ordering a carriage to the port, he ignored Timurin's suggestion to repair the wheels. Elzine, observing the protagonist, was surprised that he appeared more a refined young gentleman than a fiery champion of righteousness, especially given his connection to the famed Karmas family. After handshakes and introductions, Elzine asked about Chiron's origins, surprised to learn he was a commoner. An awkward silence followed, broken only when Elzine realized her lapse and apologized. Rian announced that everything was ready, but suddenly an explosion and a loud voice filled with mana's force erupted behind them. Bischoff, his expression grim and eyes glowing with fury, cursed, commenting on how dare Rian get last place. Upon hearing this, the protagonist turned toward his friend, only to realize he was no longer there, and called out in alarm, asking if he was truly the last one. Rian had already fled at full speed, advising his companions to do the same. The others quickly rushed after him, while Chiron continued to call out, demanding to know what was happening and where Rian was going. Rian eventually admitted that it was true. He had taken the last place among the academy students and had lied about unlocking the schema based on what he had heard. Horror flashed in the protagonist's eyes, and he called out for Rian to tell the truth. The group ran through the forest, and Amy wondered aloud what was so frightening, suggesting he should simply try and tell his father the truth. He responded that they should try if they can. Rian, turning to his friends with a smile, revealed that his father was a level 4 swordsman. This information caused everyone's expressions to tense, just as a series of explosions erupted behind them. Rian screamed in terror that his father would finish him off, while trees and stone statues shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Amy came alongside Elzine, grabbed her hand, and urged the protagonist to use teleportation. Furrowing his brows, Chiron responded that he understood, and in the next moment, he seized his friend by the collar. Immediately, a magical impulse formed beneath his foot, and the group, wrapped in magical energy, surged forward. The eyes of the protagonist and Amy blazed brightly as Chiron sped past obstacles, cutting through trees, while his companion mirrored his movements. 2 radiant yellow lights continued without pause. Rian followed, marveling to himself that this was incredible, his own eyes glowing with the same yellow light. Everything blurred before him, and he realized that this must be how Chiron perceived the world of magic. Suddenly, Elzine turned with terror in her gaze, shouting that something was catching up. A massive red tornado closed the distance rapidly. Hearing this, the MC stopped and called for Amy. Surprise appeared in her eyes as she halted beside him and asked what he intended to do. He explained that he was going to use spatial movement, his eyes alight with excitement, declaring that if they were going to run, it would be better to reach their destination instantly. Elzine looked at him in shock, wondering if he could truly manipulate space. As everyone gathered close, Chiron admitted that he had not expected to use it so soon. The ground trembled under their feet, and trees crashed down behind them. A moment later, the boy shifted his state of mind, and the space around them warped. They escaped from the tornado at the very last second, the sound of an immense explosion erupting in their wake. Elsewhere, Bischoff stood with his hand extended, his eyes burning with rage, muttering that he had almost been too late. He clutched his son's report letter tightly, remarking that Chiron had already mastered spatial movement. Looking down at the Academy's report, he quietly acknowledged that his son was like him in some ways, though he tossed the result aside, deciding not to dwell on it. The report indicated that Rian had achieved the level of utilizing the scheme with only physical strength, and Bischoff reasoned that this alone deserved recognition. Gazing at the several-kilometer trail left behind by his power, he thought that it would serve as a good reminder for the boy in the future. Rian, still shaken, stared at his own hands in fear, muttering that the sky and earth had seemed to shrink. He asked what kind of magic it was, his mouth open in awe. The protagonist explained that it was called spatial displacement, and that it was his first time using it, so he had been somewhat worried. Amy observed that it was extremely difficult to perform under such circumstances, while Elzine frowned, feeling as though she was the only one who did not understand anything. Her eyes widened as she realized that Chiron had not only bypassed every obstacle through teleportation, but had also transported them through space while being a mere student. Studying him more closely, she admitted to herself that if Amy had used such magic, it would not have been surprising, but Chiron was a commoner. Gathering her resolve, Elzine asked how he had learned magic. She noted that without the ability to use the spiritual zone, one would never be admitted into the Magic Academy. The protagonist smiled, explaining that it had been possible thanks to Rian. He further revealed, to her surprise, that with the support of the Ogent family, he had gained entry to the academy. Amy gazed sternly ahead when Elzine remarked that this meant he had been competing with aristocrats since youth. Rian, closing his eyes, clarified that Chiron had joined the academy only 6 months earlier. This revelation shocked Elzine as she looked back at Chiron, realizing why Rian had sworn a knightly oath of loyalty to him. With wide eyes, she asked if he was a genius, then lowered her head in apology for her earlier rudeness. She also offered Amy an apology, reasoning that in her place, she might have been furious if anyone had treated her partner arrogantly, leaving Amy stunned. Rian laughed, remarking that Elzine did not truly know Chiron, and adding that although she was very straightforward, she never meant to offend. If she ever hurt someone with her words, she would admit it immediately. Elzine suddenly scolded them for thinking foolish things. She declared that both were blessed by the heavens with beauty and remarkable magical abilities, leaving the protagonist to silently wonder how she could say such mortifying words without hesitation. Turning to Amy, Elzine asked if she had recently used the schema, pointing out that this meant she not only possessed magical talent, but had also unlocked it perfectly. The protagonist thought that, along the way, they had shared their personal stories, and perhaps because they were all peers and students, understanding had arisen naturally. Amy looked at Chiron with a smile, while he reflected that he had been able to share secrets and forge new friendships. Birds soared in the clear sky, and ships clustered near the harbor of Craze. Smiling broadly, the protagonist noted with happiness that it was his first time sailing. He asked how long it would take to reach the island, and was told it would be about 5 hours. Amy, holding a sheet of paper, explained that she had researched the destination before the trip. Looking down at her notes, she described Galleon Island as covering roughly 1,500 square kilometers, shaped like a crescent moon, with a sharp cliff to the north and a port to the south. The main residential and tourist areas were also located in the south. She noted that the ruins lay in the east, remnants of the ancient Kurgo civilization that had vanished about 2,000 years ago. Rian turned to the protagonist, asking if he intended to explore them, to which Chiron responded enthusiastically. Approaching Amy, he inquired what else she had learned. Adjusting her hat, Elzine thought that while vacations and relaxation were pleasant, she also enjoyed such adventures, especially with real magicians among them, making the trip feel like the start of a mysterious journey. Watching the protagonist reading the book, she reflected that magicians were often sensitive and difficult to work with, but if they were all as kind as these two, she had no concerns. 5 hours later, Chiron and Amy stared at each other with tense expressions. Elzine looked at her friends, trembling, and thought fearfully that magicians could be terrifying. In general, no one was to blame for what had happened. 5 gold coins lay scattered on the ground. Amy, folding her arms across her chest, looked at her companion sternly. The main character was gripping the girl's hand tightly. Elzine observed them and questioned why Chiron was acting in such a manner, to which Rian responded that it was unlike him at all. Suddenly, the girl lowered her head and quietly murmured something before clenching her fists and shouting loudly, and screaming that it was a quarrel between 2 lovers. To understand the current situation, events from an hour earlier must be recalled. For friends and 3 strangers had been standing at the port, awaiting a passenger ship bound for Galleon Island. Meanwhile, on the ship, on one of the pages of a diary, a route was drawn, and the group had been surprised, asking if Amy had drawn it. Raising her head, Elzine exclaimed that Amy was very well prepared, and the others agreed that the drawing was detailed and excellently done. Amy, blushing, asked them to stop, explaining that she had only taken a quick look at possible reasons for the disappearance of this civilization. Chiron, raising his index finger, stated that according to Amy's account, the people of Kurgo considered the roots called loop to be sacred and used them in rituals. However, these roots were a kind of stimulant. Placing the book aside, Amy added that when the substance entered the body, people would fall into a trance-like state. Introducing the customs of the ancient races, she explained that they believed this state allowed them to meet the gods. Casting a sideways glance at her friends, Amy continued, saying that one of the most common theories about Kurgo's disappearance was religious conflict. Recently, however, scholars began to suspect that the cause was not religion, but rather the abuse of loop roots by the locals. Hearing this, the protagonist, remarking in surprise that it was incredible that a stimulant could wipe out an entire civilization. Amy lowered her gaze to the book again and said their descendants now lived in the island's central autonomous region of Kurgo, where strangers were forbidden. She had even checked with her brother, but he flatly refused to tell her how to get there. At this, Chiron recalled one of her brothers, noting she had once said he was a researcher. Flipping through the book's pages, Amy replied that this was true, but he insisted it was not for scientists to decide why a civilization collapsed. The protagonist looked at her with surprise as she concluded that if she wanted more information, she would have to offer something more valuable than the usual entrance fee. He paused and then asked what she thought he meant, but Amy slammed the book shut and said she had no idea, thinking he only seemed clever when speaking in riddles. While they spoke, Rian leaned toward Elzine and asked what she was thinking, perhaps trying to solve the riddle. Elzine replied that it was indeed a mystery, narrowing her eyes at Amy, suspecting that Amy had not simply taken a quick glance as she claimed. Observing the interactions, she thought Amy had come all this way for Chiron, had even sacrificed her advanced class schedule, and had asked her brother for help despite not loving him that much. Elzine's eyes widened as her intuition told her Amy was definitely in love with him. Before she could finish that thought, someone on board shouted they had spotted an island, prompting all four to turn toward the site. Approaching the ship's edge, they saw a lush island ahead. Unexpectedly, Elzine leaned toward Rian, whispering a plan to help Chiron and Amy get together. Ryan grinned at the idea, agreeing it was wonderful. Elzine mused privately that perhaps while they acted as second pilots for their friend's romance, something might also happen between her and Rian, since love was said to be contagious. A few minutes later, the ship docked at the pier. Crowds greeted the arrivals, offering lodging and help with luggage. Amy advised her companion to be cautious with sellers, thinking that this might be Chiron's first time here and she might need to defend him if necessary. Several locals noticed the group. One man, smiling broadly, remarked on their fine clothes, while another pointed out in alarm that one of them carried a sword. The first man, named Gi's, approached and wondered aloud what they should do if others reached the newcomers before they did. Seeing Amy, he was stunned and completely lost, as she was, in his eyes, the most beautiful sight after a lifetime in a small, salty port. Dreaming, he was leaning on the railing. Gi's called the sunset view his most precious treasure. Amy, gazing into the distance, admitted it was beautiful, then asked why he lived in such a place and urged him to join her on the continent. Gi's, lost in thought, snapped back to reality and commented that they were going after the group. The guy behind asked if they were mercenaries. Smiling, he reassured them they were students and introduced himself as the ruler of the port and a local guide. Gi's then approaches the group, greeting them. He introduced himself and asked if they were all students and whether they had come for vacation and from which school they were. Noticing Amy up close, he found her even more beautiful. Chiron answered that they were from the Althea's Magic Academy, which surprised Gi's, who had expected something lesser. Gi's then turned toward Elzine and remarked that she possessed a build unusually large for a mage. Elzine, frowning, stated that she and Rian were from Kaizen Fencing Academy, prompting Gi's to laugh and say he meant to compliment her. Amy's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, Gi's grabbed their suitcases, offering to carry them for 5 gold coins. Chiron cried out at the steep price, but Gi's insisted it included luggage delivery, transportation, food, and lodging, far above ordinary services. Elzine whispered to Chiron that it was robbery. Gi's then claimed they had kept him waiting and cost him other clients, so they should take responsibility. Amy stepped forward, coins in hand, and told him they needed no guide and they should get lost. Guy's face twisted with anger, arguing that they aren't beggars, and how can she look down on them, as Amy aggressively declared that such people should be shown their place immediately, clenching her fists ready to beat the group, trying to hold her back. Elzine tried to restrain her, warning not to cause trouble, but Amy kicked and shouted accusations that Guy's group likely stole from tourists and operated under protection from a larger organization, recruiting homeless orphans. The protagonist's eyes widened as he noticed a silhouette behind the guides, its owner grinning slyly. Regaining his focus, Chiron quickly seized Amy's wrist. With furrowed brows, Chiron urged her to stop and leave. She stared at him in surprise, as did Elzine and Rian. While Amy looked at him with pleading eyes, asking why he was holding her back. Rian and Elzine watched in shock, their mouths slightly agape, as Amy shouted that the protagonist knew exactly what kind of people they were and that everyone was aware of it. He met her words with calmness in his eyes, acknowledging that she was right, but then lowered his head and quietly added that she should not act in such a manner. While they exchanged these words, G.I.'s trembled with rage, his face flushed red. Suddenly, he spun around and ordered his companions to return the gold coins immediately. One of them held out his hand with the coins, asking why they needed to do that. G.I.'s snatched the money and yelled furiously, questioning whether his comrade truly intended to tolerate such treatment any longer. With long, furious strides, he moved toward the protagonist and Amy, proclaiming that they were nothing more than arrogant aristocrats and wondering aloud what it felt like to throw gold coins around so carelessly, certain that it must be an incredible feeling. After shouting these words, he released the coins, allowing 5 gold pieces to fall to the ground with a metallic clink. Turning away, G.I. spoke with contempt, claiming he was overwhelmed with delight. With that, he and his 2 companions departed. A few seconds later, Amy pulled her hand free and announced that they needed to find a carriage. The protagonist followed her in silence. Rian, after picking up the scattered coins, wondered why the protagonist was behaving so differently, noting it was not like him at all. Elzine beat her chest in frustration, internally deciding she could not fault Amy for her anger. Chiron had not sided with her during the confrontation, so she had every right to be upset. Watching them walk away, Elsa thought she could feel their pain echoing within her own heart. Tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks as she admitted to herself that this was indeed unrequited love. Meanwhile, in one of the alleys, G.I.'s and his 2 associates sat arguing. G.I.'s had returned the 5 gold coins, enough to live on for several weeks, asking if they had even the slightest shred of dignity. Frowning in anger, he questioned whether they had been given arms only to grovel for coins. One of them replied that money was still money. Another teased G.I.'s, asking if he had truly fallen in love with a red-haired girl. Blushing furiously, G.I. shouted that he was not that foolish and demanded to know where such an idea had come from. The boy replied that G.I.'s always behaved favorably toward those he liked. The third man exhaled heavily, advising G.I.'s to forget about her, reasoning that if she could hand over 5 gold coins so easily to a beggar, she must belong to the highest social class. Deep down, G.I.'s knew this was true. Closing his eyes, he screamed defiantly, insisting that one day he would become master of the port and would no longer need to curry favor with anyone. Before he could finish, a rough voice interrupted mockingly, asking what they were doing there. All 3 turned in fear toward the person behind, a massive bandit with several gold teeth, chewing on a root. The man cracked his knuckles and questioned whether G.I.'s had truly claimed that money was unimportant to him. Horror filled the boy's eyes as he wondered why Palkoa had appeared here. At the same time, in the capital of Bashuka, the headquarters of the Magic Association towered high above the city. Inside, in the interrogation room of the 3rd Inspection Department, a guard stood watch at the door while screams echoed from within. Blood spattered the walls and floor. A man inside cried out desperately, begging for the pain to stop. The bloodstain that used to beat him was raised once more. When the prisoner demanded to know his crime, the inspector remarked casually that he had almost forgotten something. The man's legs had been severed, and he continued screaming, questioning the inspector's sanity. This was Lucas, a suspect in the attack on the Magic Academy, a fugitive and a B-class criminal. He writhed in agony, shouting that Sakari had told him an investigation was underway, yet instead he was only being beaten. In response, the inspector struck him in the face with the bat with full force. Tossing the weapon aside, he remarked that the warm-up was sufficient for today. Seizing Lucas by the hair, Sakari flung him across the room with a sharp motion. On Lucas's shoulder was a tattoo of a parrot, revealing he was a vice-captain of the Parrot Bandits. Resting his hand on the man's head, Sakari smirked, saying it would be wise to learn the name of their leader first. Lucas, trembling, finally remembered how such interrogations were conducted. Turning toward the inspector, he agreed to answer, then revealed the name of the gang leader, Palkoa. Elsewhere, Palkoa himself placed a shiny, metallic hand on Guy's head, demanding to know why the boy had not simply taken the money. Slapping him across the cheek, Palkoa accused him of losing 5 gold coins out of foolish pride, asking if he understood the consequences. He reminded GIs how tirelessly he worked day and night for the organization and questioned whether the boy appreciated the difficulty of his efforts. The other beggars fell to their knees in terror. GIs lay on the ground in tears, while Palcoa announced that compensation would be required. Grinning, he recalled GIs mentioning a red-haired girl and ordered that she be brought to him so she could receive what she deserved. GIs, still avoiding eye contact, thought bitterly that this man was a fugitive, yet here he was setting his sights on an aristocrat clearly out of his mind. Meanwhile, Amy gazed ahead in surprise as Elzine spread her arms, wondering aloud if this was not a magical place. Turning to the girl, Elzine asked her opinion of the villa she had found. Amy smiled, calling it amazing, and asked how Elzine had discovered it. Elzine responded that one of his relatives works in a related field. That was how she found that place. Rian settled into a chair while the protagonist turned to the side. In Rian's hand was a tied clover, which he examined thoughtfully. He recalled Olina saying that something was troubling Chiron, though he refused to confide in them. Lowering her head, she had noted that he was no longer a child and would need his friend's help. Rian continued to watch him before rising suddenly and declaring his hunger. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, replied that it was dinner time. Elzine suggested visiting one of the many fine cafes nearby. Raising a finger, Rian countered with another idea, cooking the meal themselves, which surprised everyone. Elzine agreed easily, claiming she had some experience, while Amy, looking down, said she would try as well. Chiron widened his eyes, asking if she could cook, to which Amy narrowed her gaze and replied firmly that, of course, she could. Rian wrapped an arm around Elzine, proposing a cooking competition, his team with Elzine against Chiron and Amy. They would each make a list of needed ingredients, and his partner would do the shopping. Elzine, raising a finger in thought, realized Rian's true intent was to reconcile the two and agreed, adding a condition that the losing team would wash everyone's dishes. The protagonist, scratching his head, found the idea amusing. Once in teams, they began drafting ingredient lists before taking baskets in hand and agreeing to meet again in an hour. Smiling, the girls waved them off. Amy tied her hair into a ponytail as the girls began cooking in the kitchen. Elzine smiled slightly, thinking it was time for some girl talk, while Rian grinned to himself, looking forward to a man-to-man conversation. Elsewhere, GI's had a confused expression as he moved forward, holding his hand. As they walked into town, Rian suddenly turned to the protagonist and asked if this was his first time having an argument with Amy. He kept his eyes on him, wanting to know if he was offended by her words. Chiron immediately remembered the words of his companion at the port, and then memories surfaced of when his father had asked Bischoff to adopt him. Another memory followed, Vincent raising his head and admitting that the protagonist was not his biological son. The main character thought to himself that his friend was sometimes very perceptive. After a short pause, he looked into the distance and admitted that he would not deny it. Lately, the topic had been bothering him a lot, but what Amy had said had not hurt him at all. Closing his eyes, he added that they had not even quarreled. He simply did not want her to behave like that. In truth, people often disagreed. Before he could finish, Rian frowned and stated that this was exactly what they called a quarrel, before calling his friend an idiot. Hearing this, Chiron raised his eyebrows in surprise and suddenly felt ashamed. They stopped walking, and Rian announced that he was going to go elsewhere for now, so they would part ways here. Finally, he winked at his friend, saying that he could not wait to see how he and Amy would wash their plates together, so he should try to make up with her. The protagonist, in response, smiled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Amy, frowning in displeasure, remarked that it was not a quarrel and certainly not anything related to love. She washed the dishes, adding that people often disagreed. Before she could continue, Elzine pointed out that she still could not stop denying it, and then asked if she was able to convince herself with those words. Amy clenched her teeth. After a short pause, Elzine looked at her and asked if it was true that she was upset Chiron had not taken her side, adding that if she were in her place, she would have been angry in such a situation. Amy silently stared at the dishes. A few seconds later, without looking up, she said that sometimes the protagonist behaved vaguely and was often lost in thought. Hearing this, Elzine raised her eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, Amy turned to her with a saddened smile and admitted that it seemed to her as if he would soon disappear completely. Night had fallen outside when Elzine's scream came from the villa. She shouted in disbelief, raising her fists and demanding to know if strangers had been nearly killing everyone in the academy. Amy quickly covered her mouth with her hand, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence, warning her that it was a secret. Elzine continued to shout that this was cruelty, not history. Horror appeared in her eyes as she added that Chiron had turned out to be awakened and had sacrificed himself to save everyone. She pictured the protagonist in her mind, adding that for people like him, using the immortality formula to its maximum was equivalent to complete alienation from the world. Some called this state nirvana, though she knew little about it. His return, she said, was essentially the same as a dead man rising from his deathbed. She imagined a bright flash of light. Amy lowered her head and admitted it was indeed like a miracle, then observed that she probably had many friends at the academy. Tez raised her eyebrows and confirmed it. Amy explained that some students were loyal comrades, others envied her or secretly hated her, and there were also people she had never met. Raising her head, she asked if her friend thought she could cast her very essence into the endless crater of eternity. Listening to her, fear appeared in Elzine's eyes. Amy met her gaze with burning yet empty eyes, finishing her thought that she sought to save not only those close to her, but also strangers. At that moment, the protagonist was filling a basket with fruits and vegetables. Taking a list from his pocket, he wondered aloud what was next, sensing some unpleasant odor, and wondered about the smell. He immediately covered his nose. The seller next to him explained that it was a loop, causing the protagonist to lower his hand and ask if it was the same one he knew of. The seller looked toward a group of men chewing roots in their mouths and confirmed it, explaining that once someone became addicted, there was no turning back. He added that 3 years ago, there had been only smooth water in God's grace, but suddenly crowds of scoundrels had appeared. Before, both the sea and the air were so clean that the blue dragon himself descended 2 or 3 times a year. Now, dissolute girls appeared on almost every street, and there was a casino on nearly every corner. Returning to the villa, the protagonist saw homeless children in the alleys sharing rotten bread among themselves. He closed his eyes at the sight. Back at the villa, Amy, glancing sideways at her companion, remarked that in this world, there were 3 views on life. The first was a child's view of the world, people who, regardless of age, believed that the whole world revolved around them. Such people, some of whom never grew up. Most, however, matured and learned to put themselves in the place of others, and these were often called virtuous. A piece of fresh bread was handed to the starving children, who rushed toward the man with tears in their eyes. Nodding, Elzine said this was like an adult's view of the world. Amy agreed, but added that there was a third view, one that allowed a person to see what was usually hidden from human eyes: justice, love, good and evil, the concept of God, and the influence of generations on one another. Lost in her memories, Amy said that such people longed to place their lives on one side of the scale and their beliefs on the other. She was certain that, from Chiron's point of view, everything in the world had equal value. Remembering the moment of their quarrel, she smiled, admitting that even she would seem like a bug to someone who looked at the world from such a height. Elzine frowned in confusion. Chiron suddenly heard a loud cry for help behind him and turned abruptly. Laughing men were holding a screaming girl, saying that since she had no money, they would allow her to pay for the goods with her body, a gesture they claimed was merciful. Passers-by turned to watch, but a loud voice ordered the men to stop. Chiron stepped forward and told them to release her, warning that there were many witnesses and that he would inform the guards if they refused. The men snickered, and one stepped forward, mocking the idea that he would report them. The girl broke free momentarily, but the bandit asked whether the guard would tie up them or the woman. Clenching his fists, the protagonist asked what he had just said. The man folded his arms, claiming that the lady had stolen a vase worth 50 silver coins and broken it. The girl hid behind Chiron as the bandit offered to release her if she paid in full. She replied that she had no money, so instead of handing her over to the guards, he offered another method of payment. Her mouth fell open in horror. The man smiled, remarking that Chiron looked like a noble young gentleman visiting on an excursion, so he should mind his own business. Chiron turned his head back toward the girl and asked why she did not tell the guards the truth. She shuddered, saying she could not because the man controlled the area and they would not help her. She pleaded for him to believe her. Reaching into his pocket, Chiron offered to pay the 50 coins so they would leave her alone. The bandits laughed, surrounding them, and mocked him for trying to pick up a girl for such a price. Exhaling heavily, Chiron explained that he did not want the situation to escalate. Extending his hand again, he reminded them that they had valued the vase at 50 coins, and he was paying exactly that, so the conflict could end without further trouble. In the crowd, a hooded girl watched closely as Chiron declared that if the men had no further ill intentions toward the woman, they should take the money and forget the matter. The bandit eyed the coins with pride, wondering how the young man dared to take away his loot. The lights glowed brightly in the windows of the villa. Elzine embraced Amy tightly, crying out that it was not true. Amy was not insignificant, but special. That was why the protagonist had taken her along, even though he knew perfectly well this was a trip intended for couples. Meanwhile, the protagonist, standing with an outstretched hand, listened to the bandits shouting that he was simply helping a thief. One man leaned toward him, loudly asking if he truly considered himself a saint, adding that he did not care about the woman at all and was merely acting like some kind of hero. Chiron frowned in displeasure, remarking that it was rather strange to hear such a statement. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked if acting like a hero was not better than behaving like a villain. Hearing this, the bandit clenched his teeth in rage. Pointing his finger, he ordered his accomplices to get rid of him immediately. The bandits drew their swords from their sheaths, causing nearby passers-by to recoil in horror. 4 armed men advanced toward the protagonist. The girl he had stood up for fled, and Chiron muttered to himself that was how it was. He recalled Iruki, who had once idly picked his nose and told him there was no point in preaching ideals without the strength to defend them. Another memory surfaced of a powerful archmage shouting that he could not succeed solely because of condemnation. The bandits pointed their weapons at the ordinary-looking young man. The protagonist slowly clenched his hand into a fist, thinking to himself about this world. His eyes lit up, and his aura flared with power just as a grenade hissed through the air. A smoke bomb exploded a meter away from him, forcing the bandits to cover their noses. Looking around in surprise, he saw a hooded person appear behind him, telling him to come quickly. The voice made him turn abruptly, but before he could act, a woman's hand grabbed his arm. The stranger in glasses turned and urged him to run. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits waved his arms furiously through the smoke, shouting for his men not to let them escape. The smoke rose into the sky, slowly dispersing. Less than a minute later, the henchmen were racing down the street in pursuit. In a nearby bar, a man wiped a glass behind the counter while a woman's voice explained that the attackers belonged to a well-known criminal group, but he would be safe here. The bartender deftly caught the coin tossed to him. The girl who had helped the protagonist sat nearby and asked the man to inform them when it was safe to leave, to which he agreed. She removed her hood and told Chiron he did not seem stupid, so there was no need to ruin his pleasant face by playing the hero. He sat in silence, staring at the floor. After a pause, she remarked that the girl he had tried to save was also hired by the organization and had likely acted on purpose to lure them, making him simply unlucky. She added that for a pampered little prince like him, this must have been quite a shock. The protagonist looked at his reflection in his teacup before replying that he was not trying to present himself as a hero. Lowering his head again, he began to explain, only to drift into a memory, Amy's henchman beating him as a child, when all he could do was cover his head with his hands. Another memory emerged of standing in court before the Agin family, kneeling and awaiting the head of the family's decision. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he firmly declared that he intended to set everything right. The girl remarked that he spoke as though he were some kind of magician and asked if he always acted with a cold mind. Closing his eyes, he replied that he did not, though he tried very hard. Her eyes brightened, and she observed quietly that he was trying to become colder. He was not as arrogant a young master as she had assumed. Chiron turned to her, asking what she meant. She slammed her half-empty glass onto the table and told him she could see how he tried to hide his weaknesses while showing off his strengths to grow stronger. She said it reminded her of herself. He looked at her in surprise and asked again what she meant. Nodding, she explained that she was good at reading people. Glancing beyond him, she noticed a silhouette and then remarked that he, too, had been abandoned. His eyes widened in confusion, and he asked who she was. She said she was the same as him, introducing herself as Marcia. Staring at the light bulb, she asked if he knew that newborn babies would die within hours if left unattended. She described how such children were abandoned knowingly, as though they should never have been born. Taking a sip of her drink, Marcia added that from the looks of it, He must have been fortunate with his adoptive parents. The protagonist nodded, saying they were great people, then asked what had happened to her parents. Marcia replied that her adoptive father had been a former mercenary who beat her whenever he got drunk. With a bitter smile, she said he blamed her for losing his job and was a complete scoundrel. She admitted that the thought of resisting had never crossed her mind and asked if he knew what she once told him after a particularly brutal beating when she thought she might die, that she asked him to just kill her. Horror crossed the protagonist's face, and even the bartender turned his head in surprise. Without looking back, Marcia continued, saying that he had left, twisting his face in disgust, and that she had learned to use that moment like a spell to stop the beatings. Chiron, frowning with pity, asked what had happened to her father. Instead of answering, she shook her glass and asked his age. He answered firmly, 17. Looking into her drink, she asked what he would have done if, at 15, he had discovered that his adoptive father was not just a scoundrel, but a monster in human form. The swirling liquid in her glass seemed to draw his gaze, until suddenly, in her memory, it became a bloody knife in her hand. She threw it beside the lifeless body of a man before quickly fleeing. The protagonist stared into his tea, wondering if, raised by such a person, he would have become who he was now. He realized that one could not judge another's life based solely on one's thoughts and values. Marcia swirled her glass again, saying that the question was difficult but that the world worked this way. Even if someone wanted to fix everything and do what was right, they often only consider their point of view. From others' perspectives, right and wrong were mere illusions, like using magic improperly on the streets. Chiron admitted he understood, but had not thought everything through, then asked what he should do. Marcia suddenly asked if he wanted to know. When Chiron turned his gaze toward her, she grinned and asked how he planned to change the world. Elsewhere, Rian was wondering why the protagonist had not returned yet. Clenching his fists, he shouted that he was hungry, prompting Elzine to tap him on the shoulder and tell him to be quiet. Amy crossed her arms and approached the window. Elzine suddenly exclaimed loudly that he had returned. Amy grabbed the hem of her dress and ran to the door, opening it eagerly, only for disappointment to flood her expression. Standing on the threshold, G.Eyes greeted her with a smile. Sometime earlier, after being beaten, G.Eyes kept his head down in fear and asked if Palcoa truly wanted him to bring the red-haired girl. Palcoa, chewing a root, told him to raise his head. Reaching into his pocket, the man pulled out the same root and, grabbing G.Eyes by the hair, tried to hand it to him. G.Eyes clenched his teeth in fear, saying no as Palcoa asked him to chew as tears streamed from his eyes. Releasing him, Palcoa tossed the root into his mouth, saying he was a fool, because thanks to this he could meet God. Leaning closer with a crazed smile, Palcoa gave G.Eyes an ultimatum. Choose either his red-haired girlfriend or his sister. G.Eyes raised his head in shock, horror filling his eyes. He remembered his sister, as she was everything he had. That was how he found himself on the threshold of the protagonist's villa, fists clenched, gathering all his courage. After a few seconds, he extended a trembling hand toward the doorbell and pressed it. A loud chime rang out. Cold sweat ran down his face as the doors opened, spilling bright light onto him. Amy appeared in the doorway, looking surprised. G.Eyes thought to himself that she was beautiful. Elzine, seeing him, raised her fists and shouted that he was the same hooligan who had tried to rob them just a few hours earlier. How had he even found them? Rian asked if they should throw him out, prompting G.Eyes to raise his hands quickly. He bowed deeply, shouting that he was terribly sorry for what had happened and asking for their forgiveness. Without lifting his head, he added that as an apology, he wanted to show Amy a place with a beautiful night view, but she had to go alone. Before he could finish, they began closing the door, telling him to leave. In desperation, G.Eyes grabbed Amy's hand without even realizing what he was doing. Elzine, along with Rian, furiously shouted at him to let her hand go. Amy gritted her teeth at his audacity, then paused, surprised. She saw that his lips trembled with fear and bruises marked his chest. Tears welled in Guy's eyes as he begged her to go with him, promising her a tour. Amy's anger softened. She thought to herself that some organization must be pulling his strings, and she began to understand what Chiron saw in people like him. Meanwhile, Chiron sat across from Marcia, frowning, and asked if there was truly a way to change the entire world. Marcia, smiling sarcastically, said one needed only a family to fix this cold, terrible place. Chiron set down his cup, beginning to say something, but Marcia interrupted. She knew what he was about to say, but insisted on a different perspective. Blood ties were not everything. Family was limitless, something one could expand as far as they wished. She spoke of a place where one could always return, where someone never stopped believing in you, something you create. Her mind drifted to a memory, running full speed through a tropical forest toward a small house, opening the door to find a family waiting for the food she had brought. Leaving her thoughts, she gazed at the ceiling. Since leaving home, she had met many children in situations like hers. Perhaps because of the trauma her adoptive father had caused, she could quickly recognize others suffering the same. She imagined a newborn child and said that life begins with a parent's embrace, and that for a rejected soul, real life begins the moment someone embraces them. In her imagination, she saw 6 lonely children, then saw herself appear beside them. She said that dwelling on past misfortunes would only make the world darker and colder. Since the world was already so cold, she decided to create a warm family instead. Chiron's eyes widened. He thought to himself that all this time, he had received far more love than he deserved. Memories of his family's hugs filled his mind. Turning toward her, he said he wanted to become a person like her, someone who shared warmth with the people dear to him. Marcia grinned and said she was glad to hear it, then offered to become his family, like a sister. Chiron, scratching his cheek, admitted he had always been envious of a close friend who had an older sister. The bartender approached to say the danger had passed. The merchant had stopped pursuing him and had targeted another woman instead. Chiron jumped to his feet, saying his friends were probably waiting for him. Marcia teased that he was already abandoning his new older sister. He turned back with a smile, thanking her for helping him realize something important, and asked if they would see each other again. Raising her glass, she said she would be on the island for a while. The bartender stared at Marcia, then asked if she was who he thought. Before she could answer, some men called out, telling her to forget that stupid idiot and come with them. The bartender warned them not to cause trouble, but Marcia calmly said she would leave once she found her family. A gunshot rang out behind her. Men with glowing eyes held their weapons close. Marcia smiled, remarking that the girl had run away and caused trouble again. The old bartender trembled as a door opened behind him. A female voice apologized, appearing to be the girl Chiron saved, saying that if not for Chiron's intervention. A man appeared, telling Marcia she had ruined everything again, just her style. She rolled her eyes, accusing him of jealousy. Heavily, Marcia said she had thought the protagonist was one of them, but she had been wrong. She remarked that he was lucky to have a noble family and probably attended a magic academy. She told the man that family was built between people who shared the same struggle, while the man lit a match for her. Marcia smirked, saying the protagonist didn't even know his place, but was already trying to play the hero. She added that his older sister should give him a proper lesson. Meanwhile, Chiron ran along the dark path toward the villa, thinking it was too late to shop for groceries again. He rang the doorbell, and Elzine and Rian opened it, aggressively demanding to know where he had been. Raising his hands, Chiron admitted he had gotten into some trouble and apologized. Elzine frowned, saying they had a bigger problem. She told him that Amy had left in a carriage with the street hooligan they'd met earlier. Dressed up and thoughtful, Amy leaned her head against the carriage window, riding beside GI's. Hearing this, Chiron raised his eyebrows in shock and asked if Amy had said anything before leaving. Rian explained that he and Tez had tried to stop her because they were certain it was some kind of trap, but before departing, Amy had turned back and told them not to worry. If something went wrong, she would simply deal with it and return soon. She claimed that even he would have done the same. Rian repeated her exact words, and Chiron wondered if he truly would have done the same. Suddenly, Elzine seized his hands, exclaiming that Amy had looked very depressed. She had been lonely for so long in his absence, and as soon as he told her something was wrong, she had reacted with surprise. Chiron frowned. He recalled Marcia saying that the girl he wanted to save was also working for the organization, and that concepts like right and wrong were nothing more than illusions in the eyes of others. He also recalled Amy, upon arriving on the island, had asked if he understood the kind of people they were dealing with. Both of them, he thought, had seen the darker side of this island. He pictured Amy walking away, saying that even he would have done the same, yet she had still followed that man. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chiron suddenly bolted toward the door, shouting that he was going to find her. Rian quickly sprang after him, insisting he would go too, and Tez rushed after both of them, declaring she wasn't staying behind. Meanwhile, Amy's carriage rattled along the beach. Sitting opposite her, G.I.'s explained that this was the largest seaside park on the island, stunning during the day. Smiling, he goes on to explain the details. He glanced at her, and he thought to himself that it felt like a dream to be here beside her, talking about anything at all. The coldness and contempt he had once seen in her eyes were gone. She seemed even more beautiful now. Amy interrupted his thoughts by asking when they would arrive. Snapping to attention, he replied that it was still a bit far, but was the best place in all of Galliot. Without taking her eyes off him, she remarked that someone very important must live there, someone like the boss who beat him. His eyes widened in horror. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek as he asked how she knew. Calmly, she said, "Only a fool wouldn't guess." He looked like someone who had nearly drowned. Amy turned back to the window, adding that she would overlook it this time, but it would be better for him to leave while he still could. This life wasn't for him. Guy's hands trembled, wondering aloud, was she telling him to close his eyes to all this because he was pathetic? She clarified, it wasn't the only reason. Still staring outside, Amy asked if it was true that he had thrown a gold coin on the ground. She admitted she admired his courage for doing so in front of an aristocrat, but told him plainly to stop playing dangerous games. He was too good to become a bandit. Her words pulled him into a memory. His sister had once handed him freshly ironed clothes, beaming with pride. Laughing warmly, she told him he needed to look his best because he would become the most incredible person in the world. Returning to the present, G.I.'s felt hollow. He apologized silently to her, saying he had become useless and remembering how he'd once been told he was too stupid to live a normal life. He wondered why Amy was even trying to understand him. Did she know who he was taking her to? Palcoa wasn't some ordinary thug. He was a former Special Forces soldier who had escaped countless battlefields and conquered this island in just 3 years. G.I.'s wondered if he should tell her to run while she still could, but thoughts of his sister's fate stopped him. Amy suddenly said she thought she understood why Chiron had tried to stop her. Guy's head snapped up, wondering if she always had such complicated thoughts, asking if she meant that blonde guy. Smirking, he guessed she was interested in him because his parents must be powerful. Amy corrected him that Chiron was also a commoner. G.I.'s was incredulous, insisting it couldn't be true. She replied coldly that Chiron had left her alone on an island surrounded by the sea and vanished. Guy's eyes widened. He simply didn't know what to do. At Galliant Port, under the glow of lanterns, Guy's party friends discussed that G.I.'s was supposed to bring the red-haired girl to Palcoa. One of them slammed the table, saying G.I.'s didn't stand a chance. Another muttered that after tossing a gold coin at their feet, G.I.'s would probably come back beaten, if he returned at all. A threatening voice cut in. Rian stepped forward along with the protagonist, and Elzine asked for an explanation. The men bolted in terror, running in place before finally fleeing. Rian caught them by their jackets, asking if they wanted to talk inside or outside. An old driver turned, smiling, and asked where do they want to go this time. The three screamed in unison for the palace. Cracking his reins, the driver urged the horses forward, telling them to hold tight. Elzine's thoughts turned to the pier. She was sure the organization's members were there. Frowning, she silently asked Amy to hold on. They were on their way. Before long, Amy's carriage stopped at Palcoa's establishment. Clenching a root between his teeth, the man grinned at what he considered an incredible jackpot. Amy, arms folded, asked if they were just going to sit there. Laughing, Palcoa assured her he meant no harm. He only wanted to apologize on behalf of his men for earlier, so she could relax and enjoy herself. Glancing around, Amy wondered why he had brought her all this way. She noticed a pole in the corner and frowned at the time she'd wasted. Raising her glass, she questioned whether this would help her understand Chiron, and if it had any meaning at all. G.I.'s was watching her, clenching his teeth in fear, and thought that she shouldn't take this as Palcoa put a loop in it. Taking a sip, she didn't notice G.I.'s watching tensely from the side. He knew she shouldn't drink it. Palcoa's eyes stayed on her, his smile twisting. The guards at the entrance spotted strangers approaching and barked that it wasn't a place for children, just before Rian and Elzine knocked them flat with a single punch. When they first arrived at the palace, Palcoa laughed loudly and declared that G.I.'s had indeed brought her. He added that he only needed to be pressured a little more and the task would be complete. Afterward, he sent the boy away, telling him to check on his sister. Doubt filled Guy's eyes as he silently questioned whether he had truly done the right thing. Suddenly, the G.I.'s attention shifted to the bartender. The man was mixing something into a cocktail. G.I.'s wondered if it was a loop. After that, he carried the drink into the hall. Watching from the side, Gi's told himself that he had heard of this man before, recalling that Palcoa knew how to manipulate certain high-ranking noble families. A grim realization struck him, and horror appeared in his eyes. Palcoa's burning gaze fixed on Amy. She raised the glass to her lips, and Ziz thought to himself that this bandit was turning people into beings who could no longer live without the substance, reducing them to dependent puppets. At that moment, guards blocked the group's path, shouting that they could not enter. Rian and Elzine swiftly dealt with them with a single powerful blow. The guards who replaced them froze in shock upon seeing their comrades, lying unconscious on the floor. They immediately rushed into the hall, announcing that there were uninvited guests. Elzine observed aloud that the place was enormous. She suddenly asked if Amy was truly here. The protagonist replied that he did not know what they were planning, but insisted that they needed to find her as quickly as possible. He frowned darkly and reminded his companions to be careful, since the guards here would not be on their side. Tez nodded, and Rian suggested they begin their search from the upper floors. All three hurried up the stairs. The third floor held a casino where patrons squandered their money. The fourth floor contained the VIP rooms, their hallway lavishly decorated. They threw open the first door they came across, calling out Amy's name, only to be driven out with a loud shout. Chiron muttered that they did not have time to search every room. His eyes then lit up with an idea. What if they forced everyone to leave the building at once? Before they could act, Palcoa's subordinates appeared from around the corner, pointing at them and shouting that the intruders were there. A massive foot slammed against the floor, and a large man stepped forward, mockingly asking who these newcomers were. Flexing his fingers, he questioned whether they were merely snotty children. His gaze then fell on Elzine, and he remarked with disdain on her clothing, suggesting she could have dressed better. He reached out a huge hand toward her. In an instant, Elzine broke his finger. The man screamed in pain, tears welling in his eyes. She coldly remarked that instead of making unsolicited comments about her clothes, he should focus on strengthening his fingers. Grinding his teeth, the bandit lunged at her, but she easily evaded his strike and counterattacked, knocking out several of his teeth. He collapsed unconscious on the floor. Elzine looked down at him with contempt, calling him a weakling, while the protagonist praised her skill. Rian approached one of the man's accomplices, pressing him against the wall. Terrified, the man blurted out that their people were already searching all the buildings and would eventually catch them. Without hesitation, Rian lifted him off the ground, demanding to know where Amy was. In horror, the man insisted he did not even know who she was. The protagonist, stepping closer from behind, said that it was pointless to ask for something they did not know. When Rian asked what to do next, the protagonist replied that they would simply extract whatever information they did have. Chiron, his eyes burning with anger, leaned in toward the lackey and demanded to know where his boss was. The man's pupils reflected Chiron's menacing expression as he stammered that perhaps Palcoa was in the basement, on the first level, in the sanctuary. The group gritted their teeth at the thought. Turning to others nearby, the subordinate shouted that they must not be allowed to enter the boss's quarters. A fist came from behind and struck him in the face. Rian and Elzine advanced without fear toward the remaining opponents. Those in jackets covered their faces in terror. Without warning, the door to the boss's chamber was smashed open. Palcoa's mouth hung open in surprise, and his frown deepened as he demanded to know how they had dared to invade his sanctuary. Gi's covered his face with his hand, eyes widening as he noticed them standing in the doorway. He frowned and wondered how they had managed to get there. The protagonist's gaze drifted to the side, catching sight of an empty glass on the table. Amy was seated in front of it, looking distressed. Elzine frowned and demanded to know what the bandit had done to her. Palcoa, realizing why they had come, asked himself what should be done. A wide smile spread across his face, his pupils narrowing. He then declared that the girl would never recognize them again. Chiron's eyes lit with intensity, and he felt a tremor run through his body. Without looking away from Amy, he urged her to return with them. She remained motionless in her seat, clenching something in his mouth. Palcoa remarked that perhaps the girl simply did not want to leave, or maybe the boy thought she had been kidnapped. He then ordered his servants to dispose of them immediately. Laughing, he commanded that the intruders be sent to their deaths. Footsteps echoed in the distance as their enemies approached with glowing eyes, advancing with confidence. Suddenly, a powerful stream of wind slammed into them. They braced themselves against the intense pressure. They were all scheme users. Rian shouted over the force, his eyes catching the red glow in their opponent's pupils. Chiron frowned, wondering if the bandits on such a small, remote island could possess something like this. His attention was fixed on Palkoa, who sat behind him with a faint smile, the MC himself questioning who they truly were. The protagonist's gaze returned to Amy. Elzine urged him to calm down, adding that if he let his emotions take over, it would cost them. Chiron remained still, staring ahead without blinking. Suddenly, a massive tsunami surged before them. The towering wave rushed towards Chiron, and moments later, it engulfed him completely. The protagonist stretched out his hand, expressing his desire to become stronger in order to protect his friends. He felt as if he were drowning. Seeing Amy helpless, he realized that, in a dangerous situation, he did not want to be a mage who could do nothing, and so he always tried to find his roots and his origin. Suddenly, the goddess Moreau appeared in his pupils, standing in the distance and enveloped in a bright white light. At that moment, Chiron saw his alter ego in front of him, who declared the need to finally rid himself of the doubts holding him back. The figure, enveloped in red light, walked towards him with his head held high, stating that he knew perfectly well that he had no origin. A tree appeared above his head, and he added that a tree left without roots was destined to wither and die. The protagonist listened with his eyes closed, sinking slowly to the floor, and reflected that his roots did not exist only in the past. Hearing this, the smile vanished from the figure's face. Opening his eyes, Chiron recalled Marsh's words and realized that the people who supported him, his friends, were his true roots. In that instant, two hands rested on his shoulders. They belonged to his parents, and behind them stood all his friends and comrades. Doubt vanished from his gaze. Looking beyond his alter ego, he understood that nothing held him back any longer. Amy watched him in a trance. Suddenly, everything began to spin within his mind. His alter ego smiled, and Chiron affirmed his belief in the one whom his dear people believed in. The figure wrapped in red light began to fade away. The basement was then filled with an unbearably bright and warm light, causing the protagonist's friends, as well as Falcoa and his minions, to shield their eyes. The bandits screamed in shock, demanding to know the nature of the light. In Chiron's hand appeared a powerful magical sphere. With eyes glowing intensely, he held it firmly, while his friends looked on in astonishment. Amy regained her senses. The protagonist raised his hand towards the ceiling, declaring he would no longer doubt. Seeing this, Amy cried out in fear, urging him to wait, but Chiron did not hear her. With all his strength, he slammed the sphere onto the floor, triggering an immense explosion. 30 minutes earlier, Amy had held a glass in her hand, recalling the boss's instruction to put a loop into it. She regarded it as a cheap trick. Observing Falcoa's sly smile, she wondered if he was even attempting to conceal his intent. Yet if she caused a scene, GIs might face trouble. Bringing the drink to her mouth, she decided to shield her mind with the scarlet eye and pretend to drink, expecting him to reveal his true face. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in front of her. She frowned in alarm, noticing the group in the doorway, and wondered how they had arrived and what to do next. Clutching the chair, she thought she had missed her chance to signal them. Falcoa lay before a gaping hole in the floor as Rian and Elzine shouted, and the bandits' subordinates roared in fury. The boss glared, demanding to know who he was and from what lineage he hailed. The protagonist, frowning, replied that he was from the Althea's Magic Academy and introduced himself. His friends reacted with visible surprise, while GIs stared in astonishment, questioning why Chiron would reveal his identity so easily. Falcoa laughed, remarking that the boy was acting foolishly since he was not even a mage, and if this were reported to the academy, he would be expelled immediately. Chiron, exhaling heavily, told him to do as he wished. Moving closer, he stated that Amy was far more valuable than the academy, more valuable than anything in the world. Amy blushed as he spoke. If Falcoida ever drag her there again, Chiron warned, he would turn the place into ruins. Rian immediately reached for the sword on his back, drawing it forward and declaring that he would never abandon a friend out of fear of punishment. Elzine readied her staff and reminded the man not to forget about her, warning that if Falcoa harmed Chiron, he would regret it. Rian turned to the side in slight bewilderment at the team's dynamic, while the bandit laughed darkly, insisting they were mistaken. Pointing at Amy, He claimed she had come willingly and that they had no right to remove an aristocrat who had entered of her own accord, though they could try to persuade her. Elzine extended her hand, asserting that Amy was not in a position to decide anything herself at that moment. Chiron approached Amy and urged her to go home. Amy reached out and placed her hand in his, causing Falcoa's mouth to fall open. She rose from her seat, agreeing to leave. Elzine smiled happily, while the boss's eyes narrowed as he realized she had drunk a loop. His gaze sharpened upon recognizing her as someone from the Karmas family. Amy, frowning, pressed against Chiron and asked if everyone there depended on a loop, deducing that it was Falcoa's main source of income. Her eyes glimmered as she warned that if even one complaint reached the academy, his business would be destroyed and would never earn him another coin. The man slumped into a chair in shock, muttering that she was dangerous. Throwing his head back, he concluded that she was not bluffing. If she were truly from the upper class, closing his establishment would be effortless, and they would no longer have access to LUP. Outside, the night was deep and silent. Elzine glanced at Chiron, realizing he knew Amy had not been affected by the loop. She blushed, recalling how Amy had remained motionless the first time Chiron called her. It was not due to the drug, Elzine thought, but perhaps because of what she had been planning. Watching Amy walk away, Elzine remembered about a mere speck, wondering where one could find such a charming speck. Amy followed Chiron calmly as he clasped her arm. Elzine admitted to herself that she felt jealous, just as Rian turned to her and casually asked if she had said something about being hungry. The protagonist and his friends departed from the palace, drawing the attention of both locals and tourists, who stared in surprise and whispered to one another, wondering if what they had just experienced had been an earthquake. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, prompting the group to turn around. Gi's was running toward them, breathing heavily. Seeing him, Amy let out a sigh of relief, remarking that everything seemed fine and assuring that no one would harm him and his sister. But then, Gi's lowered his head and loudly declared that he was leaving this job. Looking up at Amy, he admitted that she had been right. He truly wished to abandon that life, and for that reason, he was deeply grateful to her for helping him. A faint smile touched Amy's lips upon hearing this, but then Gi's pointed directly at the protagonist, frowning in anger. With a furious shout, he warned that if Amy were ever to shed even a single tear because of the protagonist, he would not let him go unpunished, and so the man should be more cautious. Chiron, smiling in confusion, asked if Amy had truly cried because of him. She clutched her stomach with laughter, saying that he had better remain on guard. Once she had calmed herself, she gazed at Gi's. Turning away with a smile, she remarked that it did not matter whether he was a pirate or a port owner. She believed he would succeed, so he must never give up. Her words brought a blush to the man's face. Clenching his fist, he silently promised himself that Amy should wait just a little longer. Soon, she would see that he could become far greater than the protagonist. Rian then asked if they would at least be eating soon, to which Elzine suggested they head to the inn for dinner. Meanwhile, Falcoa remained in the ruined basement, questioning himself in frustration. Was he truly that weak? Placing a hand inside his inner pocket, he spoke bitterly, recalling that he had once been called a demon on the battlefield. Yet now he had been defeated by mere children. Pulling out an empty bag, he threw it at one of his subordinates, angrily demanding if they felt no shame. Yet what was there to be surprised about? They were constantly consuming LUP, and now, because of it, they could not even defeat small opponents. His men, seated on the floor, explained that they had never before witnessed such magic. One accurate strike was enough to kill instantly, and it was impossible to dodge. Hearing this, Falcoa struck his face with his hand. One subordinate stood up, asking if they would simply let the group go. Falcoa retorted by asking what else they could do. Couldn't they see that the girl was of upper-class nobility, her family's status just beneath that of the royal family? One wrong move, and their entire business would be ruined, and they had endured hell to build it. His subordinate frowned in disappointment, reminding him that there were worse things than losing money, especially since they were pirates and the entire Magic Association was hunting them. At this, Falcoa glanced sideways at the boy. When asked what would happen if they were discovered, he turned away and quietly admitted they were correct. But for now, they should fetch him a loop to ease his headache. The sun shone brightly in a clear sky as the four friends swam in the sea. The group was being playful, enjoying. Later, the four of them enjoyed dinner together at the same table. Night soon fell, and the moon rose above as they continued walking along the beach. Rian and Tez lingered behind, speaking to each other, while Amy approached the protagonist with a warm smile, offering him a treat. Accepting it, he thought to himself that this was what a vacation should feel like. Moments later, a bright glow lit up the night sky. The group watched with mouths agape as a grand fireworks display began over the island. Chiron gazed at it, thinking that one day he should bring his parents here. The next day, they sped through the tropical forest as the group sat inside. Elzine gazed and sighed, wondering how much longer they would be upset, and commented that it wasn't like they were that late. Rian frowned, asking why it had taken her so long to change clothes, pointing out that at this pace, they would arrive at the ruins by lunchtime. Elzine turned toward him sharply, declaring that she had been preparing for everyone's sake, and demanded to know if he truly believed the great sword matched his outfit. The protagonist closed his eyes, recalling that he had originally planned to explore the ruins with Amy alone, but their group had grown so close that separating now was impossible. Amy, smiling, apologized to Rian, explaining that Elzine had gotten ready faster than she had. Rian replied that, judging by Amy's appearance, it had indeed taken her a long while to prepare. Elzine clenched her fists and asked if he was implying she was ugly. Looking away, Rian awkwardly admitted that she was beautiful, causing Elzine to blush in embarrassment. Amy widened her eyes, suspecting that Rian liked Tez but did not know how to express it. Watching his flustered demeanor, she understood that confessing to someone far stronger than oneself could be difficult. The protagonist studied Amy closely as she touched her chin in thought, frowning as she questioned whether this was the entire problem. Still, she sensed that the gap had narrowed somewhat. Elzine, smiling, assumed Amy was once again lost in strange thoughts. The ruins of Kurgo lie 2 hours away from the tourist district. Mount Toa, standing at the island's center, was a dormant volcano that had last erupted 5 centuries ago. That eruption had engulfed all of Galliant, including Kurgo, in volcanic ash. It was said that the visible ruins were only a fraction of a once great civilization. At the ticket counter for the ruins, Amy read that the local government had proposed a reconstruction project, but the locals firmly opposed it. Elzine, surprised, asked why, to which Amy explained that the locals earned more from tourism. Rian frowned, asking if there was some hidden reason. Chiron replied that it appeared to be nothing more than a tourist site. Elzine suddenly pointed toward a man in the crowd, asking if he was a local. The group quickly approached, and the protagonist focused on him, sensing his strength. The man lowered his gaze as the boys wandered near the Kurgo temple. Rian marveled that all of it had been built thousands of years ago. Elzine remarked that the original size had been several times greater, with much buried under volcanic ash. Nearby, a woman warned her children not to stand too close to the railing. Turning back, Amy asked Chiron if he wasn't going to see the central temple. The protagonist, sitting on the grass with a smile, replied that this was a spiritual zone. Crouching beside him, Amy asked if he was truly calculating something with synesthesia. Chiron glanced around, asking if the ruins were indeed buried beneath volcanic ash. Looking upward, he explained that he had extended his spiritual zone underground, just in case, but could detect nothing beyond 50 meters. Amy was surprised. He clarified that it was not that there was nothing there. Rather, something fell off. Rian, thoughtfully, asked if they should start digging. Amy placed her hand on the grass, saying that she would try using her sniper mode to scan 500 meters. Chiron smiled, saying he was counting on her. Suddenly, Amy's eyes lit up. Raising her head abruptly, she startled the protagonist, who asked what was wrong. Staring ahead, she muttered in disbelief that it could not be. Frowning, she insisted it was impossible. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what was going on. Elzine leaned closer, wondering if even 500 meters was not enough. Amy replied that it was not the case. She explained that she had found something. Her state of mind had descended 500 meters, continuing to drop at high speed, but then it suddenly dissipated. She said that the moment she felt something, the zone had instantly vanished. Chiron frowned tensely, questioning himself what it meant for a zone to dissipate, especially since Amy's soul was not so weak for such a thing to occur. He concluded aloud that there was something down there. Amy looked away, saying that if a spiritual zone specialist were present, they could probably reach the very bottom. Chiron added that someone like Professor Athela. She nodded in agreement and said that even her second brother, who led expeditions, always insisted on having a spiritual zone specialist with him. While she was speaking, Rian approached and remarked that if they were stuck simply because they needed outside help, perhaps they should abandon the investigation altogether. He reminded them that this place had been recommended by the director himself, and if they could not manage it, maybe it was best to give up. The protagonist thought to himself that in the pursuit of efficiency, it was easy to forget the most basic principles. He recalled the director of the academy, who had once smiled and said that approval meant trust in his judgment, so he must never lower his guard. The director had also warned that some situations were so dangerous that retreat was completely justified, and this was something he should never forget. While he reflected, Amy admitted that Rian was right, though she felt ashamed to turn back after coming such a long way. Suddenly, Rian said there was a way forward. They could simply dig the 500 meters themselves. Sometime later, tourists milled around the pyramid while the group explored inside. Someone asked the protagonist why they had even come here, and he replied that he was beginning to feel ashamed of himself. Looking around, he admitted that he did not understand after all. The director had promised they would understand everything upon arrival, but so far, he saw nothing unusual. He further added that these ruins were 1,000 years old. He then asked how they were connected to that Moreau at all. Rian suggested that maybe if they dug, they might find her. Amy said they would have to make use of the spiritual zone somehow. The protagonist then suggested they speak to the natives. Amy explained that locals near the tourist spots would not know much. If they wanted to speak to real natives, they would need a translator. At that moment, Elzine approached and announced she had a good idea. She explained that while observing the ruins earlier, she had noticed something here. Smiling, she told them the answer was simple: people. Elzine directed their attention to a group among the crowd who cared nothing for the ruins or other attractions. One man in a business suit with a top hat walked at the front, indifferent, while stern mercenaries armed with weapons followed. Later, as the tourists continued to wander, two men entered the room where the group was having lunch. Seeing them, the friends realized they truly were mercenaries and noted they were gathering in taverns. Amy turned to Elzine, calling her insight incredible, saying it was no wonder her family was famous for such talent. Laughing, Elzine said she was still a complete novice in this business. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a mocking voice behind him, remarking that they lived in such a wonderful world where even snot-nosed kids could walk around with weapons. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Rian frowned in displeasure, asking if they were truly being discussed at the next table, but Elzine told him to forget it. They were drunk. Rian lowered his head toward his plate, only to hear another mocking voice, saying he had a sword he could not even swing and carried it only to look cool in front of girls. Both Elzine and Rian frowned. One of the drunken men, noticing Rian's gaze, asked what he would do if he kept staring, then, with a crazed smile, suggested he might spill some blood. The man then mocked Chiron, saying the blond boy was pretending not to hear. Rian's eyes lit up with anger. He didn't care if they insulted him, but he would never let anyone harm his friends. As he saw Chiron, suddenly, Rian's expression changed from confusion to resolve. The man leapt from his chair, declaring he wanted to let off steam. As they left, they turned to taunt the group about being ashamed in front of their girlfriends. An old man leaned toward the table, asking if they were all right, warning that those troublemakers also bullied children. Chiron asked the man if he knew them. The old man replied that they had been coming here often lately and had lost all restraint, but praised the group for not reacting. Smiling, Elzine admitted she had been worried Rian might lose his temper. Rian grinned, saying they would meet those bandits again, then looked to Chiron, who nodded in agreement. The group set out after their opponents, who moved in a tight formation despite this being a tourist area, showing clear experience. Amy said they did good by not reacting, to which Elzine responded that archers often had a highly developed sensory circuit, meaning they would be found out quickly anyway. Observing the man in front, the group guessed he was the leader because his sword was a well-known brand, though, Elzine noted, not a limited edition. Amy pointed out another figure, a cloaked woman with no visible weapons, whose build suggested she did not train daily. Chiron concluded that she was a mage. Stepping forward, he added that if even a mage was part of the infiltration team, there must be something valuable hidden in these ruins. They soon reached a massive door guarded by sentries. One of the mercenaries noticed his partner pulling a lever, and the heavy doors swung open, revealing a torchlit road leading downward. The mercenaries smiled maliciously. A scream rang out behind them, and Chiron shouted that they would follow as well. The mercenaries turned, recognizing them as the kids from the tavern. As they advanced, Amy ran closer, asking if they could go in together. The leader pointed his sword at Chiron, asking if he wanted to die, then paused in surprise at Chiron's confident smile. Watching him, the leader wondered why the boy had reacted so boldly. A woman approached the leader, telling him to stop, stating that the guards had warned that if a fight broke out here, they would not be allowed inside. The man clenched his teeth, but kept his eyes locked on the unflinching protagonist. After a short pause, the man returned his sword to its sheath and told them to consider themselves fortunate. Walking toward the dungeon, he remarked at last that this was the second time they had narrowly escaped death. As they departed, 2 guards warned them to enter only if they wished to test themselves. Folding his arms over his chest, one of the guards added that the eyes of an angel would be watching them closely. Hearing the unfamiliar language, Elzine silently wondered what had just been said, while Rian guessed that perhaps it was a wish for them to enjoy themselves. Entering the dungeon, the protagonist cast a sidelong glance toward the exit. All 4 of them began to descend, the walls lit by magic lanterns. As they continued downward, Elzine noted how deep it seemed. Amy looked at her companion and speculated that this might be the passage leading to the basement of the ruins, to which he calmly acknowledged that it was quite possible. He recalled how even the spiritual zone had failed to give them an answer, dissipating after a distance of 500 meters. Leaving that memory behind, the protagonist kept descending, now more alert, as danger could be waiting below. Meanwhile, the leader of a group of mercenaries ground his teeth in frustration, lamenting the expense they had incurred while gathering information about the place. His companion, the archer, turned toward the group and wondered aloud if it was too soon for such young ones to explore such structures. Chiron countered by asking why they had come here themselves. This caused the archer to gape in shock and question whether they even knew where they were. Chiron replied with a smile that they did not, but since they were already here, it was too late to turn back, and he asked what lay below. The mercenary leader, gritting his teeth in anger, wondered if this seemed like a joke to them. He thought of how much they had sacrificed to discover the secret entrance, including paying a man for a code, costing them 50 gold pieces in total. Both mercenaries, gritting their teeth, demanded to know if the group truly intended to reap the fruits of their labor. Suddenly, the archer held up 5 fingers and stated that each question would cost 5 gold pieces, explaining that under other circumstances the price would be 100 gold. Before he could finish, the protagonist stated that they would simply figure things out as they went, which infuriated the archer. His leader, however, smiled ominously and said they would have to pay to proceed further, questioning whether the group truly would not negotiate. Hearing this, Chiron turned to his companion. A moment later, they all sat down on the steps, deciding they would simply wait. The mercenary leader's face flushed red with rage as he thought bitterly of the incident in the pub, suspecting the group wanted revenge. Suddenly, the protagonist stood up and announced that if each question cost only 1 gold coin, he would gladly pay. He offered a coin, and without hesitation, the mercenary captain snatched it, deciding it was better than nothing, and declared that now the matter was different, though payment still came first. Rian leaned toward Amy, asking why Chiron had changed his mind after initially saying they would find the answers themselves. Amy replied that the mercenaries might be hiding something and that there could also be traps awaiting them. Forewarned was forearmed, and the more information they could extract, the better. The protagonist asked the mercenary captain why they had come, and the man answered that they wished to meet the locals. Displeased by the vague response, Chiron refused to pay for evasions, warning that continued dodging would result in no payment. A girl in a cloak emerged from behind the captain, admitting that they truly did not know anything more and only wished to meet the locals. Chiron, surprised, thought they were still playing along. After a pause, he offered another gold coin and asked why they were doing it. The archer narrowed his eyes and admitted they wanted to buy some loot. Looking away, he explained that while the black market was full of them, the price in their homeland was much lower here, allowing them to buy in bulk and resell elsewhere to supplement their budget. Chiron raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering if this was loot smuggling. Imagining an ancient temple, he questioned whether the great secret of the ruins was nothing more than smuggling. Dismissing the idea, he concluded there must be something else, though most likely, these mercenaries did not know it either. He drifted into memories of arriving on the island, recalling how his companions had told him that the descendants now lived in the autonomous region of Kurgo at the island center. Returning from his thoughts, Chiron smiled sarcastically and asked if they truly meant that this was the secret passage to the autonomous region of Kurgo. The man before him instinctively covered his mouth, alarmed at how he knew such details. Chiron apologizes for asking without paying, so he offers a gold coin. But the man refuses. Chiron confirmed that he had indeed given away the secret for nothing. The man frowned and demanded to know how Chiron had learned this, since the information was kept under strict lock. Chiron turned to Amy and asked whether she had mentioned that the locals used a loop in their rituals. Without turning, he added that although this place was the birthplace of the roots, he was certain that only high-ranking citizens could freely deal in large quantities, which made the mercenaries frown. Rian pointed out that this was a matter for the local government. Elzine added that they must already be in the autonomous region of Kurgo. Narrowing his eyes, the man acknowledged their intelligence and asked if there were any more questions. The protagonist smiled, saying they were finished and that they should continue down to find out the rest. The mercenary leader suspected Chiron had already learned all he could from them. As they descended, they saw a bright light ahead. Before them stood a guarded door, which 2 guards began to open. The group walked inside confidently, and the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of what lay beyond, the secret of the basement. They stopped to examine their surroundings, astonished. One of the men pointed ahead, claiming there was an entrance to Kurgo. Upon recognizing it, they shouted that they had not been deceived. A black circle lay before them, and Chiron frowned as if it seemed familiar. Lost in thought, he remembered a black portal in Moreau. His eyes widened as he realized this was the same as hers. The team leader noticed him standing motionless and asked why, but Chiron remained fixed in place. Suddenly, an old man appeared before them, frowning, and asked if Chiron had just spoken the name Moreau. The old man's eyes narrowed further when Chiron admitted their paths had crossed. The man declared it impossible, but Chiron grew agitated, insisting it was true. Striking his staff against the ground, the old man said it was not Chiron's place to judge and that the verdict would be passed by 8 angelic eyes. Behind him, 8 black portals appeared, and the old man explained that any who wished to enter Kurgo must first pass the trials of Moreau. Chiron frowned again, questioning whether he had truly heard that name once more. The mercenary leader accused the protagonist of trying to parasitize them, declaring that from now on, it was every team for themselves. The old man, ignoring the protest, stated that from this moment, the long-haired youth would translate for all, as crossing the threshold meant they were now one. The boy protested, claiming the students were not part of their group, but the old man interrupted, asking if he would choose victory or sacrifice. Resting both hands on his staff, the man instructed them to prove their worth before the angelic eyes. He pointed to the portals, explaining that if at least one passed the trial, all present would have the right to enter Kurgo. If they failed, each sacrifice would allow another to proceed. The boy clutched his head in alarm, convinced they were doomed. The protagonist frowned, staring ahead with determination. The interior was well lit. The archer, drenched in cold sweat, could not find the words to speak. His superior turned toward him and, with clear frustration, demanded to know whether they had truly ended up in the same situation as the young group before them. The mage girl removed her hood and explained that such a test was often conducted during first contact with other civilizations. Since Kurgo was a warrior tribe, she reasoned they would most likely be tested on their combat skills. While the mercenary leader was scolding them, Amy frowned in clear displeasure, noting that he continued to address them disrespectfully. She then inquired how they had come to know the level of their skills. The mage girl stepped closer to her, mockingly remarking about their abilities, suggesting that playing with magic and swords in an academy was nothing more than childish fantasy, and that real combat was entirely different. Amy, wearing a slightly unhinged smile, assured her that they had no desire to cooperate with them either. As the 2 women glared at each other, one of the Kurgo tribesmen announced that there were 2 conditions for passing through the gate. Looking at the protagonist, he stated that they must either prove their ability or sacrifice one among them so the other could proceed. The protagonist frowned deeply, seeking clarity on how exactly one was meant to prove ability. The archer, frowning in irritation, told him not to interfere since he would no longer translate anything for him. The protagonist pointed out that they were all in the same predicament and insisted that he should ask. The archer reluctantly turned to the elder tribesman with his question. The Kurgo tribesman, eyes alight with intensity, explained that they would enter the altar of justice one at a time to prove their worth beneath the gaze of 8 angelic eyes. Behind him stood 8 altars. He continued, explaining that the language of the gods would deliver a verdict. A red light signified failure, a white light success. As he spoke, he gestured toward a black sphere in the distance. The protagonist asked how many attempts were allowed, whether there were limits, and what punishments would follow failure. The old man responded that there were no limits and no punishments, only the exhaustion of their strength, and if none succeeded, all would be forced to turn back. One of the mercenaries crossed his arms with a smirk, remarking that this was not a teamwork challenge. Chiron frowned at the mention of sacrifice, asking if it meant that one must die for another to pass. The Kurgo tribesmen confirmed this, declaring it to be Miro's will. Throughout the exchange, the archer translated the protagonist's questions, including whether there were restrictions on the sacrifice and if they could simply bring in a corpse from elsewhere. The old man answered that there were no restrictions, but reminded them of one important rule. When leaving this place, all must depart united. Hearing this, those present turned toward the massive closed doors. Chiron pondered the cruelty of such a rule, killing a comrade simply to obtain a LUP. One of the mercenaries remarked that it sounded easy, while the mage girl wondered aloud who this Moreau was and whether she sold a loop. The archer tensed at the thought that this might be the place where the loop was sold. The protagonist considered that the rule of unity was far from simple. In his mind, he pictured one individual carried on the shoulders of many subordinates, reflecting that it is far easier for a single person to control the majority than for the majority to reach consensus. He concluded that this rule might be far more dangerous than it appeared. Suddenly, the mercenary captain stepped forward, declaring that the situation was easier than expected. With a manic grin, he suggested killing the 4 youths to proceed. The protagonist exhaled heavily, noting inwardly that this so-called leader's emotional nature only worsened matters, though at least his group seemed focused on the goal. The female mage suggested they should begin since they could not linger forever. The captain turned away in irritation, muttering that they annoyed him, while one of his companions approached Chiron to ask the order in which they would proceed. The protagonist proposed sending the swordsman first and the mages afterward. The mage girl agreed, smiling, and asked if he believed the test involved striking the black sphere. He replied affirmatively, reasoning that Kurgo was a tribe of warriors and that the sphere could likely absorb an almost infinite amount of energy. He also noted that the shape of the altar suggested some form of interaction. The mage girl turned to her captain, but he glared at her with open hostility. Addressing her temporary comrades, she asked if any wished to go first. The protagonist turned to his group, and Rian stepped forward without hesitation, declaring his intent to be first. His steps carried him toward the sphere without a trace of fear, though Elzine called after him to be careful. The mercenary leader, turning sharply, mocked them, implying they were already frightened. Rian stopped 10 steps from the sphere, telling himself that as a warrior on the front lines, he needed to gather information for his friend. The protagonist watched him closely, aware that they were relying on him. Rian struck the sphere with his fist, recalling that there were no limits on attempts. A glowing number 1 appeared on its surface, prompting him to wonder about its meaning. Chiron frowned, noting that the elder had said the language of the gods would respond, and that the number must be the answer, advising Rian to step back. Rian leapt away, and the sphere glowed red, indicating failure. Drawing the sword from his back, Rian realized that the number indicated his strike's strength and that a white glow signified passing. The mercenary knights stared in disbelief, doubting he could wield such a large weapon and speculating about its composition. Rian's companions encouraged him to give it his all. Eyes gleaming, Rian gripped his great-grandfather's sword, a weapon he had technically stolen rather than inherited, and lunged with full force. The blade struck the black sphere at high velocity, a shockwave echoing through the hall. Gritting his teeth, he felt the sphere drain away his strength entirely. To his astonishment, the sphere displayed 241 points before glowing red once more. He turned to his friends, wondering if the number meant his strike was 241 times stronger than a punch, and asked if he could strike again. Elzine reminded him that his legs were already trembling. The protagonist asked if he was all right. Rian sheathed his sword, stating that the sphere truly absorbed all energy, but that he would recover with rest. He also now understood that the sphere quantified the force of an attack. He remarked that with a diagram, he could surely pass. One of the mercenaries laughed mockingly, questioning whether Rian truly did not know how to use a scheme. Striding toward the sphere, the man claimed that the sword was a worthless fake and boasted of showing how a professional operated. Producing a chain mace, he proclaimed he would reach 2,000 points. Amy quietly explained to her friend that this mercenary was a schemed user who favored blunt weapons over blades. With a shout, the man attacked, spinning the chain mace before delivering a powerful strike. He laughed at first, but his expression shifted when the sphere displayed a mere 248 points, only slightly above Rian's. His fellow mercenaries were shocked, insisting the sphere must be broken. He returned to his group, where the mage girl suggested that the reading might not show objective damage or could involve a formula. The man seethed internally, questioning the result. He then accused Rian of lying about his inexperience with schema, but Rian, visibly angered, told him to stay silent and watch. At that moment, Elzine drew her sword. Closing her eyes, she reflected on her long-standing curiosity about her sword skills. A wild smile formed on her lips, and she thought that this would be enjoyable. Elzine stood about 20 meters from the black sphere, her gaze fixed silently on the target. At once, strange symbols appeared in her eyes, and she exhaled lightly as the hair on her body stood on end. Slowly, she assumed a fighting stance, and then, without warning, she launched forward with explosive speed. Her friends watched with their mouths open in astonishment, and the mercenaries felt the same surge of disbelief. Elzine's strike landed precisely at the center of the sphere, her energy piercing through the magical surface. A faint ripple passed through the orb a moment later. The protagonist, a drop of cold sweat on his face, noted inwardly that her speed was extraordinary. He observed that, due to the sudden acceleration of concentrated energy, an optical illusion formed at the tip of her sword that resembled a flash of lightning. While he reflected on this, Elzine slid her blade back into its sheath. The glowing number 442 appeared on the sphere. The mercenary's face flushed with anger at the sight, unable to understand how it was possible since she had only struck with her sword. Elzine calmly stated that it made no difference. He had lost regardless, and remarked that raw strength and the skill of controlling it were entirely different matters. Returning to her companions, she thought to herself that the experience was thrilling and that she wanted more. The archer twirled an arrow between his fingers and announced that it was now his turn. Breaking off the arrowhead, he picked a cartridge from his bag. Amy, pointing toward it, explained to the protagonist that it was a mana stone bullet. A mana stone bullet was a special projectile filled with aggressive magic, its core material being a magic stone. Such stones were rare, formed only in specific natural conditions, capable of storing elemental magic from their surroundings. With them, it was possible to trigger phenomena such as floods or thunderstorms. However, these stones were not only uncommon but also difficult to process, requiring advanced technological expertise in both material refinement and mechanical assembly. Without such technology, production was impossible. The cartridge itself was constructed using extremely heavy equipment. Amy added that a single cartridge cost 1 gold coin and estimated that the magic stone inside weighed less than 10 grams. Chiron, surprised by her knowledge, asked how she knew so much, and she replied that her older brother served as the captain of archers at the royal court. Meanwhile, the archer stepped forward and explained that he was using a lightning arrow, advising everyone to move back. Drawing the bowstring, he released the arrow toward the sphere. In the blink of an eye, it reached its target, unleashing a surge of lightning in all directions. As the energy dispersed, the sphere began absorbing the accumulated charge. A moment later, the number 1020 appeared on its surface. The archer smiled with satisfaction, but the sphere soon glowed red. Amy observed that, unlike the swordsman, his power had not leaked away, and asked if he wished to try again. He declined, reasoning that it would only waste money and that the outcome would likely be the same regardless of the cartridge used. He then inquired about the minimum score required to pass. Amy suggested that it was now the mage's turn and asked whether he wished to go first or let her proceed. The mercenary mage proposed that Amy attempt it first so they could compare their results. Amy, her smile sharp and eyes alight with challenge, agreed. Elzine happily noted that they would finally witness Amy's magic. The protagonist reflected that Amy specialized in fire magic, her greatest strength being the ability to land a single, precise, and powerful blow. Unlike ice magic, which was bound by the limit of absolute zero, fire had no maximum temperature. This limitless potential was why many magicians favored the element. However, even the most skilled struggled to surpass the 1,000-degree barrier. Fire's destructive power lay in the fact that most substances could not endure such heat. Yet fire had its weaknesses. It was a form of light, and therefore slow to travel far or fast. Amy frowned, considering that this limitation had given rise to fusion magic. Flame Strike, a combination of fire and air magic, compensated for this drawback, allowing greater speed and range while maintaining destructive force, though the strike weakened over distance. She spread her arms, her eyes burning with determination, and decided to use a fireball. A vast cloud of flame formed before her, eliciting shock from the mercenaries and admiration from her friends. Continuing to channel her energy, she lowered one hand and prepared to release the spell. With a subtle motion, the fireball shot forward at high speed, striking the black sphere dead center. The explosion was immense, rattling the hall. Rian and Elzine stood frozen in awe, while the mercenaries stared wide-eyed at the devastation. Slowly, the flames were absorbed into the sphere, and the number 3,270 appeared only for the sphere to turn red moments later. Amy clenched her fists in frustration, wondering aloud if this, too, counted as failure and what exactly was being demanded of them. The mercenary mage laughed mockingly, stating that she expected no better from someone like Amy. Stepping forward with a grin, she declared that she would demonstrate her fire magic. Raising her arms, she conjured 3 fireballs above her head. Sweat poured down her face as the orbs began merging with a sharp crack, forming one massive sphere of flame. Elzine acknowledges its size. Amy recognized the technique from her studies. It was the textbook method for amplifying fire magic, and she noted that her rival was following the instructions perfectly in an attempt to secure victory. With an intense scream, the mercenary mage hurled the fireball at the black sphere. The resulting explosion shook the room, and both sides watched intently for the score. At first, the mercenaries looked confident, but their expressions quickly faltered when the result appeared. Only 1,330 points. The mercenary mage froze in disbelief, while Amy's eyes lit up with satisfaction, a mocking smile spreading across her lips. While the mercenaries' team were imagining the day when they recruited her to their team, thinking of her as the most powerful mage of all time, as she was strong from an early age and gained a lot of fame by getting even stronger. They also thought that it was tough to recruit her, as she takes pride in not being second to any mage in terms of experience and skill. Now, the mage girl was in disbelief. She was trying to say that she could get a 2,000 score easily, but now it was too late for her. The score difference between her and Amy was too much, and everyone told her that the red-haired girl had more score now. Now, everyone was even more scared of the place, as now Amy had most of the score, and yet she didn't pass the test, and everyone lagged behind her, so there was no chance of anyone among them to pass either. Amy then called Chiron, telling him that she thinks that they're getting close to passing the test. She told him that he does not need to hold back now and use everything in his attack, while the mercenaries wanted him to leave, as now there was no way of passing it. They even told Chiron not to waste his energy on something so meaningless. But Chiron had something left up his sleeve. He told everyone there that he would try his best to pass. The captain of the mercenaries shouted at them to stop, as it wouldn't be enough for them to pass, and it would be meaningless to try their best. It was over for everyone. Chiron and his friends looked at him in anger because he was stopping them, as they hadn't even tried their best until now, and the mercenaries wanted to give up. Chiron was thinking in his mind about the unique room Moreau had made and the rules, but Amy reminded him to go for his turn. Chiron then fixed his eye on the target. He raised his hand and started to gather light energy into it. The mage girl and the archer were seeing him doing and were thinking that as it was a photon emission or just light, and what kind of damage would he cause with it. While they looked at it, the ball of energy started to oscillate in his hand. Rian and Elzane were also gathering the magic. Elzane was recalling the time when they went to save Amy and Chiron blinded the enemies with the light and slammed them into the ground with something, and it was so quick that nobody judged at that time what happened, and even bothered to ask him at that moment. Now Chiron was all set to fire. Rian was sure that the attack Chiron was going to use was his specialty skill. And then within a single split second, Chiron shot at the black sphere. There was a blasting effect around the sphere. Everyone was shocked seeing the speed of his attack, and they were even more shocked as they saw his score, which was 4,783. The mage girl was shocked. She did not understand how a photon emission could be this strong. While Archer was thinking about the speed of the attack, he too imagined himself in front of such an attack and thought that he would be able to dodge it in time. And not only that, it was 20 times stronger than a swordsman's power. He just could not believe his eyes. He had just seen his defeat and stated that they were weak in front of the other team. The protagonist was very much disappointed that he also did not pass the test and thought that 5,000 would be the passing score. He was sure that this was his limit and could not get anything higher than that, but still, he wanted to try again. While looking at his face, Amy laughed at him and reminded him that this was the same situation she was in when she got her score. As Chiron walked down the altar, he questioned Amy what if he had used a laser. Then what could be the result? Amy replied that it would be a good option, as the laser damage accumulates. But now it was too late. She told Chiron to let's look around the room once and figure out what they should do to pass the test. While everyone looked around for some answers, Amy looked at the captain of the mercenaries and asked him that doesn't he want to get out of this place. He was in anger and called this test boring and stated that he will be leaving this place and turned back to the door. But Archer was standing there and replied to his leader that there was a rule that mentioned that if you want to leave the place, everyone has to pass through the test. The captain trembled as he was the only one left to take the test. Amy told Chiron that they should also just leave for now after the mercenaries are done. Amy explained to Chiron that now is not a good time to pass. As we have understood the rules of this room, we should try another day. She said that the rules were simply to test the trust of your team members. Amy also called the rule a strange one to pass a test, while the captain got himself ready to strike the black sphere ball. As everyone knew in their minds, mages were stronger than the swordsmen in pure firepower, but the swordsmen were different and powerful in other matters too. Swordsmen can do many things mages can't, and they're cut out for different roles. Nonetheless, there were also problems with how the test was conducted. If there had been more space, Amy's sniper mode would have been stronger. Everything in the room was unfair. If they quantify the amount of damage dealt, there is an illusion of it being fair. This all resulted in the team member getting anxious as they got a lower score than the other team member. And the one who got a higher score looked down on the one who got a lower. The last rule to pass was to sacrifice one person to let another person pass. And with that thought, the captain struck the black sphere, and he just got 32 score. With that final person, the place allowed them to leave. The captain told everyone to get out, as there was nothing they could do more. Everyone knew that the mercenary group was going to be disbanded as they left the place. The captain of mercenaries also said that he would leave the place now and go alone on another path. As they got to the door, the main character asked Archer to translate the words of the old man once again and ask him that does anyone had passed the exam before. The old man replied to the question that he was also not sure how many had passed the test. He told them that the players who come to take the test come in ground and sometimes alone, and based on his analysis, only 1 out of 10 managed to pass the test. Chiron, upon hearing everyone, concluded that the passing rate is higher if they come alone. But was there anything they missed out? While the captain banged on the door to open and they left the place. While the mercenaries were trying to leave, Amy called them and asked if today was the day they needed to get inside Kurgo. The test was over, and no one had passed the test. The captain of the mercenaries was banging at the door, so he could just leave the place. But the old man there asked him if everyone was willing to leave the place. He looked at his team. They were all wanting to leave. Archer then asked Amy and his group that what were they waiting for? They should all agree to leave the place. Instead of agreeing to Archer's demands, Amy refused to leave. Her team was also not ready to leave the place, and they were convinced that today was the day they would get to see inside Kurgo. The mage girl made an odd face, asking her what she was talking about. She asked Amy if there was any need to go to Kurgo. Suddenly, the old man behind repeated his words that this is the chamber of achievement and sacrifice. Prove your competence by passing Miro's trial. If you'd like to prove yourself through sacrifice, for sacrifices shall permit 4 entries. Rian then asked the archer about what was the old man saying. Archer knew the real translation, but he told them that the old man wanted them to leave if they were done at the place. Amy laughed at him and told him that what she understood was that we can sacrifice 4 people to let 4 other people enter. Archer and the mage girl were shocked and asked that did she knew the language the whole time. Amy replied that it was Archer who told us when they entered the place, and she just remembered that until now. She even called her a genius for still being able to remember it. Archer was all in demise, as it was tough to even remember anything after hearing it just once. Elzane called Chiron and asked him why Amy looked so strong and what she meant. Do they have to fight with them? But Chiron calmed her down and asked her to wait until Amy fixed the situation. Amy stood in front of all four mercenaries and asked them to bring it on, as she knew they wouldn't willingly sacrifice themselves. So she wanted them to at least try their best and struggle. Archie got quite scared and started to imagine the situations if they had to fight them. He pointed out that the two swordsmen from each team is equal in strength, so that will be a draw. But the women is stronger than their captain, so they will lose there. Secondly, the mages in the opponent team are above their league, and his arrows are slower than the light, so in the end they will all lose to them. Without wasting any more time, Archer bowed down to Amy, asking for forgiveness for how they had treated them earlier, and he even asked his other team member to hurry and apologize to them without wasting any time. Everyone then bowed down and asked forgiveness from them, and they even said that they had learned a lot from what happened. And also, they were all so arrogant. Amy didn't stop there. She asked them if that was it, everything they were apologizing for, so their captain added for forgiveness as they had talked behind their back in the bar and promised to never do that again. Rian and Elzane were thankful to Amy as they were especially made fun of in the bar. Elzane was so happy, but Amy made a laughing face. What is he saying when my friend was insulted in the bar? She did not even know that something that bad was done to Elzane and Rian. The mercenaries' captain got more scared that if this was not the thing she was asking, then what did she want from them? Amy then asked them that if they accept a certain suggestion, she will be willing to agree to leave this room. The captain quickly asked her what she wanted, and she replied with the code needed to enter this place. The captain was shocked that these guys were planning on challenging this place again, but he had no choice and gave the codes to her. Elzane was eased that she did all that just to get the codes, but not to fight them. Amy told her that mages are naturally very efficient people. Chiron added to her that some call mages a bit eccentric, but they are just able to utilize their surrounding very efficiently, while mercenaries were cursing them, as they had to spend a lot to get the codes in the first place. Now, they were all free from the room and were able to see the sky. Amy and Chiron were quite satisfied with their result, as they gained much more than they had expected, and decided to make a plan and then go to the place again. While Rian asked them that they should now go and eat some pasta, as they had done a lot of work today, Elzane stopped him and asked him if they should eat something else than pasta, as there are so many delicious dishes out there. While they were deciding what to eat, the three of the mercenaries came to them and told them that their captain had left the band, and if they wanted, they could join the mercenaries. Chiron started to think about their offer. He imagined that it would be nice to join the mercenary. The mage girl even convinced them that with their power level and skills, they could get on the top mercenary in no time, and whether it be fame or money, they will be able to get anything they want. Also, she added that as the position of leader is not filled, if they like, they could be the leader also. She ended her proposal by promising that she will do whatever they say and treat the team members with respect. But without any hesitation, Chiron declined her offer. And in no time, those four went off to enjoy their food, while the mercenary thought of them as unlucky at the moment. While Chiron and his friends were in the lodging, a western tourist area, they were walking back to their place to take some rest. While Amy and Elzane talked about Chiron being a lot powerful than before, Amy told her that she saw him failing thousands of times in different magic. Elzane told Amy that now the earliest Chiron can enter the graduation classes next year, and if she will graduate this year, there will be a year gap in between them. Amy asked her that what was she getting at. So Elzane reminded her that she told that she wanted to be a soldier after graduating, then she will have to join the army in the capital, and Chiron will be left alone for a year. Amy was doubting her thoughts. She was certain that Chiron would pass next year, but she never wanted to stay away from him for a whole year. Amy wanted to be a soldier because she was good at targeting. She stated that she didn't think of this situation at all. So Elzane mentioned to her that she should become a spy instead of going into the army. But Amy told her that she did not know anything about becoming a spy. Elzane told her that she was pretty good at becoming a spy, and she would help her become one. Amy just had to follow her lead. As they reached closer to their place, Elzane suddenly stopped her and alerted her that there was someone near them, and with her sensing, it was a man. As they went near to look around, a boy was on the ground, all beaten up. Chiron recognized him. He was Jis. They all got worried and tried asking him what had caused him such misery, but he had no strength left in him and passed out. Chiron got concerned and went near him to check his pulse, but the last drop of adrenaline in Jis hit hard. Jis grabbed the hand of Chiron and told him that he needed to thank him because he had protected his girlfriend, Amy. Chiron was confused about what he was saying, but he then fell unconscious. Everyone there took him inside and made sure he got some rest. They were all worried as Jis told them Palcoa was after them. Rian was thinking that Jis was telling a lie or the truth. He was confused about why Palcoa wanted to harm them after losing to them once. A few hours back, in Palcoa's secret castle, Palcoa had brought Jis so he could do him a favor. Palcoa was the captain of the Parrot Bandits and was quite angry with Amy and his friends as they had made a scene at his business, and he wanted to ruin them because he felt that they would spread rumors of his bad work in the mainland after returning there. He wanted them to suffer and get his reputation to the mark. Palcoa was already on the run away from the other places and had settled here and was doing his business. And if he had been caught again, he would have to let go of his business to waste. And now he had many people who were relying on him. Jis was standing in front of him while laughing with his teeth out. Palcoa gave him a flask which had a red liquid, a concentrated loop. Palcoa ordered Jis to go and put this in the red-haired girl's drink and make her drink it. Jis was scared and asked Palcoa what would happen to her if she drank it. Without any hesitation, Palcoa questioned him about whether it was necessary to ask such a question. It was obvious that the person who would drink it would die immediately. Palcoa advised him that he just needs to make her drink it, and they'll handle the rest. Jis, in his mind, repeated the word insane and called Palcoa utterly mad, and then he dropped the flask on the ground. Palcoa was angered and asked him if he was going to defy him. Jis told Palcoa that he quit working for him and will never do such work. But his voice was too low for Palcoa wanted him to hear, so he shouted at him that he quits his trashy job. In a split second, Palcoa beat up Jis, and he was all in blood on the ground. And he ordered his men to go and bring Jis's little sister to him. Jis told his whole story to Amy while he was still lying in bed. Amy was thankful to him that he had protected her, but she was in pain as her efforts to protect Jis and his sister had gone to waste. Rian told them that it is an attempted murder and a hostage-taking. So, shouldn't they bring this up to the authorities? But Elzane said that the bandits were from special forces, so they would first have taken a harbor under their control, and she was sure that they had isolated the island to do all this. Rian asked her if that was the case, so they were also trapped on the island. Amy told everyone that if they did inform the authorities, they still wouldn't be able to save Jis's little sister, as the authorities won't send the army just to save an orphan's life. Chiron, filled with rage, asked Amy how strong she thought the Palcoa's men were. Elzane questioned him about whether he was thinking of fighting with them, and Amy replied to him that most of the men are idiots with nothing but brute strength, but still there are around 10 skilled schema users, and those guys are the Parrot Bandits. Chiron heard the word Parrot Bandits, and something in his mind clicked. Elzane asked him that did he knew who they were. Chiron replied her he did, because a few years back, when his school was attacked, the schema user hired by the Archmage Arcane was from the Parrot Bandits. It was Lucas, a class criminal, Amy told him, and added that he was in jail now, and Palcoa's men are stronger than him. Elzane, in her mind, was thinking something about Parrot Palcoa, and even Chiron asked her that did she had any clue about the person, but she was too confused to make any suggestion. Chiron mentioned that he thinks about it, as he was also in special forces. Suddenly, Jis's hand came near Chiron, and he shouted at him to run away. Chiron grabbed him and tried to calm him, while Elzane told him that he needed to rest. His ribcage was broken. While everyone was trying to calm him down, Rian asked him about his sister and where she could be. Jis asked him if he was trying to save his sister for real. Amy told them that they knew how strong they were, and most of them were loop addicts, and they were targeting Amy. She wasn't finished telling the plan, but in between, Jis shouted that they were not planning to target Amy, but they were after Chiron. Jis cleared that it was not Palcoa who ordered him, but they were someone else, and even stronger than Palcoa's men. When Palcoa was beating Jis after he had refused to do him a favor, some other people came into his place and pointed a gun at Palcoa's head. Palcoa called the girl Captain and got scared, while the girl was glad to find Palcoa finally. The girl there told Palcoa that she was after someone else, but she had heard loud bangs from the place and came inside to look, and she was also surprised to find Palcoa inside. The girl said that they were family, but still Palcoa was hiding from her. She even asked him about his health and referred to him as her son. While Palcoa called his name loudly, Marcia, Jis told that Marcia was before Chiron, and he had to run away as soon as possible. Chiron heard the name Marcia, and in his mind, he had thoughts about her, but in a split second, there was an explosion. Everyone was taken by surprise, but no one was hurt. Chiron was still trying to understand the situation. He was trying to understand Clay Marsh's name joining with the Parrot Bandits. Meanwhile, in the capital, Bashuka, in the Magic Association headquarters, Sakiri from the 3rd Investigation Department was interrogating Lucas, the B-class criminal who tried to escape the prison. Lucas told him after getting beaten up that the boss of the Parrot Bandits is Palcoa. He even reminded him that it was impossible to catch Palcoa since he had complete control over loot distribution, but he added that if he helped them, they had a chance to catch him. Sakiri was not so shocked after hearing that Palcoa was the boss of the Parrot Bandits. Lucas asked him for a favor to lower his sentence, and he would tell everything about him in detail, but Sakiri was not buying anything from him, and in anger, he even stabbed him in the back and again asked Lucas that he wasn't talking about the fake Parrot Bandit boss, but the real one. Sakiri asked him if he wanted to know everything about the real boss, the Parrot Mercenaries. 7 years ago, the legendary mercenaries, who brought the country to ruin after destroying the Iron Kingdom, were the real Parrot Bandits, and among them was the real boss. And also Sakiri told him that they had planned to ambush them, but their attempt failed, and the remaining members are still roaming around the continent. And now the real boss is trying to revive the group again, and the woman known as the Fallen Saint, the A-class criminal and A-class political offender known as Clay Marcia, with a bounty of 100 million gold, is the real boss of Parrot Bandits. Sakiri was quite anxious and wanted to know about her. He even said that it is impossible to track her down, and every witness says different things about her, and they don't even know if she's a mage and wanted to know the woman's ability. She's the one who is everywhere, yet exists nowhere. When Marcia finally saw Palcoa beating up Jis, she had attacked Palcoa for running away from the battle that time. Marcia also saw Jis on the ground, all beaten up by Palcoa. She asked Palcoa to wake up from the loop. Palcoa was in anger and had blood around his face after getting roughed up by Marcia, and asked her why she had returned now, after throwing him and his men into the Iron Kingdom, and now that she has found me. Why start acting like a family again? Jis was in terror. He had never seen Palcoa in such a state, and in his mind, he could not picture the same Palcoa as now. He was the one on the ground, beaten up and in blood, just like he was. Palcoa blamed Marcia that she killed everyone in the family, brother, sister, and his friends, and now it was too late for her to treat him like family. But Marcia explained to him that he was tricked like an idiot, and she was able to do what he couldn't. In his mind, Palcoa remembered the day when his family was killed in front of him, and while they all were dying, they asked him to run for his life. Palcoa told Marcia that he was just helping his family get some food and a good life, and he wanted them not to put their lives on the line like he had to for everything, but he just couldn't do it for them in the end. Marcia asked him if this was the only reason that made him run away from the battle like a coward, and she taunted him that she wasn't able to provide the best environment for him. She said that they were mercenaries, and because he and his men ran away from the battle, she lost more family members than they had to. And so she blamed all the deaths on Palcoa. She told him that even in battle or real life, he always chooses to run away. And because of that, it was not her, but him who was at fault. And because of him, he lost all his family in the beginning. Maria then asked Palcoa about the kid, Jis. Palcoa told him that he had called him because he wanted to find someone, and it didn't concern her at all. But Marcia told him that he was wrong. She told him that it was about the guy named Chiron, whom he was trying to find. Palcoa got scared, as she knew about his plan and everything about the other kids, too. Marcia goes into detail about how he thought she wouldn't know the name of the guy who destroyed his business and made a scene here. Marcia ordered Palcoa on one last mission to help her also find Chiron. And for that, she told him that he could do anything he meant to do in case of finding Chiron, even if he had to kill Jis. As they both planned to capture Chiron, Jis jumped out of the window into the sea, while the men of Garcia looked at him diving into the waters. Garcia called Jis a brave boy and, without wasting any time, ordered her men to go and chase after him. Now, at the explosion, Garcia's men were over the hill and had shot at the lodge where Jis was hiding with the other kids to find the whereabouts of Chiron. But after destroying everything, they turned around to go down the hill to see if there was anyone around and the other houses that were left. Chiron, Amy, Elzane, and Rian were fine. They had just dodged the attack. Jis was lying on the back of Rian, and they looked at the house burning in flames. Chiron was still too confused. He did not know why Clay Marcia was before him and what she wanted from him. After the explosion, Chiron was in deep thought about why Clay Marcia was before him and what her motive was against him. He stood in front of the burning house while others started to look around for a place where they could rest for the night. They found a tavern where they made sure Jis took some good rest because his wounds were critically bad. While Jis was sleeping, he shouted the name of his little sister Yuna. He even dreamed about him, to going back to the place where she was kept, but there was no one left there. He was walking around barefoot in blood, all around finding his little sister in his dream, and all he tried to tell everyone was that they're the real thing. After the sun rose, other people who were staying saw the house all burned down. They even questioned others about the previous night, but no one had a single clue what had happened. Clay Marcia was the one Elzane told everyone that she 7 years ago attacked the Iron Kingdom alone. She was the legendary leader of the mercenary group that almost overthrew the country into pieces. Rian added some more into the story that, with all that, the invasion of the Iron Kingdom failed, and so they don't need to be afraid of her, as the royal army arrived in the kingdom before the golden hour was over. Elzane added that everything that happened that night had perfect timing. Hearing Elzane, Amy was wondering about the timing too. Chiron explained that it seemed like parrot mercenaries were made use of in the Civil War, too. Elzane told them that right after the mercenaries attacked the Iron Kingdom's lower assembly, a certain upper assembly member showed up with the royal army as if they were waiting for it to happen. Amy explained the whole situation to them in detail, that her dad had told her that the mercenaries were hired by the upper assembly members, and everyone was shocked to hear it. They didn't doubt that at all. Amy told them that they were just disposable pieces for them. Rian was angry about how the upper assembly members had staged this thing all these years. Elzane put her thoughts together. She said that it was all done to solidify their position in politics. Rian questioned that politics is hard to understand, but Elzane still said that she also doesn't know what is the real truth. While they chatted together on the topic, they all prepared themselves for the attack they were going to do on the parrot bandits, so they could save Jiss's little sister. Chiron, while holding the horse, asked them if they were all ready to go, and with that, they all sat on their horses and charged to the parrot bandits' castle. As they all rode all through the seashore in a straight path, while Chiron was destined to go there on his own, as he could not wait for the bandits to attack him. While Clay Marcia got the vision of them from a far distance, that the kids were making a bold move on her, coming at her head-on. While she looked down from the window, and behind her was Palcoa and her men, while Palcoa in his mind challenged her men against those kids. Still, Marcia had Yuna in her hostage. While Chiron, Amy, Elzane, and Rian marched through the forest, Chiron asked Rian that has he had ever cut something down. Rian replied to him, what is he talking about? Chiron said that he meant that he had ever cut a person in real, but Rian said that he had once joined his father in clearing the bandits. Chiron asked him if he had no experience in killing a person. Then Rian said that no, he had not killed anyone. Rian said that he only thinks about his sword and how to master it. As they moved a little more into the forest, Elzane alerted them that someone was waiting for them and would attack at any moment. Suddenly, the bandits came from the trees and attacked them. The bandits were quite confident by seeing only 4 kids in front of them, but they had no idea how strong they could be. Amy, without wasting any time, targeted one of the bandits and blasted him away while the others shouted at each other to look after them from the targeting mage. But as everyone was talking, covered behind the trees, Chiron blasted them with his photon emission ability. The bandits who were left got scared and shouted for their leader and tried to flee, but it was too late. Elzane from nowhere came in front of one of the bandits and sliced him apart. Now, it was Rian left and the bandit after him. They both were in the middle of the trees, and Elzane was worried that Rian would be killed without schema as the opponent he was facing was quick. Rian was standing still, holding his sword in front of the bandits. His sword was too long and was touching the trees, and the bandit was sure that he would not be able to cut him down because of the trees. The bandit taunted him for bringing a great sword into the forest, but Rian swung his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped everything in his way, even the trees, and then the bandits. Elzane didn't get to see what was happening as the tree was being chopped, so she rushed towards Rian to protect him, but Rian called the bandit and told him that he shouldn't have underestimated him at all, and Rian's sword chopped him with a yellow flash. Elzane was standing in front of Rian, and she was stunned looking at him. Rian said that he had killed his version in his dreams, which had never killed a person in real life. Elzane thought of the time when Rian told her to become a mage, and he would become a great swordsman just to protect her. He told her that he has never picked up a sword half-heartedly and will never. As they defeated the bandits in the forest, the other squad saw this all and were stunned. They alerted everyone not to be fooled by the ages of the kids, as they had serious skills. As Chiron and his friends advanced to the castle, the bandits watching them laughed as they prepared a big surprise for them waiting in the castle. The protagonist and his friend were going to the parrot bandits' castle. They had already defeated the bandits hiding in the first layer, but now they had to face the second group. They were all engaged in the fight. Elzane was defending herself. Suddenly, she saw arrows getting in the way of Rian, and she shouted at him to dodge them. Rian quickly dropped down, and one of the arrows just pierced the tree behind him. It was breathtaking scenario. Rian stood up, holding his sword with both hands. He had just narrowly missed his death. Chiron was also all powered up and blasted at the bandits. He came flying at them and made them blow away. An archer from a far distance was waiting for Chiron to get into his aim, and then he would take the shot, but what he didn't know was that Amy had already made him her target, and a huge fireball came in front of the bandit, making him useless. As soon as other bandits saw the mage in their team, he shouted that there was a sniper among them, so they should all retreat. But Amy was all set to fire at everyone. The bandits started to flee from the area as they cursed them all. Amy, Chiron, Elzane, and Rian didn't stop there. They started to follow them so they could take them down. Amy shouted at them that she won't let anyone run away so easily. She used her fireball once more at them while they ran in a group, but when the fireball was going to strike at them, the bandit laughed at her, and then he disappeared. Rian was confused about what had just happened. Amy told him that it was teleportation magic. Elzane was sure that there was no mage in their team, but somehow they did pull something like that. Amy told them to wait and relax, and she would check again as she had recorded it all. While Amy looked at the recording, her eyes were shining in red color, and she saw in the recording that one of the enemy had a magic artifact in his hand, which helped him teleport from the scene. While the bandits from the castle were looking at them all in confusion and laughing at them, they were also sure that the skills that the kids had would catch Captain Marsh's interest, but still, the talent alone wouldn't be enough to win the battles. Suddenly, the bandits that have teleported came back and attacked them from the sky. But again, Chiron and his friends blocked their attacks and blasted them all. And when they were going to get them, they teleported again with a green flash. Chiron was just enraged, as it was the second time they had used teleportation and fled from the scene. The bandits even taunted them to attack as much as they want because nothing could be done to harm them at all. Chiron was quite sure that this was all different from the mana bullets, and to designate a destination, there had to be a spirit zone user among them. Amy said that this means that something is assigning the coordinates to them. Amy started to run, and they all followed her. She told them that she had a guess who was happening and the place was nearby somewhere. Amy asked Elzane to use her scent ability to sniff out the place, and she took them to a place where she could get a strong, unnatural scent. Rian was stunned seeing her using such an ability and even called her a dog, but Elzane called her an idiot by telling him that she had amplified her senses with the schema. Amy looked at the place, and now everything was clear in her mind. The bandits were using a magic artifact with a bracelet-shaped magic circle. Rian was stunned. He asked her, "It's huge, so doesn't that mean that it's buried in the mountain or something similar?" Amy told her that he was probably right. It could be that. She said that there must be similar setups all over the northern forest. Elzane got sweaty as she thought that installation must have cost the enemy a fortune, and even questioned how much profit they made from the loop to be able to afford such a thing. Chiron, in his mind, thought that the enemies have an escape route open for them at all times, and so their numbers will not shrink while their stamina will run out eventually. So he decided that they had to force a full frontal confrontation. Rian heard everything that Chiron told them and suggested that they should just break the magic circle as they advance. Chiron heard him and went into deep thinking while Rian stood there on the circle and said that they should just smash the ground with his sword. Amy replied to him that his theory was good, but it won't be easy to break the circle. As the magic is engraved into the objects like a circuit, it's way tougher than a human mind, and this isn't some low-grade installation by a shady contractor. Rian was satisfied by her answer, but Chiron behind him said, "Let's destroy the magic circle once and for all." Amy was like, what is he thinking? She told him that the magic isn't just etched on the surface, it's embedded into the space itself, and to remove it, at minimum, they need to remove everything down to a meter below ground, and she also added that stamina aside is a major time sink. Elzane questioned her whether it would be okay to continue to fight like this is better than breaking the circle, because the enemy will again teleport before they could take any action against them. Chiron listened to Elzane and sided with her, and then asked what if they destroyed the circle within just a few minutes. Amy said that it must take 10 minutes to destroy it, and if it takes longer than that, it's a waste of time. Chiron called everyone and asked them to stand back, and said that he could destroy it in 2 minutes. After knowing the secret of the teleportation, the protagonist and his friends decided to destroy the magic circle to prevent the enemy from teleporting. Furthermore, it was very difficult for them to destroy the magic circle, but it was the only option left. Chiron suggested that everyone stand back, and he sat on the ground where the magic circle was embedded. He said that he could destroy the circle in 2 minutes. Amy was not sure what he was trying to do, but as his eyes turned blue, he asked them all to stand back, as it might get dangerous around him for a while. Chiron started to concentrate his magic on the ground. Elzane asked Amy what Chiron was thinking of doing. Chiron told that they had no time to waste. Amy realized it and asked Rian and Elzane to back up. Elzane asked her what she was going to do, but Amy told her that he had already begun. Chiron's spirit zone was pulsating. She told everyone that Chiron is strong and his body is as durable as adamantine. Still, Elzane was confused about how someone's mind pulsates 20 times per second. Chiron was doing his best, and around him all the place was shining in blue. There were particles of his magic everywhere. Elzane was able to see the light of his magic, and within a minute everywhere there was shiny effect, and then all of a sudden there was an explosion and small pieces of rocks were flying in all different directions. Chiron then asked Amy if it was enough to destroy the magic circle. Amy was surprised that she didn't even need to check using her spirit zone. Elzane asked Chiron if he was okay after using such magic, or if he was hurt somewhere, but Chiron was in his best health. He just shook his clothes so the dust could get off of him. He even said that this magic was of a defensive magic type, and it shouldn't hurt the user at all. Rian was stunned that such powerful magic was only a defensive type of magic. Chiron explained to them that he didn't have this type of defense earlier. It was just a theory a while ago, and he was glad that it worked in such a crucial time. Rian was all confused and just called it a defense type, but Amy, on the other hand, thought that the form of such magic is dependent on the user, and it is manifested based on the user's imagination. But she was also worried that the spell, which is this violent, can do anything. A few hours before they were planning to attack the castle, Chiron told everyone that he had met someone named Marcia a few days ago, and Amy asked her what she was like when he met her, while Elzane asked him if he did not feel that something was off, even with his insight. But Chiron replied to them that he did not feel that she was a troublesome person, but he assured them all that he would try everything to stop her. Amy was too much into herself. She asked herself what was making her so anxious, but she tried to ease her and told herself that she needed to trust Chiron right now and stick to his plan. Amy told them all that now they have to think about another tactic, which can put them at an advantage. She explained that now they have to avoid getting in a battle and only focus on destroying the magic circles first so that the enemies can stop teleporting from the fight. Now Chiron and Amy grabbed Elzane and Rian and started using their dash speed ability and moved from one place to another, and in between, they destroyed every magic circle that came into their path. Now, everywhere there were explosions and blasts as Chiron destroyed the magic circle embedded in the ground. Chiron was now more confident that the enemy had planned this from the starting. They were trying to drag things out to drain their stamina and defeat them. But now as the magic circle are getting destroyed, their tactic will be useless, and they will have no option but to fight with us as the circles were too much costly to install in the first place. Amy was also confident that now it will be actually better if the opponent just attacks them before they destroy the circle. While the bandits cursed them by calling them demons, they were too naive to understand, but now they knew what they were up to and wanted to stop them from destroying their expensive magic circles. The leader of the group just looked from his scope and asked his team to just stop and think straight, as they had 2 mages in their squad, and the bandits were powerless against them. But still, the other bandits were forcing him to have a head-on fight before they could destroy the magic circle, and even told him that their plan would be ruined if they didn't stop them as quickly as possible. Then their leader suggested that if those 4 brats wanted to use such tactics, then they should also cheer them up. He told his subordinate to open the path for them, and they would all use that same path. As Chiron and Amy used the flash, the bandits started to gather around them to stop them. Elzane told Amy that it's getting a bit strange, and she thinks that they are being followed, but the problem was that those were not getting in their way and stopping them, but just following them. Suddenly, Amy realized that they were planning to open up a path for them, and in a split second, they all just teleported near the castle where the enemy was camping. The leader of the enemy squad orders every available man there to be on guard, and tells them to attack as soon as the enemy gets near them. One of the bandits fired a flame arrow into the sky to alert every other team member, as now the kids were only 1 kilometer away from them. They were all in full confidence and taunting the kid for going to die too soon, but they had no clue what Chiron had planned for them. Their leaders suggested that they were going to use the boulder on them and crush them, as they had left no option for them, so they were just going to activate a fraction of the huge rocks on them. Such rocks were supposed to be used on a full-scale army, but the bandits were too cruel to them. Those defense weapons were designed to defend the island from enemies, but now they were in the wrong hands. One of the subordinates called the captain there and reminded him that Marcia had strictly suggested that they need to capture the kids alive, but the leader said that it is an emergency now, and there is no option left for them, and to use their special attack. One of the men on the height alerted them that the enemies were in range, but when the leader saw them from his scope, it was only Chiron in his sight, and the others were already hiding. The leader thought that they had made some other plans and wanted to make them think that if there would be only one enemy, they won't use the weapons on them. But with a devil laugh, he ordered his men to strike him down with the rocks because he doesn't care that there's only one enemy in the way. Not only huge rocks, but also hundreds of arrows came in front of Chiron, while Amy and others screamed his name in agony. But the damage was done. Chiron had advised them not to come near him, and he will alone take care of everything. And what Amy didn't know was that Chiron had already mastered a defense spell, Light Explosion, which accelerated God's particles at a very high rate to deflect the enemy's attacks. As the bandits were celebrating the death of Chiron, suddenly a yellow light flashed in between the rocks, and in a split second, there was a blast. The rocks all around Chiron started to get destroyed and clearing his path, and the scene was all shiny, and Chiron was not even scratched. Elzane was amazed to see Chiron in that state. Amy realized what Chiron had been doing from the start. When they had teleported near the castle path and were being chased by enemies, Chiron had dropped Rian on purpose and increased his speed as he was planning to get past the traps himself. The bandits saw the whole scene and were terrified. They all saw a flash, and then the rocks in front of them all exploded away. They even asked their captain whether it was a light barrier or something else. But before they could get any answer from him, they saw a huge, shining red light. Captain remembered that he had heard about a spell called laser once, but he wasn't ready for that from a kid in front of him, who was his enemy at the moment. Chiron, without wasting any time, shot at them, which made them all duck on the ground, but as they realized Chiron had shot at the door of the castle, they were first stunned that nothing happened to them, but when they all saw the huge door, it was getting torn apart into small pieces. Every other enemy guarded their aim for Chiron to stop him from making his way inside the castle, and shot him with a blasting arrow, intending to kill him on sight. But Chiron was done with the gate, and with all his hair and eyes shining, he dashed in front of them, dodging all the arrows in an instant, while the area he was standing in was left in rubble. In no time, Chiron was on top of the gates from where everyone was shooting at him. It was just like he had done teleportation. The captain was also stunned that who could use teleportation while he was still in battle. Amy, from a distance, also called him overpowered. She also didn't think of Chiron using teleportation in the middle of a battle, as it would be nearly impossible because there were a lot of variables in the battle. Amy was trying to understand what Chiron had done. First, he shot a laser and then used the information-transmitting properties of the light magic to calculate the teleportation while acquiring topological information. In a battle with many variables, in one instance, it was hard for her to even think. Now Chiron was standing in front of the bandits and gave them a last warning and asked them to return Yuna back to them or else he will destroy them. But the bandits were thinking without a brain. They thought that he was just a kid and told him that they will kill him for challenging them. But Chiron was serious and warned them that if they ever take any of his friend ever again, he would destroy them. Suddenly, one of the enemy realized that what would happen if he used his laser ability from this distance on them. The spell they saw was way too powerful for them to handle, and even they asked each other if there was any guarantee that the castle they were standing on wouldn't be destroyed. Suddenly, Chiron used his explosion once more at them. There was yellow flash everywhere, and nothing was visible. The captain was enraged and told him to stop as the castle was way too expensive for them to rebuild. But even after he shot one last arrow at him, nothing happened. And with a boom, the gates and the bridges on the castle were destroyed, and everywhere there was only rubble left. Elzine, Amy, and Rian were stunned when they saw Chiron destroying the castle. But there was more to the action. Marcia was looking at the scene from a far distance. She was impressed, and even called Chiron his little brother. She even thought that it was expected from an unlocker's magic. She was way more impressed than I imagined the situation. Palkoa was watching all his men getting destroyed. He was all in rage. He imagined his time in the Iron Kingdom and told himself that he knew this day could happen one day. When Palkoa was in the Iron Kingdom, the royal guard came in order to capture all the ringleaders of the enemy, and since he was once called the Phantom of the Battlefield, ran away from the battle. And he was avoiding any more battles from that day. Palkoa just dragged his sword on the ground alongside him, and the blade of his sword made sparks on the ground. And with them, he reminded himself that finally, the battle had found its way back to him. So this would be his final destination. On the other side, Chiron was all set to enter the castle with his friends. They all marched through the broken gates. As they walked inside, suddenly blasting bullets were suddenly blasted in, attacking their pathway, and they dashed to take cover. It was the vice captain of the Parrot mercenaries. He praised them on reaching this far and said that it won't be a coincidence that they made it this far. Amy taunted him for launching an attack like a coward and asked him to reveal his identity. He then replied that he was Agito Freeman, the vice captain of the mercenaries. He was also the one who had destroyed their house in the night in order to capture the young kid Jis, but was unable to get him because Chiron and his friends had rescued him before that. While Agato stood in front of them, holding his revolver in his hand, waiting for them to show, and so he could take another shot at them. Marcia was all alone in a small hut with Yuna. Yuna was all scared and asked Marcia where her brother was. Marcia told her that his brother was safe, and she was the one who was in trouble, but she calmed her by promising her that she would let her go when everything was over. Yuna couldn't believe what she was saying, so she asked her once more, would she let her go free? Marcia told her that it was dangerous outside, and once the battle is over, she will let her go back home. Marcia asked her to go to sleep, and when she wakes up, everything will be over. Chiron and his friend were standing in front of Agato. He was strong. Agato was the vice captain of the mercenary group, which meant that he was also second in command, and the mercenaries they had fought outside the castle were no match in front of him, so they had to be more careful. Chiron said that there were around 10 people behind him at the moment, and they were also very strong, even more than the ones they had fought earlier. Elzane was curious why they were not attacking them all at the same time, and even questioned whether they were divided into 2 units. Amy walked in front of everyone and suggested that she would handle things alone from here onwards, and they moved forward. She said that Yuna would be waiting, so they should not waste any more time here. But Chiron was worrying for her as there were more than one enemy there. Amy was confident and explained that she knew there were more, but she pointed at Agato's hand and told that he was holding a gun, and she was sure that everyone there would be using guns too, but they won't be stronger than Agato, as he is the vice captain. Amy concluded that Yuna would be in more danger if they all stalled here and fought against them. She also added that Chiron had more important business to take care of than this. Chiron agreed to her and asked Elzane and Rian to let her handle the situation alone. Elzane was still very much worried that they were leaving Amy behind, and she could get into trouble. Agato pointed his gun at them and asked them not to move, but Amy ordered them to run when she gave them a signal. And in no time, there was a 5-foot-tall wire wall in front of Amy, which let her friends run away from the place. The wall was there for at least 5 seconds. After the firewall disappeared, Agato praised Amy for using such a high-level skill at such a young age. He told her that she was naive to sacrifice herself to let her teammates go on, and he respected his decision. While Rian was on the way, he asked Chiron if he'd stay with her, but he replied that he knew Amy was much stronger than he in long-range combat, as she had more experience than he, and she could take care of everything alone. Elzane even asked if she was fighting against people who were even more experienced than her, but Chiron relaxed her and told her that he has full confidence in her abilities and that she will destroy them. He also added that Amy didn't sacrifice herself to save us. She will eventually defeat them with her range attacks. While Agato called her a sacrifice, Amy stopped him and told him that he was mistaken and taunted him by saying that he wanted to learn how to target the enemies and said that she would teach him a thing or two. Elzane, on her way, realized that she did something that Chiron would also do, as in her mind she imagined that Chiron and Amy are not just classmates, nor are they just 2 people who have feelings for each other, but they have the most important thing between them, that is, trust. They have complete trust in each other, which is why they can do things like this. She even questioned herself whether she was able to gain such kind of trust with Rian in the future. After some running, they had reached closer to their objective, but now it was Palkoa himself standing in front of them holding his sword in his hand. He said that he was waiting for them, and he was sure that they were looking for Marcia, and so he gave them a path to pass on, and he won't stop anyone from going to Marcia. They were all confused, but Elzane told Chiron to go and pass him, and she and Rian would try to stop Palkoa here. Rian too motivated him to leave and rescue Yuna, and without wasting any time, he dashed past Palkoa in a split second. Palkoa called it a sacrifice, but Elzane replied that they are not a sacrifice, but they will eventually destroy him on their own. But Palkoa laughed at their misunderstanding. He said that they were not the sacrifice, but Chiron was one of those who was going to be sacrificed, and he felt sorry for him when he passed through him. Palkoa said that he now has to face Marcia alone, and he had no idea how he became her target at first. But he was assured that he would die a most excruciating death. As Chiron entered the castle rooms, he started to look around the place where Yuna was kept and was assured that Marcia would also be by her side. But what he didn't expect was that there would be a small hut on the other side of the castle. And as he reached the door of the hut and opened it, Marcia was sitting on the revolving chair waiting for him. She then spoke to him and called him her little brother and suggested that they should continue their talk from before as she looked with her red eyes straight into his eyes. The door behind closed on its own. Everything inside was torn apart. The walls were stained with blood. The plates were on the ground. Marcia asked him if the place wasn't too pretty and added to her question why Chiron's face had such a scary expression. But Chiron was in no mood to reply to her rubbish question, and he directly asked her where Yuna was. But Marcia told the kid who was with Palkoa and showed him the necklace she had on her, and told Chiron that this was on her neck, and asked him what he would do now. Chiron was enraged. He wanted to react, but he couldn't. Marcia tormented him more and told him that he took too long to get here, and now it was too late. Even in the room, inside, Chiron could only see a little person's legs while the body was in a resting position. Chiron called her that she was liar, but Marcia named him a naive little kid and asked if she was disappointed in hearing that it late for him to save Yuna. Chiron was looking all furious. He wanted to start the fight, but instead asked her why she was doing this. But instead of answering him back, Marcia asked him the same question that what he wanted from all this. She even reminded him that if he gets caught up in his misfortune, the world will only feel like a cold place to him. This time, Marcia added some more words to her speech. She said that when humans encounter their misfortune, they cannot stand it, and no matter how small it is, they always want to blame someone else for it. Chiron was standing in front of her and listening to her thoughts while trying to understand her. She explained that humans want to believe that there is a culprit who is always trying to ruin their lives. And like humans, mages are the same and no different. She told him that she was sure that he thought everything that happened to him happened within the law of causality and questioned him whether she was right. She even added that the world flows around with some kind of logical rule, but that's a misconception about the world, and cleared it by telling him that there's neither cause nor effect. Even the culprit that ruins everything never existed in the first place. While Marcia was explaining to him the rules, her eyes were purple, and she looked like a sociopath. She told him, and the essence of the world is contradiction and absurdity. She was not going to stop. She continued and told him that the meaning of an event changes depending on the perspective of a person, and if the person refuses to accept it, he can pretend that it didn't happen, but she told him that Chiron was too arrogant to acknowledge that at all. She told him that he was born with the same misfortune she was born with, but because of the environment he grew up in, he lived a better life than her. She told him that misfortune is like a virus that he cannot handle, and the impatience you mistake for justice will be the reason his friends will die. As they talked, the scene changed toward Amy and Agato. Agato was too curious that she had challenged him to learn about targeting, but in a split second, his other hand also had a gun, which was pointed in the direction of Amy. He challenged Amy, but now Amy started to calculate the bullets he had in his guns. There were only 6 bullets in one gun, and as he was holding 2 guns, there was a total of 12 bullets that Agato could shoot at her at once. But it was not just that simple. 10 more people were hiding in the trees, and a total of 132 bullets were there, which were going to be shot at her. Now she was thinking that his friends could come back, but there was a smile on his face and a burning effect in her eyes. While Palkoa was in front of Rian and Elzane, he praised them both for trusting each other, but he also asked them what made them stay behind, and wanted to know if they were both in debt to Chiron. He even told his story to them about his past and the friends he had, a team bonded with strong trust. Palkoa imagined his early life when he was just an orphan and nobody helped him, but one day, when he was on the ground facing the sky, someone threw a bucket of water on him. It was no other than Marcia himself as a kid. She asked him that was he an orphan, and Freeman accompanied her at that moment too. She asked Palkoa to come with her, and she would take care of him, or he would die at this rate. Marcia was the one who had saved his life at that moment. He had a family bonded by life and trust, and that was the Parrot Mercenaries. But he added his dark story into it. He imagined the day when they attacked the Iron Kingdom, and during the battle, He ran from there because he saw his death in front of himself, and savior or whatever, it didn't matter to him at that moment. Suddenly, he charged at Rian. Rian tried to defend himself, and a red shockwave occurred from their swords, and Rian was pushed back into the wall. Elzane was too naive to judge such an attack, and rushed to save Rian, but Palkoa was way stronger than her. He told her that death had come knocking on their door, and there is no difference between you all. While Marcia dropped the necklace of Yuna on the ground and crushed it with her foot and told Chiron that it was too late to play hero, as his friends are in danger right now. She challenged him that he was still thinking that he could change his misfortune in the world, and asked him what he could do. The protagonist then walked towards her, and Marcia asked him if he was not curious about what she could do. But Chiron finally replied to her that she wasn't curious about what he was thinking about at the moment, while he was all shiny and pumped up with magic inside him, ready to attack her. But Marcia was laughing at him, and in a second, she used her sonic cannon in the room, which caused Chiron to stay back. He understood that she was a sound mage, and that's why she lured him into a closed room. She told him that as long as he clung to the arrogant sense of justice, he wouldn't be able to defeat her in the battle. Marcia and Chiron were locked in a fierce confrontation, and she continued mocking him for being naive. She insisted that he needed to free himself from his rigid sense of justice, warning him that if he clung to it, he would never get the chance to defeat her. Her smile appeared devilish as she enjoyed playing with Chiron's mind, while Chiron, trembling with anger, clenched his teeth furiously. Her words continued echoing in Chiron's mind, and a fierce rage burned within him. Marcia taunted him further, claiming that as a naive young master, he knew nothing, that every situation had its own reason behind it, and that his so-called justice meant nothing when placed against those reasons. She labeled him a fool who never considered others, accusing him of sacrificing his friends just to play the hero. Chiron, however, focused on only one desperate thought, that he had to escape the confined room. He glanced toward the window behind Marcia and dashed toward it, believing he could jump out. Marcia mocked him and instantly understood his intention, yet she was already prepared. She had predicted precisely where he would run, relying on her belief that space and time were linked. If someone allowed their opponent to control the space, they would inevitably control the future. She then unleashed an immense attack toward the window, causing the complete destruction of the window. For a brief moment, she assumed that Chiron had leaped out with his hyperspeed, but when she launched her blast, she was shocked as he was nowhere near it. She had completely misjudged his move. Chiron then leaped out from behind and swiftly struck her with an energy blast, hoping to finally land a hit. However, Marcia's experience surpassed his expectations. She dodged every attack effortlessly, leaving him feeling humiliated once again. Marcia acknowledged his attempt, admitting that she initially thought he had fled like a coward, but instead, he had stayed and launched a planned attack from behind. Even so, she reminded him that he lacked proper training. Chiron's eyes widened as he realized that she had been using her sonar ability, a sound that allowed her to detect exactly where his attacks originated. She coldly explained that she did not favor her sonic cannon, and with a twisted expression, she stated that she preferred the sonar instead, as it was far more useful to her. The protagonist gazed at her, completely confused. Infuriated, the protagonist darted around in sharp, zigzagging movements to shake her perception. Bright yellow flashes from his eyes flickered across the space. Yet Marcia easily followed his pattern, recognizing how he was only making things harder for himself. She pinpointed him precisely and struck him immensely with her sound blast, sending him crashing to the ground. Chiron lay in disbelief, having never faced such an opponent before. Marcia relished the sight of his helpless expression and even observed that he seemed to be thinking about her and questioning how she possessed such high-level spells. Chiron, meanwhile, was confused as he struggled to understand her background. How a woman from a private mercenary group formed by orphans had managed to master sound magic, a discipline that required an extremely long lifespan to perfect. Chiron gritted his teeth angrily as he wondered when she had even found the time to master such advanced magic. He also recalled her earlier remark about disliking the sonic cannon. As a mage, he felt deeply disappointed in her, believing he could never reject his own magic like that. Marcia grew increasingly irritated with him, and before the protagonist could think any further, she struck him again while Chiron attempted to dodge. She tauntingly questioned how the attack felt, wondering if it had been painful. With a confident smile, She claimed that she had already understood the entire sequence of his movements before unleashing her banshee scream. The violent attack instantly robbed Chiron of all sensation and sight. Confusion overwhelmed him as he became unable to see, hear, perceive, or judge anything around him. Marcia observed that he had completely lost all his senses, dark aura swirling ominously around her as she maniacally continued, just like prey that had heard the eerie wail of a banshee, though he could not comprehend a single word she said. In her eyes, victory had already been secured. Her banshee scream was modeled after a winged humanoid monster dwelling deep in the mountains, a creature capable of releasing high-frequency waves that blinded and disoriented its victims. She tested him further, speaking to his unresponsive body, and confirmed that the spell had indeed taken full effect. She then coldly warned his unconscious form that if he were struck by her sonic cannon at such close range, his brain would cease functioning entirely. As the protagonist lay completely immobilized, unable to feel anything, Marcia leaned close and whispered a final farewell near his ear. Yet in that critical instant, the protagonist abruptly activated his spirit zone, forcefully pushing her back. Her eyes widened in shock as she was caught off guard, narrowly dodging at the last moment when an explosion erupted. She was left stunned, unable to comprehend how he could launch an attack despite being stripped of all sensation, and she reasoned that he might have acted purely through instinct. Chiron's eyes gleamed sharply as he released his laser beams. Marcia swiftly retreated and, realizing the beams were genuine lasers, took cover behind a nearby table. Irritated, she cursed him internally for using such a troublesome attack. She suspected that Chiron was utilizing the lasers like a radar to locate her position, though she understood he was still under the lingering influence of the Banshee's scream and had not yet regained his senses. She also recalled how his laser had previously sliced through space itself, granting him the ability to cut through sound. While Chiron and Marcia continued their intense battle, Amy was simultaneously struggling to evade mana bullets fired relentlessly by Agito Freeman and his men. She knew they were completely out of their minds, and she was certain that he didn't know how much those mana bullets cost. If they understood the value of mana bullets, they would never waste them so recklessly. Amy ran in calculated zigzags to evade the blasts, successfully keeping herself unharmed. The area was engulfed in flames and thick smoke from the continuous barrage. The men fired 300 bullets per minute, yet not a single shot reached her. Amy ducked behind a massive rock while the gunmen took cover behind the surrounding trees. Once she pinpointed their exact positions, she gathered several small stones and carefully calculated the precise amount of power needed to strike them from within their own attack lines. Switching into sniper mode, she marked their locations with a red overlay. She then launched a stone with flawless precision, the tiny projectile wrapped in swirling flames as it shot forward and instantly knocked one of the attackers down. As the immense explosion occurred, the others immediately panicked, realizing it was an attack. Witnessing the blazing projectile, they assumed she was somewhere toward the southwest and fired in that direction. Another fiery stone flew out, then another, each one striking its intended target. One by one, she eliminated them while they failed to identify her hiding place. Only then did they realize she had already memorized each of their positions, sending the men into panic as they scrambled to determine her exact location. Amy did not hesitate for even a moment and fiercely continued attacking them. A system window then appeared, indicating the technique she had used, Fire Call, which ignited flames on materials that normally never burned, forcefully turning each stone into a blazing projectile. She continued attacking relentlessly, and in no time, she had fired numerous rocks wrapped in flames toward the enemies. The blazing rocks flew swiftly through the air, piercing into their bodies and burning them from within, causing them to scream and scatter in desperation as the unbearable heat forced the stones deeper into their flesh. Amid the chaos, Amy stepped out of hiding and coldly informed Agito Freeman that all his men had already been killed and he could no longer do anything for them. Her narrowed eyes carried a mocking edge as she told him he was a cold-hearted man for not trying to help them. Or perhaps he was just scared, and she provoked him by calling him out as the vice-captain of the Parrot mercenaries, urging him to face her directly. Agito then stepped forward from behind the tree, his gaze narrowing as he admitted that he disliked battles, avoided them whenever possible, and even acknowledged that he was a coward who feared fighting. Amy felt confused, unable to understand what kind of trick he was attempting, believing he was simply trying to manipulate her mind. Around them, the flames raged, trees burned, and the ground crackled with fire. At that moment, Agito recalled his childhood, when other children bullied and beat him. One of them commented that if they made him cry, Marcia would come to save him. As a 12-year-old boy, he cried and begged them to stop. They ordered him to run home and tell Marcia to come out so they could play with her. Agito ran home sobbing, banging on the door for help. When he entered, he saw Marcia forcing the window open, and she asked him if he had been beaten again, as she, too, was only 12 at that time. Back in the present, Agito paused and told Amy that he needed to leave and did not wish to fight her anymore. Amy could not understand his reasoning. He insisted that he was obligated to his captain and suggested that they stop fighting altogether. Amy questioned why he spoke like that when his men had been killed, wondering where his sympathy for them had gone. She questioned why he cared more for his captain than for the fallen members. She believed his captain was weak and assumed he wanted to help her, but Agito replied that if he did not go immediately, the boy fighting alongside her would certainly die, and he was confident the captain would not die easily. Amy thought he had gone mad. As she glared at him with irritation, Agito calmly told her not to worry about her boyfriend, since he was with his captain now. She responded internally that he should be concerned about himself instead of Chiron, since she was stronger than Chiron, and the main character could not even ask her out on a simple date. Agito responded that they were both in the same situation, but Amy could not comprehend what he meant. Suddenly, Agito rushed toward her, and Amy was shocked to see him coming in for close combat. She quickly dodged, realizing she had underestimated him. She had assumed his battles would remain at long range. She charged an explosive blast and hurled it at him, believing his attacks were nothing she could not handle. But Agito closed the distance again, firing bullets at her without pause. The rapid explosions continued non-stop. Amy realized he was using the blasts at her sides to restrict her movement and prevent her from flying freely, disrupting her spells with calculated precision. She finally understood that he was not naive but highly experienced in combat. Agito offered her no opening as the two clashed head-to-head with equal intensity. When Amy attempted to block his fist, she failed, realizing he was far stronger in close combat than she had expected from a gunner. She then prepared another technique, releasing a wave of fire mist toward him. Agito recognized that she was trying to create distance, and he continued firing, but soon he found himself surrounded by numerous fireballs levitating around him in the sky. They all converged toward him. Amy believed victory was certain, but as the fireballs closed in, Agito activated his compound eyes and dodged every one of them, weaving smoothly out of their path. Amy was shocked and growing furious that he also possessed compound eyes. She instantly vanished from sight. Agito, unable to locate her, assumed she had hidden again. From afar, Amy assessed that he was overwhelmingly strong, too strong for close combat, and even her ranged attacks were ineffective now because of his compound eyes. From a distant vantage point, she decided she had no choice but to snipe him, even if it felt unfair. She charged her attack carefully, collecting enough energy to ensure the projectile would not travel slowly enough for his compound eyes to read it. She used an air tunnel spell, causing the rock to burn within the compressed space, creating an explosive effect. She launched it like a bullet, only worried that the noise would alert him, since only a scenery-type schema user could react to sound-based signals. She decided that if the projectile reached him before the sound formed, the attack would succeed. Her fire call sonic beam shot toward Agito at full speed before he could turn a look. A massive blast erupted. Seeing the smoke, Amy was convinced the attack had struck and that Agito must have died. But when the smoke cleared, her eyes widened in shock as Agito remained standing unharmed. She initially believed she had missed, but quickly realized that was not the case. He had somehow avoided the fatal impact. Agito then fired a bullet at her location, but Amy narrowly dodged it. Anger surged through her as she processed the fact that her attack had indeed hit, but failed. She concluded that he must have used anti-magic, and his gun must have been suited for firing anti-magic bullets capable of neutralizing her spells. Agito did not allow her a moment to breathe, attacking relentlessly while Amy analyzed the effectiveness of her attacks. A single minor miscalculation had caused a massive difference, and now she could neither land a long-distance shot nor fight him up close. Agito pressed her backward with continuous assaults, destroying everything in her retreating path. Amy began to fear the passing time. knowing her mental strength was diminishing and that she needed to act fast. Agito warned her that her sniper mode would never work on him and reminded her that she should have stopped when he had given her a chance. But as he pulled the trigger, Amy's eyes flared red, and a rock bullet enveloped in fire pierced through Agito's body. He stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Amy coldly informed him that this was not her sniper mode, and her expression twisted as she icily asked if he had ever heard of the breakaway type. Amy had been left with only a small amount of mental strength. She was utterly exhausted and unable to think of a single idea to defeat Agito. She had already poured all her remaining power into her previous spell, the fire call, yet it still had not been strong enough to bring him down. Realizing that she needed to attack from a much closer range, she cleverly tricked him and approached. Agito believed that it was his chance to finish her, so he rushed forward, but as she stepped into the deviate from the spirit zone, one of her rocks wrapped in flames flew from behind him and pierced through his neck. The attack required immense difficulty and precision, since she was advancing while striking the rock with her own hand, yet she still executed it, believing that the small percentage of anti-magic he used would not be enough to block her strike. As Amy fell to the ground from the pressure of the blast around Agito, he charged toward her. At that moment, he warned her that she should have quit earlier when he had offered her a chance, but the rock suddenly burst upon his body. Amy understood that it only worked because he had closed the distance himself. Agito collapsed to the ground with fire burning at his neck, completely defeated in the most brutal way possible. Amy preserved what little energy she had and slowly managed to stand, though she was on the verge of collapsing. She was barely holding on. She recalled Agito's earlier words, how he had claimed that the boy fighting the captain would die, that Marcia would not spare him, and that she herself should die as well. Amy was confused by those words, yet she did not want to waste even a moment when her friends were in danger. She convinced herself that she had to reach Chiron immediately. As she walked past Agito's fallen body, Agito drifted into memories of Marcia. At age 12, he had sat beside Marcia as she handed him some fruits. Instead of thanking her, he questioned whether she had stolen them. Marcia admitted without hesitation that she had indeed taken them because her father never bought anything for her. She even mentioned that they should pray not to be beaten by him again. Agito had known she owned nothing, and her foster father never provided for her, forcing her to steal even basic necessities to survive. Yet her father always took everything away and punished her so badly that her mouth would swell. He had felt heartbroken whenever he saved money to bring her small gifts. Her father would take them too. As they sat together, Agito shyly offered her a gift, and she asked where he had gotten the money, and even questioned why he would buy her a hand mirror since she had no need for it. Agito tried to convince her that it was useful, insisting that every girl should have one. Marcia then asked whether she was even considered a girl and bluntly questioned if he liked her. Agito hesitated and could not respond. When she looked at him, Agito trembled in flustered embarrassment, his whole body flushing red. Marcia coldly told him that even if he did like her, she did not like him at all, causing him to cry relentlessly on the spot. He cried for himself and for her, saddened by the fact that she was beaten despite being so pretty and kind. As a child, he believed that being beaten by parents was normal, but once he grew up, he realized it was not, and by then it was far too late. Lying lifeless on the ground now, he whispered weakly that he had to save Marcia, while Amy had already gone ahead to save her own companions. Upon arriving, Amy was shocked to see Tess and Rian covered in blood, with Tess holding Rian in her trembling arms. Tears streamed from her eyes. 30 minutes earlier, before Amy arrived, the fight between Tess and Palcoa had begun. Tess had dashed toward Palcoa, attempting to defeat him with a single decisive strike, but when he blocked her attack with his sword, she was pushed back. The duel continued for a while, yet every exchange ended with Tess being forced backward. She tried desperately not to be wounded as Rian had been, but she grew exhausted far too quickly. She soon realized that Palcoa was not only stronger, but far more experienced. His control and precision far surpassed hers. She was not thinking clearly and had never expected the parrot mercenaries to be this powerful. Palcoa alone felt like he existed on an entirely different level. Tess struggled to come up with a strategy, but then Rian rose to his feet, leaving Tess and Palcoa stunned. He then claimed he had an idea. Tess felt relieved that he could still stand, while Palcoa appeared shocked that he survived the earlier blow to his vital organs. Tess worried whether he was truly able to continue, but Rian insisted that he could endure this much damage. His expression hardened as he urged her to keep attacking and let him defend her. She initially refused, knowing he was seriously injured, but he declared that if he could not do even this much for her, then he might as well die. He reminded her that they were not merely fighting to survive, they were fighting to win. He reasoned that if she defended and he defended as well, no one would attack, and they would both die. He reminded her of their instructor Kwan's teachings, that sometimes victory required sacrifice. Tess wondered how Chiron had trusted Amy so firmly and entrusted her to fight alone. Then she remembered that he trusted them as well, so she finally agreed, warning Rian not to die. Palkoa mocked them and advanced to continue the fight with his sword. As he approached, he was confused as he noticed that Tess was no longer defending. Rian stepped in front to shield her, just as they had planned, and swiftly attacked Palkoa. Palkoa overpowered him and pushed him back, even punching him violently, believing that the attack would be enough to kill him. But Tess struck Palkoa at that moment, causing him to flinch just long enough for Rian to suddenly lunge from behind and lock his arms around him, preventing Palkoa from moving. He furiously cursed them. Palkoa was trapped, stunned that Rian still possessed such immense strength. Rian then urgently shouted for Tess to strike him immediately. Tess paused for a brief moment, and with an intense aura, her expression twisted. She then stepped forward furiously with her sword, moving in for the decisive blow. Tess and Rian had been fighting against Palkoa, and Rian had tricked him before locking him tightly from behind. Palkoa became helpless as he could no longer move. He cursed Rian and struggled violently, but the hold was unbreakable, leaving him trapped and desperate. Rian used every ounce of remaining strength in his body just to restrain him for a little longer. He believed that this moment shattered Palkoa's misconception about others, and his fearless expression marked the end for Palkoa. Rian urged Tess to hurry, insisting that she had to strike before it was too late. Tess lifted her sword and aimed it toward Palkoa, yet worry clouded her mind. If she did not push the blade deep enough, Palkoa might survive, but if her force was too strong, the sword might also pierce Rian behind him. She had no choice left, nor any time to hesitate. She was running out of the only opportunity Rian had created for her. So she dashed ahead, and Palkoa, terrified as he saw her approaching, watched helplessly as the blade pierced his body. Palkoa could not withstand the blow. His body collapsed slowly as blood violently spilled from his mouth, even though he remained standing for a moment. Tess felt confidence bloom within her because she knew her friends trusted her abilities, and she had fulfilled that trust. As Palkoa fell to the ground, disbelief filled his fading vision. He could not accept that he had been defeated by young students. His mind traveled back to the past, back to the time when the Knights of the Aryan Kingdom had come to fight them. The Knight leader had ordered his soldiers to execute every leader of the opposing forces, and Palkoa had held suspicions about him, especially since the Knight leader had once been a member of the Parrot mercenaries. Hans, one of the senators of the Iron Kingdom, had once requested to be part of their family and cheerfully declared himself a member of the Parrot mercenaries. He claimed that the raid would signal the beginning of the kingdom's rise, and the low-level mercenaries had cheered for him. One night before the raid, inside their hideout, everyone drank together while discussing the significance of the coming attack. Freeman had asked Palkoa whether Hans's words were truly genuine and whether the battle would indeed change their fate. Palkoa coldly glanced at Hans, who was on the upper floor talking with Marcia. Both Freeman and Palkoa observed him closely. In his final moments, Palkoa regretted everything. He realized he had been foolish to trust Hans, and he now saw clearly that the plan had been designed to eliminate them. He remembered Freeman asking him what he truly thought of Hans at that time, but he had left the table without answering because he had been too angry at Marcia for bringing a nobleman into their family. He believed nobles were corrupt and could not understand how Marcia would work with someone like that. Now, however, it was too late. Lying lifeless on the ground, he believed that he should never have run away the day he lost his comrades. He thought he should have died with them instead, as in his final moments, he recalled Marcia. After Palkoa collapsed, Tess rushed to Rian, who was heavily wounded, covered in blood, and lying unconscious on the ground. She was horrified to realize that she had accidentally stabbed him as well. Holding him in her arms, she cried bitterly, completely convinced that he had died because of her lack of skill. Blaming herself deeply for causing his suffering, she removed his shirt and desperately tried to stop the bleeding. At that moment, Amy arrived, running toward them and panicking at the sight of both of them lying injured. When she asked what had happened, Tess explained while bandaging Rian that they had only managed to defeat the enemy because Rian had helped her drive the blade through Palkoa. Amy stared at Palkoa's lifeless body while Tess continued to look at Rian as tears welled up in her eyes, blaming herself and believing she had killed him. Just then, Rian called out to them, slowly opening his eyes and revealing that he was still alive, relieved that everyone was safe. Tess brightened instantly with overwhelming relief as Rian gently wiped her tears, asking her to stop crying. He noted calmly that if the attack had been even a bit shallower, they would not have been able to kill their enemy. He smiled at Tess and praised her for her good work, commending her as an exceptional swordswoman. Amy and Tess supported him as he stood, urging him not to push himself further or he would worsen his injuries. But Rian insisted that he had heard an explosion nearby and could not stop thinking about Shiro. Together, they hurried deeper inside to find him. As they reached the castle, an unexpected explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Just then, Chiron came flying out in frantic zigzag movements. Amy called out to him as she hurriedly rushed toward him, asking whether he was all right, but Chiron warned them not to approach because the enemy was a sound magic user. Marcia appeared at the top of the building, noticing that all of Chiron's friends had gathered and realizing that her team members had been defeated, calling them useless fools. Her eyes moved to Palkoa's fallen body, and she concluded inwardly that now, since Palkoa had died in actual combat, he would not be labeled a traitor in the end. Amy asked Chiron where Yuna was, but he remained silent. Amy panicked and assumed Yuna had died, and her gaze then shifted towards Mark, who was standing at the top of the shattered roof of the castle, and confronted Marcia with anger, accusing her of crossing the line by causing the death of an innocent civilian who had no involvement in the conflict. The main character questioned whether Marcia truly believed he had sacrificed his friend for some naive belief in justice. But since his friends were alive, the entire situation had changed. He reaffirmed that he had always trusted them, and they had trusted him in return. In the end, Marcia had been proven wrong. Marcia smiled faintly and wondered what he would say if Yuna was still alive. At that moment, Yuna appeared, walking slowly and peering down at Chiron and his friends from a window. Chiron and his friends were utterly stunned to see her alive. His face turned pale as he realized that Yuna was still alive. Marcia pressed him further, her expression twisted into an eerie smile as she teasingly questioned whether he would now forgive her, considering his inherently righteous nature. Back in the past, while Marcia glanced at the ring in her hand, Agito Freeman quietly admitted that he had a bad feeling about the mission and asked if everything was truly all right. She casually tossed the ring aside, acknowledging that it might be a trap, yet remarking that it made no difference since there was no way to avoid it anyway. She explained that Hans had been a loyal customer for a long time, and breaking their contract would not only infuriate him, but also damage their reputation. Marcia added that if anything seemed unusual, they would immediately abort the mission and abandon the place altogether, instructing Agito to inform the vice captains not to break formation under any circumstances. He nodded in agreement. After issuing her orders, she asked where Palkoa was, unaware that at that very moment, he was staggering down the street, completely drunk. Back in the present, standing by the window, Eunice suddenly screamed in desperation, frantically asking where her brother was before she broke into tears. Meanwhile, the main character and his friends stood there completely confused. Chiron's expression hardened the moment he heard her anguished cries. Amy then informed them that Yuna was indeed alive and human, as she had confirmed it through her spirit zone. Chiron grew furious with himself for assuming Yuna was dead when he saw the legs lying on the bed and failed to check properly. He internally regretted not using his spirit zone at that time, as he had been afraid of harming her body with his magic. He was also confused about why Marcia had deliberately misled him into thinking Yuna was dead. Marcia then asked him why he behaved the way he did. She reminded him that, as he had wanted, she did not harm the hostage, yet she wondered if this would be enough for him to forgive her. She even mentioned that if he did not wish to forgive her, then he might as well kill her instead. Chiron's eyes widened in fury, his composure slipping as an overwhelming surge of emotion took hold as he wondered who she truly was and what she really wanted. His mind drifts back to the past, to a time that when he first met her, and he had asked about her parents, and during that time, she told him, while they were drinking, that her parents were former mercenaries and were extremely cruel. She had even said that whenever her parents drank, they would beat her half to death, and she couldn't dare to stop them. One day, in utter despair, she had told them that they should simply kill her. The protagonist recalled that these were the same words she used as a child to stop her parents from beating her. He wondered why she was using the same words on him now, whether she believed he was trying to bully her the way her parents once did, or whether she saw him as becoming cruel in the same way. Rian and Amy were completely confused, unable to understand the meaning behind their exchange. Chiron could not comprehend whether the Marcia he had met a few days ago had disappeared or if she had never existed at all, and everything had been scripted from the start. He coldly told her that she shouldn't ask forgiveness from him because it held no meaning. He added that he would only stop once she received forgiveness from the hostage and her family. Marcia then smiled, admitting that she had never expected him to give such an answer. Chiron already knew she would never truly apologize. In the next instant, Marcia extended her hand with a malicious glint in her eyes and released her sonic cannon at him, violently hurling him backward. Chiron internally understood this would happen, and if she insisted on fighting until the very end, he would not retreat either. As he activated his skills, his body glowed brilliantly and began to fade, yet confusion struck when the ability failed, and the waves of her sound magic violently hit him as he crashed hard onto the ground. Amy and Rian immediately noticed something unusual about his movements. Amy, visibly worried, was certain something was wrong. Chiron appeared ready to use his teleportation magic, but at that exact moment, his spirit zone had twisted under Marcia's interference. As the smoke settled, the main character was barely holding himself up on his knees, struggling to regain his composure while confusion washed over him. He sensed that something unusual had occurred. Amy, visibly shocked, quickly realized that his teleportation magic had been sealed, and even Chiron's startled glance at his own hand showed that he could not comprehend how he had ended up falling victim to his own technique. Marcia continued unleashing her attacks. Chiron suddenly slammed his fist against the ground and activated another spell, releasing his explosion magic that tore the earth apart. A massive blast erupted, trembling the ground. Amid the chaos, he remained baffled at how he could still use one spell, but not the other. Refusing to back down, he aggressively launched another attack. While she merely responded with a sly grin, her expression laced with mocking amusement as she contemplated how she should repay him. As he launched the photon cannon toward her, a spectral illusion of Marcia suddenly appeared behind him, wearing a wicked and unsettling smile. The apparition observed that he still carried an overwhelming amount of power before reaching straight into his body, drawing out the very essence of his photon emission and holding it in her hand, as if taking something so precious from him meant nothing. Chiron's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, a cold line of sweat sliding down his face. At the same time, the real Marcia remained perfectly calm, casually watching as the photon cannon approached, as it dissolved and disintegrated into nothingness. Witnessing this uncanny sight, Amy stood frozen, while Tess panicked and was unable to grasp how the photon cannon had vanished so abruptly. The protagonist also stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Marcia commented on Chiron's fortunate life, having good foster parents, growing up in a safe environment, attending an excellent academy, and receiving opportunities to learn powerful, high-level magic. His world, she claimed, was far better than hers, as he was the main character of the story. Even so, he still wished to change the world as if he were a naive master capable of anything. She then unleashes his photon emission spell, asking if he still thinks that way after everything has been stolen from him. Realizing the danger, Amy yells out loud, urging the protagonist to get down, but it was already too late. Marcia had already released a barrage of photon cannons against them, and from the sky, beams of light rained down in a destructive storm. Rian and Tess dashes to the sides in panic. Meanwhile, Marcia was maliciously delighted to witness the brilliant magic she had taken from him. Explosions erupted everywhere. Amid the chaos, Amy took cover. As she turned around, she called out to Chiron, who seemed to have collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Marcia comments that he was curious about how she learned high-level magic and casually explained that she had learned high-level magic not through talent, but by stealing it, which startled the protagonist. Holding the photon cannon, she continues, since she never had anything of her own from a young age. She assured him that he shouldn't feel bad, as she had only stolen his few spells. Chiron, however, was utterly stunned as realization dawned on him that his magic had been stolen by her. His anger grew, but he felt completely helpless. As he tries to comprehend the situation, he reflects that he can no longer use any of his spells, not teleportation, not explosion, not even photon cannon, and internally contemplates that omnipotence and almightiness can never combine. Marcia then unleashes another barrage of photon cannons and mockingly commends his intelligence and scoffing that he could always learn and start again from the beginning. Yet she insisted that he would never be able to use those same spells again. The protagonist shields himself with his arms as the blasts tear through the surroundings. Meanwhile, Amy clenched her fist in anger and tearfully gritted her teeth, fury and sorrow welling within her as she recalled Marcia's dismissive remark about just a few spells. Deep inside, she fiercely asserted that the magic Chiron had learned was not something so trivial. It was his very life, his essence, and his everything. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock as he internally reflected that his magic had been the hard-earned fruit of long, painful contemplation, born at the crossroads between life and death. While Rian and Tess were also enraged, struggling to survive. But Chiron continued to sink deeper into despair, noting it was the desperate and painstaking spell work that he alone had managed to uncover. Now, not only had it been stolen with unsettling ease, but Marcia was also declaring that he would never be able to use it again. As the crushing weight of despair pulled him downward, he felt as though he were sinking into deep, suffocating water, questioning whether he truly was such a naive and arrogant existence after all. Before he could drown in those thoughts, Amy urgently called out to him, pushing him to snap back and insisting that he must not give up. She fiercely reminded him that this situation was an exception and urged him to recall what he had learned in class about it. Lying stunned on the ground, he weakly repeated the word in his mind, trying to grasp its meaning. Yet his thoughts drifted further as he imagined himself sinking deeper, believing it was already too late to remember anything. But suddenly, a faint spark of determination flickered to life, urging him to focus. He forced himself to recall that day in class, when he was sitting in class and his teacher wrote the word exception on the board. The teacher then announced that the lesson would be a special lecture, and they would be learning about something known as the exception. The teacher had asked them several confusing questions about herself and their belief in her as a teacher, which left the students deeply confused. She then asked the students whether they believed she was not a teacher, and if that was truly what they thought. The class burst into laughter, insisting that a teacher remained a teacher regardless. The protagonist saw his younger self sitting beside Nade, who sleepily worried about creating a hologram ghost, while his past self reminded him that the lesson was starting. The present Chiron, standing behind and observing the scene, realized that he had already heard this lecture before. The teacher explained that people naturally recognized what was denied, and that the more one was told not to remember something, the more strongly it resurfaced in the mind. She added that if it was true that she was a teacher, then that truth turned into a belief, making denial nearly impossible. She continued by clarifying that magic manifested when two essential elements united: the knowledge one accepted as truth and the power to materialize that truth into reality. Yet, to Chiron's surprise, while writing on a blackboard, she posed a troubling question. What if someone genuinely believed a lie with complete certainty? And what would occur if a mage combined false knowledge with power? As murmurs of confusion spread through the class, she placed her hands on the desk and coldly declared an example. Anyone who regarded her as a teacher would die from that moment onward. Her words shocked the entire class, leaving them unsettled and unsure whether she was serious. One student dismissed the claim as nonsense, arguing that it was not even a logically valid concept to be treated as an exception. The teacher agreed, acknowledging that it indeed made no sense and that even an exception could not ignore the inherent rules of magic. She explained that killing someone demanded a tremendous cost and that the law of equivalent exchange could never be violated. Hearing this, the student sighed in relief, easing the tension slightly throughout the room. She then clarified that it was not only the user who needed to believe in the distorted knowledge, but the opponent as well. A spiky-haired student pointed out that such magic could never work, while the girl beside him argued that no mage would ever believe such abnormal logic. The teacher responded by explaining that this was why exception users created rules and restrictions methods designed to distort and twist their opponent's perception so thoroughly that they would not even realize they had already stepped inside. As the protagonist recalled the lesson, he felt a jolt of shock. The teacher had demonstrated her first rule next, stating that none of the students present could think she was not their teacher, and the entire class readily acknowledged that she indeed was. She then revealed the second rule, that anyone who considered her a teacher would fall in love with her. The third rule followed. Those who fell in love with her would obey her. The final and fourth rule declared that all who obeyed her would take their own lives before her. She asked them whether such a system was not terrifying. She admitted the demonstration might have been extreme, but starting with simple, obvious rules made it easier to accept more advanced ones later. She explained that by erasing even slight discomfort, one could pierce an opponent's power with their own, creating internal confusion. She concluded that mages were beings who wielded knowledge and power as they pleased. Turning back to the blackboard, she stated that not everyone could become an exceptional user, as such individuals were often driven mad by unbearable trauma. She added that even the example she had shown was adapted from the actual rules of a real person. Though she could not reveal the details, she mentioned it was a woman of great status who had taken countless lives. The present Chiron found it all absurd and wondered what would become of the law of equivalent exchange in such a scenario. His younger self raised a hand and asked the teacher how someone could kill without respecting that law. She commended him, saying it was exactly what she had expected from him, praising it as a sharp question. She explained that ordinary mages paid the price of manifesting their theories with their own mental energy. Exception users, however, were different. They could not pay the price in the same manner. To balance the scales of equivalent exchange, she said that the burden was placed on the opposite side of the scale. While writing rapidly across the board, she explained that this particular exception user paid a price equal to taking a life, a horrifying act of self-destruction committed solely to claim the victim's death as the price. The students were left stunned, and the protagonist's eyes widened in understanding as he finally grasped the severity of her explanation. Returning to the present, he considered that if Marcia was an exceptional user, then, from the very beginning, he had been trapped inside her rules. He pieced them together in his mind. Rule 1. Those who heard her story could not hate her. Rule 2. Those unable to hate her could not kill her, even if she insisted they may. Rule 3 stated that she could take the magic of those who failed to kill her, and the price of doing so was exposing her life defenseless before them. Reflecting on the moment she had told him to kill her, he realized that if he had attacked her then, she might have died instantly. He understood now that she had revealed Yuna's survival solely to make him hesitate to stop him from striking a defenseless opponent. And at last, the truth became clear to him. Back in the present chaos, Chiron's friends lay defeated and overwhelmed. As Marcia prepared another spell, the protagonist suddenly spoke, stating that he finally understood everything and had discovered what kind of person she truly was. His friends lifted their heads, startled yet filled with hope, when they heard his voice. Amid the smoke, the protagonist rose and, with firm resolve, declared that he would shatter Marcia's beliefs. Marcia, with an eerie smile on her lips, claimed that even if he had uncovered the secret of exceptions, he still could do nothing, as he had already lost all his power. Coughing blood, the protagonist forced himself to stand. Nearby, Amy sat beside broken rubble and argued firmly that magic could not be stolen so easily, and if it was taken easily, it must also be returned easily. That was the law of equivalent exchange. She insisted that there must be restrictions, but before she could finish, Marcia interrupted with a sly smile, asking whether she wanted the restrictions revealed. Marcia then explained that if he wished to reclaim his magic, he had to catch her. Amy blurted out in frustration, while the protagonist wiped his face, silently contemplating the situation. Marcia then remarked that her test might be a little too harsh, and that the entire ordeal was starting to feel boring. Amy coldly gazed at her, and deep inside acknowledged that physical contact was one of the most common restrictions exception users imposed, yet she questioned whether that truly applied here. As Tess and Rian struggled weakly to their feet, Marcia sarcastically stated that hope made the world beautiful, though it might only be false hope. With an evil grin, she launched a photon cannon toward Chiron, but to her surprise, he narrowly dodged it. In that instant, Tess and Rian leapt forward to strike, but Marcia coolly urged them to resist a little longer. Before their attacks could connect, she violently countered with multiple photon cannons, sending them crashing aside with light injuries. When Chiron dashed toward her, Marcia's lips twisted into a wicked grin. She remarked that most people would have fled already and questioned why he continued to chase her. As he closed the distance, the protagonist answered that it was because he understood what this magic contained and, with tears, cried out the depth of pain within it. She responded with a sly grin, calling him truly interesting. Elsewhere in the forest, Agito Freeman lay on the ground completely out of strength with a burn mark across his face, muttering with conviction that Marcia must never be defeated. He reflected on the past, remembering the time when young Marcia stood proudly atop a boulder like a superhero, while all the orphans excitedly chanted her name, celebrating her team's victory and declaring that she was the best. Agito recalled that the village they once lived in had been filled with people whose homes were destroyed by war. For them, education was a luxury, and many of them had never known the warmth of proper parents because they lacked even the basic understanding of the world. In that innocent ignorance, they didn't even realize that one of their friends being beaten daily by her adoptive father was something terribly wrong. Fast forward to the winter when they turned 15. Agito had rushed toward Marcia's house, calling for her to come out and play, but he was startled to find the door already open. When he stepped inside, he saw Marcia sitting alone on the floor, coughing weakly. He hurried to her side and immediately noticed the heavy bleeding. Fearfully, he asked whether her father had beaten her again. With a trembling voice, Marcia replied that it wasn't that. She revealed that she had stabbed her father that day. Her confession caught him completely off guard. His face turned pale, especially when he glanced at the lifeless body lying in the other room. Still anxious, he demanded to know what had happened. Marcia explained that she had tried saying something different to her father today. Rather than telling him he could kill her, she had told him he could embrace her, and then everything escalated after that. Hearing this, Agito gritted his teeth in fear, internally begging her not to continue. But despite the situation, he grabbed her arm and urged her to run with him. He insisted that they had to escape before her father's co-workers arrived, leaving the lifeless body behind. Together, they fled. Agito now wondered painfully why he never realized that such were the kinds of thoughts carried by the monster she would one day become, and why he failed to recognize that Marcia had been suffering deeply at that moment. Back then, as they ran through the field, he had silently resolved that from that day onward, he would protect her no matter what. However, amidst their frantic escape, Marcia suddenly pulled her hand away and told him she would be fine on her own, leaving him startled. She insisted that he should return to his parents, but he anxiously protested, asking what she was even saying and whether she truly believed he would abandon her. He claimed that he needed to protect her, but he froze in shock when she bluntly stated that he would only slow her down if he came along. She told him that he was weak and timid, and more importantly, she didn't like him. Back in the present, Agito's eyes widened abruptly as the memories surged through him. Meanwhile, Tess, unleashing her external force, desperately evaded Marcia's relentless attacks. Marcia cast another spell, remarking that Tess was doing quite well at running away. As she hurled the spell toward her, Tess narrowly dodged, but the impact shattered a nearby tree, sending sharp fragments slicing into her leg. Bleeding, she gritted her teeth in pain. Rian simultaneously swung his sword at Marcia with fierce determination, but she effortlessly leapt into the air, dodging his strike. With a mocking grin, Marcia commented that it seemed he had tried to act clever by pushing himself to the limits. Amy watched them, visibly frustrated, as she suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, and Marcia unleashed another photon cannon, plunging the area into destructive chaos. Amidst the chaos, she narrowly avoided Chiron's attack, causing her expression to tighten in brief surprise. Yet moments later, she smirked while glancing up at him, stating that it appeared he still had spells remaining. The protagonist, unleashing the fly and wind cutter, dove down at her with a fierce, determined glint in his eyes. But she effortlessly dodged and sent him crashing aside. She sarcastically asked whether the fly and wind cutter were the final spells he had left. She then stole them from him with the spectral version of herself, scoffing that he shouldn't give anything away so easily and remarking that she had already taken plenty from him. As Chiron and his friends lay sprawled across the ground, overwhelmed and defeated, Marcia wondered aloud if it was finally finished. But to her surprise, she noticed the protagonist slowly rising to his feet. With a hint of disbelief, she asked whether he was really standing again, reminding him arrogantly that a fool who didn't know his place could never hope to defeat her. Despite blood streaming down his forehead, he fiercely asked if she didn't remember that he would never give up. Her eyes widened in shock as a dark memory seemed to resurface. She wiped her forehead, wondering in disbelief what she had just touched, only to realize it was sweat. Utterly stunned, she began sweating profusely, internally questioning whether she was running out of mental strength. She wondered anxiously if it was because of his spells, but quickly realized he had been using the same spell the entire time. As she stared at the drops of sweat trembling on her hand, she suddenly noticed Chiron lunging fiercely toward her, catching her completely off guard. Gritting her teeth, she realized she needed to escape. His friends were closing in as well, surrounding her from every side. She attempted to teleport, but before she could, she noticed several trees around her were shattered and blocking all possible routes. Stunned, she couldn't comprehend what was happening. Anxiously, she wondered if he had used a wind cutter earlier simply to set this up. While lunging toward her, Chiron internally calculated that although Marcia could use stolen spells, applying them effectively in battle required experience. Since she had only just learned teleportation, she would never be able to pass through the fallen trees, obstructing her path. That meant there was only one maneuver she could use now, the explosion technique. As he and his friends closed in exactly as he predicted, Marcia slammed her fist onto the ground, releasing a massive explosion that blasted them backward. But suddenly, the radiant energy shifted into a glowing teal hue, leaving Marcia stunned as confusion overtook her. She quickly realized that her spirit zone was reacting uncontrollably, and panic began to surface as she wondered what kind of magic Chiron was using. While she was caught in that moment of disarray, Tess suddenly lunged forward and drove her sword fiercely into Marcia's leg, catching her utterly off guard. Deep down, the protagonist contemplates that if he had to point out the mistakes Marcia made, it would be that even after her weaknesses were exposed, she remained intoxicated by her own sense of victory. She relied solely on the magic she had stolen from him, never realizing that the photon cannon consumed an enormous amount of mental strength, nor understanding the underlying principles behind berserk magic. Even so, as a mage, she should have been capable of calculating countless variables within that brief moment, variables that would have allowed her to avoid being caught. But sometimes the movements of a swordsman surpass even a mage's thoughts. Because of this, Tess managed to stab Marcia's leg. As Tess pulled her sword back, blood splattered violently around her. Marcia stumbled to the ground, unable to comprehend how a human mind could tremble so intensely. Lost in a haze, she found it impossible to believe that the mind of a 17-year-old could truly be this vast and boundless. She reflected that she once believed Chiron to be nothing but an ignorant young master. Yet now she realized his level was something she could never steal. Snapping out of her thoughts, she lay on the ground, clutching her wound, her eyes widening in shock as she recognized that the protagonist was charging straight toward her, putting everything he had on the line. Crawling backward, she internally pleaded for him not to come any closer and not to look inside her. Suddenly, the gadget on her arm emitted a sharp beep, and several luminous circles appeared in the sky, seizing her attention. Moments later, energy cascaded downward as the protagonist and his friends were stunned by their abrupt arrival, while Amy couldn't fathom how Adigo had managed to show up again after she had taken him down earlier. Agido and his armed men teleported into the ruined battlefield. Agido glared fiercely and warned that if Chiron and his friends approached Marcia again, he would kill them. Meanwhile, Marcia stared at Agido in shock, internally recalling that someone like him had existed once, someone who had approached her with genuine sincerity. She remembered the moment in the past when she told Agido that she didn't like him, shocking him until tears streamed down his face. She told him that he never truly understood her and remarked that people naturally live that way, even parents and children who spent their entire lives together without ever genuinely understanding one another. She confessed that she had only ever wished to be understood just once, but that wish was never fulfilled. Turning away, she softly urged him to live well. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. When she turned, she saw him striking stones against his own eyebrows. Alarmed, she anxiously asked what he was doing. He threw the blood-soaked rocks to the ground, claiming that the only reason he looked weak was because of those eyebrows. With blood streaming down his face, he tearfully declared that now he no longer looked like a coward and vowed that he would become stronger than anyone else so that she would remain with him. She frustratedly asked if he was deaf, reminding him again and again that she said she didn't like him. In anger, she declared that she would marry someone else and have children. With a berserk expression, he shouted that he didn't care and urged her to do whatever she wanted, insisting that following her was his right as well. He declared that he would never give up on his feelings as Marcia stood stunned and speechless. Back in the present, Marcia snapped out of her thoughts as Agito urgently called her captain and insisted she escape immediately. Meanwhile, Tess sternly told Agito that the outcome was already decided, and Amy added that they had lost, demanding that Chiron's stolen magic must be returned. Agito tightened his grip on his sword and snarled an ultimatum. If they retreated without Marcia, he would spare their lives. This only drew an angry, frustrated protest from Amy. At the same time, our main character hurled his blazer to the ground and strode forward, declaring sharply to Rian that from this point on, anyone who stood in his way would be cut down. This unexpected command startled his friends, and Amy urgently stopped him, pointing out that Agito's assailants, even without guns, were masters of schema. Tess then firmly stated that if that was the case, she would follow Chiron's order herself, insisting that Rian was in no condition to fight. However, as Chiron continued striding toward the assailants, he firmly refused Tess's offer, stating that this was something only his knight could do. Despite his condition, Rian understood his role and confidently stepped forward, declaring that if it was his lord's order, he would follow him even to the depths of hell. Seeing them approach despite his warning, Agito furiously cursed them and shouted that this was the fate they had chosen, while his assailants dashed toward them. Tess and Amy watched intently, trusting Chiron's judgment, knowing he would never let Rian die. As Rian swung his sword at the oncoming enemies, his wound suddenly stiffened, and he cried out in agony. His eyes widened as he realized that everything around him was beginning to slow. Meanwhile, our main character calmly strode past the assailants, unleashing the photonization theory and stepping into the realm of sublight speed. The assailants' movements slowed dramatically, leaving the onlookers, including Marcia, utterly stunned. As the protagonist moved toward the fallen Marcia, he firmly declared, without even turning back, that he was coming for her and coldly commanded Rian to cut them all down. The assassins trapped in the slowed field gritted their teeth in frustration, unable to move. A system window appeared informing that the slow attribute light magic, a power that created a field where time flowed sluggishly. Those who reached the realm of sublight speed were said to distort the flow of time within their own spirit zone, and the extent to which they could slow it depended on the depth of their enlightenment. Upon Chiron's command, Rian swiftly swung his sword toward the assailants, though a faint sense of unease stirred within him. The action felt disturbingly similar to cutting down a restrained opponent. Still, since it was his lord's order, the sword merely carried out its duty. Yet, just as his blade was about to strike, the assassin abruptly vanished, and moments later, all the attackers were teleported away. The sudden disappearance startled Agito Freeman, who instinctively glanced back at Marcia from the corner of his eye. Marcia, meanwhile, calmly pressed the button on the device attached to her arm, activating the teleportation sequence. As the surrounding light began to engulf everyone, she recalled the battle with a faint, bittersweet smile, inwardly urging them not to lose their lives because of her anymore. Amy and Tess stared in shock as the group dissolved into shimmering beams of light. The main character, however, continued advancing and delivered a fierce punch that struck Marcia across the face, sending her crashing violently to the side. Overcome with anguish and furious despair, Agito slammed his fist into the ground while crying out her name in torment. Tess then planted her foot on his back and raised her sword threateningly, warning him not to move or she would cut him down. As Amy hurried toward the protagonist and called out to him, without even turning her way, stopped her as he stated that his magic had still not returned. Amy, confused, questioned whether the required condition had truly been physical contact. Tess immediately denied her assumption, insisting that contact had indeed been the condition. Beneath Tess's sword, Agito broke down completely, trembling and weeping that everything was over. The protagonist, however, stated that one final requirement still remained. Looking down at her, he noted that the price Marcia herself had placed upon this spell. Trembling on the ground, Marcia acknowledged this and revealed that if she was touched by the one whose magic she had stolen, she would be compelled to utter the phrase permitting him to embrace her. The revelation startled everyone around them. She maliciously added that he could probably already guess its significance, and deep within her mind, she recalled the day she had once stood before his father while secretly hiding a dagger behind her back. In the present, with a faint, strained grin, she explained the meaning behind that phrase and declared that this was the final price embedded within her exception. Her spectral counterpart clung tightly to her back, gripping her neck, while Marcia insisted that this marked the end of her story. Tess, bewildered, quietly asked Amy what Marcia meant by such an embrace, nervously assuring herself that it surely wasn't what she imagined. Equally stunned, Amy responded that if the protagonist refused, he would never reclaim his magic, leaving Rian deeply unsettled. In a burst of frustration, Amy seized Marcia by the collar, demanding she stop speaking nonsense and simply return his magic. But Marcia calmly replied that if her words had been false, the exception would never have been activated. Tilting her head slightly, she issued a soft apology towards Chiron and expressed that he must have come all this way to rescue her from the pit of her own past. Yet in truth, there was nothing left for him to do. As her spectral form tightened its grip around her neck, she confessed that the snare she had created long ago was already strangling her. Clutching her wound with trembling fingers, she requested one final shameless favor, whether Chiron would kill her. If he did, she explained, his magic would be restored, and she could finally rest in peace. The plea stunned Amy, while Agito desperately screamed for her to stop uttering such things. The protagonist remained calm as he knelt before her and quietly questioned whether she truly wanted him to kill her. When he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, Marcia flinched in shock, while Agito collapsed further into despair. Tears welled in Amy's eyes as she braced herself for the worst, and Tess anxiously called out in concern as Chiron carefully supported Marcia's head. Marcia's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized inwardly that he wasn't going to grant her the peaceful end she had asked for. She had long known that a moment like this might one day arrive. She had mocked and ridiculed him repeatedly, and perhaps mercy was something she had forfeited. Yet instead of killing her, the protagonist gently pulled her into an embrace. She weakly protested, insisting that this wasn't the standard she had set. He held her firmly and calmly stated that he had already embraced her. Her body trembled as she clenched her teeth in frustration. With a furious glare, she cursed him and accused him of mocking her or understanding nothing at all, urging him in desperation to kill her instead. Chiron echoed her plea inwardly, then reminded her that she was the one who had once taught him how to change the world, yet now she wished to destroy it. The sudden strength in his voice startled her. Keeping her close, he continued, explaining that he could see them, the people she called family, the ones she had saved, and those who had risked their lives to save her. Tightening his embrace, he reminded her that countless lives existed because of her actions. Marcia was completely stunned by his words as he continued that she had saved countless souls. After all of that, he wondered how she could still beg for death. Tess and Rian watched intently as Agito tried to grasp the situation, while Amy completely lost as she tearfully watched them. Chiron suddenly cried out that Marcia had been the one who told him the world was still worth living in. So she, too, must choose to live. Holding her tightly, his voice trembled with emotion just as tears began to flow from Marcia's eyes. From the moment a person is born, they naturally receive warmth and affection from their parents. However, Marcia's childhood had been nothing like that. She had never been loved. Instead, she had been repeatedly abandoned. Her foster father despised her and treated her as if she were worthless. Having never experienced genuine affection, she grew deeply envious of others who enjoyed the comforting warmth of their families. She convinced herself that it was not something God allowed for her. Trapped within that trauma, she eventually killed her foster father. In her heart, she believed there was no God in the world, and the world was nothing but a cold place, no one who would ever make her feel special or wanted. The only thing she understood was that life was full of unpredictable variables, and within that cold, uncaring reality, perhaps a few rare ones could offer her a fleeting sense of comfort. When she first heard from Agito Freeman that he considered himself her family, she thought he was foolish. She assumed he would eventually harm her just as everyone else had. In her mind, if she ever gained true power, she would never allow anyone to inflict suffering or pain on children the way she had suffered. She dreamed of creating a new world where children could begin fresh lives, one filled with kindness and care. Somewhere deep inside, she believed that if she created a world overflowing with warmth, then perhaps one day someone might eventually love her as well. She knew she could achieve this dream without harming others. The only threat to her existence was the possibility of being killed. Even then, she quietly wished that maybe somewhere in this world, there would be someone who would one day embrace her too. When the protagonist finally hugged her, she felt the warmth just like being held by a mother. Everyone watched intently with their eyes widened in shock. Marcia herself realized for the first time what true warmth felt like. Warmth she had sought from the cruel world her entire life. Trembling, she hugged him back and broke into uncontrollable tears like a child. It was an entirely new sensation, one she had neither imagined nor believed she could ever feel. Later that day, inside the half-ruined castle, Amy stood as she gazed outside the window, and Agito spoke about Marcia. Agito explained that he had tried everything for Marcia over the past 10 years to help heal her trauma. As they stood aside, he continued, for someone like her, an exceptional user, it was nearly impossible to overcome such wounds without rare, special circumstances, something akin to a deep catharsis. He added that there was barely a 1% chance for an exceptional user to experience such healing, and even when they did, no one truly understood the principle behind it. They simply referred to it as a miracle. Amy admitted that she had never imagined that the outcome would unfold in such a way. As she looked around, she noticed enemies and allies assisting one another. She thought that the same people who had tried to kill them the day before were now helping them, as if they had always been close companions. She remembered Chiron's words to Marcia that she was the one who had taught him to live in this world. Still, Amy worried that when Chiron had embraced Marcia earlier, she had felt a faint sensation of fading again. In her heart, she silently pleaded for him not to leave her behind. While sitting along the quiet seashore, Marcia admitted to Chiron that her exception had disappeared, the one she had previously activated, and she noted that she would never be able to use that particular rule again. She smiled faintly and stated that with the rule gone, Chiron's spells naturally returned to him without any condition attached. As the protagonist gazed at his hands, he sensed his mana gently forming as small beams of energy swirling within. She expressed her gratitude toward him for giving her a chance and for never abandoning her. The protagonist responded that if this world was one in which she was supposed to live and die, then he could not imagine any place where he himself could continue living without her. Marcia wasn't surprised. She smiled softly as she sensed that he carried a fate similar to hers. In her mind, she realized that although she had once believed she could create her ideal world, the reality she needed was already beside her. A young boy with extraordinary magic, capable of selfless sacrifice in his own quiet way, had embraced her even while injured. She considered him her savior, and if he wished for them both to live, then she had no choice but to remain in this world as well. Chiron then asked whether she would teach him a different kind of magic. Marcia explained that as an exception user, she could not learn ordinary magic, and she secretly feared that another exception might arise someday. Chiron then made her promise that she would never create one that would destroy her again. Marcia laughed softly and urged him to stop being angry, assuring him she would not continue. Shifting her gaze toward him, she jokingly teased that she should create a reversal spell capable of making blonde people charming like him, which startled the protagonist. At that moment, poor Agito abruptly interrupted, suggesting she create a spell that could make a person without eyebrows appear charming. Marcia screamed in shock, as if she had seen a ghost, noting that he had scared the life out of her. She glared at him nervously and warned him not to interfere, as they were clearly busy. Amy soon approached, visibly irritated, and she shouted at them to come eat. When they all came inside, everyone had already prepared the food. While the group sat at a table, Marcia apologized, feeling guilty that they had been dragged into her problems when they had only come to visit her. She promised to help them with any task they required and even offered them any equipment they needed. Meanwhile, Tess and Rian were fully focused on the food. She then explained that Palcoa's place was a tourist region anyway, and everything there essentially belonged to her. The protagonist then softly declared that he wanted to visit the Kurgo ruins. Marcia insisted that the ruins wouldn't be fun for him. Chiron responded that the place held many valuable things. Marcia explained that she hadn't known the ruins contained anything valuable, nor did she know the true purpose of the site. Since she herself was unfamiliar with much of the island's history, she asked Agido if he knew anything. He replied that he had an idea. Marcia immediately shouted at him for never telling her. Chiron then noted he was certain that it was difficult, but he wasn't sure if the others could cross the path without trouble. Curious, she asked Chiron why he wished to go there. He answered that he had a question for Moreau, a person who lived in the ruin and needed to ask about his own existence. Marcia understood the importance of his reason and asked whether he had a plan. Chiron firmly explained that there was one method worth attempting. Tess suspected he was referring to a laser, but before she could ask, Marcia turned to Agido and questioned whether there was any way they could help Chiron. Agido revealed that there was indeed a way, which startled the whole team as Agido continued eating. One of Palcoa's men explained that Palcoa once used a secret route for loop smuggling. He took out a folded paper and showed them a permit that allowed entry. Everyone was shocked to see that such a permit had been in their possession the entire time, and they grew increasingly worried about what it meant. One of Palcoa's men stated that he possessed a permit to access Kurgo, and the moment everyone saw it, they were utterly shocked. They asked him if that truly was the rumored access permit Palcoa used for the smuggling route. Amy appeared confused and questioned whether it was strange to have something like this, and if so, why they had been required to take a test at all. The protagonist explained that he had heard about the smuggling route from the mercenaries when he went to take the exam, but he assumed it would not matter. Amy responded that passing the test would likely grant something different from the permit itself. Meanwhile, Tess calmly added that the answer might not be too complicated, as the people of Kurgo could have used the test as an excuse to collect money from travelers. Chiron also considered that possibility, but still questioned why the principal had asked them to investigate the situation. In the end, they all concluded that they needed to look at both sides of the matter, as they could not choose one and ignore the other. Agido told them that he could create a permit for them, but they needed to understand the language spoken by the people there. Marcia then calmly apologized that she could not find a translator for them in such a short time and reminded them that, as she was considered a criminal, the Magic Association could come for her at any moment. At that moment, Yuna raised her hand and said that her brother knew the language a little. Hearing that Jis could understand the language, everyone's expressions brightened. The protagonist then suggested that they should try both routes in case something went wrong. Later that evening, Chiron and his friends prepared to leave. Marcia wrapped a magic artifact gently around his arm, telling him that it would guide him towards the entrance of the mountain, and reminded them to find a healer once they returned. The protagonist softly thanked her. As they parted ways, Marcia told herself that she would never be able to repay the favor Chiron had given her. Chiron then turned back and calmly assured her that they would meet again someday. This startled her a bit. However, with a faint smile, she told him not to worry and promised that she would always find him no matter where he was. Chiron then activated the teleportation magic, and they all vanished. Marcia quietly hoped they would be safe in Kurgo. Agido, however, admitted that it might be a little difficult for them, causing Marcia to angrily scold him for telling her that only now. He simply replied that she shouldn't be worried because those kids were extremely strong. Marcia calmed herself and agreed as she looked up at the sky as they left. The protagonist and his friends then arrived at Jis's place, and Yuna rushed inside, calling his name. Jis, covered in bandages, tears welled up in his eyes as he happily greeted her. They embraced warmly. When Yuna worriedly asked what had happened, he reassured her that he was fine and asked how she had been. Wiping her tears, she calmly told him she was safe because Chiron and his friends saved her and defeated the enemies. As the group stood proudly, Jis was astonished to hear that they had truly defeated those enemies. He bowed deeply and thanked them for saving his sister. Tess and the others welcomed him, and they gently asked him for a favor. Jis was confused about what he could possibly offer, but seeing their expressions, he realized they needed something only he could provide. After Yuna fell asleep, they explained that they needed someone who understood the language and could guide them through the smuggling loop route. Jis, trembling with fear, nervously said that he could speak only a little and wondered if that would be enough. He warned them that the hostile government there did not tolerate outsiders, and if anything happened, they would not receive outside help. Chiron reassured him that he did not need to worry, and if he didn't want to go, they could search for another translator. But Jis gathered his courage and said he was willing to go, and they could rely on him. Amy felt relieved that he agreed, and the protagonist then told everyone that they should rest because they would depart in the morning and also get healed by the healers tomorrow. During their conversation about healing magic, Jis panicked and mentioned how expensive it was. Amy immediately reminded him that he had been the one who falsely claimed it was cheap earlier because he had tried to trick them. Jis awkwardly apologized and told her not to bring that up again. Tess then confidently revealed that all of her injuries had already healed and even showed them the wound. Amy, stunned, asked how she managed that, and Tess explained that she had chosen mitochondria as her second schema, so healing something like this was nothing for her. Amy stated that Freeman once told her that he could heal himself through the schema called cell activation. She then asked Tess if this was the same as a schema, but Tess explained that it was different. Cell activation was a defensive schema and not commonly used. Amy still felt intimidated by Agito because he had once said that if he ever died, there would be no one left to protect Marcia. Chiron curiously asked Tess about the build she used to heal her injury. Tess asked if he knew about the imaginary schematic representation of the human body. She explained that each part shown in that drawing was called a sigil, and each sigil activated a specific body feature. Together, the arrangement was called a build. Chiron and Amy were quite surprised and asked in what order her body was enhanced. Tess calmly answered that it was complicated because a schema artificially enhanced certain abilities of the body. If someone wanted to use it, they needed to balance it carefully. She described enhanced dynamic vision, arm and leg strength, overall physical capability, and even reaction suppression. She explained that if someone increased their reaction speed without strengthening their physical ability, they could damage their own body. Since they all had different traits, the way a person structured their build mattered greatly. The protagonist realized that if someone learned swordsmanship or martial arts on top of this, their growth potential could become limitless. He remembered how he had sensed the boundless potential of a sword when he once dueled Rian. Chiron finally understood why the schema and the spirit zone were considered the two greatest sources of power. He then thanked Tess for teaching him the basics and noted that it was really helpful, and she laughed, saying she herself still had much to learn. She then said they should count her out of healing magic. Tess immediately regretted explaining so much in front of Rian, who could not activate his schema at all. Rian insisted he didn't need healing magic as he was strong without a schema, although Tess silently called him a liar, knowing he had been badly injured and must still be in pain. Still, she was impressed by his incredible willpower when he fought Palkoa, which was even stronger than any schema. She thought that forcing healing magic on him would damage his pride, but Chiron told Rian that, regardless of anything, he should still be healed the next day. Rian stubbornly insisted he was fine, but the protagonist argued that they did not know what dangers awaited them in Kurgo, and if Rian were defeated, all of them would be endangered. Tess interrupted, but before she could say anything, Rian immediately understood, admitting he had been wrong, and firmly promised he would recover as soon as possible so he could protect his lord. Early the next morning, Rian and the others were placed under the care of the healers, yet the air around them stayed heavy and uneasy. While the healers worked on Rian, Tess stood behind them with Chiron and Amy, watching every movement with sharp eyes. Her displeasure wasn't hidden at all. To her, the healers looked careless and far less skilled than the situation demanded. The moment the treatment ended, no one wasted another second. The group moved out immediately, setting their course straight for Kurgo. At the ruins of Kurgo on Galleon Island, Jis led them through the broken paths and stopped at a narrow stretch of track. He pointed down and explained that this minecart route ran directly into Kurgo itself. As they approached the cart, they saw two men already waiting beside it. Jis quietly informed them that the pair were affiliated with Palkoa, then produced the travel permit secured through Palkoa's connections. The men announced that the next departure would be in an hour, and Jis passed the message along to Chiron and the rest. Tess frowned, her thoughts racing as she questioned what they should do in the meantime. Should they stay and wait, or move elsewhere? Chiron answered without hesitation. They were heading to the altar of judgment. Tess immediately objected, warning that leaving now could cost them their chance to catch the next cart. Chiron calmly explained that he had no intention of entering the trials. He only needed to confirm something crucial. At that point, Jis stated that he would remain behind to guard their place. If he followed them, he would be dragged into the trial as well. Amy supported the decision at once, saying it was better for him to stay and keep watch while they were gone. Not long after, the group reached the altar of judgment. As Chiron stepped forward, someone asked if he still remembered the access code. He stood at the gate, ready to speak, but before a single word left his mouth, the guards suddenly swung the doors open. Tess stiffened in surprise, but Amy quickly murmured that the opening wasn't for them. Someone else was coming out. The moment the figures emerged, shock rippled through Amy and the others. They demanded to know why those people were here. Tess leaned closer to Amy and whispered a tense question, asking if they were acquaintances. Amy's answer was cold and absolute. They were enemies. The boy and girl, standing before Chiron, declared that they had known he and his companions would arrive. Chiron frowned, unable to grasp how they could be so certain. The boy began speaking in a low, unsettling tone, his strange words twisting around Chiron's thoughts and leaving him momentarily disoriented. Beside him, the girl simply smiled at Chiron, her gentle expression clashing sharply with the tension hanging in the air. Chiron answered her greeting with the same quiet courtesy, his voice steady and composed, but the boy shot a sharp glance at the girl beside him. The look alone was enough to make her shoulders tense and her expression falter. Amy stepped forward without hesitation and openly ridiculed them, accusing them of being all talk and no substance, arrogant people with nothing to justify their pride. The boy fired back instantly, saying the accusation fit Amy's group just as well. With a thin, mocking smile, he added that he had once believed they stood for honor, a belief he now considered laughable. Amy's eyes hardened. She snapped at him for showing blatant disrespect to his seniors, but he only laughed and pressed further. He calmly remarked that he understood why his presence irritated her so much. After all, he reminded her of the day she had nearly lost her life. That single sentence shattered Amy's restraint. She lunged at him in a flash of fury, but the nearby guard stepped in at once, blocking her path and issuing a stern warning that violence was strictly forbidden there. The boy's temper flared as well, and he sneered that Amy had always been ruled by her emotions. He mocked her openly, saying it had taken almost no effort to provoke her. Then he activated a skill. A towering magical creature materialized behind him, its presence warping the air with oppressive force. The guards recoiled in alarm and demanded to know what he had summoned. Rian and Tess reacted on instinct, drawing their weapons as shock spread across their faces. At that critical instant, Chiron lifted a single finger and released his own power. His voice cut through the tension as he warned Canis and ordered him to apologize to Amy. Dragging up someone's deepest wounds, he declared, was beyond unacceptable. Canis bristled and shot back that Amy had been the first to touch on his own dark past, insisting that she was the one who owed an apology. He refused to yield an inch and brazenly challenged them to settle everything with another fight. The girl at Canis's side looked torn, her unease plain to see, yet she said nothing. Instead, she quietly used her ability, sending her shadow slipping across the ground toward Chiron. Before it could reach him, Amy stepped down on the shadow and cut the technique off midway. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized her mind control spell had been neutralized. Amy was continuously reflecting its effects, turning the ability useless. The air grew heavier by the second, the threat of battle hanging ready to explode, when Tess suddenly shouted, trying to snap everyone out of the spiral. And then the tension broke in the most absurd way possible. A loud growl echoed from Canis's stomach, followed by another from the girl. Hunger overwhelmed them both, and the edge of violence dissolved into awkward silence. The confrontation collapsed on the spot, and before long they all found themselves sitting together in a small restaurant, bowls of steaming noodles set in front of them. As they ate, Tess finally learned who Canis and the girl really were, and the revelation left her stunned. They were disciples of a great mage, figures far more significant than she had imagined. Amy added one final detail with a calm, pointed tone. Despite their status, they had once been defeated by the protagonist in a direct battle. Chiron quietly remembered how all of their inherited possessions had been stripped away and, for a brief moment, wondered if the two of them were wandering without any real place to return to. When the last of the noodles disappeared and the warmth of a full stomach settled in, Canis straightened and offered a sincere expression of gratitude, thanking them for the meal without a trace of his earlier arrogance. Chiron set his bowl aside and stated that if they were going to sit at the same table, they should at least be honest about their situation. He directly asked what business had brought them to this place. The girl explained that Canis aimed to become an archaeologist and that they were investigating the ruins for that purpose. Before she could elaborate, Canis brushed the explanation off as if it were a trivial detail that did not need to be shared. Tess leaned in, with visible curiosity, clearly intrigued by the idea, while Amy remained detached, her attention distant and her expression unchanged. After a short silence, Canis admitted that the story was neither entirely true nor entirely false. His tone shifted as he revealed that both he and Aaron were desperate to clear the trials, no matter the cost. He described how brutal the challenges had been and confessed that they had come dangerously close to abandoning everything. Only a stroke of luck had carried them this far. Dropping any remaining pride, he stated plainly that they required Chiron's help. He reminded them of what had happened earlier, when their hunger could no longer be hidden. Though he had boasted that he could withstand days without food, he had insisted that Aaron should never be forced to endure that suffering. In the end, his composure had cracked. He had pleaded with Chiron for something to eat, and Chiron had responded by buying them noodles, lifting them, at least for the moment, out of their hardship. Canis studied them in silence for a moment, then calmly asked what reason had brought their group here. Amy answered that they were aiming for Kurgo as well, no different from him. Canis narrowed his eyes and pressed further, asking how much they actually knew about what lay inside. Amy replied that their knowledge was no greater than his. The response made Canis pause, but Aaron cut in immediately and stated that Amy was lying. She explained with quiet certainty that Amy's curiosity was obvious, that she was waiting to extract whatever information they possessed, and that her accelerated heartbeat betrayed her impatience. Amy's expression darkened at once. She snapped back, demanding to know what Aaron meant by making such a claim. In that instant, the protagonist understood that deception was useless in front of Aaron. He chose to abandon the act and told Canis they would speak plainly. They had gathered very little reliable information so far. Amy tried to interrupt him mid-sentence, but Chiron gently stopped her and said there was no harm in honesty when they had nothing significant to lose. Canis gave a faint smile and replied that if openness was the rule, then he expected the freedom to ask whatever he wished in return. He cast Amy a teasing look and remarked that he could spare the effort to educate her a little, calling it fair compensation for the meal they had shared. Amy's irritation only deepened, and she silently dismissed his words, convinced he had nothing of value to teach. Chiron shifted the discussion and asked directly whether Canis knew anything about the Moreau of space-time. Canis answered that he might have some idea. Amy frowned in confusion and demanded a clear explanation. After a brief pause, Canis admitted that the knowledge was not his own and that Harvey was the one who might truly understand it. The name alone stunned the table. Harvey was known as the magical creature that had inherited the wisdom of the great mage Arcane. Chiron focused on him and asked whether Arcane himself had understood the secrets of Moreau. Canis responded that nothing had been confirmed and added coolly that he saw no reason to reveal everything he knew at this stage. Amy's patience snapped. She told him to stop circling the subject and explain it properly, since he would end up doing so sooner or later. Canis answered that a single bowl of noodles was hardly worth such valuable information. Amy shot back that the meal was only part of the equation. She pointed out that his real reason for staying was obvious. He needed their help, which was why he was still sitting there negotiating instead of walking away. The realization hit Canis immediately, and irritation flickered across his face as he understood that Amy had read his intentions perfectly. He had intended from the start to use the fragments of knowledge he carried as leverage, a way to steer Chiron and his companions into serving his own interests. Now that balance had collapsed. They were standing on equal footing, and he understood that withholding everything was no longer an option. As silence stretched between them, he weighed each word he might reveal, wondering whether they were truly ready to face the secret buried inside Kurgo. Chiron broke the pause and asked directly what Canis expected from them. He speculated that it might involve securing an entry permit. Canis dismissed the concern with a small shake of his head and explained that permits posed no difficulty. Aaron's mental magic covered communication and perception alike. With it, they could fabricate a document that would appear indistinguishable from an authentic pass. That explanation snapped a piece into place for Chiron. He finally understood how they had managed to exchange answers at the altar without relying on any translator. Amy immediately followed up by asking if they had been planning to rely on a smuggling route. Canis answered that smuggling was irrelevant to them. Their sole objective was to clear the trial. He admitted, with visible reluctance, that both he and Aaron had already failed it, which was why he intended to borrow the strength of Chiron's group. Amy's eyes narrowed as she asked what scores they had earned. The question ignited Canis's temper. He shot back, demanding to know why she cared about such details. Amy only pushed harder, mocking his reaction and telling him to answer. Both Canis and Aaron flatly refused to disclose their results. Amy taunted them again, remarking that as disciples of a legendary mage, their performance should have been impressive enough to share. Anger flared in Canis's expression. He declared that he would reveal his score only after Amy exposed hers. Amy countered that she would speak only once he had gone first. Canis insisted that proper manners required answering before questioning others. The exchange spiraled until Chiron stepped in and cut it short, ordering them to return to the real issue. He asked what Canis and Aaron were prepared to offer in exchange for help with the trial. Sensing control slipping away, Aaron quietly intervened and urged Canis to be more forthcoming. She stated that trust was essential if any cooperation was to succeed and reminded him that they had already accepted the other's goodwill, even down to the shared meal. Canis drew a slow breath and fixed them with a steady gaze. He asked whether they truly intended to enter Kurgo regardless of the dangers waiting inside. Amy answered that their goal was to uncover the truth about Moreau. Canis repeated the question, pressing them to confirm their resolve. Chiron responded without hesitation that they were committed. Only then did Canis nod and agree to disclose something critical. His voice lowered as he warned them that entering Kurgo without his guidance carried an almost certain outcome. If they went in alone, the probability of their deaths approached absolute certainty. Amy's temper ignited the instant she thought Canis was trying to corner them. Her eyes burned with anger as she snapped back, insisting that even the Palcoa gang had walked in without resistance. To her, Canis was just bluffing, pretending to know secrets he didn't actually have. Before her anger could spiral further, Canis cut in sharply and told her to stay quiet until he finished. He spoke with deliberate calm, explaining that stepping into Kurgo was never the true obstacle. The real danger only began after crossing the threshold. He admitted he couldn't lay out every detail, but his voice carried a firm certainty as he swore he wasn't deceiving them. Amy lunged forward again, ready to strike, but Canis pressed on and revealed that he also knew a method to pass the trial. Turning his gaze to Chiron, he asked if he had already reached the same conclusion. Amy frowned, clearly lost, while Chiron held her back with a steady hand. He answered that Canis was right and quietly brought up the immortal function. Canis immediately asked if Chiron intended to activate it on the altar. The others, unfamiliar with the term, demanded an explanation. Chiron described the altar's strange design, pointing out that if the trial were only about brute force, there would be no reason to prepare 8 separate orbs. That inconsistency was what led him to consider the immortal function in the first place. Canis nodded in agreement and added that the trial wasn't measuring raw strength at all, something he had sensed the moment he saw the sight. Amy's anger cooled into cautious concern as she asked whether relying on the immortal function wasn't recklessly dangerous. Canis answered without hesitation that the odds were a clean 50-50. Even so, he said he was convinced the trial revolved around that very power, and, in the end, the decision belonged to Chiron alone. Then Canis laid out his proposal with unsettling clarity. He wanted to borrow Chiron's immortal function. In exchange, once they cleared the trial, he promised to help raise everyone's chances of survival. That was the bargain he placed on the table. Though he still refused to expose every detail, he insisted he possessed a way to bring all of them back alive. Fixing Chiron with an unwavering stare, he asked if he could trust him. Chiron's thoughts drifted to every warning Canis had given about what it meant to survive in a place like this, and the dangers waiting beyond each step. He remembered the voices that had tried to stop him, especially Rian's desperate attempt to hold him back. The weight of the immortal function pressed heavily on his chest as he began to grasp how deep the danger truly ran. Images from the fight with the parrot mercenaries flashed through his mind, when a single stolen spell had nearly cost everyone their lives. He also heard the echo of his old teacher's words, the man who had permitted him to explore the Kurgo ruins because he trusted Chiron's judgment above all else. Chiron weighed every angle in silence before finally giving his answer. He told Canis he would place his trust in him, but only under a single condition. They would divide their forces into 2 separate teams. One group would slip through the smuggling route, while the other would confront the trial head-on. Chiron made it clear that the one facing the trial would be him, and him alone. As the moment of separation drew near, Amy stepped in front of him, worry etched across her face. She asked if he truly intended to handle it by himself, and reminded him that the immortal function wasn't something he could abuse without consequence. Chiron answered calmly that he understood exactly what was at stake, yet retreat was no longer an option. He cautioned them in return, warning that even with an entry permit, the smuggling path remained illegal and full of unknown risks. Amy met his gaze and assured him they would manage. With nothing left to say, Chiron offered a brief farewell and advanced on his own. Canis immediately pushed the others to move faster, unwilling to waste another second. As they withdrew, Aaron leaned closer to Canis and quietly remarked that Chiron was blonde. The comment caught him off guard, and for a heartbeat he failed to grasp her meaning. Then his expression shifted as he asked whether her abilities allowed her to see Chiron clearly even from this distance. Aaron's perception of the world operated on a plane completely detached from ordinary human sight. Canis had always assumed there were things he could perceive that Aaron could not, just as she likely witnessed details forever hidden from him. What shattered that assumption was her effortless remark that Chiron was blonde. The clarity with which she identified it sent a chill through him. That single detail confirmed he was standing in the presence of something profoundly abnormal and exceedingly rare. He pressed Aaron for an explanation of what she was seeing, but she answered with quiet composure, telling him it was nothing to worry about and urging him to keep moving. As they advanced, she cast one last glance behind them and saw Chiron wrapped in a faint golden radiance. When Chiron arrived at the door, unfamiliar characters surfaced across its surface, carrying a simple meaning. Knock, and it will open. He stepped forward and entered the room of achievements, the sacrifice altar of judgment. Inside, an old man addressed him in a solemn voice, declaring that judgment here was delivered by the angel's right eyes. Anyone seeking entry into Kurgo, he explained, was required to overcome the trials of Moreau. Amy's earlier warnings echoed in Chiron's mind as the danger of the immortal function resurfaced with brutal clarity. He remembered the time he had been refused an invitation by a mysterious woman after reaching the realm of Adriana, and how since that day he had deliberately avoided activating that power. If his existence were scattered again, there was no guarantee he would return intact, even with endless attempts at his disposal. Holding that fear in check, he chose to begin with a laser strike. The instant it fired, a score materialized and started climbing. It ticked past 200, then surged to 2,731, rose again to 6,822, and without warning collapsed back to 0. The attempt had failed. In that instant, Chiron grasped the rule behind the system. The counter reset after a fixed interval, a safeguard designed to nullify prolonged damage over time. The old man's voice rang out once more, demanding to know whether Chiron would abandon the challenge or continue proving himself through Miro's trials. Retreat was unthinkable. Chiron steadied his resolve and chose to try again. His thoughts turned to his companions, already threading the dangerous, smuggling loop, and the realization hardened his will. Success was no longer a choice, but a necessity. He committed to the immortal function without hesitation. A subspace unfolded around him, sealing the area as he launched his next assault. His eyes ignited with light, and a torrent of energy surged in from what felt like a boundless source. The 8 marbles drank in that power without restraint. Then the pull reached him. Chiron felt his own existence being dragged toward them, and agony tore through his body. Control slipped through his grasp, as if his powers were unraveling. He felt suspended on a narrow bridge stretched between 2 separate realms, clinging to the single hope that he would cross intact instead of being ripped apart in the passage. Outside the altar, the rest of the group prepared to depart. Jis approached the cartmen and introduced himself as the new intermediary. They greeted him with stiff politeness, their skepticism obvious. A king handling work like this defied their expectations. They immediately asked for Palcoa, who had always come in person. Terror tightened Jis's chest, but he forced out the truth and declared that Palcoa was dead. The statement jolted the men. Their expressions hardened as they demanded to see the permit. The moment Jis produced it, they seized the document, inspected every detail, and only then signaled for the group to proceed. Within moments, everyone climbed onto the cart, and it shot forward at reckless speed. As the vehicle thundered ahead, unease spread among the passengers. Doubts surfaced about whether the machine could even hold together at that pace. Rian muttered that it felt like he might be thrown off at any second and barked at everyone to grip whatever they could. The cartmen continued their hushed discussion, circling back to Palcoa's death and questioning why a mission of this weight had been handed to what looked like a band of children. They speculated about the situation outside and reassured themselves that the truth would reveal itself once they reached Kurgo. Amy stiffened in shock and turned to Aaron, asking if she was translating the men's conversation about them. Aaron calmly explained that she had linked everyone's minds into a shared channel. The idea unsettled Amy, and she immediately asked whether that meant her thoughts were being read. Aaron dismissed the concern and clarified that the connection only extended to the 11th layer of the human mind, functioning as a narrow tunnel that joined the outermost surface of their psyches. The term surface psyche left Amy visibly confused. Aaron elaborated with steady patience. explaining that human consciousness was structured in 12 layers. Only selected thoughts traveled through the channel, while deeper inner thoughts remained sealed away. She added that any attempt to resist would cause the link to sever on its own. If Amy found the connection intolerable, Aaron stated, she could disconnect her at any moment. Amy accepted the arrangement once she understood that only surface thoughts would pass through the link, recognizing how valuable that kind of coordination could become. Aaron then disclosed that Jis remained outside the network. She could not risk an outsider sensing the nature of her ability, especially when a careless reaction from him might expose them. With that settled, she announced that she would extend the connection to the others, warning that everyone still had to behave as if nothing unusual was happening. A knot of tension tightened in Amy's chest as she wondered who would join the channel. In the next instant, Tess and Rian burst into silent conversation, both reeling from the shock of hearing each other without a single spoken word. Their astonishment grated on Amy's nerves. Tess complained that she had been trying to say something for a while Rian fixated on the sheer wonder of speaking mind to mind. Even so, Amy admitted to herself that the ability would give them a serious advantage. That reassurance didn't erase her anxiety about letting private thoughts slip. The moment she idly considered that Aaron wasn't a bad person, Aaron caught the thought and answered it with a faint smile. Tess shifted focus and warned that the men were watching them too closely, asking what their next move should be. At the same time, Rian's attention drifted entirely to thoughts of food, which infuriated Tess as she judged him hopelessly detached from reality. Canis snapped in irritation and ordered Aaron to lower the volume of the channel or cut him off from altogether. To him, the constant chatter felt like being locked inside a crowded chat room. Tess immediately objected, insisting the volume stay as it was. Canis shot back that the power belonged to Aaron alone, and Tess had no authority to dictate how it was used. Amy observed in silence that, inconvenient as it felt, the link was undeniably efficient. Canis then reframed the situation, telling them to treat Aaron's ability as part of the compensation for their alliance. He stressed that her power would be a decisive asset, but only if Chiron succeeded in clearing the trial. Amy voiced her unease about the Kurgo men, sensing how dangerous they were. Canis confirmed her suspicion and described the consequences of being discovered in the smuggling loop. Tess stated flatly that the penalty would be death, and Canis affirmed it without hesitation. The people running this route would execute such punishment without blinking. Rian added that Palcoa was only one piece of a far more lethal network. Amy pressed Canis on whether that threat was why he had first refused this path. He admitted the danger was only part of it. In his view, something far more troubling was concealed inside the theater of judgment. Amy's thoughts spiraled as she tried to figure out what that hidden object was supposed to be. The mystery gnawed at her curiosity. Standing beside her, Canis spoke in a quieter tone, explaining that the altar was sacred to the people of Kurgo, a ceremonial place created to receive certain beings they believed would descend upon it. He paused mid-sentence, clearly weighing his words, then cautiously added that those beings might be angels. The suggestion only deepened Amy's confusion, leaving her struggling to connect the fragments of what she was hearing. At the altar, the Kurgo men froze the moment their eyes landed on Chiron. Shock rippled across their faces as they stared, unable to hide their disbelief. Around a century earlier, the Gallian government approached the Kurgoyans with a proposal to build a travel-centered industry. The Kurgoyans accepted, fully aware that resisting change was impossible if they wanted to survive. Soon afterward, waves of tourists poured into Kurgo, and the region's economy surged at an astonishing pace. What began as a modest partnership quickly evolved into a dominant financial engine that reshaped the district. But as the years passed, the Gallian government started pushing past ethical limits, and the moment they introduced human tourism, everything slid into a disturbing darkness. At first, it looked harmless. Visitors were restricted to simple sightseeing rides and old-fashioned carriages, a spectacle that appeared innocent to outsiders. That illusion didn't last. Bit by bit, the situation twisted into something far more sinister as children began disappearing, secretly abducted and sold to powerful nobles. Rage and grief spread through the Kurgo community. They protested, demanded answers, and pleaded for justice, only to be met with cold silence and deliberate indifference. Despite their extraordinary strength and endurance, the Kurgoyans had no real political leverage to resist. In the end, they made a painful choice. They opened access to their sacred relics for the government and sealed off their autonomous district from the outside world. They cut themselves off completely, and from that moment on, those gates were never open again. When the group finally slipped through the smuggling loop route, the sight that greeted them left them speechless. Before their eyes stood the Kurgo Autonomous District, the very place long believed to have been buried beneath volcanic ash and lost to history. As they stepped inside, shock replaced their expectations. Kurgo's citizens moved about calmly, working and living as if nothing had ever collapsed around them. It clashed violently with the image burned into their minds of the Kurgo people outside the walls, who had looked starved, frail, and broken by hunger. The contrast made no sense, especially when they remembered the rumors of relics capable of producing endless wealth, treasures said to lay golden eggs. Erin's composure cracked first. Tears welled in her eyes as a creeping fear wrapped around her chest. The atmosphere stirred memories she desperately wanted to forget. Sensing her distress, Kana spoke softly and reminded her of Ladum, anchoring her thoughts and steadying her breathing. As the group pressed deeper into the district, their path was blocked by a lone Kurgo man standing squarely ahead, as if he had been expecting them all along. This was Mahatu. Just stepped forward and explained that Mahatu oversaw the cultivation and distribution of the loop that sustained the entire district. Amy wished, in the quietest corner of her mind, that Erin could translate every word being exchanged, yet she knew the risk was too high. Mahatu's presence pressed down on the space like a drawn blade. His awareness was razor-sharp, and Amy understood that even the faintest trace of magic would not escape him. Any attempt would be exposed instantly. As Mahatu questioned them about Palkoa's death, the tension thickened. That was when Amy caught on to what Erin was doing. Beneath the surface, Erin was slipping her shadow into Jis's thoughts, guiding his replies with invisible precision. Pride flickered inside Amy at the sight of Erin's nerve and quick judgment. Under that subtle control, Jis informed Mahatu that Palkoa would no longer be buying a loop and that their group intended to leave the island soon. The reaction was immediate. Mahatu's expression tightened, disturbed by the announcement. He made it clear, with cold emphasis, that no outsider had the right to enter the district without the intention of purchasing a loop. In a sudden burst of force, he shoved Jis aside and planted himself directly in front of Amy. His eyes swept over her, measuring every detail, and he decided she must be the one in charge. His next question cut straight to her connection with Palkoa. Jis fought his way back to his feet, and Amy watched him through the corner of her eye, recognizing the strain behind his courage. Fear clung to him, yet he still pushed himself to stand his ground for the sake of his role. Amy answered without wavering. She described her bond with Palkoa as one forged through shared risks and battles, a relationship built on lives placed in each other's hands. Mahata listened, then stated flatly that such a bond carried responsibility. If their ties were truly that deep, she should be able to settle the debt Palkoa had left behind. Amy asked for the exact terms. Mahatu revealed the figure with brutal simplicity, roughly 8 kilograms of loop, worth 10,000 gold, not counting the advance that had already been paid. The number hit the group like a physical blow. None of them had imagined a burden of that scale. Amy's thoughts raced as she replayed the scene she had witnessed earlier in the district. The value of that single debt alone could have sustained every worker she had seen for an entire year. The contradiction gnawed at her. If the Kurgo people had been selling loops in such quantities for years, why did hardship still cling to their lives? While that question lingered unspoken, Jis stepped in and assured Mahata that he would deliver a full report to their headquarters. He promised the organization would repay what was owed, either by returning the loop itself or by covering the cost through other means. Then he asked for permission for the group to stay within the district for the time being. Mahata's patience snapped, and suspicion bled openly into his voice as he demanded to know why they had stepped inside the district at all. Amy answered that they were waiting for a companion who was still inside the room of achievements and sacrifice, and she spoke with steady certainty that he would arrive soon. The explanation only twisted Mahata's expression into a dark smile. A harsh laugh escaped him as he assumed they believed sending someone to the altar would grant them entry through bargaining and clever words. Amy felt the ground shift beneath her understanding while Mahatu recounted how countless outsiders had tried to breach Kurgo before, chasing loops and gold with greedy hands. He pressed them to confess their real motive before matters spiraled out of control. Amy held her ground and insisted their friend was simply enduring trials, nothing more. At her side, Erin murmured a warning that Mahata's focus was sharpening, his mind gathering itself like a coiled weapon, and that one mistake could ignite everything. Around them, the Kurgo men grew restless. Angry whispers spread through the crowd as suspicion took shape. Some became convinced that nobles were hiding among the group. Accusations followed, sharp and loud, claiming the outsiders had come to abduct Kurgo children. Orders rang out to search them immediately, driven by fear that they carried hidden weapons or tools meant for harm. Jis planted his feet and tried to smother the rising chaos with calm words, but the tension kept climbing. Rian answered by drawing his sword in a clean, deliberate motion and warning them not to forget their ties to Palkoa's organization. Mahata's eyes locked onto the blade and then onto Rian, reading the gesture as an open challenge. He accepted it without a flicker of hesitation. Before either side could move, a violent gust tore through the area. The air itself seemed to shudder, and everyone froze, caught in a shared moment of confusion. Then recognition dawned across the Kurgo men's faces. The ancient bugle was sounding. Its call meant urgency, something grave enough to override every other conflict. Murmurs of war and disaster rippled through the crowd as they broke away and sprinted toward the district center. Canis and the others followed in their wake. When they reached the open square, the sight waiting for them stole their breath. Kurgo's citizens were dropping to their knees in waves, bowing again and again while shouting for others to do the same. Voices rose in trembling excitement as they proclaimed the arrival of their god's Messiah, the one destined to deliver them. Amy and her companions stood at the edge of the spectacle, silent witnesses to the fervor consuming the plaza. Then recognition struck like lightning. The figure at the heart of the worship was Chiron. From across the distance, he called out to Amy, his face tight with distress and confusion, silently pleading for her help. He stood trapped at the center of the crowd, turning his head from side to side as the Kurgo people pressed in around him. Their voices overlapped in a flood of words he couldn't understand, each phrase slipping past him like noise without meaning. The gap between him and the crowd felt enormous. He tried to read their faces, searching for intent, but the intensity of their attention only deepened his confusion. Every gesture, every shout, only reinforced how completely cut off he was from what they were saying. From where she stood, Amy felt the weight of the moment settle heavily in her chest. The scene unfolding in front of her was spiraling far beyond anything she had prepared for. Fear crept in as she watched the crowd close around him, their energy swelling with devotion and expectation. The unpredictability of it all tightened her thoughts, leaving her just as lost as he was, staring into a situation that felt ready to tip into chaos at any second. According to the ancient Kurogen legend, the one who awakens the 8 eyes of the angel within the room of achievements and sacrifice is marked as the angel's descendant. Such a figure is never to be provoked, and absolute submission must always be shown to the angels, because Kurgo itself once meant destruction after its people dared to offend them. Bound by that fear, Mahata immediately dropped to his knees before Chiron and his companions, bowing so deeply it was as if he wished to bury himself in the ground. In a trembling voice, he begged to be executed, confessing that his earlier rudeness came only from ignorance. He had not known that Chiron's party stood beside the god's Messiah. At that moment, Chiron realized with quiet astonishment that every word spoken around him was perfectly clear. Amy noticed his reaction and calmly revealed the reason. Aaron's ability was bridging the gap between their languages. Before Chiron could respond, another man stepped forward from the crowd. With cautious respect, he asked whether Chiron had witnessed Miro's vision. The question pulled Chiron back to the instant he activated the immortal function, when a strange sensation had brushed against his senses. He held that memory for a second, then turned his attention to the speaker and asked who he was. The man lowered his head in a formal bow and introduced himself as Kadum, the chief of Kurgo. In a steady voice, he vowed to personally take responsibility for Chiron and his group from that moment on. Sensing the tension thickening in the air, Chiron told Jis that he would take control of the situation because danger was approaching. Jis accepted without argument. He admitted that this version of Kurgo felt nothing like the one he remembered. With an easy grin, he added that once Chiron finished his business, he should come visit and share a proper meal. Chiron gave a sincere nod of thanks for the help of translation. As they advanced deeper into the settlement, the atmosphere shifted. Villagers flooded the path, surrounding them with thunderous cheers. They hailed Chiron as the god's Messiah of Kurgo and celebrated his arrival as a blessing. But the celebration quickly turned into pleading. People reached out with desperate hands, begging for their children to be healed and for food to fill their empty homes. Their voices cracked as they spoke of starvation and their yearning for eternal life. Every cry funneled straight into Erin's mind. The crushing weight of their emotions twisted across her face, because she could not possibly answer them all. Canis urgently warned her to sever the connection before their feelings drowned her completely. Through it all, Chiron held firm to a single belief. If the people trusted their chief and followed his lead, their wishes would find a path to fulfillment. Beneath the noise and desperation, the hidden truth of Kurgo's God's Messiah and Miro quietly waited to reveal itself. When Chiron stepped into the Kurgo Palace banquet hall, the promised reward was already waiting. A massive chest sat open before him, overflowing with gold coins and glittering treasures. Tess stared at it in open shock, but Chiron's expression did not change. There was no trace of excitement in his eyes. The chief quickly sensed that wealth alone failed to impress him. With a sharp command, he summoned several young women into the hall, proudly presenting them as the most beautiful priestesses and insisting they be enjoyed as entertainment. The moment Rian and the others looked at the women, the emptiness in their eyes was impossible to miss. Amy felt a chill crawl up her spine and stated bluntly that the women had been fed with the loop. Chiron's gaze turned cold and piercing as it locked onto the chief. The man stiffened, instantly aware that he had crossed a line. A strained laugh escaped him as he hurried to justify himself, claiming he believed such offerings would be welcomed. He confessed that this was his first encounter with the God's Messiah, and that he was merely following what he thought were sacred customs. Chiron fell silent, his thoughts drifting to the unlockers who had come before. For such cruelty to be called tradition, they must have abused their authority without restraint. The immortal function Chiron had activated belonged to a stage that marked the beginning of a journey toward nirvana. It was not enlightenment itself, only the road leading to it. Even so, earlier unlockers who had reached this same threshold had cleared the altar's trial in exchange for riches and women, and the people of Kurgo had mirrored their choices. Chiron questioned what any of them were truly chasing. Before him lay wealth that could have sustained the entire tribe, and women sacrificed despite being the very future of their people. Breaking the silence, Chiron asked what accepting these offerings would demand from him. The chief straightened and explained that the Kurgoyans saw themselves as children of the Great Era, and that the angels' descendants served as the bridge between them and their god. He wanted Chiron to carry their faith and deliver it to that divine being. Tess frowned, unable to grasp how anyone could fulfill such a role. Chiron then mentioned the strange words the Kurgo people kept repeating and demanded their meaning. The chief corrected the pronunciation to Ankh-Ra and spoke the name with reverence. Ra was immortality itself, an existence that had endured since the dawn of time and had given birth to their race. Through Ra's absolute power, they were created, and under that same gaze, they believed they were still being watched. Chiron's thoughts drifted for a moment to the idea of a creator, turning the word over in his mind as the banquet noise echoed around him. Then the doors burst open, and an elderly man strode into the hall, his voice cutting sharply through the air as he demanded to know what was taking place. The music died instantly, and the lively atmosphere froze. The chief's face twisted with shock and irritation. He snapped at the intruder, asking why his father had shown up and accusing him of ruining the banquet. The old man's eyes swept across the hall with open disgust. In a harsh voice, he questioned how this spectacle could possibly be called sacred. He pointed at the overflowing wealth and the staged entertainment, condemning the waste. Their people were starving, he said, enduring endless days of suffering. Yet the chief chose to drown himself in hollow luxury. Each word struck like a hammer as he accused his son of leading the tribe down a path of corruption. With visible annoyance, the chief introduced him as the former leader of Kurgo, a once-respected elder whose judgment, he claimed, had long since faded. He brushed off the accusations as the ramblings of an old man. According to him, the tribe was overflowing with hope because the God's Messiah had finally appeared, and he demanded to know whether his father intended to trample that hope underfoot. The elder did not waver. Fixing his son with a hard stare, he ordered him to come back to his senses and declared that what the people truly needed was simple happiness, not the arrival of any God's Messiah. That night, the chief led Chiron and his companions out of the palace and into the open air, stopping beneath the vast northern sky. He raised a finger and pointed to a tight cluster of stars, explaining that when connected, they traced the shape of a perfect figure eight. At the point where the two circles touched, he said, "Shown the brightest star of all." He told them to study the sky carefully and find that star with their own eyes. Tess frowned, clearly puzzled by the sudden lesson in astronomy, but Rian quietly advised her to watch first and question later. Amy supported him, adding that understanding the chief's purpose mattered more than reacting too quickly. While the others scanned the sky, Chiron's gaze sharpened. Something about the pattern stood out to him, and he calmly pointed to a single star. The chief's expression brightened as he confirmed that Chiron had identified it correctly. He then declared that this star marked the very origin of Kurgo. The claim left Chiron searching for meaning, and he demanded an explanation. The chief spoke with steady conviction. That distant point in the sky, he said, was where their god had first created them. Humans were born into this world and eventually died here, but their souls did not vanish. They rose to that celestial place, a realm the Kurgo people called the country of the skies, their version of heaven. Chiron found the explanation difficult to accept, and the chief quickly sensed his skepticism. He remarked that Chiron appeared to doubt the existence of any god. Within his own mind, Chiron refused to either accept or reject the claim. To him, a mage could not pass judgment on what lay beyond analysis or measurement. Anything that could not be examined through reason remained suspended in uncertainty. The chief continued, his voice carrying the weight of ancient belief. In the beginning, their god created giants, and from the blood and flesh of those beings, humans were born. The earliest humans were said to have lived for 782 years. As ages passed, their lifespans steadily shortened, but they gained the power to reproduce and continue their line. Generation after generation followed, until Hannes the Visionary finally founded Kurgo, as it existed in the present era. He added that in those distant times, their ancestors had traveled freely between heaven and earth. The statement struck Chiron with visible surprise. The chief gestured toward the hidden underground structures and declared that those facilities were the remaining proof of that ancient bridge between the two realms. Chiron quickly understood that when the chief spoke about underground spaces, he was referring to basements hidden so deeply that even his spirit zone could not reach them. The realization stirred a memory of Tess and Amy, discussing ancient relics, structures from the past built on a scale far beyond anything in the present age. Many of those colossal remains, they had said, were now buried beneath thick layers of volcanic ash. He asked the chief what truly lay beneath those ruins. The answer came without hesitation. Deep under the relics, inside the lowest chambers, there existed a door that opened straight to heaven. The words sent a visible shock through Tess and the others. They exchanged tense looks, wondering if the heaven he described was the very same place as the distant stars he had pointed out in the sky. They pressed him further and demanded to know what was needed to open such a door. The chief explained that it required the activation of an immortal function, a power only descendants of angels could wield. Chiron weighed that claim in silence. There was a fragment of truth in it. He himself had once returned through an immortal function, though that journey had carried him to another planet, not to any divine realm ruled by a god. He then questioned what Kurgo hoped to gain by sending them through that passage. The chief's expression grew solemn as he spoke of ancient times when angels served as the bridge between humanity and God. Unlockers, he said, were heirs to that angelic power. He wanted Chiron to stand in their place, to meet God directly, and reclaim the lost glory of Kurgo. The request only deepened Chiron's unease. They were not asking for aid or negotiation. They were asking him to confront the very existence of God. The chief's voice turned desperate as he begged them to rescue Kurgo from extinction. He insisted that only Chiron, whom he believed to be an angel's descendant, could achieve it. Amy's patience snapped. She rebuked him sharply, arguing that instead of entrusting the tribe's survival to an outsider, he should use the loop to secure food and stability for his starving people. The chief answered with grim certainty. Even if they sold every reserve of loop, he said, Kurgo's collapse would not be halted. He described a history of relentless disasters, volcanic eruptions that scarred the land, internal conflicts that tore the tribe apart, and mounting pressure from a Gallian government. Each blow had drained their strength, and it was only a matter of time before outside forces swallowed them entirely. He declared that he would never accept such an end, and that he intended to restore Kurgo by any means necessary, even if it demanded sacrifice. Chiron fixed his gaze on the chief and pressed him with one last question. He wanted to know if anyone who had unlocked Heaven's Gate had ever managed to come back alive. The chief paused, then admitted that such a miracle had happened once. 2 centuries earlier, the god's Messiah had assembled a party and returned carrying the will of Ra. The records claimed that, after coming back, the Messiah demanded a staggering payment of 100 million gold. Amy couldn't hide her shock and asked how they had possibly survived that journey, but Chiron could already see that the details were lost to time. The chief confessed that even the Messiah had called the expedition a failure in terms of profit. Hearing that, Chiron understood the truth immediately. Not even a mountain of gold like that could balance the scale against the danger they were discussing. He also realized that Canis had been aware of this from the start, which explained his earlier remarks about survival rates. With a solemn bow, The chief swore that everything he had said was the unvarnished truth. He acknowledged the mission's deadly nature and promised to grant Chiron any reward he desired. Chiron didn't answer right away. He asked for time to think and told the chief to wait until he reached a decision. That night, the chief stood alone on a quiet balcony, staring into the darkness, when footsteps approached from behind. His son confronted him and demanded to know if he truly meant to send those people to heaven. The relationship between them was twisted by time. The frail old man the chief called father was not his parent at all, but his own biological son. With a tight voice, the son warned that anyone who stepped onto that path was walking straight toward death. He reminded the chief that all of this was supposedly for Kurgo, yet the only gift the Messiah had granted 200 years earlier was an extra 300 years of life. Since then, countless unlockers had set out, and none had ever returned. The son went further, warning that the pursuit of eternal life stripped a person of their humanity, echoing the ancient caution left behind by Morose. The chief cut him off sharply and accused him of being the one destroying Kurgo. He ordered his son to stop meddling and declared that only he could restore their homeland, because he himself embodied Kurgo. The son's face tightened with frustration, but he had no power to oppose him and could only swallow his anger. Elsewhere, Chiron and the others tried to rest. The tension of the conversation still lingered in the air when Chiron turned to Canis and demanded the full truth. Canis's expression darkened, clearly irritated by the interrogation. Chiron didn't back down. He reminded him that Canis had guided him through the altar of judgment, and now it was his turn to speak plainly and reveal everything he knew. Canis shifted his gaze to Erin, hesitating, until she quietly reminded him that Chiron had shared his snacks with her earlier. That small gesture seemed to break his resistance, and he finally gave in, deciding to reveal what he knew about heaven. Drawing a slow breath, Canis began to explain that most people understood heaven as a religious symbol, a sacred realm where souls were thought to return after death. That idea, he said, was only a fragment of the truth. For the people of Kurgo, heaven carried an entirely different meaning. It was not a distant promise built on faith, but a real, physical planet hidden somewhere in the vast universe. According to their belief, that world was the origin of humanity itself. It was the dwelling place of the being who had shaped humankind, the eternal and indestructible creator known as Ankh-Ra. The moment Chiron finished explaining what he had witnessed at the altar of judgment, the air in the room tightened. What he saw wasn't some fleeting illusion or a dream twisted by magic. It was a real location, a place that actually existed. Canis listened without interrupting, then answered in a low voice that he had already suspected as much. In his eyes, there was only one conclusion. The place Chiron reached had to be the heavens. But Chiron didn't rush to accept that claim. Before anything else, he said there was something he needed clarified. His gaze sharpened as he questioned Canis about how much he truly understood about that mysterious realm. Canis hesitated for only a second before revealing the truth. His master, Arcane, had once reached heaven and somehow returned alive. The confession landed like thunder. Everyone present froze, their expressions collapsing into pure disbelief. Recovering from the shock, Chiron immediately pressed further and asked whether Arcane had also explored the Kurgo ruins. Canis shook his head and explained that it was unlikely. Instead, he shared his theory that heaven wasn't an isolated domain, but a central point connected to ancient ruins scattered across the world. Amy stepped in, her curiosity cutting through the tension as she demanded to know what actually existed in a place called heaven. Canis could only admit that he didn't know. The vague answer irritated her. She narrowed her eyes and asked the question that truly mattered. If Harvest resided inside Canis, then did Harvest carry Arcane's memories? Canis's expression darkened as he delivered the disappointing truth. Harvest did not possess those memories. Arcane himself had erased everything related to heaven. Amy stared at him in stunned silence, struggling to accept that someone would willingly carve away his own past. Then Harvest spoke and confirmed it directly. Arcane had erased those memories on purpose, most likely to prevent the knowledge of heaven from spreading into the world. That revelation pulled Chiron inward. His thoughts spiraled as he remembered that Arcane was a Class 3 Archmage recognized across the entire world. For a figure of that magnitude to destroy his own memories, the secret he was hiding had to be beyond imagination. Chiron lifted his head and asked the question lingering in everyone's mind. Was there truly a god waiting in heaven? Canis answered honestly. He didn't know. The only way to uncover the truth was to witness it themselves. That uncertainty, he said, was exactly why they should go. Silence followed as Chiron weighed every word. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, He had reached a decision. He would not be going. Canis's expression turned cold as ice. He reminded Chiron that his personal choice meant nothing. According to their agreement, Chiron was obligated to send both him and Aaron to that place. Chiron met his stare without wavering and answered with quiet honesty. He had no intention of sending them either. Chiron spoke carefully, laying out the danger in plain terms. According to what he had learned, anyone who stepped into that place could never return through the original gate. He reminded them that even Canis had admitted earlier how perilous it was. This wasn't somewhere people wandered into to satisfy simple curiosity. It was a point of no return. The warning only soured Canis's mood. His eyes hardened as he accused Chiron of shrinking back in fear. Inside him, the creature stirred and offered its own judgment. If one wanted to be charitable, it said Chiron's choice could be called sharp insight. He was acting on a powerful intuition forged from everything he had pieced together. The creature continued in a calm tone, pointing out a harsher truth. If Chiron refused to go, then it too would lose any chance of reaching heaven. With that, it ordered Canis to retrieve a certain item. Canis clicked his tongue and asked whether Chiron had conveniently forgotten the conditions of their deal. He reminded him that he had sworn to secure their survival and hinted that he might even possess a method to bring them back alive. The Magic Association, he explained, had seized his master's legacy. While searching for a way to counter that loss, Harvest had unearthed a buried memory. Following that faint trace, they journeyed across the world and eventually discovered it. What they found was a secret sanctuary Archmage Arcane had hidden away, erased from all records, and even from the Association's awareness by Arcane's own hand. Chiron's eyes narrowed as he asked the obvious question. Had they uncovered a path of return from heaven inside that hidden place? Canis answered with quiet confidence. It was more than a mere escape route, and he intended to prove it. At his signal, Aaron stepped forward and revealed a cube. The moment it appeared, the room fell silent. Its surface shimmered with a strange hue that scattered light and diffused reflections. Forged from an unknown metallic substance, and etched with patterns no craftsman could replicate, it radiated the unmistakable presence of an ancient relic. A wave of shock swept through everyone as Canis added another revelation. The seal restraining the relic had already been released. It was ready for immediate use. Excitement tangled with unease in their chests. They all understood what stood before them. An artifact powerful enough to ignite war simply by being unsealed was now resting within arm's reach. Chiron accepted the cube with cautious hands, studying its alien texture and wondering what purpose it served. Then, without warning, the relic twitched. In his grasp, the cube began to move on its own. Canis reacted at once and told Chiron to hand the cube back so Aaron could show its function correctly. Tess frowned and quietly asked Amy how a child could possibly understand the workings of something so overwhelming. Amy answered without hesitation. Aaron was a first Sutra ability user, someone capable of perceiving the essence of objects themselves. That was why she could handle the relic. Aaron lifted the cube and calmly explained its purpose. When activated, the artifact could record the coordinates of a location and later alter its destination to return there. Amy felt a chill crawl up her spine as she watched such a reckless act unfold right in front of her. The instant Aaron triggered the relic, space folded open and a portal bloomed into existence. The sight froze everyone in place. A memory flashed through Chiron's mind, and recognition struck him. This was a gateway that pierced both space and time. Canis spoke with quiet pride and revealed the artifact's name. It was called the Metagate, and Harvest would now display its true capability. Harvest surfaced with obvious delight, treating the demonstration like a game, the way he always did when wielding strange powers. Aaron sharply warned him to be careful. The portal would only remain stable for 1 minute. Canis then laid out the strategy with precision. They would record their current position, travel to heaven, and activate the metagate again from there. That sequence would guarantee a path back at any moment. To him, it was the perfect trump card. He turned his gaze to Chiron and demanded his judgment. Tess and the others stood in awe, struggling to process how extraordinary the relic was. Amy, however, drifted into a different line of thought and muttered about how much wealth such an item could fetch. The group stared at her, as if she had lost her senses. They reminded her that price was irrelevant. The relic's existence alone carried the power to destabilize the entire world. Only a supranational force on the level of the ivory tower could hope to contain something like it. Through the tension, Chiron spoke again. One doubt still gnawed at him. He asked Canis why he was so obsessed with reaching heaven and whether Arcane's single journey was truly enough justification. What reason could push him to gamble his life on this? Canis answered in a steady voice. Before his ascent, Arcane had not been an archmage. Only after returning from heaven had his class transformed. The implication hung heavily in the air. The realization struck Chiron like lightning. Arcane must have attained an extraordinary enlightenment there. Canis confirmed it without hesitation. That revelation was the turning point that elevated his master into an archmage. Amy could only stare, stunned by the magnitude of what they had just learned. Canis swept his gaze across their faces and asked if they finally understood. For any mage, the path to becoming an archmage was the ultimate pursuit. Knowing what awaited in heaven and still choosing to turn away, he said, was beyond reason. He wasn't finished. His voice lowered as he revealed another piece of Arcane's legacy. The archmage's records were encrypted from beginning to end, sealed in a language no outsider could decipher. Only one sentence had been left in plain form, written to be recognized without doubt. It declared that the destination was the origin of all things, the birthplace of schema, and the wellspring of forgotten ancient magic. The words drained the room of sound. No one could immediately respond. Then Canis added the final spark. Those same notes spoke of ancient weapons hidden there. Tessa's eyes lit up at once, excitement surging through her. Canis concluded by explaining Arcane's last message. He had left the metagate behind and departed for that place himself. The weight of those revelations tipped the balance. Amy and the others turned to Chiron and pressed him to reconsider. They argued that the chance was too great to abandon. With the metagate, they could return whenever they wished. Throwing away such an opportunity, they insisted, would be pure foolishness. Watching the group rally to his side, Canis allowed himself a thin, satisfied smile. His persuasion had taken root. He began to declare that it was time to move forward with the plan. A sharp knock suddenly cut through the air and echoed from the door. Chiron stepped forward and pulled the door open. A Kurgo man stood waiting on the other side. The moment their eyes met, the man bowed slightly and addressed Chiron as a messiah. In a calm, unwavering tone, he declared that they must not go to heaven. The words snapped the tension in the room. Canis's expression twisted with irritation, his thoughts churning as he tried to grasp what new obstacle had appeared. The Kurgo man politely asked for their indulgence. Without another word, he released his aura. A violent gust exploded outward, tearing through the room and rattling everything in its path. For an instant, everyone was stunned by the sheer pressure. Chiron forced his focus back and fixed the man with a steady look, demanding to know what he intended to communicate with such a display. The Kurgo man answered plainly. He could not accompany them to heaven because he had failed to prove himself in the room of achievements and sacrifice. Understanding flickered across Chiron's face. He asked if the man was warning them out of concern. The Kurgo warrior nodded and spoke with grave certainty. If someone lacked the existence required to pass the room of achievements and sacrifice, it was better not to go at all. Since the restoration of Heaven's Door, countless people had set out chasing that distant realm. Almost none had returned. Heaven was not a destination for those driven by personal ambition or shallow desire. Chiron responded quietly that his purpose was not to seize power or profit. He had come seeking answers about a person named Moreau. The reaction was immediate. The Kurgo man's composure cracked, shock flashing across his face. He confessed that he had suspected as much the moment Chiron refused their gold. Taking a slow breath, he began recounting a buried history. When the door to heaven was discovered, the Kurgo tribe fractured. At the same time, relentless human hunts pushed them toward extinction. In that darkest hour, Moreau appeared and established the room of achievements and sacrifice. That single creation ended their meaningless infighting and gave the tribe a path to survival. The Kurgo escaped annihilation because of her. After securing their future, Moreau vanished through Gerfin's door. She left only a brief message, saying she was going to meet Gerfin. Chiron and the others pressed for an explanation. The Kurgo man revealed the name in full. Gerfin was Macline Gerfin, the one who had first opened the doors to heaven, and it was in his honor that the entrance came to be known as Gerfin's Door. Amy froze as the explanation settled in, her thoughts racing while she tried to piece it together. People had begun ascending to heaven more than 2 centuries ago. If that was true, then Gerfin had to be older than that era itself, and the gap in time only deepened the mystery of how Moreau could have ever crossed paths with him. She searched for an answer in the Kurgo man's face, but he admitted he was just as lost on that question. Chiron withdrew into silence, his mind turning over every possibility. For a meeting like that to exist, Gerfin could not be an ordinary being. He had to be an unlocker, or perhaps a mage who manipulated time in the same way Armin did. Only then would it make sense that Moreau, an unlocker in her own right, could vanish through Gerfin's door and stand before someone from another age. The Kurgo man watched their resolve and felt a quiet respect grow inside him. They were not people who could be bent by rewards or threats. To him, their arrival carried a purpose larger than any bargain he could offer. Accepting that, he stepped back, deciding he had no authority to steer their choice, and left them with full faith that they would walk the path meant for them. The weight of it all pressed down on Chiron at once. The legacy of the Unlockers as descendants of angels, Miro's ascent to meet Gerfin, and the reason the principal had sent him, another Unlocker, into a place this perilous. By the following day, the group stood in the deepest chamber of the Kurgo ruins, facing Gerfin's door. The chief greeted them there and placed a letter into Chiron's hands, asking him to deliver it to the library of the Angel Ingress. Chiron's thoughts drifted back to the night before, when he had measured the narrow set of choices before him. The principal had clearly expected him to decide and continue toward heaven, and everyone around him had shared that assumption. Canis pointed out that meeting the Kurgo man had introduced an unforeseen turn in Chiron's journey. With that lingering in his mind, Chiron looked at his companions and asked if they were truly certain about moving ahead. As they readied themselves, they spotted a familiar face from earlier. He started to mention the presence of a mega gate, but his friends instantly pinched him into silence. Amy fixed Chiron with a curious stare and demanded to know why he had brought her to a place like this. She reminded him of his earlier confession that her presence made him feel more secure, then teased that maybe he had invited her along for something as simple as a double date. Tess followed without hesitation, pressing him with the same question and asking what reason he had for bringing her into this dangerous venture as well. She spoke calmly, reminding him that even if he was the one opening the door, the decision to cross it had always been hers alone. Rian stepped forward without hesitation and stated with absolute certainty that wherever Chiron chose to go, he would follow, even if that road led straight into the depths of hell. Their loyalty tightened something in Chiron's chest. Hearing them only made the weight of the moment heavier, yet there was no turning back now. They had all chosen this path together, and the only thing he could do was trust that they would return from it alive. Facing the towering door, Chiron drew a steady breath and activated his immortal function. The instant Gerfin's door began to open, the chief's face lit up with pure joy. The Kurgo people erupted into cheers for the angels, their voices echoing through the ruins, and then a blinding light swallowed everything. In the very next moment, the world flipped. The group found themselves suspended in open air, plunging fast through an endless sky. Wind roared past their ears as the ground rushed up from far below. Chiron instinctively reached for his magic, but nothing answered his call. The absence was absolute. As that realization sank in, a quiet certainty formed inside him. There was no doubt left in his mind. The place they had entered could only be heaven. They plummeted straight down through the open sky, and almost immediately Chiron and the others realized that every trace of their magic had gone silent. No spell answered their call. As the wind tore past them, a towering structure came into view below, rising like a needle from the earth. Before any of them could grasp what was happening, the fall simply ended. In an instant, they were standing firmly on solid ground. Rian staggered as if his legs had just returned to him, convinced he had escaped death by a hair's breadth. A moment ago, he had been certain he would smash into the earth and scatter into pieces. The group looked around in stunned silence, half wondering if they had died and arrived in heaven, yet at the same time sensing that they had never truly crashed at all. Chiron steadied himself and explained that what they experienced felt like a form of spatial teleportation. To him, it was as if he had watched space fold inward and swallow their descent. Tess scanned their surroundings and stated that this world was unmistakably different from the one they came from. The rocks around them were pristine, untouched by any sign of weathering. Canis crouched to examine the ground and suggested that the material itself might not even be ordinary stone. It could be something entirely foreign, a substance durable enough to resist erosion for endless ages. Amy focused inward and noted that her spirit zone was still functioning. Yet she warned that if the fundamental laws of this place were different, even omniscience might behave unpredictably. For a brief moment, Tess felt a rush of excitement, as if she had stepped into heaven itself, but the feeling drained from her just as quickly. She suddenly insisted that they should turn back. Her tone drew everyone's attention, and they studied her expression, sensing a tension she could not hide. When pressed, she said they had already seen enough, and that leaving now would be wiser. The others refused to accept that and held her back, arguing that they should at least explore their surroundings before deciding to retreat. Chiron then revealed what he had glimpsed during the teleportation, a city radiating a brilliant golden light. If such a city truly existed here, he reasoned, then a civilization must also be present. Amy confirmed that the city lay on the opposite side, a detail she had clearly perceived with her red eyes. Tessa's composure began to crack. She demanded to know why no one else seemed as frightened as she was, confessing that the atmosphere around her felt profoundly wrong, heavy with an unsettling presence. Her fear spread. Rian felt a chill creep into his chest as he listened. Tess explained that she had been hearing the faint sounds of birds and insects for some time, yet there was not a single visible creature anywhere. To her, it felt unnatural, like a hollow imitation of life. This was not the rhythm of a true ecosystem, and that absence disturbed her more than the fall from the sky ever had. Tess suddenly went rigid, her eyes locking onto something in the distance. The shock on her face was so sharp that Chiron immediately followed her gaze. She spoke in a strained voice, saying that something was coming toward them. Amy pressed her, asking if she was sure, but Tess cut her off and urgently told Rian that they needed to pull back. At that instant, a colossal hand reached forward and wrapped around a nearby tree to support its weight. The ground seemed to tremble as the owner of that hand revealed itself. A monstrous figure rose into view, towering like a living pillar, its sheer scale unlike anything they had ever seen. A deep voice rolled out from the creature, sounding like a proclamation directed at intruders who had entered an inferno and those who rejected the gods. The words were completely foreign. Amy turned to Aaron and asked if she understood the language, but Aaron shook her head. Canis was equally lost, and Aaron added that she could not even read the creature's emotions. Anger, amusement, and sorrow felt tangled together inside it, impossible to separate. Something within Canis stirred violently. The harvest reacted as if struck, insisting that the scene was wrong. Before the first sutra, all phase states were supposed to stand on equal ground. Aaron demanded to know if the monster was hostile. Canis hesitated and admitted that he thought it probably was. That was enough. Aaron spun around and bolted, shouting for everyone to run. Behind them, the creature declared its intent to execute them and ripped a tree apart as if it were nothing. Chiron and the others sprinted after Aaron, cursing the fact that she had not warned them sooner. As they fled, Aaron's voice broke into sobs. She kept apologizing, saying she had never imagined it would end like this. Tess yelled at Chiron to open a teleportation gate and get them out. Chiron refused without slowing down. He argued that they knew nothing about this world, and a blind teleport could drop them into a place even worse than the one chasing them. Amy fired back that they were already surrounded by unknown dangers and could not run endlessly without a plan. The argument snapped into focus inside Chiron's mind. He made his decision and ordered them to stop. If escape was uncertain, then their only option was to confront the threat in front of them. Their first objective was simple: bring down the giant. Rian answered by drawing his sword and lunging at the creature's ankle. His blade flashed and struck, but the monster reacted instantly. Despite its immense bulk, it moved with terrifying speed and swung down at him. Rian barely registered the attack in time, his eyes widening in disbelief at how something so enormous could be so fast. Tess moved the moment Rian created an opening. Her attack shot forward with precision and shattered one of the monster's eyes in a violent burst. The creature reeled, and Chiron seized that instant without hesitation. He unleashed his skill at full power, and a blinding strike slammed into the giant's body. Amy felt a surge of relief as the impact echoed outward. For a brief second, it looked like their coordination had paid off. Watching the blast, Canis immediately recognized the change. Chiron's photon cannon carried far more force than before, its intensity sharpened to a new level. Then the air shifted. Flesh that had been torn apart began knitting itself back together in plain sight. The ruined eye reformed, and the damage across the creature's body vanished, as if it had never existed. A cold dread settled over the group as they grasped what they were witnessing. The monster was regenerating through a schema, restoring itself with a mechanism far beyond ordinary healing. In that instant, they understood that the enemy before them was far more dangerous than anything they had prepared to face. The monster's flesh stitched itself back together in an instant, its wounds vanishing as if they had never existed. Without hesitation, it ripped an entire tree from the earth and swung it toward Chiron like a weapon. Chiron reacted on instinct, unleashing a concentrated blast straight at the creature. The impact shook the air, yet the monster forced its way through the explosion and surged forward, its fist already crashing toward him. In that split second, Chiron understood the terrifying truth. The giant was far faster than he had judged, and there was nowhere left to run. Just as the blow was about to land, Amy burst into view and hurled a blazing fireball into the monster's face. Flames erupted on impact, She shouted for Chiron to stay sharp, warning that the giant's movements ignored every known rule of physics and could not be predicted by normal means. From the flank, Erin made her move. Her power flared as she slowed the monster's motion and unleashed a crushing mental shock. It was one of the 3 supreme spells of dark magic, a technique that struck directly at the mind. Its true terror did not end with raw damage. Mental shock could flow seamlessly into mind control, a spell capable of seizing an enemy's body outright. Under normal conditions, such control demanded willpower at least 20 times greater than the target's. But when chained together, even the mightiest foes could be dragged into submission. Erin clung to the belief that if she could dominate the giant, the forest would no longer hold any threat. That fragile hope shattered instantly. The spell rebounded and dissolved. The monster tore free without resistance, and Erin crumpled as despair flooded her chest. Tears welled as she realized her magic had failed. In her panic, she convinced herself the failure came from the creature being a distorted, bug-like human rather than a true magical entity. Before she could recover, Canis shouted a warning. The monster raised its enormous foot, shadow swallowing the ground as it prepared to crush her. Canis moved without thinking. A wall of condensed shadow rose between Erin and the giant, intercepting the stomp at the final moment and sparing her from being flattened. Harvest advanced immediately after. His blades flashed as he carved into the creature with cold precision. With each strike, his suspicion hardened into certainty. If the monster could wield schema, then its anatomy had to mirror that of a human. That meant it possessed vital organs and critical vessels that could be exploited. The realization sharpened his focus. Targeting those points became the key to bringing it down, and the others surged in beside him, converging on the giant with renewed intent. Canis unleashed the authority of darkness, and shadows surged outward as the others pressed in, blades and strikes raining down from every side. Above them, Amy conjured another fireball and sent it crashing into the battlefield, drowning the area in blistering heat. Under the weight of their assault, the monster's flesh began to liquefy and sag. The group was already running on the edge of exhaustion. Yet even in that ruined state, the creature forced itself upright and tore a scream from its throat. The sound twisted through the air like a curse. Amy felt her spirit zone falter and stutter, and in that instant she understood the truth. The giant was using a schema technique akin to a howl. When her eyes snapped back to it, dread tightened in her chest. The monster was healing again. Burned skin sealed over, shredded tissue rebuilt itself, and every damaged cell regenerated at terrifying speed. Mental magic still slid off it without leaving a mark. Shock rippled through the group. None of them could grasp how such a being could exist. Canis drove his power forward once more, shadows tightening as he tried to pin the creature in place. Nearby, Erin broke down, her voice shaking as she insisted she was useless in a battle like this. Canis shouted that he was reaching his limit, that holding the monster, even this long, was draining everything he had. Amid the chaos, Chiron stood still, gathering power for a new technique. Canis caught sight of him and barked for him to hurry, but Erin suddenly realized Chiron's focus was elsewhere. He was bending the very form of photons, forcing light itself into a sharpened edge. Canis stared in stunned silence. Photons carried mass, yet reshaping light was considered nearly impossible because it's scattered by nature. Chiron felt the strain tearing through his mind. Guiding the flow of photons alone devoured an immense amount of willpower, but retreat was no longer an option. He accepted the burden and released the attack. A blade of condensed light flashed forward, cleaving straight through the monster. The giant's body split and crashed onto the ground in a heavy collapse. Cautiously, they closed in on the fallen form, convinced the battle had finally ended. The monster lay still, blood pooling beneath it, its presence drained of life. Tess shook as fear lingered in her eyes, as if they had just butchered a dragon with nothing more than a single handblade. Amy did not relax. A knot of unease stayed with her, whispering that the creature might rise again. Canis admitted that even with the authority of darkness, he had been unable to sever the monster's head. He weighed the idea of cutting it apart piece by piece to guarantee its death. Before anyone could act, Amy noticed the crucial change. The creature was no longer regenerating. Its wounds remained open, and its body showed no sign of healing. Tess immediately praised Chiron, her voice filled with admiration as she treated the victory like proof he had awakened a terrifying new spell. Chiron did not share her excitement. He kept his tone steady and grounded, insisting their survival hinged on luck more than skill. If the giant had remained standing for even a moment longer, none of them would have survived a second attempt. Canis supported that assessment. Winning through a gamble like that was not triumph, but recklessness. And if it had failed, the consequences would have gone far beyond simple fatigue or collapse. Chiron accepted the criticism without argument. He admitted the technique's efficiency had been far worse than he predicted. Erin still argued the risk had been justified, her voice trembling with relief as she thanked him for keeping them alive. Tess tried to restore their confidence, claiming that if another giant appeared, they could bring it down the same way. Amy cut that idea apart immediately, stating flatly that Chiron would never be able to repeat that attack. Chiron confirmed it. The spell demanded too much preparation time, and worse, its consumption of willpower was disastrously inefficient. Unless they were cornered with no alternative, he could not afford to use it again. The explanation drained the color from Rian and Tess's faces as the reality of another encounter settled over them. Then the monster's hand twitched. Terror detonated through the group. Instinct overruled everything else, and they scattered, sprinting away as fast as their battered bodies allowed, desperate to carve distance between themselves and the fallen giant. Tessa's scream tore through the air as she struggled to comprehend how a place called heaven could harbor something so monstrous. Deeper within the forest, another clash was already reaching its end. A lone girl stood before a towering insect-like beast, her specialized weapon gleaming in her grip. She moved once. The slash was clean and absolute, and a massive creature split apart and crashed to the ground. The battle finished in a single decisive stroke. It had once been said by René Descartes that anyone seeking truth must, at least once in life, doubt everything as completely as possible. That quiet principle seemed to echo through the forest as events tightened around those within it. A woman was locked in brutal combat with a bizarre creature when another girl rushed in to support her. Without hesitation, the newcomer lined up her aim and targeted the monster's eyes. Their movements synchronized with sharp precision, strikes landing in perfect rhythm, and within moments the creature collapsed under their combined assault. As silence returned, the woman thanked her savior and called her Lena. The girl was known as Kanya, a citizen of the Heaven Mecha tribe, people renowned for surviving in the most hostile territories. Elsewhere beneath the dense canopy, Chiron and his group pressed forward. The air grew heavier, and the forest mood shifted as the weather began to turn. Erin slowed, unease tightening her expression as she said something felt deeply wrong. Rian suggested it might simply be incoming rain, but Erin insisted the disturbance ran far deeper than a change in climate. Then Tess froze, claiming she heard a distant voice praising someone named Lena. She relayed the sound to the others. Amy questioned whether the voice could be trusted, and Canis warned it might be bait meant to lure them. Chiron weighed the risk and decided even the faintest lead was worth pursuing, steering the group toward the source of the sound. At the same time, Lena and Kanya stood over the corpse of their fallen enemy, watching the sky darken above them. While searching the body, Lena uncovered a red elixir and offered a quiet thanks, even expressing gratitude to the one-legged demon for the unexpected prize. Kanya remarked on her fortune, but urged her to move quickly. The sight of a one-legged demon outside its natural range unsettled her. A creeping sense of danger pressed against her instincts. Lena's gaze suddenly sharpened. She pointed past Kanya, her voice catching as she spotted movement behind her. A cluster of identical monsters emerged from the shadows, the same kind they had just slain. Kanya reacted instantly, dragging Lena behind her while scolding her for failing to check the drone earlier. The number of creatures was absurd. One-legged demons were never supposed to travel in packs. Yet the proof stood before them. The forest laws had shifted. The monsters surged forward in a coordinated rush. Lena planted herself in front and raised her shield, bracing to guard them both. Kanya fired without hesitation, her shot obliterating one creature's head in a violent burst. More demons flooded in from every side, and Lena held her ground, her shield absorbing the crashing assault as the swarm closed around them. The swarm pressed in without mercy, and the sheer weight of their assault splintered Lena's shield layer by layer. Cracks spread like fractures in glass until the barrier finally gave way. At that instant, a burst of vivid purple light tore across the space in front of them. Chiron stepped out of the glare, arriving at the final second. His voice cut through the chaos as he activated explosion. Power detonated outward, and the surrounding monsters were erased in a violent sweep. When the shockwave faded, he immediately turned to assess the girl's condition. Nearby, Rian moved through the wreckage, finishing off anything that still twitched. Relief settled over him as he watched the creatures fall, convinced they might have been as savage as the giants if left unchecked. Tess struck down the stragglers and frowned as she noticed how closely the monsters resembled beings from her own world. Canis, Amy, and Aaron joined the cleanup without hesitation. Aaron extended her will and seized control of several minds, forcing the creatures to turn their claws on each other. Kanya stared in stunned disbelief as the one-legged demons slaughtered their own kind, an act that shattered the forest's supposed order. Within moments, the battlefield quieted as Aaron tightened her grip and suppressed their thoughts. Canis exhaled, relieved to see her power function again, though uncertainty about the giants still lingered in his mind. Tess proposed keeping some of the monsters alive, but Canis dismissed the idea at once. Aaron's strength could not be squandered on worthless beasts. When Tess asked what alternative remained, he told her to leave it to Aaron. Under silent command, the remaining creatures tore each other apart until none were left standing. With the threat erased, Chiron and his companions shifted their focus to the two girls, studying them closely to determine whether they were human. Lena and Kanya huddled together, gripping each other for support. Tess felt a wave of relief at the sight of the knife and shield in their hands, reminded of how narrowly she had escaped death earlier. Amy admitted her own tension easing, grateful that the forest held survivors other than giants. For a brief moment, the group shared a fragile sense of safety. Kenya did not relax. Her eyes tracked every movement as she demanded to know who they were and what language they spoke. Chiron quickly realized they could not understand one another and signaled for Aaron to intervene. Fear flashed across Kanya and Lena's faces as Aaron activated her ability to bridge the gap. Chiron spoke calmly, explaining that his group had come from another world. The moment the meaning reached her, Kanya snapped her weapon up and aimed it straight at him, accusing him of being the one responsible for breaking the forest law. Lena rushed to restrain her, grabbing her arm and reminding her in a strained voice that these strangers had just saved their lives. Gratitude should have outweighed suspicion. Kanya did not lower her weapon. Her jaw tightened as she insisted the forest balance had been disturbed, and that disruption was the only reason the one-legged demons had descended into madness. Her gaze sharpened as she pressed for answers, warning that silence could cost them their lives. She demanded to know what they had tampered with and why the forest was now producing such grotesque abnormalities. The air between the two groups grew heavy with tension. Through it all, Chiron said nothing. He met her accusation with a steady expression, his mind racing while the forest held its breath around them. The group stood silently in front of Kanya, nobody moving as the tension settled over them, until Chiron finally broke the silence and calmly said that they were people too. Kanya glanced down at the data analysis device in her hand and stated that the language could not be decoded because there was no matching data available, then coldly asked how she was supposed to trust someone incapable of speaking either the citizens' language or the language of the heretics. The protagonist answered without panic, saying they could still understand one another, and asking if that alone was not enough, suggesting they should simply talk things out. Before the discussion could continue, Lena suddenly stiffened in fear and shouted that the situation was bad. Looking through her mechanical bug with visible anxiety, she reported that the one-legged demons were getting closer, that nearly 20 of them were approaching their position, and urgently told Kanya they needed to leave at once. Hearing that warning, Kanya gritted her teeth and stared directly at Chiron for a moment before finally accepting there was no time left to argue. She lowered her weapon, decided escape came first, and immediately started running ahead, while Lena quickly told everyone to follow before chasing after her. Chiron's group remained confused and hesitated briefly as they watched the two run ahead. Amy called out to Chiron and pointed out that Kanya and Lena were heading in the exact opposite direction of the city they had seen earlier, while Tess nervously commented that following them might be dangerous. Chiron, however, said they should go along with them for now, reasoning that they knew absolutely nothing about this world and that being able to communicate with Kanya and Lena could help them learn more. After traveling for some time, the group finally reached Whirlpool Serpent Valley. Kanya explained that the place was known as Whirlpool Serpent Valley and that the laws governing it were different from those of the Forest of the Corrupted, meaning nothing as dangerous as what they had experienced earlier should happen there. Amy quietly repeated the word laws under her breath, while Rian turned toward Tess and remarked that the most dangerous thing present was probably Chiron getting hit again by that bizarre weapon. Kanya then turned back toward Chiron and demanded that he explain exactly who they were. Since they could use magic, she guessed they were descendants of the Noke tribe, but questioned why they were speaking an unknown language and what business they had inside the Forest of the Corrupted. Chiron calmly replied that he would tell her the truth, though she probably would not believe it, before revealing that they had come from another world. The moment he said it, Kanya dismissed the claim as ridiculous and sharply asked who exactly he thought she was. Chiron firmly insisted that everything he said was true, then added that they were actually the ones who needed answers, asking what kind of world this place was while bringing up the strange bugs and the giant they had fought earlier. The moment Kenya heard the word giant, her expression changed in shock, and she immediately demanded to know if he was talking about a guardian of the laws. Realizing what she meant, she shouted in horror and asked if they had killed one. Chiron quickly tried to explain that they had not killed it, but before he could finish speaking, Kenya suddenly rushed forward, grabbed it by the collar, and furiously accused them of violating the laws, claiming that their actions were the reason the one-legged demons had gone berserk. As the atmosphere instantly became more heated, the rest of Chiron's group hurried over and tried to calm her down, while repeatedly explaining that the giant was still alive, and Amy added that the creature had attacked them first. Kenya refused to accept the excuse and angrily argued that it had only attacked because they had broken the laws beforehand, then demanded to know whether they understood that humans were forbidden from entering the forest of the corrupted. Chiron grabbed Kanya's arm and once again tried to explain that they genuinely knew nothing about this world and truly had come from somewhere else entirely. Kenya froze for a moment and quietly asked if they honestly had not known any of this. Chiron immediately confirmed that this was exactly what he had been trying to tell her from the start. After hearing that, Kenya finally released his collar, stammered for a second, and then suddenly seemed to realize something. Turning toward Lena, she suggested that these people might actually belong to the nation of Earth. Chiron, confused by the unfamiliar name, asked what the nation of Earth was supposed to be. Kenya explained that when she was younger, her parents had told her stories about the humans of the nation of Earth, descendants of citizens who lived on the ground. According to those stories, they were miserable beings incapable of sensing the existence of God, which meant they could never experience eternal life, and instead suffered through short mortal lives. She then added that people who denied God, called heretics, would eventually fall into a place known as Inferno. Completely stunned by what he was hearing, Chiron asked if this world was Inferno. Lena, feeling sorry for them, quietly wondered what terrible sin they could have committed to end up in such a place. But Kenya immediately covered Lena's mouth before she could continue. Rian looked even more confused and asked what sin they were supposed to have committed, while Tess bluntly stated that everyone was completely misunderstanding the situation. After a brief silence, Kenya stood up and declared that she had reached a decision. She told them she knew somewhere they could stay for the time being and offered to guide them there herself. Chiron questioned her motives, pointing out that by her own explanation, they were considered heretics, then asked why she was willing to help them at all. Kenya answered that even after she had taken the trouble to explain everything, he was still acting suspiciously, just like a descendant of the Nook tribe. Kenya added that they needed to head there regardless, explaining that in Inferno even citizens received no protection, which meant citizens and heretics were ultimately trapped in the same circumstances. After hearing that, Chiron and Amy stood up at once and asked where this place was located. Kenya explained that it was a shelter belonging to the Nook tribe, a network established inside Inferno by members of the tribe who had escaped from heaven. Hearing this answer, Chiron let out a relieved response, causing Kenya to narrow her eyes and ask what he meant by that. Chiron quietly answered that she was a kind person. The comment immediately irritated Kenya, and she quickly denied it. Stomping her foot before turning away, she insisted that she was only bringing them to the Nook tribe because they resembled the tribe's descendants, and once they reached the shelter, they would separate and go their own ways. Feeling awkward, Lena stepped in and explained that Kenya always behaved like that, telling the group not to take her attitude seriously because she truly did want to help them. Chiron then smiled and told Lena that she was kind too, which instantly made her happy. As everyone prepared to move again, Tess cheerfully told the group it was time to get going. At the same moment, Kenya shot Lena a sharp glare and demanded to know what she had been saying, while Lena nervously claimed she had said nothing at all. Kenya continued guiding the group forward while explaining that reaching the Nook tribe's shelter required taking a longer path, and that getting caught along the way would be dangerous. As they traveled beside a flowing stream and continued talking among themselves, none of them realized that beneath the water, a dark shadow was silently waiting. Chiron's group quietly made their way along the mountainside while Amy continued writing inside her notebook. Glancing over the pages, Chiron noticed she was recording information about the Nook tribe shelter. According to the notes, the shelter was a free market located within Inferno and accessible to anyone, created by members of the Nook tribe who had escaped from heaven. The notebook also explained that the shelter's location was concealed from the citizens of heaven, and that they were originally supposed to meet a guide at Whirlpool Serpent Valley, which was why they had been searching for one there in the first place. As they continued forward, Kenya stretched out her arm, allowing Mechanical Bug to land on the device attached to her hand. The machine scanned the surrounding data for a moment before taking off again. Suddenly, Tess appeared right behind Kenya without warning, startling her badly as Tess stared at the device in amazement. Excited by what she had just seen, Tess guessed that it might be some kind of ancient weapon before quickly correcting herself and calling it a scouting machine instead. She enthusiastically declared that it was incredible and eagerly asked Kenya where she had gotten it. Kenya explained that it was not an item someone could simply buy, since devices like that were only distributed to members of the Mecha tribe once they turned 12 years old. Hearing that, Tess immediately became serious and stated that the machine's real name was a drone, then openly admitted that she wanted one too. Kenya immediately shut the idea down, explaining that the device was protected by a personal password lock and therefore unusable by anyone else, although she added that she could understand why Tess was jealous of it. Clearly disappointed, Tess commented that technology on that level would completely transform the balance of intelligence warfare, then curiously asked whether Kenya could actually see through the drone and how she received the information it gathered. Kenya explained that the drone was directly connected to her brain through frequency transmissions. When Tess asked what a frequency even was, Kenya simplified the explanation by calling it an invisible signal. She went on to explain that everything the drone observed was transmitted straight into her mind, where a technology called retinal vision projected the information directly onto her retina. Tess could only stare in amazement at how absurdly advanced the technology sounded, while Kenya herself gradually became more animated as she explained that the incoming data was currently being displayed through her left eye. She then invited Tess to come closer and see it personally, and Tess excitedly accepted. The moment the information became visible inside Kenya's eye, Tess reacted in complete awe. Both Tess and Chiron leaned in with fascination and openly exclaimed about how unbelievably cool the technology was, though Kenya's expression immediately soured the instant Chiron moved too close to her. Kenya immediately panicked when Chiron leaned too close, aggressively shoving him away while scolding him for standing near her like that. Chiron lost his balance and fell onto the ground, then complained that she was being unnecessarily rough. After awkwardly getting back to his feet, he explained that he had only approached because there was something he wanted to ask her. Kenya slowly calmed herself and replied that she understood. Nearby, Rian casually wrapped an arm around Tess and suggested they continue looking around instead. Although Tess seemed slightly disappointed to leave, she eventually went along with him. Once they were alone again, Chiron asked Kenya whether the No tribe were citizens of heaven. Kenya answered that, as far as she knew, they were. Chiron then questioned why the No tribe shelter existed inside Inferno at all, causing Kenya to visibly grow irritated as she muttered that she was being forced to explain everything because they never stopped asking questions. After pausing for a moment, she admitted that if they truly planned to live there, then they needed to properly understand the situation. She told Chiron she would only explain it once, then crouched down and began drawing a diagram on the ground while explaining that heaven was made up of 3 citizen tribes, and among them, the No people were considered the most suspicious. Chiron asked what exactly made them suspicious. Kenya answered that the reason was tied directly to the laws of God. She explained that every citizen of heaven was born with a lifespan already determined for them, and once that lifespan reached its end, they would obtain eternal life. Chiron commented that the idea of people receiving fixed lifespans from birth sounded strange to him. The moment he said that, Kenya looked uncomfortable and remarked that the comment sounded creepy, exactly like something a member of the No tribe would say. Irritated by the reaction, Chiron demanded to know what she meant. Keeping a serious expression, Kenya continued by explaining that some members of the No people had eventually started developing irreverent thoughts. Like Chiron, they questioned why lifespans were decided from birth, and in the end they rejected God's laws entirely before escaping heaven to survive inside Inferno. She then asked whether he finally understood, explaining that the No people had willingly abandoned eternal life just to keep living in a dangerous place like this. Afterward, she added that since Chiron was mortal from the beginning, he probably could not truly understand their way of thinking, though she awkwardly paused and wondered if her explanation itself sounded strange. After hearing everything, Chiron sank deep into thought, realizing that if they could reach the No shelter, they might discover an important clue about the true nature of this world. At that exact moment, Tess suddenly shouted for everyone to come over immediately. Chiron and Kenya quickly turned toward the others and asked what had happened. Ahead of them, Rian quietly called out to Tess, who was standing beside Lena while carefully examining the area around a dark cave. Tess then explained that she could smell blood coming from inside it. Kenya nervously admitted that she could not smell anything whatsoever, prompting Tess to smugly point out that a drone obviously had no sense of smell, while Lena quickly argued that it had still been her drone that located the place first. The group carefully entered the strange cave, and Amy immediately questioned whether it might be some kind of trap, but Tess relied on her sense of smell and said she did not believe it was, explaining that the scent of blood existed only deeper inside the cave, and that she would have become suspicious if the smell had been lingering outside as well. Chiron accepted her reasoning and suggested they move forward, then lifted a hand, recited a spell, and summoned a glowing orb that illuminated the darkness around them. Lena stared in surprise and exclaimed that he had produced light directly from his own body. Kenya quietly examined the spell while wondering to herself what kind of magic it could be, internally noting that it looked completely different from the techniques used by the Noke tribe, and after thinking it over, she remarked that people from the nation of Earth used very strange magic. Lena immediately disagreed, commenting that the spell actually seemed oddly familiar. But Kanya instantly covered Lena's mouth and warned her stop talking, insisting that such thoughts were disrespectful and that she should apologize inwardly instead. Lena obediently pressed her hands together in prayer, though she quietly muttered that Kanya had clearly been thinking the exact same thing herself. At that exact moment, the entire group suddenly became tense. Chiron abruptly turned toward Kanya and shouted for everyone to move, and after noticing something unusual nearby, the group immediately shifted into defensive positions. As soon as the shockwave faded, Chiron hurriedly asked Kanya and Lena whether they were hurt or still all right, while Amy urgently shouted for everyone to move in a certain direction. Rian questioned whether the cave really had been a trap after all, but Canis grimly denied it, and revealed that there was somebody else nearby. A threatening voice suddenly called out from behind the rocks, demanding to know who they were while warning that the next attack would not miss. Chiron directed the glowing orb toward the source of the voice, revealing two figures standing there. The younger man was Clove, a guide from the Noak tribe shelter, while the old man, Gardrak, painfully clutched his bleeding abdomen. Clove immediately took a fighting stance and loudly warned that if they refused to answer, he would attack. Gardrak trembled as he muttered something about earth magic, and Clove instantly replied that he understood before asking whether he should use it immediately. But Gardrak shook violently and warned him not to, because all of them would end up crushed. Frightened by the warning, Clove reluctantly agreed. Kanya finally recognized the two of them and explained that they were the guides from the Noak tribe shelter whom the group had been searching for everywhere. Gardrak seemed to realize something at that moment, and asked whether the one who had summoned them was a citizen, then questioned why someone from the Mage tribe, a tribe famous for stubborn rigidity, was wandering through a heretic zone. Kanya ignored the question entirely, and instead noticed Gardrak's injury, anxiously asking whether the whirlpool serpent had wounded him. Trembling while clutching the injury on his abdomen, Gardrak explained that the wound had not been caused by the laws at all, but by Kurgo instead, leaving everyone shocked. Amy repeated the name in disbelief, while Rian immediately questioned whether it was the same Kurgo they already knew, and Canis irritably complained that he was somehow still hearing that troublesome name, even in a place like this. Kanya completely lost her composure and urgently asked whether hunter heretics were nearby. Gardrak confirmed that they were and warned that this location would soon be discovered, then further revealed that the enemy had used a giant's technique. Tess instantly became alarmed and stated that if the giant's technique meant schema, then they needed to leave immediately. And after hearing that, even Chiron became visibly tense. As unease spread across the group, Erin used her magic to directly speak the language of that world and urgently asked whether they could guide them to the No Tribe shelter immediately. The moment an outsider spoke their language, Kanya, Lena, and the two No Tribe guides were completely stunned. Gardrak became visibly agitated and demanded to know how Erin had somehow hacked their language, wondering whether it was some kind of fairy ability. Kanya awkwardly stepped in and explained that the group was not dangerous, adding that they seemed to be descendants of the No Tribe. But Clove's expression immediately turned cold and hostile as he concluded that they were Mojo humans. The entire group was left confused because none of them understood what that term meant, and when Chiron tried to ask for an explanation, Clove ignored him completely. Instead, he arrogantly ordered them to carry the luggage before walking over to Amy, mockingly playing with her hair and lifting her chin as he commented that she was quite pretty for a human imitation, then added that she could live comfortably if she stayed with him. He sarcastically remarked that seeing a citizen traveling alongside Mojo humans was absurd. Kanya hesitated and tried to stop him, but Clove completely failed to grasp the situation and foolishly questioned why she was interfering. At that exact moment, the atmosphere around Chiron's group changed as overwhelming aura burst out from them, their expressions darkening with unmistakable murderous intent. Hostile killing intent instantly filled the cave as countless cold gazes turned toward Clove. Lena trembled in fear, while Gardrak brutally struck Clove with his staff and furiously demanded whether he was trying to get his own master killed inside the cave, then shouted that they needed to run immediately. Gardrak sincerely apologized to the group for his disciples' behavior before urgently telling everyone to move, while Canis irritably complained about Clove's actions, and Amy calmly admitted that she had nearly cut his wrist apart. At that same moment, Lena suddenly panicked and warned Kanya that something was wrong. While nervously checking the information transmitted through her drone, she cursed under her breath and reported that Kurgo's forces were rapidly closing in while pursuing them, identifying the approaching enemies as Kurgoyans. It was then revealed that among the 3 citizen tribes of heaven, the Mecca tribe, the Noak tribe, and the Kurgo tribe, the phrase Mojo human was used as a derogatory term for people from the nation of Earth. To the citizens of heaven, humans from Earth were viewed as nothing more than imitations, counterfeit versions of themselves. Gardrak broke out in heavy sweat as he weakly guessed that one of the enemies had probably caught the scent of blood. Trembling while clutching his wound, he leaned against his cane and admitted that it was already too late for them to escape, causing Clove to panic as he urgently asked his master what they were supposed to do now. Meanwhile, after sensing the approaching threat, Chiron glanced back toward the cave entrance. Outside, the Kurgo troops had already surrounded the entire cave. One of the soldiers sniffed the blood in the air as the group came to a halt, then asked the commander whether they should head inside. After carefully examining the situation, however, the commander declared that the Noke tribe's abilities depended on the power of nature and concluded that this was obviously an attempt to lure them into the cave. The commander then took a deep breath before fiercely unleashing his howling skills, loudly cursing the Noke tribe and ordering them to come out because he already knew they were hiding inside. He coldly warned that refusing to appear would only bring them a miserable fate, and the deafening roar caused everyone inside the cave intense pain, forcing them to clutch their ears in agony. Afterward, the commander declared that he would start counting. Clove cried out painfully while Tess rapidly analyzed the situation, concluding that the pursuing squad most likely included a master of sensory-type schema, and with the scent of blood still lingering, escaping while protecting injured people would become nearly impossible. Growing increasingly anxious, she wondered what they could possibly do. Chiron fell silent as he carefully considered the situation before asking everyone whether they could follow his instructions exactly, leaving the group staring at him in confused bewilderment. Outside, the commander started counting while signaling his soldiers to stay ready. The archers all drew their bows with tense expressions as the commander reached the count of 2, but before he could say 3, he abruptly stopped after noticing something flying toward him from above. Startled, he loudly cursed in shock. A massive explosion instantly erupted as flames violently spread across the area and engulfed the Kurgo troops. Using the opportunity created by the blast, the group immediately escaped from the cave, while Chiron and Amy briefly stayed behind to launch another fiery attack at the troops, triggering an even larger explosion. Clove stared back in complete disbelief and asked whether that had been magic too, commenting that its destructive force was insane, but Amy snapped at him not to stand there frozen and forcefully dragged him away to avoid the incoming arrows. One of the archers quickly reported that the group had entered a narrow valley. Standing within the burning flames, the commander admitted that they had lowered their guard because they never expected members of the Mecha tribe to be accompanying them. Enraged, he ordered his men to capture them and skin them alive. As the group sprinted through the stream, cutting across the valley, someone urgently asked Kanya which direction they needed to go. Using the vision from her drone, Kanya nervously guided everyone left and right while internally panicking, unable to understand how events were unfolding exactly the way Chiron had predicted. She recalled how strongly she had opposed Chiron's plan back inside the cave, arguing that using an arc weapon would be pointless because the enemy could even sense bullets. Chiron, however, had explained that the enemy would never expect members of the Mecha tribe to be among them, and therefore would not anticipate an attack using an arc. He reasoned that such an unexpected strike would create a major opening, then instructed Kanya to use her drone to find a narrow route through the valley and guide the group through it. Now, after realizing that everything had happened exactly as Chiron predicted, Kanya looked toward him in amazement. While distracted by those thoughts, a hand suddenly shoved her head downward, allowing her to narrowly avoid the incoming arrows as mounted archers relentlessly fired at them from behind. Clove shouted that the enemies were rapidly gaining on them and declared that he would stay behind to buy everyone time. He prepared to use water magic and attempted to move forward, but Amy immediately warned him not to do anything reckless and ordered him to follow the plan and keep running instead. Clove dramatically winked and insisted that he needed to land at least one attack to repay them. Amy found his behavior unbelievably irritating. Clove then chanted a spell invoking the spirit of water before releasing his magic, instantly freezing the surrounding water into enormous ice barriers that blocked the pursuing Kurgo troops. Chiron praised the spell and remarked that it was incredible, adding that the magic Clove used earlier inside the cave had also been extremely advanced. Canis commented that the Noke tribe's magic was fundamentally different from the magic of their own world. Otherwise, someone like Clove would never have been capable of using it. Clove eagerly asked Amy to praise him too, but she simply told him to shut up and keep running. Soon after, the ice barrier shattered under the Kurgo tribe's swift attack. Tess immediately shouted in alarm that the enemies were catching up and angrily cursed after realizing that they were even using external gravity. The Kurgo soldiers ignored gravity itself, racing across the valley slopes from above as they continued chasing the group without slowing down. Looking down at them with contempt, the commander sneered and asked if the Noke and Mecha tribes had truly joined hands, mockingly adding that an alliance like that suited filthy heretics perfectly. Kanya spun around in fury and shouted that they were the true faithful, demanding to know how he could attack fellow believers and asking if he intended to break the laws himself. But the commander immediately cut her off and roared that the moment they entered Inferno, they had already violated the law. In his eyes, anyone who broke the law deserved death. He proudly declared that they were God's chosen and the first faithful, then spun his saw-shaped sword before diving straight down to attack them. At that exact moment, Chiron summoned Photon Cannon, while Amy released Flame Strike at the same time. Canis and Aaron entered the fight as well, Canis activating the authority of darkness, while Eren used mind control, and the force of all their attacks together detonated in a massive explosion that shook the valley. Canis' magic blade struck fear into several Kurgo soldiers, while Amy's flames drove others back up the slopes, and meanwhile, Eren invaded the minds of multiple enemies. Her overwhelming dark mana forced the soldiers to turn on each other, causing one of them to scream in terror about how dangerous the situation had become. From above, the commander furiously cursed his subordinates for being incompetent, while realizing he could no longer approach the group head-on. At that moment, Gardrak told Clove they should use AEOs. Clove hesitated and questioned whether Gardrak could even handle in his current condition, but Gardrak insisted that since they were already fleeing for their lives, there was no reason to worry anymore. Clove agreed and immediately cast AEOs, launching both himself and Gardrak high into the air through the spell. Gardrak declared that they would first break away from the pursuit, and Chiron looked up in shock before asking if they were actually flying. Amy quickly analyzed the situation and said that if the spell worked the same way as the device, then trying to use it inside a valley filled with unstable air currents will be incredibly dangerous. Just as she expected, Gardrak and Clove rapidly lost control in midair and panicked the moment they realized they could no longer stabilize themselves. Watching them spiral out of control, Amy calmly remarked that she already knew this would happen. At that moment, Chiron confidently grabbed Kanya's hand and told her this was their chance, instructing her to hold on tightly. Completely bewildered, Kanya asked what he was suddenly talking about, but Chiron turned toward her and calmly announced that he was about to use teleportation. Hearing that single word, Kanya froze in disbelief and repeated it back in complete shock. The space around them suddenly felt as though it had frozen in place, and the moment Chiron activated his lightning magic, Kanya's eyes widened as she was instantly transported somewhere else. Shock filled her expression as she realized that the boy was capable of more than simply creating light itself. He could actually become light. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook continued documenting information about the Noke tribe's magic, explaining that their sorcery was an ancient system that differed completely from the magic of the nation of Earth, which combined omniscience and omnipotence. Instead, Noke magic borrowed functional power directly from nature itself. The notes further stated that its greatest strength allowed experienced users to freely wield powerful spells while simultaneously controlling multiple attributes at once. But its greatest weakness was equally clear. Without natural power sources surrounding the user, the magic could not function at all. Brilliant light swallowed the entire group as they teleported in pairs, traveling at the speed of light itself. Gardrak could only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to process what had just happened, while Clove, equally shaken, questioned how something like this could even exist. Completely incapable of believing what he had seen, he shouted that a human being had literally turned into light. That sight immediately reminded Gardrak of the moment Chiron had illuminated the cave earlier. Back then, he had assumed Chiron was controlling a summoned spirit of light. Even obtaining such a rare spirit should have been impossible, but because of the urgent situation, he had ignored the inconsistency. Now, however, he finally understood the truth. It was not a matter of manipulating light, but of becoming light itself, and the realization left him deeply astonished. Meanwhile, the Kurgo commander continued pursuing them furiously, roaring that he would never let them escape. Drawing in a deep breath, he released his howling power at overwhelming force, and the violent sound instantly drove Gardrak and Clove to clutch their ears in pain. Gardrak cursed the enemy for attacking while he was distracted, complaining that the echoes rebounding through the cliffs only strengthened the effect even further. Their magic immediately collapsed, sending Gardrak and Clove falling straight into the ravine below. But before they could disappear, a hand suddenly seized Gardrak. Chiron and Amy instantly appeared beside them, catching both of them before pulling them back upward, and in the next moment, another brilliant flash of light engulfed them as they teleported away once more. The commander could only gape at the scene in utter disbelief, staring speechlessly at the impossible sight before his eyes. After they landed safely, Clove angrily accused Amy of deliberately letting go and causing him to fall, but she ignored every complaint completely. Gardrak rubbed his forehead in irritation and grumbled that the howling ability always created problems, adding that when facing the Kurgo tribe, the Noke tribe would inevitably remain at a disadvantage because of the terrain. Canis quietly observed them before remarking that the master and disciple were exactly alike. Once things settled down, Gardrak questioned how Chiron and Amy had managed to remain completely unaffected and asked what special method they had used. Canis bluntly answered that they had simply endured it, leaving Gardrak stunned, then added that anyone incapable of enduring something at that level had no right to call themselves a mage. It was then revealed that Eren was a First Sutra, pro-level mental type mage, while Amy possessed red eyes that granted immunity against mental interference. Suddenly, Clove panicked and pointed ahead, shouting that the enemies were still coming and that they were finished. But Amy immediately grabbed him sharply, ordered him to stay quiet, and pulled him into the illuminated area. After everyone entered, Amy asked Chiron whether they were finally safe, and with visible relief, he answered that things had almost gone badly. Completely overwhelmed by everything he had witnessed, Gardrak questioned what that mysterious light actually was, while Canis silently reflected that although he had once doubted Chiron's ability to use such magic through mental connection, it was now obvious that Chiron could perform mass teleportation. Canis recalled the spell Chiron had unconsciously cast before and realized that he was gradually turning that power into something fully his own. As Chiron activated the teleportation gate again, the commander and the Kurgo soldiers continued chasing them relentlessly, shouting that they would never be allowed to escape. The commander unleashed his howling power once more, this time with even greater force, violently shaking the entire area. Everyone except Chiron immediately grabbed their heads and covered their ears in pain. Yet Chiron remained completely calm and remarked that compared to Marcia's sonic cannon, this level of noise was insignificant. Activating his adamantine body, Chiron created an enormous portal of light and transported everyone away, leaving the commander and his soldiers staring in complete shock as he angrily questioned whether his howling power had somehow stopped working. He then insisted that the group could not have traveled far because they had only crossed a single wall, and immediately ordered the pursuit to continue. 1 minute later, the group landed safely and arrived once again at the cave entrance they had previously used as shelter. Gardrak instantly recognized the location and explained that the smell of spilled blood there would help conceal any remaining traces. Amy then asked where the Noke tribe shelter was located, but Gardrak answered that he had questions he wanted answered first. He asked how Chiron and Amy were able to manipulate light so freely and whether they extracted it directly from the air itself. Amy denied it, causing Gardrak to explain that according to the established rules, light magic normally could not be used unless there was a special place where light naturally accumulated. He continued by saying that before reaching the Noke tribe shelter, they first needed to travel to one of those locations, and only then could he use a movement spell capable of transporting them directly to the shelter. Gardrak added that the spell resembled the teleportation magic Chiron had used earlier, although it was capable of transporting people across far greater distances, then urged everyone to follow him immediately. After hearing the explanation, Chiron and Amy silently exchanged glances, while Canis confirmed that the spell truly resembled spatial teleportation. Amy then realized that if the spell genuinely functioned through spatial teleportation, the shelter's location would remain perfectly hidden. Chiron quietly commented that the Noke tribe's way of thinking felt far closer to that of mages, while Tess immediately became excited by the idea of a refuge built for mages. Chiron speculated that Moreau could also be there since she was a mage herself, and although Amy sounded slightly irritated, she admitted that after everything they'd gone through, she had started becoming curious about Moreau as well. Tess grew even more enthusiastic at the thought, and said she hoped they would finally uncover an important clue there. As the group continued heading toward the No Tribe shelter, Rian complained that he was starving and hoped they would finally get a proper meal, while Tess and Aaron openly agreed with him. Lena cheerfully told Kanya that they were almost there, though Kanya apologized for making Lena travel such a great distance. Lena gently reassured her that she had followed by her own choice and reminded Kanya about their promise to obtain what they were searching for. Hearing that eased Kanya's worries, and she quietly acknowledged that they had already come this far despite breaking the law. Walking ahead of the others, Aaron silently observed the group before briefly glancing behind them, causing Canis to ask whether something was wrong, but Aaron simply answered that it was nothing. Meanwhile, the Kurgo troops finally stopped pursuing them. The commander recognized the area as the cave entrance where they had previously discovered the Noke tribe and questioned his soldiers to make sure they were certain the trail had led there. The soldiers confirmed that after the escape, they had definitely tracked the group to that exact location. The commander concluded that nearly 20 minutes had already passed, meaning any further pursuit would become increasingly difficult. Another soldier then questioned whether it was strange that the group had managed to escape despite the area not being one where light naturally gathered, unlike the locations normally connected to Noke tribe magic. However, the commander firmly declared that the magic used there was not Noke tribe magic at all and insisted that outsiders had clearly interfered. He then wondered what those outsiders truly were before suddenly speculating in shock that they might actually be Earth humans. One soldier asked if he meant Mojo humans, but the commander angrily rejected the term, calling it nothing more than a derogatory name for Earth humans, then blamed himself for not realizing the truth sooner. A bald soldier asked what the problem was, prompting the commander to explain that throughout ancient history, whenever Earth humans rose into the sky, the laws themselves underwent massive changes. Realizing how dangerous the situation could become, he immediately ordered everyone to stop the pursuit and return to Summane at once, insisting that reporting the matter took priority above everything else. The troops obeyed and began retreating, though one soldier quietly remarked that the sun had not even set yet. The commander trembled as he insisted it had already started, declaring that even the laws themselves were beginning to veer off course. In the next instant, darkness swallowed the entire area, and a brutal slaughter descended upon the Kurgo troops, turning the flowing stream red with blood while fragments of horses and torn bodies scattered across the ground. Later, Amy wrote in her notebook that surviving the howling ability demanded extreme concentration and unwavering focus. She noted that unlike the Noke tribe's magic, which drew power directly from nature, Earth's magic relied on the study of omniscience combined with omnipotence. And although it could seem inefficient at first glance, that strict discipline and concentration might actually be its greatest advantage. Of the four, Chiron possessed an adamantine body, Amy had red eyes, and Aaron carried the first sutramental defense, while Canis, who lacked every one of those traits, complained irritably that the entire situation was absurd because he had suffered through that kind of pain his whole life. Chiron leaned forward with clear curiosity and asked about Samain, prompting Kanya to hesitate for a moment before explaining that Samain was a place, a district within heaven where the faithful lived, known as the First Heaven. Interested by the answer, Chiron asked if the First Heaven meant the first sky, and Gardrak expanded on the explanation by saying that heaven consisted of 7 skies stretching from the first to the 7th, with the faithful residing in Samain, the First Heaven. Still unable to picture it clearly, Chiron asked whether all 3 tribes lived together, quietly admitting that he found it difficult to imagine. Gardrak explained that although the tribes occupied the same district, their living areas were separated, and everyone quietly followed the laws. He continued by saying that the Mecha tribe valued inquiry, while the Noke tribe valued exploration. Chiron then asked what the Kurgo tribe valued, causing Gardrak to scoff before answering that they cared only for fanaticism and God. Kanya quickly warned him not to speak with such blasphemy, but Gardrak mockingly added that there was even a follower of the laws among them, making Kanya tremble with anger. Still confused, Chiron asked what the laws actually were. Behind him, Amy carefully wrote everything in her notebook, while Kanya stared in surprise and questioned whether he truly did not know, wondering if the nation of Earth had no laws at all. Chiron answered that they did have laws, though perhaps the definitions differed, then asked whether people were absolutely required to obey them. Kanya immediately became serious and firmly stated that they had no choice because the laws were the great will of RA itself, and anything opposing that will simply could not exist, which was precisely why they were called the laws. Chiron calmly pointed out that Kenya herself was violating the laws at that very moment, making her angrily shout that this was the exact reason they were trapped in Inferno. Clove cut in with open disdain and remarked that Inferno was still far better than spending eternity inside that suffocating heaven, a comment that only made Kanya even more furious. Irritated, she snapped back that if he truly believed that, he should try spending his entire life hunted as a heretic by Kurgo. Gardrak quietly admitted that such a fate was certainly possible, but he added that they were still people who had defied the laws and been cast into Inferno, and at least they had obtained freedom in exchange. Completely losing her composure, Kanya furiously demanded how that could possibly be called freedom when they had thrown away eternal life and willingly chosen death. While the others silently watched the tense confrontation, Gardrak answered without the slightest hesitation that they truly had abandoned eternal life and, in exchange, gained the right to die. Kanya ground her teeth in anger and continued arguing that if they had really been faithful, they should have obeyed the laws instead of running away while talking about freedom and the right to die, bitterly asking whether wrapping everything in beautiful words somehow made their miserable lives better before calling the Noke tribe pathetic. Realizing the argument had gone too far, Lena quickly stepped in and told Kanya to stop, explaining that nothing would change from arguing with a heretic. Gardrak immediately turned the accusation back on them and asked whether they were not the ones hiding reality behind pleasant words instead. The girls were left speechless, and with a grim look on his face, Gardrak stated that they were merely created beings endlessly begging for eternal life. His words shocked both Kanya and Lena so deeply that Kanya declared he had completely crossed the line. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she raised the gun mounted on her arm and pointed it directly at Gardrak, her terrifying expression filled with genuine killing intent as she warned that she could execute a heretic like him right there. The infrared beam locked onto the old man, and Rian immediately moved to draw his sword, only for Tess to stop him, while Lena desperately tried calming Kanya down. Even while clutching his wound, Gardrak stayed quiet before calmly asking why she had come searching for him in the first place, and what she truly wanted from the Noke shelter. Kanya hesitated to answer, but Gardrak grimly continued that there was no need because the truth was obvious. He explained that she had sought out Noke medicine because someone in her family would soon need the one-flower liquor. Lena's eyes widened in shock as tears slowly rolled down Kanya's face. In a weak voice, Kanya admitted there was nothing wrong with that and asked what was so wrong about caring for her parents, insisting it had nothing to do with the laws before finally breaking down and quietly confessing that she only wanted to save her mother. Chiron silently watched the entire scene while deep in thought, and Lena apologized on Kanya's behalf, explaining that she was simply overwhelmed emotionally. Gardrak replied that there was no need to apologize to a heretic and remarked that the Mecha tribe possessed strong family ties. He admitted that he himself might also be emotional because of his injury, then added that the Noke tribe never mixed emotions with business, although she could still obtain what she wanted in exchange for a large quantity of elixir. Kanya wiped away her tears and assured Gardrak that she had already saved enough, then pulled out a pouch filled with red gems. Gardrak suggested they leave immediately, explaining that the essence of light was nearby. As the group continued traveling, Chiron quietly reflected on the one-flower liquor, predetermined lifespans, the creator, the faithful who lived eternally, and the heretics who willingly accepted death, wondering deep down whether this place was truly heaven or simply another world altogether. After some time, they reached a location where a glowing sphere absorbed brilliant light and illuminated the entire area. Tess stared at it in amazement and commented that light had genuinely gathered there. Chiron questioned how such a phenomenon was even possible, and Gardrak explained that the essence of light had remained there for an immense span of time, allowing light itself to settle and take root in one place. As Chiron carefully observed the phenomenon, he recalled hearing of something similar before, while Amy remarked that it resembled a magic crystal. Chiron then quietly said that he finally remembered it. Gardrak called everyone together and explained that they would use the light to travel to the Noke tribe shelter. When he lifted the sphere into his palm, an intense radiance burst outward. Chiron and Amy stood frozen in shock as the brilliant light spread around them. But Gardrak soon became confused because nothing happened even after raising the sphere. Wondering why it was taking so long, he listened as Clove remarked that something felt wrong and suggested the essence's energy might have weakened, though Gardrak immediately denied it, explaining that an essence required centuries for its energy to change and that they had used it normally only a few days earlier. While Clove continued offering possibilities, Gardrak suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The sphere in his hand violently distorted, causing him to urgently order everyone to evacuate at once. Amy shouted, asking what was happening, and Gardrak yelled back in fear that a whirlpool serpent was nearby. The group fled in a panic as explosions suddenly tore across the cliffside, and a deadly shadow rushed toward them. Chiron froze for a brief moment after sensing the overwhelming killing intent filling the area, then gathered energy into his palm and released a powerful burst of light that illuminated the surroundings and blasted the shadow backward, buying everyone a moment of safety. Tess stood stunned while Rian remarked that they had almost died. When the shadow finally revealed its true form, Chiron slowly looked upward in shock and realized it was the whirlpool serpent itself, a gigantic centipede-like creature crawling along the cliffs. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook explained that when a particular element remained densely concentrated in one location for an extremely long time, an essence would eventually be created. It further recorded that if such an essence continued existing for more than 2,000 years, it would develop into a spirit. The notes also stated that once contact with a spirit was established, a person could freely borrow the power of nature no matter where they were. Chiron's group went rigid as Amy, staring at the dark shape ahead with obvious fear, pointed toward it and wondered what kind of monster they were looking at. And at that exact moment Canis summoned a spirit named Shadow. The instant the dark spirit appeared, Kanya and Lena recoiled in alarm and cried out at the horrifying sight, while Canis remained calm and explained that it had merely absorbed all of Aaron's magic along with his own. At the same time, the Shadow centipede charged straight at them with terrifying speed, rapidly closing the gap as it locked onto Chiron. But Chiron showed no hesitation and responded by summoning spheres of light known as photon, making the entire area shake violently as explosions burst out in every direction before he turned back and shouted for everyone to run. Chiron instantly transformed into light and shot away at incredible speed, deliberately drawing the creature after him as bait, causing Amy to call out anxiously for him to stop while demanding to know if he was planning to shoulder everything alone again. And as she watched him disappear, she desperately searched for some kind of answer, wondering how they were supposed to fight a monster like this, and whether defeating it was even possible at all. Then Tess suddenly pointed off into the distance and shouted that there was something strange nearby, and when everyone looked toward the cliffside, they spotted a tiny lizard-like creature sitting there. Tess asked what it was. Yet to everyone's shock, that harmless-looking creature was revealed to be the true owner of the terrifying shadow. Canis stared at it in disbelief and exclaimed that the whirlpool serpent was actually the shadow cast by that small creature, prompting Rian and Tess to immediately draw their swords and rush forward with precise attacks. But none of their strikes had any effect whatsoever. Frustrated, Rian shouted that nothing was working. Gardrak quickly stopped them and stated that attacking it was pointless. Then, trembling slightly, he rose to his feet and explained that the shadow itself was the real body, while the glowing creature only existed as an avatar produced by it. The others could barely believe what they were hearing and struggled to understand how a shadow could possibly be the true form. But Gardrak continued by explaining that it was an aberrant species from a completely different world where the laws of reality were reversed. The shadow monster moved once more and launched another attack, forcing Amy to curse and yell for everyone to get down as she summoned an enormous fireball, already realizing inwardly that only she and Chiron possessed magic powerful enough to properly damage the Whirlpool Serpent, and understanding that no matter what happened they had to stop it there. Without wasting a second, Amy unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs that swallowed the massive shadow body in flames. Amy continued attacking without pause, forcing herself forward with fierce determination as she thought that the moment she retreated everyone would die, and even if it meant sacrificing her own life, she had to keep fighting. As the flames burned across the shadow's body, the creature let out painful cries and twisted violently in agony. Canis immediately noticed something and shouted that it had dodged, realizing that if the monster had charged through head-on instead of avoiding the attack, every one of them would already be dead. From below, Canis yelled toward Chiron and asked if he could hear him, then explained that the creature originated from a world where the laws themselves were reversed, something he had once read in his master's notes. While continuing to battle the monster, Chiron heard him and asked what reversed laws actually meant, prompting Canis to clarify that it was a world where darkness ruled over light. Chiron darted through the air as the shadow relentlessly pursued him, and before long the creature revealed its true appearance, transforming into a monstrous serpent with its jaws spread wide and terrifying fangs exposed. Even while evading it, Chiron kept thinking about Canis's explanation that darkness dominated light in the creature's original world, but suddenly the serpent caught up and swallowed him whole, causing Kanya to scream in horror. An enormous burst of brilliant light exploded from inside the creature as Chiron activated explosion magic within its body, making the shadow monster groan violently in agony and allowing Chiron to break free from within. The gigantic shadow roared with overwhelming killing intent, yet Chiron stayed perfectly still as he carefully observed it, and little by little his expression darkened as he came to an unexpected realization that he might actually survive this battle after all. Chiron then called out to Canis and asked whether, in the creature's original world, the Whirlpool Serpent might not have been some supreme predator at all, but instead something insignificant like a rat or a tiny lizard. Tess looked confused after hearing that, while Kanya angrily snapped that this was no time for jokes. Yet Canis suddenly realized the idea actually made sense, leaving both Tess and Kanya stunned. Aaron looked upward and calmly pointed out that the Whirlpool Serpent seemed strangely shaken, explaining that despite its massive body, the way it moved resembled a frightened little animal desperately trying to make itself appear larger while wildly thrashing about without any real fighting instinct or strategy. As the beast continued throwing out frantic attacks, Chiron finally grasped the truth and confidently realized that no matter how enormous or overwhelming the creature looked, it was still only a terrified beast striking blindly in panic. And the moment he understood that, he became certain they could defeat it. Chiron immediately activated photon output, blasting multiple holes through the shadow's body as brilliant light tore straight through the monster. And with every successful strike his confidence continued growing stronger. Amy immediately cheered in agreement, declaring that if their opponent was a shadow, then photon output possessed the absolute advantage in every possible sense. Gardrak could only stand there speechless in complete shock, while Clove moved protectively in front of him and shouted in utter disbelief at the sight before them, unable to understand how Chiron was managing to block every attack unleashed by the Whirlpool Serpent. Chiron then released another powerful burst of light magic straight into the beast, making it howl in pain as the enormous creature coiled its massive body tightly around him. The people below instantly cried out warnings in panic, but Chiron gathered every bit of strength he had left and focused intensely before summoning a blazing crimson light. He fired the attack directly into the creature's body, and the moment it struck true, the shadow monster let out a violent growl filled with unbearable agony. As he watched the creature suffer, Chiron calmly stated that he could sense the Whirlpool Serpent's fear, and although it may once have been the ruling law of that valley, he was convinced that everything would end there. At last, Chiron clenched his fist tightly, triggering massive explosions from inside the beast's body as the gigantic shadow shattered into countless fragments, while flames and debris swallowed the entire surroundings. After the fierce battle finally ended, the shadow monster disappeared completely, leaving behind nothing except flickering flames. The group stared upward in astonishment as Amy cautiously remarked that the Whirlpool Serpent had finally been defeated. Along the cliffside, the monstrous form slowly faded away, while the small and mysterious creature dissolved little by little until nothing remained. Chiron calmly descended and landed before everyone with quiet confidence, while Canis and Aaron silently watched him. Canis tightened his fist as the shadow spirit beside him mockingly pointed out that he must be feeling conflicted. The spirit recalled how, during Chiron's first encounter with the creature, he had only been an immature brat, Yet despite that, he had continued growing stronger through sharp judgment, inventive thinking, and repeatedly surviving deadly situations, to the point that the spirit even questioned whether someone could truly change so much in merely 2 months. At that moment, Canis called out to his shadow spirit, Havi, and firmly declared that he would absolutely reach heaven, uncover the secret knowledge left behind by his master, and surpass him. With a sly smile, Havi replied that he naturally expected nothing less. Meanwhile, Lena spoke admiringly and noted that Chiron had truly managed to defeat the whirlpool serpent, but Kanya immediately placed a hand on her shoulder and warned her not to give her heart to a heretic. She reminded Lena that once they reached the shelter their paths would separate, and she should keep treating Chiron coldly as well. After hesitating for a moment, Lena quietly agreed. At the same time, Clove thought to himself that if someone like Chiron, who had even defeated the Guardian of the Laws, entered Inferno's community, then everything there would become completely unpredictable. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he bitterly thought that there was no way he could end up being ruled by Mojo people. Suddenly, he spotted something falling from the sky, and the moment he recognized the five-colored light, he rushed forward and grabbed for it, while shouting that it was a white elixir. However, another hand reached it even faster. Clove immediately panicked as Chiron curiously examined the gem and wondered aloud what a white elixir actually was. Clove quickly acted as though it was nothing important and casually claimed that it was simply a trade item used among heretics, then offered to inspect it himself and determine how valuable it was. Trusting his explanation, Chiron handed it over, and the instant Clove received it, he secretly celebrated inwardly. Kanya, clearly irritated, immediately scolded Clove and demanded to know why he was taking it, insisting that the elixir belonged to the hunter. Clove stubbornly argued that he was only examining it and that he had also contributed during the fight. Kanya accused him of being greedy, while Lena could only comment helplessly as the argument continued. Chiron calmly eased the situation by saying it was fine since Clove was only examining the item, but Kanya immediately explained that a white elixir was the second rarest grade in existence and carried the value of 200 red elixirs, firmly warning Clove not to even consider keeping it for himself. Chiron then sat down with a laugh and asked how Clove could possibly escape with it anyway, a response that left both Clove and Kanya completely stunned. Gardrak stepped in and advised Clove to hand it back, explaining that the item was beyond anything he could handle, and although Clove looked unwilling, he eventually returned the elixir while thanking Chiron for letting him inspect it. Chiron briefly considered using the white elixir to increase their fighting strength, but he quickly realized they had no safe place to store something so valuable. He then pulled out a small pouch shaped like a four-leaf clover and carefully placed the elixir inside. The moment Rian saw it, memories surfaced in his mind, prompting Tess to curiously ask what it was, and Rian explained that it had originally been a talisman given to Chiron by his mother, though in reality, it functioned as a miniature pocket. Amy commented that it looked cute, while Rian continued explaining the meaning behind the four-leaf clover, revealing that when Chiron's mother had been ill, Chiron climbed the mountain behind their home and gathered every four-leaf clover he could find. Tess was deeply touched after hearing the story and remarked that Chiron truly had a warm heart, while nearby Amy quietly remained silent and simply watched him. Not long afterward, the sphere that absorbed light appeared once again. Gardrak activated it, and brilliant light spread through the area before a teleportation gate opened and transported everyone directly to the shelter of the Noke tribe. After arriving, Chiron silently observed the surroundings and noticed that the shelter felt unexpectedly peaceful. Kanya then turned toward Lena and remarked that everything was finally over, and Lena agreed before suggesting that they leave after buying whatever they needed. Kanya approached Gardrak, thanked him for all his hard work, and handed over a red elixir while asking about the herbalist. After accepting it, Gardrak pointed them in the right direction and wished them luck. Chiron quietly watched the girls walk away, and before leaving, Lena politely turned back and bowed in farewell. Rian commented in surprise that they had left rather quickly, while Erin explained that she could no longer translate for them because they had already gone beyond the range of her spirit zone. Chiron continued silently watching them depart, as Tess complained that leaving without a proper goodbye felt cold. But Amy quickly suggested that they go explore the shops instead, and Tess immediately agreed with excitement. Meanwhile, Gardrak let out a heavy sigh as he sat down and admitted that he needed time to rest and recover. Gardrak told Chiron that he should learn trading skills from Clove because surviving in Inferno relied heavily on knowing how to deal and negotiate, making Clove awkwardly ask whether Gardrak truly meant him. Gardrak calmly explained that rare valuables like white elixirs were much safer and more useful when handled through the central communities instead of carelessly elsewhere. Clove fell silent for a moment as he considered the situation, then quietly muttered that far more merchants had visited the shelter than he originally expected, and a sly smile slowly spread across his face when he realized this might finally be his chance to make a fortune. When they stopped at a nearby shop, one merchant commented that Chiron's clothes looked unusual and asked where he had gotten them, causing Chiron to let out an awkward laugh, while Clove immediately asked whether he intended to use the white elixir right away. Chiron answered that he would use it if the situation required it, then questioned why Clove was so curious about it. Trying to insert himself as a broker, Clove eagerly offered to guide the group in exchange for a fee, then confidently grinned as he explained that if Chiron paid a brokerage commission, he could even negotiate transactions for them personally. Since it was Chiron's first time in the area, Clove insisted that he probably had no way of telling which items were actually valuable and which ones were not. After hearing that, Chiron quietly admitted to himself that Clove did make a valid point, because after looking around the marketplace and seeing countless unfamiliar goods, he realized it was genuinely difficult to judge what could truly be worth something as valuable as a white elixir. Chiron then turned to the others and asked what they should do, prompting Amy to admit that they probably did need a broker because, aside from basic things like clothes and food, she could not identify any of the items being sold there. Even so, she still questioned whether they could really trust Clove. Erin replied that she could at least tell if someone was trying to cheat them, and although the group remained cautious, they eventually agreed because they honestly needed someone familiar with the area to guide them around. Delighted by their decision, Clove quickly took the lead and introduced an item called Kala, explaining that heretics considered it an essential travel supply because eating only one was enough to keep a person full for an entire day. After examining it closely, Amy commented that it looked strangely cute, almost like a tiny pebble, and wondered aloud whether she should try eating one, while Clove enthusiastically continued trying to persuade them. However, Amy and the others immediately saw through what he was trying to do. Erin quietly suggested that they might be better off handling everything themselves instead, but Amy decided to keep Clove around simply because they knew nothing about the area. Erin observed that Clove must desperately want the white elixir, and Tess agreed, saying that he honestly looked somewhat pitiful. Kana scoffed that there was no chance a fool like Clove could survive by hunting on his own, much less possess something as valuable as a white elixir. But now that such an item was sitting right in front of him, it was obvious he had become even more desperate than before. While the group continued walking through the marketplace and talking among themselves, Chiron's attention gradually shifted elsewhere when he spotted Kenya nearby, negotiating with a herbalist. Standing quietly at a distance, he watched her grit her teeth and tightly clench her fists in visible frustration. Meanwhile, Amy's notes explained that elixir was a substance obtained from heavenly life forms, and according to Gadrak, it served both as an energy source and as currency throughout Inferno. The grades of elixir range from red to green, yellow, white, and even higher levels that remained unknown. Unable to buy what she wanted, Kenya eventually left with Lena in helpless frustration, and once they were gone, Chiron stepped toward the stall, pointed at a vial on display, and asked what it was. Clove immediately showed interest and explained that it was extremely difficult to produce and worked as a stimulant. When Chiron asked what kind of stimulant it was, Clove explained that the substance was called epenes, and after drinking it, a person could remain awake for an entire week without suffering any problems. Chiron reacted in amazement, surprised that something so small could create such a powerful effect, and quietly thought that it would be incredibly useful during examination periods. Clove continued explaining that for mages, epenes offered more than simple sleeplessness because it also provided resistance against mental interference techniques such as howling, adding that Inferno potions were especially suitable for them. The bottles displayed around the stall each carried different effects, including heightened mental endurance, accelerated wound recovery, sharper mental clarity, amplified feelings of love, and even the temporary ability to preserve perfect memory. After listing the effects, Clove offered to negotiate for a lower price and asked Chiron what he thought. Chiron quietly fell into thought, wondering why Kenya had wanted the drug and what she planned to use it for. But after briefly stepping aside, his attention shifted toward Amy, who was staring intently at an iron cage containing a tiny and adorable fire creature. Chiron asked what it was, causing Clove to tense up as he explained that it was a fire spirit before immediately demanding to know where the merchant had obtained it. The merchant let out a light chuckle and remarked that they would be shocked if he revealed where it came from, then explained that he had acquired it while fleeing from an otherworldly monster called the Fire-Bladed Grasp. He went on to describe how he had been hunting yellow worms in the Dreamlands and had barely escaped with his life. Clove clicked his tongue in frustration and complained that he wished a spirit would fall into his lap too, while Chiron stared in amazement after realizing that forming a contract with a spirit like that would allow someone to freely draw upon its power whenever necessary. Noticing Amy's flushed face and hopeful eyes, Chiron was briefly caught off guard because even someone like her, who appeared to already have everything, still desired it so desperately. He realized that for a mage, improving magical ability meant more than anything else, and obtaining a fire spirit from another world was an unbelievably rare opportunity. He also understood that if the creature trapped inside that cage had been a light spirit instead, he would have reacted in exactly the same way. Chiron then signaled for Erin to help with mental magic before turning to the merchant and asking about the price. The merchant studied Chiron for a moment before remarking that he looked like an outsider who had only recently arrived in Inferno, then explained that although the price could be negotiated, obtaining the spirit would still be extremely difficult. When Chiron asked whether it was really that expensive, the merchant confirmed that spirits were incredibly rare and valuable enough to be traded on the mainland. Chiron then asked if it was possible to form a contract with the spirit, pointing out that doing so would allow someone to wield fire magic. The merchant reacted with visible shock and warned that such a thing would be a waste because once a contract was made, the spirit could belong to only one person. He explained that even a single fire spirit could greatly benefit an entire village, which was why communities often gathered their elixirs together just to purchase one. Even so, Chiron continued pressing the issue and asked again whether it was possible, forcing the merchant to reluctantly admit that it was, though he warned that people who formed contracts with spirits usually lived dangerous lives. Amy looked nervous and tense while Chiron silently calculated that their limit was 3 white elixirs before deciding to go through with it. He firmly asked how many elixirs the merchant wanted for the spirit, causing the merchant to stare at him in surprise before hesitantly answering that if he absolutely had to put a price on it, then at minimum, 1 white elixir would be required. At first, Chiron and Amy thought they were finished, but the merchant clarified that he truly meant only a single white elixir, prompting Chiron to immediately pull out the pouch filled with white gems they had collected earlier, leaving everyone nearby stunned. The elderly merchant froze in complete disbelief and nearly collapsed after receiving one of the gems, while Amy happily embraced the tiny fire creature. A nearby girl cried out in shock after realizing it really was a white elixir. Remembering that a contract required Kodadama magic, Amy immediately began chanting for the fire spirit to dwell within her, and the small creature transformed into magical flames that wrapped around her body before condensing into a tiny fireball resting in her hand. Amy excitedly announced that the contract had succeeded, explaining that the spirit created a spirit zone and granted an entirely new omniscience over fire, allowing her to cast fire magic such as ignite without relying on theoretical principles. As she continued speaking enthusiastically, she noticed Chiron watching her with a warm expression, making her suddenly grow shy as she tried to thank him, only to be interrupted before she could finish. Tess suddenly grabbed Chiron and dragged him away while Amy quietly muttered that she had not even managed to thank him properly. Tess then excitedly pointed at a mechanical insect and begged Chiron to buy it for her. Chiron immediately recognized it as a drone, while the merchant proudly declared that items like it normally could not be obtained even with elixirs, though he would be willing to sell it for 1 white elixir. Tess grabbed Chiron by the shoulders and shook him excitedly, repeatedly urging him to buy it, because she clearly wanted the drone badly. Chiron considered that drones possessed excellent reconnaissance abilities and would be incredibly useful for both Tess and the group, but Aaron remarked that the merchant's asking price sounded suspiciously high and was probably open to negotiation. Tess immediately became excited at the possibility, though Chiron still found the situation strange, and recalled the earlier conversation between Kenya and Tess about drones, explaining that such devices were specifically issued to the Mecha tribe and were not something commonly found for sale. Despite that, the merchant had priced it even lower than a spirit, making Chiron suspect that the man was deliberately inflating prices because he knew they possessed white elixirs. Tess quickly caught on to the problem and asked whether something was wrong with the drone before turning directly toward the merchant and questioning if it worked properly. The merchant confidently assured them that it was completely new and had been smuggled straight from the factory without any registered passcode attached to it. Chiron reasoned that if the drone truly was new, then it should not have any defects. But when Tess noticed the uncertainty on his face and asked what was bothering him, an angry voice suddenly interrupted them by demanding to know why the item was no longer being sold. Turning toward the commotion, they saw Kenya and Lena arguing with another merchant at a nearby stall. Kenya furiously insisted that epines had originally cost only 1 green elixir and pointed out that she had already offered 30 red elixirs on top of that, demanding to know why he still refused to sell it to her. The merchant coldly replied that the price had increased because demand had risen, then mocked her for not understanding something so simple. Kenya slammed her fist onto the table in anger and shouted that the price had not changed even once during the last 3 months. The merchant cruelly remarked that, judging by how desperate she looked, the deadline for the 1-flower liquor must be approaching, and if her family was really on the verge of dying, then she would have no choice except to buy it anyway. Kenya completely lost control at those words and angrily cursed the merchant, while Lena desperately tried to hold her back, warning that starting a fight there would get them both killed. Watching the scene unfold, Clove sarcastically commented that the merchant was even more vicious than he looked, adding that even if he hated the faithful, this was still going too far. Confused, Chiron asked what exactly was happening and questioned what the 1-flower liquor actually was, noticing that the locals seemed unwilling to speak openly about it. At that moment, Kenya threw away her pride entirely, dropped to her knees, and begged the merchant to let her buy it on credit, promising that she would do absolutely anything in exchange for the elixirs. The merchant mockingly asked what she could possibly offer him, and Kenya desperately declared that she would do anything, even hunt for him for the rest of her life. With an amused look on his face, the merchant gestured toward Chiron and declared that if they wanted the epines, she would have to hand over every elixir in her possession, a condition that immediately shocked Kenya as her eyes turned toward Chiron, while he remained completely composed and quietly assessed what was happening. Chiron quickly understood that the merchant's tactic was not unreasonable from Trader's perspective, because it depended entirely on drawing out emotional reactions, and if the note people shared the same tendencies as mages, then responses like Kanya's only gave manipulators more room to take advantage of them. After reaching that conclusion, Chiron shifted his attention toward the younger merchant Tess had originally wanted to negotiate with, realizing that dismantling a mage's mindset required an entirely different method, while the young merchant could only stare back in confusion, unable to understand why Chiron was suddenly pointing at him. At the same time, Amy's notebook described epines as a white potion created by heretics, explaining that it was an extremely powerful stimulant capable of preserving mental stability for extended periods, that it could only be exchanged for elixirs, and that its value is estimated to equal roughly 1 green elixir. Kenya finally understood the merchant's real motive and cursed him inwardly, as it became clear that he had never intended to hand over the epines in the first place. Her mind drifted back to the stall she and Lena had visited a month earlier, when a merchant had quoted what sounded like a fair price, leading the two girls to start hunting so they could collect 30 red gems. Now, thinking about everything she had endured in Inferno while holding on to that fragile hope, she realized with bitterness that the man had been hoping for her death from the very beginning. At the same time, the merchant smugly calculated that the one-flower liquor ceremony was only days away, which meant Kanya's family would soon be dying and the need for epines would become unavoidable. Even so, he had no intention of selling anything to someone faithful, because what he truly wanted was for her to come this far only to fall into despair after losing everything at the end. Overcome with helplessness, Kenya lowered her gaze to her empty hands and understood that no other option remained. She had to secure the epines no matter the cost, and as memories of her mother's condition surfaced in her mind alongside the certainty that failure meant death, she clenched her teeth and slowly approached Chiron while the surrounding crowd watched in silence. Gathering courage through the memories she shared with him, she finally tried to speak, but before the words could fully leave her mouth, Chiron quietly placed a white gem in her hands, startling her as he calmly told her to use it to purchase the epines, adding that it was something precious to her. Kenya stood frozen in disbelief, unable to understand why he would do such a thing, questioning why someone she had treated coldly would still show her kindness, and wondering what possible benefit he could gain from giving away something so valuable. Her hands trembled around the white gem as she murmured that Chiron was different from ordinary humans, different from creatures of another world, and even different from RA itself. After thanking him, she turned back toward the merchant and firmly declared that the trade conditions had now been fulfilled, demanding that he hand over the epines. The merchant, shocked that Chiron had actually surrendered the gem, bitterly thought the boy had to be insane to part with a white elixir so casually, yet he still tried to twist the agreement and mockingly announced that she had violated the trade terms once again. Stunned, Kenya demanded to know what he meant, and the merchant explained that his condition had been for all the elixirs owned by the young man, not merely one, stressing that Chiron had originally possessed two. At that moment, Chiron calmly answered that what he had given her truly was everything. Chiron then threw the remaining gem toward the young drone merchant and calmly explained that the other elixir had already been used to purchase a drone. The young merchant froze in shock the moment he recognized the gem as a white elixir, but the deceitful vendor still refused to concede and burst into mocking laughter, insisting that when the condition had been made, Chiron possessed two elixirs, so the word all obviously referred to both, before ridiculing him for supposedly failing to grasp such a simple rule. Without hesitation, Chiron answered that the merchant was the one who misunderstood the situation. He explained that by the time the condition had been established, the transaction for the drone had already been completed, then turned toward the young merchant and asked him to confirm it. The boy immediately agreed, eagerly stating that the trade had indeed happened beforehand, meaning the white elixir already belonged to him, and the claim was further proven by the fact that Tess was already holding the drone. Watching everything unfold, Canis finally understood why Chiron had been willing to pay such an absurd price for the drone. With a scoff, he remarked that the young merchant had only cooperated because a white elixir was involved and would naturally support whatever Chiron said in a situation like this. Chiron then directly exposed the vendor, saying that he had assumed the man was an experienced merchant, yet he had still set conditions without properly calculating the customer's actual assets. He firmly declared that Kenya had completely satisfied the requirement and demanded the epines immediately, grimly asking whether the vendor intended to fabricate yet another excuse. Furious after being cornered publicly, the merchant realized that Chiron had arranged everything from the very start, and that backing out now would only reveal his own incompetence in front of the entire marketplace. With every eye fixed on him, He understood that his reputation among the merchants would suffer badly, and he bitterly admitted to himself that what he had dismissed as stupidity, trading a white elixir for epines, had actually been a carefully designed trap that caught him completely unprepared. Driven into desperation, he decided that if he was going to become a laughingstock in a market anyway, he would rather destroy the epines than allow a faithful person to obtain it. Acting on that thought, he seized the bottle and threatened to smash it, shocking everyone present, especially Kanya, whose mother's life depended on it. At that exact moment, a massive explosion suddenly erupted nearby, violently shaking the entire area. The merchant's hand trembled as he stared in horror at the destruction behind him, instantly realizing that it had been caused by Chiron's power. Chiron coldly stated that the matter could have been settled without difficulty, yet the vendor had deliberately chosen to act despicably until the very end. As the dust slowly cleared, Chiron stood firm and confident while the merchant trembled in fear and warned that a fight in that place would affect the entire community. Chiron immediately interrupted him and asked where he thought the white elixirs had come from in the first place. He revealed that the whirlpool serpent had been extraordinarily powerful and that defeating it had rewarded him with 3 white elixirs. Then, as light gathered in his raised hand, he stared directly at the vendor and firmly asked what color the elixir inside the man's own body might be. The question, combined with Chiron's darkened expression, terrified the vendor so completely that he finally gave up and threw the epines toward him, admitting defeat and acknowledging that he had completely lost that day. Even so, he declared that his beliefs remained unchanged, though he openly admitted that he hated the one-flower liquor ceremony. Gathering his belongings before leaving, he added with clear disdain that he also despised the faithful who continued worshipping it, blaming people like them for allowing such customs to survive and calling them fools. Those words pierced Kanya's pride deeply, causing her to silently lower her head. Amy then turned to Gadrak and asked what exactly the one-flower liquor ceremony was, while Tess, startled by his sudden presence, wondered when he had even arrived. Gadrak explained that the ceremony was a ritual performed on humans whose lifespans had reached their end, meaning that if the ritual was approaching, Kanya's mother would soon die. Amy admitted that she could not understand how anyone could know beforehand when a person would die and questioned whether the faithful had predetermined lifespans from birth. After hesitating for a moment, Gadrak replied that he would rather avoid discussing the subject. He explained that the heretical order had escaped from heaven specifically because they despised the ceremony, adding that even the drug merchant hated it for the same reason. Amy then asked why epines, the stimulant, was necessary and whether drinking it could somehow allow a person to survive, but Gadrak answered that it changed nothing and only functioned as an anesthetic for someone dying from illness. After hearing that explanation, the entire group sank in a deep thought. Tess eventually remarked that she felt somewhat bitter about the situation, prompting Rian to ask what she meant. With visible regret, Tess explained that although helping Kanya had certainly been the right thing to do, they had still paid an absurdly high price for it, referring to both the drone and the epines. Kana scoffed at her complaint and questioned whether the drone had really been worth that much, causing Tess to immediately grow defensive as she grumbled about being singled out yet again. Canis firmly declared that Chiron had not overpaid whatsoever, explaining that what he had acquired was something impossible to obtain even with every white elixir in existence. Still confused, Tess questioned whether the drone could truly be worth that much. Frustration slipping into his voice, Canis exclaimed that the cheapest thing involved in the entire exchange had actually been the epines itself. Rian immediately challenged that statement, pointing out that epines was supposedly nothing more than ordinary medicine. Canis admitted that this would normally be true, but explained that on that particular day, its value had risen beyond imagination, stressing that the important factor was not the item itself, but the identity of the person holding it. At those words, Kanya and Lena both turned toward Chiron with tearful gratitude in their eyes, while Canis asked whether they finally understood that the situation had never simply been about obtaining epines. Tess and Rian reacted with surprise as Canis continued, explaining that with a single white elixir, Chiron had effectively bought himself a ticket to heaven. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook recorded that the lifespans of the faithful were determined from birth, and that once their allotted time came to an end, they would undergo the one-flower liquor ceremony. It also noted that the faithful viewed the ritual as a blessing, whereas heretics considered it a curse. As Amy continued writing her observations, she quietly wondered why both sides constantly avoided speaking openly about anything related to lifespan. Tess immediately raised her voice in protest, insisting that Chiron was not the kind of person who used others to achieve his own goals, and declaring that he would have helped Kanya regardless of whether she belonged to the faithful or not. Annoyed by how loudly she was speaking, Canis clicked his tongue and remarked that he had never said otherwise before telling Aaron to deal with the noise. He then explained what he had actually meant, saying that Chiron simply was not foolish enough to accept a deal that would leave him at a loss. Yet even after hearing that, Tess stubbornly refused to back down and continued arguing in Chiron's defense. At the same time, Amy silently watched Chiron place the epines inside the tiny four-leaf clover pouch his mother had once given him before he handed it over to Kenya. Tears slowly gathered in Amy's eyes as she apologized and admitted that everything had happened because of her. Kenya, overwhelmed with guilt and visibly trembling, sniffled through tears and said that he had used something as precious as that elixir for her sake, and before long both she and Lena completely broke down crying. Chiron gently rested a hand on Kanya's shoulder to comfort her, and as Amy watched the scene, she proudly declared that Tess had been right, because Chiron truly was that kind of person. Rian nodded in agreement, while Aaron added that Chiron was genuinely kind, causing Canis to glance toward her and sarcastically comment that he must really be the only piece of trash among them. Kenya and Lena then bowed their heads deeply, apologizing for making him suffer such a loss, and promising they would never forget the kindness he had shown them. Little by little, the mood around them softened as Rian and Amy stepped closer to console the two girls. Chiron, meanwhile, looked slightly awkward as he apologized to Aaron for being unable to buy her anything, admitting that he had already used everything he had. Before Aaron could respond, Canis answered in her place, saying he did not need anything and that he had never come there for matters like that in the first place. Already irritated by Canis's attitude, Tess immediately snapped back and demanded to know exactly what he meant. Canis coldly repeated that he had not come to Inferno just to wander around buying pointless items, reminding her that they had risked their lives to reach that place. His words were obviously directed at Tess, which only made her even angrier as he continued by warning her not to forget their real objective, reaching heaven, and stating that the drone she treasured so much was nothing more than a mass-produced item that could easily be found there. Even so, Tess stubbornly puffed out her cheeks and argued that none of that mattered because money could not buy it for her, and at that moment it was still the thing she treasured most. Curious about the mechanical bug she was holding, Tess wondered how it was supposed to work and brought it over to Kenya, asking her how to activate it since they had been told it was a new drone. Kenya agreed to take a look and asked Tess to hand it over, but after carefully inspecting the device for a moment, her expression suddenly changed in shock as she revealed that it could not actually be used. Startled, Tess immediately asked if it had been broken somehow, only for Kenya to explain that the exact opposite was true. She told her that equipment made by the Mecha tribe was sealed during production, and because the seal on this drone was still intact, it could only be unlocked at the factory itself. Tess cried out in disbelief, shouting that they had been scammed and sold a defective product, while Amy, equally enraged, snatched the device from her hands and declared that she was going back to demand a refund because she could not believe that con artist had sold them something completely unusable. When they returned to the merchant's stall, the young seller unexpectedly admitted that she was right and openly confessed that he had committed fraud. Bowing his head apologetically, he admitted his dishonesty and revealed that the drone's real value was only 4 yellow elixirs. Chiron stared at him in confusion and repeated that it was worth only 4 yellow elixirs, while Amy silently thought that the merchant must have suddenly grown a conscience after seeing the destructive force of the photon cannon. Nervous under their stares, the merchant begged them not to look at him like that and insisted that he had only wanted to maintain his pride as a merchant. Tess completely lost her patience, grabbed him by the collar, and furiously demanded to know how she was supposed to use an item that did nothing, while the terrified merchant cried out and desperately defended himself by arguing that drones still carried tremendous value within Inferno. Tess ignored the excuse entirely, continuing to shake him while yelling at him to remove the seal immediately. Bruised and panicking, the merchant groaned that there was no way he could possibly do that. At the same time, Canis silently considered whether he should reveal the answer, realizing that the solution was already right in front of them. Finally growing irritated, he asked if they seriously still had not figured it out. Tess and Amy immediately turned toward him and asked what he meant, and Canis scoffed before telling them to use their brains and remember how they had entered the place to begin with. Tess paused to think, then recalled the glowing door they had passed through before it shattered apart, and the moment she understood, she excitedly thrust the device toward Chiron and told him to break the seal. Chiron agreed, realizing that Gerfin's door itself was a kind of ancient weapon, which meant its power should also work on the device. Using his magic, he released the seal, and the mechanical bug immediately activated successfully. Tess burst into excited cheers, while even Chiron and the others looked surprised that the method had actually worked. But the moment Chiron turned around, his expression froze when he saw the fear on the faces of Kenya, Lena, and the members of the Noke tribe. Gadrak and Clove stood there in complete shock as whispers rapidly spread through the crowd, their attention fixed entirely on Chiron, while people began calling him a Nephilim. Amy blinked in confusion and asked what a Nephilim even was, prompting Chiron to turn toward Aaron and ask her the same question. Aaron admitted that she did not know whether the title was meant to be good or bad, but she could clearly sense both terror and reverence from everyone around them. When Chiron looked back at Kenya and Lena, the two girls trembled in shock and fear before immediately dropping to their knees, declaring that they, the people of RA, were beholding the Nephilim. Chiron was visibly startled by their sudden reaction, while Gadrak finally realized that they had not fallen into Inferno by accident, but had entered by opening the door themselves. Still confused, Chiron asked what exactly a Nephilim was, and Gadrak explained that only angels possess the freedom to travel between heaven and earth, with one of their sacred duties being to impregnate a virgin who would later give birth to a child destined to guide and civilize humanity. He continued by explaining that children born from an angel and a virgin were known as Nephilims, beings referred to in heaven as those who existed free from the law. Hearing this left Chiron deeply shaken. Rian nervously wondered if Chiron could truly be the child of an angel, while Kenya silently thought that a Nephilim was someone liberated from the will of Ra and represented the highest state a human being could ever reach. As she stared at Chiron, her expression tightened with tension at the thought that he had become a great Nephilim. Chiron immediately rejected the idea, firmly declaring that he was not a Nephilim at all. His denial shocked both Kenya and Lena, but Chiron quickly explained that the claim made no sense because there was no reason to believe he had descended from angels. He argued that even if unlockers were incredibly rare, scholars across the world would already have discovered a connection if every unlocker had angelic blood flowing through them. He went on to say that his abilities had only barely been achieved after surviving countless hardships and incidents, not because of some special bloodline, and he questioned why his own parents would ever have been such beings to begin with. Sensing how uncomfortable Chiron had become, Gadrak calmly remarked that this was a nation of heretics anyway, so in the end it did not matter what Chiron chose to claim. Even so, Gadrak admitted that he was still curious about the reason Chiron had come to Inferno and asked whether he had arrived there to carry out some mission given by the angels. Chiron answered that he had come because he needed to enter heaven and had something important he needed to deliver there. Gadrak nodded and said he had expected an answer like that, though he questioned why Chiron had ended up in a shelter belonging to heretics instead. Chiron casually explained that the girls had simply brought him there. The moment Kenya and Lena heard that, both girls gasped and hurriedly apologized in panic for failing to recognize a Nephilim sooner and for bringing someone like him to such a shabby place, while Clove could only stare at them speechlessly. Chiron gently told the girls that he could barely understand them while they were acting like that, and asked them to stand up and speak normally. But Kenya immediately replied that they would never dare behave so casually before him. Completely lost about what was even happening anymore, Amy silently wondered what exactly had gotten into everyone around them. At that moment, Tess, whose hearing was especially sensitive, suddenly caught an unusual sound and immediately sensed that something was wrong. A strange wind swept across the area without warning, and when everyone looked upward, the girls gasped as the wind carried the leaves into a bizarre swirling pattern that left the entire group confused. Not long afterward, a scout rushed in and reported that a patrol was approaching. Gadrak and Clove instantly panicked and prepared to run as a pair of enormous white wings appeared overhead, followed by a fleet of soldiers descending from the sky, and someone suddenly shouted in terror that an angel had arrived. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook recorded that a Nephilim was a human born from an angel and a virgin. She also wondered whether the descendants of angels mentioned by the Kergoyans were actually referring to Nephilims, while doubting that every unlocker in the world could truly be the child of an angel. Chiron's thoughts suddenly drifted back to the mansion, where he had been sitting before the piano while soft music filled the room. Turning his head slightly, he saw Reyna take a seat beside him, and he quietly watched her play with a calm smile on his face. Inwardly, Chiron thought her performance was truly beautiful, and as he sank deeper into the flowing melody, he found himself wishing he could keep listening to it forever. Then, without warning, Gadrak's voice thundered through his mind, shouting for him to wake up, and a sharp yell instantly snapped Chiron out of the illusion. Gadrak immediately turned to the others and warned them not to be carried away by the sound, reminding them that they were mages fighting to survive and saying that anyone else would have already lost consciousness by now. Rian and Tess held their heads in pain while Kenya and Lena cried out helplessly, and Chiron, still confused from being jolted awake, asked what exactly was happening. Gadrak explained that what they were feeling was an angel's vibration, a tremor emitted from the very existence of an angel itself. Amy, along with Canis and Aaron, endured the pressure because they were mages. Chiron quietly repeated that it was the tremor of existence itself, then reflected on Gadrak's earlier words, realizing that everyone had immediately hidden the moment they heard an angel was coming, including himself. He remembered someone shouting that an angel had appeared and ordering everyone to hide, which had made him instinctively grab Kanya's hand and run for cover. Gadrak then judged that the angel would soon pass directly through the airspace above them. Chiron nervously asked if the angel would be able to see them, and Gadrak answered that it both could and could not. Confused by the vague response, Chiron asked what he meant, prompting Gadrak to ask whether Chiron had checked his own fingerprints that morning. When Chiron replied that he had not, Gadrak explained that the situation was similar. The shelter was concealed beneath a curtain of light, but if an angel truly wished to look through it, then it could. Still, he added, that angels normally did not cross Inferno unless they felt inclined to act on a whim. At that moment, Chiron's eyes widened as a massive reflection passed overhead. Brilliant white wings appeared across the sky, radiating intense light as Chiron stared upward in silence. While Gadrak explained that angels are the first beings created by God, entities granted the authority to freely interpret God's will and known as arbiters of law. He further explained that the Mara who followed them served as their hands and feet, carrying out those laws, making angels beings capable of manipulating the laws themselves however they desired. Chiron kept his eyes fixed on the sky as the radiant angel and the figures accompanying it moved overhead, and while watching them disappear into the distance, he found himself wondering whether angels truly existed, and, if they did, whether unlockers might actually be Nephilims or something close to them. He also questioned if Miro's scale magic, the power that allowed her to cross dimensions freely, could in fact be some kind of angelic ability. Yet even after considering all of it, he admitted to himself that he still did not know. Despite everything he had learned during a single day in heaven, none of the information had fully connected, leaving him unable to understand what that place truly was. Once the tension inside the small village finally settled down, Chiron remarked that even though he had only arrived a day ago, it already felt as if an entire week had passed. He suggested they stay there for the night and leave the following morning, mentioning that the others had already gone ahead to find a place to stay, and Amy agreed with the idea. At that moment, Kenya quietly called out to them, causing Amy to turn toward her, as Kenya explained that she had already taught Tess how to operate the drone. Amy thanked her for doing so, and Kenya added that she and Lena would also remain there to rest since the guides usually rested around that time, and would most likely leave the next morning. Chiron replied that he understood. After hesitating briefly, Kenya carefully asked whether, since Chiron had mentioned going to heaven, it might be possible for him to stop by their house. Amy reacted immediately with excitement at the thought of visiting heaven, while Chiron stayed silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Kenya looked both surprised and happy as she thanked him, said she would see them the next morning, and then left. Chiron waved back in acknowledgement before telling Amy that he was relieved Kenya had not misunderstood their kindness, and that things had turned out well, only for Amy to answer by pinching his cheek. Later, Chiron found himself standing inside a completely white space with no idea where he was. A mana portal suddenly opened in front of him, and Miro stepped out from within it. Chiron immediately demanded to know how she knew about him, why she had saved him when he tried to activate the immortal function and scatter himself beyond infinity, why she had come to heaven, and who he really was. Miro answered him, but although he could see her speaking, he realized he could not hear a single word and questioned why that was happening. When Miro reached her hand out toward him, Chiron hurried forward, only to abruptly wake from a dream. Rising to his feet, he walked onto the balcony and quietly reflected on everything, remembering that only a few hours earlier, he had asked the villagers whether they knew a woman named Miro. The villagers had answered that they did not know and had never heard the name Miro before. But then an elderly woman stepped forward and said she once heard that Miro had met her mother while she was still alive, adding that she had wondered ever since whether Miro might also have been in a film. Chiron replied that this was probably true. The old woman continued by explaining that Miro had rejected Ra's laws, and when Chiron asked her what that meant, she admitted she did not actually know and was only repeating what she had been told. She added that despite being a deeply devoted faithful, her mother had never hated Miro, something that had shocked her greatly when she was a child. Back in the present, Chiron concluded inwardly that Miro had unquestionably come to heaven and had rejected both RA and the laws themselves. He then wondered what decision he would make once his own journey finally came to an end, and whether, in the end, he would come to understand Miro or reject her completely. The following day, Kenya excitedly pointed ahead and announced that Sumain, the place where the faithful lived, was right there. The others stared in amazement, while Tess commented that it truly looked like heaven. Standing before an enormous gate, Chiron questioned whether it was really safe for them to go inside. Kenya reassured him that it should be fine because he was in a film, though she admitted she had never personally seen one arrive before and therefore could not promise anything with certainty. After scanning the security device attached to her arm, the gigantic gate slowly began to open, sending debris falling down as Chiron and the others instinctively raised their arms to shield their heads. Kenya once again assured them there was nothing to fear and explained that, unlike Inferno, there would not be anything dangerous there. Then she and Lena turned around with bright smiles and stretched out their hands in welcome. The group exchanged looks for a moment, and Chiron, wearing a determined expression, led everyone forward as the massive gate shut behind them. As the data finished processing, information from the Sixth Heaven's domain management system identified Sumain as one of the regions within the First Heaven, containing a total of 820 districts, while also reporting an error caused by a detected change inside District 73, including fluctuations in total mass, carbon dioxide production, and population numbers, which had risen from 130,000 to 130,006. Gadrak then announced that this was the farthest they would accompany them. Clove scratched the back of his head and admitted that he had originally believed Chiron was a mojo, but now understood that he was actually an Nephilim instead. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook stated that angels were the very first causal beings created by God, existing even before the laws themselves, and possessing the authority to alter those laws. It also explained that the glowing spheres suspended above their heads, called the essence of holy light, served as the source of their power, and that whenever angels modified the laws, the Mars responded in accordance with those changes. The horn floating above an angel's head represented thought itself, and each angel's unique abilities manifested through that horn, while a greater number of horns indicated a higher rank among them. The group looked around in complete amazement, their mouths hanging open as they took in the sight before them, while Rian lifted a meat skewer and shouted that it was the largest rat skewer in the entire world. Around them, the marketplace bustled with activity, packed with stalls belonging to different tribes, including areas clearly marked as the No Tribes District and the Kurgo Tribes District, prompting someone to quietly remark that this truly had to be Samain. As they continued through the crowded streets, Rian asked whether some sort of festival was happening, and Kanya confirmed that it was, explaining that the next day would be the one-flower liquor ceremony. Chiron repeated the name in stunned confusion, while Amy mentioned that she had heard the term before as well. A moment later, Tess pointed toward an enormous statue and called everyone's attention to it, causing Rian and the others to freeze in shock when they realized the statue depicted a giant. Amy observed that its appearance resembled the giant statue located at the altar of the Kurgo Palace, immediately making Chiron remember the same thing in surprise. Tess noticed bouquets laid at the giant's feet and wondered aloud what was going on there. Aaron commented that giants seemed to be sacred beings to the faithful, while Rian added that Kanya had once said giants were guardians of the laws. Tess teasingly praised him for actually remembering that detail, earning an irritated response from Rian. Canis then questioned why a giant had been wandering through Inferno, and Chiron remained silent, lost in thought as he continued staring intently at the statue. After entering the Mecha Tribes district and stepping inside one of the buildings there, Amy remarked in amazement that the surprises never seemed to end, leading Tess to ask whether she recognized something. Amy confirmed that she did, and Chiron exclaimed in shock that it was Istis, specifically magic storage Istis. Kanya and Lena then guided the group toward a storage compartment and welcomed them inside, explaining that it was their home. Once Kanya entered a security code, the door lifted and revealed a large, intimidating man standing inside, only for it to immediately slam shut again, startling everyone badly. The group trembled nervously and commented that something terrifying had just been inside, while Kanya and Lena awkwardly apologized. Kanya called out to her father and apologized for failing to tell him beforehand that they had brought guests with them. After Kanya explained everything, the door opened once more, and a huge bearded man stepped out wearing a broad smile as he warmly greeted the group, while at the same time scolding his daughters for vanishing for 3 whole months and then suddenly returning home with guests. He burst into loud laughter, while Chiron and the others stood there awkwardly, quietly remarking among themselves that it was fortunate the Mecha tribe enjoyed welcoming guests, though the man's overwhelming presence only made them feel even more nervous. Not long afterward, an extravagant meal was set before them, and the hungry group immediately began eating while gratefully thanking their host for the food. Kanya's father demanded to know where his daughters had disappeared for the last 3 months, while their mother asked who the guests were. At that moment, Kanya handed over the pouch containing the 4-leaf clover. The instant her parents opened it and discovered an epines inside, both of them froze in complete shock. Her mother, horrified and distressed, demanded to know whether Kanya had gone to Inferno, and asked why she would risk something so dangerous, insisting that she had never wanted her daughter to do such a thing. Kanya replied that the one-flower liquor ceremony would be held the following day and asked whether she was supposed to do nothing and simply watch. She reminded her mother that she herself had once gone to Inferno to ask the grandfather for help. Tears filled her mother's eyes as she reproached Kanya and asked why she would repeat such a thing, reminding her that she had already lost years of her lifespan because of that decision. Crying openly now, she asked how Kanya could make the same mistake and whether she understood how painful it was for her as a mother. Kanya lowered her head, filled with frustration and sorrow, and insisted that they were family, asking whether that alone was not reason enough. Nearby, Lena stood trembling as tears streamed down her father's face while he sniffled and gripped his staff tightly, muttering that this was what had happened and admitting he had not even known the truth. He then broke down completely, blaming himself for shortening not only his wife's life, but also the lives of his beloved daughters. As he lost control and raised his staff, Lena panicked and hurried to calm him, insisting that none of it was his fault and that both she and Kanya had made the decision together. But he cried out in anguish, demanding to know whose fault it truly was before suddenly stopping and turning a terrifying glare towards Chiron and the others, accusing them of being heretics from Inferno. His anger shifted entirely onto the group as he furiously declared that they had bewitched his daughters and dragged them into Inferno. Kanya immediately stepped in front of them and begged him to stop, while Chiron flusteredly tried to explain the situation. Their father suddenly roared that no explanation was necessary, then brought his wooden staff crashing down onto the table with such force that dishes and food scattered across the room. In the middle of the chaos, Lena quietly revealed that Chiron was a Nephilim, and the moment those words left her mouth, her father stiffened in complete shock, staring blankly as he asked her to repeat what she had just said. After a short silence, his demeanor changed entirely, and he immediately bowed his head in apology, respectfully acknowledging Chiron's identity while sincerely thanking him for saving the girls. Soon afterward, the meal was prepared again with the same extravagant spread as before, and while Amy humbly insisted they had done nothing deserving of such gratitude, Tess and Rian stayed completely absorbed in eating the food in front of them. Their father explained that his wife had only been anxious because the girls had departed without properly saying goodbye, and having them return safely before the ceremony felt like an immeasurable blessing. As Tess ate, she quietly thought to herself that the man had suddenly become perfectly normal again, while Rian remembered how he had remained kneeling beside the broken table for quite a while after discovering who Chiron was. Using the calmer atmosphere to ask the question that had been bothering him, Chiron admitted that he had heard the phrase, "one flower liquor ceremony," many times already, yet nobody had actually explained what it meant. Kanya's mother immediately looked uncomfortable, but her father slowly began explaining that every faithful person was granted a lifespan at birth, first asking Chiron whether he already understood that much. After Chiron nodded, the man continued by saying that a person's lifespan was not fixed and could increase or decrease over time. He explained that Lena had gained 10 additional years of life because of her beautiful singing voice, while his wife had sacrificed 20 years of her own lifespan after traveling to Inferno. He then revealed that when the lifespan of a faithful person finally reached its limit, they would undergo a ritual of life regeneration in accordance with the law, a process called the one flower liquor ceremony. Chiron immediately asked what life regeneration actually meant, and the father explained with a grave expression that when a life reached its natural conclusion, it would return to the source of life through divine blessing, allowing an entirely new life to be born from it. As Kanya's mother tightly gripped the small pouch in her hands, and both Kanya and Lena quietly lowered their heads, Amy and Tess exchanged deeply uneasy looks. Chiron then asked in a serious voice whether that meant the original person would completely cease to exist, and after a heavy silence, Kanya's father admitted that although the body was fated to perish, it would still be given new value, and for that reason, the faithful were taught to accept it with gratitude. A chill ran through Chiron as he suddenly realized the ceremony was scheduled for the very next day, and one by one the others reached the same conclusion, while a heavy silence slowly settled over the entire family. Chiron anxiously asked who was responsible for controlling and adjusting people's lifespans, but before Kanya's father could properly answer, he hesitated and was suddenly interrupted by a loud disturbance coming from outside. Everyone immediately turned toward the noise as a commanding voice thundered through the area, demanding to be welcomed while announcing itself as Peef, the overseer of the Mecha tribe. The voice echoed everywhere at once, making Amy wonder how it was reaching them, and Aaron explained that it was a mind response, meaning the words were being transmitted directly into their brains. Supporting his trembling wife, Kanya's father quickly dropped to his knees and urgently instructed everyone else to kneel as well, then tensely revealed that the one who administered lifespans had arrived and had most likely come for Kanya and Lena. Rian immediately questioned whether this was truly the being capable of controlling lifespans, while Canis warned everyone to stay cautious because he could sense an overwhelming energy rapidly drawing closer, and Chiron simply stared forward with unwavering determination. Without warning, a violent force burst the windows open as blinding light poured into the shelter, startling everyone inside. A pair of green wings soon emerged from the radiance, and when Chiron finally looked up clearly, he saw a fairy hovering before them, calmly flapping her wings while proudly introducing herself as Peef, the fairy of the spiral, who had personally arrived to judge the faithful. Meanwhile, Amy carefully wrote down information about Same in her notebook, recording that it was known as the seventh heaven, while also being referred to as the first heaven, the lowest among all the heavens. She noted that the realm was divided into 820 districts, with their current location being District 73, then continued documenting that 3 different kinds of faithful live there, each assigned a specific role according to the laws that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. The Kurgo tribe was responsible for production, the Mecha tribe handled processing, and the Noke tribe managed distribution. Chiron and everyone else inside the room froze in shock before immediately lowering themselves to their knees in respect toward her, though Canis alone showed obvious dissatisfaction, clearly unhappy with the fairy's presence. Peef then moved toward Kanya's parents and declared that she would now enforce the law, after which she turned her attention to Kanya and Lena and directly asked whether they had gone out to Inferno. Both girls became visibly nervous, and after hesitating for a moment, Kanya tensely admitted that they had. The instant she confessed, Despair spread across her parents' faces while the fairy silently watched their reactions. At that moment, Kanya's father hurriedly pleaded for Peef to wait, explaining that the children had only gone hunting in Inferno the same way the Karogians did. He added that they had done it to prepare one final feast for their mother before she entered the one-flower liquor ceremony. Peef immediately cut him off in anger and coldly asked what purpose there was in feeding someone who was going to die anyway. Hearing those words, Kanya's father trembled with rage and clenched his teeth so hard his face stiffened. Amy then called out to Chiron in alarm, saying that Peef had just stated they were all going to die, and she asked whether it was true, but Chiron remained completely speechless, still trapped in shock. The fairy calmly announced that she would now deliver the punishment, then declared that both Kanya and Lena would lose 40 years from their lifespans. The sisters were horrified by the sentence, while their mother immediately stepped forward in grief and begged Peef to reconsider, insisting the punishment was far too severe. She explained that if 40 years were taken from Kanya, she would have less than 10 years remaining to live. Without the slightest sympathy, Peef replied that there was nothing wrong with living only 10 years, adding that even 5 years was enough time for a person to accomplish everything they truly wanted, while quietly muttering that she herself had become an executor in only 1 year. She continued by saying they should have lived properly while they had the opportunity, because if they had not violated the law, their lifespans would never have been reduced. Chiron and the girl's mother were left horrified by her words as the exhausted woman spoke again, acknowledging that Peef was an executor of the law, but explaining that no one had ever handed down such a merciless punishment before. She said that other executors usually reduced lifespans by only 5 or 7 years, and even her own punishment had been limited to 20 years, while a sentence of 40 years had never happened before. Those words only caused Peef's anger to intensify, as killing intent radiated from her small body. She furiously demanded to know how the mother dared compare her to other executors, and coldly asked whether her qualifications were being questioned. Peef declared that an executor possessed the authority to adjust a person's lifespan by as much as 50 years, then angrily asked whether they thought she was weak simply because of her small appearance. Hearing that, Chiron quietly wondered to himself if she had truly lived for only a single year. Even so, Kanya's mother continued pleading with her, desperately asking for a punishment that could at least be considered reasonable. Clearly irritated, the fairy called them pathetic and explained that 20 years of the sentence were for the crime of going out to Inferno, while the remaining 20 years were punishment for bringing a heretic into their world, after which she coldly asked whether they were satisfied with the explanation now. Lena trembled in fear as Kanya protested that such a judgment was completely unreasonable and impossible to accept, but Peef dismissed her objections without concern and turned around, boldly declaring that the discussion was over. At that moment, Chiron stopped her and asked her to wait, then calmly expressed that although a human lifespan might appear insignificant and fleeting to someone like her, every single day carried immense value to humans. He firmly stated that something so important should not be decided so casually or treated with such a careless attitude. Instantly enraged, the fairy branded him a vulgar heretic, but Lena hurriedly corrected her by explaining that Chiron was not a heretic at all, but a Nephilim. Peef looked completely confused because she did not even know what a Nephilim was, making it obvious that her seniors had never taught her about such beings. It was then explained that within the source knowledge of the fairy race existed records of descendants of angels, beings who stood outside the law itself and were beyond the authority of judgment. The moment Peef realized this, she gasped in shock at her mistake, but her panic only deepened when she noticed Chiron and the others slowly surrounding her. Nervously, she demanded to know why they were standing around her like that and whether they intended to oppose her, then remarked that surely not every one of them could possibly be Nephilim. Growing more agitated, she declared that they were all heretics who rejected the law and announced that she would immediately shorten all of their lifespans. Pointing furiously at Aaron, Peef demanded to know her name. Kanya watched anxiously, terrified and uncertain of what would happen next. But instead of obeying, Aaron calmly questioned why she should reveal her name at all and firmly stated that she had no intention of giving it to a stranger. Her refusal only pushed the fairy into even greater anger as she cursed at them and demanded the names of everyone present. Yet Amy and Tess simply remained where they were and completely ignored her demands. At that moment, Canis realized that in order for the fairy to manipulate someone's lifespan, she first needed to know that person's name. Frustrated beyond belief, Peef angrily asked whether they were all treating this like some kind of game. Furious, Peef declared that she would report these heretics to someone of higher authority, then coldly announced that for the crime of sheltering profane heretics, Kanya and Lena's punishment would now be increased to the maximum sentence of 50 years. The sisters and their mother were left utterly horrified, unable to process what they had just heard. Their mother collapsed into despair as she realized that if such a punishment were truly carried out, her daughter would die the very next day. Hearing that, Chiron immediately gave a stern order to his companions, telling them not to allow the fairy to escape no matter what happened. Rian and Tess instantly charged forward with overwhelming intensity in an attempt to seize her. But Peef quickly darted upward toward the ceiling and cried out in panic. Terrified, she shouted that they had crossed the line now. Canis and Aaron joined the pursuit as well, releasing dark mana while trying to capture her, and Canis even invoked the authority of darkness against her. The fairy frantically dodged while watching all of them close in at once, barely escaping each attack as she cried and fled in confusion, unable to understand why they were treating her this way while desperately insisting that they should simply talk things out. As the space around her tightened and escape became nearly impossible, Peef narrowly avoided being cornered. Then, sweating heavily in fear and left with no alternative, activated her spiral power. The moment she did, everyone suddenly felt their bodies twisting unnaturally, and they immediately wondered what kind of power she had just unleashed. Peef loudly declared that they must have underestimated her because of her tiny appearance. But despite her size, she was the Spiral Fairy, a being born from the spiral itself, the ruler of twisting. She warned them that if they refused to back away, she would twist their bodies apart completely. Even under the crushing force, Rian somehow managed to move, leaving the fairy stunned in disbelief. He explained that by concentrating on moving little by little, he had managed to resist the effect, and with that, he launched an attack toward Peef that she barely managed to evade. His resistance only terrified her further as she inwardly panicked, convinced it should have been impossible. To her, it did not even appear as though he was using the power of a giant, yet he had broken through her concept through sheer brute force alone, something she regarded as unbelievably barbaric. Nearby, Canis also realized that he was beginning to move again as well. Meanwhile, Peef smashed through the window behind her and attempted to flee outside. As she escaped, she desperately thought that once she got away, she would report everything to the department head, Lee Jiren, and make certain every one of them was punished. However, while flying away, she suddenly felt her body slowing down for no apparent reason, causing her to anxiously wonder what was happening. The moment she sensed a presence behind her, Chiron had already stepped in, and it felt as though time itself had slowed as he caught her in his grasp. The fairy froze in shock, completely unable to comprehend how he had managed to halt time. But then the answer struck her. Nephilim were descendants of angels, and angels were sovereigns of light. Releasing an unmistakable killing intent, Chiron coldly ordered her to return the family's lifespan to normal, warning her in a stern voice that if she refused, he would kill her. At first, the fairy only sneered at him and mockingly asked who he thought he was to threaten her like that. Yet the confidence on her face quickly collapsed as sweat began pouring down her body, and panic completely consumed her. The fear became so overwhelming that she finally burst into tears after realizing he truly meant what he said and fully intended to kill her. Meanwhile, Peef's direct senior fairies openly mocked her, laughing as they called her a pushover and reminding her that they had warned her already. If she gave in that easily, the subjects would eventually start looking down on her.